The sky was red, the air carried a strong smell of blood. Dark red. Everything I see now is a crimson color. The young man's body was covered in wounds, his left arm was severed, and a sword was still attached to his shoulder. The ground was littered with human bodies, bleeding blood dyed the ground red. From now on, the only thing left in this place is death. Why did so much blood have to be shed? Behind him, a sword stabbed straight into the ground. The teenager slowly turned around to look. There, a familiar figure fell, Grandmaster, fourth brother. The images slowly came back to mind, the image of the Hoa Sun Sect master having his chest punctured, the senior brother's body being slashed in half. Everyone. They're all dead. The boy gritted his teeth, his hands clenched his knees, his eyes filled with hatred. More than 20 sects, including part of the old sect, the final army was made up of the most elite of the elite. The conflict between the Shone Ghost and everyone eventually leads to destruction. Why who? It's all because of that name. In the middle of this terrible hell-like place, on top of the corpses lined up in a mountain, the silhouette of a person appeared. That person had dozens of swords pierced through his body, even his stomach was pierced by 2 spears, yet he looked so peaceful and leisurely. That is the evil force, stained with the blood of the world, the leader of the demon sect, Shone Ma. He looked down at the young man with hollow eyes, his mouth moving slowly to speak. What a pity, you are a disciple of Hoa Sun. The boy heard him speak, his eyes glared with hatred. He leaned on his hands, trying to stand up amidst countless corpses. Even at this moment, I couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Ma Shone's words still ring in my ears. If you can return to this place alive, then you will have the honor of killing me. Your fate and mine here are over. The Flower Mountain disciple clenched his knees until they trembled. He screamed and shut up. But he continued to say, you are already proud enough. Even though I received help from many people, in the end your sword touched my heart. The demon sect leader reached forward and commanded, in the name of Shone Demon, your sword. I recognize the sword of Hoa Sun as the best in the world. The boy used all his strength to pull the blade out of his shoulder, his hand firmly holding the sword. You shouted angrily, I told you to shut up. Anger overwhelmed the pain, he step by step rushed forward to attack the man. Shone Ma's eyes were bloodshot. Looked at him and said with a regretful look, if you give me one more day, I will live up to my honor. But this is my destiny. This is not the end. Demonism will return soon. And at that time, the world of demonism will be opened. No one can stop it. Magic, the young flower disciple swung his sword and slashed. The light of spiritual energy passed through the ancient leader of the demon sect. It erupted strongly, shining brightly throughout the entire area. Accordingly, Shone Ma's head separated from his neck, falling down hard. He sat on a pile of human bodies, and because of that, his head also fell like a rolling ball. The young man advanced, step by step, climbing to the top of the human mountain, to the headless body of the demon cult leader. The war is over. My inevitable death is approaching. Hoa Sun, what will happen now? The sun has finally risen, dawn is coming, the light dispels the dark night of the long war. The disciple turned his head to look back. All the people of Hoa Sun buried their cheekbones here. From the leader to the disciples, everyone died. Only the immature child remains. What is the meaning of the blood that was shed in this place? He was finally exhausted and fell onto the pile of bodies. I couldn't help but regret, if I had practiced martial arts a little more, could I have saved even one more person's life? It's useless. It's all nonsense. At some point, you will lose. Hoa Sun, the 13th disciple of the great Hoa Sun sect, the 3 great swordsmen in the world, Mi Hoa Sword Venerable, Chung Myong. The first demon caused chaos in the world, and the demon Shone also had his head chopped off. And sleep peacefully on the top of the 10,000 great mountain. In this world, I only leave a few lines of writing. Memories rushed back. On an autumn day when the leaves fell, the innocent little child was abandoned right in front of the sect's door. The sect leader and his uncle accidentally went out and discovered the child. They held the baby in their arms, their eyes filled with affection and love. Day by day, that child grows older. Join us in practicing swordsmanship with fellow students. One day, he and a disciple started a fight. The senior brother angrily put his hands on his hips and scolded this guy named Chung Myong. Before you become a martial artist, you must become a moralist. Don't you know that strength without morality is simply violence? At that time, he was still very stubborn. Being scolded like that, he just pouted and didn't care much. the grumbling words were obvious. Boring, I became a disciple of Huashan, but I couldn't follow Huashan's teachings. I'm just a person with outstanding talent and an exaggerated nickname. I'm just a heretical child in Huashan. Why don't I know? Everything I own was obtained thanks to the mountain flower. A voice rang in my head, regretful, huh? Chung Myung admitted, yes, fourth brother sect master, I am very regretful. If only I could appreciate your teachings a little more. If you do that, you can become a little stronger, and maybe you can change this terrible outcome. His senior brother's image became clearer and clearer. He smiled and said, there is nothing to regret. If you regret it, you are not a person of Hoa Sun. But, if so, then he is still a person of Hoa Sun. The scene suddenly changed. A boy who was dreaming was woken up by a large stick hitting his head hard. The torn house echoed with shrill screams. The baby waved his arms and legs, opened his eyes and looked confused. Shon Ma, this brat isn't dead yet. The child standing opposite him spoke up, Shon Ma. What the hell is Shon Ghost here? You're talking too much in your sleep, you beggar. The others have all gone to beg for food, so why are you sleeping here? That's right, the current situation is that Shon Myung has been reborn. He listened to what the boy said and couldn't help but feel confused, wondering what this situation was. Looking at the person in front of him who was constantly waving the stick in his hand and cursing, he couldn't help but doubt the life of that beggar. Is it threatening me? It seemed Chung Myung didn't know what was happening to him now. He waved his hand and asked, hey kid, don't you understand the situation? Let's put that down first. The beggar child stood still for a few seconds, then I burst out laughing until I couldn't stop. Chung Myung was confused. At this point he was speechless. After all, I am also Mihoa Sword Venerable Chung Myung, a person who, even if he were the leader of the gang, would not be able to raise his head to look at me, yet this brat dares. The boy didn't stop laughing, but his hand raised the stick to prepare to strike down and threaten, today you are going to hell. Hearing that, he could only sigh, we have to correct his habit, first we have to stop that slowly swinging stick. Chung Myung raised his hand to do something, but he quickly glared. The stick in the other boy's hand was still swinging down. But he still froze. What is this? Short, why are my arms so short? The arms are too short, I can't stop that one. Just like that, the stick hit his head hard a second time. Not only that, that beggar child also continuously whipped him, hitting and cursing at this guy. Understand the situation, okay, today I will let you understand the situation. If you want to go, you have to be crazy to look good, this is the cure for crazy, this guy. Outside the door, another boy lifted the torn curtain to enter. But when he saw the scene inside, he frowned. Then I decided to turn around and leave. It would be okay to come by later. Chung Myung's piercing scream rang out, help me. After a while, he was finally released, now sitting next to a stream. Chung Myung removed the piece of paper to stop the nosebleed from flowing down, and kept grumbling, that damn beggar, I have never been beaten like that in Hoa Sun. It's so irritating. He clenched his hands until they trembled. But then it suddenly became quiet again. Looking at his current face reflected in the water, he wondered, but who is this child on the water? What is this? Why did I return to this form? Is this reincarnation in Buddhism? If I had known that, I wouldn't have gone to Hoa Mountain, but to Laughing Forest. While engrossed in pinching his face, at the base of a nearby tree, the beggar child who was about to come in when he was beaten suddenly showed his face. He called, hey. Chung Myung turned his head and quickly realized, when I was being beaten, that guy just looked and ran away. He came over and asked if I was okay. Tong Bat was originally like that, but today he stepped a little too hard. He suddenly raised a finger to say one thing. After that, thinking about it, I opened another finger. No, 2 things, I just wanted to ask 2 things. His eyes were determined. It's also a bit confusing for the other child. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, only the sound of the wind blowing through the rustling trees could be heard. Chung Myung asked skeptically, am I a beggar? The other child replied, you can tell by looking at what you're wearing. Hearing that, he collapsed and sat down, scratching his head and complaining, damn it, am I a beggar? But he quickly digested this truth, then raised 2 fingers and continued, I already know a bit, the second sentence. Shon Ma, do you know Shon Ma? The other boy twitched the corner of his mouth and said, he was beaten like that, from the outside it looked okay, but it seemed like there was. Chung Myung angrily urged, answer properly, this guy, he sighed, I know, you beggar. After crossing his arms over his chest and pretending to be serious, he continued. I know, Shon Ma. It's the big devil who died 100 years ago, right? Chung Myung's eyebrows twitched in shock. What? 100 years ago, huh? He shouted loudly, startling the flock of flying birds, then suddenly ran over, grabbed the boy's shirt and asked him, "Did you say the shown ghost died 100 years ago?" 100 years, the startled child stammered. What's wrong with this guy, huh? You lied, right? Why would I lie to you? Chung Myung rolled his eyes. Finally, I couldn't help but laugh lightly and let go of the boy's shirt. He froze for a few seconds. Really crazy, 100 years. If so, why not let me be born right after death? This is true, it's like I'm left alone in this world. Why is the situation so confusing? The child saw that he was depressed and frowned and asked, "Is it okay?" Chung Myung scratched his head in confusion. If so, so would Hoa-sun. That's right, Hoa-sun. He spoke up, Hoa-sun, how is Hoa-sun? The beggar was confused. Hoa-sun, what is Hoa-sun? Chung Myung stood still for a few more seconds. Countless question marks appeared in my head. He trembled and pointed his finger, wondering if he was a beggar. That's right, a beggar. Beggars belong to a clan, but don't you know the Hoa-sun sect in the 9 sects? The clan also belongs to the 9 sects, can you believe it? The other child asked in confusion, what the hell have you been saying all this time? Along with the old school, there are smiling, martial arts, makeup, public, pure, ngami, hai nam, kai bang, trung nam. Among the 9 sects, there is no such thing as your Hoa-sun sect. Chung Myung opened his eyes wide in disbelief. In his mind, an image of peach blossoms appeared, a familiar symbol of the sect. Among the 9 sects, there was no Hoa-sun sect, right? Why? Unable to contain his anger, he grabbed the other boy's shirt and continuously shook it questioningly. Hainan, those island countrymen can also enter the 9 sects. Wait, that's not important. Why was the Hoa-sun sect excluded from the 9 sects? Hoa, that mountain sect. Being shaken continuously, the boy suddenly remembered, Hoa-sun sect. Come to think of it, I think I heard that there was such a sect in Shanxi. Immediately, Chung Myung stopped his movements and asked, Shanxi, that's right, it's true that the Hoa-shan sect is in Shanxi. Do you know it? He replied, I don't know about the Hoa-shan sect of the 9 sects, no. Pausing to think for a few seconds, he continued. But the Hoa-shan sect that I know has already been defeated. When he heard that, his whole body stopped. He was defeated, Hoa-sun. Along with the martial arts and Namkung families, the Hoa-sun sect is one of the 3 most famous sects in the world. How could the Hoa-sun sect be defeated like that? The news was so shocking that it made him let go of the child's shirt. Because of that, he fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Chung Myung has not responded yet. The other boy was rubbing his sore spot. It took a while for him to speak. I couldn't believe it, I had to confirm it with my own eyes to confirm it. Having said that, he clenched his hands with determination. I will go to Hoa-sun. The child stared at him for a while. Then he urged him, if this crazy guy doesn't want to be beaten, he should hurry up and ask for money. Chung Myung angrily pointed his finger and loudly ordered, shut up, this guy, from now on I will ask you a few more things, so answer properly. He is speechless, don't you listen to me. He regained his composure, patted his chest and began to ask, first this person. What is this person's name? The other child stood up, adjusted his clothes and sighed and said, a beggar doesn't have a name, he named himself and called himself, his name is Cho Sam. Chung Myung pinched his cheeks and exclaimed, that's the name of a beggar, what about his age? He looks chubby like this, he must be around 11 years old, how can a beggar know his age? You waved your hand like you didn't care, it's okay if you don't know, so now tell me your name and the name of the guy who hit me. The child was surprised to hear that, he didn't remember anything. My name is Gu Chil, and the other guy is Jong Pal. Chung Myung nodded in understanding and said, I know, I will repay you double for favors, and I will repay 10 times more for revenge. Remember the name Chung Myung of Hoa-sun, the day we meet again, I will repay your kindness today. I'll go there anyway. Having said that, he ran away. Gu Chil stood silently looking at him. But after a few seconds, he turned around and ran back to ask, which direction should I go to Huashan in Shanxi province? Gu Chil looked at him suspiciously. But in the end, he just sighed and pointed the way. The space was instantly filled with rushing footsteps. Chung Myung, after knowing the way, kept running as fast as he could. Let's run there. In my previous life I rode a horse, so it wasn't this slow. But, oh my God, he was so tired, he was exhausted, his face turned red and he fell face down on the ground. Breathing and complaining, "This is the body of a child beggar, so I've only run a little bit, but I'm already tired. How can I get to Shanxi with this body? I can't believe it, I haven't seen Hoa Sun yet and I'm already tired to death. So how to get to Hoa Sun?" As he lay dejected and motionless, he suddenly smiled full of laughter as if he had thought of something. From here on, Chung Myong's strategy would shine. He sat up, laughing loudly with determination. "I can practice martial arts from now on. You won't imagine how powerful I am. As an adult, I regret a few things. Regretting not having practiced the basics more properly when I was young. I regret that when my fourth brother dragged me back to practice, I just pretended to practice. Regretting drinking the wine that my four brothers hid. Well, leave out the last one, because it tastes so good. Anyway, I can start again. First of all, we must find a place to avoid outside influence." Chung Myong found a tree trunk. "It should be here." He sat down. "Take a deep breath. Well, what should I practice now? I have a lot of magic philosophies in my head right now. All the martial arts of Hoa Sun, the history of Hoa Sun and mine too. I know about 10,000 internal magic spells. If we don't limit the magic spells that belong to the Fire Mountain, the number will double. Now what do I learn in there?" A wind blew, causing leaves to fall on his head. Chung Myong opened his eyes seriously and said 6 words. "What kind of martial art is Luk Hop Gong?" "This is a martial art that was sold for 5 coins during the chaos of war. So why learn such cheap martial arts?" "It's not a cheap thing. Lu He Gong is the introductory martial art of Hoa Sun. After entering Hoa Sun, everyone starts learning Luk Hop Gong first. 6 He Gong cannot increase internal energy exponentially, but it purifies the entire body of the person who practices it, so it is a basic martial art. There's no need to rush, because in the end, the tower of internal strength you accumulate just needs to be big and beautiful. From now on, making the absorbed internal force become more pure." His body began to glow. Each leg vein could be seen clearly. The blue rays of light were clean and pure, as if combined with the water veins of a tree trunk. Over time, the Chung Myong Dantian area condensed into a bright sphere. It's like an orbital control center. He was happy. "Okay, this small Dantian is the foundation that leads me to another world. When my luck is small but perfect, a lump of snow rolls around and becomes a huge landslide that no one can stop. Now I'm running like a mountain flower." Chung Myong stood up. But he quickly fell to the ground again. "Oh right, I've used up all my luck and energy. Damn it, Luk Hop has used up all the internal energy for the body, it won't help anything." He lay still for a long time, remembering the teasing words of the 4th Sect Master, "Jong Myong, brother. The problem here is that I can't use it when I'm running, and every time I think about it, I get annoyed." He couldn't help but scream. So how could he get to Hoa Sun now? Some time later, at a small market, there were 2 guys rushing into a small alley. At the end of the road there was a man sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. The other 2 quickly called out, brother, what's wrong?" The guy with long hair pointed in one direction and told us that over there was a wandering beggar who was stealing our food. He was a young child, looked dirty and untidy, so people just threw him a coin. The man finally sat up straight. The dark face said, "Is that so? If so, then you should teach him a lesson." "Right," the 2 guys kept nodding their heads, "yes." A moment later, they led him to where Chung Myong was sitting. "Brother, over there. It's that guy. He was eating dumplings right now. He seemed hungry so he devoured them." The big brother called loudly, "Hey!" Seeing that he didn't react, he shouted, "Hey, you dog, are you deaf?" Chung Myong finally turned around to look at the 3 men. He asked with skeptical eyes, "Me?" Hearing that, he raised his eyebrows and bent his wrist threateningly, not addressing him but addressing me. "Is this brat crazy? I don't know who gave you permission to beg here, but you look young, so I'll spare your life. Just give me the instrument in your hand, and all the coins you asked for, then go away." Chung Myong looked at the half-bitten piece of dumpling in his hand. Looked at them suspiciously and asked, "These damn beggars really have no conscience, robbing even bad food." The long-haired guy gasped, "What, a beggar, this dog beggar?" Chung Myong sighed and stood up. He activated his shoulder joint. The big brother saw that and got angry. "This guy." Chung Myong still didn't care. He tried punching forward. "Then retract your hand and move your wrist joints once." Then he turned back and glanced at the other 3 guys and said, "Although my Dantian is not yet complete, it's fine at this level. I'm already familiar with this strange body, it's a bit annoying, so let's rush in a few times. It's true, my strength is weak, so hitting hard is a bit tiring, you guys have to endure a lot of beatings. The big brother was so angry that his face turned red, he gritted his teeth, you look down on us too much. Guys, hit him. Hearing the order, the two men ran up. Long hair continuously punches forward. But they were all dodged by Chung Myung. He clenched his fist, then launched a counterattack, knocking the long-haired man's face back. The remaining two men stood still for a few seconds, unable to react. Having defeated one guy, he loudly raised his fist and shouted, "This is Manhwa sword venerable of that great Flower Mountain sect." Attacking this damn beggar, he rushed up and punched all three of them consecutively. After a great battle, all three were beaten by Chung Myung until their faces were swollen. They knelt down on the ground and repented, "Sir, I am truly sorry." He grumbled while eating, who would look at a beggar and call him sir, then, big beggar. Chung Myung jumped up again, "What, a beggar?" The other guy quickly bowed his head, "Please forgive me." "Okay, guys. Do you know the fastest way to get to Shanxi?" The big brother raised his swollen face and wondered, "Shanxi? You're asking the obvious thing, oh, you know." He smiled and replied, "If we knew that, why would we beg? You should ask something reasonable." Hearing that, he also laughed and said, "So it turns out I went to the riverbank to look for alcohol." Then they both looked at each other and smiled foolishly. Suddenly, Chung Myung grabbed the big brother's shirt. "You pull the guy close to you and threaten you, be prepared to deal with me if you ever see me again. If I'm asked if you know me and don't like to die, even if you don't know, you have to say you know. If you know clearly, then run away." The three men quickly agreed and then ran away. Sunset gradually falls over the mountain. Through the window, the man looked at the scenery outside. Suddenly there was a call, "Sect Master." "I'm Unam." He immediately turned around, "Unam, come in." The man opened the door and cautiously said, "There's something going on, it's nothing important, there's a child who wants to see you." "Child?" Unam opened the larger door towards the outside. Immediately, Chung Myung clasped his hands and bowed. "Hello Sect Master, I am Chung Mung, I want to join Hoa Sun." The Hoa Sun sect leader looked at him and asked again, "Do you want to join the sect?" "Unam, you also know that our sect doesn't accept any more members, why don't you tell this boy?" He immediately replied, "The disciple has already told you, but he keeps insisting on meeting the master." "Okay, so I have no other choice." Together they turned to look at Chung Myung. He was still maintaining his previous posture, along with smiling, but in his heart he was thinking, despite the smile on his lips, "But my life has never been okay. To know why, let's go back in time a bit. After a long period of walking, I was so tired that I had to use a cane." Chung Myung finally reached Huashan Mountain. However, that is just the foot of the mountain, there are thousands of stairs ahead. He angrily cursed inwardly, those bastards were the owners of the street, but he got there anyway, and decided not to forgive him the next time he saw them. Now, let's brace ourselves and climb the mountain. He was determined to run vigorously forward. Passing the stairs, reaching the bumpy climbing path. Even so, Chung Myung was still very determined, even if he died, he had to climb up. Clinging to a cliff. Suddenly the mound of earth there gave way, causing him to lose his grip. But luckily there was a rock under his feet to help him hold on. Nothing is impossible, just need a strong will. It's like being motivated. Once you firmly cling to the ground and climb up, we will reach the top of the mountain of flowers. Before dusk, Chung Myung finally arrived, he breathed heavily and looked ahead. Eyes narrowed in horror, disappeared somewhere. Where is the sect name tag? That heavenly sign that you clean every morning, where has it gone? It's crazy. Suddenly, the door opened, there was an echo asking, who was screaming so loudly? Chung Myung was startled and stopped. Unam was surprised to see him, a kid. Who brought you here? Did you climb all the way up here by yourself? He stammered, about that, if you don't climb up then you'll fly. Don't close the gate, I have something to ask. Are you practicing martial arts at the Hoa Sun sect? He admitted, yes, he couldn't help but be secretly happy, so the Hoa Sun sect still existed. Unam spoke again, making Chung Myung stunned for a few seconds, come inside first. We currently do not accept outsiders, but it's late, it's not safe to go down the mountain, I can't let the boy go alone in the dark down this mountain. Besides, the Flower Mountain is very cold at night. Inside, he he gasped even more in shock. Why is the yard filled with sand like this? The jade stone floor has disappeared. Seeing him standing still, An wondered, is something wrong? Chung Myung had to reassure himself, calm down, after all, they were just a few rocks, maybe when the sect ran out of budget they had to sell them. He forced a forced smile and exclaimed, the training ground was very spacious, and beautiful. The man asked with a smile, is that true? He maintained a smile on his lips, but inside he was already screaming, but even the magnificent golden palace is gone. Chung Myung couldn't help but ask, this place? There seems to be a shortage there, that place has always been empty. An explained, it seemed like the boy also recognized it, he could see that there used to be a palace in that location. He kept nodding in his heart, I know, what I want to ask is, where did it disappear? He snorted proudly and said that children like you wouldn't understand. As a martial artist, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I consider it a glorious wound, the result of a. Before he finished speaking, he interrupted, showing off that ass. An was startled and looked at him suspiciously. Chung Myung shyly avoided him, it's nothing. He led you on, I understand, follow me, there's work to do. Two people, one in front, one in back. Soon arriving at a temple, An introduced, this is Yuyuan Temple. Our sect is a martial arts sect, so we also have regulations for guests staying. Come here to worship your ancestors. Chung Myung looked in and responded, okay. However, he quickly froze when he saw the scene inside. Wait. It's gone. The incense burner and candlesticks were passed down from our ancestors, as well as antiques from the Jin dynasty. There are also scrolls handwritten by the elders, as well as gold decorations. The paintings hanging all over this room, too, have all disappeared, and most importantly. He was so shocked that he stammered, no, that's not it. Shouldn't there be flowers here? An wondered, flowers. That's right, where is it? How did the boy know about it? Even though he asked that, he still tried to remember. It is true that there was once a flower, a white peach flower made of a very strange metal. Chung Myung quickly asked, yes, that's it, where is it? He tapped his hand and smiled and replied, sold. We didn't see any use for it, and it didn't look right for the temple, so we didn't know what to do with it. Luckily, a merchant bought it at a bargain price. He was dumbfounded, his legs seemed to have lost strength and he fell down in despair. Brother Sa, the Hoa Mountain sect has collapsed. The white peach blossom of the night fragrance, and the purple dawn sword, two sect treasures that are not as shiny as gold, not as bright as silver, but they are treasures that contain the soul of the entire sect. Yet these idiots sell them. Seeing that he looked depressed, An quickly ran over to ask, hey, is the kid okay? Chung Myung quickly regained his spirit, I refused to stand by and watch them make another disastrous mistake. He decided to bow his head and beg, I really ask for a day, please let me meet the leader. I want to join the sect, that's the thing. Now let's go back to the present. After hearing the story, the sect leader looked at him as if he wanted to join the sect. So you know about the existence of the Hoa Sun sect? He replied loudly, yes, that's true. Chung Myung was also thinking in his heart, it seems like he won't let me join easily. But he already has a plan in mind. I just need to say the name of Chung Din, who disappeared in the middle of the war that year. I will tell it like this, Chung Jin fell down a cliff, a woodcutter saved him. Because the injury was so severe, Chung Jin could not move right away, and to repay the Xiao concubine's gratitude, Chung Jin passed on the swordsmanship of the Huashan sect to him, and accepted him as a disciple. And I, Chung Myung, am a descendant of that woodcutter, sure. The most wonderful thing about this plan is that it puts me on an equal footing with the head teacher, considering that the woodcutter is my grandfather, then in theory, I am equal to the sect leader. His plan, you are so awesome, furthermore, I must be on a higher level than these brats. Okay, don't ask me why if you refuse or ask me why. However, the sect leader's answer ruined this perfect plan, I accepted your request to join the sect. He looked dumbfounded, huh? As if I couldn't believe it, I opened my mouth again. The sect master smiled gently and reminded me, since I'm so determined, I don't have the heart to refuse. An wondered, sect leader, didn't you say you wouldn't accept any more disciples? He shook his head, I changed my mind. Perhaps this is God's will. Chung Myung was still in shock, he should have shown suspicion towards the stranger who wanted to join the sect. He added that this boy had worked hard to find his way to this mountain of flowers alone. We also don't chase birds to the porch to shelter from the rain, we also give animals food when they come in winter, so why chase away a boy who insists on joining a sect? Prepare a place for the boy and get ready for the initiation. Hearing that, he bowed his head and obeyed. I will prepare immediately. Chung Myong is still unwilling in his heart. No. My plan. But in the end, he just had to accept it. He was taken to his place to live and changed clothes. Looking at the high school member's uniform, he sighed, oh, the fate of life. What is this place? It used to be a living room. It feels strange that everything here has changed. The Huashan sect does not have a separate room system. All new members establish a contract with their master, and will stay in the same room as the master. But this means there are people in the other room too. He opened the door slightly to look. Suddenly a voice rang out, who is it? Chung Myong was startled and immediately turned around to see who it was. Behind him was a boy about the same age as him, but his demeanor was fierce and questioning, in broad daylight, peeking into other people's rooms. Are you a thief? The other disciples heard the noise and also left the room to wonder, what's wrong, what's so noisy, what's going on, ghoul? The boy named Q immediately denounced, big brother, this brat was caught by me peeking into other people's rooms. Chung Myong sighed in his heart, why does God like to bring disaster on me like this? At this time, a man came and shouted, orderly, why are you making so much noise like the market? In the middle of practice, you dare to gather in the break room and cause trouble. The others were scared and quickly bowed their heads to apologize. We honestly did not dare to do that. The man walked up to Chung Myong and asked, who are you? He replied, the disciple's name is Chung Myong. New member joining the sect, right? It's already late, go rest, but starting tomorrow I will practice martial arts with my brothers. As for the rest, gather in the yard immediately and obey my orders. The disciples quickly ran away. But before Joe Ghoul left, he coldly looked back at him and warned him, that guy. I'll deal with you later, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The space quickly became quiet again. Now he was alone standing there frozen. Okay, that's what you want. Oh lovely descendants of the Hoa Sun sect, you will be honored by my special attention. However, my very specialness is a little different from everyone else's specialness. Thinking about it, he smiled full of meaning and danger. At night, the full moon rises high. In the room, Joe Ghoul took off his clothes as a warning to his room. Chung Myong twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, what do you mean by taking it off? What the hell is taking it off? He said he already knew, but he pretended to ask and took off his clothes. This is how people here get to know new people, you know, strip off all your clothes and dance for a bit, then get a good massage from the guys. You have to do that to make a good impression on the guys, understand? It seemed like he understood and quickly took off his clothes. Chung Myong's face darkened. He suddenly said, I have a question. Oh man, wrong, where is the dorm warden, senior brother Gum? Joe Ghoul replied with his hands on his hips, the warden was absent in the afternoon. Why are you so talkative? I'll change my mind, let's start with massage and impregnation as quickly as possible. You suddenly called out, senior brother, what? Tense the muscles around your neck. While Joe Ghoul still didn't understand what was going on, his hand moved forward and punched him in the left cheek. A facial distortion. Strong enough to send him flying into the ceiling, causing it to break in a large chunk. When the other monks saw him, their eyes widened and their mouths opened in horror. The beaten Joe Ghoul is still attached to the roof, only the wooden ceiling has fallen. Chung Myong smiled and said, kumquat massage is exactly what you want. You bastards too, when they saw you looking at them, they were so scared that they started crying. The screams made the flock of birds flying by become confused. After a while, he was able to sit leisurely. The servant massaged his shoulders, but it seemed that it was not very appropriate to remind him, senior brother Yun Jong. Can you give me a more thoughtful massage, because you are the oldest here, that's why I was given the massage. He quickly replied, yes sir, I will give you a better massage. Everyone else, now kneeling in front of him, not daring to look up. Suddenly he called, and you, Joe Ghoul. He was startled and trembled. Chung Myong immediately said, come closer, you don't eat meat so you have to be afraid. Because I'm new, I still don't understand the situation in the sect. I hope my dear brother will answer a few of my questions. Joe Ghoul listened and replied, yes sir, whatever you ask, I will answer, word. Hearing that, Chung Myong began to ask, where did the Golden Palace go, and why did our tombs become such a mess? His face was puffy but he still answered, yes, because. Big brother knows about the Peach Blossom Holy Sword, he knows, it's your brother, right? According to the story, the Holy Sword made a great contribution in destroying the evil demon. But after that battle, the remaining factions of the demon worship sect were angry and flocked to attack. They even went to the Flower Mountain and set the whole mountain on fire. That fire caused extremely serious damage, and until now we have not been able to recover all the losses. After hearing that, he was speechless. I see, now I understand. Is it my fault that the Hoa Sun sect is as exhausted as it is now? Oh my life, what an irony, he suddenly laughed loudly, as if mocking himself. Going back to the past, at that time Hoa Sun was still prosperous. In the sect master's room, Chung Myong suggested while eating, the illusory magic sword of the god of wealth sword lacked the dignity of an elder, and was not very powerful. I don't see any problem if we remove it from our Hoa Sun sect's moves, what do you think? Obviously it's not very useful, we should get rid of it, the fourth brother's sect leader just sighed and said, however, doing so is disrespectful to our ancestors. He explained, I'm not saying to completely abandon it, it's just that the children aren't interested in it, it's okay to delete the documents about it in the library. He looked thoughtfully at his junior brother, and finally had to compromise, good idea, we will do it your way. But, Chung Myong, I didn't call you here to discuss that issue. I want you to think about a more important matter. What do you think about accepting your own disciples? As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the piece of cake in his hand. He hesitantly asked, what makes you so nervous? Chung Myong dropped the crumbs and smiled and replied, first I will smash them to pieces, the moment they are about to die is when they will create a miracle. Hearing this answer, the fourth brother of the sect did not say anything more. From then on, senior brother never mentioned the matter of me accepting disciples again. While reminiscing about the past, Joe Ghoul suddenly called out, big brother. He reminded me, don't speak in such a crooked voice, I'm your brother, yes, I listen big brother, Warden Gum is calling you to the field to practice martial arts, it's urgent, he said he would train with his brothers today. At this time, down in the training ground, the monk brothers were practicing basic swordsmanship. The brothers stood on a high platform, modeling and shouting loudly, taking the position. Everyone immediately raised their swords high. Prepare, / Look at the group of kids holding wooden swords and screaming with heroic spirit. Chung Myong couldn't help but be speechless. Gum turned to look at him. He hummed and asked, that guy, what is he doing? He explained, well, what Big Brother was teaching them was the technique of maintaining balance when using the sword. An elementary technique of the Hoa Sun sect for beginners. Seeing his skills, Chung Myong twitched the corner of his mouth and thought, what is the elementary technique of the sect? This is more like them dancing with swords and doing comedy. If you practice like this, the children will not be able to improve, this is like forcing a newborn to read the alphabet. Learning to skip ahead can help you learn a little faster, but only a little. Superb techniques without a solid foundation are nothing. Teaching this way is better than not teaching at all. At this moment, Chung Myong raised his eyes to look at the vast sky. He exclaimed in surprise, wow, the sky today is so beautiful, it's clear blue without a single cloud, just like the Hoa Sun sect, there is no future. Where should I start? After thinking about it, he turned around and called out twice, his senior brother, the person next to him, looked startled. He asked, besides this trick, what else did you get? That senior brother replied, after practicing this move, we will learn the 7 heroic sword techniques, then graduate from elementary school and continue learning more advanced techniques. After learning all of them, we will be able to learn unique moves, sex rights. Hearing something like this, Chung Myong let out a sigh. He continued, after finishing studying, he would be able to learn the sex exclusive moves. It's an illusory sword of fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong stood still and exclaimed, what? Remember what Chung Myong's senior brother said in his previous life, the sword of the god of wealth is illusory, lacking the element of Taoism and its power is not strong. He then said while eating that a move like that cannot be used, we should get rid of it. Returning to the present, he was excited and silently screamed, you shouted loudly, is that a move? We have already decided to get rid of it, but the god of wealth, the illusory sword, the 24 ultimate peach blossom sword moves are hard to learn, you retards, Hearing the loud noise, the seniors immediately warned, whoever is talking during practice, come up here immediately. That night, at Bokmi Kwan dormitory, Chung Myong called out in a low voice, senior brother. Brother Joe Ghoul, hearing the call, was startled and turned around to look. Seeing him appear, he stood up straight and replied, yes, boss. Chung Myong waved his hand, oh yeah, don't call me that again, yes boss. Can I ask you a favor? Yes, but what is it? Tell everyone to gather in front of the dormitory at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. And prepare the following for you. Prepare 5 of these for each person. After listening, Joe Ghoul confusedly raised his hand and scratched his head and asked, "Do you really want me to prepare those things?" Chung Myong smiled and asked, "What do you mean it can't be done?" Joe Ghoul sweated and explained, "No, I didn't say that. As expected, I like your enthusiasm, I'm satisfied." After the reminder, Chung Myong immediately waved for Joe Ghoul to leave. In his mind, he was thinking, currently, the Hoa Sun sect is lacking in terms of economy, skills, and talent. It wouldn't be surprising if such a sect collapsed overnight. Of these 3 things, the only one within my control is talent. Currently the disciples at the sect doesn't seem very talented, but, they say, to travel 1,000 miles, you have to travel 1 step at a time. Then, he slowly walked forward step by step. Tell yourself, helping you improve is my first task. It was dusk and morning, the sun had not even risen yet. Outside the dormitory, everyone had gathered. One of them, with a frown on his face, asked, "What kind of idiot would force his brothers to wake up this early?" "Isn't that right, guys?" Joe Ghoul pretended to ignore it. That guy probably wasn't present in the incident the other day. Suddenly, Chung Myong walked over and calmly replied, "It seemed like you had something to say to me." He suddenly appeared to everyone's surprise. The guy with the loud voice initially glared at him. Then he shouted fiercely at me, "You, forcing your senior brothers to gather at 5 o'clock in the morning, don't you know how to respect the old man?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After that, he smiled and appeared cute and flattering. "Oh dear brothers. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it at all and made you angry. To make up for this mistake, I invite you to come inside and confide in me privately. Come on, let's go in." Chung Myong grabbed the brothers and brought them inside the room. Then shut the door. The rest of the people stood there, bewildered, looking at him. Looking at Chung Myong's actions in a confusing way. Strange sounds came from inside. Joe Ghoul looked up and said nervously, "The dormitory is on, it's on. Shake." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples in the house rushed out. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, followed by Chung Myong, who calmly walked out. When everything was settled, he nodded and said, Good, it's orderly, or else the big brother warden wakes up and it's all over. Listen clearly. From now on, every morning at this time we will practice, brothers." At this time, the sun had risen high, radiating warm sunlight. Every ray of sunlight penetrated through every door in the room of Warden Gum. He opened his eyes and sat up. Sitting on the bed, he couldn't help but absent-mindedly think, "It's strange, no one came to greet me, which means they're all still sleeping, which is not good." After that, Gum quickly got up from the bed and put on her clothes. In my mind, I thought that perhaps it was related to the new disciple joining the sect. They were probably still tired after their ridiculous welcome ceremony. Just like that, Gum opened the door. Walking alone on the road, he muttered, "This time he must be very strict with them, but I keep thinking that if Joe Ghoul got a little too carried away, Yoon Jong would have stopped it." Suddenly something surprised him. In front of us were the junior brothers lying in tatters on the ground, whispering, "Help me, mother, senior brother." Seeing that, he was bewildered and wondered what had happened to them. Warden Gum then shouted loudly, "What's going on here? I'm asking you guys." Everyone now regained their composure and looked at each other. He was surprised, they did not dare to say. "For the reason that even you don't dare tell me the truth." When I looked at Joe Ghoul, I saw that he was more tattered than the others. And behind Joe Ghoul is Chung Myong. He was carrying 2 large rocks on his shoulders, making him gasp. He was carrying 2 large rocks, constantly sitting down and standing up. Chung Myong steadily inhaled and exhaled. Keep going up and down. I don't know how many times he did that, until he counted the number himself, the number that made everyone admire, 10,084. On the other side, late that night, suddenly a group of angry people kicked in the door and shouted loudly, "Get out here, old man. Go inside and find that old guy." "Get out of my way," Gum quickly advised, "Please don't cause trouble, you just touched me." On a nearby tree, Chung Myong silently observed the situation. He thought to himself, "They dare to break the gate and rushing into this Hoa Sun sect, what is the meaning of this?" The group of people aggressively questioned us, forcing us to wait for a long time. "We are no longer patient. Whether you pay the debt or not is up to you." Hearing these words, Chung Myong gasped, "Paying his debt? Don't tell me, you guys, are in debt. Standing in front of the door of the sect master's office, that group of people continuously called loudly, "Old man, don't you know your shame? Get out of here immediately, stop hiding and pay our debt." Sect master, as soon as he finished speaking, there was immediately movement inside. The Hoa Sun sect master calmly walked out. Chung Myung was curious and came closer to observe the situation. Yun Jong asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you guys coming so late?" Seeing his demeanor, he couldn't help but admire. He was so calm, he looked like a sect leader. His gestures and words radiated the spirit of a wise man. "It's like you're pretending. Everyone is making noise right now, he owes money and he can still act so calm." Among them, a fat man raised his hand and coughed. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you feeling well these days?" The sect master replied, "I didn't expect that the master would personally come here to see me." The master replied, "Actually, I didn't feel comfortable having to come for this matter. I never want to have to climb the mountain of flowers at all, I'm sorry, but people have asked me so much about the old teacher lately, so what should I do? I hope you understand. Besides, teacher, you must understand, the debt repayment deadline has passed a long time ago. We also ignored it many times because we knew the Hoa Sun faction's difficult situation. According to the terms of the contract, you should have paid a fine for violating the debt repayment obligation, but I am indebted to the Hoa Sun sect many times. Therefore, we do not want to make things difficult for you. If we cannot repay your debt in 1 week, in the next week, we will be forced to confiscate your temple." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myung, who was next to him, burst out laughing, causing everyone to turn their eyes towards him. The old man expressed that it seemed like he accidentally let the children see something they shouldn't see. Returning to the dormitory, Chung Myung told the story he saw to his brother in the same room that night. "So, they were the merchants in Hoam district, huh?" "That's right." Confirming the answer, Chung Myung fell into deep thought again. He raised his hand to cover his nose, closed his eyes and concentrated. The two senior brothers on the side looked at his appearance and had to silently exclaim that he looked so dangerous, it was best to stay away to save his life. Suddenly, Jo Gul asked, "By the way, isn't Hoam the name of the village at the foot of the Hoa mountain?" "That's right, brother, my father told me these things when I was young. I don't know if the Hoa Sun faction borrowed money from those merchants. Ask about the rich man and you'll know. He is a very rich man, the biggest businessman in the whole district. It seems he is involved in many big business deals." Suddenly, Chung Myung stood up and reacted, "T Hoa Theater, he is the owner of T Hoa Theater, right?" Hearing his sudden question, both of them were startled in fear. Seeing her twisting her wrists and neck, they screamed in fear, "Oh my God, what's wrong with him? Calm down, is he possessed?" Chung Myung smiled like he wasn't smiling, wringing his hands fiercely and replied, "Calm down, I'm very calm. T Hoa Theater used to be the property of the Hoa Sun sect." He suddenly grabbed the collar of the person next to him. Then he continued pouring out, "Are you lying? Is that fat guy for real? He lent me a few small coins and acted like a big brother demanding debt from our temple." That kid was scared, quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" Chung Myung suddenly let go of his shirt, seeming to realize something was missing here. It's strange that the T Hoa Theater, an asset owned by the Huashan sect, lends money to the Huashan sect itself, which is ridiculous. All these silly things happening show that things are starting to go wrong. Chung Myung turned to call senior brother Jo Gul. He was startled and replied, "Yes sir." Wrong, what's wrong?" "I asked you to prepare it, have you got it yet? What is it?" "That thing." That's right, that thing. I'll bring it right here." Then he quickly ran away. He brought the black clothes and asked curiously, "But what are you planning to do?" He took the clothes and changed his clothes. Do as you say, there is a saying in Buddhism. Find Buddha, practice Buddha, meet Buddha, kill Buddha. Become a Buddha. This means that if you want to practice enlightenment, you must violate the religion. And I will act on my behalf. Seeing your appearance like a ninja, the other two gasped and asked loudly, "Where are you going, dressed like a robber? You're planning on wearing black to escape the sect without anyone noticing, right? Chung Myung, come back here, you idiot." Without saying much to them, Chung Myung hid into the dark night and came before Hoa Am. Inside the high-rise tower, loud laughter was continuously emitted. Inside, the large banquet tables were surrounded by a group of people. They were talking happily. That old man seemed scared. Seeing the look on his face, it wasn't surprising. We basically gave them their last chance. He probably thought he owed very little, more than 10,000 dong, not much. Having Mr. Kong with him, he has to respect that, right, Mr. Kong? The old man smiled complacently and replied, although the issue of money is very important to me, I still feel guilty for having to force them to such a dead end. After all, for many generations, the Hoa Sun sect and us have also maintained a good relationship. Come on, there's nothing else you can do, you've already paid off your debt countless times and nothing more. Everyone is exhausted because of your generosity, I hope so. The old man raised his cup to drink, thinking to himself, what a bunch of idiots, it's unbelievable that these simple-minded people can live until now. Don't underestimate the power of the Huashan sect. Their greatest strength is not their fighting ability, what needs attention is their history. Not to mention the whole country, just in Saangsi province it is difficult to find anyone who has no connection to the Huashan sect, however. Recently they have become seriously weak. Comparable to the softness of this duck, which can be easily torn apart with just a pair of chopsticks, he seems to be implying that the Flower Mountain sect will become his food. Suddenly, the shop owner sat next to him and wondered, Sir, what are you planning to do after taking possession of their temple? If you sell it, it's unlikely that anyone will want to buy it. Why don't you get something else that's more valuable? The old man calmly replied that the value of that temple was beyond his imagination. Just from the outside, it looks like an old, dilapidated temple, but I guarantee its value is great. We don't understand what you mean, mister. As he ate, he muttered to himself, you idiots. Even so, on the surface, he still replied, I don't know how to say it bluntly. But we can take advantage of the Hoa Sun sect's enemies to take advantage. How many sects do you think are out there waiting for this opportunity, even willing to spend a huge amount of money to buy the temple, that's just to conveniently erase the existence of the Hoa Sun sect? You don't have to worry, I guarantee everyone's money will be well spent. As soon as he finished speaking, the merchant immediately stood up and praised him, he is truly a talented person. Come, let's toast for our meritorious lord. Drinking, the group of people were happily drunk with a glass of fragrant wine. After the party ended, one of them staggered back into the night, so wonderful. As long as we wait for Hoa Sun's debt consolidation to be successful, we will have enough money to enjoy ourselves for the rest of our lives. The Duke is very clear about money matters. The moon is so bright today, a good omen. Wait, where is the moon? I'm too drunk. Walking home in the middle of the night is so tiring. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the presence of the shadowy person watching on the roof. Suddenly, the man in black appeared in front of him, blurry and blurry. The shop owner tried to open his eyes wider so he could see more clearly. The image of Chung Myung appeared standing tall in front of him. You spoke up, that guy, stand still. Seeing that, he bewilderedly raised his hand and scratched his face, thinking, this guy, robber, why does he look so funny? He looks like a child in disguise. But why would a robber dress like a woman driving a bike? If she looks like that, she'll be able to rob anyone, and she'll probably even get beaten. Thinking about it, the shop owner crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, do you want money or something? Chung Myung replied, I am not interested in your money, answer my questions and you will not be hurt. Why? He raised his voice, it's not that I don't want to answer you, but threatening him was a mistake, son. Wherever he flew, he immediately called for help. Soon, a group of fierce people appeared, he ordered us to deal with it. Chung Myung saw the situation, he thought to himself, it seems like a high-ranking bodyguard. The close subordinate asked if we needed to kill him. The shop owner said, I want to hear him talk, capture him alive and make sure he can still speak. I don't like violent scenes so. It seemed okay, he proudly closed his eyes and waited. Hearing the sounds of fighting, he silently exclaimed, oh my, it hurts to hear it. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling the shop owner. He turned his head and shouted, I said capture alive, not beat him to death. Chung Myung proudly said, is that so? His high-ranking subordinates were brutally executed by Chung Myung and were lying on the ground, he could not help but be confused. He threw his subordinate to the ground and reminded him that everyone should learn to listen, but no one knows how to listen and understand. Ki come here, Chung Myung waved his hand, the shop owner stiffly approached. When you get close, you warn me, I repeat, answer all my questions and you won't get hurt, okay, do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately nodded, yes I understand. Chung Myung grabbed his collar and said, it's good to understand. Just now, if you had obediently answered me, nothing would have happened to you, but if you still tried to beat me and arrest me, now I will retaliate. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll still be able to speak. Soon, Chung Myong taught him a valuable lesson. The shop owner, whose face had been beaten until it was swollen, quickly begged to stop and stop beating him. His voice was somewhat difficult when speaking. He angrily tapped on his head to remind him, "Speak clearly or you will never be able to pronounce again. Stop that farce." Yes, I'm sorry, I'll make it clear." Chung Myong then asked loudly, "You said that the Hoa Sun sect is in debt of more than 100,000 Niang. Yes, that's right." Hearing that, Chung Myong couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Then, you ordered, "Listen, yes. Even if I sold everything you have, including your underwear, it wouldn't be worth 10,000 Niang, let alone 100,000. Yet you dare to say that you lent 100,000 Niang to the Hoa Sun sect. Do I look like some idiot? Wait, let me explain. That includes interest rates, because the Hoa Sun faction borrowed money at too high an interest rate to repay the debt, so the interest just kept piling up higher and higher. Even now the interest is higher than the principal debt." Hearing this, Chung Myong immediately trembled with anger. The shop owner continued to passionately say, "We will become rich." Before he could finish his sentence, he got angry and repeatedly knocked on his head and scolded him. "Is that something to be proud of, this bastard? You are the owner of Hoa M Fabric Shop, right?" "Yes." "When did you buy the Hoa M Fabric store?" He replied, "Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. My family has owned that fabric store for many generations." Han Min was surprised and silently exclaimed, "This can't be possible." That place was also one of the businesses owned by the Hoa Sun sect. In fact, Hoa Sun must have owned all of the largest businesses in Hoa M district. Thanks to the Hoa Sun sect, Hoa M district from a small village that has just developed into a wealthy district. Our sect let outside representatives take over the management. Surely those bastards took the opportunity of the Huashan sect's weakening to take over the business. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became and continued to attack, causing him to scream in fear, "Wait, why are you hitting me? That bastard!" Suddenly someone appeared to stop Chung Myong's actions. He shouted loudly, "Stop your despicable behavior immediately. Based on your skills, I'm sure you're not just an ordinary thug. Quickly say your name." "I am a warrior escorting Dung Bin, you must have heard of me." Chung Myong calmly replied, "Sorry, I don't know anything about your field, so why do you want to know my name?" He replied, "I always remember the names of those who die under the mirror's blade. You are no exception." You sarcastically said, "You just had your ass kicked by me and you're so loud." Dung Bin angrily cursed, "Arrogant bastard." Then, he immediately pulled out the sword. Then rushed forward threateningly, preparing to go to heaven. Chung Myong thought to himself, "Peaceful warrior. In terms of physical health, he is stronger than me, whether it's health or speed, I can't match this guy. But that doesn't mean I'm weaker than him. In a battle, strength and speed alone cannot say anything." Then, he eloquently pulled out the sword, blocking his incoming sword. That alone made Dung Bin amazed at his ability. He thought proudly, experience is also very important, and this peachy sword saint has plenty of experience. If you lack strength, borrow the enemy's strength. Soon, Chung Myong overwhelmed tolerance. He held the sword tightly in his hand. Rotate around. Then forcefully slash at the opponent's body. Bright red drops of blood kept splashing around. Dung Bin screamed in pain and collapsed on the ground. Chung Myong scornfully warned, "Practice for another 10 years and then come back." With his final move, he made Dung Bin's sword fall to the ground. He was lying unconscious. He calmly advised him to take care of himself. Suddenly Chung Myong remembered something. He turned back to look at the owner's shop. "Ah, right. I forgot about that boar's name, otherwise I would have exposed the sect's swordsmanship. Did he discover me? I'm dead. If he realizes that move just now, he'll be in danger." At this time, the shop owner exclaimed in bewilderment, the swordsmanship was perfect, the martial arts were superior, and especially that powerful aura of energy. Hearing these words, Chung Myong was startled and exclaimed, "What, people like him can also sense gas, this is bad." "Impossible." He stared at him with wide eyes as if he couldn't believe it. The shop owner suddenly asked, "Are you from the Northern Sword faction?" Faced with this question, Chung Myong was confused and did not respond. Realizing there was an opportunity, he immediately realized, "That's right," he shouted, "I knew it right away. You can ask me anything, I will answer everything I know." "Okay, thank you, sure." On the other side, at Hoa Sun sect, Joe Ghoul's people are constantly worried. He kept biting his nails and mumbling, "Why hasn't he come back yet?" Yoon Jong calmed him down. "But brother, you also know he's not an idiot. Sooner or later, he will return. As long as nothing unexpected happens." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps coming closer and closer outside. Then, the door slowly opened. Chung Myung is back. Did anything happen while I was away, brothers? Jo Gul saw you and happily called out, junior brother. Without saying much, Jo Gul quickly closed the door. Chung Myung immediately changed his clothes. Yoon Jong wondered, we had to ask that question, is there anything happening outside? He replied, nothing much. I was treated very warmly and received additional promotions. Speaking of this, Chung Myung remembered a few minutes ago. The shop owner identified him as a member of the Northern Sword Sect. He thought to himself, maybe this is better than revealing his true identity, but that made him feel so guilty. The peach blossom is gone, it is no longer the symbol of our sect, anymore. Even so, that fat guy, having lived all his life in this district, should know what peach blossom swordsmanship looks like, but he don't know. Jo Gul curiously approached and asked, junior brother, what were you doing out there? Children like you won't understand. He was shaking with anger, but you are also a child, Chung Myung confidently replied, whatever, go call everyone, let's prepare for practice. Jo Gul asked in bewilderment, just practicing, I just got back. He coldly advised, brother, listen clearly. Whether there is rain, snow or storms, we are not allowed to stop practicing, and even if this sect collapses, we will not take a day off. It's so powerful, okay, I'll go call everyone, I'll prepare to go. Chung Myung added, making him fall back, well, I won't participate today, I have other things to do. Yoon Jong expressed, brother, without you I wouldn't be able to practice. We can try our best, but everyone won't take it seriously if you're not there to discipline us. When he put his hand on Jo Gul's shoulder and saw that he was motionless, he immediately asked, what's wrong with Jo Gul? However, after that, he still pulled his stunned junior brother away. Let's go. Chung Myung behind him raised his hand and waved, yes, see you later. After everyone had left, he lay down on the bed and sighed. In my heart I silently wondered, what should I do now? The current situation is like this. The flood of representative managers has now taken over the businesses. The books proving the Hoa Sun Sect's ownership of those facilities were probably also burned down by the demon worshippers. If the books were still there, none of this would have happened. Should I assassinate all the merchants? Of course not, doing so would risk giving the Hoa Sun Sect a bad reputation. I need an excuse. An excuse for the Hoa Sun faction not to have to repay their debts, and evidence proving the Hoa Sun faction's ownership of the businesses. The problem is, where can I find evidence and reasons? Chung Myung lay back and forth on the bed. In the accounting books, I have seen brother Chung Moon write the books a few times. But every time I appear, he hides a few books. Wait, are there only a few books? It seemed he had thought of something. Chung Myung sat up, he must have hidden the rest somewhere. The Hoa Sun faction, which holds so many businesses, certainly cannot only have a few accounting books. The secret tunnel is only allowed to enter by the leader, they are definitely kept there. Smart brother, he must have thought about hiding the books there. We have heard a few rumors about that tunnel but have not actually seen it with our own eyes. It is possible that the entrance to the tunnel is located in the priest's residence. Think about it, only the leader's house has not changed at all. Somewhere on the Flower Mountain, near the sect master's house, the hill behind that house. There might be an underground cellar. If they built it under that hill, then no one would know the cellar's true location. It seems, I will begin an unprecedented treasure hunt. After thinking about it, Chung Myung quickly changed his clothes and opened the window to leave the room. He silently expressed, please forgive me, senior brother, I am only for the benefit of our sect. If possible, I will hand them over to the leader. Chung Myung carried an axe in his hand, passing through tall houses. He rushed forward full of excitement, if that was possible. In the dark night, Chung Myung dug diligently for a long time. After a few hours still seeing nothing, he sat down tiredly, breathing and complaining, oh God, so tired. It's called a hill, but it's as big as a mountain, but finding treasure on an entire mountain is not easy at all. We must use this method. Thinking about it, he sat up and crossed his legs. Then focus on gathering energy from the dandine to the hand. The space between the two hands gradually appeared a sphere of air, he hit it hard on the ground. This shock wave, if it encounters a large gap, means that is the basement we are looking for. At least I thought so, but after a while there was still no discovery. Chung Myung couldn't help but doubt life, we couldn't find it anywhere, and it didn't make sense at all for that big gap to be over there. There was no result, he lay down on the ground, dead, and after 3 lifetimes of searching, he couldn't find it. But looking up at the sky once, Chung Myung stopped complaining. He stood up again, tried his best, let's try again. Just like that, over and over again, the shockwave finally reached an unusual void. He paused in surprise, then tried again to be sure. Finally, once determined, Chung Myung happily picked up the hoe. Here it is, let's dig. Mysterious tunnel, here I come. He dug hard all night, it took him several meters to reach a layer of hard rock. Chung Myung used his hands to brush off the layer of soil still clinging to the surface. Star bricks, the secret vault of the Hoa Sun sect, there is no way it can be built with only bricks, after all, important records and treasures must be preserved. He suddenly lifted a brick. Through the hole, look inside. Below is a long hallway, this hallway definitely leads to the cellar. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the basement. Chung Myung was immediately alert, below. The person who came was the sect master of Hoa Sun. He was surprised, the sect master, did he know about this place? At the end of the road, he stopped, in front is a large stone door. Looking through the hole, he was extremely curious. What is he planning to do? Are your hands shaking? The patriarch stood in front of the door, but it seemed like he couldn't open it, so he bowed his head. Chung Myung thought inexplicably, why don't you do anything? Here is the standing pose of a helpless man. The Hoa Sun sect is also on the brink of collapse. Where is the abundance of martial arts knowledge and wealth at that time? Being the head of such a sect, he must have had great inner torment. The feeling of having to watch the sect that you spent your life protecting, collapse right before your eyes, and yet you can't do anything about it. It was a bad feeling, which he couldn't confide in anyone. Because everyone depends on the sect leader, that's why, he could only come here, to suppress his grief. At this time, dawn had also come, the sun slowly rose above the mountain top. The light through the gap shines down the hallway. The sect leader had also left for a while before Chung Myung jumped down. He thought to himself, doing this is wrong. But we have no other choice. Let's blow this door open. He walked over, his hand touched the door. Transmit some internal force from the dantian to the hand. But when we got to the door, the flow of internal force was blocked again and disappeared. Chung Myung looked up in surprise, it bounced back, could it be? Vajra is eternal, at least 1 gang thick, this damn door is made from the most durable alloy in the world, its value is more expensive than gold. The strongest experts in the world can only scratch this thing, no wonder the old sect leader is helpless. The problem is, I can't open it either. Big brother Chung Moon certainly hasn't reached the level where he can break this door, but he has to go through to put away the books, so there must be a way to open it without breaking it. What's important is how to do it. Suddenly, Chung Myung suddenly noticed something. Oh, this is it. Pattern on this door. Is it a slash wound? 24 moves of the Hoa Sun sect swordsmanship. No, those 24 moves only account for a portion. He began to look more closely at the pattern on the door. The more he looked, the more he discovered. This was a rapier, and here was sword digging, and here was a sword skill, all of this, clearly in the picture. My mind feels like it was just yesterday. This is definitely a clue to open the door, it's really difficult for each other, he sighed. First do the balancing sword followed by the rapier, then immediately move on to the 20 sword flower mountain stances, and finish with the peach blossom sword dance. Maybe that's how to open the damn door. Hey, what kind of monster created it? Well, at least I found a way, there's only one serious problem left. What's the point of using all those skills? If it were me in my previous life, it would have been the same, but with the body of a kid like this, it's different. How to do it, I remember everything in my head, but using the sword, and having to perform all those skills at the same time, is crazy for a kid like this. Well, it's not that it can't be done, I really don't like that method at all. Thinking about it, he immediately touched his stomach, where his dantian glowed. Bedridden for only a few months. Just use a little is enough. From there, Chung Myung pulled out his inner treasure. It is the source of energy that preserves human life from birth, in other words, life force. Using life force will lead to unpredictable consequences. But we have no other choice. He transferred his own life force into the sword. It seems it also resulted in internal injuries that caused you to spit out a mouthful of blood. There's only one try, my only one. Is it possible? No, it has to be possible. My body is starting to feel bad, I have to do it now. Failure is not allowed. Chung Myung started moving, he started dancing with the sword in his hand. Suddenly, he vomited blood again. It was too heavy, his internal punch limit and health were not enough. Impossible. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, legs try to maintain the position, not allowed to give up. Based on the sword and then the rapier. From rapier sword to 24 sword positions on Hoa Sun Mountain, don't make any mistakes. Chung Myung continuously swung his sword, his figure seemed to disappear, his flexible and graceful slashes emitted beams of light in space, deeply engraved on the door. Finally, he completed all the moves. His body was severely weakened, constantly vomiting fresh blood. However, all efforts paid off, the pattern on the door glowed. Chung Myung tried to raise his head. Please, stop teasing me, life. The center of the flower carved on the door seems to rotate. A strong stream of air blew out. He looked back curiously when a loud noise rang out. The door in front of me gradually opened with a ray of light, it really opened up. He was immediately happy and opened it. But this excitement caused internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood. Chung Myung breathed heavily, he tried to stand up, wiped the sweat and blood from his mouth and thought. Looks like I'll be bedridden for the next 2 months, the master who founded this sect has always made me bedridden. He stood up straight. The light from inside became brighter and brighter. Chung Myung grinned smugly. Now let's see, big brother, what are you hiding in this cellar? Having said that, he raised his hand and pushed the door open. As soon as you enter, in front of Chung Myung are 3 large bookshelves. Try looking around to see if there's anything else. I didn't find anything else. Oh, there are only 3 bookshelves, what a tiny room. It's easy to understand, if you build a big tunnel with that eternal metal, you don't know how much money you'll have to spend. He was curious, pulled out a book from a shelf and mumbled, Big brother always complained about running out of money, no matter how much money he had, he used it to build this basement, right? Flip open the book title. Chung Myung immediately rolled his eyes. He happily opened each page and shouted, here it is, the Sect's Asset Inventory book. To make sure, he must have made many copies from the books of the Economic and Financial Management Board. You are very good, we are saved. A few businessmen, your number has come. As he spoke, he pulled out the books and stuffed them in his chest, but suddenly, he discovered something strange. The vault is like this, but there are only documents. He should have hidden a lot of gold, silver and jewels, he should have taken care of big things like preserving the prosperity of the sect, and preserving my eating meat and wine, for example, stewing, what a boring treasure. Well, at least this book is very valuable, let's see what's written here, maybe it's the treasure of Big Brother's 18+ stories. Curious, Chung Myung immediately pulled out a book from another shelf to read, but when he read the content, he was a bit surprised. This book recorded the esoteric techniques of the sect. But it looks like it has never been used. I see, these are martial arts books that the sect has removed from the program. Senior brother Chung Moon, he is truly the type of person who cannot bear to throw away everything associated with the sect. Perhaps he thought that preserving them here would help future generations remember their origins. A person cannot forget the past. If the first shelf holds books related to sect management, the second shelf symbolizes the personal attachment of the leader to his sect. At this moment, Chung Myung couldn't help but tighten his grip on the book with determination. Please rest assured, I swear to revive our sect. Even more, we will be many times stronger than before. Then he suddenly turned to the remaining bookshelf. The strange thing is that it only has one scroll. Chung Myung picked it up and opened it to read. It seemed to be a letter. It is written on it, from the sect master to you. Dear person reading this letter, perhaps the sect leader of the future generation. There are a few words I would like to say to you. The role of a sect leader is not simply that of a sect leader. If the person reading these words was indeed the sect master, then perhaps he would have understood that already. The people who truly laid the foundation for the development of the sect were the disciples and the young generation. The sect master's job is to protect and encourage them every day, so that they always strive to achieve their dreams. So please have patience and stay calm when holding the responsibility of being a leader. The Hoa Fear sect is just the Hoa Sun sect, a sect filled with enthusiasm and indomitable will that no one can shake. No matter whether the power of this sect goes up or down, it will always be itself. To ensure that the spirit of our sect is kept intact for generations to come. Please always encourage and motivate the younger generation to preserve the traditions and heritage we leave behind. As your predecessor, I leave you with a great responsibility. The 21st generation Grand Master of the Hoa Sun sect, Chung Moon. After reading the letter, Chung Myung suddenly fell silent for a while. Only later did he put the entire roll of paper in his shirt and pretend to blame him. Honestly, you always show up to teach others how to live. Okay, this is enough. The most important thing is still the inventory book. With it, I will reclaim our business. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Oh wait. He turned around and discovered something unusual. Looking closely, this basement seems strange. Why is that? The senior brother Chung Moon that I know is extremely ill. For him, everything must be neatly arranged and balanced. He even has 2 lamps in his room to match. Such a person, leaving this bookshelf empty. Could it be? Thinking of something, Chung Myung immediately gathered his strength and lifted the bookshelf up. Surely this thing is hiding something. After setting it aside, below the shelf appears a smaller cellar. That place emitted sparkling golden light. His expression became magical. I knew it right away. What is so bright? Let's see. Chung Myung jumped into the basement to take a look. The closer he got, the more clearly the light reflected, and he immediately gasped in exclamation, "Oh oh oh." A huge pile of gold. Precious swords and weapons are arranged neatly. Gold, silver, jewels, esoteric martial arts books, jade cat eyes. Holding a pile of gold and silver in his hand, Chung Myung couldn't help but laugh out loud and shout. We are rich now. The soul of Chung Moon, head of the sect, was high in the sky. When he saw his secret being discovered, he was sad and heartbroken. The sky was already bright. In the sect master's room of Hoa Sun, he looked at the scenery outside, but couldn't help but sigh. Another day had come. For many people, the beginning of the day is a very good thing, but we just hate it so much. The debt repayment deadline is only 5 days away. 5 days. Being sad. Suddenly, a panicked sound rang out. The sect leader. He was startled and went to open the door and asked, "What's so loud about it, Gum?" Teacher Gum looked as if he had not recovered from shock and stammered in response, "Yes, yes. The master must follow the disciple to know. The master must definitely see with his own eyes to believe." The sect leader heard that and wondered where to go. "Okay, there must be something very urgent to make you so frantic. Please show me the way there." Obey the orders of the master. The 2 of them used light air to leave. The destination is the same mountain where Chung Myung came to find the cellar yesterday. After a while, the sect leader suddenly saw something. It turned out to be a group of 3rd-generation disciples lying on the ground. He couldn't help but be curious. Gum, what's wrong with the children?" He replied, "They just exercise in the morning." "Ah, nothing. We're almost there." At this moment, the 2 people's walking speed stopped. And under that tree, Chung Myung was busy writing something. The call rang out, "Chung Myung." Gum called out, "Where are you, Chung Myung?" He immediately appeared and replied, "I'm here." When the sect master saw him, he was startled and shocked. I'm sick. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? I look like a zombie." Indeed, Chung Myung was now so thin that both cheeks were sunken. His face was pale and lifeless, but he still pointed down to the tree and told him, "Don't worry about that, the master should take care of this matter." The sect master bowed his head, look and ask, "What's more important than my disciples' health?" "Wow. What's so important?" A stream of golden light glowed brightly. He widened his eyes in horror. Under the tree is a huge bag of gold bars, along with a wooden box filled with books. Chung Myung smiled and said, "The disciple accidentally dug it up." The sect master turned back suspiciously and asked again, "Was it true that I dug it by accident?" He then pretended to weakly express, "I was so tired, I must have practiced too hard." Hearing that, he quickly advised you to go back and rest. "I won't question you anymore." Waiting for him to leave, he gently swallowed his saliva. "Then I turned back to look at the bag of gold and wondered if this gold in front of me was real. Is this a dream?" He looked at the pile of books again and once again exclaimed, "Oh my, this notarized property and financial records of our sect." "Wait." The sect leader quickly backed away. His hands trembled and he told himself to be very careful. If he clumsily tore any page, he would regret it to the point of death. What's more? He held a book with trembling hands. This is it. When reading the content, his whole body seemed to have undergone a great shock. Immediately foaming at the mouth, then leaned back and fainted on the spot. Gum saw this and quickly ran back to the sect master. Not knowing how much time passed, he slowly opened his eyes. Then suddenly he sat up and screamed, trying to dig out his sword. When he realized that he was lying on the bed, the sect master suddenly shouted, "That chest, am I dreaming? No, it's all real, call the epiphany here immediately." returned the summon masters. When he checked the books he had, his hands trembled more and more. Finally, he smiled and said, "They were all real." The sect master was still doubtful and asked again, "Are you sure?" The masters replied, "Mother must have cooked the rice. All the deed documents found in that treasure chest, I have verified them all. They have all been notarized by the government, which proves that their content is correct. Right now, if we want, we can still reclaim all the sect's business establishments. As for that treasure, it is estimated that it is at least 100,000 yuan." Hearing that, the sect leader breathed a sigh of relief, thanking God, it was all good news. He suddenly realized. Chung Myung, that child, he brought prosperity to us, he is the savior of this sect. Most importantly, the books have been authenticated, we must act immediately. Thinking about it, he immediately waved his sleeve and loudly ordered, quickly calling all individuals related to our sect's business establishments to come here immediately. A few days later, the called merchants also climbed Huashan Mountain together. It looked like everyone was climbing with difficulty. "Hey, stop pushing me, I'm about to fall." As for the old man, he seems leisurely, he turned back to reassure us, "We are not far from Hoa Sun sect anymore, come on." "Yes sir." The poor guy was breathing heavily and thinking, "After I get my money back, I will never return to this damn mountain again. I never want to see this mountain again." Behind us suddenly two people were chatting. "Why do you think the sect master suddenly called us to Hoa Mountain? Could it be that he has already prepared the money?" The old man immediately denied that $100,000 was not a small amount of money. "He probably called us to beg, he couldn't have gathered so much money in such a short time. And there's no point in dragging this out until the appointed date, so that must be why he called us in early." Hearing that, they immediately laughed and mocked. "He arbitrarily forced us to come and go just to beg. I have never seen such a shameless debtor, even though he was having financial difficulties, but he is still the head of the Hoa Sun Dai sect. Stop using such harsh words when talking about him." The shop owner was skeptical. "We can get our money back, right?" The fact that someone from the Middle South sect had come to this area showed that many people were interested in the Temple of Huashan. "If I receive $5,000 today, I won't have to work for the rest of my life, I won't need the store's business anymore." It wasn't until late afternoon that the group finally arrived at Hoa Sun. When the merchants arrived at the gate, they all felt conflicted about personally destroying the Hoa Sun sect, the guardian of Hoa Am province for hundreds of years, if they give in to the sect leader today. Then the Flower Mountain faction wouldn't even last another 7 days. Knowing this, they climbed up Hoa Sun. To get back the debt has increased significantly over time. At this time, Unem came out from inside. He clasped his hands politely to say hello. "You have arrived. The sect master is waiting for you, please follow me this way." They were led to the front door of the sect leader's room. He walked out from inside and looked at everyone silently for a while. Seeing him, the merchants simultaneously bowed and "We would like to pay our respects to the sect master." "Welcome here, thank you for responding to me and climbing the mountain," Master Kong replied on behalf of everyone. "No problem. Even if we are busy, how can we be busier than the sect master? It's only natural that we come to visit you." The sect master laughed. "You must be tired, maybe we should make a cup of tea." Before he could finish speaking, the master interrupted him. "The sect master. I know I'm being a bit excessive, but we're just lowly businessmen, and because of that, we want to ignore propriety and get straight to the point." Hearing that, the sect master was thoughtful and said, "I see, it seems I was too careless. Actually, the reason I called you here is to convey to you the position of the Huashan sect in this matter. I contacted many people and places, but I still couldn't find anyone willing to lend us money. Therefore, we will not be able to repay the debt on time." The old man suddenly burst out laughing. He pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Headmaster, I believe we have given you more than enough time, because we are merchants who have to make a profit to make a living, we cannot give you any more time." "That is exactly why I mentioned this matter," the sect leader expressed. "Even though we can't pay the entire debt, we can pay some of it. So, if anyone here, be willing to let us postpone the return date. I beg you, please have mercy on the Hoa Sun sect and help." Looking at the head bowed, the merchants were all somewhat confused. The shop owner whispered in surprise, "This atmosphere starting to go in a strange direction." On the opposite roof, Chung Myung sat watching and marveling. So he did that? I still don't understand. That he was acting like that, to send the merchants to hell, or simply to treat them with gentleness, could be one of those two options. But there's one thing I'm sure of, that Yun Jong is not as simple as he looks. The most important trait a sect master must have is composure. Although Hoa Sun Sect is where many Taoist monks reside, its foundation is still rooted in martial arts. Therefore, making wise decisions is second nature to a sect master. Does Yun Zhong have the qualities of a sect master? Mr. Kong's face was smiling, but his words were filled with the smell of refusing the request. I believe I mentioned it clearly, I cannot delay the deadline any longer, even now, Master, please don't misunderstand me. I don't just make demands of the owners. Although the total debt the Hoa Sun Sect is incurring is up to $100,000, I believe I owe a separate amount to each person here. And so, I'm asking if anyone here would be kind enough to allow us to delay the payment date. Everyone was somewhat surprised. The master of the pavilion frowned slightly. He was using a very pathetic move, that is to say. Can you pay immediately to those who refuse to comply with your request? He replied, even though the Huashan sect has declined significantly compared to before, it doesn't mean we have no place to turn to. Even if we can't prepare $100,000, we can still repay it, part. Therefore, I beg you, in the name of the Huashan sect, we will definitely repay those who are willing to show mercy to the Huashan sect today. Do you know what you are talking about? Once again, the old man was interrupted. The shop owner suddenly came up and asked, so that means, if we postpone the payment date, will you pay us in the future? He nodded, yes it was. Sect master, let me ask you something. It wouldn't be strange if one day the Hoa Sun sect collapsed, and surely you and everyone here knows that. So why don't you believe him and postpone the repayment date? There will be a risk that we won't be able to get our money back. So why would anyone accept your request? The sect master suddenly fell silent. Then he sighed and gave an answer. For the sake of the Flower Mountain sect, and for its history, isn't that enough? Hearing this, the pavilion master suddenly burst into laughter. The sect master, aren't you being too unreasonable? He stared at him. Then suddenly questioned, he said I was being unreasonable. I want to answer your question with another question. What does the Hoa Sun sect mean to everyone here? Does the name and history of the Hoa Sun sect have no value? Who dares to underestimate the name Hoa Sun sect, and who dares to deny its history? We may have become weaker over the years, but the Hoa Sun sect has always accompanied Hoa Am province all this time. The Huashan sect has passed down its energy and spirit through the generations, and continues to share it throughout this province. I want to humbly ask you. Think back to what the Flower Mountain sect means to you. The masters pursed their lips and remained silent. Suddenly, he pointed to one side and suggested, then I would like to propose. Those who are willing to postpone debt will stand there. And those who don't will stand here. However, each person is responsible for their own actions. Those who decide to postpone the repayment date will not be protected by the Merchant Alliance. Even if you don't get your loan money back. Now please choose where you want to stand. The remaining people began to waver. Everyone looked at each other thinking, then avoided eye contact. The whole atmosphere was quiet. The lord of the palace grinned smugly. Look, sect master, it's a pity, no one here is willing to postpone. Suddenly a clicking sound rang out. In the crowd of people, the shop owner suddenly walked in one direction alone. Made him very surprised. Hey, shop owner, what do you think you're doing? All eyes turned to him. He just frankly expressed, don't look at me with that expression, I know I'm doing something stupid. But you're not from Hoa Am province, gentlemen. Since you don't have any connection with the Flower Mountain sect, you probably don't know. What does Hoa Sun sect mean to Hoa Am province? Every person who grew up in Hua Yin province heard stories about the Huashan sect. And they all heard the saying, you must also enter the Hoa Sun sect, to become the strongest martial artist in the world. Then even realized that they did not have enough talent to enter the Flower Mountain sect. They continued to listen to the story of how the Hoa Sun sect protected this world, and the province of Sundi, and finally it was engraved in their minds. The owners looked at him suspiciously and asked what he suddenly said. The shop owner confided, so did my father and grandfather, and so on. Hoa Sun sect is the pride of Sundi province and Hoa Am province. If you leave after receiving the money, that's it for you, because there are still many places like Hangzhou City for you to spend. But where do I go after receiving the money? I have lived all my life in Hoa Am province. The owners couldn't help but scoff. So why did you give up such a large amount of money for such a trivial reason? I'm sure you'll regret it. He didn't answer, just lowered his head and thought, I just hope to get my money back, and not have to work for the rest of my life. I didn't expect that I would say such words, after reaching this step. I must be crazy, but I've earned enough to live on. the shop owner suddenly spoke up after a while of silence. Even if I don't get the money back, I can still see it as a small regret, because I chose not to take it. But if today, I cause the Huashan sect to collapse, I will regret it until my last breath, even if I get money that I cannot use up in my entire life. And I don't want to live like that. The owner sneered, he waved his hand in contempt, then it's up to you, one person decides not to take advantage of it, it won't change anything. Who says there's only one person? The voice surprised him. When he turned around, he saw 4 or 5 more people walking towards the owner's shop. The sect master silently looked at those people. Then he nodded slightly. It's like saying, thank you, and saying, I'm very pleased, when there is still someone who maintains a meaningful connection with the Hoa Sun sect. Anam, bring it here, yes, master. He carried a wooden chest filled with books. When they saw the title, the owner suddenly turned pale and backed away. This is Books of Hoam Province. The sect master said, the Huashan sect has been merciful to you and your ancestors for many generations. But it seems like you betrayed us instead of returning the favor. The owners turned pale and sweated profusely. At this moment, the sect master stomped his foot and announced that now, according to the books, the Hoa Sun sect will take over your business. Just like the wealth you have accumulated, thanks to it until now, until the last penny. The people who did not step aside but stood still began to react loudly. Sect master, what are you talking about? Confiscate everything, that's right. The masters looked at the books and still couldn't believe it and said, Master, you're joking too much. I'm a sect leader, I really don't have time to joke with you. But the sect master. How do we know if these notebooks are real or fake? The Hoa Sun sect master asked in return, are you now slandering Hoa Sun for not saying anything? Of course that's not the case. But there is also a possibility that Hoa Sun was deceived by these books. If you say so then. Anam, quickly summon the masters to come here. Yes, sect leader. After a while, the owner leisurely stroked his beard and walked over to say, is the management window real or fake? This is something that needs to be considered carefully. The merchants saw there was hope and immediately agreed, that's right, even the owners of the house had said so, the owner of the house was very wise. But the owner suddenly turned around and announced that I had predicted these doubts from a long time ago. So 2 days ago, Hoa Sun sent half of the books to the Hoa Sam Ginseng office for appraisal. The bosses were so scared that their mouths were open, their whole bodies were covered in cold sweat, damn it, got caught in the trap. While I wasn't there, the officers and soldiers might have rushed to take over the businesses, all the merchants were in Hoa Sun, so they couldn't cope. Surely he wanted everyone to leave Hoa Am, so he plotted to call everyone to this place. If it's only been 2 days, there's still time to verify. Even though they said they had given half to the officials, how could they believe it? They were definitely lying, these books were likely no longer of any use. Surely under the mountain at this time, the soldiers were waiting to confiscate all my shops. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his face turned red and he shouted, the sect leader. The head of Hoa Sun immediately shouted, shut up, you guys have no right to speak now. Flying horses have flocks, flying birds have friends. Those who are willing to stab Hoa Sun in the back when there is trouble are not worthy of the word friend. Everyone please go back, when you return to Hoa Am, it will all be over. I will confiscate everything that belongs to Hoa Sun, and for the hardships of the past, each person is allowed to bring a carriage of wealth. The owners frowned angrily, he emphasized, I will never forget today's debt. After saying that, he turned around and left. Those who agreed to postpone the debt quietly looked after him. The sect leader said, for those who, to the end, still do not forget their gratitude to Hoa Sun. Although it is an unchangeable fact that those businesses belong to Hoa Sun's property, Hoa Sun's things will naturally return to Hoa Sun. But in the future, if you continue to operate business for Hoa Sun, you will still receive appropriate compensation. We need to discuss this further, please come inside. The shop owner couldn't help but bow his head and silently sigh, although it was still better than the crowd of people clinging to the owner's floor. In just a moment, he was reduced from a shop owner to an employee. Grandpa, what have you done? In another place, Chung Myong knew everything and immediately jumped up. What, a carriage, this damn Yun Jong. Everything is Hoa Sun's property, who gives you the right to freely give it away like that? He was angry and used his fastest speed to leave the mountain. At that time, several people from the owners had packed a large cart of possessions and left. The blue-clothed merchant angrily recalled that as soon as he came down the mountain, He saw the soldiers and officers occupying all the businesses. If it weren't for the sect master's help, perhaps everyone would have been escorted back to the Mandarin's house. Lord Lao, if I hadn't been swayed by his words, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As if he couldn't hold back his resentment, he spoke up, Master, what are you planning to do now? Whatever you say, didn't you say you just needed to trust him? The owners couldn't help but glance at you questioningly. Now you're blaming me. The man was startled by his cold voice and stammered, No, I mean. He stopped pushing the cart. Then he stood up and affirmed as if he was sure, Don't be arrogant, we're just taking a break, think about it, there's no way those books are real. It's fake, it's all fake. One person stood up and asked, But haven't those books been certified by the authorities? I've also looked at the contents, they're really real. The Lord still stubbornly defended himself, he must have bribed the district governor. In front of this, come na dang. Those people use their power to rape people, so we must rely on a greater force to fight back. Suddenly, a mysterious person dressed in black stepped in, it was so exciting. That person was none other than Chung Myong. He changed into a black nin's outfit and walked over. He still seemed traumatized, his legs shaking, his back hunched like an old man. The owners wondered, Is that what you're talking about? Besides me, who else is there? He couldn't help but frown in suspicion. In broad daylight, a man dressed as a thief appeared, his back seemed a bit hunched. Was he old or young? Thinking about it, he waved his hand and said, It seems like you guys are aiming for our property, but you should go back, don't die here, it's a waste. Chung Myong repeated, My property, what about us? He angrily shouted, I'm not here to rob you, I'm just here to take back my property. The owners squinted their eyebrows, then suddenly burst out laughing, My property? Are you from Hoa Sun? Very good, originally on the top of Hoa Mountain, I already wanted to give you a fight. As he finished speaking, a group of people in black appeared from the trees. They simultaneously drew their swords and rushed forward. Strong attacked towards Chung Myong. He stood still. But his eyes gradually became sharper. Just a second later, he suddenly jumped up. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of an assassin. Using the tail of the sword and flexible movements, give each guy a blow. Chung Myong's counterattack took place quickly. Seeing only a few flashes of light, he landed on the ground in front of the attackers. As for the other assassins, they fell from the sky en masse. Chung Myong looked at him coldly and said, Kid, it seems like you still don't understand things very well. Until now, of all the people who have despised my words, not a single one of their hands or feet has been healed. The bosses looked at his killing spree and froze. Why does Hoa Mountain still have a person like this? Useless people, go away. The assassins quickly stood up and left. He stood opposite him and wondered, I really don't understand why a person like you would hide his identity, but what if Hoa Sun has a person like you? Here, we wouldn't be in a situation like this. However, you appeared at the wrong time. Today, you will die by my hands. This is the message I want to send to your sect leader. If a person like you dies at my hands, the sect leader will surely be heartbroken. Go die. The masters channeled their energy, radiating around to create pressure. He then rushed up like an arrow. Chung Myong looked at the old man and said nonchalantly, I knew right away, you must have something too, very much the temperament of a cunning innkeeper. Don't worry, I'll try to avoid hitting your mouth. He jumped up with both hands full of energy, but you just stood still, shouldering the sword, that's how you can move your lips, right? A loud explosion rang out, creating a white column of dust. Where the attackers had just attacked, Chung Myong quickly dodged, but he missed the ground, causing it to crack. Martial arts practitioners have an immutable principle: never be negligent, never underestimate the enemy. When a fierce tiger is caught, there is no need to use all your strength. Especially when facing someone who has defeated all of his people, he is not allowed to be subjective. But, that boastful attitude. I have to correct your behavior right away. He was angry and used his internal energy to run up again. The angry face exuded a fierce look. Chung Myong still stood there, thinking that when he came closer, he would avoid him. But this time, he just stood still, with only an unsheathed sword protecting him. Immediately caught his fist, making his arms tremble. He increased his strength, the attacker's wrists throbbed. He quickly withdrew his hand, causing the internal attack he struck to bounce back, causing severe pain. He hugged his arm, his face turned pale in pain, but he was still surprised. He blocked his straight punch, his internal strength had been countered. Chung Myong picked up his sword and put it on his shoulder and said, You're too slow in your attack, it's best if we stop here. If this continues, he might not be able to hold his finger anymore. The attackers were so angry that their faces turned red when he provoked them, so they stomped their left feet on the ground, and a purple aura immediately surrounded their ankles. He turned around and gave a powerful kick, creating a semicircular ring of light, called Hoi Tien Tui. The light was kicked out and passed straight through Chung Myung's body. Then it hit the ground hard, creating a new explosion, but looking in the gas cloud, I couldn't see a shadow, he had disappeared. Behind the leaders, Chung Myung's figure suddenly appeared. He felt it, quickly turned around and threw a punch. But he hit him hard with his sword. His hand throbbed, he couldn't help but cried out loudly, then quickly hugged his trembling hand. Chung Myung looked and said, "I told you, your finger will die first." The masters fell to their knees and trembled on the ground, filled with despair, because he was so fast, no. Or because he is too strong, either way. This masked guy is neither fast nor strong. Looking at his appearance, even with 10 people like that, I can still deal with him. But until now, I can't even touch the hem of his shirt, although slow, he always moves to the most reasonable direction and position. Precisely and perfectly, without any unnecessary movements. He even looks like a goblin. He can read all his moves. A true monster, to the point where it was impossible to predict how strong he was. After a while of dodging the attacks from the attackers, Chung Myung finally spoke up and said, "No more. I also want to play with you a little longer, but I'm a bit tired now." He stammered, "Why, a person like you, has hidden himself all this time?" The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chung Myung turned the sword around and put it on his shoulder, indifferently asking if he knew what it was for. He frowned and let out an incomprehensible sound. He continued, "People with cunning beaks always have delusions of power, right? If you ask, I have to answer firmly. I should ask some people who can answer him. How can a master of this building have martial arts at this level? With martial arts skills like this, there is no way he would be willing to become a house owner or a merchant at Hoa M Star. The masters are confused. What you mean is that if you have high martial arts skills, you can't be the master of the house. Of course, his qualifications are not to be a house owner. There are still many ways to make money. What are you talking about?" Chung Myung waved his hand to stop. "Okay. I have no conspiracy or wrongdoing here, nor do I take orders from anyone. All of this is my personal matter. What are you planning to say?" He admitted, yes, he knew right away, it was completely normal, without any creativity at all. So here's the problem. If I want to get information from a person like you, what should I do?" The owners frowned. "Why would you ask me that?" Chung Myung clenched his fists. "Raise your fist forward and say, 'Pound.' No matter how stubborn you are, you will die by my hands. So, let's just compromise with each other. Absolutely don't tell me, because even if you don't say it, beating you will be enough to satisfy me." He increased the speed of his feet, the sword in his hand pointed up, the attackers stepped back in fear, he was aiming for the left knee. At this speed, I can't stop it. However, Chung Myung suddenly swung his sword and hit him hard in the right shoulder. The attackers lost their balance, their whole body tilted as if about to fall, still surprised. Shoulder, he was clearly aiming for the knee, how could it become the shoulder? Next, he pointed the tip of the sword upward, swinging the sword in a straight line. He quickly judged, was the head. Surely this time he will strike from above. So, the attackers immediately leaned over and raised their hands to block. But unexpectedly, the sword that was aimed towards him stabbed straight into his neck. It was so painful that his face showed blue veins. The attackers hugged their necks and backed away. His eyes were red and streaked with blood, clearly visible. But I couldn't avoid a single attack. He continuously received blows all over his body, to the point of spitting out blood. If this keeps up, I'll die. Look into his eyes and see. The killer is the eyes of someone who has known countless people. At this moment, Chung Myung finally pulled the sword out of its scabbard. The pupils of the masters shrunk in fear. His whole body was now at full strength and he knelt on one knee on the ground. He was trembling and screaming in his heart, "No, I don't want to die." Chung Myung's footsteps got closer and closer. He raised his sword above his head, preparing to slash down. The attackers shouted loudly and quickly raised their hands in front of their faces. Then, there was a stream of blue energy shining out, illuminating the area. That wave of light came from his hand. This is a move that he suddenly unleashes when he is cornered. Chung Myung's cold voice rang out with anger. "Tathagata Shen Gong. Are you a member of the male sect?" What a coincidence, the man who is the owner of the house in Hua I am, the leader in assigning debt to Hoa-sun, happens to know Southern Sect martial arts. Did the Southern Sect send you here? The master of the pavilion turned pale. Damn it, even if a knife was at his throat, he should not have revealed his Tathagata spirit, especially when he was facing someone from Huashan. How could I make such a fatal mistake? It was also because I was beaten so much that I was no longer conscious. Then he suddenly swung his sword from above, which surprised me, otherwise there would be no way I would have used tithe and technique. Really unable to guess the intentions of this masked man, Chung Myong frowned questioningly. Naturally he remained silent. Silence is golden, that's not a bad choice either. He stood up, stretched his arms, stretched his muscles and thought, the Southern Sect is not an ordinary sect. Since ancient times the Southern Sect and Hoa-sun have had a hostile relationship with each other, but no, it cannot be denied that Tong Nam is one of the greatest sects in the world. There's no way a sect like that can handle things this superficially. The information we have is quite limited, and it is not necessarily accurate information. In fact, as long as it is related to the male family, it is enough. He suddenly burst into mocking laughter. You guys. Just because of unclear conflicts from long ago, do you do shameless things like this? One of the best sects in the world, not using martial arts but using money to destroy the sect, is it different? How shameless, well done, sir. The masters swallowed their saliva. Then timidly spoke up and expressed, isn't doing so a good thing for Hoa-sun? What? You probably already know that Hoa-sun has given up hope a long time ago. Your sect has lost its martial arts roots, and can no longer return to the way it used to be. The destruction of the sect is only a matter of time. I am just the one who cuts the thread of life. It's already fragile like a mountain flower. If a sect loses its martial arts value, then what is the point of existing? Chung Myong's face darkened. He raised his voice. Who told you that? He stammered. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. A person like you, but again, it's not. I mean, who told you that Hoa-sun martial arts has lost its roots? Of course it's okay to take nonsense principles and attach them to other people's sects. It's better to say that you're a member of the Southern Sect and want to destroy Hoa-sun and destroy the sect. In the past, you were beaten by me a lot. The family style and Taoism of Hoa-sun and Southern sects have many similarities. Both sects are great sects that use swords. In the competition between great sects, sects with high positions next to each other, there is always a rule of one loss, one survival. The masters repeatedly objected. I am not a member of the Southern Sect. Chung Myong sighed and pretended to say, is that so? Then I am not a member of the Hoa-sun sect. Honestly, if you say so, who would believe it? You are the same. He suddenly pointed his sword straight at his throat and said, anyway. Since you showed me Tathagata Shangong, I also have something to show you. If you understand, it will be very interesting. If you don't know how to enjoy it, that's an extremely unfortunate thing. Transfer the following words exactly to the person who sent you here. As he finished speaking, his hand holding the sword seemed to move. The owners looked dizzy. He continuously moved his sword in the air, seemingly real and virtual. The friction between the sword and the air was like creating a strong wind that even pushed him back. Fast, so fast, he was just waving his sword, but could he create such a strong wind? But the sword energy didn't touch my body at all. What was he planning to do? Chung Myong suddenly said, the apricot blossom in full bloom in my eyes will give off the most wonderful scent. Even though it's winter, he suddenly raised his sword. In the blink of an eye, a horizontal slash shot out, passing through the attackers' bodies. But spring will come again. The attackers covered their faces with both hands, but still felt the light in front of them. He slowly raised his head and looked up. In the air, like falling flower petals. Causing him to gasp in shock. Flower petals fell all over Chung Myong's sword. He affirmed that apricot blossoms would eventually bloom on these thousands of mountains. In front of the owners, the whole area glowed, apricot petals slowly falling like a shower. He mumbled dumbfounded, what the hell am I seeing? Tens of thousands of apricot flower petals are flying in the air. There's something, like it's getting closer and closer to the owners. He rolled his eyes. No, this is not it. Apricot flower swordsmanship, Fort 12 and 10 forms, Lach Mai Tan Uu, a beam of light like hundreds of long swords pierced his body. Everything passed, the sound of falling echoed in the space. Before the attackers fell unconscious, their minds were still vague. Were they dreaming? Once resolved, Chung Myong put the sword back to his side. At the same time, he also officially collapsed on the ground. He opened his mask. The internal injury had not healed before. but now he used his internal force to perform swordsmanship, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chung Myong silently lamented, "I'm going to die, my internal strength is still not enough to perform this move. If it were me before, just swing the sword and have fun, now it's like having to use all your internal strength, we have to find a way, otherwise we'll die," he sighed softly. Suddenly remembered something. He turned around and called, "Over there." The person hiding behind the tree was startled. It was a group of merchants who accompanied the owners before. Chung Myong waved his hand and ordered, "Come out quickly." 4 people bowed and walked over. He crossed his arms sternly and asked, "Come on, who wants to be beaten and then let go?" All 4 were silent, one scratched his head, the other turned away not daring to answer. He asked again, "So who wants to be released?"
Immediately, 4 merchants raised their hands, each one shouted loudly, I have to go now, sir." "No, I will go, my family has something to do."
Chung Myong nodded, That's good, everyone is united, right?" Before he finished speaking, they immediately ran away, "Thank you." After a few steps, he spoke coldly, standing there. All 4 stood still, like a machine slowly turning their heads to look. Chung Myong glanced at his cold eyes questioningly, "You guys don't know how to think, yes? If you guys just leave like that, how can I pull these carts alone? Please think a little, please." Only then did some people understand. He immediately urged all of you to quickly inventory the assets of each vehicle, then report back to me. This time, 4 people said in unison, "Yes." After checking, each person in turn reported, "Mine is 1,800 taels of gold, mine is 1,300 taels of gold, mine is 8,000 taels of gold." "What? How can your assets be so much? Is that so important now, these people?" Chung Myong nodded with satisfaction. His eyes glowed with joy, but he tried to calmly command, "Come on. Now each person pulls the cart to the nearest estate, then brings the money back here, we will sell all of this property. Also, you must bring the sale certificate here, if you edit anything, I will know." One of the merchants turned pale and thought, "Living this early in my life, this is the first time I've met someone like this." Someone gingerly raised their hand to ask, "But what if we went to the estate and ran away?" Chung Myong smirked and said, "What was the point of running away? Your assets have been confiscated, there's nothing left, right? The rest are all here, if you still want to receive a few taels, you should come back here." The man in yellow shirt wondered, "So? What if we report it to the authorities?" This time, he didn't say anything, just raised his leg. Then he stepped on the ground so hard that the ground cracked and then sank a large area. It created such a strong commotion that the birds on the tree branches flapped their wings in fear and flew away. "I challenge you, just try it. But if you do that, absolutely never turn back, try to run away to the end of this world, because even if I die, I will definitely catch you." All 4 people were trembling, not thinking at the same time, he was this crazy, so there was no way to run away. Chung Myong urged angrily, "What are you doing there? Hurry up and leave." "Yes." A moment later, after holding the stack of checks, he counted them and inhaled the smell of money. The mood immediately became happy and light-hearted. Humming while walking. Relaxing for a while, he freely used light attack to run back to Hoa Sun Sect. He used his quick feet to jump over the wall to return to the mountain. Meanwhile, at the small stream, the brothers were bathing after practice. Joe Gul used his strength to squeeze the water out of his shirt. In the distance, the brothers sat together and talked. "Practicing today is so tiring, it's only early in the morning, do we really have to do this, honestly?" Looking at those appearances, Joe Gul silently exclaimed, "Everyone has changed so much, this scene must be said." Extremely satisfying, everyone was enthusiastically washing clothes, even teasing each other, splashing water on me. Suddenly, Yoon Jong came over and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Joe Gul was putting on his clothes and replied, "Senior brother." He said, because until now he had only seen the appearance of someone learning martial arts from everyone. "Is that so? I know it's a bit strange to think like that, but originally everyone was already a martial arts student." As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon Jong laughed comfortingly, "It's okay. I also have the same thoughts as you." Hearing these words, Joe Gul happily laughed. Just a few days ago, sweating while practicing at Hoa Sun was unthinkable. After everyone finished, everyone went out to practice together. "Let's go, brother." "Yes, brother." At first, everyone thought they would only stay in Hoa Sun for a while and then go down the mountain and return home. But recently, everything seems to have changed. Joe Gul ran and thought, this is all thanks to that guy Chung Myung. Obviously that kid changed the mountain flower. This wind is just a small wind. But no one knows if it will just be fleeting, or if it will become a hurricane, no one knows that. One thing is clear, working out every morning will pay off someday. Suddenly, after landing on the ground, everyone was stunned by what was in front of them. There was a loud scream, "Hey, hey, I told you not to hang there. Take it down quickly. I told you to push all the materials inside before you can start working, are you hard of hearing? Over there, if those things break, you won't even get paid. Move quickly, look at a group of strangers carrying loads." The disciples of Hoa's son were confused and silently asked, "What are these people doing?" Anem shouted instructions, hey, not over there, it has to be over there." The teacher, hearing that, was startled and looked after him. "Is that Yoon Jong?" He walked over and wondered, "Is something going on?" Anem turned her head to look, smiled and replied, "Ah. They are the doers. This time our Hoa's son will have a big change. As you can see, our electricity is very old." Yoon Jong hesitantly replied, "Yes, that's true." "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help, they're already exhausted from bringing the materials all the way here." "Yes." Van Nam shouted loudly, still confused about something, "Quickly get to work, quickly." Even though Yoon Jong and Jo Gul didn't understand anything, they quickly replied, "Yes." He pointed, "These kids, go quickly." Time passed and it was time for dinner. When everyone came to the restaurant, everyone was surprised. "What's going on, are you dreaming? Any way you look at it, this looks like grilled meat, guys. Our meal has meat in it, I can't believe it." One of them couldn't help but drool. He burst into tears and shouted loudly, he was lucky. Everyone hugged each other and was moved. Unable to hesitate any longer, they enjoyed the delicious dishes on the table together. "Chung Myung, the change that kid made, came faster than I thought." That night, after finishing dinner, Jo Gul and Yoon Jong returned to the dormitory, both of them exclaiming as they walked, "Anything could happen in this world." That's right, suddenly the palace was renovated. Then the meal also included meat, each person even had 2 new martial arts uniforms, and the taste of meat still lingers in their mouths. That's right. Suddenly Yoon Jong pondered something. Jo Gul wondered, "What are you thinking about?" He replied, "Having money is really good. Granted, money comes and goes. It was so fast that you probably wouldn't have expected it. It's also a good thing for those people to become poor, if not, there is no other way." This is the first time I've seen teacher Van Nam smile so brightly. Before, I thought he was someone who didn't know how to smile. Jo Gul asked, "Brother, how will things turn out now?" "I've seen it too, Hoa's son is changing rapidly, so we also have to be determined." Hearing that, he looked at the 2 sets of clothes in his hand and wondered if he was determined to follow the change. Yoon Jong smiled and said, "I don't mean money. Don't you see, all those secrets are extremely valuable, yes, you see. Remember the scene when Chung Myung proudly shouted, 'Oh my god, what did I do? Why is the chest with the pile of gold here?' Jo Gul burst out laughing and exclaimed, 'That kid acted so poorly, I don't know what his intention was.' Yoon Jong shrugged, 'Who knows? But one thing can be confirmed, the landscape is changing. Even if we want to, we cannot avoid this sudden wind of change, so we need to prepare an iron will. We can't let that kid's efforts go to waste. Brother, don't worry too much, I'm Jo Gul, well, I trust you.' Jo Gul asked curiously, 'But I don't know where the name Chung Myung has gone, I haven't seen him since this morning.' Yoon Jong explained, 'You don't know anything yet, the sect master called you today, he's probably still at his palace right now.' 'What about the sect master?' Meanwhile, in the sect master's office, he calmly told Chung Myung that those who accomplished meritorious deeds should of course be rewarded. 'Hoa's son will reward you, that's why I called you here.' 'What is the reward? Yes, do you have any wishes?' Ignoring that pile of assets and saying you don't regret anything is definitely a lie. If you need money, just say so, I will give you a suitable portion." Chung Myung pondered for a moment and then replied, "I don't need those things." The sect master asked confusedly, "What, I don't need to advance?" "Yes, in any case, there is no need to use it on the mountain." Hearing these words, the sect master realized in his mind, here is the sage, giving up the ambition for money is definitely not an easy task, easy. But actually, Chung Myung is thinking differently, how much is that place worth? We already have a lot. The Grand Master continued asking, do you have any other wishes? I can also give you special permission to learn the martial arts that you are not allowed to learn first. Chung Myong replied, I don't need it either. Don't you want that too? Martial arts doesn't mean anything to you. Well, that's not true. Martial arts should be practiced in a systematic order. I don't think it's advisable to practice in advance like that. That's right, you're right. He silently cursed, damn it, I'm the one who has to teach you martial arts, Sect Master. There are still many martial arts that I have to teach you. How can I pretend naturally, but why do we still have to worry about this? What do I need? What can Hoa-sun do for me? Suddenly, he exclaimed, causing the sect leader to smile and look at him. He replied, when I want to go to Hoa-am, please allow me. He thought to himself, first I have to have freedom, I have to expand my range of movement to be able to take care of big things. The sect leader wondered, Hoa Yin, Chung Myong explained further, yes, to practice, it's not just martial arts. Contact with the vast world out there is also extremely important, isn't it? I understand what you mean, but this is against Hoa-sun's regulations. Even though I am a person of merit, if I do that, others will feel dissatisfied. That's not right. Hearing these words, Chung Myong silently exclaimed, it's too strict. He continued asking, don't you want anything else? He thought to himself, if the flower yin thing doesn't work, then what else is there? He raised his hand and scratched his head, trying to think of something. Chung Myong expressed, Master, I also saw that your physical condition is not good at all. He looked at him and said, oh, I just noticed that, that's true. I heard that if you drink spirit pills, you can restore your vitality. I've heard that story before, so what you want is? Can you give me that spirit pill to drink? Ling pill is the spirit pill that can help the body become strong. Listen, yes, sect leader, everyone looked at him at the same time. Chung Myong excitedly waited for the answer. The sect leader calmly took a sip of tea. Placing the teacup on the table, he gently said, as the master of Nyan Hoa Mountain, I declare that disciple Chung Myong is from now on allowed to go to Hoa-am without the permission of others. Hearing these words, everyone present solemnly bowed their heads and replied, yes. But Chung Myong, you absolutely cannot leave the Hoa-am, I just told you that you can't. If you play tricks in Hoa-am, it won't be enough for me, go home, you will be kicked out by my grandfather, but still try to ask, sect leader, what about the spirit pill? Master Chung Myong was then kicked out of the room. He angrily thought to himself, no way, bring the gods here quickly, old man, you'll die. The sect leader silently replied, I don't have any spirit pills with this guy. After chasing Chung Myong away, the sect master immediately closed the door. He turned back and asked, how did you see him? Anam replied, very virtuous, so you see it too. Although he is young, he is very wise and quick-witted. Although her behavior is still somewhat impulsive, her young age makes it understandable to behave like that. That's right, what's more, when I talked to Chung Myong, I didn't feel like I was talking to a young child. Not because of the way he spoke, but because Chung Myong did not exude the usual innocence of a child. How should I put it? The boy exuded the aura of a Taoist. Even at that age, he already had the aura of a Taoist in his body. If you didn't use the word Taoism, it wouldn't be possible to describe it completely. Sect Master Yun Zhong turned to ask again, Yun Sang, what do you think? Elder Yun Sang raised his hand and scratched his head and replied, Senior brother also knows that you don't have eyes for people, you really do, at least you have to feel something. He pondered for a moment then replied. This child is not childish at all. I feel like that. Anam heard these words and thought to herself, it turns out I'm not the only one who thinks like that. I know that look is often seen in children who have deep thoughts or those who grew up in difficult circumstances. But just because he's more mature than his peers doesn't mean he's like an adult, but it doesn't mean he's matured early, he actually speaks and acts like an adult, sometimes we even think it really looks like an old man. Do you mean that you have a dark heart, but still? Speaking of this, everyone pondered again. Sect leader Yun Zhong replied, I understand. I understand what you're thinking, but right now it doesn't mean much. You see, he's still just a child. Yes, master. We are not people who take advantage of others, but people who teach and guide them. If that person is talented, we will help them develop their talent. If that person has problems, we will help them. They correct and instruct them to become human. Anam and Yun Sang nodded and replied, you're right. Yun Zhong turned to ask, Gum, how are the renovations going? Currently, because of the rugged mountainous terrain, adding materials faces many difficulties. Although nearby trees have been cut down to replenish them. But the process of drying and cutting the cut trees also takes a lot of time, so that's the case. Haven't you always been dissatisfied with someone like me who specializes in taking care of his appearance because he has money? That's the case, Master. Sect Master Yun Zhong replied, I understand, now we have to revive the Hoa Sun sect. When setting new determinations and goals, you must know how to take care of your appearance and groom yourself, no matter what sect. To convey new ideas to the disciples, this must be made clear first, the sect leader is right. He then turned to look at Yun Sang and instructed, Junior brother, you should quickly complete the evaluation of the new martial arts books. Yes, senior brother. However, we absolutely must not do it superficially. The fate of the Hoa Sun sect depends on how we convey the knowledge in those martial arts books to our disciples. I will look into it carefully, senior brother. I only believe in you guys. Hearing that, Anam and Yun Sang respectfully bowed their heads to obey. Elder Yun Sang thought to himself, should I say it right away? 100-year-old secret that seems like it was just written. When I found out I wasn't awake, I didn't pay close attention. Many places were smudged with ink as if they had been written in a hurry. Could this be someone's plot? Maybe I'm just thinking too much, because there's nothing wrong with the content. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the real thing. So that means someone is secretly helping our Hoa Sun sect. Who exactly is it? On the other side, Chung Myung was angry with his full chin. Unfortunately, he didn't want to give him the spirit pill, so he sent him away. Why should I have to work so hard to write that martial arts secret book myself and then give it to them? They really don't have a conscience, just look at their feelings and you'll know. It's not like they don't have money, they're definitely making spirit pills, nothing goes as expected. It's a real headache. Even though I know in advance that I have to prepare mentally that this will be more or less counterproductive. But the problem is I didn't think it would reach this level, my body won't recover as much as I think. If this keeps up, I'll have to rest and recuperate for at least the next half a year. Half a year must freeze to death. For a young person, stopping cultivation for half a year is a fatal blow. This young body will develop and change. This is the most appropriate time to build the internal foundation. If you miss this stage, you won't have another chance. We must find a way. There are two ways to restore innate true energy. One is to eat the precious spirit pills, the other is to need the help of miracles as a way to transmit power. But I can't find someone who knows how to transfer force immediately. In the past, because of adding a few things, the spirit pill rolled to the ground. But because I eat apricot blossoms to relieve hangovers. That's why the shield spirit pill lost its effectiveness. Thinking about it makes me crave it. I secretly drank the foot ladder from the sect master, just one bite and I was sober from any alcohol. Suddenly, he saw something, a hangover cure. Yes. An idea appeared in his mind related to spirit pills. Without further ado, Chung Myung immediately set out. He thought to himself, no, it must be coming soon. An evil mind can sometimes be beneficial. Go to some open space in the forest. Chung Myung stopped and looked up. Looking at the steep mountaintop. Don Trong Nhai, which is the highest and most dangerous cliff located in the famous Hoa Sun Mountain in the middle of the dangerous Five Mountains. In the middle of this cliff as high as the eye can see is the place I'm looking for, Crazy Man. This is a secret place in Hoa Sun that only Chung Myung here knows. Halfway up this cliff, there is a small cave that no one has ever found or set foot on. Because it is an extremely dangerous place, no one is allowed to practice in Duan Trong Nhai, but because of this place becomes the most ideal place to avoid the sect master's attention. It will be very useful. Drink alcohol without fear of being discovered by the sect master, or eat meat without fear of being seen by the sect master, and can take a nap without fear of being caught by the sect master. But why did the sect master save me? If I had encountered him, I would have been beaten to death a long time ago. But that's not important right now. In short, up there is definitely a hidden spirit pill up there. If it were me in the past, I would only need to run 2 miles to get there, but with this body, it will take me a long time to get there. Gaining fighting spirit, he immediately went into preparation mode. He ran quickly forward, using a rope to tie it to the tree trunk next to him. Then go to the dangerous cliff. He thought to himself, but what if I fly? It would probably be 10 times more dangerous. He clenched his fists and determined, okay, let it go, die once and then die a second time. But if you don't die a second time, it's no different. Chung Myung started to climb down. He babbled, rescuing the Hoa Sun sect was really difficult. Oh shit. The reason they banned the practice of long chewing is not simply because it is very high, Why is the chewing field section called the chewing field section? Because it is a steep cliff as its name suggests. There is no footrest, no place to hold on. True to the rumor, the long stretch is very steep. At this moment, he suddenly lost his step. Body falls freely. In that moment, Chung Myung could only scream, "I'm dead, I'm really dead." Suddenly the rope tied around his waist held him back. Chung Myung silently breathed a sigh of relief. The rope had saved his life. Indeed, people must always be prepared. Without waiting any longer, he used all his strength. Screamed loudly, then changed position and used his hands to cling tightly to the cliff. The strength of his internal strength helped him easily cling to the fulcrum, but the bone in his arm that was damaged was also cracked. However, he did not give up. Step by step he climbed higher. As he climbed, he muttered, "Crazy, it's not like trees are here, but why are bones so easily broken, this waste body?" But I saw it, the entrance of the hideout. I only estimated the length of the prepared rope. I didn't expect it to be this long so close to the entrance. First, you have to cling to the cliff on the other side. Then I have to temporarily decide and then switch over there. He swayed his body to gain momentum. Use your foot to kick hard and push yourself over to the other side. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he rushed towards the hiding place. Suddenly, halfway through the rope, it broke. The body fell again, making Chung Myung extremely confused. He just fell into the abyss. A loud scream rang out. It was impossible. Quickly thinking, Chung Myung once again used the zygote to form, but because of the strong force he used, the bones in his hand cracked, and he groaned in pain. "No, please." Just like that, he fell once again, landing on the ground, before preparing to fall into the abyss. Suddenly, the rope got stuck in a small crack in the rock. Therefore, he promptly helped him keep it right at the cave entrance. Chung Myung lies suspended in mid-air. Then, he tried his best to crawl on the ground. When he got there, Chung Myung angrily cursed, "Crazy guy my hoa kiem tun. What the hell was he thinking, building a hideout here? I've been practicing martial arts in the mountains for so long that I've lost my mind or something." Well, no, but anyway. I also have to go back to the cave. I almost lost my life. After entering the cave safely, he immediately went deep inside. He pulled down the cover. The scene appears. This place is decorated like a room. Above is a glowing pearl. He laughed and wondered, is there a night pearl stuck here? This apricot swordsman really doesn't know how much to guard against that thing. Oh, there must be that, I always forgot. He walked in front of a large mirror. Chung Myung opened it and took a look. Inside was a small chest, along with 2 jars of wine. Seeing it, he silently exclaimed, "Here it is." It's obvious that he hid the apricot flower pill here. This will be very helpful in recovering the body. After opening the lid of the box, a stream of light radiated from inside, making Chung Myung surprised. As soon as I opened the lid of the box, the scent of flowers filled everywhere, as if apricot blossoms were blooming everywhere around here. Seeing that, Chung Myung happily cheered, "Snow my Dan." He even hid the expensive snow my Dan that he had seen several times here. Moreover, this stuff piled up like a base material is actually apricot blossom Dan. It's really good stuff. Don't be too angry, senior brother. Chung Myung then sat cross-legged, first allowing himself to fully recover. In the meantime, if you can increase your internal strength a little more, it's good, don't delay. In one gulp, he swallowed the snow apricot pill. The snow apricot pill slowly went down to the stomach. Immediately dissolved in the body. Before I could chew it, it melted and spread its pure scent throughout my body. But I don't have time to feel the scent. Must be highly concentrated. First, you must not let the luck of the snow apricot pill that is spreading throughout your body escape. The medicinal power began to spread. Chung Myung tried his best to bite his lips, both hands clenched tightly. Gradually everything started to stabilize. He thought to himself, but at this rate I won't be able to use the heavenly true energy to recover, because it's not pure. Even though it is the famous snow apricot flower of Hoa Sun, but when it comes to the Dantian part of your body, it still has too many impure things. We have to filter it out. The only way is to remove most of the luck. We have to go a long way to have a perfect, solid foundation, right? Although this choice is not easy, if you rush it, it may be destroyed. Remove all bad luck and leave only the purest. There are only a few parts left. It's such a shame, really. After completing the purification process, there is only a few parts left. Definitely have to pull those pieces. Put everything into the dantian, the deepest place in the dantian. Go to the place where innate true energy is stored. Internal injuries are quickly healed by the medicinal power of the pill. Until complete recovery. Immediately after that, power was released. From the dark cave, a blue light shines out. Even spread in small caves. The night pearl was also affected by it and fell on the ground. And Chung Myang is still concentrating hard to feel the essence of the snow apricot Dan. His body floated in the middle of the cave. All the meridians seemed to be opening up, even though his whole body ached, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. The whole person glowed from inside, screaming loudly in the night. Chung Myang raised his eyes, his power had increased significantly. The hand trembled and then suddenly tightened. At this time, the blue light also gradually weakens. Then, he opened his eyes wide, his spirit burning. He silently exclaimed at the broken bones and wounds. Everything was recovered in the blink of an eye, and my body felt more resilient than before. Obviously, the vitality and blood function perfectly in such an immature body. The effect of the spirit pill is more effective than I thought. I didn't expect it to be so good. Even the herbs are flowing out all over the body. Major acupoints and veins are also dilating. Oh, why is my heart beating so fast? The flow of air flows backward from the lower dandine through the middle dandine. It's like a big wave, I can't control it. If it flows through the entire upper dandine, we will be possessed by fire. Having to stop the flow of blood, Chung Myang placed his hand on his chest. He painfully squeezed his chest. Inside his body, there seemed to be a certain energy existing. There was a voice. So are you a Taoist or a martial artist? He recognized whose voice it was, the sect master. That sect leader brother once said that martial artists must know how to control and suppress, but those who practice the religion will ignore it. That guy, where is the order of the world and how is it resolved? If you want to block water and build a dike, you must let the water flow through the dike. Leave it alone, just leave it alone and everything will work in its proper order. Humans are also nature, in this vast natural world, why does it not include humans? So, let it go, hear these words, in the vague remaining subconscious. Chung Myang gradually relaxed his body. He felt like he was standing on calm water. A look of surprise appeared on his face. In front of him, was a large wall with cracks. Chung Myang exclaimed in confusion, asking, "This is?" On the upper dandine, he slowly walked forward. Intuition told me this. This broken wall in front is the entrance to upper dandine. How hollow my body has become. Chung Myang raised his hand to touch the wall. He exclaimed, he could feel the strong vibrations coming out of this wall. Sooner or later, the blood flow will penetrate the upper dandine. It's much more dangerous than I thought. If the wall does not open, it will collapse, and once it does, it will be swept away. So what is the way? Suddenly there was a voice again. If you want to stop the water and build a dike, you have to let the water flow through the dike. Remembering those words, he paid attention. He said, just let it flow. The more you try to stop it, the more it overflows. You can just let it flow. Chung Myang gently touched the wall. Suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared. The wall glowed and disappeared. Thanks to those nagging words, I was able to get through it. He raised his eyes and looked above quietly. It took hundreds of years to enlighten to the truth. After the wall disappeared, a torrent of water flowed in. Suddenly, there was a flash of light that pierced Chung Myang's head, making him narrow his eyes in pain. Soon, he returned to reality in the cave. Not realizing he was floating, when he regained consciousness, he immediately fell onto the carpet. He rubbed his back and wondered, what is it, am I floating? He felt a change, then he raised his hand and looked attentively. All the blood vessels in my body have been opened. This young body has endured it all. If I deviate even a little, I could be paralyzed or lose my life. If it weren't for the advice of my senior brother, I would have encountered a big problem. But the price to pay is extremely clear. Then, he stood up and started moving his arms and legs. Innate true energy is restored. The narrow acupuncture points were opened and internal energy also increased. The correct result is, my hands have grown bigger. You have to die once to be enlightened. The words my brother often nagged turned out to have a different meaning. Brother once said, martial artists will know how to control and regulate, but religious people will ignore it. Chung Myang thought that he was just a swordsman, not a swordsman. Hoa Sun was both a swordsman and a swordsman. That is the characteristic of Hoa Sun, but considering yourself a Taoist is a bit strange. Can I restore Hoa Sun to the way it used to be? First, just try it. If it doesn't work, then that's it. Chung Myung went outside the cave entrance and looked up at the vast sky. Then I looked at the box of apricot snow and thought, right now this doesn't mean anything to me. But if it were someone else, it would probably be very effective. Let's go back. After that, he immediately packed his bags and planned to return. Suddenly remembering something, he suddenly ran back into the cave and then came out again. 2 more objects appeared on my back, 2 bottles of fragrant wine. I didn't do this because I wanted to drink wine. I'm just curious what wine aged for 100 years tastes like. This small cave retains all the old looks of this completely renovated Hoa Sun mountain. So being in this cave makes the past times come rushing back. I remember very much, I remember that time very much, I remember the warm smile of your senior brother. He told himself that he would come here from time to time. Then, he immediately jumped down. It was difficult at first, but now it's extremely easy. He jumped across dangerous mountains, approaching steep cliffs. Use lightning speed to rush forward. With a big trophy in hand, Chung Myung could not hide his joy. Agile with feet. Chung Myung seems to change unpredictably. Then use all your strength to jump up high. He excitedly turned his head and looked down. Successfully landed on a tall mountain. He used his hands to brush off all the dirt on his body felt as light as a feather. It's really not bad. He turned back to watch the sunset from above. Take a breath and exclaim, the air on the mountain is really clear. Before he could finish his sentence, a foul smell rose from his body, making him turn pale. Ouch, what the hell is this smell? Why do I smell so bad? It was not yet dawn. The Hoa Sun monks were already waking up to open the door. Some were still complaining, oh it's so cold. I still don't want to wake up, I'm still so tired, so sleepy. When will it be finished? You don't know, that's why you're asking. But lately that name seems strange, no wonder. He doesn't look very healthy, come to think of it, I haven't seen him practice martial arts regularly lately. Could that be true? What's the matter? There are rumors that he was possessed by a ghost. If you think about it, he looks thinner and more emaciated. My health is not good, so I skip exercising all the time. So it's okay if you don't come to practice martial arts. Hearing this, everyone began to be surprised by everything. They said, so why do we have to listen to him now? Isn't it because no one can defeat me? But now, it's well worth a try. Now he's as thin as just skin and bones. If everyone attacks together, maybe we can win. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon Jong walked over and gently warned, don't touch it, senior brother. He said, you will soon know what the truth is. Suddenly, from inside the room there was the sound of the door opening. They were surprised and looked at each other. A source of light flashed, making everyone confused. Stepping out from inside, a firm foot was slowly approaching. With a radiant expression on his face, it was none other than Chung Myung. Seeing this, they gasped in horror and surprise. Looking at his powerful appearance made them afraid. In my mind, I had the same thought, there was no way, if I fought with him now, I would only die. Why does he suddenly look so healthy? At the same time, Chung Myung loudly shouted, oh lords. I feel extremely sorry for you guys. Recently, due to my body not being well, I had to temporarily stop practicing with you guys. I feel extremely sorry about this. Seeing that, they knew that he was planning to do something. One of them quickly replied, it's okay, we understand, we're really okay, junior brother. No, without me, you guys still practice so hard, this is truly due to my negligence. So, if you can't take back your mistake, you can still correct it. If you don't practice enough, it's okay to practice more. Then, he waved his hand back and pointed to the high mountain, signaling. Run away. Hearing that, everyone was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Chung Myung continued, rank them from highest to lowest, half of the people who leave late will have to run back. Run to the top of the lotus flower and then turn back. While he was still asking, Yoon Jong's shadow passed by, followed by Jo Gul, senior brother, why did he run so fast? The remaining group of people called out in bewilderment, brothers. Next, other people also started running, hey, run, quickly. If you come back late, you have to run back, everyone run away. Just like that, they tried their best to run away. Chung Myung stayed behind and muttered, dare you hug your ass and betray me, that's clever. But I'm still satisfied with them wanting to rebel like this, no matter how obedient they are, there is a limit. However, before showing dissatisfaction, the worst thing is that you don't have enough ability. For an anonymous person to have a voice, the most necessary thing is ability, the second most necessary thing is also ability. I will help you get that ability. Throughout the 1,000-year history of martial arts, there have been countless top experts in the world who have achieved that title through their own strength. But having only one good person in a sect cannot make that sect famous everywhere. That is, if the sect wants to restore its reputation, all its disciples must be strong. He looked up at everyone and pondered. Also tell yourself that we will stand in a higher position than before, Hoa-sun Sect. The guy in the back tries to shout loudly, those who come last will fast today. Hearing that, everyone got angry and cursed that evil guy. After a long time of climbing the mountain, everyone returned with ruined bodies, lying panting on the ground. Even Joe Ghoul is no exception. He used his mouth and nose to breathe heavily. And Yun Jong was trying to use his legs to stand up and breathe. Joe Ghoul silently wondered, could he run like crazy and still be able to stand? I understand even more why senior brother became a senior brother. The problem is not in strength. It's a strong will. Suddenly, Chung Myung appeared and said, "What's so light?" In his hands were 2 large stones, even his back, biceps, and calves were tied with stones. He called loudly, "Hey, those who have finished practicing running, give me the sandbags." What is it? Why are they all lying down? At this time, the group of people has gradually faded away. Chung Myung saw this and scoffed, how long did it take to run and then lie down like that? This made Joe Ghoul exclaim, the monster. Young people today are so weak, back then we weren't like that. Yun Jong behind him thought speechlessly, you're the youngest. He threw 2 rocks down and said, let's practice here first, go eat and then go practice in the morning. If you run during practice, practice 10 times more. Hurry up and arrange proper training equipment. Hearing these words, they were so angry that they could only curse under their breath, bastard. After that, everyone dragged their bodies to the dining table. Seeing that his younger brother looked different, Yun Jong asked why he didn't eat. He whispered and replied, I was afraid that if I ate it, I would vomit, so I didn't eat it. Another guy stammered and said, Senior brother. Senior brother, the thing is our exercise intensity a bit unreasonable? Hearing these words, Yun Jong pondered, his hands trembling as he held the chopsticks. Another junior brother continued, that's right, senior brother, you practice so much, if you keep practicing like this, you'll definitely fail, your hands will shake so much that you won't be able to eat. Senior brother, can't you choose your words to talk to him? Senior brother, please save us, senior brother. At this time, Yun Jong turned to ask, Joe Ghoul, what do you think? Immediately all eyes turned to him. Joe Ghoul expressed that the training is getting harder day by day, but it's not to the point where the body can't handle it, right? The bigger the cow, the stronger it is, but people are not like that. But, no, Chung Myung must not know about this. So, first of all, it's better to try to endure more. Wait a while and if there is still no change, then do as I say. Yun Jong nodded. Then say something to reassure everyone, okay, when that time comes, I won't endure it anymore. After finishing the meal, Joe Ghoul returned to lie down on the bed. He closed his eyes and took a long breath. Thinking back to the past time, he thought, after sleeping, when he woke up and started exercising again, at this rate my body would collapse first. I thought that no matter how hard the workout was, I could endure it. But can I continue to endure it? Suddenly, in my subconscious, there was a constant call, senior brother, wake up, senior brother. He slowly opened his eyes. Saw Chung Myung signaling to me, shush, come on. It's so hard to find you, I'll give you this, give it to me. Joe Ghoul looked at Chung Myung's hand curiously and asked, what is that? When his hand opened, a red light appeared. He was startled and exclaimed, this is, spirit pill. Why don't you eat this precious thing if you have it? Chung Myung calmly replied, brother needs it. Please keep it a secret from everyone. Joe Ghoul touched his face, brother. He urged, you should eat first, I will still help you. He took it and put it in his mouth. Tears welled up in the corner of my eyes as I thought to myself, I'm so embarrassed, I thought he was a devil. After Joe Ghoul had swallowed the pill, Chung Myung placed his hand on his back and began to apply the power. He chuckled, giving water to someone who is thirsty will surely appreciate it. Dear brothers, I will treat you well. Night had fallen, everyone was asleep. Early the next morning, everyone practiced hard again. The atmosphere was fiery, practicing swords together. Even Gum could see that something was different. He thought to himself, the children's swords are much more stable. Although the sword is still the same. But the sharpness and stability in each sword stroke is completely different. The legs retreated with great force. Gum was looking intently at his disciples and evaluating them. The upper body is also stable, so the weight is all on the tip of the sword. In just a short time, they have improved so much. Remembering what Chung Myung once said, "Uncle, you only need to observe for a month. I will show my uncle the results." Gum exclaimed, perhaps it was the result of that early morning training. He watched the children practice their swords. I also looked at Chung Myung in that group of kids and wondered how long it had been since I had seen the brave spirit coming out of the children's eyes. After the children finished practicing, Warden Gum adjusted their status. He said, "Very good, all of your sword tips are very flexible. I am very pleased to see you practicing so enthusiastically. Therefore, as long as you maintain your current form, you are allowed to skip the previous processes and learn how to love the sword." Hearing that, everyone happily and excitedly shouted, "Are we going to learn the magic of swords? We must have changed a lot." Seeing his disciples so happy, he was also happy. As long as they worked hard, they would be rewarded. Once they were rewarded, they had to try harder. If they maintain this form, they will become the top swordsman of Hoa Sun in the future. Suddenly, there was a voice calling, Gum. "Is Gum here?" When he saw someone coming in, he was startled and exclaimed, "Sect Master." Going to a deserted place, Gum wondered, what was the matter that made you personally come to the White Ghost shop? The sect leader said with a serious face, "I feel something is wrong." In the chest that Chung Myung found, there was a book called Sixfold Sword. "Look at the last page." Upon hearing that, Gum immediately picked up the book. He opened the last page as instructed and looked at it, his face extremely surprised. "Grandmaster, this is..." The last page opened was the familiar words from the letter from the head of the Chung Moon sect, sent to my descendants. "It is not the responsibility of future generations to develop or change Hoa Sun martial arts. Martial arts will constantly evolve and develop. However, the hexagon is the foundation, the spine of the mountain flower. Luke Hop has been changed, just like the soul of Hoa Sun is no longer intact. Hopefully, the descendants of Hoa Sun will take this to heart." After reading these words, Gum suddenly stood stunned. His eyes clearly showed his thoughts. Luke Hop is a basic martial art that has been maintained in Hoa Sun since ancient times. It is a martial art that teaches students how to hold a sword properly. All martial arts are developed from 6 combinations of swordsmanship. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, "But senior brother, times have changed a lot, do we still study 6 combinations? Because learning 6 combinations is too slow, we invented the 6 combinations sword together." Grandmaster Yun Jong nodded once, then said, "That's why I came here to hear your opinion. Just as you said, Hua Shan abandoned 6E and invented Luke Hop sword. From then on this martial art became the basic and origin of Hoa Sun martial arts. But we cannot ignore the teachings of our ancestors." Gum bowed his head again and looked back at the copied letter. He pondered, of course. All sects and descendants must strive to follow the path set out by their ancestors. How can we deny this steadfast will of our ancestors? The sect leader expressed that he was the one who taught the children in Hoa Sun. "Because this is the most basic martial art, I cannot help but listen to your opinion. Don't think too much, just share it frankly with me." He could not help but stay silent, fighting in his heart, "I will follow tradition. Or choose to change." The breeze blew gently, carrying the apricot petals flying with it. After thinking carefully, Gum spoke up, the sect leader. "The reason why I should advance to Luke Hop sword is to save time practicing for Hoa Sun. We don't have time to leisurely teach disciples. Because we are a sect that can be destroyed at any time, that's right. I want to ask senior brother a question. Hoa Sun's present, does it have a future or not?" Hearing the question, the sect master was slightly surprised. It took a few seconds for him to answer, "The future. We are so much better than we were before, but in fact, we have only solved one of a mountain of problems. There are still many outstanding problems. Your question is really difficult to answer. I hope you understand, I cannot answer your question exactly." Gum folded the exercise book and expressed, "Then I object to this." "Why so?" He turned back to look at the disciples practicing behind him. Then replied, "Because it is very difficult to start again from the beginning. Luke Hop sword and Tian Luke Hop sword, although they have the same origin, are 2 completely different martial arts. Luke Hop is slow but steady, while Tien Luke Hop is a sect that focuses on speed and elegance. Furthermore, the children learn this martial art very quickly. They have now received the basic part of Tien Luke Hop. In this situation, if you have to relearn the 6 combinations, it may not bring any results at all. Furthermore, to be able to successfully practice 6 combinations, martial artists need to have a strong and stable lower body. It's too late to do that now. Grandmaster Yun Zhong thought for a while, then he suddenly asked, "What is the most essential thing about this martial art?" Gum replied, "With a sturdy lower body and a cautious spirit." Having said this, he suddenly stopped. Once again, I turned back to look at the group of disciples practicing. How sturdy was my lower body? The spirit of caution. Seeing that he seemed to understand something, the sect master smiled and said, "It seems like the training was quite effective." Gum scratched her head and thought, "But it wasn't my doing." Then he turned back to the disciples, looking straight into the crowd. Chung Myung was standing leisurely, picking his nose carelessly. "Probably not. Master, please wait a moment, I need to ask this child something, it's very urgent, a child." Gum called loudly, "Chung Myung." He was startled when he heard it and quickly said yes twice. He urged, "Come here quickly, I have something to ask you." "Yes, yes." When he arrived, he immediately asked, "Slow to go farther, or fast to be more accurate? According to you, which direction should Hoa-sun go?" Chung Myung did not hesitate to raise a finger in response. "Of course we need to go further." "Why so?" "Of course it's because of the flowers." The sect master heard the answer and exclaimed in surprise. Hoa-sun is a sect with no small amount of self-esteem. That vague past was said from a young boy, because of the mountain flowers. He continued, "If we were a normal sect, we would do that, but not Hoa-sun. To regain the glory of the past, so that the name Hoa-sun can once again become famous in the world, we cannot compromise like that." Sect Master Yun Zhong looked at him in surprise. This kid could see the difficulty in Gum's words and give an answer. "Can't we compromise because of Hoa-sun?" "Yes, that's what I think." The 2 adults turned to look at each other and nodded slightly. Gum immediately said, "I know, go back to your position." After watching him leave, the 2 smiled softly and exclaimed, "Embarrassing, yes. Unbelievable, we heard those words from a child's mouth. Because of the painted flowers. I also couldn't believe it, a child could say such things. Because he is a child, he is not swayed by money or food. It can be difficult. But I don't want to be embarrassed in front of a child." Just a short conversation, but it helped us confirm our choice. Especially when this is not a small thing, defining basic subjects is an extremely important task. Because that is the path that Hoa-sun will take in the future. Finally, he made a decision. Gum, you heard me clearly." "Yes, sect leader. I give this order to you as the head of the sect. The basic martial arts of Huashan will change from 6-hop to 6-hop sword, yes." The Grand Master further advised that not only Luke Hop, perhaps we will have to rethink all martial arts at Hoa-sun. The role of the abbot of the Bokmai monastery during this time was extremely important. Gum nodded and obeyed the order. "Sect Master. We will no longer be allowed to become a half-dead sect. Surely the name Hoa-sun will one day be the #1 name in the world. This is the duty that Hoa-sun disciples must shoulder. The painted flower is the painted flower. There's more." The sect master looked at the figure of Chung Myung. This child was the future of Hoa-sun. Maybe in our generation, things still cannot come to a happy ending. It is very likely that the name Hoa-sun will be famous in the world. As for Chung Myung, he returned to the ranks and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Those idiots. Why do I have to ask about that too? Ask me anything. Rice is brought to the mouth and then taught how to chew. He was so angry that he repeatedly punched himself in the chest and finally concluded, thinking about it, that these guys really couldn't do anything right. Of course, what we are doing will cause chaos, but it is necessary. Whatever you say, I guess I'll have to make a trip to Huaam. Huaam's business districts are probably making a lot of noise again. Chung Myung shouted helplessly, "Without me, this sect would surely only be destroyed." Looking at him standing there rubbing his head and pulling his hair, then suddenly screaming like that, the disciples couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong with him? Having gone through hardships, Hoa-sun is gradually finding its inherent peace. Hoa-sun's money problem has been resolved better than expected. To look forward to the future, Hoa-sun needs to prepare a new martial arts. In the not too distant future, Hoa-sun will always be filled with happy laughter. But what's the point of being peaceful? It's as chaotic as a fish market here. Chung Myung at this time, in Hoa Am, saw the chaos and broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled Joe Goul's hand to a corner. Brother, let's talk a bit. I heard you are the son of a famous merchant. Is he the son of an intercontinental merchant or something? Joe Goul looked at him and said, what about crossing continents? My father is just a small merchant. He wondered, but surely he must have some view on this situation, right? That's all. The youngest child in a rich family, often destructive and debauched, but he is the type to have talent and knowledge. He immediately denied it, saying something random. Never mind, but. The two people, without an appointment, turned around to look at the same time. At this time, a quarrel broke out. What kind of tea is this bitter? We need fresh tea leaves. Can't understand the human language. Quickly call the boss here. Quickly, Chung Myung said. Explain, in your opinion, why things have become so chaotic. Joe Goul observed and analyzed. This matter, this place was originally managed by them. You mean those scammers? Those guys have quite a reputation here, so when they quit, some of the employees also quit. He wondered, twitching the corner of his mouth. What about their voices? Do those scammers even have money to talk? He explained, to be more precise, they have many relationships. Most of the people working here are their relatives. You just need to pay a little attention to see it. Chung Myung, visualizing the family tree in my head, I couldn't help but exclaim, ready to bring the whole family to work. In short, the doer is the problem. Joe Goul continued, that's just a small factor, is there more? He lightly glanced at you. After hesitating forever to speak up, it was the Hoa Sun elders. They were all people with no business ability. That was the biggest problem. Chung Myung concluded, does that mean, Hoa Sun currently does not have the capacity to handle this business? It is truly a pearl hanging on a pig's head. On the other side, the two Hoa Sun disciples are still arguing. I have told you again and again that the tea is fermented. Senior brother, tea, fermented, you bring this back so I know what to do. Now, how would I know? Why are you raising your voice at me? Ever since I was little, I've never tasted such expensive tea and couldn't tell the difference. What should I do now? No one drinks this kind of tea. Looking at this scene, Joe Goul said, running a business is not a simple task. Must choose carefully from raw materials to workers. They are still too ignorant in choosing raw materials, and calculating revenue and expenditure is also too poor. Using cheap ingredients will gradually make us lose customers. If we can't find the right traders, they will just sneak around behind our backs and no one will work hard. Chung Myung expressed, but you can start studying now. He had to give you an example to help you understand. Think about it, if you force an old uncle to start learning martial arts, will he learn it? Of course he won't. Not only that, what we are lacking the most is talent. Naive employees do not know anything about the current situation, but only rely on manual labor to get by. Hearing that, Chung Myung also thought about the scenario of them coming back from loading and unloading and showing off their money to him. He sighed, then there would only be porridge left to drink. Joe Goul continued, it's more than that, at this rate, there won't even be a gnawed bone left. We were wrong. Right from the start. Chung Myung was silent, he looked up to the sky. Thinking about the image of my former brother, the sect leader, only now do I realize his greatness. When you have a senior brother, business runs smoothly and is as easy as pie. Damn it, if you just sit and complain like this, you'll only die faster. He took a deep breath and made up his mind, then he turned to ask, then, what is the solution? Joe Goul jumped up and replied, who knows, you haven't understood the problem after listening all this time. If I had the ability to solve this mess, I would have inherited the family business and been sitting on a pile of money. In this situation, even my father couldn't save me. I don't know how serious the situation is. To operate a large business district like this, we need a merchant with extensive knowledge of commodity trading, but Hoa Sun does not have such a person. If Huang Moon Yak were still here, the situation would definitely be different. Chung Myung heard the name and was curious, Huang Moon Yak, what kind of person is he? Joe Goul said, he is a big trader, a big trader. He was one of the largest merchants operating on the West Island, a man capable of understanding the trade of goods in both Shanghai, West Region, and Yunnan. In the past, he was the supporter of Hoa Sun. There is a very famous story about this issue. If he had help, Hoa Sun would definitely get out of this situation. He wondered, expensive, supporting Hoa Sun, but he knows what he sees in this place to invest. There's still us. Joe Goul was bored and didn't want to continue talking. He reluctantly turned his head away. Chung Myung bent the broom handle in his hand and innocently asked, what's wrong with your face? Ah, it's nothing. I don't know if he's keeping an eye on us, but it's not just Hoa-sun, it's said that he is backed many places. Therefore, I believe that if he is here, everything will be resolved, we will most likely receive advice or help from him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong stood up and said, "That's easy to solve, right? Just ask for help from that old man, isn't it?" Jo Gul shook his head, "No way. Huang Moon-yak has been sick for a year now, there are rumors that he has lost consciousness too." After listening, he sat down again. While I was bored, there was a loud call, "Chung Myong, where is Chung Myong?" He turned around, saw the ghost looking for him, so he stood up and said, "It's me." "So I'm here," he said as he approached. We both bowed our heads, we greeted the teacher. Anam waved his hand, "It was nothing. But maybe I need to go back to the mountains." Chung Myong was confused. "Yes, Hoa-sun." He scratched his head and thought, "He sent me on an errand, oh my god, I have to climb up and down that crazy mountain. Does the teacher still have a conscience? Maybe he can't help it," he wondered, "but there are many senior brothers who are healthier than me, so why me? I am the youngest brother, so my strength is still weak and my internal energy is still weak." Anam interrupted, "It's nothing heavy." The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Chung Myong smiled wryly and explained, "That's all I said before. What do you want to ask me?" He gave him a letter and told him, "Please forward this letter to the sect master, or you can rejoin. This is very urgent, you need to race against time. This is a letter from the upper house." Jo Gul quickly leaned into his ear and whispered, "Huang Moon-yak's merchant guild is the benefactor of the upper company." Chung Myong's eyes widened and he immediately stared at the letter. The teacher gave it to him to emphasize that this matter is very urgent, so you should leave quickly, no delay is allowed, understand? Please accept my determination to ensure that I will deliver the letter as quickly as possible. Having said that, he quickly set off. At this time, we went to the canyon to reach the sect. Chung Myong looked behind to see if there was anyone there. Then he stopped and took out the letter from his chest. Is this a letter that the old man called Huang Moon-yak wrote, or was it just someone under him who sent it? Looking at it for a while, I didn't know what he was thinking. Then suddenly, he gently licked his lips, showing a sinister smile. A letter is passed from one person to another. It's normal for a letter to fall apart like this, isn't it, brother? The soul of sect master Chung Moon only wants to appear in his imagination and swear, "Don't speak cunningly, my brother and I don't agree at all." Chung Myong turned the picture to the back and looked at it. On it was written a line, "Dear sect master." He immediately speculated that an old man in critical condition sent a private urgent letter to the sect leader, which meant something was about to happen to him. He raised his finger and transferred internal force to the tip of his finger, then cut the seal on the letter in half. If the relationship between the two of them was that good, they would definitely help Hoa-sun. By the way, just open it a little. Let's see. He opened the letter and began to read, "Sect leader, spring, summer, autumn, winter, then spring again, young leaves, bala bolo." Skip the greeting part. Due to the long distance, it was impossible to meet in person, so I had to send this letter to the sect leader, hoping for your forgiveness. My father's condition is getting worse and worse, that's why I'm writing this letter. Father, is it from his son? As you know, my father has reached his old age. We all gradually have to accept that bad things will happen at any time, but recently, in addition to the symptoms of aging, our father other symptoms began to appear. Reading this, Chung Myong frowned even more. Are the symptoms different? The veins appear very clearly, the body turns purple. He lost consciousness and could no longer move. Between the eyebrows appeared a strange black spot. He stood still for a few seconds. Shon Ma's blood-red eyes appeared in his mind. Wait, this. I invited many famous doctors to see my father's illness. But all of them were unable to give an accurate diagnosis. But there is still water left. If the sect leader knows anything about my father's symptoms, I hope the sect leader will respond to our group. I would be extremely grateful. And respond wholeheartedly. For those who can improve their father's condition. Hope to receive good news from the sect leader. Dear leader of the small merchant group, Huang Zhong respectfully. After reading the letter, Chung Myong couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a problem. If it is a normal illness, there is no reason why famous doctors cannot treat it. Ghost flower, devil's flower, from the outside, he has symptoms very similar to those of someone who has been poisoned. Therefore, the treatment method is definitely focused on detoxification. But the real reason why I can't calm down right now. It's the flower ghost. That was the symptom that appeared when being hit by that first demon. Damn the devil, he gritted his teeth until his veins turned blue. He even squeezed the letter in his hand until it wrinkled slightly. I thought I had already destroyed him on the top of the 100,000 Great Mountain. Is he still alive until now? The problem is not only that those guys are still alive, but I have a very bad feeling, they are definitely plotting something in this Central Plains. No, but what else do they want from Hoa-sun? Why is Hoa-sun always the one who has to suffer? Trung Win has countless people, why did they touch Huang Moon Yak and cause this mess? Scream loudly and release anger for a while. He finally calmed down and thought, it couldn't be better. If I only rely on the description of this letter, I cannot be sure whether it is a ghost flower or not. You have to see it with your own eyes to see it. Looking at the words of wholeheartedly responding, Chung Myong's eyes immediately lit up with determination. After all, I had to go on a trip. As Joe Goul said, the grace of the upper group is a place with countless gold and silver. For a place like that to give back wholeheartedly, how big must the number be? During the 100 years without me here, the Central Plains and that devil have not had a fight. Furthermore, the people who knew about that disease were almost all killed by that demon on the top of 10,000 mountains that day. But in this world, no one knows anything in advance. As he thought, he used his inner strength to reattach the letter as before, even though it was a little wrinkled. I don't know if anyone will survive and know about this. If one of those people knew the contents of this letter. No, I have to hurry. He quickly accelerated and ran, shouting loudly as he ran, what insolent guy dares to steal my Chung Myong's food? No, that bastard dares to steal my patient. My money? No, I'm for morality. Chung Myong, I will definitely be the one to solve this problem. Surely that person must be me. That evening, the other brothers of Hoa-sun returned from a day of practice. Some people complain that they can't rent us a motel under Hoa-am or something. Climbing up and down every morning and night is so tiring. Yoon Jong didn't say anything, he just let out a sigh. Suddenly Joe Goul's voice came, senior brother. Great senior brother. He looked skeptical at life and thought, since when did this kid become so undisciplined? What kind of system did he have while running and screaming? Joe Goul ran over breathlessly, senior brother. It's a big deal. Yoon Jong's face changed color and he stammered, Chung Myong, Chung Myong. First go to his room to check, hurry up, then both of you will run at full speed. A moment later, they arrived, opened the door. The room inside was empty without anyone. Brother Dun Gong asked while breathing, where could he go? Joe Goul pointed to the paper on the bed, no, it's not that, brother, look. He opened the letter. Chung Myong's handwriting appeared, I have something to do, I'll probably be gone for a few days and then come back, you guys will take care of everything yourself, by the way, if you miss practice, everyone will be hunchbacks so don't quit, someday. Yoon Jong read it and was so angry that his face twisted, this crazy guy. Looking at his trembling hands, Joe Goul also guessed to some extent, his face turned pale and asked, what should we do now, senior brother? First of all, I'll go tell everyone to keep their mouths shut, it won't work, if we're discovered we'll definitely die. Yoon Jong tightened his grip on the letter and said, now it's the same when going to the newspaper. He said he would be back within a few days, so just hide it for now. If there was no need to look for him today, there would be no way anyone would pay attention to the youngest disciple. If they were lucky, they wouldn't be discovered. Joe Goul wondered what to do if she was discovered. Are you worried about that? Yoon Jong suddenly asked. What we're worried about now? What's the reason he's been absent for a few days like this? Or had a very serious accident, both of them swallowed their saliva without appointment. Dark night in the forest. Something passed by. The figure moved from one tree trunk to another quickly. It was none other than Chung Myong. Currently, he was using his fastest speed to cross the forest. With a powerful kick to the ground, he was able to jump as high as he could. Finally, jump to a far distance, shortening the distance. At this moment, he landed on the ground again, and due to the strong force, he extended his momentum to scrape the ground a bit. Chung Myong was sweating profusely. Standing in place, breathing and exclaiming, oh my god, take a breather. If I ran the 300 miles from Hoa-sun in one go, I would probably die, even now this is still too much for me. Just last year, I could jump from one mountain to another with just one step. It only takes 2 clicks to cross a river. So this journey, even if I took it easy, would take less than an hour. If I had just had a sip of cool spring water, I wouldn't have ended up like this. But, it's been a long time since I've been back to this place. In front of him, a bustling citadel, filled with light, appeared. This is Shen. Chung Myung looked at the scene and laughed to himself. It seemed like a lot of things had happened in this place. He remembered before, when he was still a second-generation disciple at the Hoa Sun Sect, coming to this place, drinking a refreshing sip of wine. So delicious. This place is truly a paradise for entertainment, and I don't have to worry about being discovered by my senior brother. Oh my God, I'm so drunk. While walking, he was bumped into by a group of people in the opposite direction who was holding a wine gourd. Make it fall to the ground, all the wine in it will flow out. The guy who collided stopped and brushed off his shirt as if he hated causing trouble, blind. If you bumped into someone, you should apologize. Aha, I thought the stink came from somewhere. Turns out it was from a flower boy. Chung Myung's face immediately darkened. He commanded coldly. Pick it up. What? That guy was surprised. Then he smiled mockingly. It's really scary, all of them look alike. Tang Tang is one of the #1 sects, and doesn't even have basic etiquette. We have encountered this kind of arrogant attitude from Hoa Sun people quite a lot. Even though they kept coming to Shen, it seemed like they still didn't learn much. Then our male sect has to educate you, only then will you Flower Mountains understand what the consequences will be of hanging around in front of other people's homes. Chung Myung glared angrily. But he didn't say anything, just went back to the wine gourd place. Then use a kickback to send it flying high. The male sect members were still engrossed in looking in the direction of the gourd without paying attention. Chung Myung took the opportunity to move at an invisible speed, one by one, hitting the acupuncture points on their bodies. The three men suddenly had no time to resist. When I discovered it, I just felt pain all over my body like I was being punched in the chest by 100. Chung Myung caught the gourd wine as it fell. And left leisurely, leaving 3 Southern Sect disciples to fall to the ground. Tong Nam and Hoa Sun can be called enemies of each other. Why is the relationship between the two sects so bad? Having said that, we have to say it again, what is the benefit of a good relationship? Great sects have close ranks, so there is no way to have a good relationship. The two sects have so many similarities such as Taoism, using swords as weapons, so it is natural to compete little by little. Whether your sect is strong, or my sect is strong, that can only be answered by drawing the sword, that is self-esteem. Yet when disciples of Hoa Sun and sect men met, conflicts were inevitable, and because of that, appearing in Shen also became apprehensive for Hoa Sun disciples. But I am an exception. Remembering this, Chung Myung couldn't help but smirk proudly. For me, Shen is a place where I can avoid the eyes of the senior brother, a place where I can freely eat, drink, and have fun. Even though I got caught up in a lot of gossip, I absolutely never sought out the male relatives to cause trouble first. Every time. They were all looking to cause trouble, and rushed in first. I can only defend, really. But there is one thing I really have to acknowledge, which is the will of the male sect. I believe that they like to be beaten or like to be beaten to death. No matter how many times, it's still those crazy people who come to get beaten and then run away. But perhaps it is that will that has created the male sect that it is today. That's why. If we meet again, something will definitely happen. Chung Myung touched the apricot flower symbol on his shirt, but he quickly ignored it. It wasn't possible, it was probably okay. Nowadays, there are no more guys coming to find me like before. In the mansion of the merchant company, the pharmacist was examining the pulse of Huang Moon Yak. After careful consideration, he placed that thin, blood-red hand down. The pharmacist expressed, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Battalion leader Huang Zhong sighed sadly. Then he looked at his father who was lying unconscious on the bed and asked, what he meant was, the poison had penetrated deeply into the body, and could not be cured. The pharmacist replied, "We are always proud to be the best poison treatment place in the world, but so what? Your father's condition is not due to poisoning, anything. With symptoms like that, isn't it poisoning?" The pharmacist firmly said that although the symptoms are very similar, I can confirm that this is not poisoning. Surely it's due to other reasons. The battalion commander quickly grabbed his shirt and asked urgently. If so, what kind of disease is this? However, after a few seconds of agitation, he calmed down. Letting go of the famous doctor's sleeve, he sighed an expression. "I'm sorry, I know you're not a healer, but I'm so anxious. Sorry I can't be of any help." He left, the door closed. The battalion leader sat alone next to his father's bed, in turmoil. What to do now? His father's illness was getting worse and worse. What's the point of having so much gold and silver when you can't do anything? He lived all his life for the poor, Yet he had to suffer torment due to an unknown illness for a whole year, just like that. Isn't life too harsh and unfair to people? He was shaking like he was about to cry. Suddenly there was a call from outside the door, "Battalion Commander. Let's go in." The door opened again. The person who entered was Kim Mok-sung, the elder of the male sect. He said, "Battalion Commander, it's time for you to accept reality. The only method that can save Hwang Moon-yak is sacrifice." Hwang bowed his head and replied, "I understand what you're saying, but I still don't want to expect that." The other elder Kim tried to convince him that it is not a common thing for the male sect leader to directly perform the ritual of worshipping the heavens, that is the blessing of Hwang Moon-yak, the blessing of his mercy. Group, don't you understand that? There are still letters that have not received a response. We will decide after receiving all the answers. Hearing that, Kim Mok-sung clicked his tongue. How stupid. Battalion leader Hwang Jong clenched his fists, biting his lips in resignation. My eyebrows furrowed together. So rude. The reason we have to endure these words is very simple. Because this kid is the elder of the male family. Since ancient times, Nam Shrimp has been famous as one of the best sects in the world, but recently, this name has become even more popular. In just a few more generations, the position of the number one sword sect in the world will not be far-fetched. Furthermore, Shen is a land greatly influenced by Southern Buddhism. Therefore, receiving a proposal from an elder of the male sect, the battalion leader had no reason to refuse. He clenched his fists until they trembled. Of course, to perform the ritual of worshipping the gods, they would require a lot of gold and silver. It's not that I don't care about money. To save my father, even if the family ends up bankrupt, I'm willing, but if these guys really have the confidence to save my father, shouldn't they save my father first, then ask for repayment later? That's why his attitude was so vicious. Kim Mok-sung couldn't help but speak up again, really frustrated. You have invited famous doctors from everywhere to come. How can you cure an incurable disease? At this moment, suddenly there was a subordinate loudly calling, "Battalion Commander." Hwang Jong left the room and asked, "What's going on?" "Yes, it's the matter. People from Hoa-sun want to see you." He listened and was stunned. "You said, Hoa-sun?" "The letter I sent to Hoa-sun was sent the latest. Considering the time, the letter should have just arrived, but they've already sent someone here." Kim Mok-sung frowned. The mountain flower is gone, huh? This is so sassy. Where is this place?" "Battalion Chief, this is just a waste of time. You don't need to meet that kind of person. What does Hoa-sun know? How can they cure your illness?" The battalion commander frowned and questioned. They were the ones who had received my request to come here, and now it was unethical to send them away. When he heard that, his mouth became stiff. Unable to refute, he had to withdraw his hand from Hwang Jong's body, only snorting in dissatisfaction. But the battalion leader did not care. He quickly brought people to welcome him. "Where is the person from Hoa-sun?" "Yes, at the entrance. A guest has come from far away. Why do you leave him at the door like that? Even though the trade group has encountered many problems, where is such rudeness coming from?" "Yes, I also want to welcome that person, but I really don't understand what the situation is." "Okay, we will welcome that person directly." The big door was quickly opened. Hwang Jong didn't even look at the person before he clasped his hands together and bowed. "How rude, this is the battalion leader of the merchant company, Hwang Jong. It is my fault for not teaching the people below carefully. I hope you will forgive me." The person opposite replied, "It's nothing, it could be that way, after all I didn't come here to be entertained." His gaze turned up and he was surprised to see a foot. It looked like a child's foot. He quickly raised his head. In front of him, Chung Myung was leisurely scratching his ears, looking extremely leisurely. The battalion commander couldn't help but say a word. Looking around, I wondered where everyone had gone. "I came alone." "What?" Chung Myung smiled and emphasized, "I came here alone. I know how to cure Hwang Moon-yak. Quickly lead the way." "Oh, besides, can we preview the huge reward first?" Battalion leader Hwang Jong was confused. Thousands of question marks appeared in his mind. The atmosphere is a bit magical. What exactly is this kid? He stammered and asked again, "Are you going alone?" He frankly admitted, "Yes." "Really, are you going alone?" "It's real." He turned to look at his subordinate again. He gingerly nodded. There was another moment of silence until the wind blowing could be heard clearly. The battalion commander looked at Chung Myung with suspicion. Is Hoa-sun disregarding the mercy of that merchant group? If not, why not? At this moment, a mocking laugh came out. The battalion commander had done something pointless again. Kim Mok-sung walked over and sarcastically said, I told you, you don't need to meet the people of Hoa Sun for anything. Hoa Sun is truly shameless, how could he send a child like this? TSK, I heard that Elder Hoa Sun is a righteous man, how could he be so cowardly? Chung Myung looked at him, he pouted and sighed, it turned out that being young would be looked down upon. These guys really need treatment. Thinking about it, he clasped his hands together, then bowed his head to introduce himself, saying hello. I am the third generation disciple of the Hoa Sun sect, Chung Myung. Hoa Sun has received the letter sent by the battalion master here. And, I know a little about the symptoms that the battalion commander described in the letter, so I took the liberty to come here. Hearing him say that, Huang Zhong was stunned. What? Can you guess about my father's illness? Yes. He couldn't help but squeeze his hand, he was the first person to say these words to me. Up to this point, there have been many famous doctors and martial arts experts who have come here, but no one has dared to give an opinion about my father's illness even without meeting him directly like this person. What is this? Just as he gritted his teeth and was about to speak, Elder Kim Mok-sung smiled faintly and walked forward. His tone was full of contempt, he was young, yet he already knew how to gossip. Battalion Chief, there's no need to talk too much about this brat, let's go in, staying here will only waste your time. But, when he hesitated. Then Chung Myung spoke again, who is that person, why have you been so mean to people all this time? The atmosphere was once again quiet. Only later did Kim Mok-sung raise his hand and point at him, asking, are you talking to me? He replied, there is no one here who is mean to me except you. He immediately shouted angrily, arrogantly, seeing that you were just a servant, there was no way a disciple of the Hoa Sun sect would not know the male sex clothes. Chung Myung leisurely scratched his ear, so he was a member of the male family. How should I put it, seeing you so confident, I thought you were a traditional healer. So, your clan has a cure for Huang Moon Yak. Kim Mok-sung was silent for a few seconds, then said, Huang Moon Yak, because he practiced against the path, he was infected with the disease. So the only way to cure it is to appease heaven's anger, when you hear it, you pretend to exclaim, and there's this and that. So hurry up and call the shaman, that's their specialty. He was a little panicked and hastily explained, it doesn't have to be like that, our male sect is here, but before he could finish speaking, he interrupted, hey, people from southern or Hoa mountain families, who doesn't know that ancient song, worshipping heaven and earth, it's better to let the Taoists do it. Either way, why not choose an expert, low price, high quality? Isn't that right? By this time, Kim Mok-sung was so angry that his face turned red, he got angry and shouted, you bastard, do you dare to play with adults like that? Is that what your teacher taught you? Oh, I'm so scared. Damn it. Battalion leader, look at this insolent guy, quickly chase this kid away. Huang Zhong has been quiet all this time. But when he heard him say that, his eyes immediately said sternly, Elder, this is a benevolent merchant group, not a male descendant. I am the one who decides to entertain guests coming to the trade group here. Then he turned to Chung Myung, the young leader, I want to ask you a few questions, you thought a little unhappy, are you talking empty, but then thinking you were being a child, you reluctantly replied, okay. You said you have diagnosed my father's illness, can I hear about that diagnosis? He immediately said frankly, I heard that in the past, Huang Moon Yak often went to the highlands, right, that's right. So before he fell ill, he must have visited 100,000 great mountains in the upper section. Isn't that right? The battalion commander's expression was a bit surprised. However, the answer made Chung Myung's eyes widen, no. Why is that? So he must have been attacked by the enemy at the top, that's right, it's not true, in the last 5 years, my father has never been attacked. He began to doubt life, is that true, there is no way it could be like this, no, what is this, then where did you eat the onions? Huang Zhong was speechless, thinking, what did you eat? Yes, fragile expectations were shattered in an instant. Kim Mok-sung now laughed loudly. I told you not to waste time, Hoa Sun is inherently such an unbelieving sect. Just looking at this situation is enough to know that this kid's diagnosis was wrong. The battalion leader let out a sigh, he expressed, young leader, I hope you will understand my stance. I understand your ambition, but my father's condition might get worse if he randomly meets everyone. Please go home. The door gradually closed, Chung Myung was still stunned when his words woke him up, please pass the message on to the sect master, I am extremely grateful. His eyes gradually regained determination, in the moment the gap was only a small one, he raised his hand to block it. Then he immediately mentioned the symptoms, his body turned purple and his whole body felt cold. If you press it with your hand, it will turn white, then quickly turn purple again. Before falling into a state of unconsciousness, he felt cold like he had a cold. Not only between the eyebrows, strange black spots also appear on the back of the neck and the top of the head. Hearing these words, the battalion commander quickly grabbed the doorknobs. Opened the door directly and asked, "How did you know about that?" He smiled and said, "Let's talk more." Without waiting for him to say more, he immediately bowed his head respectfully. "Please come inside, I will directly lead the way." Kim Mok-sung gasped, "Battalion commander, did you let this kid inside? He only listed the symptoms that anyone affected by negative energy would suffer." "Isn't it strange to know that?" Huang Zhong questioned. "Do you mean people affected by negative energy all have black spots on the back of their neck and the top of their heads? You know so well, why can't you cure my father until now?" He was speechless. "That matter," he interrupted, "this is the business of the merchant group. Don't interfere anymore. If you still deliberately interfere, we will officially petition the male sect." Being told that he could not refute, Kim Mok-sung turned and glanced at Chung Myong. Then left angrily. Huang Zhong led him to Huang Moon-yak's residence. He immediately pulled the blanket over his body and observed. "His condition is more serious than I thought. It seems like he really has been infected with demon flowers, but this type of demon flower is not the main demon flower owner. If he was really affected by the magic of an expert, at his age he wouldn't be able to endure it for more than a year." Chung Myong held up Huang Moon-yak's hand. He closed his eyes to concentrate, then sent a stream of internal force inside. There was a new flow of air entering my body, the black lines of air on my wrists seemed to retreat in fear. "Let's see." Looking at him thoughtfully, Battalion Commander Huang Zhong asked worriedly, "Is it serious?" He replied, "No, the treatment is not difficult at all." He thought he couldn't be saved, so he was sad. "I know it's difficult, it's okay, everyone else is too." But then, when he understood what he said, Huang Zhong was startled and let out a loud gasp. Chung Myong looked at him and repeated, "I said it was easy. I already dealt with it earlier, he can't die." Sure enough, after that, Huang Moon-yak's forehead gradually turned from black to normal skin color. Huang Zhong was so shocked that he was speechless. He said, "But if you want to completely cure it, you need more time, and you also need to prepare a few more things." Prepare for what?" He raised his head and thought for a moment, then said, "First, we have to have breakfast first." On the table, piled high with empty bowls of food. Chung Myong looked like he had been starved for a few days and was filled to the brim with food. The battalion commander sitting next to him gingerly asked, "Little leader, what do we need to prepare?" He replied while eating, "Well, we don't need much. This treatment requires a lot of physical strength, so we must eat well first. I admit that your chef cooks really well." Huang Zhong once again fell into doubt, whether he could be trusted or not. Thinking back to the scene just now, I can't help but believe it. Chung Myong explained that, in fact, the important thing now is not the treatment of Latun, but the important thing here is why Latun fell ill. That's why I want to ask you a few questions. Who is the person closest to the Lord's command? All the people around Huang Moon-yak, from taking care of food and sleep, to protecting the Lord, to leading the way. If we know that, we can narrow the scope of suspicion. Well, remember to exclude you. Huang Zhong wondered, the closest person, why would you ask that? Just consider it necessary for treatment. Hearing that, he also pondered and replied, if only I were excluded. I don't know any more, there are too many people supporting my father. But the number of people who fit the criteria described by the young director was a total of 5 people. Chung Myong chewed a piece of chicken thigh and said, this seems to be difficult to find. He looked at him curiously, what was the young leader looking for? He chewed and looked at him with bored eyes. It wasn't until later that he asked because he didn't really know. Looking at Huang Moon-yak's state, he was definitely not harmed by outsiders. That means within you, someone is playing a trick. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and banged on the table in warning, asking you to be careful with your words, young leader. All members of the Grace Company are like blood and flesh, they have devoted their whole lives to the Grace Company, and also respect my father very much. Chung Myong put down his chopsticks. Why are you so angry? I just doubt it, wouldn't it be better, wouldn't it? Ah yes, that's true. Don't worry, a little investigation will clear everything up. Looking at the old man's state, he was definitely continuously infected with demonic energy by someone who had not yet mastered demonic arts. At first it's not a problem, but over time the situation will get worse. Battalion leader Huang Zhong wondered again, but, how do you intend to investigate? He flossed his teeth and replied, what I was talking to in this room with the battalion commander was an investigation. The battalion commander just needed to quietly observe. There will be fun drama to watch. Oh, can you help me with something? I'll try my best. Chung Myung grabbed the wine bottle. Then smiled brightly and said, give me another bottle of Nien Thai wine. On the other side, the male sect here was also having a meal. But every time he thought back to what had just happened, Kim Mok-sung was so angry that he broke the chopsticks in his hand. How could a brat from Hoa Sun dare to walk so righteously into Shen like that? Moreover, that kid is too similar to the name that I just want to chew alive to hate him. Apricot Flower Sword Son. The second-generation disciple of the Southern Sect, Lee Sung-baek looked at him wonderingly. The master was talking about the apricot blossom sword. He immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted, looking for a monkey. How could I attach such a noble word to that brat's name? When he saw his master's reaction, he just thought to himself that every time the name Huashan was mentioned, he became so sensitive. That guy has been dead for more than 100 years, but to this day people still praise and worship him. Surely he must be extremely talented. Finally, he said, Master, don't overdo it like that. Kim Mok-sung was dissatisfied, overdoing it. The story that brash boy will treat Huang Moon-yak is being discussed a lot in the village up and down the street. Could that kid really do it? He pondered and then said, I heard there has been progress. Lee Sung-baek was surprised. It turned out that it was because of this reason that his new master was born. Huang Moon-yak is a person who is divided between grievances. If that child can successfully treat him, he will certainly devote all his potential to revive Hoa Sun. That's definitely the case. We must stop that from happening. After thinking about it, he immediately expressed, Elder, if I feel that the boy is an eyesore, we will chase him away immediately, children. Yes, it wouldn't be good if you came out directly, we are your disciples, we will do it. It's just a second-generation disciple of the Southern Sect sparring with a third-generation disciple of Hoa Sun. Kim Mok-sung reminded us, wouldn't we be known as bullying children? Lee Sung-baek explained, everyone knows that the male clan and the Flower Mountain have a long-standing relationship. It was just a chance meeting and exchange of swordsmanship, then a little accident. Moreover, we are about to arrive at the Tonghua branch, so it will be easier for us to use the wind to push the boat. Hearing that, he tapped his fingers on the table in thought. It took a while for him to say, I understand what you mean, but there is one thing you must remember. Even if you do that, that boy is still a third-generation disciple. If you guys touch that brat too much, it will affect the reputation of our great-grandson. What will people in the sect say when we bully a kid from a sect that's about to be destroyed? Lee Sung-baek smiled, holding the sword in his hand and replied, I understand, disciple. But, a disciple who accidentally messed up will have to receive a suitable punishment, right? Of course. I will directly punish the person who touches that child, and of course, there will be a great reward as well. Disciple will remember. The two disciples left the room, leaving Kim Mok-sung alone to sit thoughtfully. Hoa Sun will have to be humiliated in front of the people of the world. Since the children were born, Hoa Sun's strength has no longer been the same. But the Huashan that I saw when I was a child was definitely not a place that a male descendant could easily touch. If Hoa Sun had not been involved in the battle with that demon, perhaps up to this moment, Tong Nam still would not have overcome Hoa Sun. It is absolutely impossible for things to return to that period. That kid dared to leave Huashan to come to this place. This shows that Huashan is restarting diplomatic relations. I must stomp on them. I can't let those damn Hoa Suns get back up. After this is over, maybe I need to have a serious talk with the sect leader. As for the other two disciples, after leaving, the person named Go Hui chased after Lee Sung-baek and asked, Brother, what are you going to do with that boy? He replied, let's just feed it some onions and send it back to the place of production. Even though bullying children is not my hobby, I still shouldn't let people see someone like an elder oppressing a child. Go Hui was curious, but didn't know what Hoa Sun was thinking. Why did he let the boy go here alone? If he was a male, if he wanted to go down the mountain, he had to get the consent of the elders. Lee Sung-baek explained, not all sects have the same rules, there is definitely a reason. It seems like Hoa Sun doesn't manage people very well. How can we know about other people's sects? Just do our job well, don't be curious. Now what needs to be done is to focus on the work the elder has assigned. While walking, Lee Sung-baek suddenly stopped. Looking forward, he smirked, "It seems like we don't need to waste our time looking for that kid." In front of him, Chung Myong was leisurely strolling after eating his fill. He walked around, whistling and loving life. The two men immediately approached and said hello. Chung Myong turned to look curiously, and saw him clasping his hands and bowing to greet him. "It is a great honor to meet disciples of the Hoa Sun sect here. I am Lee Sung-baek, second-generation disciple of the male generation." After listening, he just nodded, yes. He was a bit embarrassed, trying to force a smile, and suggested, "It's very rude, but can I ask where you are going?" Chung Myong replied, "Let's go see if Huang Moon Yak has made any progress, so that's how it is." Looking around at him, Lee Sung-baek silently assessed, how shameless. All the famous elders and healers in the world cannot cure him, so how can this kid? Yet he can spout false words that he will cure Huang Moon Yak. He is definitely a person with a good heart. He continued to put on a smiling face and said, "If you don't mind, can you talk to me for a while?" Chung Myong did not hesitate to agree, "Okay." No matter what, it's nothing special. Since ancient times, Tong Nam and Hoa Sun often exchanged swordsmanship to develop their skills. My sect is having a sect branch event to exchange swordsmanship. I don't know if you have heard about it. He shrugged and said, "Oh, that's it, I don't know, I just joined the class not long ago." Lee Sung-baek raised his hand to hold the hilt of the sword, "So that was it. If you knew about Tong Hao clan, how would you dare to be so arrogant in front of me?" The whispering wind arose. "Pass on the next words, this will be very useful for cultivating Hoa Sun sword technique. Do you guys want to participate? I really want to admire the Hoa Sun sword technique." Having finished speaking, he was extremely confident and thought that he would definitely refuse. No matter how stupid, he must feel that he is not my opponent, but even if I tie him up, I will. A voice interrupted my thoughts, "Ah, okay. Do you want to fight?" Chung Myong pouted and asked. Lee Sung-baek was surprised, then quickly explained. "Not a fight, I just mean practice and exchange." Chung Myong's lips became even more pointed, deliberately mimicking, "Not a fight. It's obvious that it's just an invitation to fight, we just have to beat around the bush. Just fight and fight, but still. You won't regret it." The wind blew louder and louder, blowing fallen leaves across the quiet space. Lee Sung-baek asked with serious eyes, "Please ask for your secret name." He replied, "No alias, my name is Chung Myong." "Chung Myong, is it really Chung Myong?" "Listen, Chung Myong Taoist, this might be a shock to a young Taoist like you. You didn't understand anything, so you listened to him continue. Perhaps the Taoist leader will think that he has done nothing wrong, but all things in the world will not be decided by clear right and wrong. The Taoist should return to Hoa Sun, before things get worse, if he retreats now." Chung Myong listened around and interrupted directly without hitting. "The male sect only fights verbally, it's obvious that they invite the fight first, but why do they talk so much?" Go Hui couldn't help but clench his fists and growl, "The brat was rude." Lee Sung-baek raised his hand to stop him. But at this moment, his hand holding the hilt of the sword also showed trembling anger. "It seemed like my way of acting was still lacking in many ways. My heart is filled with the feeling of wanting to pound the brat in front of me. He's right, there's no need to consider anything else. Right now, right here, let's decide victory or defeat." He stood up straight, clasped his hands in front of his chest and shouted loudly, "Lee Sung-baek, the male sect, would like to compete with his disciple Chung Myong Hoa Sun." Chung Myong suddenly said, causing Lee Sung-baek to fall back, "Wait a minute," he was angry, "what should he do? I'm not talking about you, but, there's that uncle behind you." Go Hui pointed at himself, "Me, that's right." He opened his hand to show that he could lend me his sword. Both of them immediately looked dumbfounded. "What? Borrow a sword?" Those are the words of a disciple from a famous sect, so what should I say? When joining a sword sect, the first thing every disciple must learn is not to give his beloved soldiers to others. How can he shamelessly borrow someone else's weapons like that? He snapped. As a disciple of a sword sect, he didn't bring his sword with him. Chung Myong sighed and said, "I didn't know I had to fight like this." "If you don't like it, that's fine. At most, you can just pick up whatever is broken and use it temporarily. It's okay." He turned around to look around. Go Hui was speechless. What kind of sect is Hoa Sun? Lee Sung-baek finally ordered, "Give him away, senior brother." Go Hui was dissatisfied. He reminded me, "I want to hear people's rumors that the Southern sect's disciples bullied the Hoa Sun disciples without even carrying a sword." He just had to compromise. "Hey. threw the sword towards Chung Myong. He caught it without forgetting to thank him. Carrying sword on shoulder. You confirm, let's get started. Lee Sung-baek wondered, aren't you going to pull out your sword? It's not like you're killing someone. Just withdraw naturally. He restrained himself, tried to take a deep breath and then let out a breath. The demon inside him was rising again. Talking to him made the morality I had cultivated all this time completely disappear. I originally intended to have a little fun and then return him to the production site. But someone like him has to break a bone somewhere to be less arrogant. It's better to make corn and potatoes. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Chung Myong didn't care about his murderous eyes. He just urged, hurry up, I'll probably have to stand here until nightfall, hurry up and fight. Lee Sung-baek drew his sword and took a slightly low stance. Focus on your legs. The force was so strong that the yard floor immediately cracked a large piece. He took the phlegm and rushed forward, creating a long crack, like something scraping the ground. Chung Myong stood still, eyes wide, watching every movement. When he saw the sword in his hand, he raised it high. He immediately followed the direction it swung down and raised his sword to block it. Lee Sung-baek's force seemed strong, knocking him back. When you were still surprised. He continued to lower his feet to the ground, bounced and jumped up again. This time, the direction of his sword was in the opposite direction. But Chung Myong still had time to raise his unsheathed sword to block. He seemed surprised and shouted 3 times. The blows and parries continued. The sound of swords clashing and feet hitting the floor created a chaotic but powerful symphony. Each attack creates dense waves of dust, making the surrounding space blurry and chaotic. Go Hui observed and couldn't help but smile complacently. Master is angry. He won't let this go easily. That kid had provoked the anger in his heart. TSK Tusk, passers-by looked at it and thought those two were really playing with each other. Just looking at it, the boy seemed to be resisting very well, as if he had a taste of death. He could have resolved this battle at any time, but if so, outsiders looking in would think that he was bullying a child. That's why the senior brother only used strength and speed at a level that the boy could withstand. In fact, he didn't even throw a single strike, just enough to teach him a lesson. As for that cheeky kid, this is a big lesson for him. Brother, don't get too excited, otherwise something will happen. On the other side, the match was still inconclusive. Lee Sung-baek held his sword in both hands, strongly slashing towards Chung Myong. There was a deafening sound of swords clashing. He was pushed back, but his sword-blocking movements did not deviate even once. After a while of attacking, he gasped for air. Looking at him still standing there, he was suspicious. He can still cut it. I didn't try to slow down anymore, but he still stopped me. Thinking back to just now. He had already left it at the place where he aimed his sword. He could read my sword. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't like he was in my head. This kid is at most only 15 years old. In terms of age, he is only the youngest in his family. Such a child, that is possible. Watching Lee Sung-baek rush forward frantically once again. Chung Myong readied his sword position, preparing to block. His eyes narrowed in anger. Your feet hit the ground hard like a challenge. If you're good, block this attack. Lee Sung-baek suddenly stopped and changed the direction of his sword. He stepped back slightly, his legs turned at an angle of 30 degrees. His body focused his weight to the left, the sword circled the right side that Lee Sung-baek hit. Just like that, he once again blocked the sword. He was surprised, he blocked all his attacks. Chung Myong now actively jumped back. Lee Sung-baek was surprised. Then he gritted his teeth until his veins turned blue. The hand holding the sword trembled with anger. Internal force also burst out. Light passed from the hand into the body of the sword. This story is impossible. Smoke rose from the ground, thick and billowing, blending with the light from the swords. His eyes became sharp. With this sword, I can even cut the world in half, even a brat like you. The world has 36 swords, the world is one. Lee Sung-baek rushed forward with a powerful move, gradually approaching Chung Myong. Go Hui quickly shouted a reminder, senior brother, don't be so aggressive. His words seemed to awaken him. He suddenly stopped. The attack was just released and was recovered before it reached him. The space was both chaotic and normal again. He breathed a sigh of relief. He almost did it for real. But the next second, Chung Myong acted like he was hit. His whole body flew backwards and hit the door hard, making Lee Sung-baek stunned. He vomited and spat out fresh blood. The other two people's eyes widened and they stood still. Chung Myong's body fell to the ground. The blood still didn't stop flowing. The whole space was as quiet as paper. He collapsed on the ground, blood staining the entire yard red. Lee Sung-bek's face changed, he was so confused that he couldn't utter a word. The battle stopped, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet again, the dust of the fierce battle gradually dissipated. Just when Lee Song-beek was still lost, Go Hui called out to wake him up, "Senior brother. Hey, do something." He was about to explain, "No, when he ran past first. In the direction he came. He looked again at the place where Chung Myong had just fallen. Go Hui helped him up, but he was already unconscious. Lee Song-beek recalls, clearly he did not use any internal energy. At that time, he swung his sword but stopped in time. But the scene of Chung Myong being thrown back kept flashing in my mind. Then there was the time he slammed his body against the door, apparently just now. Even if I used all my strength to attack, that kid would still be unharmed without a scratch, yet to fly so far, just because of sword energy, I didn't use any internal energy. Chung Myong suddenly moved, he slightly raised his head. Then he spat out a stream of blood before Go Hui's surprised eyes. He was so scared that he screamed loudly. The voice was both confused and worried. "Brother, what should we do, brother?" But Lee Song-beek looked blankly at the blood he spat out and exclaimed, "Oh, so people can spit so much blood. Anyone looking at it will think it's their fault, that's for sure." He was so shocked that he lost his color in a desperate call, "Senior brother." At this moment, the figure of the battalion leader appeared. Hearing the voice, Lee Song-beek couldn't help but be startled. Go Hui also turned pale. Unable to explain in time. Huang Zhong shouted angrily, "What the hell are you guys doing?" A famous doctor was quickly sent to check the condition. He pulled Chung Myong's eyes up to examine and concluded that the boy's condition was very bad. His body was exhausted, he had to bring the boy home first. The subordinate quickly carried him on his back and ran away quickly. The famous doctor quickly reminded him to run in carefully, gently. There were only 3 people left on the field, the 2 male sect leaders and the battalion commander. Lee Song-beek lowered his head, feeling confused. How should I explain this? In this situation, not Zhuge Liang, but even Zhuge Liang's great-grandfather came. It was difficult for Chung Myong to please. Huang Zhong looked at the pile of blood at his feet, his face full of anger and questioning. He was a famous disciple of the righteous sect, yet he killed and punished a child like that. There is no need to consider anything further. I saw the whole thing with my own eyes. I will never forget this today. Lee Song-beek was about to say something. But he interrupted and gave an order. "Please leave my company." Kim Mok-sung then leisurely walked over and asked, why could he say those words? When he heard his voice, he was startled and slowly turned his head. He acted as if he didn't understand and wondered what had happened. But soon, Kim Mok-sung immediately noticed. To the field of blood and the fallen sword nearby. Next was a large dent in the door. The space sank into a piece of silence. Kim Mok-sung gritted his teeth, his eyes full of disgust looked at Lee Song-beek and silently scolded, "These idiots." He quickly explained, "Battalion commander, maybe this was just an accident." Huang Zhong smiled sarcastically, "What an accident? You said this was an accident. The child who was trying to treat my father almost lost his life at the hands of your disciple, yet you dare say this was just an accident. Accidents are things that happen beyond everyone's wishes, right, elder?" Lee Song-beek quickly spoke up. "Chung Myong, battalion commander, this is a complete misunderstanding. We have never overdone it once, everything is under control." He interrupted, "Look, this has never been too much. So in the first place, why did the male sex disciple swing his sword at the Flower Mountain child? That. Also, sparring, I'm not familiar with the law of the gypsies. Sparring is about sharing and exchanging martial arts between people of the same age. Making a child half dead is called competition. Is this what the Southern Sect's Taoist sect is like? Without further ado, today, I hope the elders and all the male disciples will leave my caravan. These are the words that my battalion leader, on behalf of the company's leader, would like to send to our ancestors." Kim Mok-sung frowned, but finally agreed, "Okay, I will do that. Battalion commander, although an unfortunate accident occurred, I hope you understand that our male clan always hopes that Huang Moon Yak will recover soon." The battalion leader walked past him, not looking at him, just saying a word. "Thank you." Even though someone doesn't think so. These words were full of sarcasm, causing him to darken his face and grit his teeth in anger. At this moment there was only the sound of footsteps leaving. Go Hui watched without saying a word. Lee Song-beek silently bowed his head. It took me a long time to muster up the courage to speak, elder, son. However, Kim Mok-sung directly stopped him, and Go Hui and I will return to the south. You must stay here to atone for your sins, no matter what, you must gain the battalion master's forgiveness, otherwise, you don't need to return to the southern family anymore. Did you hear clearly? He turned pale, then bit his lip and replied. Yes, I know. In Chung Myong's recuperation room, he was treated, he is still lying motionless on the bed, the phone told him about the situation, his blood circulation was seriously disturbed and the boy was in very critical condition. For now, we can only regulate the blood, but it will be difficult for the boy to fully recover. The battalion leader asked, so the battalion commander's life will no longer be in danger, yes. So lucky. When will the boy regain consciousness? It will probably take about 2 to 3 more days. Hearing that, Huang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chung Myong silently praying. Hopefully in the future, my father's condition will not get worse. Up to this point, the boy is the only person who can make his father's condition change for the better. Perhaps this is the last hope to save his father. Yet, they dared to attack that hope to the point of unconsciousness. Men, you have no respect for your father or the merchant company. You will pay the price for this arrogance. He clenched his hands, silently making up his mind. Fonda Pak suddenly wondered, battalion commander, could this child really cure the battalion commander's illness? Doesn't look reputable at all. Huang Zhong immediately said, there have been many famous doctors here, but no one has been able to diagnose my father's illness. But this boy was able to tell all the symptoms of the disease, without ever seeing my father. At that time, I was very surprised. The boy even caused a clear change in my father's illness, to the point where the naked eye could see it. This belief has its own basis, it could be that God is trying to help the merchant group. Anyway, I hope you will try your best to treat this little leader, I will support as much as I can, I understand. Night gradually falls. In front of the room door, a black shadow appeared. The sound of the door opening gently sounded, the black shadow gradually entered the room. The man in black, wearing a cloak, slowly approached Chung Myong's bed. He was still unconscious and not at all alert. That person raised 2 fingers, from the fingertips suddenly appeared a strange black and red aura. I know you will resent me very much. But this is the price to pay for ruining our story. Having said that, he raised his hand. Then put both hands down on Chung Myong's body. But the guy missed, or more accurately, he tilted his head to avoid it. The man in black was surprised. Chung Myong didn't know when he woke up, his red pupils opened wide and stared at him. He suddenly smiled. Then he grabbed the black-clad man's wrist and bent it back. He slowly sat up. The interest is clearly visible on the young face, but full of happiness. I've caught you. The man in black quickly pulled his hand away, his mouth couldn't help but stammer, you. He quickly launched a strike, trying to kill him. But Chung Myong jumped up and did a gentle somersault in the air, he could only smash the bed, but he was still safe and sound. Chung Myong stepped on him, then jumped from his back to the ground. The man in black angrily gritted his teeth. That red light glowed again. He turned around and unleashed a powerful magical attack. He once again jumped high, spinning spectacularly. The black-clothed man thought he would lose the opportunity to be alert at this time. The hand again sent out a stream of air to stuff it up. Got you, you little rat. If you're good at it, dodge attacks while floating in the air. The guy threw a move at him. But this time, he didn't avoid it at all, he directly used his foot to kick the move and bounce it back to the floor, creating a huge commotion. The man in black opened his mouth in surprise. Meanwhile, Chung Myong also landed on the ground. The room was filled with only smoke and dust, along with his voice. There must have been a slight confusion here. The one caught was not me. Suddenly, the light suddenly turned on, and from the door, someone entered. The man in black quickly turned to look in fear. Outside the door, battalion leader Huang Zhong and others suddenly appeared. Chung Myong laughed and said, the one who was caught was you. Huang Zhong frowned and asked, what the hell are you doing here? Fonda Pak, he was pale and stammered, battalion commander. Chung Myong picked up a torn piece of cloth from the floor. As I quickly tied it up, I said, I told you so. He will appear soon, the battalion commander expressed. I was only half believing and half doubting, but with the result like this, there's really nothing more to say. Unexpectedly, the person I trusted the most was the murderer who murdered my father. Fonda Pak was sweating, but still carefully asked, How could you doubt me? Chung Myung smiled and replied, I never doubted you, what? I never guessed who the culprit was, I just pretended to know how to treat Hwang Moon-yak, then pretended to be injured and lay there. Anyone with a mind would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to kill me. What if I don't come? He affirmed, he can't not come. If I were to be killed at this time, all the blame would be placed on the male sect, how could you miss this opportunity? Hearing that, Fonda Pak frowned angrily, it turns out, you guys had already discussed with the male family before. Chung Myung denied, that's not true. It's just that they like to fight at the right time, but they really cooperate very well. So what about internal injuries? It's clear that you have suffered serious internal injuries. What a stupid question, if even pretending to be sick couldn't be done, I wouldn't have come up with this plan in the first place. It seems like you have a lot of questions, but that's not important right now. Because the important thing now is that you have fallen into the trap, you are the culprit who murdered Hwang Moon-yak. Fonda Po suddenly burst out laughing. Laughter makes everyone feel confused. He stubbornly defended, I only intended to assassinate your family, that cannot be evidence that I wanted to assassinate the family's owner, battalion master. Are you going to believe the guy's words? What about this kid? This kid's argument is missing an important point. Harming the homeowner, why should I do that? He has treated me very well. Haven't the battalion commander ever doubted me? His words truly made Hwang Jong unable to say anything more. Fonda Po thought he was in a superior position and continued to argue. Why did I want to kill this little Taoist leader? He was so skilled in martial arts, but he tried to hide it. It was obvious that he was deceiving the little Taoist. Here is the boss. All the famous doctors in the world have failed to treat the group leader, but how can this brat cure him? Hwang Jong couldn't help but shout directly, if that's the case then you should talk about it with me. If you use this method to solve it, then what else can be done? No matter how I explain, the battalion commander won't listen. His mind is no longer normal. People who are addicted to illusions don't listen to other people's words. If only we could just eliminate this child, then the morale of the battalion leader will soon be restored. That is the only method. If we do so, then the battalion commander will receive effective treatment and recover soon. Chung Myung finally couldn't listen anymore and bluntly said, talking nonsense. How long do I have to stand here and listen to you justifying with nonsense reasons like this? What? While he was still surprised, he slowly walked forward. The right hand has already gathered internal force into the fist. Then suddenly jump up and provoke, let's end this. Being suddenly attacked, the phone did not think much and quickly waved his hand and attacked in response. On the other side, Chung Myung also intentionally let his hand get hit by that attack. He gathered his internal strength, then landed on the ground. The skin color of the hand that had just been hit turned red, which he held up high for all present to see. Come on, everyone pay attention. Look at its color. The battalion commander was immediately surprised. He turned around and asked, this is called a magic hand, right? I heard that if you get hit by this palm, within just one cold food soup, your body will be dyed red and exhausted to the point of death. Although his current situation was not yet at that level, with this move, he was more than capable of killing a person. In particular, the target was an ordinary old man who did not know martial arts, so everything was even easier. If you can point out a person close to Hwang Moon-yak who can continuously infuse him with magic pills for a long time, then we will believe that you are not the culprit. The battalion commander was extremely angry and immediately shouted orders to quickly arrest him. If you dare to resist, kill without mercy, clearly. At this point, Fonda Po had no way to deny, he used his magic to fight back, continuously complaining, everything was almost about to end perfectly. If it wasn't for that kid then. On the other hand, in a corner of the courtyard at the mercy of the merchant company, Lee Song-beek sat helplessly on the steps. He remembered his master's warnings, he had to stay and atone for his sins, he had to win the battalion leader's forgiveness by all means, otherwise he wouldn't have to return to the southern clan anymore. The elder's words were more like a scolding than an order. At this moment, the opposite side made a strong noise, large columns of smoke rising, attracting attention. He looked doubtful. That impact was caused by the move that the phone used, directly breaking a large wall. His hands were bloodshot, the move seemed to be unleashed with almost all of its power, making him tired and panting. However, it was stopped by Chung Myung. He stood in front of the battalion commander and everyone broke the move to protect them. This guy's words made me so uncomfortable. Now that you have understood everything clearly, there will certainly be a tearful song of reasons, but that will be discussed later at the courthouse. I want to quickly defeat him, because I'm so sleepy. Fonda Pak was angry. Beat me up, me, you arrogant and cheeky boy. If I really use magic pills, will you still be able to withstand it? You have no chance. Chung Myung rolled his eyes and said, it's not me. Then he turned around and looked back. The battalion commander also followed suit. He came at just the right time. He shouted loudly, over there. Just learned that the hero of the southern tribe appeared to defeat the evil demon. Lee Song-beek just arrived. I don't understand what happened. Hearing him say that makes it even more difficult to understand. Chung Myung smiled and asked, you came to save us, right? He pointed at himself suspiciously. Me, why? He immediately pouted to the side as a silent signal. Lee Song-beek also follows the direction of view. Seeing that the battalion commander was also looking at him curiously. He was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps this is it, great opportunity for us to fix the recent accident. If so then. I am absolute. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Thinking about it, he immediately drew his sword and rushed forward at his fastest speed. That thief, accept the sword of our male sect. Chung Myung looked at the two people fighting with satisfaction. He smiled and said that he had solved a problem. The battalion commander wondered, it seemed like it wasn't done yet. He reassured him that he would soon defeat that old man. After all, he was a disciple of a leader, so how could he be easily hit by someone who was not proficient in martial arts like him? Not being proficient in martial arts, it was obvious that the young leader had already been hit. Chung Myung raised his hand that had just been hit in front of him. Just a few seconds later, the red marks gradually disappeared. He didn't lie, it was true that he knew how to use magic pills, but in order for the next things to happen as planned, I used a little trick. The trick was to let him see this situation for just a moment. Huang Zhong looked at this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. He even had to ask again, was the young Taoist really a guru? He pointed at himself proudly and replied, of course, more than that, I am the most experienced master in this world. Chung Myung now went out to the yard and waited. He yawned and yawned. Raise your head to the sky and look at the moon. Then he glanced again at the battle in the room. He lamented, what kind of fight has it been over for more than an hour? Oh God, it's better to let me do it myself. After a long struggle, the phone was also knocked down and fell to the ground. Lee Song-beek also stopped, his whole body was struggling but still standing. He breathed heavily and announced, the murderer. The perpetrator has been controlled. The battalion leader saw this and was also grateful, you have worked hard, I will never forget your help. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down on the ground and expressed his gratitude, thank you. Chung Myung slowly entered, it was finally over, although it took a while. Battalion leader Huang Zhong looked at him and thought to himself, how should I say this situation? The difficult problem that the company encountered in the past year was completely resolved in just 2 days. Could this matter have been resolved like this? There's no way that could be like that. If it was such a simple problem, then why until now has no one known about the existence of the perpetrator? This little leader is like an old, enlightened master soul hiding in the form of a child. He wondered aloud, little Taoist, why did that old man harm my father? Do you have any guesses about this? He replied, I don't know either. He was surprised, he was not the one who had expected this, there is no. Whatever the reason behind this case is, let the officials do it, we simply solve the problem and receive the reward. That reminds me, you already prepared the reward. Huang Zhong smiled helplessly and said, of course. But it seems like the young leader forgot something important. My problem is still not resolved, I have never asked the young director to catch the culprit. What I want is for my father to wake up and recover. Can anyone do that? Chung Myung smiled affirmatively. Of course, a gentleman speaks first. He held out his hand to express, if so. I promise that I will definitely use all the strength of the company to help Hoa-sun. When he heard that, he was stunned. Quickly took his hand. Huang Zhong thought he was moved and advised him, the young leader didn't need to be so grateful, of course it was. But before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted and asked, are you kidding me, huh? The reward is for me, why is it for Hoa-sun, why? If you work, you will be able to eat, if you sit idle and plan to enjoy the benefits, what exactly is this situation? The battalion leader looked like he had no regrets in life and whispered, no matter what I think, the result is only one, this little leader, is truly an abnormal person. The next day, Chung Myung sat alone in front of Huang Moon Yak's bed, his arms folded across his chest, thinking, now as long as Huang Moon Yak's illness can be cured, then everything here is over. It's not difficult at all. In the process, I can even make some brats from the male family suffer losses, which is truly very satisfying to me. But here's the problem. To be honest, I don't have enough confidence for this. It's just a big mouth, but if considered seriously, whether this wild old man's disease can be cured or not is still a mystery. The current me is no longer the sword venerable of the apricot flower. On the contrary, if an idiot like me touches it, I don't know if it will cause the demonic energy to explode. At that time, this wild old man with a weak body may die without having time to yawn. But if you don't try, how will you know if it's possible or not? If I'm wrong, don't resent me. Chung Myung held up his hand. He used his internal strength to inject a stream of breath into it. That is your original spirit. Follow the veins deep into his body. As soon as I set foot down, his face showed extreme tension. In front of him, a curtain of demonic energy covered the top of his head. It is like a poisonous black python, opening its big mouth, waiting to swallow everything. Chung Myung immediately drew his sword and thought to himself, it won't take long for the encounter to occur. If the demon weapon is not yet mature, it is still a demon weapon. I don't know if my internal energy can clear these things or not. But I will keep trying until I can't try anymore. Streams of demonic energy like pythons rushed towards him. Chung Myung immediately swung his sword, using arcing slashes to cut off their bodies. Outside, Huang Moon Yak's arm where he had just slashed, the red color immediately retreated. But his face was wrinkled with difficulty. Anyway, this. Nothing can be said yet. Where he had just slashed, a large hole opened up. Chung Myung was about to move forward, but received another wave of demonic energy attack. He swung his sword and cut them off again. Just like that, every time something came, there would be consecutive, strong and precise waves of swords, causing the python-shaped demonic energy to be repelled. Even though he didn't know what would happen next, he could still confirm that after thinking about it carefully, it was right. Of all the divine weapons, I have only gathered and absorbed the purest divine weapons. If I hadn't done that, perhaps my internal energy would have been 10 times stronger than it is now, but, thanks to that pickiness, makes everything unbelievably easy. This is no longer a battle between me and the demon weapon, which depends entirely on how long the Huang Moon Yak can endure. The skin on his chest became brighter and brighter. Inside the body, there is a fierce battle, continuous slashes. His sword glowed brightly, forming a powerful halo and radiating enormous energy. Tens of thousands of python demonic energy were swept into the vortex of light, cut off and dissipated in resounding explosions. Chung Myung consoled himself, just trying to endure a little longer. I will end this in just one go. However, the demonic aura seemed to have changed. They no longer attacked, but gathered together in one place. Gradually retreat from where you are standing. Chung Myung also quickly noticed this difference. They are starting to run away from me. Where are they going? At this time, he opened his eyes to see Huang Moon Yak's situation. His body, limbs were all normal, but his head became more and more yellow and red. His head, everything ran away to his head. I can't arbitrarily invade that part. If the attack fails and a collision occurs, Huang Moon Yak will definitely have to go and greet the King of Hell without having time to think about anything. So should I take a step back, to purify my entire body and let it spread on its own? Oh my God, there's no time to even think anymore. If you move forward you'll die, if you step back you'll die. After a few seconds of mental struggle, Chung Myung silently swallowed his saliva and determined, this can't work, that can't work either. Then, I won't move forward and I won't retreat. You send your internal energy again, enter your body, approach the head of Huang Moon Yak. How about it, do you guys have anywhere else to run? Chung Myung put her hand on his head. My eyes widened, this was the place. Where you will run to. He put all his strength into it, sucking all the demonic energy into his body. The demonic energy entered quickly spreading to half of his face. Chung Myung's hand cramped painfully. His arm throbbed intermittently, each pain felt like sharp knives cutting through his body, but he still tried to hold on, using his other arm to squeeze tightly to suppress the pain. More and more demonic energy was sucked into his body. His face was dyed red. Chung Myung couldn't help but moan softly. It seemed like he used too much force. His legs began to tremble and then collapsed. He tried to support his body, not giving up. I'm about to lose consciousness. My Hoa Kiem Tun's self-respect does not allow that to happen. Chung Myung rose again, his eyes were filled with blood, he gritted his teeth with determination. But my vision became more and more blurry. He staggered to his feet, even though everything was becoming more and more hazy. He gritted his teeth to cheer himself up and calm down. If I lose consciousness, then everything is over. This body is still too young, so I can't hold on for long. That's why. We must quickly resolve this matter. Dantian Chung Myung lit up. He used all his internal strength to once again let his spirit enter the fighting Huang Moon Yak's head. In front of him, the curtain of demonic energy was thick, but he did not falter. Those damn demonic weapons, just wait. The black and red aura turned into a python, opening its big mouth and rushing towards him. Chung Myung immediately jumped up. He stepped on them and jumped forward, facing an area of demonic energy. He slashed with a long sword. Immediately split them into two halves. But something unexpected happened. After being split in half, the demon energy bounced back, opening its mouth to swallow him. It seemed like everything was over. Suddenly, long cuts creating streams of light from Chung Myung's sword appeared. The demonic aura was cut into countless pieces. However, this also brought concern to him. How could they turn out like that? Their speed. Frighteningly fast. Another new wave rushed to attack. Chung Myung did not rest, continuously swinging his sword, one after another. It was too difficult to use my eyes to keep up with their movements. Suddenly, there was a stream of demonic energy attacking from behind. They continuously surrounded and bit him, but he still reacted in time. A beam of light shone brightly. The slashes seemed to create a tornado, tearing them into hundreds of pieces. Chung Myung was already tired, his breathing became more and more chaotic. But everything is not over yet, compared to just now. The situation has been reversed. When there is nowhere left to run, they will gather for a deadly battle. Plus, I'm already starting to get exhausted. If I continue any longer, I'll lose. The demonic energy is slowly seeping into my body. While he was thinking, a black aura rushed towards him. Very quickly, Chung Myung jumped high and promptly dodged. But at the same time, another wave of demonic energy came from behind. It directly bit his body, wanting to swallow it. Even so, he still did not let go, holding the sword with all his strength. Die. However, another wave attacked, wrapping around his hand holding the sword, the pain causing him to accidentally drop the sword. His body was forced into a pincer position by the demonic energy. Losing his weapon, he could not resist, and was increasingly swallowed by other auras. Damn it. Is everything over? I can't try anymore. In a critical moment, Chung Myung tried to close his eyes and concentrate. As if he could think of something, he opened his eyes full of determination. That was the only method left. A method that I don't want to use at all. If a mistake occurs, your own body and soul will suffer heavy losses. But now there is no other choice. There is only one method to eliminate all demonic energy. That is to spread the energy of the Dantian to all 4 limbs and 6 bodies. Chung Myung's body glowed. From his original spirit, streams of energy flowed out, spreading to all corners. The pressure made the demonic energy streams cautiously retreat. And his original spirit had just been devoured by them, and was now surrounded by a circle of light. It grew larger and larger, emitting powerful power that tore through air currents like a python had just wrapped itself around it. In his outer body, Chung Myung opened his eyes. It seemed like using this method, it seemed to make him explode. All 4 limbs throbbed in pain. His body felt like something huge was pressing on him. He was in so much pain that he screamed loudly. Not only that, everywhere on his body felt like it was cracking. The demonic energy on his body is gradually peeling off and escaping from his body. His whole body glowed, floating in the air for a while. Wait until the demonic energy is completely released. As if he had exhausted all his strength, he fell to the ground. At this time, Chung Myung's skin also returned to its normal color. He slowly opened his eyes to look. After realizing, his face became panicked. Hands clutching her chest. Sit up quickly.
He was sweating all over, his breathing was chaotic but also full of relief and said, I almost died.
I will never do that again after this. My level is still not able to solve this pile of demonic weapons. Luckily I'm still alive. Chung Myung didn't notice that, while he was muttering, Huang Moon Yak slowly woke up. He let out a few groans that caught his attention. He tilted his head and glanced towards him. His eyes still hadn't regained full vision, but he still vaguely realized there was a figure in front of him. He weakly asked, Kid, who are you? Chung Myong smiled, "Are you awake?" "Who is who?" "Glad you woke up. We just took a walk around the ghost gate and then returned." Huang Moon Yak didn't understand what was going on, so he blurted out and wondered, "What are you talking about?" That day, the sky was strangely clear. The young bird on the branch looked up and then took off and flew away. After Huang Moon Dac regained consciousness, he quickly reorganized the merchant group. If I hadn't appeared, according to Fan de Pac's plan, he would have dragged everyone in the wilderness, then swallowed all the assets of the merchant group. It turned out that Fan de Pac was a disciple of a businessman who was formerly a competitor of Lord Huang Moon Dac, although he tried to paint a sad and tearful story. But how to say it? In this world, everyone has their own feelings. If they make a mistake, they must be beaten. But the only thing I care about right now is the origin of the magic hand pill. He said he discovered this secret on the way to the top, next to a body deep in the mountain. It's truly disheartening. That's right, if he was a devil, there's no way he would be this obedient. They are the ones who kill if things don't go the way they want. Anyway, we have captured the culprit and successfully treated Huang Moon Yak, and have also clearly confirmed that there is no devil behind it. In short, everything has ended extremely well, the fullness of time. Thanks to that, I became a benefactor of the merchant company, and was welcomed as an honored guest. I mean being treated to extremely luxurious hospitality, eating delicious seafood every day, and drinking refreshing fine wine. Soon, Chung Myong's body grew bigger, but he still ate and drank with pleasure. At this moment, a voice rang out outside the door, "Father, you should still be careful when moving." The door opened. Huang Moon Yak also reassured me, "It's okay, on the contrary I feel better than before I fell sick." As soon as he entered, he immediately said hello. "You are the young Taoist leader Chung Myong, right?" When he saw him, he smiled and replied, "Yes, we met when he woke up." "Ah, maybe I've gotten so fat, so you don't notice." The battalion leader looked at him helplessly and thought to himself, "Is that really the point? In just 3 days, the battalion leader's body can be said to be twice as big as before." He suddenly wondered, "But what happened to everyone coming here?" Huang Moon Yak cleared his throat and expressed, "It's really embarrassing. I came here today because there are some things I want to discuss with the young leader. First, please accept this old man's bow." He suddenly knelt down on the ground with both feet, leaving the battalion leader unable to react. "Father." Huang Moon Yak bowed his head respectfully and said, "The young Taoist saved this old man's life. This favor, this old man will never forget." Chung Myong's mouth was still stuffed with food, but he still waved his hand and told him to leave. He still knelt on the ground and continued, "I have heard everyone tell everything in the past. How can I repay this precious life? If I can do anything, I will try my best. Try your best. Please give me a chance to repay this favor. That's why I came here to meet the young leader today. If your benefactor has anything you want, please don't hesitate to tell this old man clearly." Chung Myong expressed, "Oh my God, as a moral person, saving people is my duty. How can I accept that in return? If this matter were to be known to the monks, it would be a big deal. Furthermore, my coming to this place has not even been approved by the master." Huang Moon Yak heard that and raised his head in surprise. He hadn't received the master's consent yet. "That's right. Because this matter was quite urgent, I didn't have time to talk to the master." The more he talked, the more grateful his eyes became. "Is that really the case? If that's the case, this old man has to repay me even more. I won't tell the master again, so young leader, just say what you want." It seemed like he was just waiting for that. Chung Myong immediately said, "You promised, you won't tell this story to my master." He responded, then was helped to stand up by Battalion Commander Huang Zhong, who took out a notebook from his shirt. Made the two curious, "But, that book is..." Chung Myong scratched his head sheepishly and explained, "It's not anything important, it's just that I'm getting old, my memory is no longer good, so I think it's better to write it down." The two of them were speechless as they listened. The young leader was old. Huang Moon Yak asked suspiciously, "Write it down, but write what?" He opened the book and said, "You just said I'm allowed to say what I want. Let's get started, shall we?" It was soon after noon. The sunset dyed the sky red. In the study room, the battalion leader worriedly asked, "Father, are you okay?" Huang Moon Yak nodded, "Well, it's a bit hard to believe, but my body really became as light as flying. I feel like I'm 10 years younger." After a few seconds of silence, Battalion Commander Huang Zhong shyly expressed that this was really strange. "What do you mean when you say that?" "After treating my father, there is now nothing to worry about my life anymore. Time is money and no one gives it away for free. Get straight to the point. At this time, he asked frankly, Father, Group Master. I heard that you ordered a reduction in transactions with the Southern Sect, and that you also promised to repay a lot to Huashan. Well, that's right. Master Don, Sect Nam is a sect with great power, not only in Shen, but on this entire western island. Giving up such a power to join hands with Hoa Sun is on the verge of destroying the sect, really, too risky. I understand that everything you do now is because you want to express your gratitude to the young leader. But what people promised in return was really too much. Switching trade from Southern Tong to Hoa Sun was too risky. He looked at his reflection in the water in the glass and suddenly asked. Battalion leader, according to you, what is the duty of a merchant? When asked suddenly, in the first few seconds, Huang Zhong did not have time to react. But after calming down, he replied, well, that's it. The duty of traders is to do business ethically, contributing to a healthy business environment. From there, devote your energy and wealth to the national and world economy. After Huang Moon-yak heard the answer, he laughed loudly for a while. He commented that the battalion commander's mouth was full of beautiful words and profound meanings. In front of me, you're still waving your lips like that, the battalion leader knows that too. A businessman's duty is to make money, sometimes he has to ignore the law and ethics to chase money, that's what a businessman is, isn't he? For traders, making money is the main path and mission. Only efficiency makes a true businessman. The battalion leader immediately inquired, if he said so. That means you will cancel the transaction with Hoa Sun, right? Huang Moon-yak looked meaningfully at his son. He reminded me, have you forgotten everything about how I created the benevolent merchant group? The clear eyes of a merchant. We have discovered valuable things that others have not yet noticed and invested in. It could be a sect, or it could be another trade group. Just like that, I have created the largest benevolent trading group on this western island. But delegation leader, until now I still don't understand the reason why people invest in Hoa Sun. There is no clear basis for us to do that. He took another sip of tea, then slowly explained. I've seen it with my own eyes, right? Just as the battalion leader said, the current Hoa Sun cannot be compared to the Southern Clan. But according to my prediction, Hoa Sun will grow stronger and stronger, if we can maintain a good relationship with that sect. The benefits we can gain are truly unimaginable. His eyes seemed to flash with golden light that penetrated the earth. The battalion commander was also stunned, with the clear eyes of a businessman. But, if so, I don't understand even more. If Hoa Sun cannot grow, then the party that will suffer the most is not us. Furthermore, in the current situation, there is no guarantee that Hoa Sun will grow. Interrupted, son, you are really still too young. Traders don't have to just look at the base and wait, we need to create the base. We don't just stand by and wait for the mountain flowers to grow. He stood up and slowly walked towards his son to emphasize. We must create that development. In my life as a businessman, I have met countless great merchants and martial arts masters, but this is the first time I have felt so surprised and impressed. Perhaps the whole world is thinking that I am being rude, waste of money, but an old man standing in front of the 9 gates has his own view. Don't try to understand, just follow me. Then we will accept it naturally. All the talents we give today will create an unbreakable bond with that child. And you will see, our trade group has not suffered any loss at all. Please accept Hoa Sun as a friend, and we will progress together throughout our lives. Even then, I still felt profitable. Huang Zhong looked straight at him, seriously asking a question, really, will there be any truth, father? Huang Moon-yak suddenly fell silent. His face then suddenly changed, a bit indignantly said, actually, in my opinion, I have already reduced it by 5 points. That kid is like a poisonous snake, a thief kid. Looking at his father like that, he immediately smiled. Looks like you've made up your mind. If so, I will trust and follow everything. But honestly, I'm still skeptical. Therefore, I will use this hand to turn doubt into affirmation. You will develop the Flower Mountain sect. Seeing his son's strong determination, Huang Moon-yak was also extremely satisfied. Very good, this is the words I have been waiting for you for a long time. On the other hand, in front of the company's courtyard, Chung Myang was lying cross-legged on the ground thinking, there was definitely something inside. There's no way just saying, thank you has to go to that extent. I can have whatever I want. If not, then I'll just go home. If I were a child, I would feel burdened, but unfortunately, I'm an old man. Suddenly, there were footsteps coming. He glanced over. Standing in front of him was none other than Li Song-beek of the male sect. He wondered, what was going on? He pondered for a moment, then held out the wooden sword towards him to express his opinion. I don't have any bad intentions. If you agree, I really want to compete with you again. A true contest. To solve this problem, you deliberately lured me into a trap. Even though that was the case, it didn't leave any serious consequences. I can somehow understand and ignore it all. Chung Myung sat up and innocently asked, what trap? I don't understand what you're talking about. But isn't that the one who intended to lead us into a trap? Did I say something wrong? He thought as he spoke. This guy's personality is really strange. But, what does that have to do with competition? Lee Song-beek replied, I admit that the fact that I lost face or was in danger of being reprimanded by the master was not due to the young Taoist, but was due to my own shortcomings. The only thing that makes me anxious in my heart is the competition with the young Taoist. I just still don't understand what happened then. That's why you want to compete again, right? It may be a bit hard to believe, but I already knew that this young Taoist leader had a much higher martial arts position than me. I simply wanted to clarify what happened at that time. Chung Myung was secretly surprised. Oh, he said he was better, but he still wanted to compete again. Obviously feels like he can still win. What an interesting guy. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, you will regret it. Lee Song-beek also smiled. He said cheerfully, even so, I am satisfied. The merchant's grace flag fluttered in the wind. On the ring, two people stood facing each other. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Or rather, the stress from Lee Song-beek, he silently assessed, a child. 10 years younger than me, a whole generation apart. In other words, in principle, a second-generation disciple like me could even accept a third-generation disciple like this child as his disciple. With such a big gap. Yet he still created such an overwhelming feeling towards me. Lee Song-beek's hand holding the sword suddenly trembled, and he also lightly swallowed his saliva. It was because he also felt a terrifying aura coming from Chung Myung's body. His condition was exactly the same as when he had to duel with the elder. Is the aura that this brat exudes, or is he just hallucinating? I will confirm everything with my own eyes. Chung Myung suddenly laughed, feeling good. Lee Song-beek was still very focused, but it seemed like the fear that made his body tremble could not escape his eyes. He exclaimed, a feeling of deep menace from deep inside, like a herbivore, trembling and tense in front of such a hungry tiger. He is too sharp. The feeling about him was very clear. What he felt was more than what he saw, a hidden power. Great atmosphere prevails. Just need to work hard, practice and practice continuously. One day, I can become the #1 swordsman in the world. And now, let me teach you a lesson. Chung Myung raised his left hand that wasn't holding his sword. He waved his hand towards me provocatively, come here. Lee Song-beek immediately sharpened his sword. Spin around and move the sword into a semicircle. When he raised it to a certain height, he suddenly turned it around and hit it sideways. A point of light also emitted from the sword's body. Chung Myung was a bit surprised. Was it a sword exchange? Since when did the male clan use sword exchange? Just as he was thinking, Lee Song-beek pointed his sword forward and reminded him to be careful. We understand very clearly that we still have many shortcomings. That's why from the beginning, I'll show you the best I can make. He continuously rotated his wrist holding the sword. Arc slashes were continuously drawn in the air in a zigzag path. 12 strokes. The move was released, the new martial art of the Southern Sect, Snow Flower 12 moves. Chung Myung immediately glared. Anger is clearly visible on the face. This is. Without waiting for him to finish, Lee Song-beek jumped up and shouted loudly, I'm coming. Snow Flower 12 consciousnesses, he rushed forward at a rapid speed. His expression became darker and darker. Haven't let Lee Song-beek swing his sword to cut me down. Chung Myung jumped up and slashed his shoulder so hard that it tore a piece. The move was broken, his body also fell from the air to the ring. Lee Song-beek vomited a mouthful of blood. But without waiting for him to recover, he went and grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Chung Myung questioned in an angry tone, you bastard. Where did you learn this move? Lee Song-beek's mouth was spitting blood continuously. Perhaps he had internal injuries, but I still didn't understand why he was so angry. What are you asking? Where did he learn? Chung Myung clenched his fists. Snow Flower's 12 consciousnesses are such a bitch. You can fool everyone, but you can't fool me. Because I am the one who understands this knowledge better than anyone. Swordsmanship is what contains all the essence of the Flower Mountain sect, and the move just now is one of the moves in the 24 apricot flower swordsmanship. Apricot Blossom Pollen. 12-4 Apricot Flower Sword Techniques of Hoa Sun. Why did it come out of your hands? Lee Song-beek was grabbed by his shirt, unable to resist. The slash just now had seriously injured him. Breathing became more and more difficult. My hand also suddenly trembled in fear. Was it really to this extent? The gap between me and him. To the point, I felt terrified, like facing a devil. His eyes darkened. Will I die? Don't know how long it's been. Lee Song-beek slowly opened his eyes. He was now lying on the bed, his wound had been carefully bandaged. He sat up. Again, he looked at his hand suspiciously. Chung Myong's voice suddenly rang out, the internal injury will soon recover, your wound will also heal soon. Lee Song-beek looked stunned and did not rush to speak. But you coldly glanced back at him and questioned, you say that's the new martial arts of the male clan. Snow Flower 12 stars. He gently swallowed his saliva. But still answer, yes. The blue veins on Chung Myong's face appeared again. Surely Hoa Sun did not know about this. Because in Hoa Sun today, no one still remembers the 24 apricot flower swordsmanship. This is just to make fun of me. He tried to calm himself down and asked, who did you learn that sword technique from? Lee Song-beek replied without concealment, all the second-generation disciples of the male generation learned this sword technique. So that means, the only people who know this sword technique are the first-generation disciples, the second-generation disciples, and the elders, right? I heard that the elders have never learned this sword technique. The only people who are proficient in this type of swordsmanship are first and second-generation disciples. Hearing that, Chung Myong suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, then he gasped and muttered, haven't the elders ever practiced? So suppose one of the elders invented the Snow Flower 10-2 consciousnesses, then the transfer of course would only be to the most recent generation, that is, the first-generation disciple, elder, first-generation disciple, second-generation disciple, third-generation disciple. That means the bastard elder who stole the secret from Hoa Sun is still present in Nam Tong. Realizing this, Chung Myong's expression became even more terrifying, his pupils reddened with anger. Maybe there's no need to find out what happened anymore. When Hoa Sun was attacked by that demon, on top of the 100,000 great mountains, Hoa Sun was almost completely destroyed, and fell into a state of no cure. The survivors at that time were only children. And perhaps, those children accepted their help. In that moment of despair, a loud scream came to Hoa Sun's aid. Repel magic. The reinforcements of the southern sect were also participating in the battle at that time. To put it bluntly, they participated in this just because if they just stood still and watched the neighboring sect being attacked by demonic sects, they would certainly receive countless criticisms from people in the streets. The problem is, someone pretended to help, and his main purpose was to steal the martial arts secrets of the Hoa Sun sect. Having said that, the fact that Huashan was engulfed in flames was most likely not the work of the demon cultists. 100 years ago, all the disciples bet their lives to save the world, yet they dared to repay kindness like that. Even if it is due to individual greed, a righteous sect must certainly condemn that action. Yet how dare they mock Hoa Sun, take the martial arts of another sect as their own, and then even consider it a new type of swordsmanship with the name Tuat Hoa. Thinking of this, Chung Myong couldn't help but stand up. Lee Song-beek had not yet understood anything, but he heard him say, you are not allowed to learn that martial art anymore. He wondered, why can't he study? He angrily knocked on his head and scolded him. They said it's not allowed, so just listen, this guy. After the blow, the room suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Chung Myong firmly affirmed that you will never succeed in that martial art. Lee Song-beek was beaten until he was completely bewildered, constantly scratching his head in confusion. He looked at him and thought, this brat is a member of the male sect, honestly I just want to kill him. But it was also thanks to him that I learned about the so-called Snow Flower 12 forms, damn it. He gritted his teeth and finally had to explain that Southern sect martial arts aim at honing the basics. Taking basic swordsmanship as the focus will easily make you heavier and slower, but it will make you unlimitedly strong, which is the essence of Southern sect martial arts. However, Snow Flower's 12 forms are not like that. If you want to succeed with Southern sect swordsmanship, then quickly abandon that martial art. The sword style with the main movement of sword exchange in this martial art is not suitable for Southern sect martial arts. Do you understand? Lee Song-beek looked at him with wide eyes. Over time, his eyes became more and more suspicious. Chung Myong looked speechless. Oh my God, if the male disciple doesn't even know the basics of swordsmanship, why do I have to teach him to this extent? This sword technique will cause a fundamental change. Suddenly, something flashed in his mind. Ah! Wait, the reason these male brats do this. Could it be because of me? This thought suddenly flashed through my mind. So, is it because I sold too much to the brats of the male family that I caused this kind of thing? Tong Nam Duong Duong is one of the top sects, so they certainly have their own pride. But they always fail because of a kid from another sect, so the male disciples themselves will also question their sect's swordsmanship. Thinking about this case, Chung Myong couldn't help but scratch his head. He was going crazy. If I were a disciple of the Southern Sect, I would definitely become a sword venerable of the Southern Sect. The problem here is not the martial arts of any sect, but the important thing here is the person using the martial arts. Behold. But, how can I say this to this kid? He's not the one who started this. On the other hand, Lee Song-beek is in a daze. He looks at his hand and mutters continuously, sword style, male. Chung Myong decided to turn on his heel and leave. He saw that and wanted to raise his hand to ask something, but he interrupted. Forget what I just said, your own path must be decided by you. My advice may not be useful to you, so think and make your own choices for yourself. Your teacher, and I, after all, can only do so much. Hearing that, Lee Song-beek seemed enlightened. His eyes gradually became steadfast. He got out of bed. Standing straight, he clasped his hands together and bowed his head strongly. Thank you for the guidance of the young leader. Chung Myong smiled slightly. He opened the door, waved and said, it's nothing. The door closes. The room was filled with only Lee Song-beek. He put his hand down, still looking in the direction he had just gone, and whispered, this meeting. Really refreshing. Chung Myong went out. He stood for a long time at the door of the upper house. At this moment, he was very angry, but he still had to control it. Honestly, right now, I just wanted to run to Nam Tong and destroy them all. Brother, those bastards not only did not repay our favor, but also committed those dirty actions, yet you still have to endure it. Chung Moon smiled as if it really existed. He blurted out and said, if you don't endure it, then what are you going to do? What else can I do? At least I'll go there and do it like before. No way. I have to get stronger. Gypsy is a place where only the strong can speak. You guys messed with the wrong person, male sect. If you dare to touch Hoa Mountain, I will definitely risk my life with you. Meanwhile, in Hoa Sun, the small monastery of the third-generation disciples, Joe Gul was so nervous that he bit his nails. His legs trembled and expressed, the sun is setting, brother. Even though Yoon Jong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, he continued to reassure him that there was definitely something unexpected. He's not someone where anything can happen. Surely it must be something so important that he hasn't been able to come back for 7 weeks. Hopefully that reason is big enough for the warden to ignore this matter. It definitely is. Teacher Gum, we have arrived at the sect master's place. Have we caused a big problem? On the other side, Gum also came to report the incident to the Flower Mountain sect elders. The leaders of the Epiphany criticized loudly, isn't that too insolent? 7 weeks have passed. How could a third-generation disciple, without the consent of the master, disappear for 7 weeks? I cannot accept something like this. Sect leader, we cannot ignore this matter. We are at a critical time to rebuild the sect. What do you all think about this issue? Martial Master Yun Sang advised, come on, calm down, junior brother, maybe the kid has encountered some difficulty. He immediately objected, in Hoa Sun, what kind of trouble could he encounter? No matter what problem the boy encountered, it was true that he ran out of the gate on his own. How can we ignore this? The martial master was trying to Chung Myong again. What if the boy slipped and fell? Sect master, we should search around the mountain. Sect master Yun Jong agreed, it could be like that. The Epiphany master suddenly wondered, but why did the sect master brother give the boy the right to freely go to Hoa Am in the first place? Well, I have some personal reasons for that. What is your personal reason, sect leader? Don't we have to follow the rules of the teacher, without any exceptions? Sect master, this is seriously affecting the foundation of Huashan. Since when did Huashan become a place that could allow a child to enjoy such privileges? Not only that, boy, you're only a third-generation disciple. Even if the boy is a special case, it is still difficult to accept something like this. The sect leader listened to what he said all this time, and finally gave a strict order that everything stops here. The owners were surprised for a few seconds. He finally calmed down, sat down on the chair and apologized to his senior brother. He was too impatient. The sect master did not say more, but he involuntarily sighed. Could it be that I looked at that child wrong? The Chung Myong that I know, there is no way he would cause something like this. Warden Gum then suggested, I'll take a few disciples to scout around, maybe the boy is near Hoa M. At this moment, a loud scream rang out, it was home. Grandmaster Yun Jong immediately stood up and opened the door, leaving, who is there? Sect Master. Chung Myong is currently on his way back to his hometown. Everyone quickly ran to the yard. He eagerly asked, Chung Myong is back, is he safe? Unam replied, oh yes, Master, all his limbs look healthy. The Sect Master ran past him and said, no, I have to confirm it directly. The Pavilion Master quickly raised his hand to stop. Wait, please wait a moment, fourth brother, Sect Master. What's wrong? Fourth Sect Master, I understand that you care about that child, the feats that boy has achieved are truly miraculous, but... The sect leader frowned, wondering what he wanted to say. He replied, don't protect that child too much, fourth brother, clear rewards and punishments are a way to govern a family, as well as a method to raise a child. If a child is not punished appropriately, even if he makes a mistake, that child will not know where his mistake is. Don't forget that, the more you care, you must be strict with him yourself. Hearing that, the sect master burst out laughing. He said, don't I know that? Don't worry, I'm the one who wants to raise that kid more than anyone, I just want to see if he's safe. Warden Gum suddenly interrupted, that was not okay. The crime of violating the rules of the White Rice Gate and not returning within 7 days is extremely serious, at least being locked up in Hue Dong Station for half a year. Half a year, Gum, now what a third-generation disciple must do, if the disciple continues like that, the punishment will be even more severe. Please punish according to the law of Hoa Sun, Master, if you do not give Chung Myong a suitable punishment, then I will do it for you. The sect master hesitated, then looked at the rest and asked, did everyone else think like that? Everyone said in unison, that's right. Hearing that, he also sighed and thought. Finally, his eyes became more determined. I know. Unam looked at him with such awkwardness, it was somewhat understandable, she just thought to herself. Why did you make things like this, stealing this Chung Myong ticket? After discussing everything, the four of them went out to see the situation. Chung Myong entered the gate with a leisurely demeanor. At this time, someone's voice came, welcoming the sect leader. He looked up and saw the sect master and everyone coming. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed. The disciple asked to see the sect leader. He looked at him for a while then asked. Chung Myong, yes sir. What is the reason for your absence at Hoa Sun? He replied, yes, the disciple has a special reason sir. The master suddenly scolded him, this kid, a third-generation disciple, where did he have such unrestrained behavior? If he didn't give a valid reason, he would be punished. The sect master also reminded me, tell me, if your reason is not convincing, I will give you a punishment. Chung Myong stammered, oh, about that, the boss immediately shouted, stop being hesitant, can't we say it right away? Suddenly, another voice appeared, please don't be like that. The voice quickly attracted attention, he even looked at the person who spoke with his mouth open. The figure walking inside was Huang Moon Yak of the merchant company. He expressed, please don't scold that child. Epiphany eyes widened in shock, Huang Moon Yak, is Huang Moon Yak right? He smiled brightly and asked, are you guys still healthy? The sect leader quickly came to welcome you, Huang Moon Yak, it's really been a long time since I last saw you like this. Just 7 days ago, I received a letter informing you that you were not feeling well, so why are you afraid to come here now? Huang Moon Yak explains, it's the young leader. It was the young Taoist who saved my life, so don't be angry with that child, sect leader, what? Yun Jong turned his head to look at Chung Myong, Huang Moon Yak repeated, it was that little director who saved me and the whole merchant company. He smiled, shrugged and nodded, yes, that's right. A moment later, when the situation stabilized, in the sect master's room, Chung Myong was forced to kneel on the ground for questioning. He asked, could you explain more about the fact that you treated Huang Moon Yak? He knelt and raised his hands high, lying without blinking an eye. There was something called 5-yin grass. On the outside it looked almost like wormwood but it contained toxins. As you know, I come from a beggar background, right? If it were possible to eat, then beggars would eat whatever they were given, so they would occasionally eat 5 herbs and then get poisoned. If poisoned, the body will gradually become painful and lead to death. But the detoxification method of 5 herbs is simpler than we think, just eating pickled radish is enough. Even good doctors have not found a specific way to cure it, but strangely, if you give it to a patient, pickled radish will recover easily. So you mean because Huang Moon Yak was poisoned by the 5-yin grass? Yes, because the symptoms are very similar. I tried using that method to see if it worked, and luckily he quickly recovered. Martial Palace Master also expressed that I had also heard a similar story. Clearly in that place, it was a common occurrence for people to be poisoned. The Sect Master once again confirmed, "Is that so? Of Chung Myong, it's not a false statement, right?" He chuckled, "If in doubt, just ask the people there, what I experienced directly in the war, it's all true. It has nothing to do with magic pills, but what can I do? Well, just talk to Huang Moon Yak and it's clear." Gum still had some doubts. Was that really the case? So there was no way he could go back to that time. If that's true, then we should give rewards instead of punishment, right, sir? So sure, but right now, Unam is hungry and has no sect leader or reward. No matter how great your achievements are, isn't it a big crime to violate the sect master's rules and not return? It must be clear, you cannot make such a nonchalant decision. Hearing the words clearly, sect leader Yun Zhong suddenly raised his eyebrows in thought. Then, as if he had understood, he said, "Isn't the law more important than human life? Do you mean to praise a disciple who returned on time, and leave someone who was about to die? This Huashan is a sect of pursuit. Is there anything more important than helping and saving a human life? My small order is more important than building a relationship." Unam shook her head. "I never thought of it like that." After he finished answering, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "That's okay. I have aroused the anger of the sect leader like that. No more elders can discuss Chung Myong's crime anymore. If he doesn't want to be swayed by other people's opinions, and questions Chung Myong, he has to give a valid argument. Perhaps he also understands his intention." Grandmaster Yun Zhong suddenly stood up. He slowly approached where Chung Myong was kneeling and called out, "Chung Myong, yes, master." He smiled gently, sat down and patted his head to comfort him. He had worked hard. Chung Myong forced a smile. "But my heart was filled with anger, letting me kneel for too long." "You were finally allowed to stand up. At this time, Huang Moon Yak began to work. Me and the company have received a great favor from Hoa Sun. No, more accurately, I received help from the director Chung Myong, but the director transferred all those merits to Hoa Sun. So, I will repay the favor to Hoa Sun. I want to invest in Hoa Sun." The owners had an epiphany and were surprised. Why invest? Well, using the word investment is not quite right. Support, perhaps the meaning will be clearer. Investing will bring back profits, but supporting will not receive those profits back, right? The sect master hesitated. "Huang Moon Yak, how about support? Thank you for being so enthusiastic about Hoa Sun, but..." Huang Moon Dac expressed, "Sect leader, if it was just to thank everyone from Hoa Sun for their kindness, I would not have come here directly. Now, I want to try to put my trust in Hoa Sun. I brought the heads of the trading groups here, so let's talk slowly about what Hoa Sun needs, and what we can do to be good for everyone." Hearing that, the sect master couldn't help but bow his head in gratitude. "Thank you, really thank you, Huang Moon Yak." Then he looked at Chung Myong again. He really brought blessings to Hoa Sun, and now this gentleman is helping to spread his name. I feel so proud here. So, masters and gentlemen, please sit here, the rest can go out. Yes, master. Chung Myong and 3 other people went out. While walking, he suddenly received a strong pat on the back from owner Yun Sang. He praised him. He really worked hard. He was in pain, but still tried to suppress his anger and replied, "It's not a big achievement, it's big. Why are you thinking like that? Do you know who the person you saved was? Huang Moon Yak. He is truly blessed." Having said that, he continued walking, laughing loudly as he walked. Chung Myong thought to himself, "The happiness that Hoa Sun has is me, nothing else." Suddenly a stern call came, "Hey, you're back." Seeing the warden Gum looking at me, he immediately replied, "Yes, warden." He reminded me, "I know you did a good job, but the way you handled it was not tactful at all. Just leaving Hoa Sun without saying a word is not okay. That is a serious crime." Chung Myong had no choice but to bow his head and admit his mistake, because the disciple was too hasty. He didn't think about it. He added that it was true that he violated the sect master's rules, and there was no other way to justify it. He couldn't help but think, why are they so stubborn? But when I looked up, looking at the corner of the teacher's lips trying to suppress a smile, he was speechless. He quickly coughed and ran away, warning him to always train himself. At that time, Martial Lord was still immersed in joy. Hoa Sun's luck had finally come, just wait for the good news. Chung Myung looked in the direction of the two people and thought. No matter how lucky Hoa-sun is, we have arrived at Hoa-sun. With the sacrifices we have gone through, when will we be able to revive Hoa-sun? He looked up at the afternoon sky. Then smiled and lamented. Fourth brother, my hip hurts so much right now. The next morning, in the meeting room of Hoa-sun, the sect master and the elders sat together and discussed. He remembered yesterday's negotiation. Huang Moon-yak had made an offer. From now on the business in Huayan will be personally handled by me. Huashan won't need to worry much about money anymore. But we have two conditions. What conditions? He raised his finger and said, the first condition, the money earned must not be accumulated, it must all be used for the development of Hoa-sun. The sect leader immediately agreed, okay, if that's the condition, then I completely agree, Hoa-sun is not currently in the accumulation phase. Second condition. It was a favor for the third-generation disciple, Chung Myung. Returning to the present, the sect leader was extremely confused. Preferential treatment was an ambiguous word. Up to this point, Chung Myung is enjoying many privileges that a third-generation disciple can have. There is no way to prioritize him anymore. Martial Master expressed, Master, what do you think about letting Chung Myung practice the secret that he discovered last time? Are you talking about lack my sword and that my sword? After completing the research, I plan to let the boy practice these two tricks. The sect master was also excited when he heard that. It was not a bad idea, but the Epiphany owners immediately protested, no way. The meeting room fell into silence again. The sect leader had to ask, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Is there something you are so dissatisfied with? He replied, we're talking about rewards, that can't be considered a reward, huh? Adding more work to a child who is already busy practicing martial arts at the Bokmai restaurant, what a reward. It's true that the thinking of those who only know how to hold a sword is different. The two listened but did not dare to refute. There was something wrong here. The owners suddenly slammed their hands on the table to confirm that it was not a reward. Giving someone one of the things we have, and not having to suffer any loss, that cannot be called a reward. We have to give someone something we cherish. To get it, it's called a reward. Do you understand what I'm saying? Once again, silence prevailed. The sect leader looked at him with eyes full of doubt and thought, this guy, why is he suddenly like this? Up until the meeting just now, he still stubbornly advocated punishing that boy. While in a daze, the Epiphany masters jumped up and shouted loudly, this is not a normal merit. Chung Myung is saving Huang Moon-yak. Thanks to that, we have the money. No, it should be said that it is a huge source of funding. Moreover, it is Huang Moon-yak who directly manages it, doing business for Hoa-sun. This is not a small matter, senior brother. Besides, it's also free of management fees. Epiphany, returning to the masters. Tai Shu Cac is the place where the Hoa-sun sect's livelihood is supported, and where all this time, they have not dared to speak even a single word. Is there no place to derive income? Compared to making money, maybe we should spend more economically, especially the owners and managers are asking for our tax debt. At that time, so many things piled up that he was exhausted. He didn't know, just tell him we were bankrupt, that place is hell. Wouldn't it be very boring to manage the money of a sect that is on the verge of being destroyed? Being able to maintain Hoa-sun in this shape up to the present time is entirely thanks to the efforts of the masters and Epiphanies. It can be said that, Epiphany, he had to endure a lot. Each month you can only spend a fixed amount of money, the remaining amount must be maintained to wait until the present time. That's why he's happy with Chung Myung, the person who created the current situation. Out of the train of thought, the owners continued to babble, we must reward the boy with a worthy reward, only then will he be motivated to continue earning merit, right? Earning merit should be called making merit, even so. Sect Master, the boy is a genius, you must reward him appropriately and allow him to go out so he can continue to earn merit. Do you know how much money that boy has earned this time? Money, that's money, Sect Master, compared to someone like me, that boy, who can't earn a penny. As a special boy, you understand what I'm saying, right? He talked so much that his eyes turned red, so much so that martial arts master Yun Sang had to go and hold him tightly and pull him away. But when I reached the door, I could still hear loud shouts from him, the sect leader, he must reward the boy very generously, a very big reward. Then, the door also closed. The monk was returned peacefully. Sect Master Yun Jong expressed, I hope everyone understands him, he has suffered too much hardship. The two replied, we understand. But Sect Master, I think what the master said is right. We should give the boy a worthy reward, the other disciples will look at this, to learn, and Hoa's son will also have a clear explanation of reward and punishment. But, what should we reward? I'm suggesting, if the boy likes to go down the mountain, should we make him the contact person for the merchant company? The sect master said, isn't that just forcing the boy to do chores? It can't be considered a reward. Every time Huang Moon Yak meets Chung Myung, he is warmly welcomed, of course. How about we let the boy practice the sword of the apricot flower? Isn't that swordsmanship the symbol of our Flower Mountain sect? We can also let him freely enter and exit the study room. The door suddenly opened wide, and then the owners stuck their heads in and shouted, no need, just give the boy the money. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. These people make people so frustrated. The master of the martial arts hall had to give a gentle smile, didn't say a word, but immediately covered his mouth and dragged him out. The door was closed again. The sect leader's face was truly filled with no regrets. Day by day, Hoa's son becomes more and more strange. On the high mountain nearby, Chung Myung was standing looking down. Huang Moon Yak also slowly approached, until he stood next to him. He exclaimed, you're good at acting. He said, now we are in the same boat. Are we in the same boat? Thanks to luck, I was able to save the group leader, but I am nothing. How could I get on a boat with the group leader? You should still tell everything to the sect leader now. Huang Moon Yak frankly confided, I have absolutely no intention of getting on the same boat with Hoa's son. To be honest, if the young Taoist wasn't from Hoa's son, I would never care about this sect. Chung Myung laughed and sighed, you overestimate me. Little Taoist, I have been a merchant all my life and I will continue to be a merchant until the day I die. The only weapon a businessman has is his eyes. If I looked at the wrong person, perhaps the noble group would have perished a long time ago. Those who live solely by luck will one day collapse, but even so, I don't feel angry or regretful about anything. But if this eye is still sharp, isn't that a good thing for both Hoa's son and the merchant group? Chung Myung looked at him, then gently rubbed his face and looked forward and replied, yes. But don't use the saying all in the same boat. I really don't like that saying. What happened? He immediately said a sentence. The empty box often made a loud noise. Thinking back to the past, it's understandable that I don't like such statements. Huashan saved the whole world and received countless praises. But among them, perhaps not many people have true feelings for Hoa's son. Huang Moon Yak also expressed, actually, I don't like that statement either. We are both traders, today we are on the same boat, but we can get off the boat at any time. But if we have the same goal, then getting off the boat is unnecessary, right? If two people climb together, the boat will go faster. Okay, nothing bad anyway. The two then fell silent. Huang Moon Yak looked at him silently assessing, heading towards a place like this, makes me more certain, no matter what, supporting Hoa's son will bring benefits to the benefactor, the group, especially working with this kid, makes me even more certain about it. In this kid's mind, Hoa's son has already developed, is it the confidence that Hoa's son will definitely revive? Truly a confidence that is not ordinary. Then he suddenly asked, the lower merchant group will definitely try its best to support Hoa's son. Does the young leader understand the meaning of my words? He looked at him questioningly, meaning he would confront the male descendant. That's right. He immediately frowned, but you didn't ask for anything and didn't want anything, not to mention wanting a different price, that would be a bit shameless. He couldn't help but laugh. I don't expect any price, I just hope the young leader understands my heart. Oh yes, at that level it's not difficult. The two looked at each other and smiled. At first glance they were in harmony. But in their hearts, they were fighting each other a little bit. How could he be so observant? He was such a cunning kid, his trade was in his blood, who was he trying to trick? The two of them laughed like that for a while. Suddenly, Huang Moon Yak stopped laughing. He suddenly expressed, little leader. The Taoist is really smart and talented. At this age, someone like the Taoist, probably searching all over the world, can't find a second person. Chung Myung glanced at him and thought to himself, it's not that at this age there's no one like me, it's that there's no one like me in all the world. Besides me, there can be people who die and come back to life, who else can? However, the next words caught his attention, but the young leader needed to lose a little more confidence. The world is an extremely scary place, not only surrounded by evil, but also countless people of the same kind fighting with each other. The moment the young leader reveals himself, it will be the time when people who are not as good as the leader show excessive concern for the leader. Chung Myung smiled innocently and said, you think too highly of me, I'm simply a kid. He looked at him meaningfully, but then said nothing more. Everything has been arranged well. He also said goodbye, so I will ask permission to go first. When he left, Chung Myung suddenly stopped. Wait. I want to ask you something, is it convenient? Don't know what happened, but when he came down the mountain, outside the gate of Hoa Sun, as he looked up at Chung Myung on the top of the mountain, he couldn't help but think. Monster boy, it's impossible to see what he's thinking. On the outside he looks like a child, but deep inside he is definitely not like that. Hoa Sun. I'd rather call this place Dragon Chew. More than anyone else, I knew from the past that Hoa Sun was the place where dragons lived. If I grasped this, my Grace Trading Company could become the best trading company in the world. At this time, battalion leader Huang Zhong came over to ask his father how he was talking. He looked at his son and said, "Son, yes, father. It seems like you've gradually changed your mind. There will be many things waiting for you. Let's go. Let's have a party together." Huang Moon-yak stepped into the carriage and let the palanquin return. Chung Myung looked down from above and had to admire. It's true that the older the ginger, the spicier it becomes. He was completely different from the sage sect and the other elders in Hoa Sun. That's right, people who live their whole lives competing for advancement, how can they be like those leisurely Taoists? Anyway, the problem of Hoa Sun's poverty has been solved, but this time is not the time to curse the male sect. If the male family had forgotten their roots and paid attention to things that did not belong to them, that is also the time when Hoa Sun is losing its roots. Hoa Sun, it's time to focus on martial arts. The power of the merchant group truly cannot be underestimated. A Hoa M that was on the verge of exhaustion regardless, with the support from all the Hoa Sun disciples, was revived and developed by them. In just a few days, Hoa Sun has returned to its bustling commercial appearance. Thanks to that, a smile bloomed on the faces of the Hyung leaders. Hoa Sun has rediscovered the development that had been forgotten for decades. The life of Hoa Sun still continues peacefully like that. Except for these kids. The third-generation disciples, under Chung Myung's urging, are currently still practicing push-ups. Everyone has a large rock on their back, drops of sweat fell and soaked the ground, but no one had any intention of stopping. Some people are tired and can only scream loudly to reduce the noise. And you just sat cross-legged on the rock commanding, "Come on, one last time." Everyone immediately jumped up, saying that this was the last time. If it keeps going like this, there will be a murder. Chung Myung innocently said that no one had died yet, so they were speechless. Suddenly, the place he was sitting on suddenly collapsed. It turned out that it was not an ordinary rock, but a rock placed on Joe Gul's back. "Just now, I lost my strength and fell to my knees." Chung Myung smiled with satisfaction. Although Joe Gul was tired, he still did not give up. Trying to brace myself to lift it up high, my hands were shaking but I still persevered. Yoon Jong on the opposite side couldn't help but be surprised. He also suddenly smiled. Truly a strange and rare story. After this tiring warm-up, Chung Myung suddenly cracked his knuckles and said, "Every morning, let's rub together a little, my fellow monks." He also silently recalled the days he had gone through. To be honest, the first time I trained these kids early in the morning, I was very nervous, because I myself also doubted that physical training was simple, purely like this. Will it be effective or not? The foundation of Hoa Sun's swordsmanship is speed as the main focus, mainly using sword exchange and sword transformation, so if you only practice physical strength, there will be a risk of hindering sword practice. But on the contrary, thanks to physical training, the disciples' sword dancing speed has doubled. A clear transformation visible to the naked eye. With each passing day, working out becomes more and more enjoyable. Formerly, everyone tried to endure until the training period ended. But now, there are gradually appearing people who still try to train more, even though the training period has ended long ago. Let's practice until breakfast time. Today you are the best, we have changed. But this one seems a bit. As a result of training, the muscles have become larger, and many disciples are still excited to brag. Practice should be at least like this. Let's try one more mouse, brother. Yoon Jong looked at this scene and suddenly felt doubtful about life. It felt like Hoa Sun was gradually turning into a cave of mountain bandits. Was this the Hoa Sun sect or the Hoa Sun bandit? He reminded, "Now clean up this place, then go home, eat and rest early so you can practice tomorrow." "Yes, big brother." But today we still haven't seen Chung Myung anywhere. Joe Gul carried the bag of stones and replied, "Well, he doesn't come to the practice area very often these days." That's right, since the day we learned to practice on our own, he doesn't need to be there often anymore. However, it's not like he sleeps in, he's the one who wakes up early every day. I don't know where he went. Joe Gould was curious, was he coming to the Grace Merchant Group again? After Hoa Sun stabilized, he often went back and forth to the Grace Merchant Group, right? To be honest, the busiest person in this Hoa Sun isn't Chung Myong, that's true. But this senior brother. Do you feel it clearly, that we have become much stronger? Yoon Jong expressed, let's see. If we talk about strength, then whether we are stronger or not, there must be a standard to compare, so all the monk brothers have become stronger, so I don't feel it very clearly, but maybe like us I'm twice as strong as before that Chung Myong brat appeared. Joe Gould was doubly surprised, you don't need to worry too much. What I say is only an abstract guess, but I can confirm that I am 3 times stronger than I was before. It's not enough, Joe Gould suddenly said. You know, the conference is coming soon. We must be stronger. Much more. Hearing that, Yoon Jong smiled slightly. He nodded in agreement, good, then when that Chung Myong kid comes back, let's make more suggestions to him. Yes, brother. Early in the morning, when the sun had not yet completely risen behind the mountain peak, Chung Myong on the bed slowly opened his eyes. He sat up. Take a really long yawn. He walked alone to the forest behind the mountain, sighing as he walked. I still know I have to be stronger, but why do I have to avoid him every morning like this? For what purpose? This training method is not a royal way, children need to be able to regulate their body and mind. This method is a bit too simple and stupid. Human sword unity. Now, the sword and my 6 past incarnations have reached the realm of human sword fusion. From the outside it seems like that, but in reality it's no longer the same as before, imitation of my past self. This is probably a side effect of my experiences. That means to be more deadly, I have to practice non-stop, and I have to quickly become one with the sword. The problem is that if I dance with the sword in front of the children, I'm afraid they won't be able to practice. Everyone must be determined to revive Hoa Sun. He jumped to the top of the mountain, complaining that he was so tired. That's why lately, every early morning I have to go to Lac Hoa Phuong to practice swordplay. Suddenly, he stopped as if he saw something. In front of him, there was a silhouette of someone dancing with a sword. He was a bit surprised. At this hour, there was still someone else here besides him. That person's hair fluttered, each stroke of his sword skillfully came out. But no less flexible. The figure moved flexibly on the ground, creating mysteriously transforming silhouettes. Every time the sword touched the air, it left a faint trail of light. Surprisingly, that person was a beautiful girl. When it was over, the blade in her hand seemed to still glow, and the scene returned to the silence of the night. Chung Myong hid behind a rock and observed, unable to help but exclaim, "Oh ho! It's a beautiful lady, it's really jealous to say the least, but she's so elegant, she's also strong and shining, every sword stroke is very elegant, that sword, very similar to apricot blossoms." A woman's sword under the moonlight is similar to the previous Hoa Sun. I thought everyone had forgotten everything about the previous Hoa Sun. Huashan swordsmanship seemed like it would never be seen again, present again right before my eyes. It doesn't matter what the sword technique is, what matters here is the meaning of the sword stroke. That's right. Just as he was engrossed in thought, the girl also noticed, her eyes became sharp, she pointed her sword and rushed towards him. Who is it? Chung Myong tilted his head to avoid it. Only a few centimeters away, it reached his neck. The two maintained the posture of one standing, pointing the sword, the other sitting for a long time. He groaned, "This girl made me lose my mood. I didn't expect that I would be discovered by a child in this situation." The apricot swordsman was really dead. The girl looked straight at him and asked, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you here?" Chung Myong frowned. That was the right question to ask. Who exactly is this lady? After seeing the flower on her chest, he was surprised again. It seemed like she was a flower disciple. But this girl. You really know how to charm men. In my previous life, I lived more than 80 years of my life, working on all fronts in the world, but the experience of facing a beauty like this was almost non-existent, to the point that even a child in her early 20s like me became flustered and confused. So beautiful. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the sword in the girl's hand was even closer to his neck, threatening him. Quickly state your identity. Chung Myong's neck had a small cut. He finally spoke up, wearing a martial arts uniform from the Hoa Mountain Sect. The girl hasn't had time to react yet. He lifted his hand and pointed to the apricot flower symbol on his shirt as if signaling. She looked curiously, "I've never seen you before, are you a third-generation disciple?" "Yes." She wondered, the third-generation disciples of Hoa Sun were forbidden to go out after sunset. He explained, I already had the permission of the sect leader. What, sect master? Yes, a third-generation disciple is allowed to do that, yes. The girl was full of disbelief and told a lie. Chung Myong didn't want to explain too much. He replied, if you don't believe me then go check it out. Could it be that the Hoa Sun disciple used the sect leader's name as a joke? First, can you tell me to move this sword a little further away? It's almost a murder. He pushed the blade away, and the girl also took the sword back to her side. While sheathing the sword, she criticized and peeked at others practicing, which was taboo. Chung Myong objected, but until yesterday, this place was still the place I used to practice. You suddenly appeared and it was as if all the bad things were caused by me, so what can I do? She immediately said that she should have said it right away when she was discovered. He immediately argued with her, noticing a stranger loitering around Hoa Sun, so it was understandable that he would check to verify. Isn't that right? The girl frowned, her lips pursed. Chung Myong noticed this small movement and wondered, what is it, are you angry? Not knowing what to say again, she bit her lip and turned away. He suddenly discovered something interesting. It seemed like she didn't know how to argue very well. The sword is sharp but the blade is dull. It's true, she has such a beautiful face, it's just that she doesn't know how to speak, that's life. After a while, the girl turned back and asked, what is your name? I am Chung Myong. Have you already received your rank? No, my name is Chung Myong. Ah, so it's the name Chung Myong, not the rank Chung Myong, yes. He expressed that if he were to receive the rank, it would definitely be Chung Myong. The girl was surprised, then nodded to show understanding. That's it, Chung Myong looked back and was even more certain. Stupid, she was truly a stupid girl. Thinking for a moment, the girl turned to look at him again. At this time, she introduced herself, I am a second-generation disciple, Lula Tuat. If you are truly a first-generation disciple of Ba Hoa Sun, then it seems that I am your nun. He rolled his eyes, nun, Bei Tu, in Hoa Sun, there is a high and low hierarchy, clear, bright, present, lucky, white, lucky, then of course there is white. But since I returned to Hoa Sun, I have never seen a single white guy. Depending on the situation of Hoa Sun, you may not be able to jump steps. Lula Tuat was curious, that's all. Why don't you perform the ceremony? He was immediately angry inside, honestly. Being young is truly a crime. Chung Myong tried to hold back and bowed her head in greeting, yes, nice to meet you, nun. By the way, you should go quickly, the sun is about to rise, you've already taken over someone else's practice space, and you're wasting time. Lula Tuat left, she did not forget to warn, I will meet the sect leader to verify what you said. If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me. For a while. She suddenly stopped to look at him again and muttered. What a strange child. Chung Myong's face was blank, confused, who? Me. He didn't care after that, looked at the sky and decided, anyway, I probably have to find another place to practice. The sun rises to the top of the mountain, in the dining room of Hoa Sun. The disciples all sighed deeply. As if he was confiding something, Chung Myong seemed to feel something and his eyes widened in confusion. What was that? What is this gloomy atmosphere? After I initiated activities at Bok Mai Kwan, there was no way this would happen. He turned to Yun Jong and asked, Senior brother, how are you guys doing? He replied, our uncles are about to return, Bei Tu, is there any problem when they return? Yun Jong immediately reminded him, first of all, you must not call those uncles Beizi, if he hears that he will get angry. Or my brothers, that matter, I guess I need to think more about it. After all, these uncles have been in seclusion lately so they have left Hoa Sun, because Hoa Sun does not have any caves, there is no place for large-scale seclusion and practice. Chung Myong asked again, but why did everyone have such an attitude? Were the monks all like scum who trained and then beat everyone? Yun Jong countered, the monks will not be like someone else and arbitrarily hit people. Chung Myong frowned, who was that? He shyly avoided it, let it go. Zhou Gul explained, is it because of the Tonghua branch, the Tonghua branch? Is it a flower viewing festival? Not. It is a conference between the Southern Sect and the Mountain Flower. The martial arts competition conference between Southern Sect and Hoa Sun is held every 2 years. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered it, it seemed like he had heard that story somewhere. Yun Jong said, I heard that initially this conference was held every 5 years, to enhance the love and affection between the two sects, then gradually changed and became a competition conference, to exchange martial arts between the second-generation disciple and the third-generation disciple. But that's what you say. Actually, we were beaten unilaterally. My back that was beaten 2 years ago still hurts. This time, we'll have to fill our mouths with onions again, so as not to lose our lives, otherwise the uncles will have to wear iron armor to protect their heads, which is why the atmosphere is so gloomy. Chung Myong's face darkened when he heard that, so that means if we let our superiors fight, we'd be afraid of many things, so we only let our second and third generation disciples fight, right, and all this time, we've only participated with, are you just here to take the beating? Yoon Jong nodded, that's right, therefore, in order not to lose face this time, the monks went into group retreat, and they are about to return. In other words, they came back to join the Hoatong branch. Ah, is that so? Chung Myong gave a strange smile, he broke the chopsticks in his hand. In short, we are about to compete with the male family, right? They dare to open a contest at a time when Hoa Sun is weakening. Do you think Hoa Sun will bully you like that? Even if Hoa Sun is in chaos, I can't stand by and watch the children being tortured. Thinking about it, he asked again, does that mean the uncles go into seclusion and return, then we can win, right? Yoon Jong hesitated, but then had to tell the truth, that's it. Even though they have been practicing in seclusion to prepare for this competition conference, winning is still quite difficult for even the best people here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong immediately stood up, clasped his hands with determination and declared, if so, we must win. Brothers, to win, we will be determined to do everything right. Even if I have to drink poison. Or even broken limbs. To win against those male descendants, we will not hesitate to do anything, even death to glorify the name Hoa Sun, that's right. Don't worry, because you will win for Hoa Sun. Let's fight a fierce battle, male sect. On the other hand, at the sect leader's place, Unam reported that the sect leader and second generation disciple are returning, sir. Some people have already arrived at Hoa M, others are already on their way up the mountain. Sect Master, the Flower Sect Association was originally opened half a year later, so why was it held earlier than planned? He put down his cup of tea and recounted that our ancestors had sent us a request letter, they wanted this conference to take place a little earlier. He asked again, so can't we delay a little longer? The sect master shook his head, it was very difficult. Sect Master, Huashan is now opening a new era. We are gradually removing the difficulties, at least we don't have to worry about food or money anymore. Compared to a few months ago, the current Hoa Sun has indeed changed a lot, that's true. But, in terms of martial arts, it's still the same. Although we have unearthed new martial arts secrets, we have not yet entered the era of reaping the benefits of it. Even if it is successful, dealing with the male family is still an impossibility. But if the result of the flower sect branch this time is still the same as before. A mountain flower is holding on to hope in the children too, will the children be affected by this? The sect master confided, how could I not understand those things? But if we avoid the sect flower branch, will it bring hope to the disciples? On the contrary, it might give the children the idea that even the sect master doesn't believe in himself anymore. I know that getting a good result this time is very difficult, the southern clan has developed and is much ahead of us, so there is no shame in losing. If we have tried our best, but still fail, then there is no other way, just try harder. But if you're afraid of losing and avoid it, that's a different matter, doing so will only make Hoa Sun feel even more humiliated. We cannot abandon the big picture for the sake of temporary peace. Upon hearing this, Unam regretfully expressed that the sect leader was a disciple who had not thought things through. All right. The children have worked hard to return, so let's have a party and welcome them back. Yes, Master, I'm going to prepare to jump. He left the room, leaving him alone in the large room. The sect leader sat still as if thinking about something, then stood up. Walking to the window, he opened the door and outside, apricot blossoms were blooming. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but feel sad, like hundreds of sharp thorns piercing my heart. Every breath causes me pain, as if I could stop breathing at any moment. At Chung Myong's room, Jo Gul and Yoon Jong asked in unison, male descendant. We can win against the South Asian tribe, Chung Myong replied, not yet. But we are much stronger, he replied, that's true. But just this once, he placed his hands a distance apart, as a measuring stick. After looking at the two people, they suddenly became silent. Chung Myong laughed, I'm just kidding, it's not like this. Yoon Jong breathed a sigh of relief, as expected, that's right. But then, he opened his hand to increase the distance by a few millimeters and said, it must be this much. Jo Gul immediately shouted, what's the difference? But over the past time, we have practiced death and resurrection like this, But we have only improved so much, we can clearly feel it with our own bodies. He immediately exposed it bluntly, and the new bud blossomed. But dare to compare with the great tree. Jo Gul gritted her teeth, unable to refute. Chung Myung looked at the two and secretly assessed. The third generation disciple is in a terrifying stage of maturity. This is the first time I have seen such an incredibly fast growth rate. But compared to the third generation Huashan disciple of the past, it's still very far away. Compared to the male tribe, it's the same. If the male generation still maintains the same ability as then among the current third generation disciples, no one will be able to defeat the male generation. What about this kid Jo Gul? If he meets a suitable opponent, he is completely capable of winning. Yoon Jong also has to choose his opponent carefully to have hope. It's just these two people, but overall, there's nothing to think about. Jo Gul was silent for a while before daring to speak up. So what do we have to do to win? Chung Myung replied, of course he's gotten stronger. Yoon Jong expressed, there are only 15 days left until the Hoa Tong Association. We have been practicing for months and still can't win, so with only 15 days, can we keep up? He smiled and said, I already asked. Have you all made up your mind to die? The two of them were surprised in unison and changed their practice methods. But are you planning on calling everyone out like this every night? Isn't this even more tiring than before? Chung Myung confidently affirmed that I am sure of its effectiveness, so it will be okay. At this time, everyone had gathered in front of the yard as he was called. He came out and stood solemnly asking one last time if everyone was ready. Yoon Jong replied, well, I've gathered everyone like you told me. What will this workout be? Chung Myung leaned against the wooden sword stuck in the ground. Then he pulled out the real sword from its scabbard. Sweep an arc-shaped sword straight up. The disciples couldn't help but be confused. Some people turned to each other to ask questions. Isn't that a real sword? It's a real sword, but what else is he planning to do? Chung Myung explained, just changing the practice method. It's nothing big or over the top. Just die and come back to life once. His face was smiling now, but under the moonlight, it looked strange. Everyone felt scared and talked. What's wrong? Is she going crazy again? It seems like she's on her period. Don't look at her eyes. Chung Myung let go of his hand and raised the sword high, lowered it, bringing the tip of the sword towards the ground. He expressed that he was not dead. We can't stand by and watch the male sect play dirty tricks with us. But can you brothers win? You must win. I will definitely make you win against those damn male sects. Jo Gul raised his hands in agreement. Okay, if I can really win, I will follow your plan to the end. But, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to die and come back to life once? Chung Myung hummed for a moment and then said, just stand here first. When he heard that, his face turned pale. He quickly turned to look at the others. However, everyone was scared. Every time he glanced at someone, that person pretended to turn away. Whether you look left, right, front or back, the result is the same. Jo Gul's heart trembled with anger. With these names, brotherhood will surely last forever. Chung Myung urged him to hurry up. He finally had to lift his legs and go up to you. Well, I know. When he was only about a meter away, Jo Gul stopped. He held a real sword in one hand and the other hand placed on the hilt of the wooden sword. Looking serious, he asked, you want to become stronger, right? He firmly nodded, of course. Chung Myung immediately confided, actually saying this is a bit strange, but the brothers are strong enough. While everyone was still wide-eyed in confusion, he continued to explain, the hard training over the past time, of course had its results. Jo Gul wondered, didn't I say that we still can't fight? Is it a male descendant or what? He also confirmed, that's true, then we have to be even stronger, isn't that right? If Lee Seung-baek is considered a strong man in the male sect, then it can be said that the strength of the male sect is still the same as before. Jo Gul can use force to determine victory or defeat. Yoon Jong needs more luck, but the other third-generation disciples certainly have no chance of winning. Must we rely on fate, or not? Even with God's help, Hoa's son must paint a picture of victory for himself. The reason why Hoa's son could not win against Tong Nam was because the brothers were still too weak. Although their physical condition has improved, the actions of the brothers are still the same as before. Jo Gul was confused. Still the same as before, is there anything wrong with acting like this? He asked in return, had the senior brothers ever thought about why they themselves learned swordsmanship? That. At Hoa's son, there are things that must be steadfast in the mind, through swordsmanship to master the body, and then towards attaining enlightenment. The sword is only a means to reach the enlightenment. As for these kids, there's no way they could think like that. Thinking for a moment, he replied. It was to defeat his opponent, right? Chung Myung nodded and said, that's an answer that doesn't fit a moralist at all. In other words, your answer is more like that of a black man. Okay, he thought to himself, obviously the kids will answer that way. Ween answered half correctly, it was to win. So, to win with the sword, what must be done? Of course you have to become stronger, that's right. We must be stronger than our opponents to win. However, the meaning you mentioned is a bit different, Jo Gul expressed, it sounds too difficult to understand. Chung Myung threw the wooden sword at him and said, simple. From now on, the senior brothers will compete with me. Brothers, you can do everything, try to use it all, but I will only swing my sword once. Jo Gul asked incredulously, swinging his sword once, he nodded firmly, yes. He glanced down at the wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were still a bit confused, even though it was impossible to win against this kid, if he only swung his sword once. If so then. The story is a bit different. He held the hilt of the sword firmly, his feet moving forward to focus his weight. Jo Gul was still a little hesitant to ask, but are you really going to use a sword? Chung Myung laughed, are you worried? He's skeptical, I won't cut him. He immediately interrupted, why is that? The answer is very vague, making it difficult for people to understand. Why not give a clear answer and leave it open like that? This kid won't kill me, right? What is he thinking? Jo Gul lightly swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth. Let's get started, shall we? He smiled and exclaimed, senior brother, you seem quite confident, didn't you say you have to practice until death? Chung Myung suddenly glanced at his shaking arm and whispered, raising his mouth, confidently. As soon as the chant started, Jo Gul immediately jumped up. Remembering what Chung Myung did to him made his blood boil and scream loudly, take the fight. I don't have any bad intentions. Falling on the sword, he slashed hard from the air to where Chung Myung was standing, but he gently dodged to the side, the sword still leisurely carried on his shoulder. He frowned and thought, filled with the smell of malicious anger, what did I do wrong? Not stopping there, Jo Gul turned his ankle towards the place he had just avoided. And using the 7-star foot, galloped quickly. Once again, he used the peanut flower sword to attack, but as before, he was still perfectly avoided by Chung Myung. Oh, using the 7 stars to move and combining it with the sword, that's really very talented. Talking about talent, this kid is definitely not inferior to Lee Sung-baek, just being confident is enough. But at this time, Jo Gul continued to swing his sword, 2 figures moving continuously, one hitting and the other dodging. The others stood watching and kept saying, wow. Senior brother Jo Gul is attacking aggressively and overwhelmingly, he's much better than we thought, right, senior brother? Yoon Jong reminded, look carefully. Overwhelmed but couldn't touch a single hair of Chung Myung. He began to analyze in his heart, looking at it, there was nothing special. Just the way Chung Myung moves step by step, each step of Chung Myung follows each stroke of Jo Gul's sword. It's so elegant that viewers feel like Jo Gul's sword is deliberately avoiding Chung Myung. But, can this kid really grasp the opponent's entire movement? Chung Myung has only been in Hoa Sun for a few months, because this is the first time I've seen him compete with someone. Even though I didn't attack and just dodged, I could feel that Chung Myung and his disciple Ba Hoa Sun had a huge difference in level. Now, how much of that kid's movements can I read? On the other side, Jo Gul had just finished his continuous attack with a horizontal sword slash. Chung Myung jumped back to avoid it, and landed leisurely. Jo Gul was tired at this point, his breathing was a bit heavy, and sweat was pouring down his face. Recalling his earlier attacks, he couldn't help but feel doubtful, only swinging his sword once. And keep dodging. It was like he knew in advance where his sword would go, even the way he shook his head could be seen, how easily he could neutralize his sword. It's too much. I have tried so hard. I thought I was an adult. Yet you can only fight at this level. He trembled and kept saying, this can't be possible. It was like all the pent-up anger burst out with new energy. A stream of air suddenly passed from his body into the wooden sword in his hand, make it suddenly glow. The others gasped, that is, sword energy, senior brother Jo Gul can use sword energy. He suddenly jumped up. Only a few centimeters away from Chung Myung. Jo Gul slashed down with his sword. However, this time, he was still dodged by Chung Myung, his sword slashed to the ground, creating a strong vibration, the column of dust rose higher than the house wall. The brothers stared with their mouths open. On the ground, there was a long rut, and a large dent remained on the wall. The space became unusually quiet, with only the sound of Joe Ghoul's tired breathing. He now maintains the same posture as when he lowered his sword. But Chung Myung also started to move his sword at this time. The shining blade was held high in the night, his cold face moved his mouth. It was over. Having finished speaking, he lowered his sword and slashed down. Where the blade aimed, was Joe Ghoul's surprised face. When the blade was only a few millimeters from his face, Chung Myung stopped. But the sword still created a powerful streak of wind, spreading a circle around where the two people stood. Sand dust rose and spread in all directions. Joe Ghoul's entire body stiffened and he fell to the ground with a thud. His whole body trembled, his face turned pale. Chung Myung put the sword back on his shoulder and asked, "How's it going? Have you had the feeling of dying and coming back to life?" He stammered for a long time before he could say, "Brother, brother." "What a donkey." He grinned and advised, "Senior brother, you should rest a bit." Then he turned his head to look at the people behind him. The next person, everyone was startled. Yoon Jong scratched his head and glanced to the side, calling out to the class. It seemed like he was calling him. Tong Hak was also sweating and protested. Anyone who looked at him would know that he was called Big Brother. When Chung Myung saw them hesitating, he reminded them, "Come on, brothers, think carefully. Do you think you can avoid this situation? If you guys don't stand up, I'll have to take the initiative." After saying that, he almost immediately jumped up. "I'm coming." Everyone was so scared that they screamed loudly. Under the bright moonlight, there were only desperate screams, "Come here, don't." Not long after, everyone was beaten by him until they were lying on the field. Some people were even foaming at the mouth. Chung Myung went to Joe Ghoul and asked, "Why couldn't you stop him?" Making him wonder, "Stop him, what?" He reminded me again, "You already told me that I was going to swing my sword down, so why couldn't you block it?" Joe Ghoul frowned and shouted angrily, "Because it was too fast." "What else? Your sword attack was too fast and strong, so of course I couldn't block it. That's something even a 3-year-old child knows." He interrupted, "Yes, then why don't the senior brothers do the same as me?" "Huh?" He suddenly raised his sword high. "Then just cut a straight line down. It's simple, right?" Joe Ghoul asked in surprise, "The sword move I saw just now was like this." He replied, "That's the difference between having a sword falling on your head and just standing by and watching. That is, if you can make yourself have the same mentality as other senior brothers, then it is simply a basic sword move that anyone can do." He also gave an example. First is the lower body. Fixing the lower body firmly will prevent the body from shaking. Focus your strength on your fingertips and become one with the internal force inside your body. And swing the sword down like this. After watching, Joe Ghoul was stunned. His eyes looked straight and the blade in front of him remembered. It turned out that the sword stroke was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to keep up, and was not a superior technique at all. It was a quick, straightforward sword strike. Yoon Jong on the other side also sat up and spoke, "I understand what you mean. Now, instead of trying to practice fancy moves that don't work, we should focus on simple sword moves, using a solid 6 body as the foundation. That would be better, right?" Chung Myung expressed, "That is the determination of one strike to kill, the determination to not need to swing the sword a second time. Resolve that if you don't kill your opponent this time, you will be the one who dies next time. I just want you to understand all of this." After listening, Yoon Jong couldn't help but be impressed. It's true that hearing something is not as good as seeing it. Compared to just listening, directly confronting a one-hit kill is completely different. These children, if they have never experienced Chung Myung's sword right above their heads, will have a hard time accepting it. He looked at the unconscious disciples for a while, then looked up again and asked, "Chung Myung, we are disciples of Hoa Sun. If you are a disciple of Hoa Sun, then you must use Hoa Sun's martial arts to knock down your opponent, right?" He was silent for a few seconds, then he looked straight and asked, "What is the first move of the six-fold sword?" He replied, "Swinging the sword down." "Isn't the six-hop sword the Hoa Sun sword technique?" At this time, a few people had woken up, still listening intently to what he said without speaking. 6 combinations are the basis of the mountain flower, the source of the mountain flower. All of Hoa Sun's sword techniques start from 6 combinations and end with 6 combinations. But, I'm not even good at Luke Hop yet, but I want to learn something like Lak Hoa sword, something like 7 stars. Listen everyone, if you can't master the hexagram, then practicing other swordsmanship won't make any sense. A building without a solid foundation will easily collapse with just a breeze, because all martial arts in Huashan are centered on Luke He. So what you need to do now is to make what you have as perfect as possible. Joe Ghoul stood up and said, I now understand the importance of the 6 combinations. However, we are not you who can use 6 combinations and deliver such powerful attacks, just for show. It's a bit silly to say this, but we need strength that can defeat the male descendants now, rather than in the distant future. That's why I want to ask you this question. If we follow what is said, will we have the strength to help us escape the humiliation that the male descendants bring? Look at his eyes full of determination. Chung Myong's eyes also flashed with excitement. He ran up and grabbed him by the collar and raised his fist to threaten him, but he already felt the pain. Joe Ghoul cried out in fear, Why did you hit me? He sneered and said, Losing to Nam Asia, the person who said that sentence has no right to live. Disciple of Huashan lost to those people of the Nam Asia tribe. As I said, I will definitely make you guys win. There is no such thing as a temporary defeat. If you fight, you must win. No matter how exhausted you are, or whether you sweat or cry, you will definitely win. Then he pushed Joe Ghoul to the ground sarcastically. What a secret, ridiculous. Do you think there will be a so-called secret that falls from the sky that can help you win? There's no such thing as a myth. It's rotten from the inside out like that and can't do anything. Everyone pick up your swords, we'll start practicing swinging your swords down. 10,000 to start. Everyone listened and trembled and asked again, 10,000. He immediately shouted, So do you guys want to lose and die or die right now? Time went back to before. The elders were all worried and went to find Sect Master Chung Moon to advise him. Sect Master, if Chung Myong did not accept his disciples, then his swordsmanship would not be transmitted, posterity. His swordsmanship is really very powerful, he sighed and said, I'm also very worried about that. I'm also human, so I can't become his disciple, and neither can the other children. They didn't do anything wrong, so they have to suffer such punishment. He said that anyone who became his disciple would be beaten to death, then made to walk on a handstand everywhere. If they were human, no one would be able to do such things. After all, he is also a Taoist of our sect, so you guys remember to keep your mouth shut. While speaking, Chung Myong suddenly appeared and spoke, Brother, I'm behind. Chung Moon pretended to be surprised. Oh, are you there? Returning to the present, he thought darkly. Thinking about it made his mood go down again. What did I do wrong? I took good care of the children, just like teaching a child to walk. It's just a little different from holding each child's hand and helping each child walk step by step. Then there comes a time when I will be so tired that I will get sick. But if I get sick and die, I don't need an ending like in the plays. I just need Hoa Sun to be able to continue the spirit of Hoa Sun. Although a play is as beautiful as flower petals, it will quickly disappear. The spirit is like the roots of a tree. It is not visible, but it is what helps the tree survive and grow. I know that, but things are not as easy as I say. At this time, he went to the clearing in the back forest. After looking around, he silently realized that that girl probably wouldn't come again today. No matter how crazy you practice, you probably won't be able to go up the mountain at that hour of the ox. Chung Myong pulled out his sword. The figure holding the sword firmly looked straight ahead. I must improve more. It's not about rediscovering the old self. I'm only missing one more thing. That means I still can't win against Shon Ma. If he still cooperates with those who go to the big mountain, and his strength remains the same, then I am absolutely not his opponent. Known as the best sword in the world, yet still unable to fight single-handedly with Shon Demon. What if I alone could win against the Shon Ghost? If that's the case, no one will die. Senior brother. And other disciples. Everyone will have a peaceful and healthy life. If only I could be stronger, those terrible things wouldn't have happened. There's no guarantee that someone like Shon Ma won't be reincarnated. Maybe there will even be a more miserable person than Shon Ma appearing on the streets, who knows? I will definitely protect Hoa Sun from all those risks. The sound he imagined was like layers of Shon Demon's demonic energy covering the sky. He continuously slashed with his sword. Streaks of light seemed to dance, tearing through the thick air curtain. He silently made up his mind, he must be stronger. More than anyone in this world. Stronger than my past self. And, stronger than that Shon Ghost. The attack hits like a tornado, sweeping away the black air. Through the night sky, he cut the Shon Demon in his memory in half. The image quickly disappeared. Leaving behind a sky of falling apricot blossoms, Shon Ma's martial arts skills make everything he thought was right until now collapse. I thought that if I just followed the path that the masters had outlined before, I could win, but it turns out that's not the case at all. He landed on the ground, falling flower petals lit up the sky above his head. I must overcome my own limits. Chung Myung stood there quietly, but didn't notice anything. At a tree behind him, Lula Tuat witnessed everything. She looked at the falling apricot petals, not knowing what was going through her mind. On the other side, Chung Myung stopped practicing. He looked at his sword and thought, he had to overcome his own limits, and find a new method, and make it his own, to be able to achieve that wish. Looks like I'll find it. Even though it's still very far away from me. It's not about creating a new sword method, it's about exploiting a new sky. It won't be easy. Suddenly, Lula Tuyat's face suddenly magnified in front of him. She bowed low to face him and called out, "Hey!" Chung Myung was startled and quickly stepped back screaming, "Damn, what's going on?" When he saw her clearly, he calmed down. It was that girl. What was her name? Save. That's right, Lula Tuat, but why? That girl is standing right in front of me, but I can't feel anything at all. I was so focused that it couldn't be like that. I didn't even feel the slightest movement. Last time it was the same, this time it was the same. Thinking back, even though she was standing right in front of my eyes, it seemed like just a faint existence. Who was this girl? Could it be that she had learned the art of invisibility? Anyway, how is this possible? I wonder what she heard. Lula Tuat suddenly said, "Mihoa." He immediately felt hopeless. He had seen it all, damn it. First, just be natural, as if nothing happened. Seeing him move his sword, she also cautiously held the hilt of her sword and asked, "Is it okay to kill someone?" Chung Myung twitched the corner of her mouth. "What, murder, are you crazy?" Suddenly realizing something, he suddenly covered his mouth. The atmosphere between the two of them became extremely quiet. He was sweating and thought to himself, what the hell is wrong? Now there is only one way. He retracted his sword. Then clasp your hands. Pretending there's nothing wrong and smiling, "I'll ask your permission." Lula Tuat quickly raised his hand to stop, but wait. But before he could say anything, Chung Myung quickly ran away. In such a large place, in the end there was only one girl left. Lula Tuat withdrew her hand in disappointment. She muttered, mumbling. Chung Myung was running, cursing, and startled. This time only one person can hear it, so probably no one will believe it, but what if 3 people say the same thing? If I meet a nun in the future, I have to be more careful. Suddenly he braked and stopped abruptly, causing the ground to scrape up a long distance. He wondered, but before the nun returns, I have to do something, right? He rubbed his chin and suddenly turned in one direction. This must be completed before returning to Hoa Sun. At Hoa Am, the streets are still busy. In a restaurant, the voices kept calling out, "Understand, give me a jar of cold pink tea, yes, objective statement." In the corner, alone at a banquet table. He happily drank a glass of wine, his face excitedly exclaiming, "This is the taste." Well, let's see. He picked up a piece of meat on the plate to enjoy, recalling the glorious past. After the night's wine came back from the cave, he got used to drinking. But this is a privilege given to you by the sect leader, so you should know how to take advantage of it, right? It's okay to let things flow naturally, but why is the mountain gate forbidden to do so many things? Just drinking a little alcohol can be troublesome. After all, they were Taoist monks. Chung Myung picked up the glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. In my subconscious, the image of sect master Chung Moon appeared again, reminding me, "You are also a Taoist, kid." He laughed and replied, "I'm different from them, senior brother, I'm about to turn 100 years old." Quietly pour another glass of wine, looking at your reflection in the full glass. Chung Myung suddenly sighed, "But, its taste is no longer the same, senior brother. It tastes best when I secretly drink it, senior brother. It's funny, I never remember the person who just sat across from me for a long time in my whole life. But why do I miss him now? If my senior brother saw me pretending to be poor and miserable, he would probably laugh at me. Nobles are like that. I was once called a Taoist, or a god who descended to earth, but in reality, I was just an old man with many tricks. There probably isn't anything like that in here, right?" One drink, then another, he kept drinking. Always empty your cup. Vu Hoa Lantern Immortal is as cold as ice. Is there any other spirit here? Brothers and sisters, we have not changed at all. There, you guys should live happily. On a busy street, 3 people wearing black shirts entered the bar. Hyun-hee saw them and quickly opened the door to invite someone. The 3 of them sat at the table, chatting excitedly. "It's been a long time since they've eaten properly. I'm sick of the 100-cup pill, senior brother. That's why we just got here. I'm sure the uncles will sympathize with us. Their conversation quickly attracted Chung Myong's attention. He glanced over, senior brother, senior uncle. The young men wore the sect's clothes and looked like they were 30 years old. There is an apricot pattern on the chest. Is it the nun's person? If we bump into them, we'll be in trouble. Let's finish our drink and leave here. The senior brother wondered, but what about junior sister Lu? We had already arranged to meet at Hoa M. She must have returned to Hoa Sun first. You know, junior sister Lu is very difficult to tell. So the masters will also know that we have returned. It's okay, everyone knows that junior sister Lu is a strange person. One of the three people waved and called, "Little lady, give me the best dishes today, the portions are just right for the number of people in our group, and bring me wine too." Sitting on the side, Chung Myong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, now only the second-generation disciples dare to come to the middle of the flower garden to drink wine like this. Even if we return to the sect, we still have to be in moderation. In our time, if we were caught, we would be locked in a penitentiary cave, and for a whole week we would only look at the four walls and swing our swords. Well, kids these days are right, to be." The kid in the middle seems to be the oldest kid. The person he saw was now holding up the wine bottle, filling 3 glasses in front of him and saying, "Come on, drink up, you guys have worked hard." The man smiled and replied, "No one is as hard-working as the senior brothers, we just follow you." The young man heard that and smiled. The handsome face gradually appeared. "Thank you for saying that." Chung Myong couldn't help but admire, "So handsome. A man like me still likes it, how should I say it, feels like a knight coming out of a legend." He continued to express that, "More than anyone else, I know that you guys are the ones who try the most. This wine is what I treat you to, no need to feel pressured, just drink to your heart's content. But don't get too drunk." "Thank you brother." Chung Myong finally turned his head away. He continued to focus on eating and drinking, not forgetting to mutter as if reminding him, "Oh my, I remember that sect." But not long after, his ears pricked up to hear the story again. "Senior brother, so, what is our current strength level? We have worked so hard, can we achieve good results in the flower sect branch?" Their senior brother sipped his wine. Then he slowly put the glass down on the table and replied, "Actually, I'm not sure, junior brother. The male sect is very strong, they belong to the 9 sects in one clan, their reputation is outstanding." "Yes, that's right. In the past, we did indeed belong to the 9 sects, but now, the gap between the southern sect and us is too great. But it's just about reputation, reputation and strength are not tied together. In the previous flower sect branches, although we failed, I see that the gap between us and the male Ka sect is not that big." Speaking of this, he opened his calloused hand again to encourage us. "We have been staying up late, and practicing every time we can during the past time. We have overcome the period of confinement, through that difficult cultivation, and constantly push yourself. We have tried our best, and those efforts will not betray us. Now, we have enough strength to compete with our ancestors." The senior brother picked up his wine glass again and asked, "The male family is still the male family like in the early days, but is the mountain flower still the original flower mountain?" "We can't decide anything. If we can make unceasing efforts, then it is not impossible for us to surpass the south." Hearing this, Chung Myong couldn't help but choke on laughter and spit out the food in his mouth. This noise quickly attracted the attention of 3 people. He stiffly turned his head to look. At the same time, that senior brother also looked at him. Chung Myong quickly pretended to spit out the food in his mouth and denounced, "Yes, there were bugs." The person frowned, eyes still glued to him. He felt guilty, sweating profusely and scolded himself. He wasn't fooled, he was acting too deep. Suddenly, that senior brother stood up, lifted his glass of wine and called out, "Little brother." "Who is the little brother? I have never met the little brother in Hoa Sun before. If you don't mind, can I ask your name and family name, little brother?" Chung Myong couldn't help but stammer, "Ah, that, Tong really." The atmosphere suddenly sank into silence. The young man stared at him and fell into thought, who is that kid? From the first time I entered this place, I felt a magical harmony, it seemed like I knew why the mood was like that. It's because of that kid. Now, a child who is only 15 years old, orders thousands of taels worth of food and drinks alcohol. As far as I know, no merchant's son or the son of a late mandarin has enough money to enjoy this custom alone in Hoa Am, at least among the children, such a young child. If so, then who is that kid? Chung Myong confusedly withdrew his head and explained, "Well, I'm just a passerby, don't worry about it, you guys just eat, don't care about me." Brother Huashan slightly frowned, Are there passers-by? Yes, there's no way it's like that. He stood up, picked up his stool and walked over to where he asked, if that's the case, little brother. It was fate that we met, what do you think about our introduction? At the table, he put down his chair, sitting next to Chung Myung. Then I raised my hand and introduced myself, I am Baek Shon, second-generation disciple of Dai Hoa Sun. He quickly turned his face away, avoiding his eyes, cursing in his heart, damn, why is this guy so stubborn, he can't avoid it anymore. He smiled wryly, hesitantly speaking, I have no identity. Baek Shon frowned questioningly, hiding his face during the introduction, not the morality of a gentleman, right? Chung Myung sweated and thought to himself, this Taoist is really troublesome, if that's the case, I'd rather be a commoner. Suddenly, he held the wine bottle in one hand, raised his other hand to cover his face and stood up. Then, forcing an awkward smile, he said, I have something to do. Having said that, he gingerly turned and walked away. After a few steps, Baek Shon suddenly called, little brother. I want to talk to you for a bit, he stammered, I'm not interested in men, so please excuse me. He suddenly turned his head. The hand using internal strength hooked back, towards his sleeve, trying to pull it back. But Chung Myung quickly tilted his body and dodged to the side. After that, he ran away on all three legs, he had a hard time. Baek Shon froze in shock. He opened his hand and looked wonderingly, could he avoid it even if he didn't look at it, his silver tree? A junior brother in the group turned to wonder, fourth brother, why did you let him go when you caught him? Baek Shon was startled, in order not to be discovered that he couldn't grab Chung Myung, he made an excuse to explain. I think it's truly inappropriate to force a kid like that, as expected of a fourth brother. Yes, that's why. Because I was wrong. On the other hand, Chung Myung at this time escaped to the foot of Hoa Sun Mountain, he drank a bottle of wine and mumbled, what about white flowers, it's really a bit troublesome. Until now, one of the reasons why life in Hoa Sun is quite comfortable is partly the age difference between Fake Van and Tan. The scariest person for new recruits is not the general or the emperor, I've already finished drinking, I'm not too drunk yet. But I never thought I would have to run away because of that nonsense Taoist, he couldn't help but sigh, he shouldn't have laughed there were still so many delicious dishes there that he hadn't enjoyed yet, it was a pity. But with his long and wild words, it's impossible not to laugh, really. It's probably guys like him who only live off their blabbering mouths. Chung Myung pretended to do the gesture that Baek Shon did at the bar, puckering his lips and muffling his voice, sounding silver. That's also called Shuna silver, really, that shocked me even more than when I met the third-generation disciples for the first time. The third-generation disciples tried to learn martial arts, but I don't know how much they learned, after all, at that time, they learned martial arts properly. But the second-generation disciples are different, the third generation is the foundation stage, and from the second generation, it is the period where the disciples must mature through the training process, oh my god. We can't waste any more time like that. Thinking of this, he placed the empty wine bottle on the ground. Then walk away without turning back, at this age, you should know how to make the most of your time. Returning to Hoa Sun, it was already late afternoon, there was a call to summon, Jo Gul brother, all the third-generation disciples, had gathered to the military field. The fourth uncle has returned, Jo Gul changed his clothes and nodded, yes, I know, I'll be right out here. He pulled the belt of his shirt tightly. When I was about to leave, I remembered something, thinking about it, Chung Myung boy had already returned. On the other hand, in the room of the person in question right now, it's unclear what the situation is like. But looking at the messy shoes on the ground, you can see that he has returned. In his bedroom, Chung Myung was lying dead asleep on the bed. As soon as Jo Gul walked in, he covered his nose and exclaimed, oh, the smell of alcohol, has he been drinking? But there wasn't much time left, so he had to go and shake him awake, Chung Myung, fourth brother. Shake for a while but still no reaction, Jo Gul looked for a while. Finally, he removed his hand from his nose and leaned close to Chung Myung's ear, shouting loudly, wake up quickly and look at the guy. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stood up, he immediately looked outside and exclaimed, oh wow, the weather is so beautiful today. Chung Myung looked up and asked, what's going on? Oh yeah, nothing. He stretched his body and sighed, drank a little wine, and felt incredibly sleepy. Jo Gul was speechless and slept straight like that. The smell of alcohol came again, he quickly covered his nose and reminded him, fourth uncle has returned, go take a shower and wash up, At this hour you still smell like alcohol, are you joking? Chung Myung said nothing, just raised his hand to cover his nose. Then he breathed heavily and a stream of air flowed out from his ears. Covers the entire closed room. Jo Gul couldn't help but be confused. Oh, the smell of alcohol has disappeared. In the smoke, Chung Myung didn't know when he changed clothes. You stood up and pretended to be stupid. Why are you drunk? Why are you talking nonsense about such pure and sacred generosity, brother? Hurry up and go out, if you come out late you will be beaten. The two of them walked out together. Chung Myung wondered, but why do we have to participate in the initiation ceremony of second-generation disciples? Jo Gul explained, even so we have to welcome them, those are those who have returned after practicing hard. He sighed and thought to himself, he was so tired. Just stay in a place like Hue Tong Station, no light, don't need to do anything, just swing your sword a few times, then say, ah, I've already cultivated, that's it. While sipping delicious food and making a few sword swings, the owners gulped down their wine, then arrogantly said that cultivating was considered hard. Jo Gul recounted that this time, the fourth uncles really no longer carried swords, no matter what, they would press the male sect's nose just once. The sect master was also determined and supported the practice. Be careful with your attitude too, fourth uncle Baek Shon is very strict, so as long as you act normally, he won't get angry. Chung Myung shrugged, showing that he understood. Okay. I told you that you might get scolded very hard, but you know. At the entrance gate to Hoa Sun, the third-generation disciples were lined up in 2 rows, the sect master and pavilion masters were also waiting. Looking at the 2 people standing in line, Yoon Jong casually asked, "Are you here?" "Yes, brother." At this moment, the announcement rang out, the second-generation disciple had arrived. Quickly open the mountain gate. The door slowly opened, ahead. The second-generation disciple slowly entered. Some people exclaimed, "Oh wow, it's here, the atmosphere is so different." The third-generation disciples all applauded. Chung Myung stood still, glancing towards the door. At the forefront of the second-generation disciples is Baek Shon. After looking at it, he implicitly commented, "Sure enough. No matter how you look at him, he's really handsome." Before, I had vaguely heard this sound of congratulatory applause. On the contrary, standing here now, it probably suits me. After the ladies finished their makeup, they went down the street to form a welcoming line. Suddenly, like the spirit of sect master Chung Moon arose, he reminded him of 2 words, conscience, and he immediately glanced at him. Don't interfere in things like this. Baek Shon should have passed by Chung Myung, but when he saw his appearance, he suddenly felt something and stopped. Then suddenly, he left the line. Go to where Chung Myung is standing. You don't understand anything. I saw him raise the hem of his shirt to shield it from his face. Chung Myung was startled and quickly withdrew his head. The 2 of them kept the same position. Baek Shon suddenly burst out laughing and asked, "Could it be? Are you my acquaintance? Little brother?" He immediately frowned and cursed, "What is it, this bastard? Do you want me to take action?" He looked at you like that and wanted to probe even more. Looking at those eyes, it seemed like you knew me. Chung Myung objected, "I really don't understand what my uncle is saying." Baek Shon retracted his hand and said meaningfully, "So what? It's really strange, he looks very familiar, I wonder when he joined the class." Yoon Jong explained on his behalf, that the disciple had entered the sect while the uncle left Hoa Sun. It hadn't been long since he had entered the sect, so the 2 of them definitely had never met before, really. Forget about that, but still. You guys look like you're very close to each other. As a senior brother, knowing how to take care of the youngest brother is a very commendable thing, isn't it, kid? Anyway, I have a feeling we're quite fated. It's our first time meeting, but it feels extremely familiar. What's your name? Chung Myung's face grimaced, but he still replied, Chung Myung. He muttered, Chung Myung, and I am Baek Shon. Gum reminded me at this time, the sect leader is waiting for you, why are you standing there chatting like that? Hearing that, Baek Shon had to put this matter aside. Before leaving, he emphasized that we might have to see each other a lot in the future. We will definitely remember this name. Chung Myung. He silently frowned and looked. Yoon Jong walked next to him and asked, have you ever met Uncle Baek Shon? He looked back at the monk and said, his friend Tien Tien is the #1 genius in Hoa Sun, considered the person who will revive Hoa Sun which is on the verge of collapse. Chung Myung was surprised, the first genius in Hoa Sun. When I was still having a runny nose, I often heard those words, although it was soon changed to another name. Remembering that other name, He felt a bit uncomfortable. Your mine is just for drinking and cursing people, what a minor. He suddenly asked, but isn't the number one genius in Huashan a trick of his senior brother? Joe Gould listened and froze, his face turned red and he signaled, what did you say? If someone else hears it now, he wondered why he had to overreact like that. He bowed his head and replied, Uncle Baek Shon is someone I will never be able to keep up with. Chung Myung pouted and said, well, that's the consciousness of a loser, it's a good thing, people really need to be humble like that. Having finished speaking, he looked back at Baek Shon who was thinking, what a genius. It sounds great, but the real meaning can disappoint you. Cranes must live with cranes, it is only natural, cranes living among chickens is too unusual. That's why, the vast majority of situations must be viewed from many sides. Baek Shon now returned to his place. At the center of everything, in front of the sect master and pavilion masters. From afar, Lula Tuat hurriedly came running. She quickly got in line, right behind him. Chung Myung couldn't help but be speechless. It turned out she was also a white woman, so why bother? It's only been a day, she probably hasn't gone around talking nonsense about me yet. Joe Gould laughed and said, I also think that Nun Lu is very great, right? I understand, no one can resist at first sight, the nun is really so beautiful, what? But wake up from your dream, in your heart you already have the image of Uncle Baek Shon. Before he could finish speaking, Chung Myung quickly covered his ears and made a nauseating gesture. Joe Gould shouted in dissatisfaction, I didn't say anything wrong, the two of them just looked at Nun Lu. At this level, Miss Lu can be called the number one beauty on the island, he sighed and sighed, this sect is strange, what is the number one genius on Hoa Mountain, and also the number one beauty on the island, Westerners too, if other people hear these words, they will laugh in your face right now. Brother, instead of spending time prying into other people's love affairs, you should practice swordplay, maybe now you can carve names with a sword. You shouldn't bring pain into other people's hearts like that, junior brother, then don't bother talking anymore. On the other side, Baek Shon clasped his hands to make a loud sound. He solemnly bowed and met the sect leader. Next, the rest also did the same. Greedy for the sect master. He smiled gently and asked, you've all worked so hard, are you tired from practicing? Baek Shon replied, not tired at all, for Hoa-sun, I will try my best. What about the results? Wholeheartedly practice the sword non-stop, even realizing that there will be no end to this, but one thing is certain, if we don't have achievements, we will definitely not return. Okay, you guys have done well. The sect leader turned to the Epiphany and advised the masters, those students have trained hard and returned, shouldn't we have a party to celebrate? The master of the temple pouted and mumbled, they had not done anything, but had to entertain him. Seeing him whispering something, the sect master called out in confusion and returned to the master. He then replied, nothing, of course we have to do that, I just finished preparing, let's go, right? Having finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he turned, he changed his attitude and complained that if you are poor, you should know how to save money. The sect master looked at him speechless. Since the incident with the merchant group, he has only said strange things. Then he turned to the other side and instructed, Unam, please help these children arrange everything. Yes, sect leader. Also, Chung Myung, when he heard the call, he was startled. Turning around, I saw the sect master shouting loudly, come to my room for a moment, I have something to tell you. He shouted loudly and answered, again. When Baek Shon heard that, he stopped, again, how dare that boy talk like that to the sect master? He said, I have prepared candy for you, come quickly. Chung Myung replied dejectedly, yes, I know. He quickly ran to his side and walked with him. Baek Shon looked at him in confusion, he couldn't help but call out, Uncle. That kid is after all. Uncle Gum smiled and advised, don't pay attention to that boy, it will make you stronger, yes. He patted his shoulder and said, I say these things purely for you. Having finished speaking, he also left, leaving Baek Shon bewildered. Is this the same mountain flower that I know? The wine party was quickly prepared with beautiful delicious dishes, eye-opening Baek Shon, and meat. Where does the money come from to buy this? A disciple sitting next to me exclaimed, in the time we haven't been here, the pavilion and the restaurant have changed a lot, it's been a while since I've been back here, and I don't feel very familiar with it, but it has to be said, I admit, the paint has become much more shiny. Another person expressed that during the time we were not here, it seemed like Hoa-sun had met the god of wealth, look at the children's reactions. Baek Shon looked back, the third generation disciple was complaining, senior brother, I'm tired of meat, there's nothing more new, fish for example. He listened and was surprised. What's wrong with these guys, they even hate meat. These words really don't fit Hoa-sun at all. As far as I know, Hoa-sun is the #1 beggar sect in the world, and is also the only sect that disputes with this gang, poverty level. But no, actually Hoa-sun is poorer than the whole state. The gang is actually owned by a group of beggars, and the gang itself is not poor. But now, Hoa-sun has food and wealth like this. Uncle Gum saw him frozen like that and asked, "What's wrong? The food doesn't suit your taste." Baek-shon shook his head. "No, that's not the case. I just still don't understand our current situation. While we weren't here, what happened to Hoa-sun?" When he heard that, he laughed and said, "Ah, that's it, in my position, this is difficult to understand. It's a rather long story, gradually you will know it yourself. For now, I just need to know that the stone has fallen into the Hoa-sun gate and that's it, bless stone." At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Chung Myung walked angrily into the room, all eyes focused on him. Baek-shon was interrupted while speaking and looked bewildered. He clenched his hands now. When he raised his head, he could clearly see dissatisfaction and anger clearly visible on his face. Chung Myung stomped his feet on the ground and walked heavily into the dining room. Everyone kept looking after him. Until he sat at the table with Jo Gul and Yoon Jong. Baek-shon has been observing and hasn't said anything yet. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became quiet. He couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Among the third-generation disciples, no one came forward to say anything to that kid. Even someone who values politeness like Uncle Gum did not say anything, as if this were a normal and natural thing. Could it be that that kid has already captured all the third-generation disciples? Furthermore, the position that that kid sat in was right in front of senior brother Yoon Jong, and the person with the best ability among the third-generation disciples, Jo Gul. It was as if it was the center, and the other two were its right and left arms. What method did such a young boy use to capture everyone like that? Yoon Jong smiled wryly and asked, "What's going on that makes you so angry?" Chung Myung replied grumpily, "Master just forced me to go to the merchant group again." Jo Gul and Yoon Jong exclaimed in surprise, "I can go again." He angrily complained, "I'm not a carrier pigeon, it's so annoying, I didn't really like it the last time I went, I only liked it once or twice. I should have just sent the letter to the branch in Hua I am, but here I was forced to go all the way to Shen." Baek-shon was still deep in thought, not knowing what method this brat used, but it seemed like all the third-generation disciples had been captured by him. Yoon Jong has a soft personality, always respecting his superiors and giving in to his subordinates, so he can easily be subdued, but Jo Gul is absolutely not like that. We must find out this matter. While he was thinking, suddenly the person next to him spoke up and reminded him, "Senior brother, aren't you eating? Since then, I haven't seen you touch chopsticks once." Baek-shon was startled, quickly raised his chopsticks to pick up the food. He had to eat it. I was about to pick it up when I remembered something. He asked again, "Where did junior sister Lu go?" The man looked back and replied, "She still followed us to the restaurant." "If so, shouldn't we go look for her? As a senior brother, my little sister disappeared like that, and only knew how to sit and eat." He explained awkwardly, "But how could anyone find her, senior brother? You also know that if she wants to hide, no one can find her." Another person agreed, "That's right, we don't need to waste our effort." Baek-shon frowned in annoyance. "But I didn't make things difficult for my junior brother, just thinking back, junior sister Lu was always such a stubborn person. I don't want to eat anymore." He just put down his chopsticks. There were footsteps coming in again. The person got closer and closer, he quickly noticed. When he saw who it was, Baek-shon happily smiled. The person who came in was junior sister Lu, Lula Tuat. She was looking at something, even when he waved to call her, she still didn't pay attention. Lula Tuat looked left and then right. Still motionless in place. Suddenly, she moved in one direction, even though Baek-shon waved to her. "Sister, here." Being ignored, he froze a bit. But the place she went to was behind Chung Myung. He was eating and suddenly heard a call, "Over there. Can I sit next to you?" The whole dining room was immediately shocked. Hey, junior sister Lu was talking to a boy, when was the last time she heard him talk? Chung Myung looked at her silently for a few seconds, then he turned his head back and refused, "No way." Lula Tuat tried to persuade, "So can you talk to me for a moment?" He immediately waved his hand and interrupted, "No, I have nothing to say to my uncle, please go somewhere else." The whole group of second-year disciples saw this and were so surprised that their chins dropped. Joe Ghoul was also stunned. What is this situation? Here in Hoa-sun, I have never seen anyone able to talk intimately with Uncle Lu, but this time, Uncle Lu took the initiative to talk to Chung Myong. But Lu Latiat still persisted. Just for a moment, Chung Myong asked annoyed, Uncle won't go. Joe Ghoul silently prayed, please talk to him politely, this greedy guy. There was a group of second years behind, everyone was angry and burning with jealousy. She just stood there forever, unable to help but be confused. Really, just for a moment wouldn't be enough. He frowned. I told him no. Are you deaf? I really have nothing to say to you. Joe Ghoul helplessly covered his face and whispered, oh my God, please speak kindly, this guy. I have something to say, Uncle, it's really troublesome, I just want to eat, that's okay. Lu Latuit silently thought about something. Then she sat down next to him and said, then I will wait until the younger brother finishes his meal. Chung Myong was speechless. Honestly, I already said I don't like it, I'm very busy, I'll go find someone else to talk to. Lu Latuit stubbornly explained that I came here to find the monk, but why did you want to find me? At this moment, a dry cough rang out. The two looked back. A row of second-year disciples stood up. They followed the chain again, looking together towards where the coughing sound came from. The person who made that noise was Baek Shon. He slowly stood up, then looked straight at him and asked, the master's name is Chung Myong, right? He frowned but still answered, yes, that's right. He continued to say, I'm sitting here, I heard that the sect master has assigned this junior brother to come to Shen. I understand that traveling such a long distance is very tiring. Having said that, Baek Shon suddenly stopped. He grinned. But, since my uncle said something like that, no matter how tired he is, shouldn't he show some respect? That is the morality of a monk. Chung Myong did not respond. He felt even more proud and thought to himself, I used such beautiful words. If I respect my face, the kid will probably admit his mistake. It's gentle but poignant, enough for the kid to understand. However, Chung Myong's words sounded completely opposite. He indifferently asked, why should I do that? Baek Shon was so angry that he scratched a mark on the table. He trembled and tried to maintain a smile, but his insides were already burning. Honestly, if I got angry here, this kid would have to use his own body to clean the floor. Baek Shon tried to calmly ask, why are you asking? Oh. There are many reasons for this. First of all, as a human being, you must have decency. Of course, between monks and brothers, you must still maintain decency. He immediately interrupted, being polite. Uncle, quickly apologize, over there you're calling him disrespectful. He said this to Lu Latuit. She pointed at herself to indicate that the question was me. Chung Myong nodded firmly, yes, it was the uncle. Quickly apologize. Today is the ceremony to congratulate the return of the second-generation disciple, but the uncle asked for a personal favor like this, so the uncle Baek Shon was angry. Lu Latuit seemed to be confused. She immediately stood up and bowed her head to express, I'm sorry senior brother, I was thinking wrongly. Baek Shon quickly waved her hand, no, it's not like that, senior sister. Chung Myong waved his hand to remind her, that's not the point of apologizing, you should apologize to your uncles. Hearing that, Lu Latuit turned around and bowed his head to the teachers, sincerely apologizing, Uncle, I didn't think clearly. Gum smiled and said, it's okay, just relax. Baek Shon finally couldn't bear it anymore, he clenched his fists angrily. Yoon Jong turned pale, it smelled dangerous, I had to stop this. Thinking about it, he quickly stood up to relieve the siege and congratulated his uncle on his return. He must have worked very hard. Joe Ghoul also stood up to chime in, today is truly a beautiful day, isn't it? Even Master Lu is here, let's shout congratulations together. The two of them chanted, trying to force a smile to dispel the tense atmosphere, this is really delicious, do you think so too? Baek Shon took a deep breath and then exhaled. The voice sounded a bit animated, you are Chung Myong, right? The two people turned pale, their hearts screamed, they were gone. I knew right away it would be like this. Chung Myong, please, silence is golden, just this once, be polite, okay? Chung Myong spoke up, it must have been very difficult for the uncles to travel so far, the two of them were happy, that's it, at least it had to be like that. But not long after, his next words made them both freeze, why do you keep asking the same question over and over again? If you're tired, go home and rest. Baek Shon said coldly, I'll just ask one more question. We really just met this morning, senior brother should answer honestly. Chung Myong smirked and replied, "Well, I told you it was our first meeting, I have never lied to anyone." "So?" He frowned uncomfortably, then I raised my hands and clasped them in front of my chest. I really didn't want to push things this far, but if I didn't teach this brat a lesson today, I'd be a laughingstock for everyone. Baek Shon accused Gum, "Uncle. I have an incident that I need to report to you." "What is the incident?" "As far as the younger brother knows, third-generation disciples are not allowed to leave Hua Mountain without the permission of their elders, even if they wear Taoist uniforms or regular clothes. It is still a violation of the rules, the teacher's decision. But, today, during the day, the little brother saw a third-generation disciple wearing civilian clothes appearing at Hoa Am. That person is none other than that person. This child." Uncle Gum frowned and asked again, "What's wrong?" He firmly affirmed, "Yes, this is indeed impolite. If you entrust me to investigate his whereabouts, then I will." Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted and said, "It's okay." Baek Shon was surprised. "No, yes." He repeated, "I said it was okay." He tapped my ear suspiciously and thought to himself, "I have a problem with my ears today, why do I keep hearing wrongly?" Fourth Uncle Gum is very sensitive to rules, and is extremely strict. But now, a third-generation disciple violates the rules, and says it's okay. Gum explained while eating, "That child is the one who is allowed to leave the Flower Mountain without permission from the sect master." Baek Shon doubts life. "No, doesn't need permission. What power is that kid given? Why uncle said that?" He replied, "It was an order from the sect master. Is there a problem?" He was once again stunned. "Sect master, really?" The entire dining room was unusually silent. Baek Shon couldn't help but turn around and glance at Chung Myong. The person was stuffing a ton of food into his mouth. He was alone, chewing and exclaiming, "Oh my, it's so delicious." Seeing this scene, he became even more angry and gritted his teeth. At this moment, the reincarnated masters came in to check. He coughed loudly, then began to look around. Baek Shon saw him. His eyes became more determined. "Gently swallow the spit, if that's the case. Then I play until the end. It's impossible to let things be like that." He left his place and went to the front of the elders to bow. I asked to see the elder. He waved his hand and signaled, "Okay, just relax, I was just going to see if the disciples were eating and drinking well." Gum, control the children, don't let them drink too much." "Yes, uncle." Baek Shon expressed, "Elder, I have something to tell you." Hearing that, he looked at him and asked, "What's going on?" After a few seconds of silence to calm down, Baek Shon began to tell the story. "I'm sorry for being rude. But this morning I saw a third-generation disciple drinking wine at Hoa Am, making the masters surprised." "What?" Then he got angry and shouted, "Hey, alcohol! A third-generation disciple drinking alcohol, did you really see it? Who exactly is that third-generation disciple kid?" He replied, "I clearly saw it, although he himself refused to admit it. It was clear that I saw it." "You're proud in your heart right now, don't blame me kid, you were the one who started it first. It's that kid sitting over there. It's Chung Myong." The owner of the pavilion looked in the direction he looked and saw him, but he remained silent. Then turned back to look at him to confirm, "Chung Myong, yes, I saw Chung Myong drinking." "So what?" he interrupted, surprising him. "Yes. So what if I say that?" Baek Shon was scared by his attitude and stammered, "I mean, a third-generation disciple goes to Hoa Am alone, and drinking alcohol is a serious crime. Are you the one who decides the discipline of Hoa's son?" "No, no." The owners immediately retorted, "So among the principles of Hoa fear, is there any principle that says you are not allowed to drink alcohol outside of Hoa Mountain? Besides, drinking alcohol is wrong, drinking alcohol is allowed." "Ha!" Baek Shon was stunned. "Elder." He immediately poured out a long rant. "There were dozens of disciples, they couldn't even earn a penny to pay for food. You guys only know how to eat. The boy borrowed money from you guys to help him grow up. No money, huh? Now that he's become a quartet, he should go back to bullying his disciples. This guy. Are you really the fourth uncle, or are you just a second-generation disciple who only knows how to teach others? All day long, I only know how to swing my sword and eat, but you can see it. Wow, you really have to give it a fight, you have to give it a fight." He raised his hand. Baek Shon backed away in fear, not understanding anything but being scolded like a slap in the face. Those who only knew how to cling to the mountain flowers, then happily eat meat. The boy saved every penny to drink, but he couldn't stand it, so he came up here to tell me. What a waste, one by one, you guys have accomplished something. While cursing so passionately that his face turned red, suddenly a hand appeared to cover his mouth. Yun Sang, the master of the house, cheerfully said, "Fourth brother, that's enough. Let's go outside for a bit, to a place where there are no disciples." After the two left, Baek Shon still stood bewildered. It was only a few seconds later that he regained consciousness and turned his head to look at the people behind him. Everyone immediately pretended not to see anything and continued eating. Chung Myong's cheeks were still puffed up from the food. Baek Shon looked at him in confusion. Finally, "What the hell is going on?" "That afternoon, in my room, I woke up, brother, isn't that strange?" The sect master, then the elder, had an epiphany, and then the fourth uncle gum. "Don't you feel something? It feels like the seniors are trying to cover for that kid." Even the senior sister Lu behaved the same way. For the first time in my life, I saw junior sister Lu talking so much to someone, while talking almost nothing to us at all. There seems to be something very strange. It seems like they don't just know each other, a day or two. He talked for a while. Baek Shon finally spoke. Baek Sang, "Yes, brother. That's enough, stop wasting your time in vain." Hearing that, although he was not willing, I could only bow my head and say yes, because I wasn't thinking deeply. And also feeling unjust, Baek Shon said nothing, still picked up the teapot and filled the sesame cup. "Baek Sang has gained momentum. We have worked hard over the past year. We should have been warmly welcomed, but just because a brat appeared, how could we win the favor of our predecessors?" Confused, Baek Shon slowly put down the teapot and said, "The time has passed when we won their favor." Baek Sang wondered, "Do you know we are no longer loved?" He was silent, held the cup of tea close to his mouth for a moment and then replied, "I know. I know very well, the problem is not to please. But the strange thing is, I feel like all power is in the hands of that kid. The mountain flower that we last saw when we left is completely different from what it is today. Like bowls and cups that have been chipped due to being used for too long, and old family furniture, but the old man, Hoa Sun, was once a place to store such things and people. The only hope of that ancient sect is the second-generation disciples. Among them, the greatest hope is Baek Shon Ta. However, after completing my responsibilities and returning, everything had changed a lot. Even if I was my beloved child, it would now be meaningless. I thought about the taste of these old things, but now, they have become outdated. I don't know what that brat did to receive such protection, but for now, Hoa Sun is still my sect. I still have to be the place that receives everyone's expectations, and in the end, I will become someone who is trusted by everyone, because I have regained the lost reputation of the sect." Seeing him just sitting motionless, Baek Sang wondered, "Do you intend to just leave that boy like that?" Baek Shon Van grabbed the chipped ceramic cup and asked in return, "What if it wasn't?" He replied, "You also have to explain it properly. If you leave it like that, Hoa Sun will no longer be the same as before." Thinking for a while, Baek Shon put down the cup of tea in his hand and advised, "First, just calm down. It's not that I don't want that. First, we need to know one thing, must know one thing." He said, "What is the connection between them? I want to know why they surrounded that child like that." Baek Sang was impatiently curious, "Have you thought of a way yet?" At this moment, there were footsteps coming from outside. Baek Shon said, "It's here." Outside the door, a figure appeared, inviting him in. The door was opened, and the person immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "Disciple Yun Jong, I would like to meet your fourth uncle." He smiled softly and called, "Come in here." As soon as Yun Jong entered the door, Bak Tian threw a sentence full of sarcasm and contempt. During the time he was not at Hoa Sun, a third-generation disciple like Yun Jong must have worked hard to take care of him, all ready for Hoa Sun. Yun Jong sadly responded to the sarcasm, "That's what he should do," and of course, without giving Yun Jong any face, Bak Tian continued to slander him, saying it was a natural thing that Yun Jong had to do, not worthy of credit. What followed was a straight-to-the-point questioning, but there were some things that were not obvious at all of which were caused by a child. Bak Tian's cold eyes and deep voice made Yun Jong sweat, as if he knew in his mind that if he didn't tell the truth, how tragic his outcome would be. At this time, even normal movements such as pouring tea from Uncle Bak Tian and the gurgling sound when pouring tea from the teapot to the cup were enough to increase the pressure on Yun Jong, making him sweat. Not daring to elaborate any longer, Yun Jong immediately asked, "Was the person the uncle mentioned was Chung Myong?" Before Bak Tian had time to answer, Yun Jong immediately blamed all the blame on himself. Whatever mistakes Chung Myong had, it was because of his brother's poor discipline. It was all his fault, and wanted to blame him, then just blame him, he's such a good brother. Bok Tian was not in a hurry, he continued to say that he wanted to know everything that had happened during the time I was not here, he had to know everything before he could find a way to solve everything. Yoon Jong hesitated for a moment, thinking back to the conversation he had with Chung Myung before coming here. He asked Chung Myung that his uncle would definitely ask about everything that happened before, would that be okay? Chung Myung just replied, it's okay, and waved his hand, wanting him to leave. Chung Myung's indifference made Yoon Jong even more confused, not knowing how to react when asked, thinking for a moment, telling my uncle everything would be like betraying Chung Myung, but telling him the truth was the natural and right thing to do. Yoon Jong decided to tell his uncle Bok Tian everything from the moment Chung Myung entered the sect. When Yoon Jong told him the story of Chung Myung, Bok Tian couldn't help but be surprised by Chung Myung's personality. It turned out that Chung Myung was the one who discovered the treasure and the martial arts secrets of the master, and even the money disbursement notebook, thereby helping Hoa Sun settle all debts, including business locations. The business was also recovered. Not only that, little Chung Myung was also the one who saved Huang Dainyan. That's why, to repay the kindness of the merchant group, they took charge of financial management to help Hoa Sun, helping Hoa Sun overcome difficult times and prosper again. Uncle Bok Tian, hearing everything said about Chung Myung, also nodded and had to implicitly acknowledge the talented person of this third-generation disciple. After achieving what he wanted to know, he sent Yoon Jong back to his room. Continued chatting with his junior brother Bok Sang. He also implicitly understood everything, why the sect's elders favored the boy Chung Myung. Not only that, but he could also guess it. This is not as simple as the word merit. Chung Myung has a connection with the benevolent trading group that helps Hoa Sun make money, that's why its position is so high. Bok Sang immediately said, if you think about it carefully, it is not a great merit. Hoa Sun is a martial arts sect. Martial arts is not a place where a child earns money and gets attention, that's the priority. Unless Hoa Sun is turned upside down, how could that happen? Bok Tian interrupted, my junior brother thinks you should be careful with your words are affecting the junior uncles and elders. Bok Sang immediately denied that idea, I did not mean that. Bok Tian continued, of course what you said is not wrong, Hoa Sun is of course a martial arts sect. No matter how much money that kid makes, this is still a martial arts sect, not a trading company. Martial arts is still the most important thing for a martial arts sect. Besides, it's almost time for the flower sect branch. When that time comes, the elders won't even care about those youths anymore. Let's first focus on learning martial arts, after a while Hoa Sun will return to its roots. Hearing Bok Tian mention the flower sect branch, Bok Sang immediately said, don't the third generation disciples also have to participate in the competition? If so, then it's not just us who do the training. Shouldn't we prevent the third generation disciples from humiliating the master, which shows that we should also pay attention to the juniors? As for us, it goes without saying that we must be very dedicated to cultivation. Hearing Bok Sang's opinion, Bok Tian could only exclaim that it was true that only his junior brother was always worried about his subject. He also said that the third generation disciples had received too much attention from the elders. At this rate, the second generation disciples would soon have their heads and necks sat on by the younger generation, so he took advantage of this opportunity. This must let them know what respecting elders is, and why they must bow to them. As he spoke, he put on a smug face and slammed his fist on the tea table. In his eyes, Chung Myung has always been an annoying thorn. I hope that kid has talent in martial arts, otherwise it seems like there are some difficult things waiting for that kid. His eyes when mentioning Chung Myung really made people cold, a look full of discomfort and hatred. The scene changes when Yoon Jong returns to the room. The familiar scene is seen. It is Chung Myung who is drunk again and is sleeping soundly, without the slightest worry. While sleeping and dreaming, little guy, one more bottle, that made Yoon Jong feel that his title of senior brother was meaningless and let out a sigh. Jo Gul was doing weightlifting and asked how everything was going. Senior brother. Yoon Jong replied, I have told you everything Chung Myung has done up to now. Jo Gul was startled, so what, will you tell me everything? Yoon Jong was having a headache about this. When he heard Jo Gul asking him a disrespectful question, he immediately snapped, what kind of words are you talking to senior brother? Jo Gul was a bit confused. Yoon Jong lowered his voice and continued to say, it's nothing, after all, this is something everyone knows, there's no need to hide it. Jo Gul immediately asked, what about Uncle Bok Tian's reaction? Chung Myung, half awake, half drunk, interrupted the conversation between Yoon Jong and Jo Gul, what else? Whatever you say, Bok Tian is not a senior brother but a senior uncle. Why would anyone cause a mess when first meeting his senior uncle? he was drunk as he spoke, causing Yun Jong to only frown impatiently and exclaim, "Oh, he's really a crazy person." In retrospect, Master Bak Tian is not a very strict person with his third-generation disciples, but once the relationship between both sides has reached this point, it is unknown that Master Uncle will act like this from now on. What else? Joe Gul immediately said exactly what Yun Jong was worried about. Perhaps there will be a few knives pointed at us, senior brother. Yun Jong also nodded and replied, yes. Then they both sighed nervously. Only Chung Myong, the person who started the incident, still leisurely drank alcohol to the point of being half drunk and half sober. Also predicting that there would be trouble in the near future, Yun Jong told Joe Gul to gather everyone together later, instructing them to be careful in their actions from tomorrow, not to reveal any loopholes. If you let the monk see it, you won't be able to let it go so easily. Joe Gul obeyed, but still wondered about Yun Jong. He asked, if Uncle Bak Tian and Chung Myong fought, who would win? Of course it was a difficult question. He was blamed by Yun Jong. Don't ask nonsense, quickly do what I told you to do. Not receiving the answer he wanted, Joe Gul immediately let out a sigh and turned around to leave. Leaving behind Yun Jong's boring thoughts, this kid is the same and now he treats me like my next-door neighbor. Continuing to turn to Chung Myong who was sleeping drunk, he mumbled sadly, he was really good at sleeping, he didn't know what he had caused, he was an expert at causing trouble. After saying that, he sighed, hey, maybe Hoa Sun's peaceful days are over. Tea smoke was rising. Van Kiem and the sect leader were talking about the disciples Bok Tu Bei and Tan Tu Bok. To the sect leader, it seemed like a normal thing, but for Van Kiem, it was a complicated matter, headache. The sect leader enjoyed fragrant tea while listening to Van Kiem talk. Just as the sect leader said, unlike before, there was something very strange between the second and third generation disciples. The sect leader replied calmly, that's right, the children were too hasty, and the distance between the two generations of disciples was too close. Lu Latuit, the youngest white child, was no different from the eldest Yun Jong, Tan Tu's senior brother. Even if everyone were to perish, they would still choose their own disciples, people in whom they saw prestige, but when finances are tight, initiation is extremely difficult. In the end, a long time ago, if the sect accepted disciples, in return, the disciples' families had to provide aid to Hoa Sun. Disciples who are older do not consider each other as competitors, but those who are 10 years apart in age will definitely be aware of each other's presence. The sect leader continued to say, am I being too hasty? Indeed, if Tan Tu could not do anything to Bok Tu in the past, then Tan Tu is different now, the sect leader asked Van Kiem. Van Kiem immediately replied, yes, that's right. The sect leader continued to ponder with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Finally, the thing he was most worried about had happened, but the difference was that the focus had changed. When the disciples surrounded the center of Yun Jong and Joe Gul, they were nothing more than third-generation disciples. But when it comes to Chung Myong, it's different. It seems like that kid has something that makes people pay attention. Van Kiem heard the sect leader say that and immediately admitted his mistake, saying it was all his fault. The sect leader immediately denied that, claiming that he was the one who proposed the policy of white collaring. And this was also foreseen by the sect leader himself when he established the White Rice Gate and began to accept first-generation and third-generation disciples. The sect leader also affirmed that the distance between Tan Tu Bei and Bok Tu Bei is natural. It is no one's fault, but the third-generation disciple now does not receive any favors from Bok Tu. Learning martial arts is taught by Van Kiem, practicing is taught by the brothers. The gap is certainly inevitable. Van Kiem could only ask again, so what does the sect leader plan to do? The sect leader still replied in a calm manner, humans are inherently like that, sometimes just let things happen naturally, that's not necessarily too bad, in the end everything will fall into place, it won't work, whatever. Van Kiem said worriedly, but this is the matter of the disciples, if it continues like this there will be a big battle. The sect leader did not worry at all and replied to Van Kiem, let's trust the children for once, truly the demeanor of an indifferent elder. The sect leader strongly believes in Bak Tian as a person, affirming that Bak Tian will know how to control his personal emotions, not overdo things, say whatever he wants, but Bak Tian is always a thoughtful child. Why? It's just that his pride was hurt that made him suddenly angry. It's not like he was the child who damaged the relationship between brothers and sisters just because of those things. But the person who made Uncle Van Kiem worry was not Bak Tian but the fearless boy Chung Myong. In his mind, he secretly thought that, although he had made many mistakes, he had never seen the sect leader directly instruct Chung Myong. In his eyes, Chung Myong was just a lovely puppy that brought blessings, only for painted flowers. The sect leader also added that Bak Tian would know how to heal, and his uncle Van Kiem had no choice but to agree with the sect leader. Back to the scene where the third-generation disciples are practicing. Due to the high intensity of the training and the complex training techniques, all the disciples are exhausted, lying down and resting all over the training ground. Chung Myung is trying to encourage everyone to practice together, not to be discouraged. Only by practicing will one day become talented. Only when people are diligent and work hard can they become stronger. Don't let the moss cling to you. This is truly the philosophy of a hardworking person. The brothers were resting during practice when 3 second-generation disciples came to inspect the practice, creating conditions for others to catch up. The brothers practicing together could only sit angrily, rest, and mutter. This brat never had moss on his body. His face clearly showed the fatigue of training too much. As soon as he entered the training ground, Bok Tu Jr. loudly said, "Who gave me permission to lie down and rest during practice? I only intended to come just in case. I really didn't have eyes to separate the top from the bottom, so I let the lazy disciple lie down. Came out like this." All the young men and women were surprised, their eyes turned O and their mouths turned A. Even Chung Myung could not help but be surprised by the appearance of Bok Tu Bae. Without allowing the third-generation disciple to explain, the white children continued to talk. "It won't be long until we reach the flower sect branch, so how about you do this? Today after finishing practice, clean the doors until there is no dust left. That is the punishment for laziness." Having finished speaking, the handsome young man turned around and left, leaving the young men who were confused and not knowing what had just happened to him at the training ground. Everyone started whispering and asking each other, "What happened just now? Why did they clean it up?" Everyone was confused and could not believe their ears, only silently accepting the punishment. Jo Gul asked himself, meaning to start a conversation with Chung Myung, "Why did the 4 uncles come? Must they have eaten something by mistake? Could it be?" As he spoke, he thought and looked at Chung Myung. Chung Myung looked back at Jo Gul. "Why, what are you looking at?" Jo Gul did not express his thoughts to Chung Myung. He thought to himself, deep in his heart, does this evil boy have any conscience? Not only cleaning the door, but also many other rules were set that made young men dissatisfied. When walking, they must straighten their knees and walk at the right angle. Only when allowed can I go out for a drink. Jo Gul couldn't stand it anymore. He walked around the room, muttering a bunch of nonsense rules. He stood still, speaking his heart out. What a narrow-minded and evil heart. I'm not used to being beaten or punished, but how can I follow these 3 things? I didn't expect that the 4th uncles were such people. I used to appreciate them very much. Yoon Jong was equally sad, his sad and helpless face clearly showing. Continuing what Jo Gul said, "I'm still trying to bring up all the old rules and bully them." Jo Gul said again, Hoa's son disciples used to have the principle of not letting go of the sword, taking a bath, eating, even going to bed carrying the sword. How could they do that? When they get bored, they gather together, one person makes a mistake and forces everyone to suffer. "Senior brother, what should we do?" After hearing Jo Gul urging Yoon Jong, he could only stand still. What to do now? This is really a bit too much. It's obvious that he's intentionally torturing him, so he's picking on such small things. While Yoon Jong and Jo Gul were talking, Chung Myung was also there. He lay there like a soulless corpse, neither complaining nor participating in any conversation, making the 2 brothers' dissatisfaction even more increase. Yoon Jong looked over at Chung Myung lying on the bed and asked him, shouldn't he do something? Chung Myung pretended not to know anything and asked in return, what was going on? Chung Myung doesn't pretend anymore, gets straight to the point. Uncles, don't you know what they want as clear as day? Chung Myung, who was lying down, sat up, his eyes full of doubt and asked Yoon Jong, is that clear? Yoon Jong advised in a low voice, I won't force you to change your behavior or submit to your uncles or anything, just please your uncles a little. Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Myung interrupted and did not let Yoon Jong continue speaking. To please him, the cold eyes looking at Yoon Jong showed that what Yoon Jong just said didn't make sense at all. Yoon Jong immediately laughed it off and explained that he used the wrong word and was about to continue explaining. But Chung Myung was now like a wild animal being restrained and struggling to escape the chain. He did not let Yoon Jong say anything more. He slowly stood up and walked out of the room as he spoke. Brother, I know there is a better way than what you said, just follow it and everything will be resolved. Yoon Jong immediately asked, what way? Chung Myung opened the door and said, is there any other way? Go give those monks a beating. He said with an excited expression, as if that was the only way to solve the problem right now. Having finished speaking, he rushed out like a mad dog. Yoon Jong and Jo Gul didn't have time to react to hold that crazy dog. They could only shout to catch the crazy dog quickly. If they couldn't catch the crazy dog they would all die. Everyone was in a hurry. chasing Chung Myung but couldn't keep up. As expected of someone who makes the four uncles jealous, he ran past as fast as the wind, his body gracefully moving through the crowd without anyone being able to touch him. Block horizontally, block vertically, no one can catch that crazy dog. He had almost made it to the main door when he was caught by two brothers in front, and all three fell down. Then everyone had to gather and hold that sensitive body tightly, even the crowd of people had a hard time holding him. Joe Gould jumped up and hugged his back, everyone pinned him to the floor. He shouted loudly and let go, "Don't leave me yet," his eyes were now filled with anger. Joe Gould shouted loudly, "Not letting go, absolutely do not let go. What are you doing? 100 years ago, no one dared to pull this despicable trick." Chung Myung was still determined to struggle, his eyes frantically looked towards the main door and shouted loudly, "Just one, I only punched once." He was so strong that all the monks holding his arms and legs had to brace themselves with all their strength, everyone told each other, "Hold on tighter." Joe Gould persuaded him, "Chung Myung, calm down, if you hit the monks, you will be expelled from that sect." He was still screaming madly, "Let me go quickly." Yoon Jong couldn't stand watching anymore and shouted loudly, "Chung Myung, I understand your feelings, but you cannot do that." Chung Myung's heart at this moment did not pay attention to anyone else's words, he screamed, "Let's see if I can do that, before I get mad and don't let go." Yoon Jong persistently explained to him that it was almost time for the Tonghua branch. He shouted loudly, "So what? Continue to speak persistently, I'll give it a try." Uncle Bak Tian is the representative of the second generation disciple. If he is beaten to a pulp and cannot participate in the competition, what will you do? He continued, "I just need to hit him without hurting him too much, don't you know that's my forte." Yoon Jong sighed, thinking to himself, "I know, I was beaten like that too." He continued to tell the crazy guy that this was no good. After being beaten like that, would his uncle still have confidence? "Let's just hold on a little longer. Now, even being bullied by Bak Tian is better than being looked down upon by those male descendants." Chung Myung still maintains his reason, "One or two want to fight, I think it might be better to just give them a refreshing fight." Yoon Jong saw that it was too hard to do anything, so he used a soft tie to tie it tightly, "Just let it go this once." After all, the flower sect branch was a big deal. The pleading from Yoon Jong made Chung Myung cool down, no longer resisting, everyone left him, he lay there on the floor, saying, "Like you said, I'll just hold on until the flower sect meeting ends." Yoon Jong immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, just wait until the flower sect chapter ends." That crazy guy calmed down, "Slowly sit up, I know, after all, the past time has been difficult for senior brother, so I must accept this small request." Yoon Jong thought to himself, "Yes," he was moved to tears, "Thank you." While he was thinking, he interrupted that line of thoughts that was colder than touching, "But, what if the other side causes aggression and then demands to fight first?" Yoon Jong immediately denied it, "There was no such thing, at that time, I'll take care of it myself, I don't know any more." When Chung Myung heard that answer from Yoon Jong, the corner of his mouth immediately turned into a satisfied smile, his eyes full of cunning, "Well, that's okay then." At the top of the high mountain, Bak Sang approached where Baek Shon was standing. "He knew you were coming to ask, how's it going?" Unexpectedly, "Brother, we haven't moved at all." Anger was clearly shown on his face, but he didn't protest at all, he didn't even say any disrespectful words. Hearing that, Baek Shon sighed and replied, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "It's a bit different than expected, I thought just teasing them a little would make them grow. I even intended to scratch lightly, making the third generation disciples angry, cleverly setting them up for disrespect so that they wouldn't dare think about protesting anymore. That kid must be patient very well." He suddenly asked, "Have we ever been too gentle?" Bak Sang replied, "It's not allowed to use more force. If we make it bigger, there will be problems on our side about what's right or wrong." Baek Shon sighed and thought to himself, "So that kid is not a hot-tempered person who doesn't know how to think." After that, he turned around to ask, "What about the other third-generation disciples?" At first glance, he only saw that he was only practicing strange moves. "Brother, it's not okay to continue prolonging things like this. I don't know if one day we will have to see the angry faces of the monks again. It won't be long until the Tong Hoa branch arrives. From now on we have to gradually prepare for the Tong Hoa branch." Baek Shon replied, "I know that, the porridge has been cooked long enough and now I have to scoop it out." "I mean, you know that too. Tan two children are inherently obedient children, aren't they?" "That's true." Before leaving Hoa Sun retreat, they were still just innocent children. Unexpectedly, a year has passed and they have changed like that, their bodies are different, their personalities have also changed. That's what people call pretending to be fake. In fact, we don't need to punish all the disciples. The problem lies with that kid named Chung Myung. Bak Sang asked in bewilderment, "What do you think now?" Baek Shon replied, "Isn't what we do now to protect the rules of Hoa Sun? Chung Myung is also a precious disciple, we must respect him. Although he is a bit insolent, he has very good abilities. But, the problem is the method. I don't want to use any violent methods, but time doesn't allow it, so we have no other choice. Sometimes force is not needed. One day, that disciple will understand the profound thoughts of the senior brother." He smiled and said, "Probably that will be the case. Even though it's a bit painful for both sides right now." On a quiet evening at Hoa Sun Sect. Everyone was now in a deep sleep. Suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. From the outside, there are cunning eyes looking inside. Chung Myung was secretly looking around, there was no one. After that, he quickly sneaked away into the dark night. As he walked, he muttered, "I won't go back to the place I went. If you've been fooled twice, there's no chance of being fooled a third time. Being fooled 3 times by the same person is not like that. Because I'm avoiding kids whose noses aren't clean enough, that's why I'm so messy. It's not like there's a brat who keeps bothering me all day long, and now there's a useless brat, bringing out the devil's rules and forcing people to follow them. It's really irritating to death. I wanted to blow it all up, but that's it." Remembering the scene of Yoon Jong helplessly crying and begging, "I'm asking for your help," made him ponder again, strangely, why lately Yoon Jong's face looks like the face of his sect master. It's not the face, it's the same expression. Every time I do something wrong, he shows a sad, sad face, which makes me feel strangely guilty. Thinking forever, making Chung Myung confused about his path. He told himself that from now on until something happens in the Tong Hoa branch, he should just hold off. I really want to kick some white guy's butt. But the boys make me want to strangle them even more. Just like that, after that, Chung Myung continues step by step on the path. Soon he was standing on a large empty land. Suddenly he felt something dangerous was approaching. He quickly pulled out his sword to defend. The noise came from behind, he was startled and turned his head to look. Falling leaves rustled from behind a rock not far away. Chung Myung stared at the world in bewilderment. He looked sideways and muttered, "No, it's not there. I can't feel secure, I don't know if it's a nun or a monk. She kept following me so I couldn't do anything. When I was with other young men, she was a bit restrained. But every time I'm about to be alone, she appears and says she has something to say. It's so annoying. If I can clearly feel her presence, I can avoid it. But the strange thing is that I have a hard time catching her signs." Remember the appearance of Lula Tuat, makes Chung Myung think, could it be a ghost? He quickly dismissed that thought. What a ghost, he had lived for more than 80 years and had never seen a ghost. In this world, occasionally there appear a few people whose aura is weak so the feeling of their existence is faint, but her aura is surprisingly faint. Suddenly, Lula Tuyat's face reflected on the sword, calling out, "Chung Myung." From behind, Lula Tuat miraculously appeared, causing him to be startled and extremely scared. He shouted loudly, "Seriously, don't suddenly appear like that. My heart is about to drop." Lula Tuat is bewildered and doesn't understand what's going on. She sternly warned, "I am your nun." Then she pointed at him and said, "You are my junior brother." Chung Myung looked annoyed and replied, "So what?" She reminded, politely towards a nun. Chung Myung angrily cursed, "The nun's mother is like a ghost." He got angry and shouted, "But why do you keep following me?" Lula Tuat frowned, emphasizing the 2 words, always, H. Understanding the meaning, he suppressed his anger and immediately added the word sir at the end. He thought to himself, if his brothers saw him like this, they would probably laugh to death. Yes, a junior not yet old enough to be my grandson, this life is truly ironic. Chung Myung sighed and let out all his sadness. Then he stared at the snowy pair and silently exclaimed, "What is the purpose of each person's beauty? We still don't know what's inside." Suddenly, Lula Tuat asked, "That sword?" This made Chung Myung blurt out in confusion, "Why?" She said that the sword made the apricot blossoms bloom. Hearing this, Chung Myung suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. He pretended to scratch his head and replied, "Mihoa, I don't understand what the nun said. I don't know what the nun saw wrong, but I don't understand what she said, so stop talking nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Lula Tuat suddenly suggested, "Teach me." This made him stunned. "See." He pretended to raise his hand and shake it, then asked, "What?" "None, what are you talking about?" Lu Latuit pondered for a moment. She said, "Teach me the trick to make apricot blossoms bloom." Chung Myong silently asked in bewilderment, "Is that the only reason she followed me? I thought she was going to ask me questions like why did she learn martial arts that weren't from Hoa-san, why did she learn that evil magic and then cause trouble for the uncles like that?" He wondered, so, the nun knows that. No. Chung Myong tried to remember the right words, then he replied, "I told you I don't know what the nun just said. I will tell the nuns, if you like, you can believe that the nuns will believe what you say. I will also tell the sect master." Yes, nun, you can do whatever you want." He thought to himself, can you believe it, a brat who stepped foot on Hoa Mountain less than half a year ago was able to make a few sword passes that made the apricot blossoms full of maple and lotus flowers. Chung Myong asked loudly, "And, this nun, she said she was a nun." He pointed at Lu Latuit and said, "Over there is the nun. I am a junior, what can a junior teach to a nun? Isn't it me who needs to learn?" Lu Latuit thought for a moment and then replied, "It's okay, teach me. If you're studying, then why do you need anything above or below?" Hearing this, he frowned and muttered, but he couldn't even hear what he said. He sighed and replied, "I don't know what the nun saw, it was probably because she was hallucinating. Otherwise, I'm probably too tired to see it wrong, I really don't know what you're trying to say, so let's end here and you can go home." Lu Latuit replied firmly, there was no way he could be mistaken. She clutched the sword in her hand. "Because we've seen it before." He listened and frowned in surprise, "What?" "The sword technique makes apricot blossoms bloom, the me-flower sword technique. There are many sword techniques that imitate apricot blossoms in Hoa Mountain, but there are very few sword techniques that can make apricot blossoms bloom. Me-Hoa swordsmanship does not create its own rank, it is not a secret but is only taught in the form of oral techniques. No swordsmanship is passed on to ordinary disciples, at least to elders, can only learn. But that day, all the elders of Hoa-san died at the top of the 100,000 Great Mountain. No one thought that everything would be destroyed, not even the kata would be left behind. But how could anyone other than me see the sword technique that makes apricot blossoms bloom? Saying that means. Chung Myong got angry and shouted angrily, "You! What does it have to do with the male sect?" Lu Latuit and Chung Myong looked at each other. Lu Latuit looked confused, what kind of male family? Hearing that, Chung Myong was angry and immediately pulled out the sword. The moonlight flashed through the shining sword. She wondered why the male family was suddenly mentioned here. He frowned and thought, is she acting? She still looked confused and speechless. He frowned and muttered, that mischievous kid had an expression like he didn't know anything, it was so perfect that it didn't look like he was acting at all. That's right, at the Southern Sect's level, at most they can practice up to Snowflower's 12 forms, there's no way they can reach the level of my Hoa swordsmanship. Because if you want to reach that realm, you must combine it with the internal energy of Hoa-san. He asked curiously, what did his uncle say before? Where and when did uncle see the swordsmanship there? She replied, I have seen it before. A very long time ago, Chung Myong doubted, a long time ago. Lu Latuit lowered his voice and begged, teach me. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed and lamented, starting again. Like I said, I don't understand what you're saying. Really? Chung Myong silently wondered if she was agreeing with me, she finally gave up. Suddenly, Lu Latuit pulled out the sword, making him surprised. She said, then I have no other choice. Chung Myong shouted in panic, why did his uncle suddenly pull out his sword? She threw down her sword sheath and asked, in short, the younger brother was determined not to teach me. He thought to himself in panic, it seemed like she had gone crazy. Even so, he still stubbornly shouted and did not teach, but why did his uncle pull out his sword like that? Master is right. I am the master. And you are my junior brother. As she spoke, she swept her legs back, his body weight lowered into a posture, his eyes fiercely declaring war, then let my uncle teach you. Looking at that appearance, Chung Myong couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder she and the white guys weren't close to each other, because her nerves weren't normal. After finishing preparing, she shouted, I'm coming. Chung Myong shouted, what is coming? Don't do it. Before the words could be finished, she stabbed her sword straight at him. Chung Myong quickly leaned back to avoid it. Looking deep into her eyes, there was a look of aggression. Even Chung Myong couldn't help but be surprised by that action. Lu Latuit continued to swing his sword. He quickly turned around a few times. Chung Myung silently exclaimed with panicked eyes, "It's too dangerous. She really wants to kill me, but what kind of uncle would use a sword to attack his junior brother like this?" Lu Latuit replied coldly, "Because you are stronger than me." Then, she used her toned legs to rotate. Then jumped up high and rushed towards Chung Myung. He quickly leaned to the side and now saw Lu Latuit's hand moving the sword. Just like I felt before. Her sword strokes are fast and elegant, like switching swords. Then suddenly penetrate the enemy's weak point to attack. I have seen the Wei Tan Tu and even Van Tu dance with swords. But the swordsmanship reached the origin of Huashan like this, which was the first time. Suddenly, Lu Latuit shouted loudly twice, causing Chung Myung to be startled. He quickly turned his head to look and the sword rushed towards him. Fortunately, he tilted his head in time, so the sword only grazed the side of his hair. Loose strands of hair flying down, the panicked, tense look on his face was reflected in the sword. At this moment, he couldn't hold back his anger and shouted loudly, "You crazy person, uncle, are you crazy? If we couldn't avoid it, wouldn't we already be dead?" Lu Latuit frowned and replied, "There is no way you can't avoid it. Why is your uncle so confident with that thought?" Continue the attack. Then, she rushes forward again, one person attacks and the other dodges. Chung Myung thought to himself, if she had nothing to do with the male sect and if I swung my sword a little askew, I would become a depraved person who dared to fight against my uncle immediately. That's why I just dared to avoid it so that Tan wouldn't get hurt. Suddenly Lu Latuit's expression changed. She uses increasingly cruel tactics. There seems to be no sign of stopping. Chung Myung shouted in fear, "I told you not to use such a fatal move, this woman." At the same time, Lu Latuit's strength was exhausted, she was breathing heavily. He whispered, "I am a senior uncle." Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Myung shouted loudly, "What kind of senior uncle would want to kill his junior brother like that? There must be something wrong with his head." Suddenly he saw that her face was a bit troubled. He thought to himself, "What's this?" Her eyes look less scary now. She is addicted to swords, unleashing deadly sword moves at will. Will cause people to easily fall into the realm of selflessness. People in this state will be able to find their own path. Especially during this enlightenment process, you must be extremely careful, because if you touch the wrong place, everything will go up in smoke in an instant, and you can also fall into the worst case of running away and becoming a demon. If they were normal people, they wouldn't have dared to intervene and would have just hastily retreated. Although the speed was fast, when attacking, it exposed many loopholes. Well, this move needs to be tilted a little more to work. Like this, after thinking everything through. Chung Myung dodged and analyzed each move of Lu Latuit. For some reason, she suddenly stopped. After one swing, round marks appeared on the ground, while the snow pair stood still in the middle. He looked at it and wondered, enlightenment appeared during the fight. I thought it was because Jo Gul was the most talented person there. I didn't expect this baby to exist. At this time, Lu Latuit stared at Chung Myung with fierce eyes. Then rushed as fast as flying towards him. Chung Myung calmly exclaimed, "The speed was very good. But the right hand is a little higher." At this time, Lu Latuit had already made his move, only to see him gently lean back. He thought that if he did that, the force of hitting his neck would be correct. Staring at Lu Latuit's attacking stance, Chung Myung constantly reviews, "Pussy. This time it's too low, let's go a little higher. Too high. Is not there." He dodged and blocked attacks, but also helped her improve each sword stroke. One person hits, one person dodges. The two of them didn't notice that someone was secretly stalking them from above. It turns out that Baek Shon is here. After fighting, by the time Lu Latuit was exhausted, Chung Myung nodded and silently exclaimed, "Gradually getting better, but it's all temporary. As far as I can see, she is gradually moving deeper into selflessness." On this side, Baek Shon took a deep breath. Then he shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing now?" Hearing that, Chung Myung was startled and looked after him. He replied, "But why did you appear there?" Without saying much, Baek Shon immediately pulled out the sword. A ferocious expression stared at him. Then he jumped from above towards where he was standing. Below, Chung Myung and Lu Latuit could not help but be confused. Baek Shon shouted two words, "Damn." Chung Myung couldn't help but be surprised by that sudden action. His eyes gradually became decisive. Immediately rushed forward with a very high jump. In the dark night sky, the two faced each other again. Chung Myung uses the trick of putting force on his back leg. Then kick hard at the opponent's sword. A light flashed in the dark night in the forest. Unexpectedly, Chung Myung used his feet to deal with that sharp blade. Baek Shon couldn't help but gasp in surprise. And he calmly raised his eyes and stared at the person in front of him. Not stopping there, he used his other leg to kick again. One kick caused Baek Shon to fall hard, causing the ground to shake violently. After that, he quickly approached the ground. And he was still lying in the dust, unable to believe what had just happened. This. Chung Myung clicked his tongue and pouted, surrounded by sword energy. So dangerous, so dangerous. Suddenly he remembered something, panicked and turned his head to look behind. She remembered something. Lu Latuit still stood there motionless. He gently approached her to observe. For martial artists, falling into the realm of selflessness is an extremely precious and important moment. What if she was awakened by the noise from earlier? It's still okay. Less sensitive, too less sensitive. But it's also lucky that she's so insensitive. Being harassed to the point of escaping from the state of non-self can cause a martial artist to spend his entire life regretting and regretting. At this moment, Baek Shon stood up and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Do you know how important the moment of falling into selflessness is for a martial artist?" Hearing that, he silently exclaimed, "A guy who knows that clearly would do this." He continued at length, "It's true that I don't have sympathy for you, but I never expected that you would dare to touch that uncle who is falling into selflessness." He thought angrily, "If you touch something, it should be called helping, right?" He objected, "Then you knew that so well, why did you brandish your sword in this place?" Baek Shon stammered, Me. What if you hurt that precious uncle over there? As long as you don't counterattack, it's okay." "No, counterattack and die." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Chung Myung thought in boredom, maybe all the Basie babes are all stupid. Normally, there would be a few normal guys mixed in with a few crazy guys. But it seems that probability cannot be applied to these white dead kids. Baek Shon stammered, "Why would I kill you?" Chung Myung shrugged, murderous aura, sword aura surrounding him, clearly wanting to kill someone, that. He frowned, just as he said. My sword move just now had both murderous aura and accumulated a lot of sword aura. So why is he still intact without a scratch like that? Thinking about this made Baek Shon's blood boil and he frowned. He ordered, "I will no longer investigate what your family is up to. But now you must immediately put down your sword and retreat immediately, if you do not listen. Today, right here, not my uncle, I will give you a battle as a martial artist." Chung Myung exclaimed incredulously, "Really, I have to thank you so much for doing that." After that, he glanced at Lu Latuit. He thought, what a pity, just a little more correction would have brought sweet fruit. Being lucky enough to have you by my side to penetrate into selflessness and intervene like this in the moment of enlightenment that a martial artist has been waiting for all his life, will never happen again. I don't know why this crazy guy suddenly appeared. There's no way, it's just your blessing. For leading Hoa Sun, missing a master like this is extremely unfortunate, but it seems like the boat has left the dock too far. However, it's another thing to ignore the name and make me miss that boat. Thinking about it, he put his hands on his hips and asked, "Is it okay, is it okay?" Damn, seeing his fierce face, he quickly reassured him, "Come on, calm down, your uncle's personality is too urgent. What do you want? Please say it clearly, I'm only worried about you." After all, he is also his junior uncle, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to be beaten by his junior brother? Baek Shon raised his eyebrows, "I've come this far, so what's so important about that thing called reputation? If you consider that you are favored by your uncles and elders, then wouldn't I be the one who would suffer? Really good. Even so, I am willing to accept the punishment. Right at this moment, what I care about is that no one can protect your family anymore." Chung Myung pouted his lips and pretended to exclaim, "Oh ho, that sounds like a manly man. But, I have a good way for both of us, do you want to try it?" "What are you planning to do again?" "It's nothing, it's just an oath between the two of us. All the fighting that happens here must not be known to anyone." "What?" "That means I won't tell anyone about being beaten or hitting anyone today. I just want to show that I am a big man like my uncle." Hearing these words, Baek Shon had a question in his mind, what is this kid planning? He frowned and asked, "Are you planning to avoid this situation? If you dare to admit it, I will consider it." He shook his head to deny it, "Not at all. It's not like that, ignore all the concepts of uncle and junior brother. I just want to have a good fight with my uncle. Just like between people who practice martial arts together, isn't that a matter of both sides? Today, no matter what happens, I will not say anything to the superior. If I disobey, I will listen to whatever my uncle says in the future. Of course, my uncle must do the same. Anyway, as soon as he finished speaking, Baek Shon showed a strange smile. He replied, "Fine, it seems you have a bit of a manly temperament. If you want, I will indulge. I will not tell anyone everything that happens here. So I swear." "Will you keep your word?" "Of course, I swear." "So let's get started, shall we?" After the discussion, Baek Shon immediately pointed the sword at Chung Myong. "In this competition, I am not the senior uncle, you are not the junior brother. Please resolve all conflicts with this competition. The contest will not end until all the grudges are gone." "Competition?" He curled his mouth and jokingly replied, "Contest, what? Who wants to compete with your family?" Chung Myong's whole body felt like it had been injected with chicken blood, filled with excitement and affirming that today you will surely die. This statement made Baek Shon surprised. Looking at Chung Myong, who was cracking his neck, he thought in confusion, until now, this kid has only been in the sect for half a year. He angrily pointed his sword straight at Chung Myong and shouted, "You are really crazy." Not something that is not. "You said, it's not me who's crazy." "Master, you're not crazy and you want to compete with me." Baek Shon angrily gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This bastard, until the end he still maintained such a cocky attitude. Today I will beat you to death." He injected internal energy into the sword, causing it to glow. The sword seemed to be winding towards Chung Myong, but he was still surprisingly calm. The sharp sword swept across the rock, causing it to split in two. "It's like dancing in the air." Chung Myong silently followed his every move. Looking at the hand movements, he sighed in boredom and switched swords. The sword technique changes words and phrases in a sloppy and clumsy way. Even this type of move is somewhat similar to the sword technique of the Southern Sect. Lee Sung-baek learned swordsmanship from Hoa Sun. And this guy follows the male sex swordsmanship. It was truly beyond words. Baek Shon rushed forward and slashed, but he gently dodged them all. He got even angrier and shouted, "Today I will correct your behavior." He slashed the incense once, and he quickly bowed. At this point, he finally started to act. He clenched his fist and raised it, preparing to strike, and said, "Until now. No one yet. You can't fix my bad habits, you bastard." Chung Myong suddenly approached Baek Shon. The punch was thrown closer and closer, and finally stopped right in the middle of Baek Shon's face. The powerful blow immediately sent him flying back several meters. "Until I crashed into the cliff, create a strong shock." He screamed in pain. Chung Myong's eyes were full of coldness. After this blow, he fell down again and collapsed on the ground. After some time passed, he trembled and used his weak hands to stand up. Chung Myong walked over and called, "Kid, get up." Baek Shon whispered, "How did you do it?" He immediately scolded you. "How did you do it, monkey? Do you think that if you arbitrarily change your sword skills, there will be no loopholes?" No one discovered that loophole, because the people who fought you were just ordinary people, that's why. Hearing these words, Baek Shon couldn't help but bite his lips. Unable to speak again, he tried to stand up again. He said sarcastically, "Can you stand up now?" Baek Shon asked while panting, "Is there a problem with my knowledge?" He was surprised, but still said, "Right now you are somewhat superior to your juniors, a little bit, but your juniors will soon surpass you." He wondered, how could a kid like you know that? You're just a beginner. Chung Myong sighed thinking, this kid made the same mistake as Lee Sung-baek. There's nothing strange about this. It's very possible that this situation happened 100 years ago, we just couldn't predict the consequences of this change. At a certain level, when people accumulate enough experience, they will have a different view and realize many things. He then approached and said, "You must thank me because I am a disciple of the Hoa Sun sect. Even though I really want to arbitrarily punch you to death, it's because I'm a lovely disciple of Hoa Sun. So if I fight now, I will fight in a way that helps you. Don't worry, I won't use my fists anymore, I'll use my sword." "What?" He pulled out his sword and continued, "Some people will try to make Hoa Sun's swordsmanship look like apricot blossoms and use it as a martial arts training purpose. But only people who don't know anything about Hoa Sun's swordsmanship would say that Hoa Sun's swordsmanship is not an imitation of apricot blossom. It's okay, it's hard for you to say it. But understand. Spanking is always more effective in learning. Having finished speaking, Chung Myung took out the sword, his hands continuously moving. Baek Shon looked at the wind-like movements, his eyes filled with surprise, and then confused. In front of you. Chung Myung's silhouette moved continuously. I don't know which is the real essence, he stammered, you are doing something. Then suddenly, something passed by, his legs suddenly buckled, Chung Myung's voice rang out, his body lowered. Baek Shon was in pain, his mouth clenched his teeth. Chung Myung continuously hit some points that needed correction, such as Baek Shon's wrists and shoulders. Not only that, but also waist, knee, ankle. Baek Shon fell to one knee on the ground. Another blow to the shoulder, this time, his whole body collapsed. Baek Shon quickly supported himself on the ground, his head bowed low. In front of him was Chung Myung. It turned out that just by swinging his sword, he was able to hit every part of Baek Shon's body. After a while, he retracted the sword. Standing tall in front of Baek Shon. At this time, he had been beaten to pieces, his limbs were weak, and he could not breathe. But he still has no intention of stopping completely. A devilish smile appeared on his mouth. Hand raised sword high, Baek Shon looked at him and his face turned pale. And then, he suddenly shouted loudly, followed by using his sword to hit Baek Shon's head hard. A blow that hurt Baek Shon to the core. Not stopping there, he raised the sword high again, continuously unloading blows to his head. So much so that Baek Shon felt like his head was about to break. Another blow hit like heaven, the ground seemed to shake. Chung Myung silently gave the final blow. He no longer had the strength to sit anymore, his whole body fell backwards. The string tied on the forehead also fell off. Flying with the breeze in the dead of night, Baek Shon kept wondering why. Screamed 5 times but got hit 6 times. At the same time, the white rope fell to the bottom. He also lost consciousness and fainted. Quite a long time has passed. Finally Baek Shon woke up. He dreamily opened his eyes slowly. Blurred frames gradually appeared. Suddenly, Chung Myung's smiling face entered the frame again. He asked, "Are you awake?" Baek Shon saw that. Startled, he quickly closed his eyes and groaned. He laughed excitedly and asked, surprised, "Right?" Baek Shon gasped, trying to open his eyes again to look at Chung Myung. Without saying anything, he thought to himself, I've lost. I lost miserably, to the point where I felt embarrassed calling this a competition. Baek Shon calmed down and took a long breath. He expressed, I have something to ask you. How come? Can your family be this strong? Chung Myung was a bit surprised, encountering such an unexpected situation, but this kid seemed to accept reality surprisingly quickly. In particular, he is a brat who lives and dies clinging to his self-esteem. He then sat down and patted his chest to explain. It's not that I'm strong. It's just because my uncle is too weak.
Baek Shon exclaimed in panic, I am weak.
He nodded, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Shon replied angrily, don't look down on me. Before he could finish his sentence, the wound on his body made him silent. Seeing that, Chung Myung could not help but be confused. He forced himself to continue, I am Baek Shon. I am Bok Tu-bae's senior brother, I am the #1 master of Hoa Sun. One day I will become the sect leader of Hoa Sun and lead this sect, that's right. But that's not a basis to prove that my uncle is not weak. At this point, Baek Shon also had to remain speechless before those words. He pointed at his face and said, frog sitting at the bottom of the well. That statement suits you very well. Moreover, the well at the bottom is too cramped, to the point that frogs passing by don't even want to jump in, and your uncle is a frog with a full stomach and can't stay in that well. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Shon shouted angrily, you dare call me a frog? After speaking, he continued to fall down in pain. Uncle, you also know that Hoa Sun is dying, right? Baek Shon sighed and replied, I know. But we have tried very hard, at any cost we will revive Hoa Sun and... Before he could finish his sentence, he jumped in, urging him to put in some effort. When did he ever do that? From what I saw, he didn't put in any effort at all. I went on a retreat with those people, went into a row to play dragons and snakes in the clouds, and when I returned, I even made a few cups of wine to cool myself. Not only that, he also tried to disrupt his junior brother while the Flower Sect Association was not long away. Those are the efforts the junior brother is talking about. It seems like you don't know what effort is, you just do what you like to do. Then invest the extra time in Hoa-san and call it effort. No baby, you have to reduce the time. Doing what you want for a great cause is effort, sir. The teacher didn't put in any effort. All he wanted was to become the king of a small kingdom called Hoa-san, with no competitors and no need to listen to the nagging of his superiors. Is there still fighting? At most, the uncle has only fought properly with the male descendants. The second-generation disciples of the 9 sects are already capable of reaching the sky. The uncle now knows how to run a little and is already free. Let yourself be strong. Where is your strength? Don't think so, you frogs at the bottom of the well. It's not because I'm strong, it's because you guys are too weak. Hearing these words, Baek Shon fell into deep thought. He frowned and expressed, so, other sects. There will be many people who are better than you. Chung Myung replied, nonsense, of course I am the strongest. Baek Shon is not bewildered. He continued, it's just that my uncle was beaten today. It's not because I'm strong, my current ability can't beat the male sect, of course I can't compare to other places, full of talented people such as Tio Lam, martial arts, and Nam Kung family. In short, it's not me, many people can beat my uncle half to death like this. Understand yet? After thinking carefully, he replied, I understand. I know. But there is no other way, I am not a disciple of martial arts or the Nam Kung family, I can only try with everything I have. He was angry, this person, he said you didn't make any effort. Uncle didn't put in any effort, even the direction he was going was wrong, he thought that if he just worked hard, everyone would become a master. Then it's better to beat a human effigy, beat it for about 500 years, maybe you'll realize something. Baek Shon seemed to have realized something. So, you know the right direction to go, right? After all, it's still better than my uncle. So you can help me get stronger, right? Hearing this, Chung Myung smiled triumphantly. He confidently replied, of course. Everything has been clarified. Baek Shon is also more relieved than before. He used his hands to prevent him from falling backwards. Then, slowly lift your hands up and clasp them together, knelt down, bowed his head, and said solemnly, if so, please help me become stronger. Whatever you say, I will listen. As long as you get stronger, I don't mind learning martial arts from my master. If you feel awkward, then I will treat you as a senior brother, I will do the same. Chung Myung casually interrupted, not liking it. Baek Shon was stunned. You repeat, I said I don't like it, why? He wondered, no, then, what you said up until now, weren't you showing me the right path? He replied, why should I teach you, it's so annoying. After speaking, the atmosphere was once again filled with silence. Chung Myung finally stood up on his knees and said, and, it seemed like the uncle was confused about something. It's not over yet. Baek Shon looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. Seconds later, his face turned pale. In front of him, Chung Myung was like an asura, pulling out the sharp sword from its sheath, his voice full of gentleness but also full of threats, not thinking about what he had done, just choosing the right time to compromise. Then I told myself that I could pay this price. Well, that's right, my uncle has paid enough, that's enough to stop his habit of teaching and bullying his third-generation disciples. But my anger has not stopped like that. Still can't figure it out, right? Baek Shon shouted in panic, no, I understand very clearly. He was trembling all over, but he had no intention of holding back, not at all. The uncle didn't fully understand, clearly with that expression, the uncle now didn't understand what was going on, right? Don't worry, the night is still long, let me explain it to you thoroughly. Why is the fourth uncle weak? Why did my uncle's swordplay fail? And why can't my uncle touch me? At this point, after finishing speaking, Chung Myung rushed up and swung his sword down, a strange image. In the dark night, screams rang out in despair. After a while of fighting, Chung Myung elegantly stretched. He comfortably lay down on the ground full of excitement. It's been a while since I fought a match like that. Suddenly, he stood up again. Then turn your head and look back. Over there, Baek Shon was beaten until his whole body was bloody, even having to use a mock-up effect to obscure the scene. Chung Myung thought to himself, if you do too much, it's okay. It's true that I hit hard, but it's not like I can't move like that. Well, this is your problem. Wouldn't it be better to just have a comfortable battle? I'm thinking crazy again. Suddenly a face suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chung Myung was startled and screamed loudly. He hugged his weak heart and shouted, let out a little bit of his breath. Please help me. Lu Latuit innocently replied, I did it. When did I do it? She pointed to the direction where Baek Shon was lying and said. Just now, while we were fighting. Chung Myung stared at her and asked. Did you see it all? Just saw it for a while. He was quiet when he heard that. Lu Latuit was curious. Did he intend to kill someone? Chung Myung replied in a loud voice, no, that was a bit too much. What can you do to that extent? His eyes suddenly looked deeply at the top of her head. Lu Latuit held her head and asked incredulously, what's wrong with my head? No, just. I was thinking, if I hit her on the back of the head now, would she forget what just happened? After hearing that, she immediately turned around and said, I forgot. Chung Myung leaned his head close, his eyes suspicious and questioning, really? Lu Latuit's sweat dropped, determined to admit, forgot everything. He looked at it and silently admired it, although it was a bit stupid, he knew it. After that, she begged again, I forgot, so in return, you teach me swordsmanship, you are helpless, again. After all, she had already witnessed me beating Baek Shon, so how could she get away with it? Take a deep breath. Chung Myung looked straight at her and asked why the nun wanted to learn that. Lu Latuit was surprised to be asked. She was silent for a few seconds. She expressed, although I can't tell you the reason. But I must learn that swordsmanship at all costs. It seems like she wants to learn it, not because she finds apricot flowers beautiful. Thinking so, he looked straight at her and asked again, what do you want to learn? Lu Latuit nodded. Stop for a few seconds, Chung Myung said, you don't need to ask me for help, it is originally the sword technique of Hoa Sun. So you just wait, you will learn. Lu Latuit frowned slightly. She exposed that now that sword technique does not exist in Hoa Sun. Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. Oh, he already knew that. So that means, she knows how Manhwa swordsmanship can be transformed in her own way. After pondering for a while, Chung Myung also determined that that's right, of course it doesn't exist in Hoa Sun now. But it's about to return, when it's ready, what are you going to do? He stood up on his hands and knees. Lu Latuit looked after. Then I saw him raise his hand high, the tip of his finger emitting light. Chung Myung started to move his hands. He used his internal strength to draw graceful movements in the air. She looked at those lines of light in surprise. They were Vietnamese female swords. That's the type of swordsmanship that I spent a lot of time learning and honing for the longest time. But, it's something different from mine. It's not simply a difference in sword style, but there seems to be a fundamental difference. Lu Latuit couldn't help but ask, is it a Vietnamese girl sword, right? At this time, Chung Myung also ended his performance. He asked, do you understand? She shook her head, no, she didn't understand anything. But, I know what you mean by that. The idea is that if you do not reach a certain level, you cannot learn. Now we need to cultivate what we have and build a solid foundation first, right? He smiled, thinking she was stupid, but she also knew how to think. I know, I understand. Instead, you must not talk about what happened today to anyone else, otherwise, I will not teach you. Lu Latuit promises, I will not tell. Chung Myung was satisfied, okay, good. Hearing this, she frowned and reminded, I am your nun, and you are my junior, okay, I know. He walked past her, gently patting her head and praising her. The nun was obedient. Lu Latuit was angry and wanted to do something. Then he said, also, throw that idiot into the cave for me, let him lie there and he'll die. Having finished speaking, he left completely, leaving Lu Latuit sitting alone, bewildered. In her mind, she gradually recalled an image, Mihoa. Father. The man once said, I will definitely restore this sword technique. And at some point, we will return to Hoa Sun to atone for our mistakes. He held out his hand to her and said gently, my child, please come with me, Hoa Sun is a better place than anywhere else. Now, after remembering, Lu Latuit also stood up. As she walked, she told herself, no matter what, I must learn. On the other hand, Chung Myung returned to Bok Mi Kwan alone. As soon as he entered the room, Yoon Jong and Jo Gul turned out at the same time. He spoke up to announce, I'm home, what's wrong, why are you still awake at this hour, the training schedule is still so leisurely. Jo Gul said with a serious look, it's not like that, it's a big deal, what a big deal. Master Uncle Baek Shon is missing, the other master uncles have gone to Bok Mi Kwan to look for him, what? Chung Myung frowned and wondered, Baek Shon was missing. What did it have to do with Bok Mi Kwan? They probably thought they kidnapped him and locked him here. That's clever, why didn't I think of it? It would be much easier. He expressed his displeasure, but why would he doubt others like that? Really annoyed, Yoon Jong smiled and asked, saying that this has nothing to do with you, right? He calmly admitted, yes. The two of them without an appointment were sweating and thinking, oh, why are you so upset, this guy, what is he doing, so why are you so upset? Then, realizing something unusual, Yoon Jong was surprised and asked again, were you with Uncle Baek Shon? Yes. Maybe, it's not what we think, right? What do you think? He smiled faintly to reassure himself, how could it be like that? I'm also a thoughtful person, so that absolutely won't happen. But I'm still worried, what if? I hit my uncle, or I punched him in the face. Chung Myung scratched his face and wondered, what's the difference between the two? Jo Gul explains that if you attack the face, you will of course get extra points. He shrugged and waved his hand and said, I'm not a child. Hearing that, the two of them were happy. Yes, Chung Myung, senior brother believes in me, even if my mental health is not normal, there is no way I would attack senior uncle. Chung Myung calmly replied, I didn't hit him, but I kept hitting him like a crazy dog. Yoon Jong breathed a sigh of relief, okay, Uncle Baek Shon was also a crazy dog at times. While speaking, he suddenly stopped, feeling like something was wrong. After understanding what he just told him, he was so shocked that he lost his temper. In the dark night, a scream rang through the sky, this crazy guy. Yoon Jong grabbed his collar and pulled him up, shouting, even if you're crazy, it's okay, how dare you hit your uncle like that? You're really disrespecting the master and destroying your ancestors. Do you know you've committed a heinous crime? Then no. Chung Myung lifted his foot and kicked him out, saying, he's too talkative. I'm not stupid, don't worry, I've handled everything smoothly. Who do you think I am? Yoon Jong thought with tears in his eyes, I know too well. My God, even if you have nerves, you have to know what the limits are. How could you beat your uncle like that? Uncle, as a human being you also have to know how to keep basic rules. Jo Gul patted his back, I consoled him, he never had any manners. Then what did the uncle say? Well, he probably still can't open his mouth until now. Chung Myung recounted that his uncle even asked me to help him become stronger. What? No way. Jo Gul scratched his head and expressed, thinking about it, it makes a lot of sense, we were like that too. Yoon Jong said skeptically, but, after all, that uncle is a senior uncle, he said, we are also senior brothers, right? The room momentarily fell into silence. Only later did he raise his head to look at you and ask again, then, what do you say? Chung Myung shrugged and replied, whatever you say, I'll just hit you. Both senior brothers were shocked and said in unison, what? He explained, it wasn't because my anger had not been completely relieved, so I had to pound it until it went away right away. You don't need to worry about anything, just sleep comfortably, when you wake up, you'll understand everything. I'm going to sleep now. Yoon Jong watched him go, but in his heart he was still a little skeptical and wondered if he had really beaten him. Are you kidding me? Jo Gul suddenly said, brother, I just realized this about Chung Myung. That crazy guy often talks nonsense, but never lies. After hearing this, Yoon Jong also withered, oh well, what a great discovery. Even the white baby was swallowed by that monster. Hoa son, where will it go? The next morning, the martial arts training ground suddenly felt strangely quiet. Yoon Jong and Jo Gul stood staring at the door in fear. He silently gulped and thought. Why don't the bugs appear? They should have secretly come here at this time to harass and torment us. Remembering Chung Myung's words that things had been handled smoothly, Yoon Jong half believed and half doubted that it was true. I don't know if he really handled it smoothly or not, but it seems like the part he handled was true. Solving the problem between the junior and senior uncle, by beating the senior uncle, this way of thinking is hard to imagine. Jo Gul opened his mouth to ask, it seems so quiet today. So does that mean Chung Myung really defeated Uncle Baek Shon? Yoon Jong replied, that kid didn't lie, if it weren't like that, there wouldn't have been a change like this. So that means, Chung Myung is stronger than Uncle Baek Shon, right, brother? Why do you keep asking that question? He shyly expressed, I just want to be sure. So how does that kid's name compare to the male family? Compared to the male clan, isn't Chung Myung not inferior at all? Even Uncle Baek Shon was overwhelmed by him like that. If Chung Myung goes to battle at the Flower Sect branch this time, then... Yoon Jong let out a sigh and then asked, Chung Myung wins over the male, will there be any difference? Jogul wondered, why wouldn't it be different? He explained that the appearance of a master in a sect is a good thing, but martial arts is a place where with just one master, nothing great can be accomplished. Of course, Chung Myung will bring great fame to the sect, but the moment Chung Myung disappeared, was also the moment Hoa Sun returned as weak as before. If you really want to revive Hoa Sun, then don't expect anything from Chung Myung, we ourselves have to become stronger. Not until no one dares to look down on the disciples of Hoa Sun anymore, then only then will the fear of Hoa Sun be called a reappearance. Hearing these words, Jogul suddenly became quiet and thoughtful. A few seconds later, he admitted that he was right. Yoon Jong smiled encouragingly, hearing you say that, I'm also quite curious about the Hoa Tong branch this time, maybe everything will be clarified there. What do you mean? Whether Chung Myung is really a hero, can change Hoa Sun or not, or is just a loser in this small Hoa Sun, all will be clear at this KY Hoa Tong branch. While talking, suddenly there was a loud voice, seriously, please go away. I told you I have nothing to teach you. Lu Latuit chased after Chung Myung and said, Vietnamese female sword. He ran and persuaded, went to find Elder Gum to ask to learn, why run after me, she said, Viet Nu sword is a sword technique for women, Gum's uncle is not familiar with Viet Nu sword. So I'm a woman, am I a woman or something, why are you following me, please teach me. Chung Myung screamed helplessly, damn, I don't know how I encountered this kind of thing. On the side, watching the two people play tag, Jogul couldn't help but wonder, Master Lu was originally a talkative person, like this huh? Yoon Jong was speechless and refused to comment, just urged, little master, let's practice, yes, senior brother. On the top of the mountain, there were two people looking down at the training ground. Chung Myung is still stuck in the snow like a leech, damn it, go somewhere else. Bok Sang looked at this scene and asked in discomfort, senior brother, are you going to just leave things like this? That kid doesn't look like he's repented at all, shouldn't we punish him? Baek Shon's face was pale, it seemed like the wound had not healed completely, he frowned and said, punishment. Dea. Bok Sang didn't understand what was going on and was bewildered, he suddenly realized he was angry at the chopping board and quickly explained, oh no, it's nothing. Baek Shon tightened his grip on his injured waist, thinking to himself, I can't tell him, that's the only way I'll get beaten. It's true, the more I think about it, the angrier I get, how could it hurt someone like that, but on the outside there was no wound like this. Cruel things. While thinking, the junior brother turned around and wondered, why did you suddenly give the order not to touch the third generation disciple anymore, I really don't understand what you mean anymore. Baek Shon silently cursed, meaning that monkey. Of course I hate being beaten, so what? Even so, on the surface, he still had to come up with a convincing reason, the time to come to the Hoa Tong branch was not long, I just realized that I should think carefully for Hoa Sun's sake. The teaching of our third generation disciples can be done whenever we want, but the Hoa sect branch only comes once every 2 years, internal matters are of course very important, but the matter is related to the honor of our Hua mountain, outside, it's much more important. If we think about the meaning of the flower sect branch, we have to put everything aside, and put all our strength into it, I say, right. Hearing that, Bok Sang also felt reasonable and replied, yes, Baek Shon reminded, remember, our enemy is not the third generation disciple, but the male sect. Have you forgotten the reason why we went into seclusion to practice? He expressed that his brother's words were correct, perhaps he had lost his mind, Baek Shon silently sighed, I am the one who has lost my mind. Anyway, luckily he was fooled by me, if he had asked me the other way around, weren't you the one who started all this, I probably wouldn't have known how to defend myself anymore. Thank you for telling me. The matter of the third generation disciple, let's put it aside for now, the important thing right now is that we must win at the flower sect branch, everyone please review and reflect on everything yourself one last time, yes, senior brother. Watch him leave. Baek Shon bowed his head and sighed. He looked into the distance and thought, after the Zonghua branch ends, I will have to give up torturing my third generation disciples. Because you will see unbelievable things. And at that time, not only we will be surprised, perhaps not only Hoa Sun, but even the male ancestors will be surprised. I will still do what I need to do, because of Chung Myung's appearance, some things have been disturbed, but since 2 years ago, my goal has been to prove my ability at Hoa Tong Chi, this meeting. That's why. I don't have time to think about things like that anymore. This time. I will definitely prove my worth. In the sect leader's room, he put apricot petals in a cup of tea and asked, today's disciple will be here. Are you ready yet? Gum replied, yes, master. This time, welcoming the male sect will not be a problem, is that so? After listening, he suddenly thought, this time will be different from the past where there were only meager meals and a desolate martial arts training ground, at least we won't lose face. Thinking about it, he picked up his cup of tea and said, the more I think, the more I see that Chung Myung boy has done us a big favor. Not only did he eat and drink, he also helped Hoa-sun regain his dignity. Gum didn't answer, just quietly picked up the teacup and took a sip. The sect leader watched him finish drinking and asked curiously, how does the tea taste to you? He smiled and replied, the scent seems more concentrated, it has been dried for a long time, but now the scent has faded a bit. Dried plum petals have a stronger smell, the petals have been dried for 10 years, but we only realize it now. Hoa-sun is still the same, why? The sect leader confided, I just endure, I say that I will restore the glory of the past, but in reality I have to try to endure every day, it is really difficult. But keep enduring, this day will finally come. Sometimes to get the answer, we just need to wait, without any plans or tricks. Gum understood what he was worried about, his mood also decreased, people became better, it turned out we weren't the only ones. Sometimes I feel like the tomb master mistakenly thinks it's over, but people continue to get better until they die. A master who has walked the path of morality will constantly train himself until the day he breathes his last breath. Why can't it be trustworthy? He said something like a firm affirmation. He was afraid that in the life of the sect master, he would restore his past glory. Sect master Yun Jong expressed, how good would that be? But if that becomes true, it will not be thanks to me, but thanks to the efforts of my disciples. Gum denied it, how could it not be due to the sect master's merit? He took a sip of tea, then placed the cup on the table, his old hands gently rubbed the rim of the cup and said, I am self-aware that I still have many shortcomings. If Hoa-sun hadn't ended up in this situation, how could I have become the sect master? If my brothers hadn't left Hoa-sun, I would probably have just memorized some sword scriptures and lived for years to come, month by month. Gum countered that the fact that they left Huashan proved that they were not qualified to be sect leaders. He is the true head of the Hoa Fear sect. Hearing these words, he seemed to be comforted and smiled. Outside, the apricot blossoms were still blooming, and the people inside continued to chat. What about the second-generation disciples? Now that I have finished cultivating, I am keeping my mind pure. Grandmaster. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Do you think the second-generation disciples are not strong enough to confront the male disciples? Gum was silent for a moment, but then honestly expressed that I also want to believe them, but you know. The sect master hummed, took another sip of tea and continued asking about the situation. What about third-generation disciples? Seeing that Gum still hadn't said anything, he repeated, didn't the third-generation disciple join the flower sect branch? Were they well prepared? At this time, Marshal Uncle Van told him, yes. They've all worked hard to prepare. They even prepared enthusiastically. However, it hasn't been long since they started. The sect master knew what he was concerned about, he only asked one question, if there is a mountain in front of him, what should he do? Gum was a bit surprised at first, yes, what about the mountain? That thing. Without waiting for him to answer, the sect master picked up the teapot and said, I have to get over it. If there's a way, we'll turn back, if we have time, we'll rest before going, but if we don't have both, we'll have to go over that mountain, right? Gum fell into silence again. After a few seconds, I confided my thoughts, because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to make it. The sect leader encouraged me, even if I couldn't make it, I would still gain experience, right? Then next time, they will be able to cross the mountain more easily, right? Hoa Tong branch is a place to exchange, winning or losing is not important. Think of it as a place to socialize, and the fact that you can develop more is what's important. These words awaken Gum. The sect master is right. He continued to advise that guests come here from long distances, so try to prepare to welcome them thoughtfully and obey orders. The Huang Moon Yak of the Grace Company will help us, so there won't be any problems. However, I'm afraid the next generation will not let us off so easily. The sect leader nodded and reassured him, don't worry too much, everything will happen gradually. Gum bowed her head to show she understood, yes, then I'll take my leave. I will go for a final check. When he left, the door was also closed. In the large room, only the head of the Hoa-sun sect was alone, drinking tea. Taking a sip, he sat quietly again. Win or lose doesn't matter. If you become a Taoist, you will lie without blinking and I like this. If there is anything different from the previous day, it is the 7 my sword green that Chung Myong found. But bringing the flower back to its heyday with just 7 apricot swords and green leaves is almost impossible. Just need apricot swordsmanship. Hey ancestors. Please bless Hoa Sun. On the other hand, at Hoa Yin, the street is still a familiar sight for commuters. The son of the southern sect squinted his eyebrows and covered his eyes as he looked up. In front of him was a high mountain. He turned around and asked, "Senior brother, Huashan really used to be one of the 9 sects in one clan?" The sect used to be one of the 9 sects in one clan, but it was surrounded by small and desolate villages like this. The senior brother he called was also the second-generation disciple of the male generation, named Golden Dragon. He smiled somewhat mockingly and said, "It must be the opposite. Thanks to Hoa Sun, this place has a village like this, like this." The fact that they came to Hoa Sun and developed this place into what it is now is enough to show how strong Hoa Sun's position used to be in the past. Tun Thu Han pretended to be surprised, but his tone was still very disdainful, as expected. "But now it's so shabby, I really don't understand why they're organizing this meaningless event. There's no point in sparring with a bunch of weak Chinese people, it's better to use that time to swing a sword." Kim Long frowned and reminded, "The elders want to do it, so we have to participate, right? Please speak carefully." "That's true, but still." Just as he was about to say something, Tun Thu Han suddenly stopped. He tilted his head to look. It turned out to be Bei walking behind. Immediately, he said meaningfully, "Well, the Tonghua branch still has its own meaning. This is a very good opportunity for us to take revenge for our humiliated disciples." Although Li Sung Bek heard it, he still did not speak. Tun Thu Han was a little dissatisfied in his heart, but he didn't react at all. Since causing that big incident, he has become much calmer and not interesting at all. Even so, he still deliberately said, "It's been 100 years since we were humiliated by Huashan, so we must take revenge, senior brother." The Golden Dragon followed behind and said, "Yes, we will do that." When both of them had gone some distance, Li Sung Bek suddenly stopped. He looked up at the high mountain in front of him and silently exclaimed, "It was a star mountain. When I came here in the past, this place was still just a small village. Now every time I look at Hoa Sun, I think of a person. I don't know. I and my friends are stepping into the tiger's den." The southern sect continued their journey to climb Hoa Sun Mountain. Halfway through the tiring climb, they set up tents in a flat place to rest. Tun Thu Han lamented, "What kind of mountain is this? I don't know what the hell those people were thinking, setting up a temple in a place like this, that's why they failed." Kim Long expressed that the Taoist temple was originally a place away from the secular world and close to nature. Isn't it natural to choose a place where it's not easy for outsiders to get in and out to practice the Buddhist scriptures? What kind of Taoist temple is Hoa Sun? Half of them are not secular people. If martial arts were in a place like this, I would still understand a bit, but in Hoa Sun, what you said is correct. Another person sat down on the ground in dissatisfaction and expressed that if it was so painful to climb to such a high place, then there must be something to compensate for it. Instead, we have to eat tree roots and live in different ways. Let's see how shabby it is. The person next to me sighed, "I didn't want to eat anything delicious, I just wanted to have a good night's sleep, but their other temple was even worse than the cave." "Senior brother, shouldn't we stop this useless sect of flowers? Of course we have to go to this faraway mountain to suffer, only a few people from the flower mountain will be happy." Kim Long smiled encouragingly, "I know you all have a lot of dissatisfaction, but please calm down, you also know that our elders have special feelings for Hoa Sun. I can't understand that either. Why do the seniors have to be so obsessed with a sect that has failed?" He was silent, then gave an opinion, "Maybe because they have some potential." The disciple laughed mockingly, "Potential? If they had the potential, they would have been able to find their position a long time ago. 100 meters have passed, and they are still stuck in the same place, then it seems like their position is correct, that's all. There is no sect that has never experienced that period of prosperity, the most important thing is still the reality at this time." Hearing that, the others also agreed, "Yes, perhaps in 100 years from now, they will still be like this. Can a sect have no room for development like that? After all those times of fighting with us, their strength is getting weaker and weaker. 9 sects and clans, I'm still worried that we will have to be removed from that list." When everyone was making such comments, Li Sung Bek spoke up to remind him, "I think people should not take Hoa Sun lightly like that. Because if you let your guard down, everyone will be seriously humiliated." After finishing speaking, the noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. Tun Thu Han suddenly burst out laughing. He asked, like that senior brother. Brother, there's nothing to worry about, because we won't do things to help Hoa Sun regain its momentum like you. On the contrary, we will make Hoa Sun no longer have any momentum, including the momentum you have created for them. Lee Sung-baek frowned, but didn't want to argue more, just emphasized, I'm just saying everyone shouldn't let their guard down. He shrugged his shoulders contemptuously and replied, if you let your guard down, it will happen. Is there any difference? They are mountain flowers. Comrades, if you are negligent, you yourself will have to pay the price for it. Suddenly another voice rang out, Tong Bok said it was right. Next, the male sect elder, Shema Thang, slowly walked forward. When the disciples saw him, they immediately stood up straight and solemn. He looked around and said, everyone rest for a while. Haven't you guys already forgotten the incident at the merchant group? Kim Long bowed his head and replied, we won't forget. Shema Thang repeated, we were humiliated by a sect that was on the verge of collapse. How angry that made the sect leader, do you still remember? Being embarrassed by Hoa Sun once is enough, a sect that is about to become famous in the world like Tong Nam, how long will we have to compete with a third-rate sect like Hoa Sun? The sect leader wants to put an end to the relationship with Hoa Sun with this Tong Hoa branch. He glanced at Tong Bok and said, what if someone was just a little careless, and let the Hoa Sun disciples humiliate him? Then I will never forgive that person. A police general standing on the battlefield will never leave any lasting consequences, just like a lion, when catching a rabbit, will use all his strength. This time, the Tong Hoa branch not only has to defeat Hoa Mountain, but we also have to trample on their morale. All must remember that. Having finished speaking, all the disciples said in unison, yes, Elder. He reminded us that if we have finished resting and continue on our journey, we must arrive before those people wait so long that their necks are too long. So the whole group continued to climb the mountain road. After a long time, they finally reached the mountain gate of Hoa Sun. They all stopped in front of the door. Tun Thu Han breathed and looked up in surprise. What is this? The entrance looks brighter and more beautiful than before. Kim Long frowned and thought, knowing that the benevolent business group had invested in Hoa Sun, but it hadn't been long since this happened. Yet in such a short time, all the money problems were solved. They even built a new mountain gate. No way. Elder Shema Xiang walked over and said, maybe it was to let outsiders look in, so they tried to repair the first mountain gate. Looks like they got some money from somewhere. There's no need to worry about anything, even if they change the mountain gate, their nature is still the same. Hoa Sun is still just making nonsense about nothing. Suddenly, the door was opened. Martial Master appeared. He stood in the middle of the mountain gate, clasped his hands and politely bowed his head in greeting, Elder Sima, you all must have been very tired from the long journey. I am Yun Sang, the elder of Hoa Sun. We have met before. It's nice to meet this elder again. Shema Thang frowned. He arrogantly asked, won't the sect master come out here to welcome us? Elder Yun Sang raised his head and calmly replied, the sect leader was inside. Hearing that, he immediately clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. There's a guest coming from far away, but the sect master doesn't bother to come out and greet them. Martial Pavilion Master's heart was filled with anger. An elder was demanding that the sect leader of another sect come out to welcome him. There was really no courtesy at all. Looking at this attitude, it can be seen that this time they have made up their minds. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Hand extended to show the way, please go this way. We have prepared a banquet to welcome the male sect disciples. Shema Thang curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, a banquet. Hoa Sun thinks the Hoa Branch Association is an opportunity to eat, drink and have fun. How could that happen? Anyway, that's good, please lead the way. I have to go see the sect master first. He stomped his way in, his heart filled with disdain, how much aid he would get. It's all to scare others. Surely you guys have used that small amount of money to handle the most urgent things, such as painting the door or the color of the wall. But the electrics inside will remain. However, his next thought immediately stopped as he stepped inside. Shema Thang's eyebrows furrowed more and more in discomfort. The martial arts training ground is not the ground. The electrics inside are also. Everything is much more magnificent than before. Didn't they just build the mountain gate? Elder Yun Sang seemed to know what he was thinking and deliberately asked, what's wrong with the elder? Shema Thang asked meaningfully, there must be something very different from before. Did Hoa Sun receive that much aid? People who claim to be from a famous sect probably won't act like thieves, right? Martial masters are stunned. What thieves? When he understood this sarcasm, he couldn't help but get angry. The elder. Please be careful with your words. Acting like a thief, how can you say that? Before he could finish speaking, a curse suddenly came, speaking like shit. Chung Myung didn't know when he was standing there, he deliberately sighed and emphasized that he would leave his mother now. It turned out that at this time, Hoa Sun's third-generation disciple was already running around the training ground. Coincidentally, passing by here, he noticed what he said and deliberately stopped. After those words, the whole yard suddenly fell silent. It took a while for Shema Thang to react. He got angry and shouted, "What? Just now? What the hell are you talking about?" Chung Myung pretended to be innocent. He repeated, "I asked what you just said." "Ah, that." He glanced at Joe Ghoul who was running past and deliberately asked, "You guys haven't been running for long, but you're already asking for a break like that." He was so tired from running that his eyes were blurred. Before he could say anything, Chung Myung kicked him in the leg. "Stop talking nonsense and don't even worry about running properly." Joe Ghoul was in so much pain that he fell onto the field, clutching his calf and groaning, "I never said that." Chung Myung ignored him, turned to Shema Thang and smiled and said, "That's it. For this sentence to reach your ears, it's really embarrassing." Of course he didn't believe it. Blue veins appeared on his forehead and he gritted his teeth angrily. "Are you going to cover your eyes with gauze, holy man?" Just as he was about to speak, the golden dragon came, the elder. "Please stay calm, fighting with that brat is not a good thing." He then stared at Chung Myung. "May I ask who the young director is?" He pointed at himself. "Me. If I told you, would you know?" Kim Long was initially stunned, then grinned and replied, "Maybe I know, so just tell me and see." Seeing that, he didn't hide it and said, "Okay, anyway, this is not a difficult matter. I am Chung Myung." After speaking, his expression immediately changed. "Chung Myung ah. Isn't the name of the person who humiliated the male family, Chung Myung? He's younger than I thought." Unexpectedly, because of this mischievous name, all of the Southern Clan's transactions with Shanxi's 10 great trading groups fell into the hands of Hoa Sun. "It's absurd." Kim Long took a deep breath to calm himself and then expressed, "So that's it, it turns out you're Chung Myung Taoist. But from what I see, it seems like the leader hasn't learned any rules." Chung Myung calmly scratched his ear, then blew on the dirt he took out of his hand and said, "What are you saying? It's too far away and I can't hear clearly. Can you come closer and tell me if you can hear me?" Golden Dragon couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" he repeated loudly. "Are you deaf? I told you to come closer and talk. Didn't you hear?" Blue veins quickly appeared on the Golden Dragon's face. He also clenched his fists and cursed silently, "This bastard, on what basis did he dare to be so impudent? If it's true that he was hit by Lee Sung-bek's move and vomited blood, then flew far away in a martial arts battle, then his martial arts skills aren't that great at all. Then why did he dare stand in front of me, showing that attitude?" After being motionless for a few seconds, he spoke again. "You are a third-generation disciple, right? So what?" Kim Long raised his lips proudly and said, "If that's the case then, I'm worthy of your uncle. Shouldn't you come here yourself, rather than forcing me to come near you? That is if you are someone who still knows some decency." Chung Myung widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, is that so?" He pursed his lips and looked thoughtful. "Okay, thinking about it, you're right. So what if I say those words to the elder standing next to you? Isn't it better than the elder of the male sect asking our sect leader to come out and meet us, still polite? Right?" Kim Long was speechless. He raised his hand and clenched it until he trembled, thinking that he had messed up his intentions, making it seem like he was criticizing the elder. He deliberately led the story. "Let me say it with my own mouth. Name." Just as he was about to utter a curse, Shema Thang raised his hand to stop him and retreated. He called out dissatisfiedly, "Elder." He reminded that this brat's foul mouth is not average. "The feelings you have for your sect leader are very commendable, so I won't pursue you any further. But your disrespect and my disrespect are not the same. Do you know what the reason is?" he asked. "What is it?" He deliberately emphasized that it was strength. There must be someone to criticize for that disrespect to be called disrespectful, but if no one criticizes, then it will automatically pass. And the right for you to criticize comes from strength. The disrespect of someone without power like you is disrespectful, and the disrespect of someone with power like me cannot be called disrespect. Listening to his explanation, Chung Myung was speechless. "You should learn to talk more simply, before talking about etiquette. Shema Thang proudly said that a child's recklessness is easily forgiven, but at some point, that cruelty will take your head. Please remember my words carefully. Having finished speaking, he turned around. Let's just keep going. Elder Tian Juiyan's heart was filled with frustration, but he could only endure, yes, Elder. When he left, his male disciples also followed. In that group of people, everyone included Lee Sung-baek. He raised his head and looked towards Chung Myung. They both made eye contact. At that moment, with my respect. Lee Sung-baek bowed slightly in greeting. He also saw it and smiled in response. After that, he and his group continued to leave. Chung Myung took a deep breath and asked himself. Just the fact that these thieves dare to carry corpses to Hoa Sun is enough to make me angry. Yet they still dare to insult even the sect leader. I originally intended to treat you kindly, but now you're planning to cause trouble. Joe Gul sat on the ground and then dared to speak. Are you crazy? Why did you do that? Why do you dare to cause trouble with the elder of the male sect? He is an elder, an elder. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another kick in the leg. Joe Gul winced in pain and choked on her saliva. Chung Myung turned to tell the others, you brothers also saw what those bastards did, right? But you guys can still endure it. One person quickly denied, no, we don't want to hold back either. But we have no other choice. His face darkened, his eyes showed seriousness as he pointed at the group of men and warned, brothers, listen clearly. If you lose to those bastards. At that time, he will beat you guys to death with his own hands, do you know that? He raised his fist and threatened. It's okay if you lose at the hands of others, or if you go out and get beaten by others, I'll forgive you, but even if I die, I can't see you defeated at the hands of my ancestors. If someone lets us see a scene we don't want to see, just prepare yourself, a senior brother expressed nervously, but we are not confident that we will win. Chung Myung gritted his teeth and asked, what, confident, not confident that he will win. So, are you confident that you will be beaten to death? If you try to lose, even if it's just one person, I'll beat you all to death. Do you hear clearly? His voice rang out, attracting the attention of Tun Thu Han who was walking up the mountain. He suddenly stopped and looked down silently. Kim Long saw that and asked, is that kid worth your concern? Seeing Tun Han still remained silent and did not respond, he said again, you don't need to worry about what that kid is doing, that guy doesn't know that. Just leave him alone, because being angry with someone who doesn't know anything is the prerogative of the weak. Only frogs sitting at the bottom of wells, not knowing what the sky is, are so reckless. There's no need to regret anything, because we still have a chance to punish that bastard later. Although this is not what a righteous disciple should say, I really want to know if that brat can still be so loud when his mouth is torn open. Tun Thu Han then expressed his displeasure, that kid started the trouble first. Kim Long agreed, yes, you're right. That kid was the one who started the fight first, but whichever side has the power, that side has the right to speak up. In the end, martial artists have to use swords to speak, just moving their lips like that won't change anything. Having finished speaking, he smiled maliciously and glanced at the training ground below. This time at the Tong Hoa Association will be very interesting. Chung Myung in the sect master's room, watching him drink tea. Shema Thang frowned more and more in discomfort. What is this? Compared to a year ago, everything is completely different. I can feel the leisure and relaxation from them. Is it because they have money now? In any case, there was no way Huashan would possess something that surpassed the southern sect. This baseless boast makes me uncomfortable at all. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but put the tea cup down on the table. The sect leader slowly opened his mouth, wondering if this tea would please the elder's taste. The tea in the cup was still a honey color, adding a few apricot petals to increase the aesthetics and flavor, but his words were not pleasant to listen to, even disparaging. The tea scent was very strong. Although it is indeed delicious tea, I have never liked the taste of apricot blossoms. Hearing that, Sect Master Yun Zhong immediately asked, for some reason, the elder did not like the strong flavor of apricot blossoms. He replied meaningfully, the reason. Each forest is always a place filled with different types of scents, the scent of heaven and earth, the scent emanating from trees, and even the scent of morning dew drops. But in places where apricot flowers bloom, there is only the scent of apricot flowers. Because that scent was so strong, it overwhelmed all other scents. Saying this, he raised the glass and shook it gently, then placed it firmly on the table again. The tea swirled, as if it wanted to overflow from the cup. The apricot petals sank deep. The silhouette of a monk appeared in the water with a proud smile, saying, "But the world is a place where all things live in harmony with each other, right? So compared to the scent of apricot blossoms that disrupts that harmony, we prefer the faint scent of tea leaves." Elder Yun Sang frowned at him, wondering why he said such things at this time. The scent of apricot blossoms broke the harmony, and drowned out all the scents of stars. Did he mean that Hoa Sun in the past wanted to dominate the world, and rejected the male family? Shema Thang frankly suggested that this is the end of our obsession with fragrant tea. Sect Master, let's discuss the main issue, shall we? This time will be the last time of the Tong Hoa branch. Our sect has no intention of holding this conference any further. The sect leader frowned. He expressed, "Can you tell me the reason?" "It's simple." With a tone full of mockery, he explained, "Because for the male family. Then compete with Hoa Sun. It's a completely meaningless thing that doesn't help the development of the male family at all. Isn't it true that now, the gap between the two sects is too great, the master of the epiphany can't help but want to stand up?" This old man, Yun Sang, the owner, raised his hand to stop him. Eyes full of indifference glanced over. The sect leader let out a sigh. He said, "The Hoa Tong branch is not simply a martial arts competition. From the beginning, the Hoa Tong branch was organized because of the close relationship between Hoa Sun and Southern Tong." Shema Thang immediately interrupted, "Isn't that just a false name? The relationship between Hoa Sun and Tong Nam has never been good. To be frank, this relationship is closer to enemies than friends. Those of you who are here, right now, you probably want to eat them alive, right? I wonder if this one said something wrong. The relationship between Hoa Sun and Nam Tong is like a broken ceramic vase. There is no need to use useless efforts to mend an inherently broken vase. Even if it were repaired, it would be impossible to erase the traces of that break." Sect Master Yun Zhong let out a deep breath of thought. He said he has no intention of opening a flower sect branch anymore. Zongnan is now officially declaring that they will place the position of Huashan below their feet. This is truly an insult. Anem questioned, "Isn't this too sudden?" He calmly said, "This should have been done a long time ago." "Elder. If so, let me ask you one more question. Don't you think that the current Hoa Sun has the qualifications to become the rival of the Southern clan? As for entertaining Hoa Sun up to now, it can be considered that the male sect has done all the moral things that need to be done." Gum loudly protested indignantly, "What kind of entertainment? You're being a bit harsh." Shema Thang glanced at him, then casually shrugged and asked, "Where am I serious? Until now, the male family has forgotten the hatred and has always helped Hoa Sun, right? Not to mention that the Zonghua branch is always held in Hoa Sun. Isn't that an injustice? But even so, every time Hoa Sun opens a Zonghua branch, the male clan always regularly sends flowers. You have a certain amount of wealth, but you still want to blame our ancestors." Van Nam clenched his hands so tightly that his veins appeared. His heart was filled with anger. The truth was not like that. The reason why the Hoa sect branch is always held in Hoa Sun is because the male sect wants to come to the place to laugh at an increasingly weak Hoa Sun, and show all the disciples of Hoa Sun his fighting appearance, the male sect's victory in the martial arts match. As for those assets in the name of helping Hoa Sun, they were nothing more than a bait so that Hoa Sun could not refuse to open the Tong Hoa Association. He glanced at the sect leader who was still silent. It seemed like the sect leader couldn't believe what he just heard. But, the things he just said. Even though it's hard to hear, I really can't refute it. Shema Thang continued to express, "Master, if you find it difficult to understand, then I will make it easier to understand. As long as you see the results of the Hua Zong Association this time, Hua Shan will be the one to speak first, saying that they will never open a Hua Zong Association again. If you don't want to destroy the children, then I hope you think carefully." Having finished speaking, he stood up and left directly. Just as he was about to open the door. Then the Hoa Sun sect master also spoke up and asked a question, the elder. "Does the male sect intend to dominate the world?" Shema Thang glanced at him slightly, was silent for a few seconds and then replied, "That is not within our right to decide." Having finished speaking, he opened the door and left. Leaving the room, only the elders of Huashan remained. It is evident that the masters have been patient all this time. Now I couldn't stand it any longer and slammed my hands on the table and screamed, "How can you be so impolite?" Elder Gum could only helplessly lament. Every time the flower sect branch was opened, those people acted impolitely, but this was the first time they were so outrageous. Anam was full of anger and resentment. He was nothing more than an elder, but he dared to be arrogant in front of the sect leader. Shouldn't we clearly talk about this with our ancestors? Sect Master Yun Jong advised him to leave it alone, but Sect Master. Sometimes, words are useless. No matter what we say now, it has no meaning. No matter how much I am humiliated, I can endure it, but what I am worried about now is another matter. Children, I'm very worried about them. He said those words, which meant that the martial arts battle of the Flower Sect branch this time would become more dangerous than ever. Even if we are injured or humiliated, we can endure as much as we can, but as for the pain that the children have to endure, what can we do? Everyone suddenly became silent. Anam's struggle in her heart will become more dangerous than ever. If so, let's stop organizing the Flower Sect branch now, maybe there is still time. But as a martial artist, if you give up because you are afraid of your opponent, and surrender before trying to fight those of the same level as you, then that bad reputation will follow you for the rest of your life. The room stayed like that for a while. Much later, Elder Gum expressed that you don't need to think that much. That group of people, during the martial arts competition, wanted to show everyone the clear difference between the Southern Sect and Hoa Sun, then went everywhere spreading the news that Hoa Sun was not qualified to become a famous sect. This will be a fatal blow to a sect like us that has already lost its position. Isn't that what they want to aim for? Of course it is. But we don't have any other plans. He reassured me, there is no need to use special strategies. Shouldn't we just not lose to them in martial arts combat? Headmaster, the children have been working tirelessly every day, please believe in the children. Sometimes. Who knows, good news will come to us. The Hoa Sun Sect Master looked at him in surprise. Seeing his eyes filled with such determination. Suddenly a name flashed in my mind, Chung Myong. Now, it's your turn to prove it to everyone. On the other hand, at this time, Chung Myong and the other disciples in the yard were still trying to practice, without knowing that they were carrying the hopes of the entire sect. He carried a large bag of rocks on his back and aggressively chased after the group of people in front, shouting, "If I catch up, I will beat you all to hell." At Hoa Sun's dining room, a banquet full of delicious dishes was prepared for the male disciples. Everyone ate and drank enthusiastically. However, the Golden Dragon's table was the quietest. He grimaced and said, "Such a sumptuous banquet. Makes me not comfortable at all." Tun Thu Han looked at him with tension, the pensive look on his senior brother's face. He gritted his teeth and expressed, "Senior brother, it is true that Hoa Sun is extremely arrogant. But in the end, the most important thing is martial arts, isn't it? Even if they have polished their appearance to be flashy, luxurious, and eat delicious food every day, what's the point? A sect with no martial arts skills is nothing more than a loud empty box." Stop. Kim Long nodded, "You're right." But he still couldn't help but clench his hands and break the chopsticks, saying, "However, that's what I want. It's a complete victory. With money, fame and even martial arts, we must surpass them in every aspect, winning in the most overwhelming and perfect way possible. If you can't do that, then there's no point anymore. If the male line has some aspect that can be compared to a dying flower mountain, then that is an insult to the male line. We cannot let a place like this get in our way. Have you guys forgotten? We, our generation, must make our clan the #1 sect in the world. So, your leisurely appearance as if you were coming here to visit makes me really angry. Please know how to keep your will. And don't forget our purpose in coming to this place." He tightened his grip and warned, "Those who cannot maintain the appearance that a male disciple should have, do not need to bother the elders. I will be the first to not forgive that person, remember." After saying that, everyone else said in unison, "I remember it well." A clap rang out. Kim Long turned around to look and saw Sima entering. He praised, "The words that I had to say, the Golden Dragon said for me." He immediately clasped his hands and bowed, asking to see the elder. At the same time, other people also quickly stood up and did the same thing, asking to pay their respects to the elder. Kim Long expressed that it was a shame that if he had known that the elder was coming, he would not have said these words. He smiled and said, "No, those words of yours were very excellent. As a disciple of the male generation, of course you must always keep those thoughts in your mind. Besides, this time, the Tong Hoa Association must not just stop at victory, but must make them not dare to mention the word Tong Nam anymore. Do you understand what I say? What I mean is, martial arts competition is to compete in martial arts skills, not injuring the opponent is the basic rule. But the momentum of the Hoa Sun disciples is so fierce, we need to reconsider. No matter how old our ancestors remember love, there must be a limit to it." Kim Long was surprised at first. But a second later, he revealed a dangerous smile. He asked, If we fight with that spirit, aren't we also at risk of getting hurt here? Shema Thang smiled cunningly and reminded, no, of course not, no matter how important martial arts matters are, what's the point in letting our disciples get hurt? Please be careful and continue the battle this time with the mindset that you absolutely cannot let yourself get hurt. Even if I have to break their arms, legs or injure them, the Golden Dragon confidently replied, I will control my disciples and end the martial arts match without any incidents. He nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I will give you full authority to decide everything. And I have a favor to ask you, please give me an order. That insolent brat, you absolutely must not let that brat run wild. He wondered if the elder meant that he was talking about the little boy Chung Myong or something. Mentioning it again made him darken his face and ordered, that brat, not even 20 years old yet he dared to be so insolent in front of me. If that brat grows up and takes care of him, he'll be fine. In the future, that will be something we cannot accept. So we have to eliminate that evil seed for me, you understand what the elder said. Having said that, the Golden Dragon turned back and called, Vu Luong. Immediately someone came running, yes, sir. He ran over and stood solemnly. Then bowed to worship. Kim Long introduced, this child's name is Tuyen Vu Luong. Even though he's not the oldest, he's considered the most talented among the third-generation disciples. It can be said that he's the most suitable child to deal with that guy. At the Tonghua branch tomorrow, I will definitely make the elders satisfied. I will definitely deal with that guy thoroughly. Okay, I believe in you. Having arranged everything, Shema Thang chuckled with satisfaction. This Tonghua branch will be the prelude to opening up a prosperous period in our southern sect. Huashan, you will be thoroughly trampled. That evening, it was a quiet night. Suddenly, the door of Bok Miho opened. Yoon Jong walked out and suddenly saw something and stopped. In front of him was the silhouette of Jo Gul standing silently looking up at the sky. He suddenly sighed. Yoon Jong approached and asked, why are you here? He replied, because he couldn't sleep. Where is Chung Myong? He's asleep. Is that kid's liver made of iron or something? Jo Gul laughed and recounted, I saw him lying with his arms and legs spread out in a big shape, snoring. Yoon Jong expressed, I also felt jealous, but I also saw him as a crazy person. Just like that, tomorrow is the start of the Flower Sect branch. No, it's today, right, it's already past midnight. While talking, a voice spoke up, it's not that I have great courage, but it's that your liver is only the size of a pea. The two turned around and saw Chung Myong, who was still sleeping, and slowly appeared again and approached to ask. Why are you still chatting here without sleeping at this hour? Jo Gul hesitated, we felt nervous. Nervous, he thought to himself, this kid, it's starting again. I know, if I lose I will die with you. Chung Myong interrupted, only those who are not well prepared will feel nervous, isn't that right? Yoon Jong was about to deny, no, it's not like that, we're afraid we won't perform well tomorrow. Brother. He suddenly asked, so if we went back in time to 10 days ago, would the senior brother be able to do anything more? 10 days. Thinking back to that time, he suddenly turned pale, as if he was nauseous and quickly covered his mouth. He went back to 10 days ago and practiced like crazy again, just thinking about it made his stomach hurt. Chung Myong slowly explained that for those who have prepared their best, there is nothing to be nervous about. Now, the brothers are not nervous, they just don't believe in themselves. If you are weak, you have to accept it, the important thing is that the brothers did their best. So have you tried your best, brother? Yoon Jong couldn't help but be stunned. But after understanding what he said, he gradually calmed down. That's right, we have done our best, one thing is certain, we have tried very hard. That's enough. No matter what anyone says, I will still admit one thing, the brothers really tried their best. So don't stand here wasting time over trivial things, go to sleep. Listening before the competition day to maintain your health is both a strength and an effort. So where are you going? Training. Yoon Jong reminded, today is the Flower Sect meeting. Chung Myong calmly replied, it's not a big deal, my practice is much more important than that. Having finished speaking, he walked straight away, leaving his two senior brothers standing silently watching. Jo Gul asked incredulously, really, is he going to practice? Yoon Jong said, don't worry in vain. Even if today is the day of the Flower Sect Association, I only see his usual appearance, our complaining and whining just now is no different from the actions of those guys, totally stupid. Chung Myong is right, if you want to confidently open your mouth and say that you have worked hard until the last moment, of course you have to consider putting in the effort to go to sleep as well. Just go to sleep. Hearing that, Jo Gul also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and replied, yes, senior brother. Before entering the bedroom, Yoon Jong looked in the direction Chung Myung went one last time and exclaimed, what a strange little guy. With just a few words, Jo Gul and I, who had been restless until now, were able to go to sleep with peace of mind. No matter what the results of the Flower Sect branch this time, as long as Chung Myung is present, the third generation disciples will become stronger and stronger. Seeing him keep standing, Jo Gul reminded him, senior brother, why don't you come in? Only then did he come to his senses and continue going in. On the other hand, Chung Myung left and went to the back mountain to practice. He looked around and wondered. Snow pears won't appear, right? I really just wanted to smash that brat's head, then wrap the rope around her body and throw her straight over the cliff. Oh, that kid is my uncle. Since he's called a senior uncle, it's impossible to attack him. He angrily patted his chest and complained, so frustrated, how could he live, in the middle of the night, having to avoid people like this? Suddenly passing by, Chung Myung immediately turned his head to look. But behind me there was only the sound of the wind blowing. He wondered, what was the shadow of a person? Hey, I knew it would be like this, don't let it slip by. While speaking, he suddenly became silent. When he squinted closer, he saw something strange. No, that wasn't some guy. With both. Is it two people? It's only early morning, but you two agreed to meet in this deep forest. This seems like I smell something fishy. We have to go see what tricks they plan to play. Thinking about it, he quickly ran towards the two shadows. Flexible and agile movements move quickly in the night. Chung Myung quickly landed on a large tree branch nearby. He saw a familiar back, Baek Shon. What is that guy doing here at this hour? Then the name remains. A blue and white shirt caught his eye, making him surprised. Why did that guy come here? That person is none other than Kim Long. He stood opposite Baek Shon, smiled and asked, it seems like you are still living well. Dong Long. Baek Shon frowned and asked in annoyance, you look so relaxed. Kim Long shrugged, why can't we relax, right? Dong Long di. At this point, Chung Myung, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. Hearing the noise, Baek Shon reflexively turned to look. But looking up, I couldn't find anything else on the tree. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and promptly covered his mouth and hid behind a tree. Baek Shon turned around and said, don't call me by that name anymore. I am Baek Shon. He sneered and said that he could not arbitrarily give up the name his parents gave him. No matter what, you are still Chin Dong Long. Chung Myung was still covering his mouth to suppress laughter while eavesdropping. Baek Shon's real name is Dong Long. So that means those two are brothers. One is a golden dragon, one is a bronze dragon. I really want to meet the father of these two people. What was he thinking when he named his children like that? Baek Shon couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, I told you I was Baek Shon. Kim Long still said in a disdainful tone, Dong Long, I already knew. But it seems like your life in Hoa Sun is not bad, your face looks stable, what do you want to say? I simply want to meet you. Because I'm curious about how the younger brother who left home to join Hoa Sun is living. Baek Shon repeated, didn't you already know 2 years ago? He smiled and said, I am the person who can kick a defeated dog's butt no matter how many times he will get bored. Hearing that, he frowned angrily and thought to himself, scary bastard. He is the type that specializes in pretending to be gentle on the outside, to hide the corruption inside. For those he thinks are weaker than himself, he will treat them extremely cruelly. I understand him too well. Because I was also a victim of that cold-bloodedness. Kim Long maintained a smirk and suggested, what's wrong? If right now, you kneel down and beg, maybe your ancestors will accept you. Baek Shon clenched his hands until he trembled and retorted, don't talk nonsense, I am now the second-generation disciple of Hoa Sun, senior brother Baek Shon. My goal is to turn Hoa Sun into a sect that stands above the entire southern sect, so you should never say those words in front of me again. Anyway, if I beg, won't you laugh happily, and pretend you never said these words to me, because you are inherently such a despicable person. Kim Long couldn't help but smirk and exclaim, our brotherly relationship is truly amazing, living apart for such a long time, but you still understand me very well. But it's clear that you've made a wrong choice. If you want to defeat me, you should have entered the male sect, right? If that's the case, then maybe there's still some possibility. But you chose Hoa Sun, instead of your ancestors, to join a collapsed sect to defeat me. He laughed, even the dog knew, it was a myth. Baek Shon is silent, doesn't mean he's not angry. But he calmly responded, yes, you're right, the original reason I joined Hoa Sun was because I was angry. I wanted to lead Hoa Sun, the sect that you hate, to defeat the big brother who always looked down on me and treated me arbitrarily. The golden dragon mocked me, even if he was angry. Then I thought about it, that's too stupid. I must say that personality suits you very well. He admitted that at first it was because I was childish. But now, I really like Hoa Sun, living as a senior brother, second generation disciple Baek Shon, I feel my life is extremely meaningful. Hearing these confessions, Chung Myong couldn't help but remember what he had said before, please make me strong. It turns out, he has his own affairs. Living as a second generation disciple of a failed sect, he felt that life was extremely meaningful. He didn't expect him to be so commendable. However, the golden dragon scornfully interrupted his thoughts. It's not like you've lost your mind. Chung Myong cursed silently in his heart, that bastard. Baek Shon seriously requested, you are not allowed to underestimate Hoa Sun. Although in your eyes, this is very strange. But, since coming to this place, I have realized one thing, joining a good sect, eating good food, and wearing beautiful martial arts uniforms is not happiness. At least this place needs me. And we can set ourselves a goal, which is to turn this place into a sect, not to be jealous of any other place. Hoa Sun is the place that gives me a purpose in life, and it is also this place that has surrounded a child like me with all my love. Golden Dragon gritted his teeth, loving. If you open your mouth and say such effeminate words, you probably aren't aware of reality yet, so let me tell you. Your life is over. The price you have to pay for this stupid choice is that you will have to live a life full of humiliation for the rest of your life, as a third-rate martial artist, and you will forever stay here, watching me become the sect master, male descendant. Baek Shon replied, it has nothing to do with me, I will just live my life. He spat again, maybe it would just be a trash life, after all, watching something like that happen, was quite interesting. But you don't have to wait long, because today, I will tell you how choosing Hoa Sun instead of Tong Nam is a stupid and trashy choice. A failed sect and an idiot, what a great combination. Hearing him mock his sect, he angrily shouted a warning, you are not allowed to use that foul mouth, mention those two Chinese words again, I will tear your mouth to shreds now. Kim Long curled his mouth and smiled. From his body radiated a great flow of internal force, spilling out all around like creating a gust of wind, causing Baek Shon to suddenly step back. His eyes lit up, his face turned into a fierce questioning look, like a human. Can that be done? After today, both you and Hoa Sun will no longer have the face to go out into the world anymore. Having finished speaking, he gathered his internal strength and continued to provoke him before leaving. And we, ourselves, will make it come true. Wait and see. Kim Long turned and left, leaving Baek Shon with a discolored face. He took a deep breath and thought, can I do it? No fluctuations are allowed. I am the Baek Shon of the Hoa Sun sect. One day, I will become the sect leader of the Hoa Sun sect, and find the past glory of the sect. I will be the one to make the apricot blossoms bloom again in this place. I can do it. Just as he was about to leave here, a small laugh rang out, which is quite commendable. When he looked up, he was startled to find Chung Myong on the tree trunk. You. Why are you here? Why can't I feel any aura at all? He jumped to the ground, holding back his teasing laughter, agreeing with the dragon. He frowned and asked, have you heard everything? He pursed his lips and smiled and replied, yes, Dong Long, I must say that this junior uncle was extremely impressed. The junior uncle's heart for Hoa Sun is very commendable. Baek Shon begged, I beg you not to tell others, because there will be people who will think negatively about this. He waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about that, uncle. Chung Myong Ta, it will be very sad when others say that you are the most secretive person in the world. He doubted life and asked, doesn't that statement imply that you are the most gossipy person in the world? Alright, in short, Master Uncle is Chin Kim Long's younger brother, right? Baek Shon bowed his head slightly, but also frankly admitted that even though I was his younger brother, the relationship between the two of us was not very close. From the beginning, both of our mothers were not the same person. Since I was a child, I was about to tell you, but you raised your hand to stop me. Stop, there's no need to tell me those three trivial things. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? He was born an illegitimate child or the youngest brother or something, then was oppressed by his talented big brother, and he wasn't treated well by his family. The end result was leaving home to go to Hoa Sun, right? He frowned and reminded, don't summarize other people's lives in a few short sentences like that. Our lives are not easy to describe. Chung Myung once again interrupted, good job. About going to Hoa Mountain, I said you did a good job. No matter what kind of background you come from, or what hardships you have, once you set foot on Hoa Sun, you are a disciple of Hoa Sun. And I will prove to you how right the choice is to choose Hoa Sun instead of Tong Nam. Baek Shon looked at him in surprise, clearly this was not what this brat should say. I don't know why, when I heard these words, I felt strangely peaceful. He immediately asked, proof, when, and when else? Chung Myung pointed to the sky and replied, of course it's today, what else? Baek Shon looked up incredulously. He smiled and said, it's time to punch those male relatives in the mouth. Let's play a big game, uncle. A long night quickly passed. The next morning, Hoa Sun disciples were ready to form long lines in front of the mountain gate. Both second-generation disciples and third-generation disciples. Wearing black combat uniforms with apricot blossoms on the chest. The sect master smiled and said, the children looked very tense. But there's no need to be so tense that your facial muscles will stiffen like that, win or lose doesn't matter, you just need to think that this Hoa Tong association is a stepping stone for the future path ahead. No matter what the outcome is, you will always be proud disciples of the Flower Mountain sect, please remember that carefully. Chung Myung closed his eyes and relaxed, thinking about empty words. Those words did not help the disciples increase their morale before going into battle. Nor does it make them more determined to carry the honor of the sect. However, those words. It will make the disciples carrying heavy burdens in their hearts more comfortable. The sect master silently clasped his hands behind his back. In front of him, he still smiled encouragingly. I will follow you, quickly depart. At the place where the Tonghua branch took place, two sects came from two different directions. The southern sect leading the way was Shema Thang. On the Hoa Sun side is Elder Yun Sang. The two split up and stood facing each other, in the middle was the martial arts arena. Kim Long's eyes faintly looked to the other side. Elder Shema came over. Sit confidently in the position assigned to the male gender. The atmosphere couldn't help but feel a little tense, even the sound of the wind blowing could be heard. Suddenly, Anam's voice rang out, attracting the attention of the Hoa Sun sect master, no way. You are not allowed to enter without permission, please go back. If they stubbornly continued to enter, before they could finish speaking, strangers would rush inside. The masters of the Epiphany stood up and observed in confusion. What is this? Anam confusedly stopped and explained, sect leader. These people came to Hoa Sun, saying they wanted to see the Hoa sect branch with their own eyes, so they suddenly requested to be allowed into the mountain gate. When sect leader Yun Jong heard that, he couldn't help but be surprised. What do you say? The costumes are extremely gorgeous, and there are a few faces that look very familiar. Aren't these very famous people in Shanxi? Not only are there famous celebrities in the region, but also many business group owners of the 10 big business groups in Shanxi. Why do they want to see flowers, the branch of the association? As if he suddenly realized something, he immediately glanced at the elder Sima Thang of the male clan. Remembering what Gum once said, wouldn't they have the opportunity to spread throughout the Shanxi region that Huashan no longer has the status of a famous sect? Thinking of this, he frowned angrily and cursed under his breath, childish. The sect leader immediately shouted, don't you know, don't let outsiders in without my permission. Anam was confused, sect leader, that. How can we let them satisfy their wishes? At this time, Shema Thang didn't know when, but came forward with a puzzled face and asked, isn't that so, sect leader? It seems this matter has not been discussed before, sect leader. Hearing this, he suddenly became silent. He said this matter was not discussed in advance. Does that mean, this matter was not caused by the male grandfather? He turned to Anam and questioned, what exactly is this? Please explain to me. He scratched his ear and explained, I was about to stop him, but the person who invited them here was. Suddenly at this time, Huang Moon Yak came forward to confess, the sect leader, it was me. Sect master Yun Jong was stunned, here. Isn't this Huang Moon Yak? He nodded in greeting, long time no see. I saw that if the Flower Sect Association took place without guests, it would lose its excitement, so I took the liberty of inviting a few people to watch. Shema Thang exclaimed, that thought was indeed useless. But that's right, after all, this Tong Hoa branch is also the last time it will be held, so it doesn't matter if it becomes a Shanxi festival. In the end, the Hoa Sun sect master also had to sigh as if he tacitly accepted. Huang Moon-yak sneaked back. The place he looked at was Chung Myong's place. A while ago, at the Grace Merchant Group, Huang Moon-yak was given a letter. Father, the young director left you a letter. What about the letter? Yes, here. Currently, when Chung Myong saw him looking at him, he smiled slightly and nodded back at him, and he secretly thought, if you attract influential and famous people to come here, the situation will gradually change. First of all, I've done what you told me to do, you don't know about the rest, young leader. Viewing huts were quickly built. The other merchants were arranged to sit at the same banquet table. Chung Myong muttered, then, it seems like the preparations are complete. Unam went up to the middle of the field. He took a deep breath and loudly declared. From this moment, this year's Hoa Sect branch. Please allow me to begin. Everyone is ready to fight, first match. Baek Shon stepped onto the field. Below, the junior brothers and junior brothers are competing to cheer each other on. Senior brother, please take care. You must win, don't lose, brother. Brother can do it. Try your best, senior brother, that's all the encouragement, but he couldn't help but feel nervous and silently bite his lip. His opponent is none other than Tan Kim Long. The merchants below laughed and commented, it's really worth looking forward to. Representatives of each sect will fight one-on-one. Isn't the result of this martial arts conference already obvious? Yes, even though we can foresee the victory or defeat of this martial arts match, it's not an exaggeration. I heard that Tan Kim Long is talented and will open a period of prosperity for the male generation. Indeed, he has excellent manners, that's right, this is the appearance of a heroic young man. But in terms of style, isn't Hoa Sun's opposite number also excellent? Looking at it this way, those two people seem to be similar. White and black, just like a picture. The person burst into laughter upon hearing that, stroking his beard in agreement. Yes, it really makes others look forward to it. But can the disciples of Hoa Sun defeat Tan Kim Long? On the field, the golden dragon opened his mouth to provoke you. I didn't expect you to not run away, but you even dared to show your face here. Baek Shon raised his sword and pointed it straight at him in response. There was no way I had to run away, in front of that petty male. Kim Long clicked his tongue. Your little guy has such a foul mouth. Grandmaster Yun Jong silently observed, but his expression did not look very positive. Baek Shon was the one to initiate the attack. He leaned forward. He bowed low, made movements similar to when a tiger hunts, and said loudly, I am the second-generation disciple of Hoa Sun. Also the person who will become the sect leader to lead Hoa Sun in the future. I am Baek Shon. After finishing speaking, he rushed up and slashed his sword down, but the golden dragon was a step faster and he leaned to the side to avoid it. Baek Shon moved his hands to make a sword exchange gesture. After changing direction, he continued to slash with the move. Fook Tiger Yang Sword. Kim Long was a bit surprised. But then he continued to unleash his attacks. Tiger claws danced wildly, slashes continued in space, light flashed like dancing, columns of debris rose up to cover the vision. The merchants watched the show and continuously exclaimed. Joe Gul gasped in admiration, admiring his uncle's sword. It's a great technique that links attacks together, then rushes to attack the enemy with incredible speed, as if a tiger is crouching and preparing to pounce on its prey. Even I have never seen it before. Since when did my uncle become so strong? Even the golden dragon could not stop that attack. Is this the result of the entire retreat period? At this time, after launching the move, Baek Shon lowered to the ground. But it doesn't stop there, sharp eyes as if identifying a target. On slashed again at the dust that had not yet dissipated. One sword, then another, combined continuously to create a whirlwind that blew everything away. Grandmaster Yun Jong was also surprised. When did that child reach this realm? Shima Thang looked at this scene and still just silently observed, not showing any attitude. Yun Jong hurriedly stammered, Chung Myong, uncle is dominating him. Master uncle is cornering the golden dragon. Chung Myong replied nonchalantly, I know. He happily said, who knows, at this rate he will win. Hearing that, he sighed and pouted, analyzing, there was no such thing. You have to hit the opponent to know who wins and who loses. I haven't won anything yet. Senior brother looked at his uncle. That face looked like the face of someone who had a chance to win. Indeed, on the stage, the dust column dissipated, and the image of the golden dragon without any scratches or dirt appeared. Baek Shon was the opposite. He was tired after continuously attacking. Now he was full of difficulties, wondering why. After all, that's why. Even so, he still stomped his feet to gain momentum and rushed forward like a whirlwind suddenly hitting him. But the golden dragon's flexible hands leaned to the side and dodged. Taking that opportunity, Baek Shon swung a horizontal slash. However, as always, he was easily avoided. Unwilling, he continued to rush forward. Another slash, another spectacular dodge. Baek Shon almost collapsed. Why? Pausing for a second to stand on the field, this time, he used both hands to grasp the hilt of the sword. Increases the force and speed of the slash. The golden dragon leaned back, spectacularly successfully avoiding the attack. Without stopping, Baek Shon braked his dominant leg, turned around. Attack from behind. But in the end, he was still discovered by the golden dragon. He bent his body 90 degrees, successfully neutralizing the slash. I don't know how many times this attack has failed. Baek Shon landed. Lower your center of gravity to reduce force to stand firmly on the field. He looked at the golden dragon who was still leaning over. Constantly gritted his teeth and complained, why, in the end, why? Why can't I touch some of him, why? Is it that far? It's like seeing a steep cliff soaring into the sky. A cliff that I don't dare climb up or cross. Until now, my efforts. The time I spent. It's all in vain. At these words, he shouted as if to relieve his resentment, his inner strength overflowed. Baek Shon launched countless slashes towards the golden dragon. They rushed forward, but even so, he was still able to dodge easily without even using internal force. Taking the opportunity that he was busy avoiding that attack, Baek Shon put all his strength into the sword. I myself rushed forward like a rocket. However, in the end he was still discovered. Kim Long's arms are flexible. Leaning. Bow your head and jump high. Successfully solve all the consecutive lines to cut Baek Shon. Finally, when he rushed forward, he wanted to stab him with his sword. When only a few centimeters away the blade was raised high. The golden dragon finally moved his sword. Both of them swung their swords in their hands to attack the other. Until they passed each other to opposite ends of the stage, the war seemed to be coming to an end. He still stood with the wooden sword in his hand. He knelt on the ground, as if he had been injured by the attack just now and was in so much pain that he lost his strength. From behind, the golden dragon slowly walked forward. The gap gradually narrowed. One person stands, one person kneels. He suddenly grinned and asked, "Have fun playing now." Baek Shon turned his head to say, "You." However, he suddenly raised his sword. Hit him hard on the back. He cried out in pain. Body collapsed on the floor. But the golden dragon didn't stop there, he used his foot to stomp on the spot he had just hit on his back and taunted. "Stupid name. Do you think that by practicing the 3 cat scratching martial arts of Hoa Sun, you can touch a hair on my body? Use that body to feel how much of an idiot you are." The arena echoed with a loud noise. Only after that, Baek Shon's body flew away again, then fell to the ground again. He could only lie there weakly, his hands shaking, reaching for the sword and watching the golden dragon gradually walk towards him. "I even think the gap is narrowed." Gently groaned in pain, he finally touched the broken wooden sword hilt. No matter what, Baek Shon still did not give up, he stood up on his knees. However, at that moment, the golden dragon suddenly rushed forward. When he could react. Then he came before him, slashed down with a sword. His body was about to fall again. But he did not let that happen, consecutive slashes were launched. Baek Shon's entire body felt like it was broken, and he cried out in pain. "But why can't I even touch him?" When he was about to fall, a will awakened him. Baek Shon tried to stand still. "Keep yourself from collapsing." The hand holding the sword trembled with anger. He used all his strength to rush forward again. However, this blow was once again successfully dodged by the golden dragon. He then turned his sword. In the air, Baek Shon has no chance of avoiding it. He directly received a cut on his arm, and blood flowed out. Bak Sang also widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Fresh blood flew in the air. And Baek Shon's body fell to the ground. He struggled and tried to sit up. His whole body ached and trembled. The golden dragon walked towards him sarcastically. Even standing was difficult, but the murderous aura was still sky high. "But, you can only come here, for the rest of your life, you can't even try to cut my shirt." Baek Shon couldn't bear to ask, "Why?" He said contemptuously, "What a retarded guy, I've said that but you still don't understand." The difference between you and your mountains. And our male ancestors. Too big, so what? With Hoa Sun's 3 worthless martial arts skills, how could he be an opponent of the Southern clan? 100 years, no, even if thousands of years passed, it would still be the same. If you want to catch up with me, then leave Hua Mountain right now, there's still time. If you stay in this place, you won't have any future. Staying in this failed sect will only make you laugh at others. Baek Shon clenched his hands. Despite what he said, he was still determined. Using his strength to stand up, he said firmly, I will never leave this place. I am a disciple of the Flower Mountain sect. Kim Long smirked and said, of course, a man is a big man, that's how it should be, but still. He suddenly passed by Baek Shon. A sword stabbed into his body, so fast that he didn't have time to observe. Before he fell, he arrogantly said, no matter what, I have no intention of showing mercy. Oh well, it seems like I said this a bit late. Having finished speaking, Baek Shon also lost consciousness and passed out. Bok Sang quickly ran up, senior brother. Other disciples also quickly came to help. He lifted Baek Shon's head and gently shook his body. But he didn't have any reaction. Bok Sang gritted his teeth, so angry that he was shaking. He shouted in question, isn't that too much? Kim Long pretended to be confused, where was the exaggeration? He complained indignantly, this is martial arts, in a martial arts match, it's okay to injure the opponent like this, there are no rules, like that. However, instead of explaining, he calmly said, because he was a martial artist, that's why everything ended like that. What? If the sword in his hand is a real sword, then do you know what he has become now? Don't be so angry, even I am quite surprised. Who knew he would be so weak? I thought he would be able to block my attacks more or less. I'm sorry for overestimating your senior brother. Bok Sang gritted his teeth in anger. He tried to calm down and ordered, quickly take the senior brother to the medical hall. Yes. The person was quickly taken away. Bok Sang slowly stood up, trying to hold back his voice as he expressed, I also want to try and understand the swordsmanship of my ancestors. Kim Long laughed, what's so difficult about that? Welding stuff. Let him open his eyes. Having finished speaking, a member of the male clan stood up. He went onto the field and replied, yes, brother. That person was none other than Tun Thu Han. He grinned contemptuously. On the other side, Bok Sang's eyes were extremely focused, staring at his opponent. The merchant below was talking about the match while eating. He was indeed exceptionally talented. That person named Baek Shon is also stronger than I thought, but Chin Kim Long's achievements are far beyond expectations, as expected of being the first genius in Shanxi. Well, that's true. For the whole sect to have a disciple like him, isn't it suitable for the position of number 1 sect in Shanxi? There's nothing to discuss about that anymore. This time we really have a different view of Hoa Sun, but as expected, the investment value still cannot catch up with Tong Nam. Huang Moon Yak sat and listened to everything. He silently sighed, it's true that merchants are different. There are people being carried away in an extremely pitiful manner, but how can one still think about money, even though I am also a businessman like them? Why do I feel indignant at this indifferent thing right now? With fellow human beings, we only care about money like this. In any case, little leader, what exactly are you thinking in your mind? The young leader confidently told me to call everyone over, so I thought he must have some secret plan. If the Hua Zong branch continues in this direction, Hua Shan, no matter what method it uses, will not be able to regain its former reputation, and even in the worst case scenario, Hua Shan will decline, faster than that. Surely, I hope it's not because I overestimated the squad leader. Yun Zhong looked worriedly at the hospital and asked, is uncle okay? Chung Myong said, of course it's not okay. Are you injured a lot? Of course there are many. Asked a question and he answered a question, Yun Zhong looked at him coldly. He also frowned uncomfortably. In the end, I couldn't help but blurt out, even if the relationship between the two of them was not good, but aren't you being too heartless? After all, that person is your uncle. My uncle was beaten so miserably, but to be able to say such calm words like that, Chung Myong reminded, calm down, senior brother. Yun Zhong scolded, you really are a brother with no human feelings. He raised his voice in anger, he told you to calm down. What do you expect, brother? Having said that, at first senior brother thought junior uncle would win. On the field, the battle between Bok Sang and Tun Tun Han was going on, and when Yun Zhong heard him ask, he suddenly thought, I didn't expect Hoa Sun to be able to win in the Hoa Tong branch. But I thought, at least it would save some face for Hoa Sun. Because my uncle really tried his best. Is the wall of the 9 sects and clans that high? Chung Myung expressed, if all you need is effort, then there is no one in this world who is not a master. The important thing is not whether you try or not, but whether you try, what force. From now on, brother, please look carefully. Because all the second generation disciples will lose. When he heard that, he was shocked. Everyone, he replied, no one had the ability to win. No, there is one person, but as far as I can see, that person probably won't go to war. At this time, the second-year disciples all tensed up and stood up to watch the match. A quiet atmosphere enveloped the third-year disciples. There was not even a single draw. Thinking of this, Yoon Jong trembled and asked, will we lose miserably? Chung Myong rolled his eyes, losing. Who said you lost? Isn't that what I just said? You said you were a second-generation disciple. So brother, please warm up your body, because we're probably going to have to fight an epic battle, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, he was also defeated on the field. He fell right in front of his disciples. Tun Thu Han walked over, his foot stepped on his chest and moved it sarcastically. Why, that's all. Can you wake up and continue fighting? Saying this, he glanced again at Chung Myong sitting below. He intentionally said it loudly, but it was just his mouth. His eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. Let me see how long that smile stays on your dog's muzzle. In the following battles, the second-generation disciples of Hoa Sun were consecutively defeated. Some people were even knocked off the field. The wooden sword flew down at the feet of Elder Yun Sang. He darkened his face and trembled, losing 9 matches in a row. Sect Master, shouldn't we stop? If this continues, even the third-generation disciples will be brutally attacked by them. Grandmaster Yun Jong sat motionless and said, we can't. His face was angry, but he could only helplessly ask, how do you tell me to stop? Stop, how? Standing in front of famous people in Shanxi, shouldn't it be said that we are not Zongman's opponents? If we fight anymore we will only hurt the children. I think we should. It's better to stop here. So it's like I'm announcing with my own mouth to the whole world that Hoa Sun has completely collapsed. Even if it gets to this point, even if it gets beaten to this point, it's absolutely impossible. This is not to save my own honor. But this is to protect the fact that, at least one day, Hoa Sun can revive, so as a sect leader, I cannot say those words. You must know this saying, Yun Sang is full of urgency, sect leader. At this time, the second-generation disciple of the 10th battle was also defeated. The male descendant smiled proudly. Then turned around and bowed to Sima Thang. He smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Hands shaking with excitement, winning 10 matches in a row. This result truly could not be more satisfying. Isn't this the situation that previous generations have always expected? No one else. This situation is the situation in which Shima Thang Ta has fulfilled that long-cherished wish. He looked towards the group of merchants who were discussing, this victory is too overwhelming. In fact right now I can't even determine whether this victory is due to the strength of Nam Tong, or the weakness of Hoa Sun. Because it's Hoa Sun, I had some expectations, so to speak. The more Shima Thang listened, the happier he became. His mouth couldn't help but curl up. Public opinion was completely tilted towards Tong Nam. Now the rest remains. It is to trample down their young shoots, so that they cannot grow anymore. It's truly a clear day. At the end of the first 10 matches, Warden Van Nam couldn't help but sigh. I just want to leave this place immediately. But the task remains. He still had to announce that next, there would be a martial arts competition between the third-generation disciples. Yoon Jong mumbled, is it our turn? 10 consecutive losses, even though I had to practice very hard to get here, so I was very confident, but with the huge gap ahead, my previous confidence seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly he looked to the side. Immediately startled. Chung Myong, he was so angry right now that he was gritting his teeth, his eyes were red and scary. Yoon Jong quickly calmed down, I know you are very angry, but you have to calm down first, Chung Myong shouted, calm down. On the field, Anam is disseminating the rules, among the third-generation disciples of each sect. There was a noise in the yard, so I arrested him and absolutely did not let that kid go. He didn't understand what was going on. I saw a group of third-year disciples of my sect gathering around to hold you back. This bastard, I told you to calm down, you were placed in the final battle, you can't be rash. Suddenly a beam of light emitted. Chung Myong ignored everything, he alone broke the siege and jumped up very high. The merchants looked up in bewilderment. But a second later, he was safely on the ground. On the field, he slowly stood up proudly. Unem gasped, Chung Myung, why is this child? He shouted loudly regardless, the first name. I don't care who it is, quickly crawl up here. Before I kill all of you. Shima Thang was also surprised by him, what's with that crazy kid? Tan Kim Long smiled faintly, and in the end let a junior brother start the show. Vu Luong, the person who was called immediately stood up, yes, sir. He said, although the first battle was a little different from what we expected, nothing had changed, let's show that brat his identity. Yes, as he finished speaking, a figure rushed past. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the field. He stood in front of him, domineering and provocative, Chung Myong. I'll rip out that dog mouth of yours. My name is Tuyen Vu Luong. While speaking, Chung Myong's figure disappeared right before his eyes, then suddenly appeared close to his face, making his eyes widen. Before he could react further, Tuyen Vu Luong was suddenly punched to the side. Shima Thang jumped up and opened his mouth. Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong were bewildered and surprised. After finishing that punch, Tuyen Vu Luong fell back. Chung Myong even mocked him, saying that there are many martial arts skills to show off. Go to hell. Tuyen Vu Luong was hit so hard that he spun around in the air. Shima Thang was shocked and exclaimed, What? What is this? That little guy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Didn't I see that brat's movements? I am the elder of the male sect. No way. He fell to the ground with a thud. Lie motionless. Chung Myong grabbed the wooden sword. Bravely approaching. He shouted, stood up and swung, that brat, I haven't even used any internal force yet, so what are you lying there doing? The male sect disciples shouted indignantly, the evil bastard, still hadn't finished his sentence, so why did he sneak attack? The disciples of Hoa Sun do not know what manners and rules are, he pouted and retorted, what a bastard's manners and politeness, shouldn't he step foot on the battlefield, shake hands, have a few drinks with the enemy before starting to fight? At this time, Tuyen Vu Luong also woke up after the blow. My hands trembled as I tried to hold the sword. Chung Myong saw this and urged him to stand up quickly, my time is limited. While speaking, he suddenly stopped when he noticed his situation. One side of his face was swollen, his arms and legs were shaking, but he still tried to speak, he could still fight. As soon as he finished speaking, blood suddenly flowed from his nose. Then it poured out like rain. It even made a long rainbow of 7 colors appear. Looking at this scene, Chung Myong suddenly thought, if I keep fighting like this, maybe this kid will really die. No, even though I really want to kill those brats, if that's the case then it's not like the first person I kill after being resurrected will be a brat who got punched in the face while kissing, martial arts, then died from excessive vomiting of blood. Thinking so, he gingerly turned to prison warden Unam and asked, doesn't this kid need to be treated? He was confused, about that. This is also the first time I have encountered this situation, so I should first ask for the consent of both sects. While speaking, a rustling sound rang out. Tuyen Vu Luong bluntly tore his shirt off his arm. Then stuff it into your nose to stop the blood from continuing to flow down. He breathed heavily with the will to fight. Chung Myong exclaimed, oh. Do you mean you want to continue? The male descendants are all ferocious beasts, that's why they don't give up so easily. Tuyen Vu Luong suddenly cursed, you despicable bastard. Don't you feel ashamed or something? Why are you playing this dirty trick? I will chop you into pieces and feed them to the dogs. He immediately frowned, what, he screamed, even if you put your head down and beg me now, it's too late, you damn brat, I will beat you until your parents can't even recognize you anymore. After speaking, there was a sudden silence between the two. Chung Myong smiled and said, just ignore those funny words, okay, let's continue, what? I still felt a bit sorry for you, but now that useless thought has disappeared. Jump in here, I'll show you what it means to be unable to touch your opponent, even if the owner is a feather. Being despised like that, Tuyen Vu Luong was so angry that his eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth, he was a damn brat. Suddenly there was a call, declaring martial law. He stopped and turned his head to look. Kim Long looked at him and reminded him not to get excited. Don't underestimate your opponent either. He was a bit stunned. But then I thought about something and my mood calmed down. He took a deep breath to calm down, then looked at Chung Myong and said, your plan to provoke the generals is quite good, he said with a sneer, Halo, I'm inherently good at those things. Tuyen Vu Luong pointed his sword as a warning, it's best until then. Don't cry and beg me. because your sword will no longer be able to touch me. Chung Myung said nonchalantly, you've already been punched. Being poked in a painful spot, Tuyen Vu Luong rushed forward angrily, I will kill you. Vile and despicable thing. The distance between him and you is getting closer and closer. Chung Myung lowered his center of gravity, turned his sword back, and prepared to swing it. The two people passed each other, their swords were now in front. And the next second, Tuyen Vu Luong's face changed color. He cried out in excruciating pain as he was slashed across his stomach. The body fell from the air to the ground. Chung Myung turned around. The moment he almost touched the ground, he once again swung his sword and hit hard. Not just one, but a series of non-stop attacks, both beating and scolding him. These days, he's such a brat. There are no rules at all. Not even a little bit. Tuyen Vu Luong was beaten up in the air. Chung Myung suddenly stopped for a moment. And this time he didn't use the sword anymore, but instead used his leg, a kick straight in the middle of his groin. Tuyen Vu Luong hugged his lower body. His face was so white in pain that he groaned soundlessly and fell onto the field. Can Kim Long watched and his face changed slightly, becoming a little darker. Lying on the ground, the pain was so bad that his whole body was shaking. Chung Myung slowly walked to the side. He took a deep breath and glared at him. Then he bent down again, grabbed the piece of clothing covering his nose and pulled it out, causing blood to spurt out like rain again. Can't touch me, right? Blood flows like a waterfall, the sun shines back and forth forming a long rainbow. The group of men sitting below looked solemn. Chung Myung smirked, dropped the piece of cloth mockingly. What are you surprised about? Can Kim Long silently gritted his teeth. The situation of the match was clear. Tuyen Vu Luong lost consciousness. He turned around and walked down the field. Return to your seat and cross your arms and legs. The master of the pavilion still stood there confused. Just now, what the hell is going on? Am I dreaming? Chung Myung really defeated the third-generation disciple of the male sect. Moreover, winning overwhelmingly, and so quickly. No, sect master, this matter. The sect master, he was about to turn to ask, but when he saw that he was gaping and his eyes were wide open, even more frightened than himself, the master of the epiphany couldn't help but be startled. Turning to the other side, the master of the martial arts hall was also in a similar state, including senior brother Yun Sang. Both of them were so shocked that they stammered, no, that child couldn't possibly be that strong. This is so absurd, it's the right thing to lose. How can you win? Master Epiphany angrily scolded. The disciples of the sect were already determined to go to battle, but why are these two people talking so strangely? Why are you begging for the boy to lose? Elder Yun Sang rubbed his eyes as if he thought he was dreaming. Turning to ask Warden Gum again, how long has that child been in the sect? He replied, it hasn't been 6 months yet. It's only 6 months. It's only been 6 months, but how can you defeat a male sect disciple? Is it possible to win so overwhelmingly? That means, after only 6 months, the boy was able to reach that level. There was no sign that Chung Myung had learned martial arts before entering the sect. Gum affirmed, yes, however, I could not accurately capture that child's martial arts level, because he did not express himself very often. The sect leader then spoke up in a daze, thinking that the child was just someone who brought blessings to Hoa Sun. Originally, if I expected anything more from that child, wouldn't I be too unscrupulous, because up until now, Chung Myung has already done so many things for Hoa Sun. However, the talent in martial arts that child demonstrated just now did not seem to stop at that level. Turns out, the kid is a genius. The Epiphany Masters expressed, no matter what, we won the battle, right? Doesn't that mean you've regained your face? The sect leader mumbled and replied, you said face. No, it's not just about saving face. Looking at it in a certain direction, the talent who can take on the responsibility of continuing the next 100 years of Hoa Sun has already appeared. At that moment, the entire martial arts arena suddenly fell into a rare silence. On the other side of the bloody crowd, someone began to speak up. It seemed like the disciples of Hoa Sun had won. Well, that's right, that's true, but isn't that victory too overwhelming? Since he was the first to fight, it's clear that disciple of the male generation is also an outstanding talent among the disciples. Third death. Turns out, there are also talented people in Hoa Sun. Huang Moon Yak was secretly proud, of course he was. When everything happened at the Grace Merchant Group, even though I was not able to directly witness the martial arts skills of the young Taoist leader, but even so, I still believed and invested in Hoa Sun. The little Taoist is definitely not someone who will lose. Perhaps the little Taoist has long predicted the current situation. If so, the result will be different from everyone's predictions. Everyone is still discussing. If compared to that age, maybe 2 words of excellence are not enough to describe it. Winning against the male generation cannot be a coincidence. Looking at them like that, Huang Moon Yak silently breathed a sigh of relief. Now, right from this moment, none of them could not realize that Chung Myang was a big fish. Don't dream anymore, I caught that fish long ago. An old businessman suddenly said, but right now, we have only won one match. If the other third generation disciples all lose, then everything will only end with that child's superiority. There's nothing wrong with what they say. Come on, show them, Chief Chung Myang. It will all end with just this one incident. Or it will end with the beginning of Hoa Sun's counterattack. Chung Myang happily took a deep breath and exhaled. He tilted his head and exclaimed, oh my God, it was so refreshing. The 2 brothers Yun Zhong and Zhou Gul sitting next to him turned pale as they thought, punching someone to such a pulp, yet they showed a cheerful look, like that, this kid is definitely a devil. Suddenly there was praise, great job. It turns out that the second-year monks in the upper row came down. Good job, Chung Myang, you should have trampled him more, Chung Myang. Thanks to you, I feel so relieved, you are the best, Chung Myang. You're very good. Yun Zhong stood in amazement, looking at everyone surrounding him praising him. He was very good, wonderful, so wonderful. Of course people with strength are allowed to be arrogant. In just a moment, he defeated that guy, there. Chung Myang waved his hand and pretended to be modest. Okay, I'm just having fun. I'm not in the mood to listen to praise, so go somewhere else. He suddenly called, senior brother. Yun Zhong looked up in surprise. Saw him staring at me. Then he nodded once. He also nodded in response. His eyes looked up at the martial arts arena with determination. It was my turn. Chung Myang did his role very well, even a bit too much. I have to continue to maintain this atmosphere, I have to be determined. Chung Myang urgently urged, why are you so dumbfounded, hurry up and get on the martial arts stage. He couldn't help but whisper when he heard that. This kid, in the end, still refused to give him a single word of encouragement. Oh well, what's the point of saying it? Yun Zhong sighed, mustered up the courage to ask, do you have any advice for me, like what are the characteristics of Southern Sect martial arts, for example? Chung Myang replied, if I tell you, will you be able to apply it? Just go to battle, just aim at your opponent's head and hit him. He finally had enough courage and went forward to get the wooden sword, bravely marching onto the stage. I know. With every step, Yun Zhong feels like he feels a burden on his shoulders. Everyone looked at me with expectant eyes. If I cannot meet that expectation. If I lose here. While thinking absent-mindedly, Chung Myang suddenly shouted and pulled him back to reality, senior brother. Yun Zhong stopped and turned his head to look. You repeat the warning, losing is death for me. The third-generation senior disciple was stunned. Then he suddenly felt calm again and smiled. The wind was now. It's starting to blow toward Hoa Sun. He finally completed the process of entering the martial arts arena. Approaching the middle of the field, he shouted, Yun Zhong, a bratty disciple of the Mountain Sect. Please allow me to instruct. Can Kim Long's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. He called out harshly, Confucius, yes, master. Go to battle, beat that arrogant brat to death for me. Kong Chan obeyed, immediately passed him and jumped onto the ring. Can Kim Long was so angry that his veins were blue, his heart was full of hatred. How dare you, break the perfect series of victories of my male sect. Chung Myang. You're stronger than I thought, yes, that's possible. But other brats are not like that. Your victory alone cannot become the victory of Hoa Sun. Because I will never let that happen. Confucius now went onto the field and stood opposite Yun Zhong. He pointed the wooden sword straight at him. Yun Zhong frowned, remembering, it's been 2 years already. This confrontation came even sooner than I thought. 2 years ago, he also joined the Flower Sect branch. And was defeated by this guy, falling off the field. Not to mention that at that time, he also walked over and pointed his sword at his neck. His face was cold and expressionless, but it still made people tremble. Back to the present, Yun Zhong was also in a position to prepare to swing his sword, his legs spread out shoulder-width apart, his knees slightly lowered to stabilize his body balance. He was still thinking, if Chung Myang hadn't appeared. It's very likely that today's results will be the same. Hoa's son has always lost miserably in martial arts competitions with the male clan. It seemed like all of everyone's practice was for naught. I was so desperate that I thought that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't win. And when we all gave up before that wall of despair, there was only one person who dared to challenge. Remember a certain moonlit night. While practicing alone, Yoon Jong heard the sounds of slashing coming. He opened the door and went out to look. On the top of a high hill, a white-clothed man is trying to practice his sword. That is Uncle Baek Shon. And then suddenly, Chung Myung fell from the sky in front of everyone. Chung Myung, thanks to that brat, everyone had half a year of death and resurrection. Everyone really practiced their best. Whether with that practice, the distance between them and the male clan will be shortened or not. Can't be sure about that though. But no matter what the result is, I won't lose easily. Confucius opened his mouth to provoke, there was no need to say more. Last time I saved face for you, but today, I will tell you, how painful it is to the bone. Yoon Jong kept the same posture to respond, I have no intention of thanking you, where are you? He frowned, suddenly rushed up, many words. Futile. He was very close now. Yoon Jong observed every movement and judged that his posture was exactly the same as that time. The attack is fast, accurate, the sword path is unpredictable. And I couldn't block one of his moves. But, suddenly, Yoon Jong's eyes opened wide. He pulled back the hand that was pointing the sword in front of him, placing his other hand firmly on the hilt of the sword again. Confucius completely slashed down. But he read the position early and adjusted his sword hand to block it. He was surprised. Yoon Jong took the opportunity to push him back. He felt, it seems like lately, your family hasn't just been fooling around. But even so, nothing will change. Confucius used 3 steps to quickly rush in front of Yoon Jong. He was a bit startled at first. But then he reacted quickly moving his sword in the direction of his attack to block the attack. However, it was still a bit difficult. His sword moves were not only faster but also heavier than before. He attacked at such a fast speed, yet was still able to put that much power into his sword moves. It seemed, he had become twice as strong compared to the previous encounter. Is this the true power of Confucius? On the other side, he knew he could block the attack. After landing, his feet immediately landed on the ring to break his body. Then he immediately turned around, swung his sword and slashed again. However, Yoon Jong seemed to read his steps. He leaned back, raised his sword just in time for him to strike down, and at the same time dispersed the force from breaking the move. Just like that, the giant attacked continuously, from the beginning to the end of the arena and then back to the middle, but every time Yoon Jong blocked and dodged, he himself was surprised. Why did he see everything? That's all. He even repelled his sword moves, making him unable to react in time. Even though he tried to tilt his body to avoid being hit, he was still slashed by Yoon Jong's sword tip through his shirt. Confucius was surprised. What? Why can he not only block his sword moves now, but also push them back? Yoon Jong breathed heavily, tremblingly raised his hands to look and muttered, This is all. Confucius wondered, how? He quickly came to his senses and explained, No, I'm not joking, I really asked. You want to make me lose face, so you're being gentle, aren't you? I can't suddenly become stronger like that. Before he could finish speaking, he shouted angrily, Don't think so, you're only lucky to block a few moves. Arrogant guy. Having finished speaking, he jumped high again. Swinging his sword, he slashed straight down, but like last time, Yoon Jong reflexively jumped to the side, successfully dodging the attack. Not only that, he also took this opportunity to kick him hard in the stomach. He received the kick and fell to the ground behind him. When he stood up, his whole face was dark. Yoon Jong was even a little confused by what he had just done. He glanced towards Chung Myung as if silently asking, Finally. What has that brat done to us lately? A loud scream rang out from the giant, pulling him back to reality. He stomped his feet and rushed madly forward. Yoon Jong tightened his grip on the sword hilt in his hand, recalling the days of arduous training when, before, he could do it. I have practiced many times already. I have repeated that pose countless times. At this moment, he raised his sword high above his head, shouted the technique, and defeated the world. All transformations and ultimate sword moves come from the fingers. Fix the lower body like a mountain. Do not ignore any changes in your opponent with your own eyes. On the other side, Confucius had injected his internal force into his sword to stop his sword intent, preparing to approach him and slash down. Yoon Jong was still mentally focused on observing his movements to wait for the opportunity to strike, when the decisive moment came. Chung Myong's words suddenly appeared in his mind. That was the concept of one strike and a sure kill. One must have determination so that one does not need to swing the sword a second time. And now, without hesitation for even a moment. Right at the moment when the giant was just a few centimeters away from him, Yoon Jong used this blow to strike down. The target he was aiming for was right at the top of his head. The moment the sword was about to land on my head, Confucius quickly discovered. He quickly kicked his foot back to make a pivot. Then he leaned back, raised his sword to block the attack. This appearance made him feel a little embarrassed. However, even though he had time to raise his sword, Yoon Jong's force of lowering his sword was too close. This attack immediately caused Confucius' wooden sword to break in half, and was followed by a strong blow to his right shoulder. The sword fragment flew high, spinning several times in the air. Then it fell clattering to the ground. The space was as quiet as paper, still in that position, no further movement. Jo Gul gasped. Shima Thang also panicked. And Tan Kim Long was also stunned to the point of freezing. Confucius was hit by this sword, his pupils suddenly turned white and he lost consciousness. Finally, he fell to the ground. Yoon Jong was breathing heavily because he was tired. But when it was over, he took a deep breath and then sighed in relief and put his sword back. Then fold your legs and stand straight. A polite greeting was performed again. Thanks for the guidance. Only then did people begin to wake up. The Flower Mountain disciples shouted loudly with joy. We won, senior brother Yoon Jong won, we won. The sect master of Hoa Sun was so happy that he fainted and lost his soul. The master of the phantom saw him and was startled to quickly wake him up. The sect master, it is not possible to ascend to the immortal now. Sect master. Yun Sang smiled proudly looking at Yoon Jong on the martial arts field. He kept smiling absent-mindedly like that, making the pavilion masters panic even more. Senior brother Yun Sang, quickly go check on the sect leader's situation, senior brother. Yoon Jong stepped off the stage, everyone rushed out together. Great job, great brother. Jo Gul was still surprised. He stammered and asked, Senior brother, how did you win, what do you have to do? Yoon Jong smiled and said, little guy, just go up, okay? Even if you want to lose, you can't lose. Having said that, he looked at Chung Myong wonderingly. What did you do, what did you do? What have you done to us? Chung Myong laughed, it's nothing special. I just make it possible for you guys to win. Waiting until he sat down next to him, he began to explain, the boys are really strong, if compared to that age, of course they are strong, but on the other hand, they are also quite weak. Yoon Jong found it difficult to understand, ask, even though you're strong, you're still weak, what are you talking about? Because they have learned so many things compared to what we need to learn at that age. But learning more means knowing more, isn't that a good thing? Chung Myong analyzed that practicing martial arts is like building a tower. How solid the foundation is, how solid the floors below are, will determine whether that tower is successful or not. How much higher can it be built? But before they could finish building the first floor, they were already anxious to build the second and third floors. They kept building higher, without reinforcing the lower floors. If that tower collides with a tower with a completely built first floor, what will happen? Yoon Jong replied, of course it will collapse, absolutely correct. There is only one basis for practicing martial arts. Use your body perfectly, then attack your opponent accurately. From that base, tree roots will grow, then the tree trunk will hit the ground, branches will grow in all directions. Faster, more accurate, and more solid. I just help you brothers focus on that root. Brother, look. On the martial arts field, it was a battle between Jo Gul and other male sect disciples. Chung Myong explained that senior brother Jo Gul's movements were clearly much different than before. The lower part is not wobbly. The sword's path was broken. Eyesight can see everything calmly. And most of all, concentrated force allows you to use your full strength to strike. For now, that's enough. Just that alone can wipe out all of my peers. When he finished speaking, Jo Gul defeated his opponent, but looking at his blank face, he probably didn't understand how he won. Yoon Jong expressed, if this is so easy, then why don't other sects practice like us? Chung Myong glanced over and asked, easy? It seems like what you guys have practiced so far is still too easy. He suddenly felt guilty and quickly waved his hand to explain, no, that's not what I meant, I think it's easy conceptually, really. He suddenly burst out with a series of questions, you spend 2/3 of each day studying, the rest of the time to take care of yourself, take care of your parents conscientiously, don't deceive the weak, don't be greedy for wealth, maintain politeness towards your seniors, do not lose respect for your subordinates, treat your friends honestly, be loyal to your country. Can you live like that? Yoon Jong stammered, of course it's not possible. Why can't you? If you just do that, you can become a gentleman. Hearing these words, he suddenly realized many things. It turns out that it has that meaning. There is no one who does not know how to become a true gentleman, but those who can do all of those things, and are called gentlemen by the world, are probably only a few people in an era. In other words, even though normal people know it very well, they still cannot do it. Chung Myung expressed that if the water from the porch continues to fall, one day it will be able to pierce the rock below, at any time. Rise up and rise, nothing is more important than effort, all power. Our predecessors have always emphasized effort and improvement. Do you know the reason why? Because people cannot do that, cultivating to the point of wanting to die, always pushing themselves to reach their own limits, having to always rise and rise like that. If in reality it is possible to do such absurd things, then of course it will be like that. Yoon Jong gratefully said, it was you who did it for us. Chung Myung interrupted, the brothers did it all themselves. When the brothers could endure it, the winner and loser would have been determined long ago. What else is there to see? A bird that doesn't grow wings but keeps wanting to fly into the blue sky. Only when it jumps up does everything happen. That's the importance of stepping on space. Hearing that, Yoon Jong secretly exclaimed, so that's the meaning of cultivating for so long. Where did this little guy learn these things? A loud thud interrupted his thoughts. He quickly looked towards the martial arts arena. At this time, another male disciple fell, along with cheers. We won again. Yoon Jong suddenly realized, in the blink of an eye, 4 consecutive wins. Besides me and Jo Gul, the martial arts skills of the remaining 7 martial arts disciples are not much different. If in the previous martial arts match, the difference was extremely large, then the results of the next martial arts match will not change much. In other words, Hoa-sun, have you won the Southern Sect? Just like that, as the matches continued, the Hoa-sun disciples won spectacularly. Until the 10th match, after defeating his opponent. The Flower Mountain disciple was still confused about this matter. Then he shouted happily, he won. The people below also shouted excitedly, we won, we really won, the 3rd generation disciple did it. It was 10 consecutive wins. Yoon Jong was also happy. After 10 consecutive losses, it was 10 consecutive wins. Which side has more momentum? Which side has the greater feeling of victory is obvious. He finally shouted, Chung Myung, we won, thank you. Chung Myung frowned and interrupted, winning, just by this matter. We've lost 10 matches in a row, and now if we win 10 more matches, wouldn't it just be a draw? Yoon Jong hesitated, but even so, he suddenly stood up. He said with a dark face, it seems like senior brother still doesn't know. Hoa Sao, in Chung Myung Ta's dictionary, that word is not allowed to exist. Yoon Jong immediately felt something was wrong. Please. He went to the sword rack, picked up a sword and said, if I leave things like that, I will be so embarrassed for the rest of my life that I won't know where to hide my face. Jo Gul and his brother turned pale and silently prayed, please, when the atmosphere is this happy, please lighten it up a bit, Chung Myung, please. As for him, he tightened his grip on the sword and thought, if it only ended with a draw like that, then I wouldn't have started. Hoa-sun's precious debt of stealing apricot swordsmanship has not yet been paid off. Dare to speak indiscriminately in front of the sect master. They looked down on Hoa Mountain like that, so how could they let those bastards return unharmed? If so, then it is not Chung Myung Ta. Before stepping forward, Chung Myung advised the brothers. What I'm about to do now. Brothers, remember to look closely and not miss any movements. Having finished speaking, he took a step forward. The monk's children looked confusedly at Chung Myung. Everyone looked at his back as if fascinated. That back shadow. It is the back of the one who will guide Hoa-sun towards the sect master. He is currently being treated by Elder Yun Sang to restore his spirit. The master of the temple sitting next to him is constantly fanning him with the hem of his shirt. The sect leader is moved to exclaim, but he did not expect that this day would finally come. Even though I always believed that this day would come sooner or later, I didn't expect it to happen in my life like this. The children really won. Elder Yun Sang still couldn't stop laughing and said, Sect Master, the children did it. Yes, that's right, the children are indeed talented, very talented. I can't even express my current feeling in words anymore. I can only repeat the two words yes countless times. Even if I die now, I still have some face to meet my ancestors. Suddenly he looked up. When I saw Chung Myung go onto the field, I couldn't help but wonder why he rushed out again. On the other side, Shima Thang was so angry that he was shaking. He couldn't help but shout, "These pathetic bunch, they're all a bunch of losers. Having lost the battle so miserably, how can you still dare to return to the south with open eyes? You bunch of idiots, you've made the honor of your clan fall to the ground, losing to Hoa Sun, in front of so many people, and yet you lose to that small group of Hoa Sun." Golden Dragon could not keep calm either. His hands curled up until his veins appeared and he gritted his teeth, losing 10 consecutive battles. Can't decide between winning and losing, can't decide between winning and losing with those mountain flowers. The perfect victory of the Southern clan, just like that, fell into the compost bin. How dare you? At this moment, Chung Myung suddenly raised his hand and said, "Hey, wait a minute." Shima Thang looked up in surprise. Can Kim Long was also surprised. Seeing that they were looking at him, he began to speak. "Now I still have a question to ask you. Dear Huang Moon Yak, when he saw you reminded him, he asked in surprise, 'What's the matter, young leader?' He immediately replied, 'I saw you standing in the middle, and watching from beginning to end, so I thought you would make an appropriate judgment, so I wanted to ask you something. As you see it, which side won this battle?' Huang Moon Yak pondered in his heart, which side would win. As it turned out that the young Taoist did not intend to end the Flower Sect branch with such an inconclusive result. Although I don't know what specific intention the young Taoist has, but since he asked like that, then Huang Van Duok I have to respond. He spoke up and asked the others, 'What do you think?' It seems to me that we should clearly distinguish between winning and losing, as the young leader said." The other people heard that and started to talk to each other about this. If it were forced to determine victory or defeat, wouldn't the grandson win, because the second generation disciples are older? Someone immediately objected, "Hey, what are you talking about? The meaning of Hoa Tong Chi Hoi, isn't it pointing towards the future of the sect? If we consider future prospects and development, isn't Hoa Sun the winner, because of the disciples, the third generation won?" The two disagreed and started arguing. "What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't the third disciples of the male generation younger than Hoa Sun? If you say so, then the third generation disciples, the two of Hoa Sun, are also younger than the male disciples." For a while there was still no conclusion. Huang Moon Yak expressed, as the young leader also saw, it is very difficult to come to a conclusion about which side wins and which side loses. Chung Myung immediately suggested, "You also think so, right, or not? But if it ends like that, wouldn't those who have been watching all this time feel very uncomfortable? So I think it would be better if we just clearly define victory and defeat. What do you think?" Zongnan won 10 matches in a row, and Huashan also won 10 matches in a row. Except for the losers, the winners just need to fight each other again. What? So won't everything be resolved? Yun Zhong gasped in fear. There are only second-generation disciples, and we are only third-generation disciples. Chung Myung continued, and, forget about that boring way of fighting each other in martial arts. If you fight, you have to fight well. Whoever wins will continue to compete with the next person, and let's call this a battle. Just keep fighting like that, until the last person, whichever side has the remaining players, wins. How do you see it?" Qin Jinlong's face was now darker than the bottom of the pot. Above, Chung Myung made a throat-cutting gesture, curled his mouth and smiled provocatively. "But if you're shy, just admit defeat, it's okay." Shima Thang sneered, "What are you talking about? Martial arts, Cha Luan fighting?" Chung Myung, "I understand your proposal, but who are you to dare to represent Hoa Sun, to make a proposal to our male family? What qualifications do you think you have?" He nonchalantly raised his hand towards his sect master and replied, "Then he can just ask the sect master himself. Hey, there's nothing difficult about that." The more he listened, the angrier he became and questioned, "I am criticizing your attitude. Everything in this world has an order. Hoa Sun did not teach you basic etiquette." Before he could finish his sentence, the voice of a merchant next to him came out, "Don't you think that proposal is interesting? Actually, I also want to see more. I don't know how far the third-generation disciples will be able to develop their strength when competing with the second-generation disciples of the male generation. I look forward to it very much. That's it. Leaving that aside, fair or not, in our position, if we could continue to watch an interesting martial arts match like this, what could be more fun?" Right after that, other people also agreed. "I applauded it, I really wanted to see it, me too." Chung Myung shrugged, "So now, as long as both sects agree, that's fine." Shima Thang tightened his grip on the arm of the chair until he trembled. As for sect leader Yun Zhong, he was confused. Hey, what exactly was that brat planning to do? Gum suddenly spoke up and advised, please agree. He was startled and full of doubt and asked, what do you say, agree? Are you telling me to agree to such an unreasonable thing? Gum expressed, sect leader, he is a very smart child, although a bit too much, but I have never felt foolish or childish when talking to that boy. On the contrary, sometimes, I feel like it's playing on my neck. There's no way a child like that wouldn't know what we're thinking about. He definitely already has a solution in hand, so please, master, please agree. Hearing that, he was still a bit doubtful. But when he looked at Yun Sang, the elder nodded slightly. With the agreement of the owners. He took a deep breath. His eyes became full of determination to speak. Hoa-sun agreed. The merchants kept whispering nearby, leaving Shima Thang with no choice but to compromise. If that was the case, Tong Nam also agreed. Chung Myong smiled contentedly. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shirt from behind and dragged him away. Yun Zhong pushed him down on the stage and scolded him. This troublemaker, he wondered, what's wrong with you, what's wrong with me? What are you planning to do? How can we win against those second-generation disciples? They are second-generation disciples, they are Qin Jinlong, they are the first talented Qin Jinlong in Shanxi. Could it be that we can also win against the Golden Dragon? Are we that strong? Chung Myong frowned in confusion. What, brother said who won? Brother, don't you think that people living in this world need to have a conscience? Yun Zhong scratched his head and explained, no, it's because you suddenly made a baseless suggestion. He said, don't dream anymore, you absolutely can't win, especially the Golden Dragon. Yun Zhong was embarrassed and silent. Chung Myong thought, if it was another second-generation disciple, then surely it's also possible to fight Zhou Gul. Well, but it won't be easy. As for the moment Qin Jinlong entered the battle, perhaps the third-generation disciples of Hoa-sun did not have time to do anything, and were beaten to death in the blink of an eye. No matter what, Qin Jinlong is in another realm. Yun Zhong worriedly asked, how are you doing, do you have any plans? Plan. On the other side, Shima Thang was very angry but still tried to stay calm and analyze. It was the Battle of Sa Luan. What they are aiming at is too obvious. They intend to at least win one match through the chariot battle. They will let 9 third-generation disciples fight consecutively, to make our people lose their strength, and Chung Myong will be the last to fight, that cunning little guy. Tan Kim Long expressed, as long as you don't lose, it's okay. If you have 10 people, fight 10 people. If you have 20 people, fight 20 people. The more you win, the more you will lose. He shook his head. No, there was no need to rush into the enemy's trap like that. If you go into battle and defeat all 10 third-generation disciples, there's nothing to be proud of, you'll be the last to fight. The first one to go to war, save the 100, you go up. Hearing the call, he immediately replied loudly, yes, elder, I will not disappoint you. Chung Myong stepped onto the martial arts field. He carried the sword on his shoulder and said arrogantly, even coming up with a plan, a damn plan. This is the plan. Quickly crawl out here for me. Seeing him on top, Tu Ma Thang was a little surprised, but couldn't change the plan. Lu Bak is the designated person. He slowly walked up to the ring. Chung Myong looked straight at him. He thought to himself, no matter how powerful Hoa-sun is, if it can't prove the truth, no one will know. Even if it is 2 or 3 times stronger, only we will know. Must make that change be felt by others with their bodies, and seen with their own eyes, and must make the whole world know that Hoa-sun is changing. That's the fastest way to regain your reputation that has fallen to the bottom of the mountains. If so, then a legend must definitely be created, so that the name Hoa-sun is more widely known. The third-generation disciple of Hoa-sun defeated the third-generation disciple of the Southern Sect. Of course that was also an interesting thing. What about the third-generation disciple of Huashan defeating the second-generation disciple of the male line? Of course it is an amazing thing. But, what if the third-generation disciple of Hoa-sun alone defeated all the second-generation disciples of the southern generation? That would cause chaos for the whole gang. Suddenly, Chung Myong spoke up to remind me, senior brother. Remember what I told you, look carefully, absolutely don't miss anything. Liu Bei declared war. Your confidence can be called the best in the world, but I will teach you the lesson of failure that you will never forget, that confidence without strength is a shortcut to failure and infamous. He didn't show any anger. On the contrary, he raised his hands and clasped his sword upwards and said, the third-generation disciple of Hoa-sun, Chung Myong, requested to compete in martial arts with the male sect. Seeing that, he couldn't help but respond. Xuan Nam's second-generation disciple, Lu Bak accepted Hoa Sun's request to compete in martial arts. Yun Zhong opened his eyes wide and observed, there was something very different about that boy now. If it were normal, he would have provoked the opponent until the moment he was about to start the martial arts match. Even the figure looked like a sword cultivator about to step onto the battlefield. He quickly reminded Zhou Gul sitting next to him, don't miss it. Don't miss any of Chung Myong's movements. He heard that and seriously observed, yes, senior brother. Absolutely do not blink. On the field, Chung Myong seriously declared, today, I will create a legend. Liu Bei couldn't help but start to draw his sword. The lines of view are constantly being drawn, I will correct your behavior. The Hoa Sun sect master stood up in surprise, sword art. Since when did the male sect have that kind of swordsmanship? At this time, Liu Bak was close to Chung Myong. As soon as he arrived in front of you, Chung Myong suddenly took a step back, his face was expressionless as he raised his sword. Just one thrust straight forward amidst the rain of his slashes. Liu Bak quickly leaned to the side to avoid it, he was stunned. What, did he resolve his knowledge? Taking advantage of this moment, Chung Myong changed the direction of his sword, slashing from the top of his head. Liu Bak quickly raised his sword to block. But the power of this sword made it a bit difficult for him. The hand holding the sword had to tremble as he tried to defend. What was this amazingly overwhelming power? It's not a fancy transformation move, nor is it a sharp sword. This was simply a thrust and sword swing, but how can it be so fast? Liu Bak has been constantly under pressure from Chung Myong, only resisting but unable to fight back. He didn't stop there, he continued to stomp his feet on the ground, rushing up to swing his sword. He kept having to dodge, wanting to find a weak point to attack, but Chung Myong's sword stroke was so perfect, he basically couldn't, found a loophole to perform 7 flowers and 10 two forms. The more he fought, the more Liu Bak was pushed towards the edge of the ring. He was still waiting for a glimmer of hope, just one gap would be enough. However, he was so busy thinking that he didn't have time to realize that he was cornered. When his right foot was just 1 second away from slipping down, he suddenly came to his senses. But it's too late. Chung Myong had come forward, still with a strong downward slash as before. The distance from Liu Bak's face is only measured in millimeters. The power from the swing was so strong that it created a gust of wind, blowing dust all over the field towards the audience. The Hoa Sun sect master opened his mouth in surprise. But Liu Bak was scared. Legs are soft. Body falls back, falling off the stage. He was still in shock, his face pale, his chest heaving with difficulty breathing. Chung Myong retracted his sword. The space suddenly felt strangely quiet. He coldly looked at the group of challenging men, the next person. Having finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the center of the field. Shima Thang sat on the chair filled with fear, recalling the match just now. Could it suppress Liu Bak with just basic swordsmanship? If we talk about being able to overwhelm Liu Bak in the blink of an eye, then I am more than capable of doing that, but that brat can suppress his opponent perfectly, with basic swordsmanship. Even I'm not sure I can do that bastard, after all. What is it doing anyway? My intuition tells me that I have to stop it. According to my current speculation, if we let that Chung Myong grow even more, then one day, maybe the next generation will have to hide under its shadow. That's right, it will be exactly like the apricot swordsman in the past. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but impatiently call out, cold. You go up, and absolutely do not let it win too easily. Let's exhaust that bastard's strength. Tun Thu Han entered the arena, constantly telling himself not to be negligent. On the other side, Chung Myong stood looking on with a gloomy face. He raised his sword, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not to underestimate his opponent. Don't be too confident either. If I hadn't accidentally given him a chance like Liu Bak, there's no way I'd lose to a brat like him. Even though he said that to himself, when he opened his eyes, Tun Thu Han touched Chung Myong's eyes as cold as the night, and the back of his neck suddenly felt cold. He turned pale and stammered, what was this feeling of terrible pressure? Chung Myong's figure suddenly disappeared. When he realized it, he was right in front of him, preparing to swing his sword down. Tun Thu Han quickly pulled out his sword to block the attack, but it was just like Liu Bak. He was overwhelmed by his strength. Knees were forced to kneel, he mumbled in bewilderment, what the hell is this? The sound of Chung Myong's footsteps came. When he raised his head, Before he could see anything, he ate one of his swords, causing his nose to bleed. The outcome that followed was even more tragic than Lu Bak's. He fell unconscious on the stage. But Chung Myong, still coldly calling, "The next person." The disciples on the Hoa Sun side were also standing still with their mouths open. Yoon Jong wondered, this sword technique. That brat defeated the second generation of Han, who was second in strength among the second generation disciples of the male sect, with just one swing of his sword. At this time, Chung Myong's mood was a bit complicated. It was still too early. If we let you lose like this punishment will be too light. Today, in this very place, Chung Myong, I will definitely leave an indelible mark of shame on the Southern Sect. As long as Hoa Sun and the Southern Sect still exist, that disgrace will never disappear. You will have to pay for this mistake forever. Hoa Sun has sacrificed everything to save the world. Even though I stopped him, the monk brothers were still determined to sacrifice themselves on the top of the 100,000 mountain to stop the Shone demon. Therefore, your ancestors lived in world, which we sacrifice our lives to protect. Yet you bunch of southern scum trash, not only are you not grateful, you also dare to steal the apricot sword technique, and despise Hoa Mountain, and even now, you even dare to plot to deliberately crush Hoa Mountain forever. Every day we have to try to suppress our anger, waiting for today. Chung Myong's face became darker and darker. He shouted loudly, causing the male sect disciples to jump. The next person came out. The man swallowed his saliva. But still have to get on the field. Arriving at the center of the martial arts arena, some distance away from him, he stopped tensely. Chung Myong suddenly spread his legs forward, lowered his body's center of gravity, held the sword in his right hand and tilted it to his left shoulder. His other hand raised 2 fingers to press against his right shoulder. I've shown you the 6 combinations just now and that's enough. Then, next. Joe Ghoul suddenly realized something, that posture. It's a sword flower. The male sect disciple pursed his lips in concentration and observed. The hand holding the sword also tightened. But in a short split second, before he could do anything, the figure of Chung Myong passed by, swinging a sword that no one could have imagined. When he was still stunned. Then a second later, the shirt on the left shoulder suddenly felt like someone had torn it. Under Chung Myong's cold eyes. He shouted loudly and turned around to swing his sword. But Chung Myong seemed to guess the direction of the attack. He immediately turned around. Once again passing by the opponent. Slashed his remaining shoulder blade, both shoulders were injured. The male sect disciple's entire body lost balance, land on both knees. Chung Myong immediately changed direction and held the sword in the opposite hand. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him, his hand holding the wooden sword to his neck. Then definitely hit a strong line. This was just a wooden sword, so in the end, the guy just lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. The match ended quickly and spectacularly. Yoon Jong observed, but still couldn't get over the shock. It was too different, compared to the sword we used, this realm was too different. Even though it was only once, I never thought that the Lach Hoa sword was a powerful martial art like the sword technique of the eldest sect. That sword technique was originally that powerful. That little guy, it's like he's proving to us that the martial arts of Hoa Sun are absolutely not inferior to the martial arts of the Southern Sect. Joe Ghoul was still rolling his eyes and stammering until he could form the sentence, "Monk, senior brother, lack flower sword." Yoon Jong emphasized and warned, "Don't look away, that is the sword technique of Hoa Sun. It is the sword technique of Hoa Sun that we must practice and pass on to future generations. Let us open our eyes again, Chung Myong, let us know what the Huashan sword technique is, and how powerful our Huashan sword is." Another Hoa Sun disciple was beaten to pieces and fell down. Chung Myong said with the same expression, "Next." The group of people began to feel scared. 6 people have fallen already. If we keep going like this, we will. Completely defeated by the death of a 3rd-generation disciple. They push each other, "Someone please step away, me, I can't do it, senior brother, even if it's senior brother." Chin Kim Long spoke up angrily. He was truly defeated beyond words. As a disciple of the male clan, he went to work with a boy who was 10 years younger than him. You must have forgotten all about the so-called humiliation. Let me go to war. He stood up and shouted. I couldn't help but look at that arrogant and insolent guy for another moment. So, everyone here, open your eyes wide and look. I will restore the honor of the clan. Go south. Although I don't know whether there is still any honor left in our ancestors or not. Bring me the wooden sword, he shouted loudly, scaring the male sect disciples, then boldly stepped forward. As soon as he reached the top step, Shema Thang suddenly spoke up to stop him and stopped. Van Tich, you go up. That person was startled when the roll was called. Yes, I'm okay. He advised, go to battle, try to hold off that brat, even if you lose, it's okay, you understand what I mean. Van Tich quickly stood up and replied, yes, yes. Having finished speaking, he went up to the arena, but Tan Kim Long was still standing there stiffly. Shema Thang called, and Golden Dragon, you follow me. Behind the curtain, he walked over to see him clasping his hands behind his back, contemplating. Hearing his footsteps and knowing he was coming, Sima Thang began to ask, you see that other children won't be able to win, right? Tan Kim Long silently bowed his head. He immediately understood and said, okay, I also think the same as you, your thinking will not be wrong. That kid is a real monster, no, a little monster, but if he turns a blind eye now, he will turn into a real monster later. And that monster will stand in the way of our male descendant again. Do you understand what I just said? He replied startled, yes, elder, those are your words. Unconsciously thinking in my heart, if I were at that age, I would have to admit that that kid is extremely strong, but does the elder need to worry to such a degree? That bastard Chung Myong, will he get in the way of the southern clan in the future? That's like saying, I will not be able to handle that bastard. Shema Thang continued, Kim Long, you are a genius, but I think there are only a few people in this world who are called geniuses. Roughly looking at the past 4 generations, there are already over 10 people, maybe even more than that. Do you think that in the future you can become the first person in the world? Those who fight with each other for the sake of being the best in the world are not geniuses like you, but they are monsters. That's the way the world is. Only those who ignore common sense, use force to crush the rules, and even those who go against the grain with talent and natural talent, can fight in the harsh battle to win that title. They are such monsters. Right now, on the field, Van Tich was defeated by Chung Myong. He continues to wait for the next fight. Golden Dragon clenched his hands and spoke tremblingly, Elder, Sima Thang interrupted to reassure him, however, even if it was a monster, it is now just a small monster. Even if it were a tiger, when it was still a cub, it would still be bitten to death by a dog as usual. He heard that and was suspicious, yes, what the elder meant. With sharp eyes, he commanded, kill it. Before his outstanding talent can fully manifest, kill him. I can still do it now, even though that kid is a monster, I can still defeat him now. So now, you have to kill it. If you can't kill it now, then even if you live the rest of your life, you won't have any chance to kill it. If you can't kill it, then at least cut off its arm, Golden Dragon. He became more and more crazy. Tan Kim Long also turned pale. It's not like he lost his reason. Elder, logically, Shema Thang repeatedly said, logically, do you intend to live in the shadow of that brat for the rest of your life? The right to choose belongs to you, Golden Dragon. I will accept all responsibility for you. It was just a mistake. It's not a mistake during martial arts, it's just a common thing. Tan Kim Long clenched his hands and made up his mind. First, I am sure of one thing. That I am not such an ordinary person that I have to live in the shadow of that brat. However, if the existence of that brat hinders the glory of the male family, then there is no need to distinguish between tricks or methods. Hearing that, he smiled devilishly, his face darkened with satisfaction. You were right. On the field, a loud noise rang out. The 8th person of the male sect was finally gently defeated by Chung Myong. He looked up at that group of people and thought to himself, I thought I would win 10 matches in a row, but it seems it won't be that easy. Those little guys sat there, and were so scared, they probably didn't dare step up. The last match was of course that brat's fight, although it's a bit regretful, maybe I have to be satisfied with 9 consecutive wins. At this moment, a person stepped up. With a straight back. I know that it's still too early for me to have to fight with a young leader. But, I cannot stand from afar and watch my master suffer humiliation. Chung Myong smiled appreciatively. Everyone has the same funny thoughts, but if it's this guy, it's worth it. Lee Sung-Bek clasped his hands and raised his sword to express. The 2nd generation disciple of the southern lineage, Lee Sung-Bek asked for permission to kiss with disciple Chung Myong of Hoa Sun. Tan himself also made the same gesture in response. The 3rd generation disciple of Hoa Sun Chung Myong accepted the martial arts training offer. He also looked at him and secretly assessed, even though he was from a male family, strangely enough, he was the only brat that I didn't feel hatred towards. If that was the case, then I wouldn't show him. It's not bad, right? This is the realm that Lee Sung-Bek will have to achieve at some point. At this moment, Lee Sung-baek took a deep breath. Legs moved forward to make a defensive gesture. Chung Myung also raised his sword. This time he injected internal power into his sword. If he accepts and overcomes it, this will be medicine, but if he cannot overcome it, this will be poison. It all depends on you, Lee Sung-baek. He let out a spirited cry. His feet kicked the ground so hard that the ground cracked. Then use that force to accelerate forward. Chung Myung pointed his sword forward, a semicircle of light flashed. What I can show you now is only at the initial level. But in the time I lived, this was the realm of swordsmanship that the male generation sought after. The two people were getting closer and closer to each other. Lee Sung-baek swung his sword and slashed horizontally. Suddenly the space turned dark, and Chung Myung's figure disappeared, making him confused. Why is it so dark? Where is this? While he was still confused, a light suddenly appeared behind him. Lee Sung-baek turned his head to look. His eyes were surprised, his pupils constricted. In front of him, Chung Myung's figure seemed to have turned into a giant, his hand holding the sword swung straight down. The sword's flash of light increasingly marked his shiny black pupils. My intuition tells me that what I see is not reality. But in the end, what the hell is this difference in strength? The pressure is so terrifying that I can't run away. This is, a sword slashed straight down on Lee Sung-baek's body. The power was so terrifying that the ground behind seemed like something giant had cut through it. Columns of dust rose, the arena was quiet, deep ruts were clearly visible on the ground. He spit out blood. Both legs fell helplessly. His breathing was labored. But there was a satisfied smile on his lips. I saw it. The realm of human swords has merged. After speaking, Lee Sung-baek's body fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Chung Myung let out a sigh. His eyes glanced at the direction Tan Kim-long was standing. Now, there was only one person left. He announced, "Come up here." Tan Kim-long. The fact that Hwashan can completely crush the male sect openly, like today, is something that has never happened in the history of Hwashan, since the founding of the sect. Even in the era of my Hoa Kiem Tun, Hoa's son only stood in a higher position. At that time, there had never been any public event that was so big that it was widely discussed in the world, like now. Since when could a Hwashan disciple be able to stand so uprightly in front of the male sect like that? Elder Yun Sang was about to speak. Sect leader, he immediately stopped. Don't say anything. Right now, we must observe that child closely. I think it still has something it wants to show us. Tan Kim-long slowly walked onto the field, passing the row of male disciples. He suddenly had a strange feeling. The everyday eyes that fall on me are always full of expectations. I have spent my whole life being recognized and expected by everyone. Yet in just one session, that bastard changed all those eyes filled with pride, into worry and insecurity. He asked, "Should I give you a compliment?" Chung Myung smiled faintly. "What a compliment, it's not a big deal." Tan Kim-long frowned and asked in a harsh voice, "Do you dare to look down on our male family, look down on us? The issue here is not whether I look down on you or not. It's because I have no reason to be proud when defeating those weaker than me." Hearing this, his face became even darker. I couldn't get rid of that trait from the beginning, that damn indifferent expression. It was like laughing at my martial arts skills like those guys just now. Okay, for people like you, there's no need to be humble at all. To be blunt, your modesty can sometimes make your listeners mad. I admit, you have the right to be arrogant. Just the fact that you can defeat 9 second-generation disciples of the great male generation in a row is enough to admit that you are a rare genius. However, do you know what your most unlucky thing is? That you were born in the same era as Qin Jinlong. The price of that misfortune is, in this life you will never now that you catch up with me, you will only see my back forever. Because if you choose Tong Nam instead of Hoa Sun, at some point, you will be able to surpass me, which is a pity. Chung Myung replied nonchalantly, "You are quite confident. If it's Hoa Sun then it's not possible, but if it's the Nam Tong then is there a possibility? Then why do you think like that?" He confidently replied, "Isn't it too obvious? Hoa Sun is tied up bound to the past. You disciples are only looking back at the martial arts of the past, and trying to recreate the glory of the past. If that's the case, then where will the ability come from? The Southern clan is different. We are moving forward without regretting the past. Zongnan will create stronger martial arts, will build a more solid system, and will win a brighter future, which is why you Hwashan will never be able to catch up." Tong Nam once more. Looking at his smug arrogance, Chung Myung couldn't help but secretly admire. His belief in the sect's strength and reputation backs it up. He is so excellent in that regard that I even want to overthrow my brothers. Please follow his example and learn. Of course, only in case the future that bastard said is not a future created by stealing Huashan's martial arts. The future of the male family, I have also thought a lot about that. The future drawn by some dirty people who repay revenge for gratitude, will go nowhere. A few minutes ago, I left a single seed for the male family, even though I don't know if that seed can sprout or not. That's all the compassion I can do. Are you so hungry for the Flower Mountain sword technique? Then try to take it properly, because I will show you so clearly that you won't be able to forget for the rest of your life what it is that you bastards are planning to take away. From this moment onwards, what I will do is not Chung Myong from the third generation of Hoa Sun. That is my duty as Chung Myong. Thinking about it, he spoke up and declared, then I have to give that future a gift. A gift that you will never forget for the rest of your life. Down on the field, the atmosphere was tense and quiet. Suddenly, a voice broke the atmosphere, quickly get away. Baek Shon's whole body was covered in wounds. He walked over heavily and said, I must watch this match. The disciples were surprised to see him. Uncle, senior brother. Bok Sang quickly asked, Senior brother, are you feeling better? Baek Shon was tired, fell to his knees and knelt on the ground. His heart was full of determination. I must watch this match. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard the news that Chung Myong won 9 consecutive matches. Hearing that news and still obediently lying on the bed, that is definitely not the right action of a great disciple of Bok Tu Bei. Looking at him kneeling like that, Bok Sang quickly ordered, Where is the chair? Bring the chair here. He turned his gaze to the field. Even if my bones were broken, I still had to come here to cheer for that little guy Chung Myong. Must win for sure. Chung Myong. At this time, the two people on the field exchanged swords. The atmosphere smelled of tension. Chung Myong suddenly moved his feet. Then in the blink of an eye, the figure seemed to disappear from sight. Baek Shon's eyes widened in confusion and disappeared. But the next second, the sound of swords clashing between the two rang out. Then it pops out, both of them shot back because of the friction of the sword. Then they simultaneously landed on the ground. But it didn't stop there, the two sides continued to jump into each other. Chung Myong swung his sword and slashed. Tan Kim Long raised his sword to block. The creepy sound of friction of wood rang out. Suddenly, he jerked him hard, causing him to stumble. However, Tan Kim Long quickly stabilized and continued to attack. Transforming swords were continuously slashed between the two people. Chung Myong's speed became faster and faster, and the golden dragon is not inferior. His face distorted and he shouted loudly. Both of them brought their swords back at this time. Suddenly, the figure disappeared at the same time. Zhou Gul stood there watching and had to admire. It was so fast, that just following it with my eyes was too much for me. What I'm witnessing. I really can't believe that is happening. The two fought from the ground to the air. The swords clash continuously, no one gives way. At this time, Qin Jinlong suddenly launched a move, Snow Flower 10-2 moves. The sword in his hand trembled. He immediately noticed this point. The light sword lines drawn in space were the moves he used, the snowflake split. Tan Kim Long landed on the ground, then on the opposite side, there was a loud noise like something falling from the sky onto the arena, dust rising up and obscuring vision. Gradually, they spread out, revealing the figure of Chung Myong with one hand resting on his knee there, the other hand seemed to be hit by the sword attack just now. That sleeve was torn, he tacitly admitted, it was the same. The sword is as gorgeous as it is alive and breathing, and what is hidden inside that beauty is an extremely sharp fatal blow. The appearance was truly copied perfectly, to be precise, it was the 24 Plum Blossom swordsmanship. It's a world away from the 12 formulas of Snow Flower, which Li Good Bok had previously demonstrated. If it were anyone else, he would certainly have lost his composure in front of this wonderful sword. Not a single move was wasted, even the power it emitted was so profound and delicate that even I had to exclamatory. At this moment, Tan Kim Long continued to attack, the beams of light surrounded him like a solid barrier. He kicked his feet and jumped up, in a blink of an eye, he approached Chung Myong. He stood there without moving. Swords seemed to dance in his eyes. They gather into a ball. Surrounding Qin Jinlong's body, it was still that Snow Flower split move. He was already in front of you, separate flower petals flew in space, cuts gradually affected Chung Myong's body, from his hands to the feet. Then it flashed across his face, creating a streak of blood. Chung Myong suddenly woke up, he moved back 2 big steps, his hand reached up to wipe away the blood on his face. Tan Kim Long proudly rushed forward and shouted, "If you keep running away like this, how can you win against me? There was a time when Yuhoa-sun was known throughout the world for your flower-like swordsmanship, right? But that is just the past. Now, even your symbols will be buried in the new swordsmanship of the Southern generation. The world will remember the 12 formulas of the Southern generation, and forget Hoa-sun's swordsmanship." The reason the previous generation of the Southern generation created this sword technique was to let the world know that, no matter what form it takes, the Southern generation's sword technique will be superior to the flower sword technique. Paint, to be honest, I didn't think it was such a meaningful thing. Because there's no point in proving that you're superior to a failed sect. Chung Myung continued to be silent. He gained even more momentum and pointed his sword arrogantly and sarcastically. However, the fact that this sword technique has become something that can destroy mountain flowers is of course meaningful. "Come here, I will end your final entanglement with my own hand." He then laughed mockingly, "With that opera-like sword dance of yours, what? Sing Tuong Sao." Tan Kim Long was angered by his words. "You dare to compare my swordsmanship with those performing in the opera troupe?" Chung Myung waved his hand to explain, Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to despise you. What I despise is actually, well, the swordsmanship you use, or in other words, I despise the male sect, the sect that created that swordsmanship. But it seems like you are the one who is influenced by the male family the most." Chin Jinlong was so angry that his face was scarred. "You bastard, I will definitely do it." Suddenly, Chung Myung suddenly interrupted again, "I want to ask you something. Inside that swordsmanship, what exactly does this contain?" This word makes him pause. "What do you mean?" He said in a low voice, "Nothing, that's enough." "What did you call that thing just now?" "Snowflower 12 forms, right? It imitates the sword technique of Flower Mountain and it's very similar. But with just that much, there are still many shortcomings, because Hoa-sun's swordsmanship is much faster, sharper, and more splendid." Tan Kim Long frowned uncomfortably and said, "You're too strong. I realize that even if I try to say anything else, it won't have any effect on you." He was now using internal energy throughout his body, and the step he stepped on was so strong that it cracked the floor. Hands clenched tightly, the veins all over his body stood out. With a voice full of hatred, he let out a challenge, "Don't waste any more time. You bastard, today will die under this sword technique." Tan Kim Long burst into spirit. The whole body from arms to calves radiates internal energy. White flower petals gently fell there. He just lightly swung his sword, and cuts appeared on the ground. He confidently performed his moves, speaking loudly with words that, from Chung Myung's perspective, were like a breeze blowing in his ears. The snowflakes were as sharp as a knife, dyeing the whole sky white, even obscuring the sun. "Sun, that brat, quickly put away your false illusions. I won't let you run away. Even if it's just a step." Having finished speaking, Chin Jinlong slashed his sword repeatedly into the air, snow petals flying out as if merging into one with the halo of the sword, extremely successful in the 12 forms of snow flower. Snow flowers filled the sky, a whirlwind of petals was condensed. It was like a tornado sweeping the field, making everyone who saw it widen their eyes and open their mouths in shock. Baek Shon had to turn pale and silently exclaim, "That guy's martial arts skills were far beyond my expectations, a level that I currently cannot overcome." Yoon Jong worriedly shouted, "Chung Myung." Lu Latuit also stood still in the row of disciples watching the movement of the move, similar. Like apricot flowers blooming from sword energy. However, there is something different from the apricot blossoms that Chung Myung painted. At this time on the field, Chung Myung also silently laughed sarcastically. This was another new experience. It turns out that the devil sex bastards, when faced with 24 forms of apricot swordsmanship, feel like this. But, this is only the outer shell. Absolutely does not contain any threats at all. He gradually moved his body, spreading his legs out in a standing motion, pointing the tip of the sword towards the ground. Warden Gum was startled. That position. Elder Yun Sang also realized this. He exclaimed, "It's the 7 sword, that's impossible, that sword technique hasn't been properly practiced yet. No way, Chung Myung, the 7 my sword is too weak to deal with that southern sex swordsmanship of unclear origin." At this time, the golden dragon's whirlwind of snowflakes had approached Chung Myung. The flower petals were like slashes continuously cutting and tearing everywhere, but he still stood there without moving, silently performing his moves in his heart. "You trash think that only the apricot blossom sword technique can make flowers bloom, right? The snow flower 12 forms that you male sect bastards are proud of, is nothing more than an imitation of the apricot blossom sword technique. After all, it's just the outer shell, nothing more, nothing less. Because it's not just the apricot swordsmanship that can make the flowers bloom. Chung Myung gradually transferred his internal energy into the wooden sword, then immediately swung the sword and slashed straight at the whirlwind of snow flowers, creating 7 swords, apricot slashes. He said, "The sword technique doesn't matter. Because as long as you are a sword cultivator of the flower mountain, the apricot blossoms will definitely bloom." The snow flower was like a mist that swallowed everything, but a single swing of Chung Myung's sword split it in half. Apricot blossoms don't only bloom in dense forests, and apricot flowers can even bloom on an apricot tree standing proudly on a steep cliff. Then, only those branches that are not bent by any wind can only bloom. Chung Myung's continuous sword slashes, all combined to form a large apricot tree, suddenly seemed to grow proudly in the middle of the field, each branch blooming with flowers. A towering tree stood up, blocking the entire invading whirlwind of snowflakes. Tan Kim Long could not believe what was before his eyes. He exclaimed, "Apricot blossom, I heard that apricot blossom will never bloom in Hoa Mountain again. Therefore, everyone will believe that Hoa's son will not be able to revive, but at this moment, the apricot flower that seemed to have disappeared in Hoa's son is blooming before my eyes." Pink apricot flower petals gently flutter when touching the snow. Immediately causes them to disappear, the white petals disappear more and more. He was stunned. "My snowflakes are melting, how is that possible?" Chung Myung spoke up, "Because it was all just an illusion, right?" Having finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and shot out a stream of energy, and the apricot tree seemed to be continuously growing with more strength. It gets taller and taller, even dividing into 2 new branches. This is the new move, extremely effective with 7 swords, apricot blossoms. They pointed straight at Chin Jin Long. The slashes formed 3 tree trunks. From the tree sprouted countless branches, each branch with blooming apricot flowers, surrounding the snow flowers and destroying them. Chin Jin Long, confused, "My snow flower of the heavens has been destroyed. What to do? What to do? I have performed the snow flower 10-12 technique so perfectly. I have performed this sword technique so perfectly that no one can deny it. This is impossible." Snow flower 12 consciousnesses. It is proof that the swordsmanship of the Southern Sect is several realms superior to the apricot swordsmanship. It is considered a relic of the past generations of Huashan hundreds of years ago, and is also a swordsmanship that contains the essence of swordsmanship, male tribe. But what the hell is going on? Chung Myung asked, "Do you really think that Hoa's son's swordsmanship only seeks the shape of apricot blossoms? How can there be such a simple thing? All religions that exist in this world are like images of nature, and it can be considered that their highest goal is the realization of their own physical body. Martial arts are considered the origin of Taiji, the point of injury is considered the origin of the sun, and non-movement is considered the origin of Taiji, origin of the 5 elements. The only mountain flower is the apricot flower, just the apricot flower. This is what makes Hoa's son different from other sects. It can be said that Hoa's son is a strong sect, attracted by magnificent and beautiful things. But is that really so? Swinging the sword and swinging the sword again, the apricot blossoms blooming again, devoting my whole life to swordsmanship and mountain flowers, until finally after climbing to a position that no one else can reach, I just realized something. That, the thing that Hoa's son sword technique recreates, is not apricot blossom. The Hoa's son sword technique does not imitate apricot blossoms, but it is the Hoa's son sword technique that makes the apricot blossoms bloom. It's not apricot blossom. Not blooming either. It's flowering. We just drew the apricot flower blooming on the flower mountain. If a new life can bloom at the tip of this sword, then do we even care what flower it is? It doesn't have to be apricot swordsmanship, nor does it have to be 24 apricot swordsmanship. Even at the tip of the 7 apricot sword, the apricot flower will still bloom. That is the origin of Hoa's son sword technique. That is what those who carry the name Hoa's son must engrave in their hearts. However, those who do not realize that truth, but are only attracted by that splendid and brilliant beauty, will only forever sink deeper into that fleshy swamp. Just like the current golden dragon, please close your eyes and look clearly. See how your swordsmanship will collapse. You will forever be engraved with the image of your sect's swordsmanship, which was cut off by my magnificent and brilliant swordsmanship on this arena. To the point that every time you swing your sword, that scene will reappear in your mind. Every time you practice, you will unconsciously follow this image. And in the end, not even your strength can help you escape this sword technique. Today's scene will be the chain that binds you forever. This is the price you inhumane people deserve. Even though I was betrayed by those I trusted. Despite losing the Sect's central sword. Despite being pushed to the brink by an ancient enemy. Then the mountain flowers will not perish. These are the words he shouted with an eloquent voice as if announcing to everyone here. He performed the move, strong internal force exuded with those words, flowing. In the end, what is called the world, is the cycle of eternal reproduction, in the flowering of which there is the path that the ancestors of the mountain flower so wanted to touch. This is also my penance, for what I should have continued doing, but couldn't, so now, you guys look closely. This is what you have lost. Is something that you must achieve at some point. Chung Myung swung his sword, a pillar of light seemed to shoot straight into the sky. Use apricot blossom as a pillar, then cast apricot blossom. The sword seemed to dance in the sky. Converging algae will form feces. The swords were chaotic, seemingly colliding with each other, forming a large barrier. Every time they touch each other, the petals pop out, and the flower petals rotate with the wind. And billowing like a fierce tornado. They swirled, surrounding everything around the golden dragon. He widened his eyes in surprise. This is it. Chung Myung pointed the tip of his sword. The sky was filled with flower petals. With a heroic voice, he affirmed, the sword technique of Hoa Mountain. Extremely successful in 7 apricot swords and apricot blossoms. As he finished speaking, the whirlwind of flower petals went straight through Qin Jinlong's body. They were as sharp as knives, countless cuts gracing his skin. The clothes on his arms were torn into small pieces. Tan Kim Long was immersed in a whirlwind of flowers, his eyes still filled with horror as he looked up. This is the sword technique of Hoa Sun Sao. It's so beautiful. The flower petals flew lightly and fell on his forehead, carrying a complicated mood. At that moment, he thought, what is the difference? Why can't I create such a magnificent scene? Chung Myung's figure swung his sword and passed him, his body leaned back. Chung Myung's footsteps touched the ground. Seconds later, the bandage on the golden dragon's head was severed. The blue sky returned, but the apricot petals still blew in the wind, bringing with them the question of why. The headband broke off and fell to the ground. Next, Tan Kim Long also knelt down on both knees. Then collapsed. The floor of the yard is covered with deep marks, no part remains intact. Witnessing him collapse and faint, Baek Shon was in a complicated mood, like a golden dragon. The city wall is named Tan Kim Long that Baek Shon Ta can never overcome. Chung Myung took the sword back to himself. Looking at the entire scene of the martial arts arena, one can clearly see the devastation of the move. He spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the Flower Sect branch this time. All the people of Hoa Sun gasped. The sect master's eyes turned red, a stream of tears condensed from the corner of his eyes. Chung Myung smiled and continued. Hoa Sun won. As soon as he finished speaking, the space lit up with screams. All the disciples of Hoa Sun shouted loudly in excitement. The owner of the pavilion stood up and laughed uncontrollably. Loud cheers rang out. We have won against Tong Nam, won 10 matches in a row, that's 10 matches in a row, that crazy guy has won 10 matches in a row. This is our first victory of the Flower Sect branch, the first victory, you damn group of male sects, can you see clearly? Yoon Jong looked at everyone so happy, and felt a sense of pride in his heart. If he couldn't win a single match, he would obviously feel sad, but now the monks are even happier than the others, third-generation disciple. Yes, we can quarrel, we can also disagree, but the moment Hoa Sun's name is famous, those small emotions no longer have any meaning. This is what we call a sect. While having fun, Jo Gul suddenly grabbed him by the collar. He kept shaking excitedly and shouting, brother, that crazy guy won, he won even the golden dragon, oh my god, 10 wins in a row, Yoon Jong said breathlessly, leave me alone. Chung Myung put his hand on his chest. He seemed to have some internal injuries, fresh blood flowed to his mouth but he swallowed it back, it was a bit too much. Even though he was able to use the ultimate 7 apricot blossom sword emperor to suppress Qin Jinlong, this time the internal injuries were quite serious. Even so what? This is still not enough. Once there is an opportunity for the sects to gather, there will be many clashes with the male clan in the future, but for now, this is enough. He called out, his uncle, Van Nam, was startled awake, oh, this mind of mine. He stepped forward. Take deep breaths to regain calm. After looking towards Chung Myung, I saw him nodding. He also nodded slightly in response. Taking a deep breath, Unam loudly declared. I would like to inform you. This time in the Huazong branch, the victory belonged to Huashan. It was Huashan's victory. Chung Myung looked towards the sky and thought, martial arts are about to stir up. With what happened today, Hoa Sun will surely change too. How do you feel, senior brother? The sky was blue and white clouds were flying. There was no longer a figure of the sect leader in his memory to respond. He smiled. Senior brother is always like that, I don't expect much. Because senior brother is inherently stingy with compliments. Suddenly, the Hoa Sun disciples rushed onto the fighting stage. They surrounded him and lifted him up high to praise. Chung Myung, this damn boy, please lift Chung Myung up, he quickly shouted. It hurts, these people, internal injuries, I'm suffering from internal injuries, I love you. Looking at the kids like this, sect leader Yun Jong suddenly felt light in his heart. It's been a long time since I've seen the disciples of Hoa Sun gathering together and having such fun. Warden Gum asked questions. Sect leader, I know we can't help but mention this joy, but shouldn't we stop now and settle this matter properly? Letting the male family stand there is not a good thing. On the other side, Shema Thang was sitting with his head bowed in silence. The Hoa Sun sect master slowly walked forward. Seeing this, he took a long time to say, congratulating you, sect master. He smiled and replied, this time we were lucky. Shema Thang still spoke strongly, you can relax and be happy, sect leader, isn't this something that will never happen at Hoa Sun? Who knows, maybe this will be the last joy, maybe, so you should be happy. I admit that we failed at Zong Hoa Chu Hoi, but I hope you don't forget the fact that does not mean that Hoa Sun has won against Zong Nam, the head of the sect. In fact, it is a martial arts battle between disciples. The third generation and the second disciple won't change anything. At this moment, Chung Myung Hung Bo stepped forward and deliberately spoke loudly to mock him. This insolent guy really refused to leave. Shema Thang glared. Saw him chatting with other people. After all, Joe Gul, senior brother, as a superior, you should at least know how to save face. Is it okay for you to behave so insolently? Joe Gul pointed at himself in bewilderment and asked, me, what the hell are you talking about with me right now, this brat, I'm your senior brother. Chung Myung glanced indifferently. He without expression stepped on his senior brother's foot and said, voila. If a superior forgets his dignity and then behaves like that, does he know any etiquette? That's why I said it was rude. Knowing that he was secretly talking about him, Shema was so angry that his veins bled. Chung Myung suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed, dear sect leader, since the martial arts match has ended, we came to greet the elder properly. He was as cheerful as a flower and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's how it should be, that's polite too, this kid is really nice. The male sect elder was so angry that he trembled, but could only curse in his heart, that damn brat, it was all his fault. It's really frustrating, but if we let it exist, it will surely become an enemy in the future, and the biggest source of disaster that stands in the way of our southern sect. If that's the case, then I'd rather stay here, he thought, unconsciously using his hands to circulate energy. Chung Myung immediately exposed, are you planning to hit me with a blow? He was startled and froze, this bastard, what exactly is this brat's plan? Chung Myung looked at him and smiled and replied, perhaps we will meet often in the future, next time I will greet you first. The more he listened to what he said, the angrier Shema Thang became. He tried to control himself but his voice was still filled with indignation, let's go back. After speaking, he turned around and left. Chung Myung looked at that and pouted his lips in silent contempt, why did he have to be in such a hurry, he really lost both lead and fish. Look at him, abandoning all the children in the sect, then leaving alone, he really has no future. Grandmaster Yun Jong suddenly walked in front of him and called, Chung Myung. Looking at him, he was suddenly surprised. Looking at the way he said he was having a hard time like this, he felt a familiar feeling, just like Sect Master Chung Moon before. My heart suddenly ached, I stood there for a few seconds, he raised his head to look at him. As if looking at his senior brother before, he replied, it's nothing, sect leader. On the other side, Elder Yun Sang is in trouble, he is currently busy preventing the merchants from coming to create relationships. Sect leader, can you stay and talk to me for a moment, don't push me, I'm standing here first. Not only that, there was also a long line of people behind, which Gum stopped, they had to raise their voices, I just want to talk a little about Hoa Sun's transactions, sect master, just stay a little longer, okay. Hearing the word transaction, the pavilion owner immediately appeared and asked, are you talking about a transaction? His eyes were shining brightly at this moment, patting his chest confidently affirming, if it's about those things, Then you guys have to discuss it with your boss, which is me. Having finished speaking, he quickly led the group of people to show the way, inviting everyone to go in this direction. We have a lot of time today, you don't need to be in such a hurry. The sect leader also expressed, I also have to go see the situation. Chung Myung and his disciples bowed their heads to say goodbye, yes. He immediately left. At that time, a new person came up and asked if he could stay a moment. The young leader, Chung Myung, heard it and turned his head to look curiously. Seeing Lee Sung-baek, he was surprised. Hey, why did you come here? If you keep running here like that, hatred is not very moral. Your monk brothers are probably gnashing their teeth because of me right now. Indeed, Venerable Han was helping Tan Kim Long leave. When he saw him with him, his eyes showed an unpleasant jealousy. Lee Sung-baek replied, never mind, after all, half of our relationship is already broken. Chung Myung leaned over and thought, but it seems like it's not just half of it. People naturally hate traitors 10,000 times more than enemies. However, Lee Sung-baek did not care about that at all. He expressed that I came here because I wanted to say thank you to the young Taoist for his teachings. Other people's words cannot determine your own path. Before, I could not understand those words of the young Taoist leader. But now, maybe I understand what the young Taoist said, and I also understand the path that I need to take. He asked, did you learn all that from another sect's disciples? He smiled and replied, it doesn't matter which sect to find a master. If there is something to learn, anyone can become their master. Chung Myung was speechless. Oh my god, you are more like a Taoist than me. Lee Tong-bok turned his head to look at Tan Kim Long, who was still unconscious. He reminded me that my senior brother will feel many things from today's victories and defeats. Young leader, please be careful, my senior brother is an outstanding person. Such a person, from now on, will definitely take the little Taoist leader as his target for cultivation. He will become stronger and more terrifying. Well, that probably doesn't mean anything to the young leader. Chung Myung looked at him. He suddenly said, that road will probably be difficult, yes. The path you are currently thinking of is absolutely not easy, but even so, you still keep going. Lee Sung-baek sighed in admiration. There was truly nothing that could escape the young leader's eyes. I did not walk on that path because I wanted to. But because isn't that the path I'm forced to take? He smiled. Having finished speaking, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a farewell message, promising to meet again. Watching him walk away, Chung Myung thought proudly, from now on, Lee Sung-baek will have to fight alone. After coming here, the subordinates of the male sect will never forget Hoa-sun's swordsmanship, and they will use that swordsmanship as their goal in continuing to live, to be able to preserve the swordsmanship of the male sect in the future. That flow is by no means easy. Although that battle will be extremely difficult and lonely, if you can do it, maybe at some point, you will become the hope of your ancestors. Suddenly, Yoon Jong came and called, Chung Myung. He informed me, the sect leader is looking for me, go there quickly. He stammered, am I alone? But when he remembered what had just happened, Chung Myung also understood somewhat. It was okay, there was no way to let it go in peace like that. It's true, whatever happens happens. Chung Myung trudged heavily to the sect master's room, thinking about how to explain as he walked, actually I am your master, no, this is not okay. Or maybe I was just on the road, accidentally picked up the secret and tried it, but this also doesn't work. Unable to think for a long time, he sighed. How to justify this? Finally, he decided to enter the room, but when he got inside, the pavilion owner grabbed him, repeatedly pinched his cheeks and laughed like crazy, praising him. He was so cute. Master, this boy is truly a god of wealth, a god of wealth. I have lived all these years, but I have never heard of the fact that you can make a lot of money through martial arts, and the money does not just trickle in, but rushes in, poured in like a waterfall. Oh my, this cute guy. Elder Yun Sang asked with concern, that's right, I'm not hurt anywhere. He was pinched so he couldn't answer clearly, on poo poo gulp I mean I was just lightly grazed. When he heard that, he smiled happily and advised, to prevent the wound from festering, after leaving here, you should go straight to the same road to see what happens. But no, it's okay to call the master of the hall to come. Why would you make someone so busy walking back and forth like that? Sect leader Yun Jong asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Who is busy? Wien Tuk replied, Chung Myung and no one else. The hall's pharmacy owner isn't doing anything so he's busy. Call the pharmacist to come. Yes, elder. The sect leader sighed helplessly and stood up. On the other side, Chung Myung still hasn't escaped the clutches of the reincarnated masters. Alas, this lovely thing. Just like that, He was forced to stand still and endure the battle. The sect master suddenly passed by, patted his shoulder and said, "Follow me for a bit." Chung Myung was finally freed and quickly followed him out. Yes, the sect master. Outside, it was already sunset. Two people walked to the high cliff, one person in front and the other following. Chung Myung cautiously looked at the figure in front of him and thought, "This is the second time I have seen the back of the sect leader like this." The first time was the melancholy back of a person who had to lead an entire mountain that was on the verge of collapse, standing in front of the secret room door. His back today looks much more peaceful. Coming close to the edge of the rock, the sect master finally stopped. "The sunset scene in front of us is beautiful but also filled with sadness." He suddenly called out, "Chung Myung." "Yes, master." He asked, "This is the highest mountain peak in Hoa Sun. How do you feel when you climb here?" He looked for a moment then replied, "So tall." He laughed, "Yes, it's really tall." He looked at him again with deep eyes. Then suddenly he said, "Apricot blossoms have bloomed on my sword." Chung Myung glanced nervously, "Has it begun?" "Just start, even though I don't know where you're going to ask, but I've already prepared the answer, I just need to slow down so as not to get confused. First." While calming himself down, the sect master called again, "Chung Myung." When he looked over, he was immediately surprised and stepped back. In front of him, the old sect master suddenly bowed his head to express his thanks. Chung Myung quickly waved his hand and stammered, "Master, why are you doing that? Why are you bowing your head like that?" He still maintained the posture of explaining, "I thank you not as the sect master of Hoa Sun, but as a person named Yun Jong. That is a scene that I really want to see in my whole life, even just once. Thank you for fulfilling my lifelong wish. But, the position of master of Nyan Hoa Sun is much more important than Yun Jong, so I can't help but ask you. Why can I use apricot sword to make apricot flowers bloom?" Chung Myung was silent for a few seconds, hands clasped behind each other, crumpling the prepared paper. He slowly replied, "It was created naturally, yes, the apricot blossom will bloom on its own when you are too skilled at the apricot sword. So I don't really know why it's like that. Isn't it true that in the end, all of Hoa Sun's sword techniques can do that?" This time it was sect master Yun Jong's turn to be silent. He looked into the distance and mocked himself, "I am so silly, that's right, because that is the sword technique of Hoa Sun." The little disciple among the third generation disciples said that it is just ahead of others, which means, if others also practice diligently, then at some point, the apricot flower will bloom on their swords. All the disciples of the flower mountain can make the apricot blossom bloom. When that day comes, the era of the flower mountain will once again be opened. Apricot flower looking for things. That is a word that no one dares to say at this time, and no one in Hoa Sun is qualified to receive that name. However, the day when all Hoa Sun disciples can make apricot blossoms bloom, that name will also come, will come back. Chung Myung expressed, although it is still far away. He looked at him smiling and also laughed, "Look at how happy you are, this rotten boy." Laughter carried on the wind. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Chung Myung." "Yes, master." "For you, what is a painted flower?" Chung Myung hesitated. "As for you, the mountain flower." At this moment, his mind flashed back to memories from before. At that time, the senior brother was teased by him, painted on his face while falling asleep while practicing by the stream. Or the times when stealing bottles of wine were caught red-handed. During the fight, the senior brother forced him to reconcile. Then the knights with him sat on the roof watching the moon. When they are older, the two of them will walk together to see the apricot flowers bloom. Funny stories when he put his arm around his neck. At that time he once asked, "Brother, what is Hoa Sun to you?" He patted his head and replied, "You asked, what is Hoa Sun to me? A painted flower is a painted flower and nothing else." Returning to reality, Chung Myung smiled. He repeated the same answer, "For me, mountain flowers are mountain flowers." Sect Master Yun Jong smiled and said, "So what, if you are already a disciple of Hoa Sun, then that is enough. It's just that, after today's incident, even if you want to stay where you are, people won't leave you alone, that's the way the world is. Can I cope with all that?" He confidently replied, "If I couldn't stand it, I wouldn't have started. So that's it, if you think like that, then the mountain flower will protect you. Everything you have to endure, me and Hoa Sun will help you stop them." Chung Myung looked at him in surprise, full of thought. Even though he wanted to ask me many things, he only said he would protect me. Yun Jong, although compared to me, he has no reputation. However, he still commands our respect. And in recognition, he placed his hand on his chest to express, Master, you don't need to protect me. We are traveling together, under the name Hoa-sun. He smiled and said, I really hope that one day, I can talk to you more. You promise, it will be like that. At some point. That night, at Bakmi Kwan, the disciples were still excited and kept recalling that we had truly won against Tong Nam. Did you see my swordsmanship? Tong Nam didn't even have time to react, the explosion just happened, I'm exaggerating. Smiles appeared on their faces, Jo Gul leaned against the wall and lamented, I must not be able to sleep. If you close your eyes, that sword flickers and appears, but no, it should be called enchantment. I don't know how to explain it, but that's it. Yoon Jong looked at him and thought to himself, does this kid feel the same way? At first, I thought it was because I was too excited about winning, but when the excitement subsided, what remained in my memory was not the victory, but the image of that sword. How should I describe it? Is it an illusion? If the hand is presented, it can perform that mythical sword move. Jo Gul suddenly asked, at some point, we can also perform the same sword stroke, right? He said, this is great, yes. I don't know if I should say this as a third-generation disciple or not, but to be honest, I just wanted to become stronger. I never thought I would reach the realm of no matter what sword technique you want to perform, I just vaguely want to be stronger. However, when I saw him perform that sword technique, I thought like this, I also wanted to be like that. I want to practice that sword technique with my own hands. Perhaps all third-generation disciples are thinking the same thing, because it's been a few years since we started, but it's not until now that we've witnessed the real swordsmanship of Hoa-sun with our own eyes. You asked me if, at some point, we will be able to perform that sword technique. I believe it will happen, because we are disciples of Hoa-sun. There is no way that a disciple of Hoa-sun can't perform the sword technique of Hoa-sun. Jo Gul smiled and expressed, the sword technique of Hoa-sun, what you said is also correct. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myung suddenly kicked open the door and loudly asked, what is right? The two of them were startled and silently wondered, what was he doing all of a sudden? He stepped firmly into the questioning room, who was competing for him and why were the brothers here congratulating him so happily and warmly? If I were you guys, I would probably be wondering right now, should I go out and swing my sword 10,000 times, or climb a mountain 100 more times? If you win a martial arts match, your life will be better, is it over? Or maybe you don't want to live anymore. When everyone heard him scolding them, they turned pale with fear and trembled like a leaf. He angrily continued, that other people's disciples were determined to go on the bumpy and arduous path, to find the basis for their sect, while their brothers were happy and joyful because they had won against the bad guys. Are you 5 years behind your brothers, huh? Oh no, they are still children now, so how much more childish were they 2 years ago? They must have had snot running down their noses at that time, and yet you guys were bullied by them. Why did he hit me? Being beaten by those kids, every word was like a sharp knife piercing everyone's ears. Yoon Jong forced himself to smile and admit his mistakes. Yes, it was true that we had some shortcomings, but wasn't the result still good? It's natural for mistakes to happen during actual combat. Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Myung frowned, deliberately sighing, carelessly. You went into battle and got stabbed by your opponent, then shouted ho ho, I was too careless and then came back, ha. You guys practice so that there will be no mistakes in real combat, but negligence is a natural thing. Because you guys keep thinking like that, that's what led to the problem in today's martial arts match. What else? At some point, will we be able to use that sword technique, winning a martial arts match? If you play like this, when will it come? At some point? Being scolded like a child, Jo Gul's arms were seriously injured. He cried, Mom, I miss you so much. Chung Myung pointed his finger and reminded, don't mix joy and sadness like that. Now we have only tried once, in the future you will collide and fight countless more times. When you look back, you will see that this was nothing. Yoon Jong suddenly asked, if we really practice as hard as you said, we would also be able to perform that sword technique, right? He glanced over and made a noise. Then he walked closer to him, frowning and emphasizing that it seemed like you guys were mistaken about something. That sword technique is not up to you if you want to use it or not, but you have to do it properly. Do you think I will let anyone who claims to be a Flower Mountain disciple, but cannot use the sword to make a sword? What flower? He suddenly shouted loudly, making everyone startled, that's why. Why don't you get your ass out and train me now? As soon as he finished speaking, they all quickly disappeared outside. Leaving a cloud of white dust in the room, Chung Myung secretly sighed, it's impossible to be so excited, it's just the first step. If they could gain confidence, that would be a good thing, but it would be unfortunate if that confidence turned into arrogance. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the door. There was a shadow of a person looming behind the door. Chung Myung wondered, "What are you doing there?" Someone stepped out, a familiar figure. Baek Shon said, "I came because there is something I want to tell you. Can you come out here with me for a moment?" In the dark forest, Baek Shon and Chung Myung went to this place together. He stopped and sat down on a rock and lamented, "Oh my God, my leg." Seeing that, Baek Shon couldn't help but think, he acts like a middle-aged man, even though he's still very young. He said helplessly, "Thank you for your time," he replied, "No need to thank me, after all you are the same senior. But why did you hold me in this dark place and intend to attack me like last time?" He struggled for a long time before saying anything. "I watched your match with the Golden Dragon, you completely overwhelmed him, nothing, even your other seniors were shaken." But now after the excitement subsided, their emotions became complicated. He looked at him silently, then said, "What do you want to say? Stop beating around the bush, and get straight to the point." Baek Shon pondered for a moment before replying, "I want to be stronger. I don't know if you realize it or not, but as a senior, it's very difficult for me to ask you for help. However, no matter how long I think, I still can't find a better way. It's not that I don't trust the way my seniors teach, I just think that maybe what I learned from them will be different from what I learned from you. More importantly, I hate to admit it, but I'm worried that, if I continue to remain unchanged, the third-level disciples will surpass me. That is something I cannot accept." Chung Myung looked at him questioningly, "So, you're saying you'll swallow your honor and anything else, and ask me to teach the second-class disciples including you? That's right. Why do we have to do that, huh? I said it before, it's too troublesome and I don't get any benefits. Why do I have to put myself in that trouble?" He hesitated. "But we are fellow students, aren't we?" He interrupted, "That problem, haven't you heard that I allocate my precious time to oversee the training of third-class disciples like me?" Baek Shon couldn't help but wonder, if you have that thought, there is no reason for you to teach the third-generation disciples, but you still teach them, why do you do that? He calmly shrugged and replied, "Who knows, I also wonder." The answer left him confused, wondering why did he do that, what can he get from the third-generation disciples, but not the second-generation disciples? Suddenly he discovered something and asked, "You are asking me to obey you?" Chung Myung waved his hand and said, "Come on, don't look at me like those degenerates, I never said that. But Hoa-sun has rules." "Uncle Sir, have you ever seen the training methods of third-generation disciples? They basically crawl all the time, so everything is simple. Do you think I can train you the way I do with them if I treat you like a senior uncle? I can reluctantly do that with my brother monks, but if I cause trouble with other senior uncles, they will definitely punish us harshly." Baek Shon frowned and thought, meaning he could if he wanted. He didn't say it was impossible, it was just too much trouble. In his mind right now, was the battle scene of his junior brother. With each action and gesture of everyone, it can be seen that they have become stronger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tighten his lips. Finally, he made up his mind and said that the only person who can receive instruction is the disciple. "I will treat you as my master during the time you teach me." Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Myung raised a finger and said, "Wait. It's only while you learn from me, so if you curse me after that, I'm not allowed to do anything. If you want to obey me, then do it, not just training, but your whole life. If you can't do it, then I have no choice." Hearing that, Baek Shon suddenly hesitated silently. But remembering the scene of him fighting the Golden Dragon, those sword strokes, that scene of blooming apricot blossoms, are still imprinted in his mind. Having made up his mind, he agreed, "Okay, from now on, you are no longer my junior. None of the second-generation disciples will use their rank to deal with you, I swear on the honor of this name." Hearing these words, Chung Myung happily grinned and was surprised. Soon, it was dawn. The third-generation disciples of Hoa-sun woke up and staggered out complaining, "We practice every day, but we still can't get used to it." A senior brother said, "But the effect is obvious, I even started to enjoy it." Before they could finish their sentence, the group suddenly froze as they looked outside. Before their eyes, the group of second-generation disciples of Huashan had been standing there for some time. What happened? Why did they come here? Chung Myung then stepped out and asked, "There are enough of you here." Yoon Jong wondered, "Chung Myung, what is this? Why are the monks standing in a row right in front of the white rice pavilion at dawn?" He patted his shoulder and explained, "Senior brother, you have suffered a lot, I saw how the senior uncles treated you badly, and it broke my heart. Yun Jong silently cursed, "You are no different." He continued, "But now you can rest assured. Starting from today, the human world will be a beautiful place when everyone is equal in training, everyone is equal. The human world you're talking about is hell, come on, of course it's not." Chung Myung clapped his hands together in emotion. I didn't expect that they would volunteer to join us in training, being the ones to guide me was truly touching. As you all know, there is no hardship, no training is simple and comfortable, only after you scold after completion, when your fingers no longer have the strength to hold the chopsticks, and having to bury your face in your plate to eat, only then is it truly training. If you want to be stronger, you have to let go of all inhibitions. The only way to do that is to practice with your life. If you believe and follow it, you will definitely be stronger. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the Baekshon group answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." He listened and secretly smiled. "Oh, this is exactly what I want to see, the eyes and spirit of hunger for training." After having to deal with those third Dan guys who always complain about the training, it's good to see people with this kind of determination. Now, we should start with the basics first. Chung Myung asked solemnly, "Brother, what are you doing?" Everyone showed puzzled faces. He had no choice but to explain, "We have to personally teach the monks how to exercise physically." After finishing his sentence, all the third-year disciples turned to their uncles and smiled strangely. "Ah, so that's it." After that, everyone in the group carried large bags of stones and went with them. I predict the Flower Mountain sect will be filled with screams and cries again for another 3 months and 10 days. We will do our best to teach the monks and uncles. Chung Myung stood to the side and silently admired, looking at how excited they were. Suddenly, he felt someone looking towards him. It turned out that Lu Latuit was staring at him with emotionless eyes as always. "Star." Lu Latuit said frankly, "I want to learn from you." He immediately waved his hand, "Go learn from others, no one will come to me." On the other side, a man is screaming, "Why are both of you coming to me? What about junior sister Lu? Don't you see that she's not doing anything?" Seeing this scene, Chung Myung let out a sigh. He expressed, "If you learn from me, I will not give in even if you cry and beg." That's what I want. He couldn't help but silently admire, "So stubborn, she is truly talented." She hesitantly asked, "But, if I endure, can I create apricot blossoms with my sword?" "What, you bring that up again?" Chung Myung then called out, "Senior uncles and senior brothers, I want to tell you something. If you are truly a disciple of the Flower Mountain sect, don't see the creation of flowers as your final limit, because it is only part of the process. Keep one thing in mind, your ultimate goal must be to perfect the technique of creating apricot blossoms." Hearing these words, Lu Latuit uttered 2 complete words in confusion. Then, she closed her eyes. I remember the image of my dear father reaching out his warm hands. After Chung Myung finished speaking, he immediately thought, "In the past, I only worried about my own abilities, so I never paid attention to the martial arts of the people around me. That was extremely obvious to me at that time, but it's different now. There are certain limits to what we can do alone. Because after all, what the Flower Mountain sect faces is not just one great individual, but all the sects in the world. If one day they can all create a flower mountain and support me, so the other guys can only eat dirt, we will unify this damn gang. I will paint apricot blossoms on the bald heads of the monks of Shaolin Temple." "Okay, if you understand clearly, let's begin." As soon as we finished speaking, the group of people immediately responded in unison and obeyed the order. From afar, on the top of Ling Hoa Mountain, Gum was silently watching them. He silently wondered, even the second-generation disciples. Remembering the conversation with sect master Yun Jong, at that time he calmly said, "Ignore him, he is not a child we can advise. If we interfere with the way it leads its disciples, we could make everyone worse off. We are old and outdated, our role now is to be the nutrient that helps them bloom and shine as much as possible. Just believe and leave it alone, it will have a deep sense of morality inside, it will not fall." At this time, teacher Gum secretly wondered why it could create apricot blossoms, how powerful its martial arts skills were, as well as its unclear background. There were so many questions surrounding it. Below, Chung Myung shouted loudly, straightening his back, "If you can't stand it for another hour, you will die by my hands. But I can't let others guard it just out of my own curiosity. The path of religion is something that wants to move and needs to be held. Regardless of what kind of person Chung Myung is, there is no reason for us to teach him when he is still a disciple of Hoa Sun, because the path of religion is endless. Now we have left part of the training to it, we can't stand by and watch forever, we also have to try our best to keep up with Hoa Sun, which is getting stronger day by day. at least, we can't become burden for them. But asking it to teach me is too greedy. When I looked down, I saw him shouting loudly, "Take the correct posture, you bastards, obey, okay." He coughed once, then turned and walked away. Sitting on a high cliff, he thought to himself, now it is very difficult to overcome a mountain. The remaining distance to go is still very long. Isn't the pace of achieving achievements of the third generation disciples slowing down, again? But at this rate, it will take a long time for them to become experts, so I feel so hot. It feels like there's a heavy burden on my shoulders. So this is the leader's thinking. If I had thought like this at that time, would the monks and the fate of Hoa's son have been different? Don't think about nonsense anymore, it's all in the past. The important thing now is to consider the past as a stepping stone to live in the present and strive for a better future. I have seen it, slowly but surely, I am getting closer to success step by step. There is no need to take shortcuts, just step by step, without stopping, moving forward in a dignified manner. Hoa, son of the future, will leave the protection of the rugged mountains to step out into the world. If so, we will have to confront the coldness of the evil wanderers that we have never experienced. At that time, we must create a place that they can trust and rely on, whether it is me or Hoa son. To do that, I have to become stronger than I am now, not the Mai Hoa Kiem Tun of the past. The Chung Myang of the present must be stronger. I have to become stronger, and at some point I will be stronger than the Shone Ghost. Have your apricot blossoms bloomed yet? The question seemed to echo from somewhere, causing Chung Myang to startle and turn his head to look. He then shook his head and replied, "Not yet. But at some point, it will definitely bloom. My own apricot blossom will surely one day bloom. At some point, when the apricot blossom blooms on the tip of my sword, the whole world will be filled with its fragrance, that flower. We have nothing to fear, senior brother, we will definitely do it," he said confidently, "because I am Chung Myang." After that, he turned and left. Slowly, the spring of the apricot blossoms of the mountain flowers has passed. Passed quietly, unintentionally like that. Flowers bloom and wither, wither and bloom again. Let the world welcome a season of apricot flowers blooming and then fading again. The flow of May has passed like that. This year's winter has come, covered with snow and ice. Then the apricot blossom season has arrived, hundreds of flowers are blooming. On the mountain, apricot trees have bloomed, adding vitality to the mountain flower sect. The young man carrying a large bag slowly walked each step. When he reached the last step, he looked up and gasped. He finally arrived. Was this place? This is the Hoa Sun sect. Huashan's position changed after the Huazong branch conference that took place 2 years ago, but it wasn't until now that I felt confident that the mountain gate of the Hoa Sun sect I knew had never been so spacious. Please, I hope my guess is not wrong. After that, the teenager brought all his hope, walked closer to the door, used his hand to knock repeatedly, to see if anyone was there. There was still no response inside. He bewilderedly raised his head and looked thoughtfully. Then, loudly shouted, "I am a visitor to Hoa Sun, is there anyone?" There was still no movement at all. He suddenly thought, if anyone heard it, it would be now. Suddenly from within, there were footsteps coming to open the door. Seeing that, the young man couldn't help but be overjoyed. Bak Sang opened the door, looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" "Ah, my servant, here to meet the sect master of Hoa Sun. Today is not the day Hoa Sun receives guests, so please come back tomorrow." Hearing that, he gasped and exclaimed, "What? No wonder I don't see anyone climbing up the mountain. So, do I have to climb this mountain again tomorrow, then?" He quickly asked more, Wait, sorry, but do you have any other way? I must meet the sect master." Bak Sang replied, "I can't help it, because today is our day. Do not receive guests from outside the sect. If there is no urgent matter, then tomorrow, I will not be an outsider." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The young man quickly put down the things on his shoulder and introduced himself. "My name is Wei Tu-han. I am from Hoa on Mon in Hoa Mountain. I need to see the sect master urgently because there is an urgent matter that needs to be discussed with the sect master immediately. I know it's my fault that I didn't learn about the sect's rules and came on the wrong day, but please respect the love of the sect and convey the message to the sect leader." Bak Sang wondered, "Hoa on Mon, you are a member of the Hoa Sun family, right?" Entering the sect master's room, he was asked this question again, and he also affirmed that he was a member of Hoa On sect, the only Hoa On sect among the families of the sect who spent frugally for more than 30 years. The pavilion master said happily, "You are indeed very similar to a disciple of the Hoa On sect. What's going on? Just tell me, I'll find a way to help you solve it. Wei Xiaohang saw this and hesitantly replied, "Ah, that's it," he thought to himself. What's this? Why did he suddenly continue, welcome me so enthusiastically? The Epiphany owners asked again, "Are you short of money? If it was money, we would lend it to you cheaply." "No, that's not the case." Someone reminded him, he had to stop asking so many questions. I know, I'll just keep my mouth shut, okay." He sat down and pouted. "Every time I said anything to welcome people I showed my attitude." Sect Master Yun Zhong silently wondered, when will the season to run away from home come? Then, he turned to wonder, Wei Xiaohang, right, it seems like you're less tense. Tell me, what's the matter with you coming to Hoa Sun? Ah, yes, Sect Master. He immediately recounted that Hoa on Mon was having trouble, so my father told me to go to Hoa Sun Mountain to ask for help. How to help? The young man carrying a large bag slowly walked each step. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaohang immediately said his name, Chung Myong. This made everyone present there surprised. They all had a dazed and bewildered look on their faces. He continued, "I would like to invite the hero of the flower sect, the dragon god Chung Myong, to the flower gate." At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Wei Xiaohang. The room was unusually quiet. The sect leader asked, "Hey, you are a puppet, right?" "Yes, sect leader." He smiled and said, "Don't get straight to the point like that. Please explain the situation to me first." "Ah, please, sorry sect leader, I'm too careless. Actually, what happened was because a new martial arts school opened on the opposite side of Hoa on Mon's house. The martial arts school is a martial arts sect. From the moment they opened the martial arts school until now, they have begun to attract disciples around it. But in our country, Hoa on Mon is probably recognized by many people, so people there don't support them, but they changed their methods and started directly targeting Hoa on Mon. My father, the owner of Hoa on Mon, could not continue to endure their attack, so he fought with the Dong Dao Quan and was seriously injured. If the battle ended there, he would not go to Hoa Sun, but I don't know if the General Directorate is planning to destroy us in Nam Duong, and has already requested reinforcements from the General Martial Arts Department. Father sent me here after hearing that the true mountain disciples from martial arts were coming down here, telling me to go to the sect leader for help." Hearing that, the sect master stroked his beard and thought, then said, "If he is a man of martial arts, he must be looking for a way, then." He immediately begged, "Sect leader, please help the Fire Shadow Gate. If you don't come to the rescue at Hoa Sun, the Flower Shadow Gate will have to take down their reputation. They are all useless people." Hearing that, he looked towards him and thought, "Surely, I can't just sit still. Hoa Sun is ready to see the world." The number of sects also shows the strength of the group. If Hoa Sun wants to regain its reputation as in the past, it must now build each sect one by one, as if there were hundreds of sects inside. Among the disciples, it will be divided into those who stay at the headquarters and those who go down the mountain to the martial arts hall. This is not simply a matter of a sect, but the silk system that entails the reputation of Hua Mountain. But, how to solve that problem? He frowned and asked again, "Will you take Chung Myong away?" Wei Xiaohei firmly replied, "Yes, my father requested that." The hero of the Flower Guild, who single-handedly defeated all his opponents, must bring the flower god dragon, Taoist Chung Myong. He suddenly felt speechless and thought, "Okay, it's not wrong, but the rumors sound weird. Who is that?" "I understand, we have to discuss a bit. You can go out." "Yes sir." After Wei Xiaohang walked out, everyone was deep in thought. Yun angrily slapped the table and shouted, "Quickly release those guys and interrogate them. Where exactly is Hoa on Mon that they dare to do that?" The sect leader said dryly, "Why interrogate them?" Elder Yun Sang expressed, "Senior brother, this is not an easy matter to decide. Right now martial arts are still rivals with Hoa Sun. Even if it is a matter between sects, the matter is divided. Conflicts between groups originating from sectarian problems have occurred many times in the past." Vandam suddenly said, "Sect leader, there are two things to consider right now. Firstly, is this the right time for Hoa Sun to get involved in outside affairs? If Hoa Sun sends disciples to martial arts, people will still think we have started foreign relations again. No matter what, tell us what our intentions are, I understand. The second thing is, whether my disciples can deal with martial arts disciples or not." Elder Yun Sang replied, "This issue must be considered." He also seriously asked if he could release that guy. These words made everyone fall into contemplation. The sect leader boredly raised his hand and rubbed his head in thought. Then, turned around and asked, Gum, what do you think?" He immediately replied, "What else to think about? Let's just take it away, take it away. At some point, Chung Myong will have to step into the world. Delaying it will only take a day or two. If keeping that brat here guaranteed that he would become a moral person, I would also object to sending him away, but that is not something we can expect. So let it go, as soon as possible, isn't that right?" Hearing that, Yun Jong immediately agreed, "Okay. So that's the decision. What a stupid question." He turned to ask Unam what Chung Myung was doing. He replied, "He went into seclusion not long ago, so he hasn't gone out yet. We know it's about time." "Okay, call Yun Jong here." After that, Yun Jong was called. When he heard the orders from the superiors, he turned pale and stammered, "Yes. If you are Chung Myung, will you go traveling after the retreat?" "Honestly, no." Realizing he was about to say the wrong thing, he quickly covered his mouth. The master said, "Please guide the guest from Hoa on Mon. Chung Myung will be traveling with him, so please introduce him properly." "Yes." After discussing everything, they left. The puppet secretly looked at Yun Jong and silently assessed, he didn't look very old. However, the atmosphere feels completely different. Like a giant lake immersed in silence. Is this the disciple of Huashan? He suddenly hesitated. Seeing that, Yun Jong said, "Just say it." The next sentence made him startled. What kind of person is Chung Myung Taoist? No one knows the name of Hoa Sun Long Dragon Chung Myung, but since the Hua sect branched 2 years ago, his whereabouts are unknown, so everyone is curiously wondering, is Chung Myung Dao like that, any? Some people say he's a swordsman with an aura like a blade, some say he's a generous knight. Yun Jong is full of doubts, everyone says so. But, did they say that? Yes, that's right, he was so skeptical that he asked himself, did I hear it wrong? But then I also give advice, instead of listening to what I say, you should meet in person, it will be faster. This is where Wei Xiaohan looked forward with excitement. In front of him is a large cliff with many caves, Yun Jong World, its name is My Hoa Cave. Every time he wants to go to a deserted place to practice or to enlighten to something, he will come here. Wei Xiaoheng was excited. Chung Myung has been here all this time to enlighten the new truth. Yes, something like that. First I will call him out. Yun Jong goes first, the puppet follows. He frowned and sighed a few times. Then, he leaned close to the cliff ahead. The voice couldn't be any quieter than calling, "Chung Myung, Chung Myung." There was no response inside. Yun Jong expressed that maybe Chung Myung was practicing so hard that he didn't hear my call. Wei Xiaohan secretly wondered if he called like that and someone could hear him. He's probably not concentrating on his cultivation. Yes, but today must be difficult, let's go back. The two were leaving, when suddenly, there was a loud explosion from inside, startling them. Dust, dirt and rocks were flying everywhere. The asteroid curiously turned back to examine the situation. From within the dim dust, the figure of Chung Myung appeared. He was happy, that was. The person who defeated the best disciple of the southern sect in the Huashan branch, that is the person I was looking for. The pressure that radiated was too great. Hoa Sun then Long, as soon as Chung Myung came out, he complained, "Practicing here every day, eating Tich Company Dan and drinking water makes me so bored." He stomped his feet vigorously. He rubbed his neck sadly and said, "Why the hell is seclusion making me so tired and depressed?" Suddenly, Chung Myung glanced forward. He grumbled, "This life seems like this is the last time I'll be in this damn place." At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Yun Jong held his head in resignation. Wei Xiaoheng laughed on the outside, but inside he was dumbfounded. There's something wrong here, there's no way the person I need to find is that person. In the clear blue sky, layers of smoke and dust covered the surroundings. He still stared blankly at the person who had just appeared, thinking, could this person be the Hoa Sun Divine Dragon? Chung Myung put his hand on his shirt to brush off the dust, and lamented, "Damn, there's so much dust." Aside from the no-nonsense attitude, one can feel that this person is not ordinary at all. His body is well proportioned, and his appearance is also real. "Handsome and handsome," Chung Myung asked loudly, "is it today?" Yun Jong sighed and replied, "No, there are still 3 days left." "Not today, then why are you here, senior brother? The sect leader is looking for you." Again, the sect leader saw that I was pitiful, so he told me not to go into seclusion anymore. As expected, the sect leader really likes me. He interrupted to explain, "No, it seems like something happened." Chung Myung listened and was bewildered. What happened? Suddenly he realized there was a stranger standing next to him. Glanced around and asked, "Who is this person?" Yun Jong introduced, "This person is a puppet master, a member of Hoa on Mon. Hoa Mon On. Chung Myong smiled and asked with interest, so what, Hoa On Mon? Hoa On Mon is one of the secular sects of Hoa Sun. I thought that all secular sects had disappeared, but it turns out that there is still one place that exists until now. Yoon Jong wondered, do you know about Hoa On Mon? Do you know? Why would I know? That's right, first let's go meet the sect leader to hear the details of everything, then let's go. Hurry up, I'll go first. Chung Myong walked first, leisurely putting his hand on his head, humming as I walked, I finally tasted meat. Wei Xiaoheng quietly assessed, he was also a disciple of Hoa Sun, but that attitude was too different from that of a Taoist monk. Looking at the back, he looks like a street thug. Yoon Jong urged us to go quickly, yes. But he still wondered, should we not come to look for the flower, the divine dragon flower? Just now the leader told me to come here to see the divine dragon flower. At this moment, Yoon Jong looked at him for a few seconds and took a deep breath. A sentence came out that shocked the young man, I don't know what Hoa Sun Then Long is, but the person the young knight wants to find is that guy. Wei Xiaoheng was stunned, perhaps, that person. He nodded to confirm, it was Chung Myong. His words completely shattered the image in his heart. Yoon Jong had to quickly reassure him, the young master did not have to be surprised. There are still many surprises. On the other side, after Chung Myong found out everything, he angrily slammed the table, that's it. Those secular martial artists are not only attacking our secular family but also calling rotten Taoist monks from the foot of the mountain, that's right. How dare you bastards do that? Master, don't worry, I will personally handle this matter. Yoon Jong wondered, what are you planning to do? What else are you going to do? Of course, immediately run to Nam Duong and crush the heads of those men from Nam Quan. What else? Shop. In short, I will behead all the martial artists, set fire to the Taoist temple and make them never dare to set foot in Nam Duong again. Yoon Jong reacted and shouted, what? Arson? That place is a Taoist temple. This crazy guy, if it's a Taoist temple, wouldn't it burn in front of the fire? The Southern Temple or Hoa Mountain are all equal. It's a Taoist temple. Why did you bring Hoa Sun here? We were also burned down. The sect leader looked at this scene of quarreling, trying to maintain a smile and asked softly, can we really send this brat? Gum leaned close to his ear and replied, I think we need to think about it, reconsider that. On the other side, Chung Myong still stubbornly argued, isn't it necessary to protect those who gave him bribes in the area he governs? Otherwise, no one would be willing to give bribes anymore. What is bribe money? It's aid money. Same thing, anyway, sect master, those people deliberately cause trouble, we have to make them pay, please leave this to me, I will crush all of their heads. I'll leave now, sect master Yoon Jong sighed wearily and lamented, oh my head. He said, there will be a few more disciples coming with you, we need to further consider the situation, there are still some problems here. So let's leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, yes, whatever, just being able to meet the martial artists there is enough, okay, I will soon make a decision on the disciples to come with you. Yoon Jong, please prepare a place to rest and food for the puppet master, yes, sect leader. So we ask permission to leave first. After the discussion was over, Chung Myong immediately left. Suddenly, sect master Yoon Jong called you back, Chung Myong. Does seclusion bring any results? He smiled and replied, the flesh of the martial artist will give you the answer. After speaking, he continued to leave and the door closed. Inside the room, the remaining elders were sitting thoughtfully. Sect master Yoon Jong suddenly called out, Yun Sang. He was startled and replied, yes, sect master brother. I don't know if it's because I'm thinking too much or not, but do you think that the secular sect of martial arts is suddenly rushing into the very peaceful land of Nam Duong and causing trouble with the Hoan sect? Is it a coincidence or not? Yun Sang asked confused. What the senior brother meant was, I don't know whether sending Chung Myong there was the right thing to do or not. Is that what those people are aiming for? Elder Yun Sang reassured, it's not like that, sect leader, causing trouble with the secular sect to lure Chung Myong to come is unnecessary for them. Martial arts are causing trouble with Hoa Sun, what benefits do they have? Could it be that that small Nam Duong land brings great benefits? He said thoughtfully, since the Hoa Tong Association, Chung Myong's reputation has increased very high, now that kid is the first name mentioned when discussing the world's first posthumous branch. I'm worried about this, the title Hoa Sun Then Long is too ostentatious, martial arts can ignore small benefits, but that is not a sect that can accept the practice of a sect, the family has a bigger reputation than me. So what should we do? Gum suddenly spoke up and asked, do you know what the nickname for Chung Myong was given by the Hoa Sun children? The sect master was surprised. Is there even such a thing? He replied, it's the crazy dog of Hoa's son. Sect master Yun Jong pictured the image in his mind, his face full of speechlessness. Unem quickly coughed and corrected, being crazy about dogs is a bit too much, calling him a fierce dog is enough, he thought to himself, they are all dogs. Gum expressed, Sect master, you all know that for the past 2 years, the children have worked hard until their blood is red, now Shaolin or martial arts cannot underestimate us. Among them, Chung Myong's 2 years were even more special. Those who dare to arbitrarily challenge Hoa's son then long will soon know why the children call Chung Myong by that name. However, we will need people to stop Chung Myong when it gets too aggressive. That's why the sect master, I have already thought of the names that will accompany Chung Myong on this trip. At the same time, the disciples of Hoa's son were eating in the dormitory. Chung Myong ate and drank like a hungry tiger, causing Wei Xiaoheng to be confused. He doubted life and thought, the rumors were so wrong. Is the person who comes to eat and makes that sound really the Hoa Sun divine dragon? He turned to Yun Zhong, he would rather say that this person is the divine dragon. Suddenly, Chung Myong suddenly remembered something. He asked loudly, while I was away, were you all still cultivating diligently? Everyone was startled when they heard it, a few people gritted their teeth and glanced at Yun Zhong, silently cursing, senior brother Yun Zhong is serious, we could have lived a full 3 months without that kid. I don't know why you called him out so early. Yun Zhong hesitantly replied, well, everyone worked very hard. Oh, is that so? Then we have to see everyone's results directly. He quickly reminded, right now, Hoa on Moan's affairs are very urgent. Hearing that, Chung Myong gave up that idea and said, ah, that's right, first we have to break those guys' heads. But, when do we leave? Yun Zhong replied, the sect master has ordered us to leave tomorrow morning. It seems like the situation at Hoa on Moan is actually more urgent than we thought, so after eating, go prepare your luggage, we will leave as soon as possible. I know. After saying that, he immediately threw the chicken bone into the bowl. Then quickly run away, I'll go first to prepare. The dining room was quiet. Bak Sang let out a sigh of relief and expressed that he thought he was being beaten. I thought I was going to die, this is more like living is not as good as dying. Wei Xiaoheng wondered, wasn't that person the youngest disciple? Even the youngest disciple had to look at his face if he spoke disrespectfully. Yun Zhong glanced at him and reminded him, there's no need to try to understand this, yes. Because even if the young knight doesn't want to understand, he will soon know. The next morning came, the sun was high. Everyone has prepared their luggage to leave. Wei Xiaoheng shyly expressed that we must leave early to arrive on time. Yun Zhong assured him that he didn't need to worry, everyone would arrive on time. At the same time, there was the sound of footsteps coming. Zhou Gul heard it and immediately looked in that direction. I just found out that my uncle has arrived, Uncle Baek Shon. Hearing this name, Wei Xiaoheng quickly turned to look, Baek Shon. He was the one who led the monks to travel around and punish the bandits, and saved many people. Hoa Chin earns Baek Shon, he passed by him. He looked at him admiringly and exclaimed, so wonderful, truly a heroic deed. Yun Zhong smiled and asked, did you sleep well? Baek Shon immediately frowned and gritted his teeth, good night. If it were you, would you be able to sleep well? Damn it, that kid is already tired enough from going out and now he has to wander around with him. What crime have I committed to deserve this? There. Then, he turned to look at Wei Tuhan and asked, who is this? He fearfully replied, yes, I am. The first time we met, at Hoa On's door, Wei Xiao didn't have time to finish speaking. From behind, Lu Latuat appeared, causing him to panic, his hair standing up on the back of his neck and shouting loudly, who is it? When he turned back to look, he was surprised, woman, when was she behind me? But. So beautiful, even though her expression is somewhat cold, her appearance is truly beautiful, this is the first time in my life I have seen such a beautiful beauty. Without asking much, Lu Latuat immediately walked past him. He couldn't help but silently admire her, she was so special. A sect with many people, but every person we meet is not ordinary. Yes, but among them the most special person must be. Just thinking about it, Chung Myong appeared. Everyone looked somewhat panicked. He cheerfully greeted, everyone came early. Everyone who didn't make an appointment frowned and cursed, why don't you wake up a little later, I don't know why you're so diligent. Chung Myong walked over to say hello, was the uncle going too? Baek Shon replied, well, that's how it happened. Let's just say that's the way it is. Uncle Lou is going too, he must go. Suddenly, from inside, the door slowly opened. A warm voice said, "Are you all here?" Seeing Sect Master Yun Jong, everyone greeted in unison, looking for the Sect Master. He clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Wei, yes, the Sect leader. I know the young master is very worried, but these children are people who can be trusted, surely they will be of help to you, thank you for your concern." After that, he turned back to instruct each person, "Baek Shon, take care of the children, I believe in you." Baek Shon obeyed, "Yes, Tuat and he, Yun Jong and Jo Gul please help Baek Shon, yes, Master, please don't worry." Lu Latuat did not hesitate to accept the invitation. The last words, Yun Jong advised, and Chung Myong, "Yes, Sect Master. Please, don't cause trouble," he asked confusedly. "It seems like the advice you gave to me was a little different from other people's." Sect Master Yun Jong emphasized again, "Please," he pouted and hissed. After giving instructions, the sect leader smiled kindly and looked at everyone. "Children, please go." Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes were filled with determination. The sect master said, "Go to Nam Duong and help Hoa on Mon. Let this world see the perfection of Hoa Sun Mon." "We're leaving, Sect Master." Looking at the children walking, he exclaimed, 2 years is not a long nor a short time. Now, it's time for the world to see the changing appearance of Hoa Sun. Coming out of the mountain gate, each person had a different expression. Some were happy, but some were also scared. Sect Master Yun Jong stood high up and looked at their leaving figures. Elder Yun Sang stepped forward and expressed that 2 years ago we were still afraid that our ancestors would oppress us, but we didn't think that now we could confront the entire martial arts sect. "Brother, you don't need to worry about anything, this generation of disciples will make our Huashan famous. We believe they will be able to do that." He replied, "Yes, I also believe so. But fame is not necessarily the same, good and bad reputations are all famous." Having gone quite a distance, Yun Jong worriedly suggested, "The young knight looks too weak physically, let's go find a place to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong replied, "It's okay, I've already thought about this. Everything was beyond my expectations." Looking at the pile of gold and silver taken from your hand, everyone gasped and exclaimed, "Ha, when did you bring it with you?" After that, they sat on the carriage together. Chung Myong leisurely drank the wine in large gulps. Wei Xiaoheng was confused and wondered, did the Taoist drink alcohol? Baek Shon sighed and replied, "Hoa Sun does not prohibit drinking alcohol, so that's it. As I said, there are many surprises for young heroes, this puppet master." "Yes, Chief Baek Shon has something to say, because I was in a hurry, I hadn't heard about Hoa on Mon, so what kind of place is Hoa on Mon? Even though we know it's a secular sect of Hoa Sun, we still don't know, need to know a little information about that place to handle everything." When he heard that, he told me that there was nothing special about that place. He was surprised. "What does that mean? Young knights shouldn't say that." Hoa Sun is a secular sect of Hoa Sun. Previously, Hoa Sun Mon still told people that Hoa on Mon was a secular sect of Hoa Sun. That's enough to prove the specialness of Hoa on Mon. Hoa on Mon did that, it's not a big deal, my father was very proud to be a disciple of Hoa Sun. Chung Myong was on the side drinking wine and quietly listening. He thought to himself, he just said that, but inside he must be thinking very hard. He must have advised his father to give up Hoa Sun. Hoa Sun is now just a shadow, no longer has any reputation in the world. If they no longer had the Hoa Sun family name, maybe they could live well, then. Wei Xiaoheng continued, "When I heard about the KY Hoa Tong Association, my father was very happy. He said maybe it's time for the mountain flowers to start again. I am also happy with him, he is truly a loyal disciple of Hoa Sun. The previous master was a lay disciple of Hoa Sun, but not yet an official disciple, which is still a regret. Even so, my father is always proud to be a disciple of the Hoa Sun sect, he always remembers that and is always grateful to Hoa Sun. We are still alive now thanks to the help of Hoa Sun in the past, help. Now that the Taoist temple has been vandalized, I am extremely grateful to have received help from the Hoa Sun disciples." Hearing those words, Baek Shon wondered. The young knight said that his father had lost to the sect master in the Taoist temple. Yes. That's very strange. Why is that? My father also knows that his martial arts skills are not high, so he still practices every day. Even though I knew my father's martial arts skills were like that, there was no way he could have lost that match, it was not strange to lose. Chung Myong secretly thought to himself, with a normal person's body, they will age and their muscles will no longer be flexible, but for those who practice advanced martial arts, it is different from the internal strength they have accumulated, body will age more slowly, old men who practice martial arts don't get weaker as they get older. The shop owner is still young, he hasn't been practicing martial arts for long, he doesn't understand why his father lost to someone like him. Chung Myung heard this and silently exclaimed, "It's true that there is a bit of strangeness here, but I still don't fully understand the sects in the secular family." Wei Xiaohan looked towards Baekshon. He looked shy and expressed, "I'm sorry for doubting everyone. When I came to Hoa Sun to ask for help, I did not expect that everyone would respond like this. Martial arts is a major Taoist sect, confronting martial arts is not easy. I once thought that Hoa Sun would not agree, but father believed that Hoa Sun would help, no matter what the result is this time, I will thank you many young heroes this time." Speaking of this, Chung Myung frowned. What was the result? What is what? There is only one. Those martial arts bastards over there won't be at peace with me. The puppet saw that attitude and was confused. What's wrong with him? Baekshon replied, well, that's normal. Yoon Jong quickly advised him to stop. Please bear with it, the sect master has already told you, you have already endured it, but thinking about it makes you angry. The sect leader won't be able to live much longer, we have to take down all those martial arts bastards, then even if he becomes an immortal in the future, he will still be able to smile. Jo Gul sitting in front was speechless. It's true, this bastard is always making fun of us and even Hoa Sun. He bit into the piece, his sharp eyes said, the martial artists are there, no matter what the reason is, if they dare to touch my Hoa Sun, there is only one outcome, that is to destroy the door. Hurry up, senior brother, let the carriage go faster, to see if those martial artists still dare to show their faces again. Yoon Jong shouted loudly, but the carriage was already going very fast. Just go fast, the tired horse will change to another horse, I have the money, speed up, brother. Suddenly, dark clouds came and pouring rain poured down. In the pouring rain, at the flower gate. The sound of raindrops falling. Inside the room, a man continuously coughed. Grandfather said, the rescuers from Hoa Sun will be here soon. They will come, it is Wei Li Mountain, the sect master of Hoa on Mon. DM Bin worriedly advised, don't expect too much, your opponent is a martial artist. Although Hoa Sun has recently gained a bit of fame after the Hua Sun branch, martial arts is a large and powerful sect, it is still unpredictable whether Hua Sun will interfere in this matter, and if they do it is also unknown, know what the results are. Master, you have to calmly consider things, we have to solve our problems ourselves. Why do people keep hoping that others will help us? We are the secular sect of Hoa Sun, so Hoa Sun probably won't leave us. Wei Lap Sun resolutely affirmed, I have followed Hoa Sun since I was young, now when Hoa Sun is weak I will no longer follow Hoa Sun, if I keep sitting on this mountain and watching other mountains like that, I will always be low, just poor. When martial arts are weak, I quit martial arts, when Shaolin is weak, I abandon Shaolin, don't you want me to live like that? Impossible, I don't want that. These words made DM Bin pensive, not knowing what else to say. He expressed that no matter what people do, the results cannot be changed, so what else can we do? Wei Huashan replied, I always want to live confidently, we always want to believe that what we do is right, we don't see ourselves doing anything wrong. DM Bin clenched his hands until they trembled. He looked at him and thought. I also understand him, if he was someone who easily gave up on his goals, I wouldn't have followed him until now. But if this happens, the sect will be in danger. Sect Master Wei once again affirmed that I believe Hoa Sun will come, and the Hoa Sun Divine Dragon will definitely come to help us. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, making the two of them startled and looked up. Someone knocked hard on the door and called out, Pseudo-Sect Master, are you in the house? Let's talk again now. Come out here quickly. Hearing the voice, Wei Li's son couldn't help but feel nervous. They're here, what do we do? The pseudo-sect master was a little panicked at first, but the next second, his eyes gradually became steady, as if he was making a decision. He ordered, let's go out, there's nothing else we can do. Since they came, how can we stay here? It's like a turtle with its head pulled out. After trying to get out of bed, the puppeteer put on an umbrella and went out to open the door to face them. He said politely, Gentlemen, I have nothing to say to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the shop owner frowned and asked, what are you talking about? There are still many things that need to be said. If you've lost to a martial artist, you have to leave Nam Duong, why are you still hanging around here? He replied, it's true that I lost, but why do I have to leave Nam Duong? So you don't know the rules here. The challenge has been lost, you no longer have the strength to be the master of martial arts teaching in this place, that's the way it is, please leave here. Wei Li Shan perseveres, I'm not going anywhere, you all go away. Do you want bloodshed when you go out? At this time, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The atmosphere was a bit more tense than before. Suddenly, someone walked closer, he offered, the innkeeper, let me talk to him, young master, but I can do this small matter. It's okay. Seeing this person, Wei Li Sun's eyes widened in surprise, black official. Black cells. And the pine tree on the pressure, so he. The mysterious person stepped closer towards Cam Lap Mountain. Look at his unique characteristics. Wei Li Shan secretly knew that he might be a disciple of a famous sect. Martial arts star, Chan Wian stepped out and coldly introduced himself, pleased to meet the sect master. This martial arts disciple is in his second generation, True Illusion. The master of the Flower Shadow Gate was surprised, the truth was illusory. Is it a truly illusory swordsman? He softly expressed, that title makes me feel ashamed. Wei Li Shan's face became tense and he thought to himself, never-ending searching for True Illusion, also known as Vo is looking for a dragon, among his juniors, he can be called the best, and in the future he may become the best swordsman in the world. He came here, proving that this matter is not simple. Chan Huan asked, I heard the owner of the Taoist restaurant recount the incident here. Do you still want to stay in Nam Duong? The master of Wei Lap Mountain replied, yes. He said again, this is not a good idea. Nam Duong is a land with few people. If there were two martial arts schools coexisting, it would not be possible. It's too tiring for both sides to compete for each other's territory, he replied, I know that, but our dojo has existed here for a long time, so how can we say we have to leave? True Illusion reminds everyone here that if the two sides cause conflict, the Hoan Mon will suffer great losses. But it's okay, don't worry, if you leave, we will compensate you. Do you think that's okay? If the Taoist accepts to leave here, the martial arts will bear all the travel expenses for you. Hearing that, Wei Li Shan couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse under his breath, what a bunch of bastards, they already had a plan. Hoan Mon in Nam Duong has been around for a long time. The disciples of Hoan Mon have lived and stayed here since they were children. The history of Hoan Mon has been closely linked to Nam Duong, saying we should give up Nam Duong, meaning do we abandon our history and roots. He immediately refused, Hoan Mon will not go anywhere. Illusory leg slightly frowned, okay. If you want to stay, there is still a way to stay, just stay in Indonesia. He interrupted and asked him to give up the Hoa Sun sect. These words made him stand still in shock. The sound of falling rain was as cold as a person's heart. Two Taoist temples cannot exist in Nam Duong. Even if you try, it is meaningless. Even though Hoa Sun has collapsed, it is still Taoism. We cannot accept another Taoist sect existing here. You should choose, one is to move away, the other is to give up the Flower Mountain sect, otherwise there is only one way left. It was the destruction of the gate. As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning exploded. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. With the urging of the illusory truth, you should make a decision. His hand holding the umbrella trembled, not knowing it was because of the cold rain. Or because of anger in my heart. After holding back for a while, he was able to speak, I cannot give up Hoa Sun. Chan Huan sighed, so it was clear. I'll give you 3 hours, if you don't leave, I'll have to take action. Wei Lap Sun helplessly asked, don't you think it's too much to do that? Why would martial arts act like that? He frowned and objected, what you said is not right. It was you who forced us to do this. I gave you the opportunity to give up, but you chose to be loyal to Hoa Sun, so there is no other way. Remember that. 3 hours later. Having said that, he and the others turned and walked away. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and asked, could it be? Are you waiting for Hoa Sun to come here? Do you think they will help you? Do you want to confront us? A small secular sect, is it worth it for them to do that? Suddenly, a voice rang out, you bastard, what are you doing? Who is it? In front, a person slowly walked forward. One of the martial artists was advancing, raised his hand to stop and asked, who are you? Chung Myung pushed that person aside to continue. This bastard wants to die. He passed through the crowd, surprising everyone. Arriving in front of the illusory truth, Chung Myung said, you don't need to know who I am. He looked at him suspiciously, is he crazy? Impossible. Even if he didn't recognize this as a martial arts disciple, he wouldn't have dared to rush into an easy-to-find place like this alone. At this time, the rest of the people also came forward. one by one pushing away the passing martial artists and standing aside. "Why are you blocking the road like this? Get out of the way." Phantasmal Chan frowned and looked uncomfortable. Wei Xiaoheng looked forward. When he saw his father, he happily called out, "Father." As a child, he ran to hug him. Wei Lap's son immediately asked, "Are you back?" He happily replied, "Yes, I'm back, I've brought the Hoa Sun man back, father." Chan Huan was surprised, the mountain flowers were starry. Chung Myung laughed, "It's true, that mountain flower. But who do you think it is? We're already here." He looked at everyone and suddenly thought, he appeared suddenly, so I didn't pay attention, but now I see it. Apricot flower pattern. Baek Shon came forward to express that he heard that the master was in trouble and we came to help. "Here Baek Shon, second generation disciple of Hoa Sun, pleased to meet you." Wei Lap's son gasped, it was Baek Shon's star, flower sword Baek Shon. Did the sect master send the flower sword Baek Shon here? He was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoheng caught him. "Father." Looking up from below, the sect master Hoa On Sun couldn't help but exclaim, he looked so majestic, even if he was standing next to a true phantom martial artist, he wouldn't be inferior. "So Hoa Sun Tan Long, is that person coming?" Chung Myung then ran up and happily said, "So you are the master, I have heard about you, you are the one who has given Hoa Sun a lot of financial support when it was in trouble." Yoon Jong sighed and reminded, "Hey, why are you talking about money here?" He shook his hand and greeted him, "Nice to meet you, I am Chung Myung of Hoa Sun." Wei Lishan was stunned, "Chung Myung? What?" Chan Wian also turned to look at him, it was Chung Myung. "Is it Chung Myung Hoa Sun Tan Long? You say you are Chung Myung of Hoa Sun, is that really you?" He pouted his lips full of contempt and replied, "I don't care what you say, I am Chung Myung of Hoa Sun, things here are momentary, you and I talk." After hearing that, he still couldn't believe it, his heart was full of doubts, that scoundrel-looking bastard was actually Chung Myung. Was Chung Myung one of the young disciples emerging in the Zhonghu, Hoa Sun Tan Long, more famous than me? Chung Myung ignored him, held Wei Li Sun's hand, his eyes brightly expressing, "Now that I am here, you don't need to worry anymore." The Grand Master was full of praise for him. The more he looked, the more difficult it became for him to understand. At first glance, he didn't see anything outstanding. Baek Shon asked, "You know what we came here for, right?" "I am Baek Shon of Hoa Sun," he politely replied, "I am true martial arts." "What you told the master, now tell me, tell you." So Hoa Sun officially got involved in this matter. He shrugged and nodded, "You guessed right." Chan Huan tightened his grip on the umbrella in anger, how dare he? Hoa Sun has almost withered, but has just risen a little and dares to intervene in martial arts matters, truly not knowing how high the sky and the earth are. "I don't know how you plan to handle this," Baek Shon replied, "it would be good if both sides could reconcile. But it seems like martial arts doesn't mean that." His words were normal, but his aura made Chan Huan shy. His aura was quite strong, the people around him must also feel this aura. Hoa Kiem Baek Shon looks completely different from Tan Long, the aura he radiates is strong and full of confidence. Thinking about it, he also opened his mouth to ask, "Do you mean that the two sides compete? We also have that idea." Chung Myung suddenly interrupted, "That's enough, what are your ages?" Being interrupted made him uncomfortable and asked, "Why are you? This bastard doesn't know any manners. You turned it around, a bunch of bastards came here and chased people away, and then they still wanted us to talk according to rules. Rules are only used with people who have rules, but you are not worthy, bastard." The illusory truth draws the sword. But was stopped by Chung Myung's next words, "You guys want to attack, wait a minute, come back in 3 hours. At that time, you should mentally prepare to die." Chan Huan frowned questioningly. "Is this what Hoa Sun meant?" Baek Shon smiled and replied, "That's what we meant. In my eyes, you guys are just a bunch of bastards. If you intend to oppress others like that, you've already prepared yourself mentally." He trembled with anger when he heard it, but tried to restrain himself and put the sword back in its sheath. "Okay, that's what Hoa Sun meant. One day, I will leave you one day. At this time tomorrow I will come again, whatever will happen then, you, Hoa Sun, must bear it yourself, because that is your decision." Chung Myung nonchalantly scratched his fingers and blew away the dirt on his hands. He curled his lips and smiled mockingly, thinking that 3 hours would change to 1 day. "Since you're here, let's get the job done." Yoon Jong was speechless, he really couldn't help it, he had irritated him too much, Zhou Gul also impatiently urged him, come on, if you want to do it, hurry up. Phantom Chan tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. But in the end, he still relaxed and let go. He clasped his hands in ceremony. But the tone was low as if holding back, setting this time for tomorrow. Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. Without a second of hesitation, I passed by each person, from Baek Shon to the two of Zhou Gul Yun Zhong. Finally, go through Lula to it. Don't care if it's raining, just keep going straight without turning around, the other guys rushed to chase. Yun Zhong exclaimed, admitting that he was good at holding back. What a bunch of martial arts bastards. Sect Master Wei still looked dumbfounded. Waiting for Chung Myong to speak, he suddenly came to his senses. How do you feel? Just let us take care of everything, okay? At this point, he was so scared that he trembled and asked, Young Master, can you still be happy? Do you know what the consequences of what just happened will be? I asked you guys to come and reconcile with the martial arts, now we are at war with them. Oh my god, you were so shocked that you lost consciousness. Wei Xiaoheng's face turned pale. Father. Father, Chung Myong scratched his head in confusion and asked, is something wrong? Yun Zhong smiled deeply and said, it's nothing, it's all because of you. On the other hand, towards Vo, who was on his way back, several of his junior brothers kept wondering, Senior brother, why did it have to wait until tomorrow? Senior brother. Brother, why don't you give them a lesson right there, then they will be scared and retreat. The illusory truth stops. What happened earlier? Okay, let's go back and teach them a lesson. Do you know why I postponed it until tomorrow? Because I'm really angry. He suddenly shouted, if we start now, we will probably kill them all. Those bastards don't know how scary it is when I'm angry. Once they become martial enemies, their only path is death. In the middle of an illusory void, the child was standing vaguely, when suddenly he heard a voice calling, hey, child. He turned around and replied, Father, T. During the procession, the image of Hoa Sun Mountain appeared, the voice still rang in my ears. Hoa Sun was a famous sect. To gain that reputation, Hoa Sun had shed countless blood and bones of its predecessors. Even though Hoa Sun is still in trouble right now, one day, Hoa Sun will reappear, so don't look at the present and weaken your will, you must trust them. One day, our Hoa on Mon will be famous in the world again, you must wholeheartedly follow Hoa Sun. The master of Wei Lap Mountain suddenly woke up from his coma. His whole body trembled. Then he looked to the side and asked DM Bin, was this not a dream? He nodded in response, leaving him in silence. On the other side, Chung Myong took a refreshing sip of wine and placed it on the table, exclaiming, delicious, truly good wine. Give me something to eat, he struggled. Zhou Gul quickly picked up the plate and ran away saying, the journey is too tiring, I'm about to starve and you're still going to eat all of mine, just eat your own portion enough. He viciously threatened, come on, give it here quickly, do you want to die? He tried to live and die to keep the plate, this is my share. The impenetrable door opened. Wei Li's son rushed over and yelled, are you guys still sitting here drinking? The situation is critical, the door is about to be destroyed. Wei Xiaoheng saw him and stood up, Father. Baek Shon apologetically stood up and expressed his apologies, we were too self-indulgent. Chung Myong innocently raised the wine bottle and invited him, Master, come here to make a cup. Zhou Gul angrily reminded him that he was injured, why did you call him over for a drink? He was helpless to breathe in pain, he really had no choice but to do this. He said, I have decided, Hoa on Mon will leave Nam Duong. Wei Tuhan did not believe his ears, Father. He explained that although he did not want to leave his historical roots, the situation could not be changed. We also thank you for coming here from a long way to help us, but now I hope you will also just leave. Baek Shon reassured, Master, Sir, this matter is caused by us, we will solve it. Sect Master Wei said tiredly, Heroes, I know you are coming to help us. But you all know the true power of martial arts. Even though they may have just retreated, who knows what will happen tomorrow. They did, surely it wasn't until we arrived that they ignored us. Chung Myong quietly took a long sip of wine, he put the vase on the table and wondered, I was also about to ask about that, is there something valuable in this place, that would make the martial artists there want you to leave? Wei Lap Mountain is difficult to understand, is it worth it, is it here? There's nothing valuable about this place, it wouldn't be our turn, that's right, he thought, there probably isn't anything worthwhile here, he probably wasn't wrong in what he said, if there was, he would have known. Their personalities aren't necessarily as bad as this, but there's probably something here that he doesn't know. He urged again, the matter is like this, I hope you all leave soon, I will take care of the future matters myself. Chung Myang immediately refused, no way. The sect master has an order that our Hoa-on sect's affairs must be resolved, but if this matter comes to a life or death situation, then so be it. It's okay, we in Hoa-sun are not afraid of martial arts. Hoa-sun will never abandon Hoa-on-mon, this will set an example for the whole world to look at. Hearing that, Wei Lap-sun quietly looked at him, Chung Myang. Is that Tan Long Hoa-sun? Maybe I underestimated him too much. After sipping the wine, Chung Myang said again, I have a favor to ask you. He quickly replied, it's okay, you just say it, I will do whatever I can do. He put the wine bottle on the table. Then he smiled cheerfully and requested, Master, bring all the wine here. Now I have to drink to my heart's content, tomorrow I have to fight against those martial artists. He was speechless, he must have thought wrongly. Outside, it was still pouring rain. In a boarding house, Chan Fu, a second-generation martial arts disciple, was asking, what did the senior brother think, would they escape tonight? True illusion analysis, if there was only the flower shadow gate, it might be like that, but now that there is a mountain, it probably won't be like that. Brother, do you think so, because they have gained a false reputation? He explained, people are quite simple, if they don't have a reputation yet, they won't need it, but if once they have a reputation, they will naturally find it very important and cannot give up. That name Chung Myang is now a little green in his Hoa-sun Tan Long, so he will probably stay because of him. If he leaves, won't he make people laugh at him? Hearing that, Chan Fu also understood and replied, yes, it could be as the senior brother said, because of this, maybe this time he will have to pay the price. Chan Wei confidently affirmed, tomorrow, the decisive time, in this fight, I will teach him a lesson. Maybe he's still too young and already has some reputation, so he's too arrogant. As seniors like us, shouldn't we give him a lesson and help him realize his mistakes, just as the senior brother directed? He reminded me further, but, what is the purpose of coming here? You must not forget that. Chan Fu nodded, I remember, rest assured, I have never forgotten that. Whether it's Hoa-on-mon or Hoa-sun disciples, we have to get rid of them first. If this is successful, martial arts can become the #1 sect in the world, surpassing Shaolin is within reach. That is the reason why we are here, to establish a sect to follow the Tao. Tomb sword, that's it. If things go well, this world will belong to martial arts. The next morning, after a busy night, Chung Myang was now sitting in front of the room, complaining that he had drank too much. Looks like this is not good. Looking at his haggard appearance like an addict, Yun Zhong angrily shouted, this bastard, what did he drink so much? He drank all the alcohol. He continued to drink another bottle and said, the wine is so good, let's finish it all. Hey, you can still drink it now, he scoffed, stop talking, it gives me a headache. Zhou Gul gritted his teeth and reminded him, it's morning, we're about to fight, so why drink, we have to face martial arts. Chung Myang returned as before, covered his nose and breathed with all his strength with his hands. All the smell of alcohol flew out. Don't worry, it's time to wake up. Zhou Gul frowned and covered his nose. It was a really bad smell. Baek Shon could only sigh. In the master's room, Wei Xiaoheng expressed, Father, I have summoned my brothers and sisters. The door is closed, okay. The martial arts are coming, will we really have to fight them? Wei Lishan bowed his head and muttered, why fight with them? He sighed and thought to himself, I wouldn't dare, confronting them as a mountain flower. What should we do about this matter now? Sit there and observe. If we stand outside we will at most leave Nam Duong, but our reputation, if we confront martial arts, our disciples may lose their lives, like playing. You and I may not be able to escape. He sadly asked, Son, what should we do, tell me. Wei Xiaoheng was stunned for a moment. But his eyes gradually became determined to speak. Having come to this point, we must fight to the end. The martial arts have done so much, we cannot stand being humiliated, they are guests and still dare to fight, so how can we as the owners ignore it? Plus, I have always admired my father, because he was always proud to be a disciple of Hoa-sun. Even though their father knew that Hoa-sun had died, he always helped them, with a strong belief in Hoa-sun that one day they would rise again. All those things make me always proud, Father. When Wei Sect Master heard that, he tightened his grip on the blanket. The disciples of the Hua Mountain family are the pride, my child. The boy patted his chest energetically to express that as a disciple of Hoa Mountain, How could he ignore seeing his fellow disciples having to go through life and death? And most of all, it was done for us, Dad, don't you think? I met the Hoa Sun sect master. When he heard what I said, he did not hesitate to immediately agree to help us, even though they were a bit overreaching, but that was also their heart for us. Even if I had to die today, I would have no regrets. He suddenly looked at his son silently, feeling ashamed that even if he died, he would have to fight side by side with Hoa Sun. Yet I cannot think like you. Normally I always say that, but now I can't decide. It's true that I'm a bad father, my child is very proud of you. He finally spoke up, gave the order, and opened the door to the martial arts hall. Yes. Pass on my words to the disciples, those who do not want to fight can leave, I do not blame those disciples. If through today, Hoa Mon can overcome this tribulation, and those disciples still want to come back, I will still accept them. DM Bin asked worriedly, but asked, will anyone stay to fight? He reassured and reassured. There are still me and my child, that's okay, we will fight for Hoa Mon. Wei Xiaohang happily replied, yes. DM Bin looked at the two for a moment. Finally he turned away and said, yes, I understand. Wei Lapsun suddenly asked, so are you planning to leave too? He was opening the door when he stopped and replied, no, the disciple will not fight in the name of Hoa Sun, but disciples will fight for Hoa Mon. Outside. Chung Myong asked while drinking and looking at the sky. Senior brother, when are those martial artists coming? Yun Zhong shouted angrily, how do I know? Baek Shon spoke up to warn you, listen here. Since last night, I just observed without saying anything, but today is different. Before leaving, the sect leader said that this incident was considered a time for Hoa Sun to have a voice in the world. Therefore, today's battle with martial arts disciples is very important. We are not only fighting for our lives, but also for the reputation of Hoa Sun, remember that. As for Chung Myong, he waved his hand and promised, I know, I will pay attention and be gentle. He objected, no, please fight with all your might. Today's battle can't be held back even if it's a confrontation, then there's no need to pay attention anymore. He secretly exclaimed, that's good, but on the outside he pretended to be safe, but the sect master said we need to be careful not to cause trouble. Baek Shon repeated, in the car, you said that the sect master is old and about to ascend to the throne, so it is necessary to give the martial artists a lesson so that the sect master can smile even in heaven. He laughed when he heard that, okay, I didn't think what I said was so casual, right? Suddenly there was a noisy crowd. Everyone looked out the door and saw a group of people leaving. Someone asked, are those the Hoa Mon disciples? The main gate was open, this voice made Baek Shon turn around and look. Sect master, you, Wei Li Mountain explained, that's what I mean, the disciples can choose to leave if they don't want to fight, they have no obligation to participate in this battle. Drunk Chung Myong looked at a group of other people and asked. So those are the people who choose to stay and fight. It is true that the disciples have a heart for the sect, they are virtuous people. Hoa Sun needs people like this the most. Sect Master Wei suddenly bowed his head respectfully and expressed, last night I said something that should not be said, you have come from a long way to help us and yet I say such a thing, it is not right at all, I hope you will forgive me, error. Although today's battle is very dangerous, the outcome is unpredictable, but I will fight together with you. Baek Shon waved his hand and replied, Sect Master does not need to do that, fighting for Hoa Mon is also for Hoa, paint that. Having finished speaking, he looked at him and silently admired, what a noble-hearted sect master, always worried about his disciples, and devoted to the flower sect. In return, in a dangerous situation like this, I don't know if I can do the same as him. Chung Myong lazily said, good, it's exactly the master I imagined, you said it very well. Yun Zhong and Zhou Gul whispered on the side, Chung Myong is drunk again, it seems he is thinking about the money that Hoa Mon will support Hoa Sun after this, yes, that's probably it. He said again, but this time the matter was simple, the sect master did not need to fight. It's hard to understand, but just observe and you'll see. But martial arts are coming. They look so energetic. Outside the door was quiet, the wind blew sand. From afar, a group of people dressed in black and white came, closer and closer. First, of course, is the illusory truth. He gave the order, everyone rushed forward. Immediately the crowd drew their swords. Without hesitation, use light attack to rush forward. Inside, Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong rushed forward to meet them. Everyone held their swords firmly in a ready position to improvise. Baek Shon asked, are you here? There were 3 people up first. In the blink of an eye, Chung Myong disappeared from his seat. He suddenly moved behind Baek Shon. The lucky hand gathered strength to strike out a palm. Before the other 3 could approach, they were thrown back by a blast of internal force. The silhouettes of the 3 men disappeared. Baek Shon glanced at Chung Myong speechlessly, one move already done. What a monster. As for him, he scratched his face and said indifferently that his momentum was high, but his strength was too weak. The 3 martial artists were being knocked to the ground, their heads dizzy and spinning, not understanding what had just happened. What had just hit me? I didn't know anymore, I could only see blurry. True Illusion was full of surprise. All 3 were attacked at the same time but didn't see anything. How could their strength be so strong? Is there some trick here? After thinking about it, he reminded me, my disciples, be careful and follow me. He also drew his sword and was alert, because he didn't know what tricks they were playing in there. So you guys follow behind, I will lead the way. Okay, senior brother. After finishing speaking, the phantom leg jumped up and moved, the others followed closely behind. He used his internal strength to transmit Qigong into the sword. Then stabbed forward. A powerful airflow erupted, directly smashing the mountain gate. Wooden fragments of the door, along with sand dust, flew everywhere. True Illusion cautiously entered. He looked around and asked, is it a trap? Chung Myong frowned and gritted his teeth and questioned, why did you destroy our gate? We didn't close the gate. You martial arts bastards don't know any manners when going to someone else's house. You're such a bunch of bastards. When he said that, he suddenly frowned and observed carefully, So they're all here. There are only so many of you, but you want to confront us, brothers, don't be afraid. You are too confident. I don't know if you are too confident, or arrogant. Joe Gould wondered incredulously. The senior brother saw that guy talking. Something seemed familiar, right? Yoon Jong replied, yes, I thought it was quite familiar, but I wasn't sure where I had seen it before. Chung Myong pointed at Baek Shon teasingly, just like his uncle the day before. When he was reminded of the past, he got angry and scolded him and shut up. He pouted, saying the right thing but still arguing. Baek Shon was speechless and didn't bother to say it again, making him laugh even more excitedly. True Illusion looked at it but suddenly felt doubtful about life. What happened? What was that kid's reaction? He couldn't help but ask, wondering where you guys got such confidence. Up until now, Hoa-sun has always been inferior to our martial arts. It has only recently started a bit of a comeback. Now does it dare to confront us? Chung Myong curled his lips and laughed. Why what? Who is inferior to the mighty? Are you guys in the martial arts style? 100 years ago, you still had to consider us Hoa-sun as superiors, but now it's not that big of a deal. Chan Huan frowned. 100 years ago, he suddenly burst out laughing. What you're saying is, 100 years ago was the era of your Hoa-sun's my Hoa sword venerable, the person you're always proud of. But, did you know that my Hoa Kiem venerable, the person you are always proud of, failed miserably against our martial arts Tai Chi sword emperor? When he heard that, he froze. In an instant, his face darkened, his mouth twitched in discomfort and he asked, what the hell are you talking about? He scoffed, truly humiliating himself. Looking at your reaction, I already knew how you felt. At that time, the 2 people, my Hoa Kiem venerable and Tai Chi sword emperor, had a fight with each other. Your my Hoa Kiem venerable failed miserably. However, Tai Chi sword came to preserve the honor of my Hoa Kiem venerable, of you, but did not tell the results of that battle to the next martial artists. Having said that, let you remember that, whether it was 100 years ago or now, Yu Hoa-sun is not an opponent of our martial arts, understand? Joe Gould and Yoon Jong both raised their swords. Both couldn't help but shout, bastard, do you dare to lie without blinking like that? This bastard really wants to die. Baek Shon also pointed his sword straight at them and angrily said, my Hoa Kiem Tun is not someone you can slander so casually. Chung Myong's expression was speechless behind him. I really couldn't help it. I am the sword master of my Hoa. My disciples, please respect me a little. And who did he say I should compete with? Tai Chi sword emperor martial arts. What's so good about that old man? He sees me as a tiger, nothing to brag about. It's true that I had a martial arts competition with that old man. He also said that no matter what the result was, he wouldn't let anyone know publicly. Some memories from the past. The guard, the Tai Chi sword emperor, majestically and eloquently proclaimed at first, as Taoists practicing swordsmanship together, I will show you the true path that needs to be followed. Of a cultivator, the sword is ruthless, no matter what the result is, don't regret it. At that time, he even had to stand and watch him move his lips until he was bored. But soon, He lost, his clothes were tattered and he sat down on the ground begging, I admit that your strength and swordsmanship are better than mine, I understand the difference between the two of you. I surrender, it's enough for you to fight here, please forgive me, let me go again, I beg you, we Taoists talk with words, not with our hands and feet like this. Of course, Chung Myong still did not stop. When he was beaten until his shirt was blown off and his head was swollen, he quickly bowed his head and prostrated, please spare his life quickly, I beg you. Back to the present, Chung Myong remembered again, after that time, every time I passed by martial arts, I called him out to earn some spending money, I used that money to rent the best room, drink wine and eat food, the most delicious. Thinking back now, I still feel happy, that was one of my junior brothers, even though he was much older than me. How can these bastards now lie completely like that? Who told them that, without any evidence, but now they tell the truth, they are martial bastards. Thinking for a while, he spoke up and said, what do you want now? Do you want the person who passed away 100 years ago to stand behind and cheer for your prestige today? What's the point of coming out here to talk anymore? After all, everything has passed a long time ago, no one can testify to it anymore, so don't beg for the past. Your martial arts today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Hoa's son. Zhen Huan gritted his teeth, bastard, how dare you insult our martial arts? Chung Myong suddenly shouted, puppet master. Wei Xiaoheng was startled and replied, I'm here. He asked, how is it, has the young master given someone to do as I asked? The young man wondered, the director's intention was to spread the news, I have sent the disciples of the dojo to spread the news all over Indonesia, already. Chung Myong smiled and praised, that's it. Having finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword. With a powerful pull, a stream of air shot out, Baek Shon was startled and quickly dodged. That air flow was like a wind that pushed back the footsteps of the martial artists. Then they spread out and swept across the wall where the mountain gate was built. Chan Huan still doesn't understand what's going on. Behind him, cracking sounds entered his ears. As time went on, the cracking sound became louder and louder, then suddenly it collapsed. Pieces of brick fell and columns of dust rose in all directions. The gate collapsed, revealing a large gap. Behind that, I don't know when there have been countless people watching, those people came here to watch the excitement. Chung Myong smiled happily and said, it was true that they came at the right time, I really like to show off my prestige in crowded places like this. The brothers considered that each of them had defeated or lost that martial arts disciple. Yun Zhong replied, I'm 2, Zhou Gul expressed, I'm about 3. He muttered, that's a total of 5, Master Lu fighting 4 is fine. Lu Latuit nodded slightly in response. Chung Myong said again, Uncle Bok took down all the remaining people and that was it. Baek Shon glanced at him and asked, what about you? He innocently replied, do I also need to participate? Can't argue, I can only sigh. Chung Myong smiled excitedly. He shouted loudly, everyone rushed forward. Uncle! Master Lu! Brothers too! Zhou Gul Yun Zhong was bored and didn't bother to move. Baek Shon had to explain again, this is an opportunity for you to practice, we will prove to the entire martial arts community how hard we have trained in Hoa Sun over the past time. Fellow monks, show them the Hoa mountain sword technique. When he finished speaking, everyone said in unison a resounding yes. Then immediately rushed to attack. Chan Wian also quickly gave orders to advance, showing them some manners. The two sides gathered to fight. In this moment, Zhou Gul expressed the determination that most of the Flower Brothers have strived for in the past 2 years. But among all the monks, who will try harder than me, I will today. Must remember. Remembering that crazy guy used all the methods to train us, I was determined that as long as I was stronger, no matter how I trained, I could do it. But that thought was long gone 2 months after the Hoa Tong branch ended. The days of training were like hell on earth, I couldn't stand it anymore. Sometimes I climbed a high mountain, looked up at the sky with a haggard appearance, maybe I would die here, get rid of all these things, if you could build it before, how difficult is it to start over again? But can this training ever end? Can we try until the end? I think if I just practice hard, I can get stronger. But is choosing this hardship the right one? My body is already so tired, but still. I cannot run away. I had to endure all the hardships to get where I am today. 2 years have passed and I have learned a lot, both my swordsmanship and my strength have improved a lot, is my chance. I can see the strength of the martial arts disciple in front of me. The way he rushed forward. Direction of view. How to hold the sword, I want to tell him that. You're dead, you bastard. You are not worthy of being my opponent. The sound of swords clashing rang out. Yoon Jong and the martial artist were fighting, their swords were powerful and decisive, the characteristics of martial arts swordsmanship were being developed. Don't be in a hurry, always slowly acknowledge your opponent, using a calm Taoist spirit to accept the opponent's sword. It is these characteristics that have helped martial arts to join the ranks of the major sects in the world, especially their swordsmanship that always makes opponents fear. How to overcome martial arts swordsmanship? Simply put, you just need to make moves faster than them. It can be said that water can overcome big fire, but if the fire is too big, the water will evaporate. Under the constant pressure of attacks, the martial arts disciple had no time to react and his body lost momentum and fell down. At this moment, Yoon Jong rushed up and swung the shot, too slow. I will overcome you. Jo Gul also defeated his opponent almost at the same time, the two of them each slashed in the same direction, swinging their swords from opposite sides. The martial arts disciple was stunned. How could this be possible? How could I lose to a Flower Mountain disciple? As soon as he finished speaking, blood shot out from his body. The battle stopped. Yoon Jong slowly stood up straight, retracted his sword and said, "Your swordsmanship is quite good, but it's just that our level of practice and diligence is different." That guy immediately lost consciousness. Yoon Jong looked at Jo Gul's back. He also turned around and smiled. They looked at each other, thinking in their hearts, I have become much stronger. Suddenly a fire broke out from nowhere behind Yoon Jong. Feeling where it was coming from, Yoon Jong's sweat dropped and slowly turned his head. Chung Myong stood there burning with anger. He glared at him with a scornful look on his lips. Jo Gul brother made that mistake a total of 3 times, Yoon Jong 4 times. This time I'll leave it alone, but next time, then you will die with me. Yoon Jong cringed. It's true that this guy is here, so you have to be careful in whatever you do. But through this battle, I realized that the Hoa Fear sword technique is truly the strongest sword technique. Now is the time for us to give more than just martial arts. But the whole martial arts world knows this. Baek Shon was now fighting fiercely with Chan Wien, and Wei Lap Sun stood there staring with wide eyes in surprise, winning overwhelmingly. They have fewer people, but they can still win martial arts. Martial arts, one of the major sects in the world, failed so simply. Wei Tuhan saw him stunned and called out, "Father!" He burst out in exclamation at this moment, "They are too strong, that mountain flower. My heart is overflowing with emotion, I can't believe they did that. Huashan has risen, Huashan's disciples have made great progress." Chung Myong, who was sitting, saw his expression. Then he raised the wine bottle and asked, "Would you like to drink some?" He sighed helplessly, "And this new dragon too, this has never happened before." Unable to bear it, Wei Lap's son had to ask, "Director, your monk brothers are fighting out there, can you still drink alcohol?" He took another sip of wine and replied, "It's okay, I don't know what their level is, I took the trouble to teach them, so how could they lose?" "Ha, he only teaches those monk brothers." At this time, after a clash of swords, Baek Shon and Illusory Leg separated into 2 directions. Both landed on the ground at the same time. Chan Wien was a bit struggling, he tiredly wiped away his sweat and thought to himself, "Too strong, how could the Hoa sons be so strong?" Baek Shon spoke up and said, "Next person, why? Now that the martial arts sect is in a weak position, it seems like you want to come up here and show off a bit, right?" He was breathing heavily, but when he heard you say that, blue veins immediately appeared. "You guys, please move forward, okay?" He shouted angrily, "How long are we going to stand there? Go ahead and take them down." At that time, the remaining guys quickly rushed forward. They split up and surrounded each person one by one. After watching, Baek Shon smiled and said, "You know you're losing but you still refuse to admit it. I don't think martial arts are right now that we have to do something like this. Do you think that if you all rise up, we will lose our position in Hoa Sun?" Phantom Chan gritted his teeth in anger, but I still had to try to stay calm and think, damn, if I win in this situation, I won't be proud or happy. In a one-on-one battle with him, I must win and regain my martial arts reputation. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling, the Phantom Leg asked sharply, "You guys are very strong, I admit that, but why doesn't that guy fight? Then you guys underestimate the martial arts that are sending us." He is talking about Chung Myong, who is still sitting around drinking and drinking. He has finished drinking a little. Baek Shon replied nonchalantly, "Where do you think you are going? With your level, there is no need for him to participate here. When there is a worthy opponent, he will fight." "What? Even if you get mad, it's the same, because even I can't influence him. There are many things in this world that are difficult to understand. it's possible for a chicken to have 3 legs, or for a snake to have 2 tails. So it's normal for a person to have 3 heads and 6 arms. True Illusion doubts and vaguely imagines 3 heads and 6 arms. He pointed his sword and said, "You don't need to think too much, your opponent is me." The right sword confronts the eternal sword, there is truly nothing better. As for the person facing Hoa Sun Tan Long, it doesn't look good. Hearing these words, the illusory truth was insulted and madly rushed forward, this bastard. Looking at him rushing towards her, Baek Shon thought again, martial arts are looking for illusory truth. I have heard his name many times, he is one of the most powerful young disciples in martial arts. If it weren't for the recent Hoa Tong Association, Need Kim Lao would have had a place among the famous young people in the world. It can be understood that Chin Kim Long and Tru Huan Wu are equal in strength. His internal attack is quite good, his sword style is sharp. Looking at his sword martial arts moves that are like silk ribbons fluttering aimlessly, it is impossible to guess. Now I understand why he is famous among the ranks of young knights. But really, he just went there. Now my sword moves can make apricot blossoms bloom. He rotated his sword hand by switching swords. In space, flower petals suddenly appeared. It was clear that the person was standing in one place, but countless different silhouettes appeared in space. Chan Huan stopped and widened his eyes in surprise. Why? His body seemed to be passive, those clones rushed forward, slashing at him like a hidden wind. And finally, Baek Shon really kicked his feet and rushed forward. Launched a decisive slash at the illusion's leg without even him having time to react, then moved behind him. His clones disappeared, gradually becoming red apricot petals. 7 rays of light emanated from the body of True Illusion. This is the sword intent of Apricot 7 sword. Apricot flower sword beheading that Baek Shon unleashed. He was hit, his body and clothes were ruined. Quickly lost consciousness and collapsed on the field. The flower petals were still flying in the air, making the people who came to see the bustle admire. Even apricot blossoms appeared. Chung Myong smiled happily and nodded, okay. Truly the true power of Hoa Chin sword. He loudly praised that Uncle Baek Shon played very well. Over there, Yun Jong is having a bit of trouble, but wait, why do you all come to me? I'm the weakest, you guys can't compete with Uncle Baek Shon, but you should try the second strongest person. A martial artist immediately asked, who is the second strongest person? He pointed in one direction, over there, see it. Where he is just a snowy place, she is fighting, but every move is without any flaws. Causing the martial artist to retreat with difficulty. Every time the sword is swung, it swings like a dance. Discovering someone sneaking in from behind. Lu Latuit has a supple body. Immediately bent to dodge the sword. Legs swept at an angle of 180 degrees to sweep away their feet. Then slashed with a semicircular sword to defeat them all. Several other martial artists were watching and stood still for a few seconds. Baek Shon asked, do you still plan to continue fighting? The martial arts have failed. If you don't take the injured person for treatment, there will be a murder. Things here are not so bad that you guys are abandoning your fellow disciples. Take the injured person for treatment, then leave Nam Duong and return to the dispatching station. We have already won. Hearing that, they had no choice but to leave. Those who are not injured help those lying on the ground to get up. Whoever can still walk, please help. But whoever loses consciousness will be carried. Before leaving, the illusory truth woke up and said, we lost here today because our strength is not equal. Baek Shon immediately emphasized, from now on you are not allowed to touch Ho On Mon anymore. Since you have failed, don't go down the same path again next time and bring shame to martial arts. Go home. They walked home absent-mindedly, passing through the crowd of people. The sounds of chatter. Hua Sun had reappeared. Was this true? They had defeated the martial arts that were protecting Ho On Mon. Well, Ho On Mon is the family of Hoa Sun, so it's only natural that they protect Ho On Mon. Bok Sun put his sword in its scabbard, turned around and walked towards Wei Lap Mountain to announce that the sect master did not disappoint him. Wow, it's safe now. At this point, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Quickly clasping my hands and bowing down to express my gratitude, on behalf of Ho On Mon, I truly appreciate the heart of Hoa Sun. You guys have protected our Ho On Mon regardless of danger, thank you very much. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the 3 of them also clasped their hands and replied. Sect Master has said too much, this is what we should do in Huashan. Wei Lap Sun burst into tears and quickly covered his face with his hands. Chung Myong burst into laughter and exclaimed, it was so touching. That day, the sky was strangely blue, as the wind blew, apricot petals gently blew. That day, the master of the pseudo-sect welcomed guests until late at night, congratulating the master of the pseudo-sect. He had contributed a lot to Hoa's son in the past, and now he was rewarded. "Thank you everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you." When everyone said goodbye, he still bowed his head, standing alone in the yard, looking up at the sky and thinking, this day has finally come. Hoa Mountain seemed to have perished, but once again arose. They traveled thousands of miles to come here to help us. What my father said was not wrong. Behind me came loud noises. He turned back to look at the still-lit palace hall. There were the Hoa Sun disciples who helped protect the Hoa on Mon where I lived. Right now, they must be very happy to win their martial arts. We have to go thank them and apologize to them. There were times when I didn't trust them, and there were times when I got angry and raised my voice at them. We should also talk about the future of Hoa on Mon after this incident. We should also share a few drinks with them to celebrate this victory. However, when he reached the front door of the room, he did not hear cheerful laughter, but rather helpless screams. "Blocked, over there." Wei Lap's son happily opened the door and greeted everyone, but he quickly froze. "This crazy guy, what are you doing? Quickly arrest this kid." Inside, everything was a mess. Broken dishes were all over the floor, Chung Myung was running and jumping everywhere, and the others fell to the ground helplessly. "Catch him, don't let him escape." Jo Gul jumped up and grabbed his leg, about to shout that he caught him. Then Chung Myung pulled him free, causing him to grab the frog and fall backwards. Baek Shon tried to persuade Chung Myung, "Calm down. The martial arts sect has failed, we can stop here. We need to return to Hoa's son to obey the sect master's orders." When he left, he also told me not to cause trouble. Chung Myung now dressed up, wearing the ninja outfit from before and replied, "Yes, the work at Hoa on Mon, the senior brothers and uncles have already finished. There is no need to pay attention to my business anymore. Even though the battle with the martial arts is underway, we have won, everything seems to be okay. Except for Jo Gul, you're still bad, why am I alone?" Chung Myung pulled up his mask and said, "Now it's my job to do." After saying that, he used his light attack to disappear in an instant. The mouth laughed in a strange voice, rushing away into the night. Leaving the room shabby and devastated, the door fell down, and the pseudo-sect master was rushed past so quickly that he fell to a corner, despairing, and finished. Wei Lishan did not understand anything. Bewildered eyes looked at the rest of the room. He secretly cried, "Father, you probably couldn't predict a situation like this." On the mountain road back to martial arts, the illusory leg was placed on a cart for the disciples to pull back. He lay motionless. His eyes looked at the starry sky full of confidence. Chan Fu worriedly asked if senior brother heard what he said. "We are on our way back to martial arts mountain." He then sat up full of doubts, wondering why. "As for that, how is Hoa on Mon?" As soon as he sat up, his chest ached in pain. The image of Baek Shon swinging his sword flashed into his mind. Only then did he come to his senses, his hands clasped his chest. "Have we lost?" As for the Taoist temple, Chan Fu replied, "I told them to leave Nam Duong, I told them so in the name of my senior brother." Chan Huan bowed his head, his heart full of self-blame. "I failed, this is an insult to martial arts. Even though I had prepared in advance and used many ways to deal with Hoa's son, I didn't think I would fail. Now my martial reputation has been damaged, and I don't have the face to see you guys again, master here. As for the purpose of coming to Nam Duong, sword seed." He called out, "Chan Fu, de senior brother. I quickly returned to the martial arts station to report the situation. We can't return like this, let's stay somewhere and wait, instructions from the sect master." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "What is the need?" Illusory Chan looked up in surprise. "Unshakable master uncle." He jumped down from that cliff. Vo Chan, the first-generation disciple of martial arts, Vo Tu Jr., his martial arts have reached the level of expert swordsmanship, is one of the martial arts 3 swords. "Uncle Wu Chan, why did he come to Nam Duong?" He went to him and asked, "You guys are quite surprised why I am here, right? The sect leader's judgment of cause and effect is not wrong. You guys have failed, right? Are there so many of you being attacked? Are there so many Hoa Sun people coming? Or is there help from another force?" Chan Wian lowered his head but still told everything. "After listening to the whole incident, I concluded without hesitation, I have tried many ways, but I cannot defeat Hoa's son." He nodded, "Yes. This failure is your failure, your honor after this time." He interrupted, "Do you think it's that simple? That's not the case. If I had done a despicable act, the martial arts world would not only curse me, but also implicate the martial arts. That would have affected the martial arts reputation. I would not understand." "I'm sorry, it's okay, it's done, no more talking. For now, let's ignore the struggle for territory in Indonesia." Chan Wian looked up at him in surprise. Vo Vin explained, "Since that didn't work, we should aim for our goal, which is the Sword Seed." He wondered, "But the Sword Seed, the exact location of that place, we haven't investigated yet. That's not why, that we need to occupy the southern region or what?" He immediately said, "We have found the location of the sword. Failure at Hoan Mon is a humiliating thing for martial arts, but it's okay. In the future there will be many opportunities for revenge. That's just a small thing. The big thing we need to do is to reach the place of founding. The sect master has also sent reinforcements. Any disciples who are injured should return, and those who can still fight should stay." Hearing that, everyone bowed their heads to listen to the command, their hearts filled with joy. The opportunity had come again. As long as the sword seed is found, this disgrace will be fully paid to the Flower Mountain sect. Wu then asked with concern, "How are you doing? Can you still walk? If it's not okay, you can go back." He quickly replied, "I can still try, I will not affect my brothers." "Okay, follow me." Suddenly, he was alert and discovered something. Immediately looked up in one direction. "Uncle, what's wrong?" He stared at the bushes on the cliff. "Who, come out." After saying that, a black shadow came out from there. And that is none other than Chung Myong. Vo Chan frowned. Why is he dressed in black? That black shadow flashed away. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground, facing them. Chung Myong slowly approached. He nodded slightly as a greeting. He looked warily. Again I saw his sharp eyes glancing back. Then he suddenly pretended to be innocent and asked, "I happened to pass by here, so I heard something, so I asked what a sword is." The space became quiet. Chan Wian was surprised and thought, a robber accidentally passed by. Who is he to be so bold, daring to appear alone among the martial arts disciples? "Are you a bandit in this mountain?" he thought and replied, "Oh, it seems like that." "Yes, I am a mountain bandit." The two uncles were speechless. This guy has a problem. Chan Wian looked closely at him. The pattern on the sword hilt was apricot blossom. "He is Hoa Sun, he is a disciple of Hoa Sun." "Hoa Sun Tan Long." Chung Myong was startled and surprised. "How could you recognize him?" "Oh, that's wrong. What kind of flowers are painted flowers?" Chan Huan silently screamed. The more he spoke, the more exposed he became. "What a bastard, how could a Flower Mountain disciple do such a thing? Don't you feel ashamed?" He argued indifferently. "What nonsense, I'm a mountain bandit. I'll pretend you didn't say anything." Vo Chan spoke up, "Okay, so you're not a flower disciple, but a mountain bandit, right?" "Yes, that's what I mean. Okay, if you're not a Flower Mountain disciple. I'm just trying to deal with a robber who dares to block our path." Chung Myong frowned and looked, inwardly exclaiming, "Oh well, this name is good. He reminded me that if you apologize and go away, then I will forgive you, otherwise you will regret it." He laughed. "Well said. I will also say, if you are willing to tell me what the sword is, then I will leave you alone and let your martial arts return to the sect. If you don't say anything, you won't be able to rest in peace." Suddenly there was silence. He pondered for a while before continuing, "I heard that recently the grace flower has reappeared. You must be Hoa Sun Tan Long, the strongest among the third-generation disciples of Hoa Sun." Chung Myong waved his hand in denial. I don't dare accept it, you're exaggerating." Chan Huan was speechless and spoke nonsense, saying that was no different from claiming. Vo Chuk expressed, but he completely denied that he was not from Hoa Sun. The fact that his sword hilt had apricot flower motifs, I had never seen it. He drew his sword, thus. "If you are seriously injured, then I will just consider it as dealing with a bandit." Chung Myong silently assessed. The sword energy is so powerful, even though he just pulled out the sword, the pressure it causes makes the opponent afraid. That sharp sword energy, if he is not careful, he can finish off the opponent with one move. The disciples of the martial arts sect always considered him a swordsman with superior swordsmanship. He was already at a level higher than the others. Among the experts I have met since my rebirth until now, he is one of the opponents that is quite difficult to deal with. This is the true sword cultivator of the martial arts sect. Thinking about it, he slowly pulled out his sword and said, "Before fighting, I will also say more. You also have to be careful with your head. We are not that simple either." Chung Myong, wearing a covered nin leather outfit, stood on the opposite side of them. Unshakable also stared at him. The whole atmosphere suddenly became strangely tense. Illusion Chan silently swallowed his saliva. He remembers what Baek Shon said, "You guys seem to have misunderstood something here, it's impossible for him to do anything to you. He only confronts people who are as powerful as him, Hoat Chin Kiem, he said so. The person who overpowered me in that confrontation said so, meaning that the strongest among the Huashan disciples who came to Nam Duong this time was Huashan Tanlong. But no matter how strong he is still just a young disciple. How can he confront Master Uncle Vo Vin, one of the martial arts elders, who has practiced swordsmanship and has experience, fought more than him for decades? Uncle Wu's name was recognized in martial arts as well as in martial arts, his rank was indeed much higher than his. Chung Myung pointed his finger at him and said, "Oh well, we need to talk about something, let's make a bet." Vo Vin frowned and asked, "What's the bet?" He explained, "If the two of us had a competition without a reward, wouldn't it be boring? How about we make a bet? Whoever wins will have to answer a question asked by the other person. Is it okay? I want to know what kind of sword you are looking for, and what about you?" Vo Chuk replied, "Simply if you lose, take off your veil, apologize to us, and admit that Hoa Sun Sect is not the opponent of martial arts." Chung Myong immediately argued, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am mountain bandits, not mountain flowers. But since you made such a request, I agree, but if you lose, you must keep your word." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately nodded in agreement. Receiving the answer, Chung Myong happily closed the deal. "Okay, come here. Why don't you let me attack first? If you don't come up, the two of us will stand here and fight." "Okay, you're too arrogant." Unshakable, the person burning with murderous aura warned, "I will." Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Myong spoke up, "If you don't come up, I'll go up first." After finishing speaking, he swung his sword and launched a sudden attack. A stream of sword energy passed through the elder's body, smashing the tree trunk behind him, causing it to break in half. In the blink of an eye, the tree trunk crashed to the ground, and he still stood motionless. The unshakable elder slowly glanced back, his expression extremely confused. Chung Myong smirked and said, "That was just foreplay." He remained silent and looked behind. I couldn't help but silently exclaim in my heart, it was too dangerous. If that sword energy had just been aimed at my neck, my head would have fallen off. He then raised his hand to wipe the remaining blood from his face and replied, "Thank you, you were lenient, it's okay. If you want to fight, then hurry up, since we're facing off, both sides should use all their strength, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, the elder without a trace immediately disappeared, making Chung Myong also surprised. He suddenly appeared from above and shouted loudly, "I thought so too." Chung Myong smiled excitedly and said, "Okay." He swung his sword down and he gently jumped to the side. This sword move of his was truly powerful. A huge earthquake shook the entire ground. "Divide the place where you just stood into two halves." Chung Myong used the zygote to cling to the nearby cliff. The unshakable elder determined his direction, quickly rushed forward. Watching him move in front of him, he suddenly realized many things that he had seen over the past time. What is the difference between martial arts and martial arts 100 years ago and now? At this moment, Chung Myong suddenly drew his sword to block the attack. The two sharp swords touched each other, creating a deafening sound. Because of the force, both were bounced off at the same time. He continued to use his zymometer to grip the ground to keep his balance. The two of them just rushed into each other to fight. From the air to the ground, he straightened the blade and stabbed it towards him. Chung Myong immediately leaned over and successfully dodged. He kicked hard on the cliff under his feet to gain strength. In Chung Myong's mind, he silently wondered, after that time, martial arts had developed. Or, it gradually dwindled away after the war with the demon religion. A sudden kick from him came right in front of him without impact. As he dodged, the kick hit the cliff, causing it to shake. Losing his support, he fell, falling freely in the air. Even though he tried to use his internal strength to surround and protect his body. But falling from a high place still cannot avoid strong impact. Looked at him falling to the ground, Illusion Chan exclaimed in panic, "Master!" Suddenly a stream of air like a winding silk ribbon flew up. Chung Myong looked down from above and assessed that martial arts sword chi is used in combat, requiring a strong internal chi force in the body to maintain when attacking the enemy. That is the reason why the disciples it is difficult for the second generation of martial arts to fully develop the powerful strength of current martial arts swordsmanship, because the internal strength of the martial arts is not enough. Although martial arts and swordsmanship are done in a flexible and gentle way, the purpose of the latter is to use softness to overcome hardness, but nonetheless, it is to be able to maintain a balanced situation with the opponent and wait for the opponent's opportunity. To have a loophole to win, you also need to have a strong internal force. In other words, practicing the same martial art, even if they are the same sect, the person with stronger internal strength will be able to develop the martial arts techniques they practice with completely different powers. He muttered, "The sword saved stars." Indeed, sword energy manifests itself as its name suggests. But, still not enough. Chung Myung let go of the cliff and jumped down. He held the sword tightly in his hand and rushed into the gas cloud. The sword in his hand emitted a ray of internal energy. He swung his sword, slashing straight down. A powerful sword slashed toward the sword of the elder Vo Vin in half. He was stunned, cutting my sword energy to pieces. It couldn't be like that. How could the sword energy with my powerful internal force infused into it be cut by that brat? Bastard, that's it. Please continue this trick of mine. The true energy seemed to be taken from the dantian and transferred to the sword in the hand. He shouted loudly, cutting the sword technique. The great river flowed. A hurricane arose. The wind blew so fiercely that everyone present could not stand. Chan Wian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His uncle was so great. His sword technique was launched at an amazing angle and power. How could that brat stop his master's sword move with that powerful internal force? Even if that kid is the most talented Hoa Sun Tan Long and Hoa Sun, he still can't stop the sword moves from rushing in like the flow of a river. The sword moves light enveloped Chung Myung's figure. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Brat, with this sword move you will be defeated." Suddenly his eyes changed, as if something had happened. In the sky, Chung Myung slashed a semicircular sword. That's all. It blew away the inner energy of the sword move of the unshakable. He exclaimed in horror, "What?" The beam of light from his sword stabbed straight at him. Suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood and his pupil shrank. Looking down from above, Chung Myung was a little appreciative, and also had some strength, but it wasn't enough. The martial arts of the three swords were only that much. Suddenly, his legs knelt on the ground, his face filled with confusion. I just saw him suddenly appear in front of me. Both hands holding the hilt of the sword stabbed down, it seemed. We'll have to end the battle here, then talk later. He helplessly opened his eyes and watched Chung Myung attack him. As soon as he lowered his hand, he quickly turned to the side to avoid it. Chung Myung's sword crashed into the ground, instantly sending a violent tremor. The ground cracked and soon spread. The unshakable elder avoided a sword, but was thrown away by a rock and continued to roll several more times. He lay trembling on the ground, still scared in his heart. That sword move was too powerful. If he had used that move, I might not have been injured just like this. We can die instantly if we get hit by that attack. Compared to him, my strength is much weaker. Chung Myung looked over with cold eyes and asked, "Can you avoid it?" Elder Vo Vin was full of doubts. How could a person with such strong strength cover his face and act like this? No, now is not the time to think about that. He immediately stood up and expressed, "You can break my martial arts powerful sword moves," which surprised me greatly. The power contained in the sword move I unleashed earlier was quite great and yet you were able to break it. He continued to move, his hand moving the sword from front to back, the sword energy forming an arc. Then suddenly swung strongly forward and slashed downwards towards Chung Myung. The ground seemed to be split in half. Without shaking, his eyes lit up menacingly. If dozens of such powerful sword auras attacked at the same time, how would you respond? Thai sword technique. Endless sound. Waves of sword energy rolling like water waves appeared and ran towards Chung Myung. He pretended to be surprised and felt a sigh of relief, then scoffed, "You should have unleashed your full potential from the beginning." He started to move. The footsteps touched the ground as light as a feather, his body moved flexibly in the air, using the scent seal to counter the attack, and the apricot blossom once again glowed. Illusion's legs gasped in surprise. It's impossible. He used that body technique to avoid all the sword energy of Tai Tan sword technique. Chung Myung moved closer and closer without impact. At this moment, his hands were shaking from exhaustion. Sword energy shows signs of weakening but cannot be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Chung Myung suddenly stopped and lightly kicked the air backwards. The unshakable elder silently exclaimed in horror. The sword aura was so overwhelming that it was difficult enough to block a sword move from Tai Tan swordsmanship. But he was wise to use his body to block out the path of that sword move, then my sword move would be useless. No, I'm just waiting for him to jump into the air to dodge those sword moves. When he's floating in the air, there won't be any more points left for him to dodge this follow-up attack. Taking advantage of this, he suddenly raised one hand and used his luck to strike out a heavenly palm strike. A source of great power flew towards Chung Myung. He also searched to deflect the move's direction later, but as soon as I finished fighting, the Unshakable suddenly raised his hand to control the air flow and shouted loudly, "Full recovery." Immediately, the air current that he had just knocked back turned around and attacked, but he still calmly exclaimed, he didn't think he would use a full palm attack. "Your strength is also so powerful. After using so many sword techniques at once, you still have the internal strength to use this move." He had planned for me to jump up and dodge that sword move and then use a full palm strike to attack me. When in the air, dodging this move will be very difficult, really skilled. He raised his leg to create momentum. Then a bright light appeared. Chung Myung stepped on it and rushed towards the impactless direction. He was surprised. Strong winds blew, carrying dust with them. Illusory legs try to use their hands to block it. Chung Myung gets closer and closer. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped up and took a few steps back. He frowned and silently exclaimed, "He is too strong. All of his actions cannot be calculated. Even though I have tried very hard, he seems to be much stronger than me. If this continues, I will fail. At that time, my martial reputation will be ruined, destroyed in my hands. It can't be that way, we have to win." Even though I was ordered by my elders not to arbitrarily use this move, there was no other way to defeat him. He began to perform the move, his whole body lit up. Phantom legs tried to open their eyes and look up. Each movement is skillfully performed without vibration. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "This position. Is it a wisdom sword?" The sword technique of martial arts. Thanks to it, martial arts has had a reputation in the rivers and lakes for so many years. Tai Chi wisdom sword. I did not expect that my uncle was taught this powerful sword move by his elders. If the master uses this sword move, that bastard will be defeated. The image of yin and yang seal slowly appeared. Chung Myung couldn't help but panic. No. This stupid guy. I just saw him rushing towards him. He used his sword to pierce the attack straight through, causing it to crack. His mouth was wide open, his eyes wide open. How could this be possible? Chung Myung continued to raise his sword, slash and shout, until the climax came. "But what are you doing?" Vuong used a weak sword to try to fight back. While backing up, he suddenly lost his footing and tilted his head. He continued to attack again, kicking and cursing. "You stupid martial artist, what are you thinking? Even using your most proficient and powerful sword moves won't even work. But if you are not proficient in using sword moves, then you will surely lose to me." The constant blows made it seem impossible to withstand the shock. Finally, he was beaten so that he leaned back, his belt making a cracking sound. It hurt so much that I couldn't say anything. "Oh, this waist of mine." He thought to himself, "If we maintain this fighting stance, we will definitely be defeated. Even if we use the wisdom sword, we still cannot defeat him." Chung Myung eloquently mocked, "You thought using the most powerful sword move in martial arts would be better. While you have only learned a little about it, you still dare to put it to use." The idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, another blow landed. Suddenly, my face was bruised and my mouth was filled with blood, silently screaming, "I'm going to die, what should I do?" You have to pay attention, he just loses concentration for a little bit, just a little bit. The moment the two swords touch each other, if we put force into our feet and can withstand that force and touch, then we will have a chance. Chung Myung swung his sword and suddenly shouted loudly, "I hit you in the head." Without thinking too much, he quickly raised his sword to his forehead to shield it. But when he was about to attack, he suddenly stopped. He bewilderedly rolled his eyes and looked in one direction. Luckily, my sword suddenly changed direction, hitting him in the face, on the chin. "Stupid guy." The blow left his face distorted and his nostrils bleeding. Before losing consciousness, he tried to utter two words, "Bastard." After saying these two words, he officially lost consciousness. The space became quiet again. Chung Myung sarcastically said, "What a bunch of stupid and naive political factions. If I shout and hit you in the head, do you think I will hit you in the head? If you believe anything like that, what else can you do? When facing a life and death battle, you have to be careful. Today's battle is a lesson for you, and about swords." He used his foot to shake him vigorously and called out, "Hey, wake up and tell me about the sword. It doesn't seem right, he'll probably stay on the ground like this for a few days, I've gone a bit overboard." Then, he turned his eyes to look at the illusory leg. "That guy. Come over here, look at Chung Myung's cold eyes. Makes my legs so scared that I break out in sweat." He slowly walked closer. He ordered, "You, tell me what a sword seed is." Chan Huan stammeringly replied, "Sword seed, that's right." Hearing these words, he hesitated and thought for a moment. Too tired of waiting, Chung Myung clenched his fists and said nothing. He was struggling internally. If he didn't say anything, if he got punched like his uncle, he would die, but it was because of martial arts. Suddenly, Chung Myung spoke, "Okay, I admit, the one who promised me is this guy lying on the ground. So if he couldn't speak, I would have had to let him wake up so he could speak." He suddenly bent down and grabbed the unconscious collar. Illusion's face turned pale. Could it be? He pulled him up and said, "I also admit that violence cannot solve everything. But, in some cases it is very useful. If you don't say anything, I will beat him until he wakes up, but then he could die and you guys stand there and watch." Hearing these threats, I was confused and didn't know what to do. Hesitating for a few more seconds, he made up his mind to say, "Grave." Chung Myung frowned and wondered, "Are you talking about ancient graves? You mean digging graves? Are you so short of money that you have to search for ancient tombs to find gold? Isn't that like that?" He explained, "Let the uncle go down first." Him. "Okay, just tell him everything you know and I'll leave him alone. Now that I know about swords, why do I need him to tell me anything else?" Chan Wian silently thought to himself, "I had to say it because of my uncle. Okay, I will say it. The sword is a tomb, martial arts are looking for that tomb." He nodded to confirm, "That's right, but that tomb was a silverless sword." Hearing this, Chung Myung could not hide his surprise. He asked, "Why?" "Is to win the sword without silver that I know. Winning the sword of Voongan, if calculated from the present time, he was the first person in the world about 200 years ago. Turns out that person's grave is in Indonesia and is called Sword Race. You martial artists are going there to excavate that tomb, yes?" Chung Myung wondered why you guys had to do that grave robbing thing. "Why is that?" Faced with so many questions, Chan Huan was confused and didn't know how to answer correctly. He said, "There are not a few people in the world who have been known as the best in the world. Why do you guys have to go to that grave to grab the silverless sword? Why is the martial art that is famous in the world have to do it?" Chan Wian had difficulty explaining. "Recently we heard that in the martial arts there were grave robbers. While investigating and following their trail, we picked up a map. When studying that map, is the treasure trove located in Indonesia?" "That's right. You only know roughly the location of that treasure map in Indonesia, but you don't know exactly where that location is, right? That's why you want to bring people here to search, but you're afraid that people will look at it and damage your martial reputation. That's why you want to chase Hoan Mon out of Nam Duong to make it easier to act. Is that so?" He frankly admitted, "Yes." Hearing these words, Chung Myung thought to himself, "That is correct, because if the martial arts are sending so many people to this Nam Duong, it will cause suspicion that the martial arts fellows will pay attention." He asked curiously again, "What was in the last sword of the silverless sword?" True Illusion hesitated. "That." Chung Myung pulled the unshakable person up again and threatened, "You still refuse to speak. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being cruel." Under duress, the True Illusion was powerless to reveal that he had taken the sword without a trace. As his name suggests, he was the one who took the sword from others. He originally had no sect, a mysterious identity that no one knew. "I know that one day he will appear and challenge the masters in the world. After winning, he will take away the weapons they use as trophies. After all, he lived 200 years ago, and no one could understand his purpose for doing so. They only know that after he became famous by taking away the weapons of martial arts masters, he suddenly disappeared. His disappearance is as mysterious as his appearance. The weapons that the Voongan sword had previously taken from the martial arts masters of that time were divine weapons." Chung Myung frowned when he heard this. Do you think they would simply accept giving away their weapons to win the sword without silver? No one knew what they were guessing, so they bet with each other. If his opponent loses, they will have to hand over the weapons they use, and if he loses, he will have to give up all the weapons he has captured so far, so no one can win. That's right. Chan Wian recounted with a solemn face. It was said that after he disappeared from the streets and rivers, there were many rumors among martial artists that he had taken the sword without silver, and he had brought all the weapons he had taken, concentrated and hidden in one place. And that is the place he calls the Sword Tomb. Along with those sacred weapons, it is estimated that there are also martial arts that he has collected. Therefore, after he disappeared for a long time, people speculated that he was no longer in this world, and they began to search for his grave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myung waved his hand and nodded to express, "Okay, I understand. After all, You all have a treasure map that only hides the location of the swordsman Kong Ngan's grave and then greedily searches for it, oh yes. But could it be that it was just a folk tale woven for mystery? You thought it was a true story, then gathered all your disciples to go to Indonesia to search for that desired place, get all the magical weapons and martial arts secrets there. That's right, confirming the answer, he seemed to understand everything. He replied, I see. Is that just the way it is? Yes, that's the end of it. Got it. Suddenly, Chung Myong used one hand to lift it up. He suddenly hit him hard in the face. Illusion Chan was so shocked that her eyes widened in shock. He beat and warned, does a superior who cannot teach his disciples deserve to be punished? I have to beat him to wake him up, he shouted in fear. What are you doing? I have told all the truth that I know. Chung Myong grabbed his collar and replied, so you think I'm such a simple fool? Do you still dare to lie to me? More precisely, you didn't tell me everything you knew, right? I have warned you. I guess I'll have to beat him to wake him up and then ask him directly. Martial arts, one of the most famous sects in the world, needs the martial arts of the sword-winning martial artist. Do you think I'm stupid? Trong Tam Phon, if he knew that, he would probably rise from the grave and take all the martial arts. You chased away the martial arts that were sending you away, you made up a story, there must be some sense, right? You keep lying around and around, your wrong is even more wrong, so I will continue to beat this guy to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Chan Wein tensed up and shouted loudly to beg, you stop, if you continue to beat him, you will be punished, you will die there. He stopped, glanced at him and said, because you didn't tell me everything, that's why I have to do this, understand? According to me, the things there are quite important, that's why you brought so many people here, but you don't know the exact location of the sword, so I guess. Is one of you carrying that treasure? Just give me that thing and I'll go look for it myself. But Wein Leg hesitated. At this moment, Chung Myong clenched his fist and held out his fist. He threatened, you guys are still avoiding me, you think this is a joke, don't you? Seeing Chung Myong's ferocious appearance made his face turn pale. His face was so bruised that he was unrecognizable. But he still raised his hand to strike down. Seeing that his uncle was about to die, Chan Wein screamed in fear, it was a medicinal elixir. As soon as he received the answer, his hand immediately stopped. You let him go, his body fell hard to the ground. Zhen Huan said nervously, that's it, in the rivers and lakes, the name of the swordsman Vo Ngan is medicine elixir, medicine elixir. You mean the elixir rumored to have an alchemy method that was famous 200 years ago, yes. The elixir he refined has the effect of reviving magnetism, that elixir is called mixed element pill, right? Asking too many questions makes Chan Huan go crazy and scream, that's right, it's a fairy tale. Hearing this, Chung Myong opened his eyes wide in shock. His whole body trembled, but it was because of laughter, so it was elixir. It's the elixir, it's because of that martial artist put so much effort. Elixir is a mysterious person who is recognized by the wanderers as having godlike alchemy talent, unmatched by anyone. The medicinal pills he refines are all top quality true pills. The most famous among them is the mixed yuan pill. It is said that this medicinal pill is even more famous than the Shaolin Temple's belt of pills. People who can use this mixed yuan pill will have a tremendous increase in their body's internal strength, equivalent to 10 years of practice. Because of its powerful effects, the mixed yuan pill can be called mixed yuan, treasure in martial arts. About 100 years ago this famous mixed element pill appeared again in the rivers and lakes. At that time, the wanderer went through a period of bloody wind and rain, and countless masters of black and white lost their lives because of it. But as he said, the mixed yuan pill is in the tomb of the elixir, which means that within the sword seed there may be a method to refine the mixed yuan pill. To be sure, he asked again, are you sure that the grave of the swordsman without silver or sword seed is the grave of the elixir? Chan Wein thought to himself, now that the secret is out, I have nothing left to hide. Looking at his bright, greedy eyes, if I hadn't finished speaking, I would have lost my life here. He had no choice but to say helplessly that even though at that time the elixir could claim the title of being the best in the world, martial artists in the rivers and lakes still did not recognize it, because his basic identity was too mysterious and martial. There is no sect, the origin is unknown, but it is truly unimaginable that he used that martial art to stand at the top of the martial arts world. That is truly unexpected. At that time, there were many doubts about whether he was a medicinal elixir or not, although there were many rumors, no one was sure. Among those rumors, he completely denied it, so the matter gradually subsided, no one mentioned him again, but after his death, many acquaintances revealed his true identity, which was confirmed by major sects and major families in the country. Lake. Hearing that, Chung Myong silently exclaimed, "Now I understand better, the true illusion is revealed, I have said everything I know. So let us and uncle leave, of course, I promised, I will let you go." He patted his chest and assured me that I had to keep my word. However, Chung Myong held out his hand. "Looking at the true illusion, you must give me that treasure map." He listened, but at first he was dumbfounded, then his face turned pale and he shouted, "How is that possible? I won't give away the treasure." He shrugged, "Okay, I understand, but think again. You are a large sect that has sent many disciples to search for Nam Duong but still haven't found anything, so me alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You think I'm right, so you guys have to give me some information, right? If the roulette continues like this here for a little longer, then you guys will all come together in a bunch, then how can I calmly stand here and talk to you like this, or do you want to prolong it, time? Therefore, if you are wise, quickly give me the treasure map." True Illusion replied, "I cannot do that. I can't give you the treasure, it's okay." Looking at his cold face, he asked in panic, "How could you, a religious person, commit such an act of looting? Aren't you ashamed to do that?" Chung Myong's voice was cold. "Are you religious? You're still too talkative." Then, he raised his leg and kicked. Right after that, the tree behind him was suddenly kicked away. Illusionary legs looked confused and followed. His face was pale and full of confusion. "You," coldly ordered, "quickly choose, give me the treasure and I will let you go, otherwise you will all be buried here, then I will personally search for the treasures on your bodies. Now you choose or let me choose." At this moment, Chan Wian was so scared that his face turned pale and he sat on the ground trembling. How can a Taoist who is so greedy, angry and ignorant become enlightened, am I right? After getting the treasure, Chung Myong immediately left in joy. He opened the map, walked thoughtfully and judged, "That's it. Looking at this map, I have to understand its instructions to find that tomb. Does this old man who has won a fairy want to make things difficult for others? But it doesn't matter, with a talented person called Tan Long Hoa Sun, there's nothing I can't do." Having said that, he rolled his eyes and looked deeply into the treasure chest, letting me focus on it. But the more he looked, the more distorted his face became. Finally, unable to hold back my anger, Chung Myong threw it hard on the ground. What the hell was this? I watched it forever but couldn't understand anything. Those ink marks don't require any tricks or instructions. In general, I'm just a genius at hitting other people's heads, but this game is really worth it. Chung Myong stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Remembering 4 familiar faces, he nodded, probably having to hand over this museum piece to those people. Quickly. The nameless guy was beaten up by me, now we have to quickly take this and get out of here, otherwise soon the crowd of martial artists will come in droves. Even if I claim to be the number one in Hoa Mountain like me, fighting in unison with that group of martial artists is still not good. It is estimated that the time the group of martial artists will arrive in Nam Duong is probably about 3 days. 3 days, during this time we must quickly find the location of the sword before them. Among them is the method to create the elixir's mixed yuan pill. I must have it. If I have the mixed yuan pill, Hoa Sun can once again become famous in the world. Putting the treasure chest away, he rubbed his stomach optimistically. Tired, let's go eat first and then we'll figure it out. Then Chung Myong quickly jumped up using a balloon to return to town. At Hoa on Mon, Tuan Tong stood at the door waiting. It's not okay for us to sit here and wait for him. Should we go check to see if there's anything wrong with him? He's chasing after a group of rising martial artists, we just need to follow their trail to find him. Baek Shon haggardly sat face down on the ground and replied, but if he gets there, can we stop that guy? What terrible sin did I commit in my previous life that now I have such a sassy junior brother? Joe Goul expressed that he didn't know if he would cause another big problem. The other two stared wide-eyed. He quickly waved his hand and explained, that's not what I meant. Maybe he was just chasing after the martial artist to do something, but it's not certain that anything happened. There's no need to think too much. Every time Chung Myong causes trouble, there's a reason for it, and he knows how to solve the problem himself. Baek Shon said again, but no matter what we say, whatever he did involved us, then we would be dragged into the trouble he did. Speaking of this, everyone could only sigh. Joe Goul turned to look at the person behind him and thought. In this situation, to still be able to drink tea so leisurely, what a strange person. Suddenly Lula Tuat felt something. She uttered one word, about. As he finished speaking, a loud bang sounded like something was collapsing, making Yun Jong gasp in fear. The wall had completely collapsed. Chung Myong shyly said, it's just a little bit wrong, Yoon Jong shouted loudly, "Is it that difficult to enter through the main door?" He took out the treasure chest from his chest and seriously called, "Okay. Everyone, focus." In the room, Yoon Jong kept complaining, "What the hell are you concentrating on? Where did you go?" Waiting for him to calm down, Chung Myong told everyone everything. He placed the map on the table and concluded, yes, he must be able to solve this treasure map. Bok Team asked worriedly, "But wait a minute, before we focus on unpacking the treasure, you can tell us where did you steal this treasure chest?" He widened his eyes innocently and said, "I haven't told you yet. It was from the martial arts sword that was there." He listened with his face pale and frozen. Yoon Jong didn't believe it and asked again, "What's wrong with Tan Lu's sword martial arts?" "That's right, what's so strange about it?" Baek Shon smiled foolishly, raised his face to look at the sky. "That's it, so just now you ran after the martial arts group and robbed this treasure trove." After that, the room echoed with screams. Why did this crazy guy do that? He angrily rushed forward and cursed. If it wasn't for Jo-gul Yoon Jong holding his hand back, he would have gotten closer. "Do you know what you did? Have you thought about the consequences of this? The martial arts people there don't let us go. They will come to Hoa-sun demanding that reason. Leave us alone, we will." Chung Myong calmly waved his hand to reassure, "Don't worry about it, I was wearing a mask at that time, but you had already fought with the martial artists there." Oh my god, this action is no different than plucking the hair from the nose of a god. Why would anyone suddenly chase after, fight and rob this treasure trove of martial arts people? "Uncle," Baek Shon was startled and looked up. Chung Myong took out the treasure and said, "Do you know what this is? Do you not want it? I'll ask again. If you don't want this treasure, I will return it to Vo Dang. If you don't say anything, I'll return it, but here's the elixir tomb. It has a method to create mixed element pills." Hearing these words, Baek Shon struggled with his thoughts. It was poison, it was definitely poison. But no matter how toxic it is, you cannot ignore this mixed element pill. It's the famous mixed element pill in the world. How could I miss this? Oh my god. He trembled, biting his lip to control his emotions. Chung Myong shrugged and said, "If that person only followed manners and lived in safety all his life, how could he have new experiences? How could he move forward? Sometimes we also need to do things that go beyond those frameworks, right? I mean, we have to take a gamble now. Don't pay attention to this or that matter anymore. You will have to do everything in your power to do this. The mixed yuan pill must belong to us." Baek Shon replied in a low voice, "Okay, baby, if you go all in, you might end up empty-handed." "Well, that would be possible if it were black. But it's okay if that's red, then we'll get everything we want, see?" Hugh Q looked thoughtfully at the treasure map and thought. After that, he turned to look at Baek Shon and expressed, "This time, uncle, I also agree with Chung Myong. Okay. We've done this and can't regret it. There's not much time left. The martial arts people are returning to the mountains, but they will quickly bring more people and experts back to this Nam Duong. When how can we fight against them? If we do it, we have to do it to the end. We need to hurry. Oh my god." At this time, Yoon Jong also seemed to be shaken. He also agreed to urge us. "We have to hurry, uncle." I was surprised. Yoon Jong also agreed with that idea. He blankly exclaimed at the determined eyes of these kids. They seem very determined. Baek Shon was now clenching his teeth. "Make a decision, just need to solve this treasure map." But could it be that when we solve the mystery of the treasure trove, another problem will arise? Chung Myong calmly replied, "It's okay. Just solving it is enough. No matter what traps there are in the sword race, we will definitely overcome them. I'm sure you can do it." Damn it, at this point, I have no other choice. I can't even return the martial art. The matter is done. Even if I am punished by the sect leader, I will still have to do it. Yoon Jong, Jo-gul, they answered in unison, "Yes." Lula Tuit, also looked after her. I ordered, "Let's join forces and solve the mystery of this treasure map. Before the martial arts come to Nam Duong, we need to enter the sword race and get the method to create mixed element pills. Let's work together for the sake of chaos." They kept cheering and shouting. Chung Myong smiled and looked, everyone had grown up. In that dark night, the three words chaos pill kept echoing. In the darkness, there was the silhouette of someone probing to survey the situation. Turns out it was the pseudo-sect master. He looked at the broken wall and sighed inwardly. In just one day the wall was destroyed. I really wanted to forget all that happened. I don't know why, but ever since they arrived, my illness has gotten worse and worse. As soon as he finished speaking, the pain in his chest flared up again. He reached up and squeezed his chest, trying to suppress his moans, for fear of alarming everyone. Wei Lishan tried to cover his mouth tightly. Trying to drag my body back to the room, he told himself, we need to try harder, just a little more. My wound cannot be cured with medicine, this internal injury cannot be completely cured. I can't let them see my condition. Now is the time when Hoa On Mon needs us more than ever. At an important time like this, Hoa On Mon needs me to be able to restore it to the way it was before. If I do anything, who will take care of Hoa On Mon? If that happens, even if I die, I won't be able to close my eyes. The pain became more intense. He crawled to bed. Let's go rest a little and you'll be better. After that, Wei Lap's son immediately took off his shoes and went to bed to rest. He thought, there's still a lot of work to do tomorrow, this body can't give up now, we need to try until Hoa On Mon restores its former position, only then can we give up, okay? We need to try hard until then. Suddenly, Chung Myong opened the door and rushed in, causing Wei Lap's son to startle and turn his head to look warily. Chung Myong said, did you go on vacation? Wei Lap's son asked curiously, what was the matter with the director coming here so late at night? Is there something wrong with the director? He didn't say anything for a while, his eyes flashed with light, observing his whole body. After considering it, he entered the room and said, wrongly, the person who is uncomfortable is not me but the sect master, is that right? Sect master Wei explained, because there was an urgent matter, so we needed to deal with it immediately. What did the Taoist master say? Chung Myong suddenly placed a strong hand on his shoulder. Then he forcefully pressed him down on the bed. Wei Lap's son shouted in pain, wait a minute. He poured his internal energy into his hands, his whole body was covered with a layer of energy and commanded. Don't open your mouth to talk. The Wei sect master's arm was suddenly pressed tightly by him and he cried out in fear, wait a minute, little Taoist, what are you doing? Chung Myong replied, internal injury. Must be treated. He was surprised, do you mean the young Taoist will treat my internal injuries? This is not as simple as you think, if you make a mistake, your body will be affected. He pressed his hand tightly, transferring his internal strength into his body to reassure him. Please rest assured, He focused on examining his body's condition. Of course I knew how this internal injury needed to be treated. If there is a mistake, it will be dangerous, so I will be careful. There are two ways to treat this internal injury. One is to use one's own internal energy to self-adjust the qi and blood in the body, stabilizing it. But in this case, the pain is fake. Unable to do that, because his internal energy is not enough, his body feels like it is crumbling little by little, and now the blood and energy in his body are all in chaos. Then there's only two options left. Someone else will have to transfer their internal energy to help him, adjusting the blood and energy in his body. Although the presentation is very difficult and dangerous. Chung Myong suddenly raised the puppet master's hand, injecting more and more internal force into it. He was about to scream, but the leader, sir, was quickly covered by his mouth. He secretly resented that the internal force he had injected would have escaped through his mouth. If the internal force had escaped through his mouth, then his blood and energy would have been chaotic and uncontrollable. He will definitely disappear and become a demon. Thanks to his internal strength, the broken pieces of blood in Cam Lap's son's body seemed to be mended again. He said, it seemed fortunate that his internal injuries were not at a critical level, so when I injected internal force, it was more effective. Wei Lishan was gagged, his heart was full of hope. Is it true? The pain I have endured for a while is gradually disappearing. Can I be cured? A warm and fresh amount of internal energy is being transmitted to every meridian in my body. It makes me feel very comfortable. This is the spiritual internal energy of Hoa Sun Sao. The young Taoist is worthy of his name, Tan Long Hoa Sun. What did he just say? Only now did he react to what Chung Myong had just said. He was about to struggle as if he wanted him to stop, but he covered his mouth even tighter and said, please bear with it a little longer, I'm almost done with the treatment. Wei Lishan's eyes widened in suspicion. According to what I know, the process of transmitting internal energy through another person's body, speaking while transmitting the energy, can cause the martial artist to fall into a state of loss of control, causing them to be repelled, damaging their meridians. To be able to transmit internal energy while talking, even the elders with high martial arts cannot do it. How can they do it? He can. Who is he anyway? After a while, he also withdrew his hand to hold his grandfather's body and informed him that he could sit up now. Wei Lap's son was still a bit doubtful, so he tried moving his hand. But the next second, he couldn't help but suddenly sit up and cross his legs. My body. Can our body sit upright on its own without encountering any obstacles? Chung Myung reminded him, "From now on, I will transfer the power, sending it throughout the body every day in a round of the Great Cycle." He immediately looked at him incredulously. "Great Cycle? You explain as you do." To make it simple for him to understand, "I will use my internal force to clear all the blocked meridians in your body. It will help treat internal injuries, and also help you improve your practice. Vi, the meridians that you have not been able to clear before, I will help you unblock them." The false sect master is still unable to speak. The meridians are clogged, and have not been cleared yet. Chung Myung applied the force, his hand touching his chest. Before doing it, he advised him to pay attention to controlling the path of internal energy through the meridians that I mentioned, but he was still bewildered. "Why, this can be done." Chung Myung pressed a strong palm on your chest. "I'll do it, pay attention." Sect Master Wei was startled, then nervously began to follow his instructions. All true energy slowly circulates through the veins around the body, along the Great Cycle, and then all gathers again in the Dandine. This can be the orthodox way of looking at how to circulate true energy safely. The Dantian is the beginning and end of this circulation cycle. Although the theory is simple, the practice is difficult. The Dantian is a sensitive place in every martial artist's body. If anything goes wrong, it will be destroyed. At that time, the martial artist will completely lose reality, power, and can only live the life of an ordinary person. Even though it's difficult, how can we be careless? Chung Myung increased his internal strength more and more. The whole room seemed to light up. According to theory, in the step of transporting true energy around the body, the force must be slowly transmitted so that the injured person can safely and accurately adjust the path of true energy, but currently now, we don't have time to do that. The true chi circulating in his body now happens very quickly. At this rate, there is a chance that errors may occur while the true chi circulates halfway through the meridians. If something goes wrong, the master's meridians will be quickly and irreparably broken. Although this will be very difficult for him, he must try to endure and overcome it. True energy must be allowed to pass through all the meridians, so that it can clear all blocked acupuncture points, as well as treat all the internal injuries he is currently experiencing. At that time, the flow of true energy circulated around his body, going everywhere to wash away the pain and then returning to the beginning. Then this flow of true energy will return to our body. At that time, it is called a great cycle of heaven taking place perfectly. There's something else I haven't told the pseudo-sect master. If this stream of true energy circulates continuously 12 times, it will be called 12 heavenly cycles. Wei Lishan's body throbbed, he was surprised and screamed loudly. The current flow of energy in the meridians moves to his head. In the dark night, the room shines strangely. A moment later, everything seemed to be over. The flow of true energy returned to Chung Myung's body. The light was no longer there. The fake sect leader's whole body stiffened, his eyes still filled with surprise. He removed his hand from him. Sect Master Wei suddenly woke up and moved his hands. Then I touched my face again, the pain. Now I don't feel it at all anymore. I felt my body was healthy and full of strength. How could this be possible? Chung Myung suddenly said, Hoa-sun still remembered. We will not forget what you have done for Hoa-sun in the past. This is the kindness I repay you, and it is just a small thing I can do for the master. Later, Hoa-sun still came to the pseudo-sect master's help. Later, when Hoa-sun reappears, Hoa-on-sun and Hoa-sun's reputation will spread throughout the world. No one will know about it. Wei Lishan looked at Chung Myung, his heart filled with emotion. He was Chung Myung, Hoa-sun Tan-long, Hoa-sun's third-generation disciple. A brave person, he has done extraordinary things that I could not have imagined, my wishes and efforts so far. Now it has become a reality. Revived Hoa-on-mon, making its reputation in the world. He couldn't help but shed tears, his hands clenching the bed sheets. Trying to wipe away his tears, Sect Master Wei expressed, I thank the young Taoist and Hoa-sun very much. I will definitely continue to accompany Hoa-sun. Early the next morning, Chung Myung returned to his senior uncle's room, looking at the scene before him and speechless. The ground was full of scattered pieces of paper, and there were also strange drawings. Baek Shon bit his hand, clutched his head and screamed. This is not, what is this? Zhou Gul banged his head on the table and muttered, damn it, I can't solve it. Yoon Jong was also in a corner holding his head, seemingly a little to the left, no, more to the right. Chung Myung looked into the corner of the room. Lu Latuit was also gloomily leaning her head against the wall. He asked what everyone was doing. Everyone looked up, looked at him with black panda eyes and replied, what are you doing? From what I've heard, you just got the problem, so you haven't been able to solve the hidden treasure yet. Baek Shon said, even if I am in the Hoa-sun or the Wanderer, I am still considered a perfect literary and martial character, with outstanding intelligence, but this treasure map is too difficult, I have not been able to solve it yet. People in heaven, if you can solve this mystery, only a few wise people can do it. But the martial arts sect can do it. He was surprised at first, then broke down and expressed that he was a bit sad, but it seems martial arts have more talent than us. Chung Myung frowned and scoffed. What is this? What does the master mean that Hoa-san I have to give up, losing one step to martial arts? He objected. Who said that? What I mean is that martial arts are being solved, then I will also get this secret. But right now the number of people here is too small, so the work of finding answers is a bit delayed, so that's how it is. Although I have read many texts and magic formations, to solve this treasure map, I feel it is still too difficult. We need experts who specialize in researching magic formations and maps to do it. Joe Gould lay down on the table and expressed, saying that, who doesn't know this, counting people who understand the formations and maps in this whole world, how many people are there? Let alone this small male penis that's as small as a mosquito's eye, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yoon Jong then asked, for any comments Chung Myung, I think we have to send someone back to Hoa-sun to notify for help. He immediately shouted, what the hell is going back to Hoa-sun? Soon, the martial arts group will all come to Nam Duong. At that time, just go back and sniff. So why are you still talking about finding help? Everyone's conclusion is that we have no choice but to sit here and wait for those wretched martial artists to collect all the mixed yuan pills. Is that right? Baek Shon waved his hand and explained, but right now, there is no other way. He turned around to threaten, is there no way? If there isn't, you have to create some way. Looking at your face full of danger. Yoon Jong and his uncle were sweating and trembling. What is he planning to do? Chung Myung suddenly asked, is this map real? Yoon Jong gave him the map and said it seemed right, although it was confusing, the drawings on it all followed a certain rule. If you still have more time, you can continue to try to learn more about it. Chung Myung took it and asked again, but surely this museum is real. He frowned and thought, what should I do? I had to find a way right away. Yoon Jong cleverly reminded, Chung Myung, this is already very difficult. It's just us, how can we compete with this martial art? So if it's too difficult, let's just give up. He immediately frowned, what? What are you talking about? Abandon stars, no, previous sentence. He repeated, just with us, how can we confront martial arts? Chung Myung muttered, just with us. He suddenly thought, that's right, with just us, it can't be done. So it's simple, if it's not just each of us, we can do it. The three people looked at him in confusion. You said, let's make a bet then, okay. Well, like senior brother Yoon Jong said, if we alone can't compete with that martial art, then let's make a bet. We will reveal the news that Nam Duong has a sword for everyone in the world to know. After saying that, the room suddenly fell silent. Lu Latuit was also stunned and turned to look. They shouted in unison, what the hell? Baek Shon shouted angrily, how could he tell everyone such important information? Are you awake Chung Myung? Yoon Jong suddenly spoke, Uncle wait a moment, what Chung Myung said is true sounds quite crazy, but if you think about it carefully, it's not completely wrong. Why? He sat down, rearranged the pieces of rubble and explained, think about it, if the martial arts are now dragging everyone to Nam Duong, the number is extremely large. With just the 5 of us, how can we be their opponents? With all the martial arts disciples besieging us, even with Chung Myung we can't win, not to mention the other martial artists, the elder is highly skilled in martial arts. But, saying that, he pushed the other pieces of debris and sandwood together, arranging them around the ones he had previously sat down to arrange. Form a larger ring. Joe Gould quickly realized that it would cause chaos and martial arts would be at its wit's end. That's right. That's just speculation, but there's no other way. If only martial arts are coming here, then we have no chance of confrontation, but if many sects come, then in the chaos we might have a chance. Association can do something. Plus, when many people come here, then the 5 of us will get less attention, isn't that so? Baek Shon also understands that when he hears that. He sighed and said, all of you are crazy, but thinking carefully, there is no other way. We have made it to this step, we cannot give up. So next, how to spread the news that the sword strain is in Nam Duong to the whole country. Could it be that there are 5 of us screaming and posting notices in every town and town? Chung Myung pouted, it wouldn't be right to do that, no one believes it. So what is my way? We don't have much time left, if we go screaming like that now, the ghosts will believe it's true. He smiled and said, this news must be told by a trustworthy person for martial artists to believe it, so who is it? Who is the star? That must be the right place. Let me go out here and do some work, you guys just rest a bit first. On the other hand, in the current martial arts scene, Chan Wian was in the sect master's room reporting everything. The phantom Dao Chan calmly asked, why, did he lose without a shock? Still seriously injured? Yes, sir. He took a sip of hot tea and said, so the rumors about Hoa Sun Tanlong martial arts were true. He had already defeated 10 high-ranking disciples of the Southern Sect and the Flower Sect in a row, so winning without a shock was not surprising at all. This was already 2 years ago, right? True illusion, yes. Do you know why this happened? He thought silently for a while, then hesitantly replied, yes, I don't know. Han Dao Dao put down his cup of tea and explained, quite simply, the reason was due to the martial arts characteristics of my martial arts. In martial arts, when we master all martial arts, our strength becomes stronger, but with our martial arts, it's not as simple as that. We also have to add other conditions. Internal strength, the higher the cultivator becomes, the more he understands martial arts, then his strength as well as his understanding of martial arts are increasing. Only then can he fully develop the true power of the martial arts sect, Ta. Through that, I can say one thing, if Vo Chuk is not a martial arts disciple, but learns martial arts from another sect, his strength will absolutely not lose to Hoa Sun Tanlong. Do you understand what I say, true illusion? He looked up, his mind filled with confusion. What did he mean by the sect master? If you say it's right, it's like saying your own martial arts skills are weaker than Hoa Sun. Saying it's wrong is like saying the true sect master doesn't understand anything about martial arts in the world. Finally, he decided to answer, the disciple did not understand the sect leader. He hummed for a moment and then said, I will explain it to you. Simply put, if we want to get stronger quickly, we need to have supporting medicinal pills, or more specifically, the method of refining the medicinal pills. At this moment, the illusory truth stood still. Hesitating for a long time before saying anything, it's your fault, the false path man waved his hand, it's okay, it's just my judgment that was wrong. I also thought Hoa Sun would let Tan Long come to Damduong to confront you, but I wrongly guessed his strength. I was very surprised that he could defeat Vu Tre. You and your brothers can deal with them. He resolutely admits his fault, it's his eldest son's fault. He smirked, stroked his beard and asked, that's it, there's nothing to say, but how do you see that Hoa Sun Tan Long? Chan Huan thought back and replied, him. His strength is too terrible, better than the current young stars in the rivers and lakes. His disciple's strength is still weak. He can compete with other Huashan disciples, but when thinking about that guy, there is no way to deal with him. Hearing that, the martial arts master just let out a hum. He picked up his cup of tea and thought, is it that much? Chan Wian is also a talented martial artist of my martial arts. His strength can go much further than Vo Vin. Even this child commented on Hoa Sun Tan Long like that, then I really need to look at him again. This problem is quite serious because it also affects the future. Wudong and Huashan are both Taoists. It is impossible for Huashan to surpass us in the future. Thinking about it, he asked, can I go to Namduong again? Chan Huan was surprised. Yes, master, I have failed, can I still go there? He put down the teacup and calmly said, this mistake is yours, so you also need to contribute some of your strength to correct it, right? I already had plans for the disciples who came to Namduong this time, he thought to himself, the disciples with real strength were all sent. He ordered, this time all our martial arts elders will go there personally, prepare your luggage to go with the elders. Do what needs to be done, find a method to refine pills and bring them back here. The hidden map is not easy to solve. Hoa Sun is probably also trying to solve that mystery, but it is impossible. They probably waited for us to arrive in Namduong, then took the opportunity if we let our guard down or were negligent to look for a method to refine pills. If it's true that the alchemy method exists in the sword seed, then I guess no one will know what happens in the sword seed. True illusion of doubt, the intention of the sect leader is. He walked past him, then suddenly stopped meaningfully and said, I said so, you probably understand what I mean. If it's your mistake, please correct it yourself. Hearing that, he clenched his fist. Then turned around towards his back, clasping his hands in serious expression, disciple. We will definitely do it, my lord. In Luoyang City, the streets are crowded with people, there are enough noises, the voices of beggars are heard, please give alms to the poor people who are asking for some silver, for this poor person. The little man has been starving for several days now. Please have mercy on the poor man, please give him a little. Begging, But when the sound of discussion comes out, the beggar's ears still perk up to listen. Have you heard anything? Yesterday something big happened here. Is that the story of Hoa's son and martial arts in Indonesia? Hua's son has beaten the martial arts disciples who are running away. Why? What kind of sect is martial arts that has to fail? That's a false rumor. Okay, you heard wrong. I'm telling the truth. Since then, it has spread everywhere. Hearing this news, the beggar immediately dropped his bowl and ran away. Coming to a place full of shanty houses, he lifted the curtain of a house and entered. Through the torn fabric of the window, it could be seen that the beggar was whispering into the ear of the person sitting at the table. And he, after hearing the story, continuously write this news on the paper. Finally, a special character is written at the end of the page. The paper was given to a tall man who looked like the head of this place. He ate and read, "Martial arts are being defeated by Hoa's son in Nam Duong. Who would dare to believe this nonsense? Call that guy here, I'll give him a beating." He crumpled up the piece of paper and shouted, "What stupid bastard refuses to confirm any news, just writes nonsense here and sends it to me? There really is no way to do business properly. You guys look down on me. This Lac Duong state is so divided. Maybe I've spoiled you too much. Okay, let's see, call all those idiots who write random articles here, I'll give you a beating. But it's also boring, there's nothing new about the gypsy situation these days." He leaned back in his chair, nibbling on the meat in his hand. I glanced back at the stack of newspapers and looked through it. Why is there so much news from Indonesia these days? It seems like a lot has happened in Indonesia these past few days. Taking a bite of his food, the man sat up straight, to see if Tan Vo One Uan had started a war with the island's central court, and there was friction between the two sides. Hoa's son and martial arts disciples were fighting at Hoa An Mon. To resolve the conflict between Hoa An Mon and Tuong Dao Quan, Hoa's son won, martial arts disciples had to flee, and Tuong Dao Quan withdrew from Nam Duong. Hoa's son wins, but martial arts is losing. Martial arts people are more numerous than flower-like flowers, but they still suffer defeat. The reports about the situation of the two sects made up the majority of reports sent back from Nam Duong. Looking back at the news I just read in Luo Duong, it is true that Hoa's son defeated martial arts in Nam Duong. So it turns out, those idiots reported the news to be completely true. It's unbelievable that this incident is true, but it seems to be true. Huashan defeated Zongnan in the Huazong branch. This time, continuing to defeat martial arts in Nam Duong, it is truly unthinkable. Last time in Hoa Tong branch, Hoa's son defeated Tong Nam. It can be said that they were lucky, but this time defeating Wu Dan, it can't be luck anymore. Does this mean that the mountain flower has returned? The names of the 9 sects and a clan that are most famous and powerful in the world, the 9 sects, the clan, and Hoa's son have no longer had names in the 9 sects because they have weakened a lot. Now that their strength has increased, if they gradually regain their old strength and demonstrate it on the streets, then the influence of Hoa's son will be enormous. This can turn the situation around, otherwise, all martial arts will once again rise up. There too. The sword fell without impact. The first martial arts disciple failed in that competition, fainted and was carried back to the martial arts by other disciples to recuperate. Another strange thing, maybe this is also true. Finally, he pinned the knife on the information paper and concluded, after all, this incident has a big impact on the current sects, we need to investigate clearly before reporting to the headquarters. Suddenly, there was an argument outside the door. "Sir, I can't go in, go and tell the master." Stopping him, the man heard the noise and wondered, what was going on outside. The door suddenly made a cracking sound. Chung Myang opened the door and went in, but despite the 2 guys behind him blocking it, he still couldn't. His sharp eyes looked inside. "Throw the broken door on the ground and ask the person in front of you. Are you the boss here?" He stood up warily, grabbed his weapon and replied. "That's right, what's wrong with you?" Chung Myung walked inside. He pulled away the hand that was being held by the 2 beggars, causing both of them to fall to the ground. While the master was still looking at him tentatively, Chung Myung took out the proposed treasure chest from his pocket. "Let me make a deal with you." Knowing what he came to do, the master of the stool also relaxed his vigilance. Chung Myung picked up the chipped teacup and brought it to his mouth to take a long sip. He watched him drink and couldn't help but think, why does he drink tea like that? Looking at him, it looked like he drank the whole cup of wine in one gulp. But looking closely at his speech and behavior, he seems to be a straightforward person. The tea was usually kept in a dirty old cup, but he still drank it well without a frown, while other people couldn't drink it so naturally. Finally, he also opened his mouth, "So you are Hoa Sun Tan Long Chung Myong, young knight, what is the matter?" He replied, "I want to sell these good things to you." The master was surprised. "Why sell? Sell something to someone from that clan. You came here with a destructive attitude, after kicking down that door without apologizing or anything, and then saying you wanted to sell things to us." He explained, "I didn't want to do that, just for some reason, the guy out there stopped me from getting in, so I just broke the door." He was skeptical, but then leisurely put the teacup on the table and expressed, "I said, young knight, I don't know how you act on the outside, but I also tell you, this is a fraction of the momentum of the bang. You probably have some experience in social life. What kind of people do you think we are, that we come to a fraction of the gang to buy and sell like that? If you want to sell something, go to the black market or a dark store to find a suitable person to sell it to." Hearing that, Chung Myong also seemed to understand. He held up the treasure chest and said, "Then there is no other way, right? Because I thought we were also a righteous faction, I took the initiative to come here to meet you guys first, but it seems like the gang is no longer the same as before. Even a fraction of the clan's leader is left, telling me to go to the black market to sell my stuff. That's not right." The master Hong Dai Kwang confusedly thought, "What the hell is he talking about? Why is the gang no longer the same as before?" Chung Myong slowly put the paper in his shirt, and added, "But this item is quite valuable, it is very useful for your state. How can we risk bringing such precious items to the black market to trade? Is there any branch of Halmon recently?" He heard it and was surprised. Halmon? What's wrong with this guy? As soon as I rejected him, he immediately asked for directions to Halmon. His eyes were quick and decisive, and he didn't show any regret at not being able to sell that item to me. So that means, that item is very valuable, he can sell it to any sect or family. I shouldn't rush to refuse, just ask what the item is first and then calculate. We have to stay calm and see what the situation is like." Swallowing to reassure himself, Hong Dai Kwang wondered, "Can I ask, what is the item you want to trade with me?" Chung Myong frowned. "Why, are you thinking about it now? But you said this is not a business place." Being told that, he couldn't help but forced a faltering smile. "Oh, that. I have a little bit of that." To extend the reason, he made an excuse to order, "That guy, get some wine and food to come here, let me invite the young knight here." The beggar obeyed the order, quickly ran away. A moment later, wine and food were offered, and the treasure chest was also spread out. Hong Dai Kwang stood up in surprise, his trembling hand touched it. Was it a dark pattern? Looking at it, we can see that this is not a simple map. I have been a local owner in Luo Duong for many years, I have seen many valuable items, but this map gives me a quite special feeling. It is completely different from anything I have ever seen, formerly. Chung Myong immediately slapped his hand and scolded him. "Hey! Just look at it, don't touch that treasure, if something happens to it, how can you make it up to me?" He was surprised by you, full of doubts. What the hell, he was so quick, he hit me without me even seeing his technique. With that action of waving his hand, I did not feel any aura or movement. I had heard of Hoa Sun Tan Long's reputation, but now I saw his bravery. He seems quite strong, his strength is probably better than mine. But that's for later, now we need to see what this map is. Thinking about it, he immediately asked, "So can you tell me, what map is this?" Chung Myong wiped the wine stains on his mouth and exclaimed, "Wine, that's delicious. Let me explain it to you." He told everything. Even the two guards outside listened and had to widen their eyes and gasp in horror. How could this be possible? "That is," he calmly waved his hand, "it's not strange for you guys to react like that. This treasure map could be real or fake. You are the owner of the stool here, so you can confirm this yourself, but I think it has a real price." Hong Dai Kwang stammered, "It's true that I need to look again, but young master." He quickly interrupted, "I came here to trade, so how much silver can you pay for this treasure trove?" He suddenly realized, his eyes looked down, how much silver? If what this guy said is true, he defeated Vo Chan Vo Duong, then stole this treasure map from the martial artist's hands. If true, this is a treasure map, to find the sword. So how can we calculate how much silver tail it costs? The price can be calculated later, but everyone knows how important and rare this treasure is. If one finds it, if you get the sword and the things in it, you can change the fate of the entire society. This is truly a treasure. He continued to ask, "So will you buy it, so I can know?" He hesitated. "Well, about this, I can ask. Dude, a little bit no. What you mean is such an important thing, why don't we solve it ourselves and go look for the things in that sword? It's simple, if I could solve it I would have done it, it wouldn't be your turn, if I couldn't solve it then I'd sell it in exchange for money, leaving it behind wouldn't do anything." "You think right, After saying that, he poured the entire bowl of wine in his hand into his mouth. Hong Dai Quang thought to himself, he's right, if you can't solve it, then change it to something else, but there's nothing you can do about leaving it behind, many times regretting it. I'm so regretful that I still have hatred, so I'm not joking when I die. But in the sword race there is a method to refine elixir pills. All martial artists can request that elixir, but not everyone has the opportunity. But he is quite different, he is very pragmatic, think like a businessman. As far as we know, Taoist monks always follow a rule, and the prejudices that exist in the sect, they often follow the standards of gypsy morality, but this guy seems to think differently. Compared to those people, he does things without any rules, doing whatever he wants. For people like this, if they had the power in their hands, this gangster would definitely be shaken. Just thinking about this, I already feel that this side is quite dangerous. He is also a Hoa Sun Tan Long, a person who plays an important role in helping Hoa Sun revive now. Seeing him standing still looking at her all this time, Chung Myong asked, "What have you been doing all this time, standing there frozen like that? Are you planning to buy this map?" Hong Dai Quang was startled. "Oh, that." He pursed his lips and thought, although this guy didn't do things according to common sense, his mind was quite agile, but because he was still young, he probably didn't have much experience in the streets. Thinking so, he opened his mouth to express, "Well, if this is really a treasure map to the sword seed of the elixir, then it is truly priceless. But we still have many things to consider and think about, young master." "Why?" "So, let's each step back a little, plus this is a loot from the martial arts. I'm also afraid of trouble. Even if I get this map, I won't necessarily be able to keep it a secret." The young knight is already at a loss. "Well, so it's not that simple to solve. In addition, we also have to endure many other troubles. When we buy this thing, when we buy it, then selling it to someone is also a problem worth thinking about. If we are not careful, we will end up dead. But most importantly, no one can verify whether this is real or fake, so if we buy this thing, we have taken too many risks that cannot be calculated, right?" Chung Myong frowned. Then, in conclusion, Hong Dai Quang cleared his throat. Then raised one finger to bid, 10,000 taels, what do you think? Since I also have some relationship with Hoa Sun, and also know the young knight Chung Myong, I will preferentially pay you another 20,000 taels, for a total of 120,000 taels. You pretended to be hesitant, 12,000 taels. If that's the case, the master's eyes were sharp and firm, it seemed he agreed. He continued to explain further, that was the best price Fa could buy this map. The young knight brought it to other places to sell, not to mention 12, but even 10,000 still couldn't get it. But Chung Myong stood up, quickly put the map in his body and asked, "I want to ask where the nearest branch to Halmon and Lac Duong is. I'll accept that price and then I'll go somewhere else to sell it." He was surprised by you and quickly stopped him. "Young master, think about it a bit, we can talk slowly about anything." You sighed, 120,000 stars. "Mr. Chung Myong, young knight, listen to what I have to say first. If it's not okay, let's negotiate again." 15,000 taels, 15 stars, that's right, 15,000 taels. I have already paid the highest price, because of my relationship with Hoa Sun, so. Before he could finish speaking, Chung Myong interrupted in a harsh voice, 15,000. I came here to trade, not to let you deceive me. Having said that, he angrily kicked the nearby table, causing a loud thud in the space. The wooden house continued to have a large hole. The owner of the stool was scared and fell to the floor. Chung Myong questioned, "Do you think you're going to rob me?" Hong Dai Quang stiffly glanced at the space behind him. He turned pale and stammered, "Then 20 taels, I will pay 20. Chung Myong's red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him and emphasized, "It seems like you haven't gotten any wiser yet." He held up 3 fingers. He moved his lips, 30, so 30. He curled his lips and said, 300, that's 300,000, then I agree. Hong Dai Quang's eyes widened and his mouth opened and he shouted, 300 stars, unbelievable. Young master, are you mistaken? With such a large amount of money, we don't have enough camel dung. Even if we gathered all the silver taels here, we would only have about 100,000 taels. And thanks to the total momentum of transferring the money, it took the whole month. Chung Myong coldly said, "You talk a lot, yes. What do you mean you don't have enough silver? Yes, if you're a young master, then that's it. 200,000, what do you think about this number?" He paused, then suddenly raised 2 fingers to negotiate. That amount of money is quite large. The number of people in this country who have that much money can only be counted on the fingers of one hand. I will give the young master 100,000 right now, with 100 left, After the total transfer of silver energy arrives, I will send it to the young knight later. He leisurely sat cross-legged and bid, 300 now, or else. Hong Dai Quang frowned, his heart couldn't help but feel frustrated. This bastard, I don't know if he was deliberately deceiving me or if he was serious, but indeed, if that map leads to the sword, then it's worth it. The map is interconnected and cannot be measured. According to estimates, 300,000 taels is still quite cheap. Looking at his careless face, I guess if I don't accept the transaction, he'll run right past Haomon. He spoke up and tried to persuade, young master, I told you, that amount of silver is too large. Right now there is not enough camel manure, we can only wait for the amount of silver to be transferred from the total momentum, but that is not enough, unanimously disagree. Chung Myung thought and said, I know you beggars don't have such a large amount of silver, but you have a way to earn it, a way to earn silver. There is a mainland silver page in Luoyang, right? Yes, why did you mention that silver page? He pointed and suggested, if you go there, in the name of the gang, you can easily borrow 3 million taels, then bring the money back here to me. Hong Dai Quang panicked. The young knight told me, how can I borrow 300,000 taels of silver if I go there? How can I repay that interest? Borrowing money there is considered to be ruining that life, lack of integrity, the interest there is so high that no one can pay. Going there will only be begging. Chung Myung pouted, anyway I'm already a beggar, how can I degrade further? He shouted, what did the young knight say? It's too much, we can't handle it, we can still negotiate 200,000 with the young knight. Young knight, think carefully, sell me 200,000, it's better than going somewhere else to sell it, not everyone can buy that price. If there is a lack of agreement through Haomon, then don't say 200, even 100,000, they won't be able to collect enough, that's the truth, young knight. After saying that, the room suddenly became quiet. A few seconds later, Chung Myung stood up, so there was no other way. Hong Dai Quang wondered, what does this guy mean, has he been deceived? Looking at him turning away, he deliberately said sarcastically, young Haop should just go to Haomon to see if it's as I said, young Haop will be disappointed and then return here. He replied, why did I come to Haomon? I went to Fendakai State in Wuhan. He was startled when he heard it, why did Wuhan go there? What the hell, the young knight is in the camel dung, rest assured we can handle this matter. He raised his eyebrows to express, as you said, you guys don't have enough silver, so I have to go a little further to Wuhan, do you think I'm right? If you see me coming to Wuhan, can this map be completed? Hong Dai Quang, sweating profusely, thought to himself, the Wuhan division was managed by a higher ranking officer. If I can't complete this transaction here, let him bring it to the Wuhan Fengtu, then it will be over. All the merits of the Wuhan side will be taken from me, then, we will never have a day, open your eyes to life again. Secretly make up your mind, the master will compromise, I will buy it. 300,000 taels, we accept. I will give you 300,000 taels. He thought about finalizing the price when he looked at him and smiled. Chung Myung appeared indifferent and then suddenly said. Wrong again, who said 300,000 taels, what? He grinned wickedly and declared. It's 350,000 taels. Hong Dai Quang gasped and exclaimed, what did the young knight say? You just said 3 million. He explained, you don't understand anything, do you think the price of items always has a fixed price? Just 300 was correct, but now I'm selling this map for 350,000. But hey, we're about to raise the price again. Now it's 380,000, the master of the division quickly raised his hand to stop it, young knight, it was almost 400. The more he slept, the more frantic he was and hastily closed the order, I buy for 380,000 taels. Another familiar atmosphere of silence. Chung Myung suddenly slapped him hard. He smiled and said, let's meet. A moment later, piles of banknotes were stacked all over the table. Hong Dai Quang counted them and said, we have 100 friends, plus 280 million borrowed from the mainland bank, a total of 380, that's what the young knight requested. Complete the transaction. But remember this, there is no place in the world without the eyes and ears of the gang. If this is a fake, then please be careful with me. Chung Myung sat and counted the money, but still firmly affirmed that this was definitely genuine. He was surprised, how sure, how could a young knight be so certain? Of course, oh, why is he so confident? It's okay, if the product is real, then the other 380,000 is still too cheap, I already have a profit, this time I can open my eyes with the total momentum. To be sure, he asked again, the reason for such a lack of confidence was, he stuffed money into his body and replied, that treasure chest. They have already solved the problem. The master of martial arts nodded at his words. Oh, they have already solved it, so it must be true. He suddenly fell silent. Chung Myung finished arranging the money and stood up to remind you that you need to hurry up. In a few days, they will come to search for treasures. If you don't hurry, there won't be anything left to search for in there. I'm leaving, you guys hurry up there. After finishing speaking, he immediately ran away and disappeared as quickly as possible. The beggar looked at him and wondered, oh, just let him go, but something seemed wrong. Master's stool. He looked inside, seeing that Hong Dai Kwang was gaping in shock and standing still. They panicked and split up. He shouted loudly and ordered to capture that guy quickly, but Chung Myung had already run away. On the other hand, at Hoa Sun right now, the disciples are still practicing. But in the sect master's branch. Strangely, there was no one in the room. On the mountain, sect master Yun Jong stood silently looking into the distance. Suddenly, the voice of the pavilion master came. They were truly heartless brats. They've been going to Indonesia for so long, but haven't seen any news coming back. I'm so worried about them. The master smiled and said that the children probably had a lot of work to do over there. They didn't go out to play, so they probably didn't have time to send letters back. He glanced over questioningly. The sect master said, so, but isn't it every day that you come up here to spread news from Indonesia? Elder Yun Sang reassured. The sect master, rest assured, this time the children will definitely succeed. The Epiphany pouted. Don't be so sure, this time to deal with the martial artist there. It's so frustrating. How can you be so indifferent and comfortable as if nothing happened? He smiled comfortingly. They have grown up now, they are different from us. No matter what force they face, they cannot be defeated. They will do just fine. The masters of the Epiphany looked down and said, of course they are different from us. How can they be like us? They will have a better and happier life than us. Grandmaster Yun Jong closed his eyes and reminisced. The things we went through, the pain we had to endure. I had to witness with my own eyes the flowers and mountains fading before my eyes. Seeing people we trust turn their backs on us. The brothers and relatives just left Hoa Sun and left. In that deteriorating situation, the martial arts that we have been passed down to, we cannot use it to spread the light of the sun to Hoa Sun, so now, they will have to be different from what we used to do. They will one day, we will rebuild Hoa Sun and regain its former glory. They will now have to be different from us. They will have to live happily and prosperously. Honor is important, but in order for the children to live a happy and prosperous life, I can endure no matter how much I am looked down upon. The Grand Master expressed, those children, they will be able to do it. Hoa Sun will reappear like before, we will help them do that. They definitely can spread their wings and fly around the world. The three of them were deep in thought when suddenly, Unem ran to announce, Master. What's up? I present the letter. There is news from Indonesia sent by the merchant group. The sect leader conveyed his joy. The news was from Nam Duong. He immediately opened the letter. In it, Battalion Commander Huang Zhong wrote, Hoa Sun disciples and martial arts disciples were fighting at Hoa On Mon. Hoa Sun was victorious, so Hoa On Tum stayed in Nam Duong, and Dong Dao Quan had to leave. Hoa On Mon then stabilized, and continued to accept disciples. After reading the letter, everyone was relieved. Oh my God, how could this be possible? Unem said, that small merchant group has already confirmed this news, so it must be true. The owners are proud. I know the kids will be able to do it. They are the elite of our Hoa Sun. How can they fail? They have won the martial arts. These little guys have done a great job. Sect Master Yun Jong smiled. The children were okay. Winning martial arts in a match. They've really grown up, so one day, if we can re-emerge in Hoa Sun, we will again be named among the 9 sects in one clan. Did they say when they would return to Hoa Sun? He replied, because they did not receive further news, so this matter is still unknown, but if the Nam Duong business is finished, then they will probably return here quickly. He nodded in agreement. Okay, they will probably return soon. Sir, the Master of the Epiphany immediately said, I understand what you mean. You want me to organize a party to welcome our victory when we return, right? Don't worry about that, I can take care of it. Having said that, he immediately ran away. Unem quickly followed, and I also helped. Elder Yun Sang placed his hand on the sect leader's shoulder and patted it gently. Then he also left with the other two. Sect Master Yun Jong looked into the distance. He silently reminded his children that it's been hard. On the way back, they were still laughing and talking, but there was no mention of Chung Myung causing any big trouble. Luckily, That kid must have listened to the sect master's instructions, so he probably knew what to do. Self-restraint, after all we are Taoists, that's right. They didn't know that at this time, in Fanh Dekai Bang and Luo Duong, Hong Dai Quang was angrily shouting and cursing, Hoa Sun Tan Long, bastard, my money. The sounds of destruction were filled with anger, causing even his subordinates to stop. Hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, what should we do now? He panted and gritted his teeth, Hoa Sun Tan Long, he's playing this trick too much. I'll let you know, our gang. Oh no, if you touch this red light, you will not die in peace. The subordinates reported that the subordinates have requested support from the General Director, the General Director. But, the General's response was that they couldn't send so many gangs here. Hong Dai Quang ordered, quickly call everyone who knows how to decode maps, and those who know how to restore maps in Luo Duong City to come here immediately, okay? Along with that, spread the news to the sects or clans about this treasure map, along with its secret, tell them, the clan will leave this map to them at a very preferential price, yes. One guy asked, do we need to choose between a sect and a family sect or not? Sir, no, now there is a place to spread the news to, all sects, big and small, here, you have to let them know, about this treasure trove. There too. Look at that Hoa Sun Tan Long guy, where is he running to? Pay attention and observe. The news quickly spread out, everywhere was buzzing, is it really the map of the sword race, is the news correct? The sword race has always had this news, now it's not strange to add another one. This time it seems different, it's not a rumor spreading in the gang, but people from that family spread the news, so all the gangs and families, big and small, have all gathered here. Look at that, aren't those people from the 5 unique sects? As for the guy wearing red, that's the person from that 3 chat sect, plus that devilish shadow, they also came, seeing what an evil sect is all about. The atmosphere in Luoyang is so gloomy now, that at any time, chaos could break out. On a rooftop, the martial elder who was disintegrating in the real phantom stood watching. He said, the Chu Sword sect and the Pine Crane sect, as well as the remnant Moon Shadow, they also came here, all the sects, regardless of good or evil, everyone has gathered here. Unbelievable, the treasure trove has only been robbed for 3 days, but in such a short time, the rumor has already spread everywhere, really quickly, this makes me quite surprised. Chan Huan speculated that it seemed like the Hoa Sun group had spread rumors about the hidden treasure map, elder who stroked his beard and spread the news. They aim. It seems that it is not the medicinal pills and the sword, but the main thing is to prevent the martial arts group from monopolizing the treasure in there. They want to say that even if Hoa Sun cannot get the treasure, the martial arts group should not, to gain comfort. It's true that Hoa Sun's plans are not ordinary, here I am. We need to review their strength. Chan Huan wondered, elder, what should we do now? He turned around and said, it's okay, it's just as planned. They all gathered here, it seemed like they still couldn't solve the treasure map. The plan to quietly enter the sword race alone seems to have been ruined, but it doesn't matter, as long as our war fairies enter there first, the advantage will still belong to our martial arts group. They are here, they must have already paid attention to the martial arts, as long as we do anything strange, they will immediately follow. Therefore, we need to be careful every step of the way, we need to calculate carefully before acting. Although there are quite a few of them. But our martial arts are not ordinary, each member of the sect has more strength than those gangsters. In this vast world, no one can stop our martial arts. Let's all prepare. We will move towards the sword. Below, all eyes from both good and evil sects looked sharply at the 2 people. After listening, Chan nodded, elder who affirmed that although we are on guard, we are not afraid, we still move towards it slowly and surely. We do so, not out of fear, but to tell the martial artists, here, be careful, don't touch my martial arts. In the end, the mixed yuan pill will definitely belong to me. Meanwhile, at Hoan Mon, Baek Shon looked towards the opposite roof and wondered, those beggars, why are they looking for Chung Myong? That's the boss of that gang in Luoyang. Yun Zhong was surprised, what, is the boss of the gang, what did he come here for? Coming to Nam Duong himself, and even looking for Chung Myong by name, it doesn't seem right, he sighed, I don't know about this matter, what is the situation, maybe that Chung Myong guy is causing trouble with the gang again. What we don't know. But looking at his eyes, he really wanted to eat Chung Myong alive. On the roof, Hong Dai Quang stared at Chung Myong and narrated the situation. Now all the martial artists were coming to Nam Duong, both of them were more numerous than the people here. Is it as you intended? He frowned and protested, this old man, if he didn't go looking for the seed, Why would he come here to look for me? I can't solve that treasure, so he came to me. But spread the news to everyone, to prevent the martial arts people from coming to monopolize the medicinal pills. The more you listen, the angrier you become. He tried to take a deep breath and then sighed to regain his composure. Okay, there's no use arguing with you, now if you have any plans then say it, Chung Myung replied while lying down drinking wine. It's nothing to say, I'll just sit and wait and not do anything. We already have money, so what else do we need? Hong Dai Kwang's face darkened, his dark eyes coldly cursed silently, damn, this bastard won't listen if he doesn't take a beating. I was about to take action, but I thought back to the scene where he kicked the table into the hole in my house before. He immediately dismissed the idea. It's not okay, we have to endure it. For the great cause. Think about it, this kid still has 380,000 of mine, I haven't gotten that amount of silver yet, I can't do anything to him, now I just sit here and haunt him, he can't do anything, what else can you do during this time? Waiting for the manpower sent from the switchboard to come here, at that time our gang was crowded, at that time both martial arts and Hoa Sun had to watch out for me, but sadly, the manpower sent was not as good as I wanted, so they left, moved quickly, still unable to recover strength. With a small number and tired strength, the only way to bother them is to turn around and bother them, but it is impossible to fight them off. Now to enter the sword and treasure. It seems like we can only rely on this kid, what a miserable thing, thinking about it makes him sigh sadly. Well, it's better than nothing, but there's still some hope. Although this guy is a bit crazy, sometimes normal sometimes not, but he was able to trick me into such a painful situation, surely he also has plans with the sword that he doesn't say it out loud. That medicinal pill is not something you can just get if you want it, where? Patience, I have to be patient, my hope, unfortunately, must be placed on the bastard who deceived me, but I am inferior to him so I have to endure it, there is nothing else I can do. Impatient, he urged again, are you still lying there? If you can't think of a plan, they will take over all the treasure. Chung Myung looked at him silently for a few seconds, then he waved his hand indifferently, never mind, he didn't drink alcohol, what mood would he be in to drink anymore? Outside the city, martial artists have gathered like ants, don't you see that, don't you feel angry at all? He smiled and replied, there's nothing wrong with swords, I don't care, they come here, they just make firecrackers, there's nothing to earn from there, without strength, going anywhere is useless. Hong Dai Kwang was pent up in anger. Finally, he burst out screaming, startling the three people below. I'm the one who has tolerated you too much, your bastard has cheated me of money, and what about the mixed yuan pills you talk about so indifferently? You act like the mixed yuan pills are your daily food, you can have as much as you want, ha, will you sit up and think of something right away, you bastard? Chung Myung was scared by him to sit up, but then innocently bit into the dried meat and asked, what was he doing? He stood up and pointed, hey, look out there on the street. Everyone is pulling together and plotting to get the medicine, and you're still sitting here happily drinking. Suddenly, a person suddenly appeared and interrupted. The master of the stool was stunned and looked over, who is this? Lu Latuit seriously reported, martial arts, they have arrived. As he finished speaking, the wine bottle suddenly floated in the air. Then it fell to the ground where the gang was standing and broke into hundreds of pieces. Chung Myung stood up and cracked his knuckles, looking in one direction with excitement, oh, here we are. Immediately, the slogan rang out, let's go. Departure. As he finished speaking, the silhouettes of Chung Myung and Lu Latuit disappeared in front of Hong Dai Light at the same time. The same goes for the three people below, they used air strikes and flew at high speed to leave. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted orders, why are you still sitting there? All of them, chase after the Hoa Sun people, hurry up you idiots. Hearing the command, the three-legged and four-legged beetles ran, Hong Dai Kwang gritted his teeth in anger, what a shame. Please wait, I won't let you surpass me again. Thinking about it, he quickly ran away, using all his strength to chase towards the mountain. We will definitely get that medicinal pill. The training ground at Ho On Mon was suddenly deserted, with only columns of dust rising in the wind. The door suddenly opened, Wei Xiaoheng wondered, Father, what's going on? Wei Lap's son replied confusedly, I don't know either. But this must be a big deal, because there are so many martial artists gathered in Nam Duong. At a mountain in Indonesia, in a deep forest dense with trees, dark shadows continuously pass by. That's the person from the martial arts faction. Elder who moved and observed. There are already quite a few martial artists following along. Normally, if they see martial artists moving around like this, those martial artists usually ignore them, but this time, greed has blinded all of them. He quickly gave an order, unexpectedly, commanding me to go behind to stop them. Yes, the elder. The man followed the command and immediately turned his head and moved backwards. Not only him, but also half of the disciples also followed the instructions, using light gong to step on the scales to turn their heads. Suddenly he pulled out his sword and shouted loudly, preparing to fight. Blocking all those who wanted to come closer, all the ordered disciples immediately said in unison and clearly. At this time, a group of scholars from the sect approached. The fighting quickly broke out, creating a large cave in the forest. The remaining people of the Van 2 elder were still moving forward. Hearing this loud noise, he knew that the battle had taken place. For them, it was impossible to convince them with words. Stop them first, to avoid trouble later. Thinking about it, he asked, "Is it still far to get there?" The other person replied, "Almost there. If according to the map, it's close." After a while, the group reached the long path of the forest. They landed together on the ground. In front of him was a large open space. Elder Vu observed, "Was he here? Out of the woods, there is this empty space, there is not a single tree growing here, there is definitely something strange. If you run here, you will definitely see something strange here. Thinking about it, it is really here. The sword is definitely under my feet." He gave the order to disperse. Immediately, the disciples moved out in all directions. Everyone drew their swords at the same time. Then crashed straight to the ground. They poked deep, as if searching for something. This is definitely the place. Must find. While concentrating on searching, suddenly a scream came out, there was something strange here. Elder Who heard this and immediately rushed over. He used his sword and stabbed it hard there. The tip of the sword touched something. He happily smiled, "Is there something wrong?" Step back, the three men immediately jumped back. Shu Tanzi transfers internal force to the sword. The ground suddenly shook. Then it became more and more intense. He became even more excited and increased his internal strength. Found it. Lift up the sword with the sword energy flying up like a ribbon. It gets longer and longer, impacting the surrounding ground, creating earthquakes. Finally, there was a loud explosion, sand and dirt flying high. A deep hole around the spot where the elder stood was dug up. In the dust and sand, a door with engraved text and an image of two crossed swords slowly appeared. He gasped, unable to hide his surprise. Sword breed. At this time, the gangsters also attacked this place. Someone shouted and questioned, "Are those martial artists planning to take over alone? Do you think we don't know what it is? Hurry up." The man saw something. He quickly signaled, "Over there, here. The martial artists are opening something over there." I was trying my best to stop them, but when they saw the object, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They quickly repelled him and found him. The sword is here. They are opening the way to the sword race. Everyone rushes forward. The crowd became more and more enthusiastic and advanced. Suddenly there was no time to react, they could only give orders. These bastards were crazy. Stop them now, don't let them enter. Hold fast. Don't let them enter the tunnel. However, no matter how hard you try to stop it, with the large number of wandering people, it is naturally impossible to stop them all. There are still people who are getting closer and closer to the sword. At this moment, Elder Van Tan 2 sensed hostility. He glanced at him with cold eyes. Mouth moving and calling, "Empty." As he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared, turning around and swinging his sword without even drawing the scabbard, defeated the approaching group of people. Not stopping yet, when his feet landed, he began to draw his sword. Moving quickly and flexibly, passing through a crowd of other people, leaving bloody cuts on their bodies. The sharp sword lowered. After finishing the deal, he put away his sword, turned around and replied, "Yes, brother." Elder Who advised that they have been blinded by greed. "We cannot slowly survey this place. I'm here to help with the defense. As long as we get the mixed element pill, we'll retreat right away." Hearing that, the void replied, "Yes, I won't let anyone enter here, don't worry." Having finished speaking, he left to fight. Elder Van 2 continued to monitor the process of opening the sword door. The other two disciples are still trying to pry it open, but it seems quite difficult. When he saw that, he said, "There are too many of them. Avoid it all." The two men were still bewildered. He poured his internal force into the sword to prepare for some move. Even my sword energy with all my strength could not move this iron door. It was indeed unusual. If you use gas, it won't work. Then we will use cane. His sword glowed. Shouting loudly, he began to lower his sword. Continuous slashes were swung at the door. Just a second later, it broke into many pieces. A stream of light shined from inside, causing the old man to quickly step back. Debris fell below. Looking in from the door, one can see a deep hole. They kept falling, farther and farther away from the door, not even hearing the sound of hitting the ground. Witnessing this, Tu Van Tu stood silently for a while, thinking. This hole is too deep, if I jump in, I don't know what will happen. It's really strange, in a place like this, there is such a big cave, it seems like the sword is at the bottom of this cave, I probably have to jump down there. It's dangerous, but it can't be helped. The group of martial artists behind, martial arts cannot stop them forever. Thinking about it, he called again, out of nowhere, someone immediately appeared. He advised, I will go first, you stand here and watch, when the other disciples are free to fight them off, you should go in, yes, I will hold out for a while and then go in after you. Elder Void then signaled, everyone follow me and stay here, yes. Hu Tan Tu lifted his foot and jumped down, not knowing what was down there. But whatever it is, it can't stop me. Mixed origin pill will be ours. On the other side, the battle was still going on. At this time a strong tremor caused the column to rise, there was a scream, all of these rats disappeared. Suddenly pushed back, next to it was a broken tree. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but still persistently resisted. As soon as the person took action, he was stunned. The bossy guy came over and sneered, you martial artists are so greedy, how dare you single-handedly monopolize my sword? Then prepare to die. I will show you manners. Having said that, he was full of internal energy. Holding a giant axe in his hand, he suddenly jumped up and wanted to strike down on his head. Getting closer and closer. Not okay. A sharp collision between the two weapons rang out. The Void Elder appeared in time, raised his sword to block the slash. He said sarcastically, he was no different from a stupid, fat pig, only knowing how to use his strength. Manhwa threatened, go away old man, if you don't want to die then stop me. He said again, if you think you can beat me by using force, think again. On the other hand, in the forest, there are still people chasing. That person stopped midway, those are the 5 poison books of the 5 poison sects. He covered his mouth and said with a smug smile, what idiots. Let's go a little slower so they can clear the way for us, is that okay? This plan is truly something no one can think of. Just need to deal with the guys standing alone outside. There will be a way to enter the sword race. Just as he finished speaking, 5 figures suddenly appeared, arguing voices rang out, if we don't hurry it will be too late, what if we get there and can't find anything, hurry up and move, what's the point, then there's no plan. When he heard the sound, he turned his head curiously, the other guys were also waiting like me. Before I could see clearly, Chung Myong slapped me in the eye and shouted, don't get in my way, go away. Being hit by a punch, they flew up into the blue sky. After dealing with the obstacle, the 5 people continued to speed up with the urging, hurry up, otherwise there will be nothing left to find, okay, we're going fast. When Mak Hoi was despised, he became furious, he held the axe and slashed horizontally, directly cutting the tree trunk, but in vain he used light attack to retreat and avoid it. Seeing that, he became even more enthusiastic and shouted, taking my move. How long are you planning to dodge? At this moment, the man jumped up high to bring the axe down. The Void Elder calmly poured his internal force into the sword. The glowing sword was raised to block the tip of the axe. The sword energy curls like a silk strip. Strong impact on Mak Hoi's weapon. He sensed danger and quickly separated to question. Are you planning on playing tricks now? No matter what method you use, martial arts sword moves are useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, his face received a kick from the martial arts elder. The body was hit hard by the flying rock and hit the tree trunk. The collision created a huge shock. The tree trunk even fell down right in front of everyone, causing other matches to stop. Looking at the empty elder who had just gently defeated Mo Hoi, the others suddenly fell silent. He turned to give instructions, unexpectedly. Please lead the disciples into the sword field, yes. Out here, let me stop them. He obeyed and quickly led his disciples into the sword field. The Void Elder loudly warned you to retreat. This is a place we have already captured. From here, anyone who intends to enter the sword race must step over the body of a martial arts disciple. If you are confident that you can surpass me, then go ahead. But people from other sects began to wonder, is that guy a martial arts elder? His strength must be quite good. Suddenly a voice came out, why did that guy keep babbling about things no one wanted to hear? Are you planning to monopolize the sword race or what? Void frowned, 3 ghosts. He was dressed in red, his red eyes sparkled dangerously. He said, you have sharp eyes too. The master of the sword race is the senior who captured the sword without silver, not you martial artists. You guys are so loud saying that my martial arts group discovered the sword race first, so everything in it must belong to my martial arts group. Is there any reason for it to be like that? On the opposite side, a laugh came out, and Kukfa also appeared and expressed that he did not think that an evil person like Tam Sat Ghost could say such correct words. Here, I am honored to be able to meet a real man of the Void, a martial arts elder who is famous in the Jianghu sect. Void frowned a little, even the great sword song was coming. Although my strength is superior to them, to deal with the siege of all of them, I cannot defend myself against them. In this short time, all the powerful people in the world have gathered here. Kuk Fu held a branch of dogtail grass in his mouth to express his opinion, although I am righteous, I have no intention of defending the 3 demons. But you martial arts use the excuse that you discovered the sword first, and intend to spend everything in it, but you can't have it, so how can your martial arts reputation in the rivers and lakes survive? Okay. Void questioned, you said that, wanting to confront me. He explained, I just want to say a fair word to all the martial artists here. I don't care who discovered the sword first, but everyone here has the right to go there. I say so, what do you see, good men? The space suddenly became quiet. The next second, all the other people began to voice their agreement. What you said is correct, the ambition to monopolize the sword martial arts is clear and cannot be denied. First, let's join forces to repel the martial artists, and then what comes later, we need to hurry, those martial artists have already entered the sword race in droves. Quickly avoid, quickly avoid. The Void True Man had been listening silently for a while. At this moment, his whole body was filled with inner anger and emphasized, I have warned you, if you still want to enter the sword field, you must confront me. The deputy swordsman also pulled out the knife on his back and replied, it sounded scary. I don't know who, but I'm not afraid of your martial arts. He slashed that big sword down with full force. On the other side, the disciples were suddenly being sent down to the sword race. The last disciple had already entered the sword race. It was your turn, before going down. He looked back towards the battle that was about to break out. But there was no other way, I could only listen to the command and jump down. The Void Elder raised that curved sword provocatively, if you want to come in, come over here. Having said that, he gave a powerful blow to the ground, causing sand and dust to rise into the air. The dust column seemed to form a barrier, blocking all vision. Taking this opportunity, he used a light attack to run in the opposite direction, but someone saw him scream. He used a false move and ran into the sword. But even so, the true Void had reached the edge of the pit, and decisively jumped down and disappeared into the dark cave. When the column of dust cleared, the crowd of people hastily chased in the direction of the sword, quickly. Don't let them take over all the treasures in there, move on. There is bound to be a fight among the crowd. They rush to fight and kill each other to gain the opportunity. Get out of the way quickly, I will go in first, whoever gets in my way will die. Suddenly, a figure jumped up from the crowd. Then the 2 figures quickly approached the sword's mouth. It's Kuk Fu and Tam Sat Ghost. The 2 people stared at each other. The ghost asked, do you want to fight? Kuk Deputy sneered and said, there was no need to confront each other out here. Next, they both jumped down at the same time. They're still killing each other out there, go away, bastard. A group of people now approached the door and quickly urged each other, let's go in and search. Because of their greed, many people did not care and killed each other to compete. A scene of fighting and arguing. Noisy, anyone who gets in my way must die, everyone get out of the way. At this time, Chung Myong's group also arrived. He wondered why there was such a commotion. Baek Shon scolded it, it was all your fault, you spread the news yourself, I didn't think they would come in such large numbers. But that's okay. Let's go quickly. He took out his sword and took the lead, then Baek Shon and the others also came out to sword, okay. Everyone please be careful. Don't act carelessly, among many martial arts masters, being careless can mean losing your life. Chung Myong raised his sword to remind everyone to avoid it. I already warned you. Let's go in quickly. After finishing speaking, 5 people simultaneously rushed forward into the crowd ahead. The soldiers in front were running, but heard screams from behind, sword sounds. Elixir. Tips, internal work. Go away quickly, let me go in there. Just turned around to look, but was swept away by Chung Myong. One name then another. As quickly as a tornado came, everyone was surprised. What the hell was that? Why was someone rushing in? Chung Myong alone rushed forward to open the way. With just one swing of his sword, he kicked many others away. Anyone who dares to touch the things in my sword will not be at peace. At this time, Baek Shon discovered that someone was attacking him. He immediately raised his sword to block the attack. Hold the sword tightly. He used force to push himself back. Knock the person back. Yoon Jong thought nervously. Behind him there were also martial artists approaching. The people who first paid attention to Chung Myong have now regained their composure and are paying attention to us. This isn't like a martial arts match, it's more like a chaotic fight. Because Chung Myong leads the way, we feel less pressure. Suddenly, he stepped on a pool of blood. Fresh blood splashed on his face. He wiped it away with his hand, trying to calm himself down. This place will become a bloody battlefield soon. We must be calmer. Chung Myong in front suddenly shouted, he saw it. That's it, the sword gate. Suddenly, Hong Dai Kwang's scream rang out, that bastard Chung Myong, you are too damned. When he heard the sound, he stopped. Bewildered, he turned his head to look. He stood far away screaming, he took all the money from our clan, but he didn't take me with him. What an ungrateful thing. Chung Myong froze. His eyes then turned to disgust, which was really annoying. He suddenly called out, Uncle. Baek Shon stopped and turned his head to look puzzled. Suddenly, a guy holding a spear suddenly attacked Hong Dai Kwang. He quickly leaned to avoid it, causing the guy to hit him on the right side of his waist. Hong Dai Kwang then used his armpit to grip his weapon. Then use the hilt of your sword to hit that guy's face hard to knock him down. He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking, you bastards, do you think you can block my way to the sword race? Don't think my gang is that easy to deal with. But how could that bastard Chung Myong and those Hoa Sun people break through the siege and reach the sword gate so quickly? How did they do it? He turned around and gave orders, these useless guys, go ahead and open a quick path. The subordinate replied while breathing, that's it, our subordinates had already exhausted their ability to run this far, now they no longer had the strength to fight and open the way for you. It seems like we can't compete with the Hoa Sun and martial arts people, let's retreat, master. When he heard that, he shouted, are you crazy? The sword is right in front of your eyes. But when I looked up, again, a crowd of people surrounded the front. Suddenly, someone turned back to observe. But before he could do anything, a light flashed. Then there was a whole area of shock, like an explosion that knocked people out. People far away who were less affected were stunned and frozen. Chung Myong urged, what are you doing, hurry up. There's nothing to look for there, so hurry up and enter the sword field. Only then did Hong Dai Kwang react, thank you, I know. But wait, my subordinates are at their full strength, now that I'm dragging this group with me, it will probably be difficult for me to keep up with your speed. The notables began to be more wary of him. Chung Myong clicked his tongue and complained, really annoyed. He suddenly used a flying attack to move through the crowd, so fast that they didn't have time to see anything. At this time, he flew to the bang. The other subordinate saw him in front of him and was stunned. Before he could react, he grabbed him by the collar. Then he threw them forward. The master's mouth gaped in panic. Why did he throw them away like that? That beggar fell right into the sword's mouth. Chung Myong drove at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire gang was thrown inside. Next, he grabbed the pink shirt. Also threw him hard in that direction. His scream grew louder until it was completely quiet. After everything was over, Chung Myong thought, everyone with real power had gone inside, there were only useless people out here. If we wait any longer, it won't be good, we have to get in there quickly. Looking back at this place, all this land has no trees growing, and is surrounded in a circle, looking like a martial arts arena. But now, this is not important. Thinking about it, he used light attack and jumped onto the faces of the people moving forward. Before long, he reached the sword gate. Before entering, Chung Myong pointed his sword in warning. Even if you go in, it's useless. Therefore, stay here and don't go there and lose your life in vain. Saying so, he jumped high. Change your dominant foot to be the stepping stone and then land down. The sword swung and slashed bright lines, destroying the door. Debris falls. blocking the crater to the surprise of the remaining people. No, the entrance had already been collapsed. Chung Myung rushed down deep inside. Before long, he saw a ray of light. And below, the group of people he had just thrown had already hit bottom. There were countless people around the empty land. Ghost Valley is invisible. The boss of Ghost Valley Tam Sat spoke up arrogantly. Do you want to compete with us, Ghost Valley Tam Sat, for the treasure here? If outside you are still lucky enough to retreat, but in this ancient tomb, then you. There's only one dead end left. Yoon Jong frowned and expressed, it seems like these guys want to block our way, uncle. It's no use arguing. Baek Shon sighed, I know that. They've blocked the way here, so it's not easy to get in there. These bastards are quite famous in Hunan, but we Huashan will teach them a lesson right here. Prepare. As soon as he shouted, a strong blow landed right next to the invisible ghost. The guy who was smiling stood still and his mouth twitched. The person who appeared was none other than Chung Myung. He landed and directly stepped on one of the three evil spirits. His eyes were sharp and he said, these bastards, do you want to stop me? I'm not here to bother you. If you dare to get in my way, you'll die. He was confused. Who was that? Chung Myung immediately took out his sword and knocked them down one by one, saying, everyone is the same. Just beat the crap out of it and then count. One by one, he didn't hit him and kicked them away, hitting the wall of the ancient tomb. Don't forget to ask, who are these people? Baek Shon replied, they are ghosts of the Three Chaste Valley. It is said that they are famous villains in Southern Lake. As he finished speaking, a bloody kick hit the invisible ghost's face and he was immediately knocked down. Chung Myung said in boredom, what the hell is the ghost cock, Tam Sat? These guys, just let me warm up. I don't know what those useless bunch of people are doing here, Baek Shon said with a pale face, they are not ordinary, those guys have real power. It's true that this kid is no one. Looking at the person lying with a bloody face on the ground, he exclaimed, what a monster. Baek Shon looked at another angle, that guy was also in the same situation and silently shook his head. That's really pitiful. 5 people worked together to put together the fallen debris. Chung Myung wondered, is this the entrance door? Baek Shon sat down and touched it and replied, it seems like that. The words sword race are distortedly assembled. Chung Myung laughed, what the heck? Yoon Jong asked in confusion, why did he engrave his name here? I wonder who carved the name on this door. Jo Gul said, why bother asking, it's Elixir, because this is his grave. Hearing this answer, he felt even more amused. Carving his own name on his grave, it was really strange, it sounded a bit unusual. Thinking about this carefully, Jo Gul also agreed, it seemed to be true. Chung Myung expressed that people will basically engrave names after completing the tomb, but right at this entry point, the sword's name has already been written, and now when we come here, we can't see any tombs at all. Yoon Jong wondered, if it was an elixir he carved here himself, wouldn't he tell the whole world that this is my grave? Chung Myung nodded and reminded, it was a bit strange. But we can't guess what he wanted, because he was the same person 200 years ago, but just looking at the designs here, the person who made this tomb was not simple. Where? Digging a deep cave with many nooks and crannies, with many solid stone panels to build this tomb, the amount of effort and money poured into it is immeasurable. Be careful not to be subjective. Because this is no ordinary grave. Hong Dai Kwang suddenly appeared behind him and asked, what are you going to do next? With the strength of the few of us, it will be impossible to escape. Too many of those who went down are now dead, and the rest are scattered everywhere. It seems that in order to have a positive result, we should find a few people from the righteous sect to ally with them. With many people, their strength will increase, then we will have more chances to get mixed element pills and martial arts. Chung Myung laughed and said, it's simple to say, since you're here, who is a kind person who won't take advantage of you? With that simple thought, how can anything be done in this sword race? If they could form an alliance, they would already be allied with each other. Hearing that, he sighed softly and thought, martial artists who come here all desire treasure, they can form a temporary alliance, but when there are immediate benefits, the alliance automatically dissolves. Here there is no distinction between good and evil, outside you can kill each other, but here, according to the situation, you can become friends. The strongest people with high strength have already entered here, but they are all just mobs, no matter how high their strength is. When facing a group of martial artists, they cannot do anything to them. Also know that, so temporary alliances will be formed a lot as they go deeper into the sword race. All have only one purpose, to make profit, then small-scale fights will likely take place a lot, with increasing frequency. But what they didn't know was that there was a wolf waiting to stalk its prey here. Looking at his expression, it seemed like this was the goal he was aiming for. Silence for a while, he spoke up, "Hey Chung Myung, I don't know what you are thinking, but think whatever you think. If martial arts can capture the mixed yuan pill, then everything will be in vain. If you intend to act, or have any ideas, you need to hurry, otherwise they will take all the treasure now." Chung Myung replied, "Okay. We're just starting out." Everyone nodded together. Hong Dai Kwang also said, "Let's go." The space suddenly became silent. He glanced at him and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll just follow you, I also have the strength, so I'm not a parasitic follower." He waved his hand dismissively, "Stop it, let's go, I've helped you get here, so continue working yourself, don't send me off." He complained indignantly, Hey, how much money have you made? I'm here, it's so simple to send me away now, if you say help then help until the end. Here I may be a bit useless, but when I go out, there are many of my brothers, I am the leader of that gang, you know that gang. I'm here, of course there's something I can do, you let me come with you." Chung Myung pouted, "Come to drag us to die with you faster, surely that's the only thing you can do in the sword race, this is it." Suddenly something flashed in his mind, he paused, "Oh wait, that's a good idea, if you can help him here, it means you have established a relationship with the gang, and in the future, your information network I can ask them for help with many things." An image appeared in his mind, the moment when he was just reborn. Having taken all the blows from that guy, remembering now makes him scream in anger, "Bastard." Chung Myung turned to ask, "Hey uncle, you have the position of being the leader of a clan, so in the clan, what is the rank of uncle?" Hong Dai Kwang was bewildered, "Status. Simply put, in the world of beggars, we stand in the ranks of 100 people. So I think, the 3 gang members are already under the big uncle's authority," he said. "What's the point of talking about those guys, I just need to grab a bunch of them." He immediately showed a smile, "Is that so? Okay, so here, I will let the uncle come with me, but there is a condition that the uncle must follow." "What condition, what condition?" "In the future, please catch me a beggar in Fenda Wuhan." "Which beggar is that?" His eyes reddened dangerously as he said the name, Tong Bat. "His name is Tong Bat." He looked at him skeptically and asked, "That's not difficult, but I don't know who that beggar is." He replied, "It's okay, I know him. He owes me a favor that I must repay." Having finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, leaving the whole crowd looking at each other bewildered. Master Fan Dao thought in confusion, wondering what else that beggar had done. "But first, we have to agree before he can let us follow." In the small hallway, everyone moved forward together. Hong Dai Kwang curiously looked up at the ceiling to evaluate. "This crypt is brighter than we thought, and there are many night pearls embedded here. I don't understand why this place is decorated with so many night pearls. The money and resources of this medicinal elixir are truly immeasurable. If you think about it, it's true, a mixed element pill is worth thousands of gold. But what kind of sound is that?" At this moment, looking up, he saw Chung Myung busy with some night pearls installed on the roof. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chung Myung took off all the night pearls and put them in his body. He was excited, he was rich, he was speechless. What the hell was this guy doing? Where was he still greedy for those night pearls? "Do you still care about these little things now? Don't hurry and take all the mixed element pills now." Chung Myung still leisurely used his climbing technique on the wall to remove the night pearl. He affirmed, "It hasn't worked yet." "How do you know?" "Because they're still looking for the central area." Hong Dai Kwang was suddenly startled and secretly surprised. Why? He felt the aura of the group of martial artists. "I just felt a bit of a vague aura in front of me." That vague feeling, how could he feel for sure? It was the group of martial artists and not someone else. Yet he was so sure, this kid was still young, how could he have such a terrible aura? Just thinking about it, he couldn't believe it, so he deliberately urged him, saying whatever he wanted. "They were already ahead of us." He smiled and said, "That's right. Then I'll be more comfortable when I go later." "More comfortable? Why? Don't worry, what I said is only right, just go and uncle will understand." Hong Dai Kwang frowned, "Can I believe this kid?" Yoon Jong suddenly spoke up and said, "It seems like the hallway is getting narrower and narrower." Baek Shon agreed, "That's right, when we go out there, 5 people can walk together. Now that we're here, there's only enough for 3 people. So this is the intention of his elixir." Jo Gul snorted and reminded, "But there seems to be a very unpleasant smell here." Only now did Lula Tuat speak, smelling of blood. Chung Myung suggested, "Let's go there and see." Hearing that, The whole group accelerated forward. The deeper you go, the narrower the space becomes. Until it comes to a point. They stopped together. Everyone's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yoon Jong called, "Chung Myung. This thing, in front of us, is a pile of bloody bodies." Bak Tien observed and analyzed, a bit strange. The blood spurting from their mouths was not red but black, so someone here used poison to harm them. Chung Myung sat down and took a look. He explained, "That agency." Yoon Jong was surprised, "What agency?" "Look, Hyung." Their bodies were filled with needles and needles, flying from all four directions. Hong Dai Kwang secretly swallowed his saliva, thinking with some tension, so there are traps in this hallway. How could the elixir set up such cruel traps? This time here, it might put your life in danger. Yoon Jong suddenly spoke up, causing him to snap out of his thoughts, "Chung Myung." At that body, he nonchalantly continued to walk, "So what? Let's go quickly, there might be toxic gas here, so hesitating is not good." "Don't touch anything, it's deadly dangerous," Bak Tien replied, "We know." Each person carefully walked past the body. When he passed by, he looked down, his face was a bit pale, he was evil. "After leaving Hoa-sun, there are many things that I can't help but feel scared. The more I think about it, the more terrible I feel about wandering around." Jo Gul asked worriedly, wondering if there were still more organs inside. How would he know? "No one knows what he wants to do with the elixir, we only know that there is more than just treasure in here." Having said that, Chung Myung was also quite curious, if this place only holds weapons or medicinal pills. There's no need for so many traps like this, there are definitely many more agencies behind it. What is his intention? The more treasure, the more dangerous it is. Hong Dai Kwang suddenly saw something. He let out an interesting cry that made everyone turn their heads. Chung Myung also looked up. Then I saw him busy doing something on the ceiling of the hallway. These night pearls seemed to be a bit different from the ones from before. It looked more rare. When he lifted his hand, a blood-red night pearl caught his eye. Chung Myung turned pale and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing, uncle?" He replied, "Okay, this one is mine, don't fight. This red pill is probably very valuable. I only took one pill, you don't need to panic, there's plenty left, I'll just take it home as a souvenir." His face darkened, his tone cold and emphasized, "I said. Don't touch anything yet." As he finished speaking, a series of rumbling sounds came from behind. Everyone heard it. Immediately turned his gaze to the back. Hong Dai Kwang also looked curiously. Not knowing what he saw, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Behind. The rocks on top of our heads fell one after another, faster and faster. It feels like the ceiling is collapsing. At this moment, there were only a few meters away from the group. Looking at this scene, everyone was so scared that they lost their reaction. Finally, Chung Myung immediately shouted to wake up and ran. The whole group quickly ran forward as fast as they could. Their lives were over. If they didn't want to die, everyone should run quickly. Hong Dai-sun was so tired that he was sweating, but he didn't dare slow down. While still hastily urging those guys to run faster, if they don't hurry up they will all die. They used all their strength to run forward like buffaloes and cows. Chung Myung scolded while running, "It was really too alarming, I had already predicted this. Even though you said so, you still didn't listen, you told me not to touch anything, so why are you still messing with it so greedily? I'm so old and have so little experience in wandering around, I'll die, how can I let you guys follow me?" The gang's subordinates also agreed with resentment and blamed it. "Yes, it was all due to the stupidity of the leader of the group, that we had to suffer like this, stop shouting less, run quickly." Hong Dai Kwang felt sorry for himself, "Damn, that bastard Chung Myung, he also took a bunch of night pearls, so it's okay, I only got one, and it's already causing trouble." He looked up complainingly. The crack had spread to the top of his head, he panicked and urged him to hurry up and stick close. "Run, don't look back." Bak Tien discovered something new. The path is getting narrower and narrower, so we have to follow each other slowly and pass through. Chung Myung gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He was so angry that he kicked Hong Dai Kwang's back and pushed him forward, faster. Whoever is slow will die. Master Fan Dao is full of regret and self-blame. Hong Dai Kwang, because of your bloody greed, you have brought disaster to everyone. Chung Myung sped up, he did not forget to remind him, "Hurry up, otherwise everyone will die. Keep running." Yoon Jong gritted his teeth and gritted his lips and ran as fast as he could. More and more rocks fell from behind. They even flew up their path, but no one dared to stop. Joe Ghoul suddenly shouted, looking. There's light, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Bak Tian pushed the masters back and urged him to go faster. Yun Zhong also told the people behind to keep running. Quick, jump, now. At this moment, from behind, Chung Myong kicked the last person's back hard. Following the chain, the whole group got stuck together. Pushing force forward. Finally, the moment the hallway collapsed. They also successfully got out. Hong Dai Quang lay on the ground, panting. He woke up, seemingly alive. The hallway collapsed there, it's safe to get here. Bak Tian exclaimed in confusion, Chung Myong, where is Chung Myong? Joe Ghoul also panicked and shouted, Chung Myong. They rushed towards the fallen rocks blocking the entrance of the digging cave, damn it. Chung Myong, can you hear us? Hong Dai Quang was stunned, that guy. He quickly ran up and shouted, Chung Myong, where are you? Hoa Sun Tan Long, his body began to tremble as if he was about to cry. One of the outstanding talents of Hoa Sun, a pillar of the righteous path of the wanderers in the future, was instead caused by my greed. At that moment, unable to keep calm, he knelt down on the floor. His face was white, his eyes were filled with tears, because of me and him. Hoa Sun Tan Long, he screamed in despair. At this moment, that class was kicked open. Everyone was stunned and stood still. Chung Myong came out intact from inside. Hong Dai Quang smiled with tears in his eyes. He ran to hold his hand and happily asked, you're still alive? Chung Myong immediately squeezed his hand hard. He shouted in pain, wait a minute, why are you hitting me? He gritted his teeth and warned, I still have many things I don't want to tell you. But there's no need for many words, let's just use actions to keep the conversation simple. Eat your fill and then count. Hong Dai's son looked at him at this moment and was so scared that he was about to explain, waiting. But before he could finish speaking, he physically impacted him, and the White Joe Ghoul group could only stand aside and watch without being able to do anything. On the other hand, the martial arts faction is still moving to find a place to store the secret medicine. Elder who took the lead. Suddenly stepping on a brick activates the organ. Immediately the rope broke. Two large, sharp semicircular hidden weapons of unknown origin shot forward. He quickly told his disciples to stop, and he condensed the blood into his hands. Alone, he rushed forward to destroy them. In my heart, I couldn't understand why this strange man had put so many traps in his grave. Unexpectedly, we came forward to report that the elders and the martial arts people were still following us. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and thought, if they could all run here. Before that, they must have fought among themselves to be able to get in here. Now the remaining martial artists who are able to get in here are probably all top-notch experts. Moreover, the difficulty for martial arts is private, they can join together, banding together is also against us. Of course it's a temporary connection, but it's annoying. Their intention is of course to prevent our martial arts from capturing the mixed yuan pill. It's really suspicious, something is wrong, I can't think, which bastard spread the news that martial arts had found a sword, to lure those people here. He suddenly remembered someone, maybe that flower boy. It can't be him, maybe he spread the news about the hidden treasure map, but how could all these cunning plots that we had to deal with be caused by him? Suddenly there was a shout, Elder, those martial arts people are chasing us very closely. Void scattering death call, Void, yes, brother. He ordered some disciples and you to try to stop them. I will move forward quickly with the remaining disciples, to take the lead, yes. Having finished speaking, he again called Chan Huan, Vo Cat, and Vo Bin to follow me and block the enemy. We need to get the soul essence pill. Those who were ordered immediately replied in unison, yes. Thus, the martial arts are divided into two opposite directions, and the elders' calculations, leaving a few disciples in the way, are just an immediate solution. They could lose their lives at any time when confronting those people, but now, there is no other way. To get the mixed element pill, the sacrifice is inevitable. At the end of the hallway suddenly a green light emitted. Elder who quickly realized. With a single arrow, he quickly signaled and bent down. Having said that, he also used a curved sword move to change the speed of the dark arrow. Looking at the arrow soaked in green fluid, he couldn't help but wonder, is this elixir also poisonous? What's so strange about this place? At the end of the road there is sometimes a flash of light. Chan Wian was tired and panting from moving all this time. He looked forward, frowned to express, Elder. Front. There are silhouettes of people moving. Hu Tan too followed his words, frowning and looking into the distance. His pupils immediately shrank. I see, in a sword like this, how could humans appear? But it's true that something is moving. Not okay, he cursed, damn it. But those silhouettes. I feel like they don't have any vitality. As he expected, those people were actually just a group of moving zombies. Soon, everyone realized what was coming. They quickly shouted warnings. Zombie, damn it, what kind of place is this? That elixir bastard, why is he doing this? Elder, they're coming. The monks tried to reassure him that they were just corpses, so please let them rest in peace. The disciples listened to the command and immediately entered fighting mode. The two sides engaged in fierce fighting. He punched and gritted his teeth angrily, thinking, elixir, maybe I guessed wrong about this person. I don't know, no one will be able to get out of here alive. On the other side, Hong Dai Quang was beaten until he had swollen lumps on his head. He knelt on the ground, feeling sorry for himself and complaining, he was so wronged. After all, I am an elder. Chung Myung glared and was about to continue fighting, but Joe Gul promptly stopped him. He coldly snorted and cursed, he wanted to die. I wanted to hit him but I didn't accidentally do it. If I Hoa Sun Chung Myung were buried here, it would be too humiliating, impossible. The gangs under his authority also angrily denounced, it's true that greed is profound, sooner or later it will cause trouble, why do we have such a boring leader, if you want to die then die yourself, why do you drag him along, everyone is like that. You were talked to until you cried, those bastards. Bak Tian had to stand up and advise, calm down, we need to move, we can't stay here forever. Chung Myung glanced sideways and said, oh my god, you should feel lucky, for us, need to do the main thing first. Now rest in peace. Hong Dai Quang apologetically wiped his tears and expressed, I'm sorry. He looked around wondering where this place was now. Joe Gul said, the door over there is closed. Looks like there are no human traces here. Chung Myung huffed, remembering the time he ran earlier. Obviously there is, just now while running. While everyone was panicking and trying to escape, I saw it. There is a branch road leading to the side, so we had to go there. The ceiling is all collapsed now, blocking the way back, it's so damn bad. The words were like a dagger stabbing straight into the master's chest, he secretly thought with tears in his eyes, on the outside, I'm at least the leader of the gang, but now here, why do I have to suffer like this? Chung Myung sighed, okay, anyway the way back is blocked, the only way is to continue. Let's move forward first, think about anything later, everyone nodded unanimously. He was burning with anger and turned to the red light to warn. Hey, uncle, if you know how to do it, put your hand in your pocket, lest I cut it off. After finishing the instructions, the whole group walked together towards the closed door. Chung Myung led the group, walking alone in front to observe. He touched the pattern of the sensory gate with his hand. Then he sniffed and sniffed again. Bak Tian leaned over and asked, what's wrong, do you see anything? He replied, no, I just saw a fishy smell. Finally, he decided to open the door. A thick layer of dust flew up because of this action. When the door opens, the whole group went inside together. They went forward, there was another cave. Everyone was curious and looked up. Then look left and right, look forward and back. The space is quiet, only the sound of footsteps can be heard. Chung Myung observed and reminded. Don't make that loud noise. Everyone nodded and left, but still heard unpleasant sounds. Chung Myung frowned and turned around and said, don't make any noise. Yoon Jong said, no one made any noise. So what is this sound, and who is causing it? As he finished speaking, something flashed overhead. Everyone without an appointment turned their eyes up to look. On the cave ceiling, countless red eyes were staring at them. Chung Myung quickly realized that they were vampires, bats sucking human blood. Hong Dai Quang was stunned. He stammered and asked, are all those red dots their eyes? He said nonchalantly, they are just bats. Just go by quietly, just quickly. Hong Dai Quang is full of doubts, is it really okay? Bak Tian suddenly spoke up, but Chung Myung. I know about blood-sucking bats, but I've never heard of red eyes, he reassured me, okay, just keep quiet and move forward. But suddenly remembered something, Chung Myung patted his hand and exclaimed, ah, it seems like those bats are not ordinary bats. They are blood-sucking monsters, it seems like that. They are bats that originate from Yunnan Valley, it is said that if they suck their blood, even a person will turn into a dried corpse. Both their size and weight were larger than normal, the bodies of spears and spears were difficult to penetrate, and while they were still struggling, everyone quickly rushed past him. He urged, "Run away, Chung Myung, if they rush in to suck blood, they won't be able to live. Run quickly." Chung Myung was speechless when he saw that. It was true. What kind of brother doesn't know, when he sees danger, he runs away? A loud flapping sound made him look up in surprise. Above, the blood-sucking bats opened their mouths with sharp fangs and rushed towards him. The number was as large as grass ants flying. He then panicked and jumped up to run. "Why are there so many bats here?" Hong Dai Kwang shouted. "Then there must be many bats in the cave, you said you weren't afraid just now." Chung Myung angrily cursed, "I don't know which bastard brought the bats from Yunnan and released them here. Senior brother, if he dies and is with you, please punish him for me." On the puddle of water, the face of the sect leader you mentioned appeared full of helpless comments. "Talking nonsense, how can I be strong enough to confront him?" He ran and kicked through the puddle, but still shouted, "Please call the Hoa Sun brothers to join him." "You often do that with me, seeing you keep babbling about something." Hong Dai Kwang wondered. "You can't run, what are you babbling about? Run quickly." The bats got closer and closer to Chung Myung. He turned back to see. Immediately threw his palm and punched hard at one that was about to bite him. But in the end they still scratched their hands. Damn, their claws are as hard as iron hooks. On the other side, someone who couldn't run in time was bitten on the arm by it, creating a long cut. He hugged his bloody arm and screamed, unable to move anymore. More and more blood flowed. But the bats were not spared and continued to chase vigorously. They have poison that causes paralysis, their bodies are as hard as steel and they have more poison. What kind of monsters are these bats? At this time, Hong Dai Kwang was also bitten on the shoulder. "They are constantly following me." He angrily shouted, "Damn bats. Then turn your legs to change direction and stop." Both hands mobilized internal energy to challenge. "Please block our gang's moves. Let's see who dies first." 8 Immortals palm. He attacked them, but was strangely avoided. Hong Dai Kwang was stunned. Could they avoid it? Could they avoid my 8 immortal palms? Why is there such a terrible monster like this? The bat became more and more crazy. After avoiding the move, he opened his mouth wide and rushed at him, biting and tearing. He was helpless in a difficult situation, and looked at other people who were also struggling. These bats, the more they saw blood, the more they clung like leeches. There are too many of them, how to deal with them? No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't defeat these 10 bats. Just like this. Then it will all die. The bats became more and more crowded like a spider's web spreading a net to catch prey. Hong Dai Kwang shouted in despair, "Chung Myung, please do something. Hurry up," he snorted coldly. "Then use light and flexible movements to hold the space, your hand now touching the sword hilt at waist level." The master of the stool looked up in surprise. In the dark space, filled with blood-sucking bats, light flashed from his sword again. Then get into position to prepare for the move. The hand switched swords flexibly without any mistakes. His eyes seemed to light up, and peach blossom petals gradually appeared in the space. Chung Myung went straight through space, rushing forward. Zigzag-shaped swords were launched. Reaching the other wall, he kicked his feet again to somersault in the opposite direction. The small figure moved in space, slashing countless swords to wipe out the blood-sucking crowd. He danced alone in the middle of the void. The sword's path is graceful yet powerful, as if creating a tornado that sweeps away everything. Hong Dai Kwang looked at this scene and gasped. Chung Myung continued to swing his sword and cut the bats in half. Apricot blossoms fly everywhere, illuminating the space. His eyes suddenly turned cold and glanced over. The Lak Hoa sword technique lit up the cave, dispelling all the blood-sucking pressure. Their corpses fell to the ground. Hong Dai Kwang's eyes unblinkingly looked at the beautiful flower petals, that is. The image of apricot flowers has disappeared before. Has been recreated at the present time. With blooming flowers, apricot flowers of painted flowers. Chung Myung soloed with the bats, he retracted his sword and clicked his tongue in exclamation, "What a damn bat." At this time, the ones that had not been hit by him quickly backed away, hanging on the ceiling, not daring to fly again. Bak Tian realized this, breathing and saying, "They must be scared. They don't dare fly here anymore." Hong Dai Kwang expressed, "It's really those damn bats. Death is worth it." He breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the bodies of a group of people on the ground and thought, there really are too many strange things in here, now I don't know if anything else will appear. Chung Myung urged, "What are people doing there? Let's go quickly." He looked towards him, grateful in his heart. Even so, being with him seemed safer. Without him, I would have died a long time ago. He felt someone looking at him, then suddenly looked back at him. Luckily my uncle was next to me. Hong Dai Kwang was secretly surprised. How did he guess that? He laughed and said, "What are you doing standing there? Are you trying to pick something up?" He was speechless. Was he planning on mocking me like just now? Chung Myung continued to lead the way, complaining as he walked. It was so happy that he didn't know how to feel happy. He had to drag work into his body. The bang was really too much. He was angry when he heard it. I thought about it, and if I went with that guy, he would probably curse me to death. Even so, people continued to move up. At this point, "You can see the shining pearls again," Yoon Jong exclaimed. "This cave is so large. But there are many night pearls here. But it seems like everything is repeating over and over again. Isn't that right, Uncle?" Bok Tian agrees. "It seems like that. Although we don't know if it's real or just a feeling, it's best for us to be careful not to make mistakes. It's okay not to be greedy." Casually, as he spoke, he glanced at Hong Dai Light again. He regretted and apologized. "Stop apologizing, I only made a mistake once," he pouted. I didn't say anything to him. It's true that he has a habit of being startled. He was speechless, looking at that expression. I was so angry that I wanted to die. Suddenly there was a groan. The man who was bitten by the bat just collapsed and whispered, calling out to the owner. He quickly caught his subordinate. Finally, he mustered up the courage to plead, "Hoa Sun Chung Myung, I know you want to go to the sword center, but you should rest a little to regain your strength. The disciples' wounds also need to be bandaged." Chung Myung looked at the situation, then replied, "Okay, let's do it." He immediately agreed, making him bewildered. Kane is fine too, why are you asking again?" "Oh no, I see you're so naturally easygoing." He stood up and replied, "It's nothing. Someone is injured and needs to rest." Even though he was still bewildered, he still automatically moved his lips to say, "Thank you." Then open a bottle of something. Pour it on the subordinate's wound. After finishing, he secretly looked at Chung Myung and thought, I didn't think he would accept it so quickly. Probably because it was a matter of life, that's why he agreed so quickly. It's true that he's cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He truly has a chivalrous heart. Chung Myung stood with his hands on his hips, waiting. He suddenly frowned. Looking into the dark space ahead, he seemed to discover something. It seemed like there was an aura, in the distance. Something was going on, I feel it. The killing intent radiated extremely intensely. It seemed like there was a fierce battle going on there. Therefore, now let's rest and regain strength. Don't rush to go there. Let everything finish and move forward before it's too late. In this tomb, there are too many strong people, so you need to be careful with everything you do. I don't know if there are many pitfalls waiting for the next school. Remembering the situation just now, he raised his injured hand to look at it. If there were some strange things like those blood-sucking creatures, it would be quite troublesome. Must save strength for important battles. That is a good choice. To live in this place. Jo Gul felt tired and sat down on the ground against the wall and cried, "Oh my God. Too tired, I'll die like this." Yoon Jong also sat down and agreed, "Too tired." Chung Myung glanced over and smiled, not complaining. Looking at it now, he realized a few things. That guy seems like he's used to this kind of situation already. The place in the tunnel is dark, where no light shines. There are many traps here, so your nerves are always tense, afraid, and always cautious about every move. Therefore, people get exhausted quickly. He suddenly asked, "Aren't you tired?" Chung Myung replied, "How can you be tired? It's just the beginning." Yoon Jong was surprised. "It's just the beginning." He explained, the person who grabbed the sword without silver was exceptionally smart. Whatever he did, he would do it to the end, so this was just the beginning. Difficulties still lie ahead. Are there still many traps? So there are still too many dangers. Steal the silverless sword. Why would he do this if he was an elixir? He wanted to kill everyone who wanted to take over the mixed element pill. He is the #1 gangster and a doctor. How could he do such a heartless job? Thinking back, that title of medicinal elixir wasn't given to him by the martial artist who was treated by him. I really didn't think he would do this. This grave of his is also his grave, a trap for him to bury all those who plot to usurp the mixed essence pill. It's true, it's sinister. Chung Myung was silent for a few seconds, then he spoke up and said, "Before you wonder why he did this, think the opposite, why he is a medicinal elixir and has the nickname of winning the sword without silver. From there we can be sure of one thing from this person, Yoon Jong curiously urged. What is it? Let's say it. He replied that people's minds are too sinister, no one can predict anything they want to do. As everyone knows, even the people closest to us can do many things that we cannot predict, so how can we predict how well a person lives? It's been 200 years, so you don't need to worry about anything. All we have to do now is get our things and get out safely, there are already too many things to think about here. Hearing these words, Yoon Jong seemed to realize many things. It was necessary, leaving here safely was the top priority. Just do that, get the items you need, then get out. I can't guess the purpose of the elixir. However, now that I'm here, the thought of wanting to understand everything in detail still lingers vaguely in my mind. The elixir he did like this probably meant to convey something that I didn't understand. Chung Myong suddenly continued, adding that no matter what his intentions are, we need to move forward quickly, not to let him capture the mixed yuan pill first. Is that right? Let's go then. I don't care much about the matter of the ancients, what his intentions are, what's important is the mixed yuan pill. Even if I die, I still have to get this mixed element pill, I absolutely have to do it. His eyes burned with fire, his will emerged, he shouted loudly, "Hey beggar uncle, are you done yet?" He was startled. Chung Myong glanced at the place where he was being treated and had to admire, he was really well prepared. He also brought the antidote to the bloody star. Hong Dai Kwang explained, "Not really, this is the antidote to the ghost, disperse, because this is the first dangerous action, so it is necessary to bring it just in case." That's interesting, this gang's uncle is also well prepared. Seeing you glance like that, Mr. Chung Myong, why are you looking at me like that? I'm the leader of that gang, not a high position, like this without real power. He pouted, "Yes. Rest then go." The whole group continued to pack their bags and set out. As we walked, we wondered where this tunnel led. We had gone quite far. Chung Myong immediately said, "The cave is winding, we don't know where we're going. Just keep going and you'll get to where you need to go. Caves have limitations anyway, they can't last forever. But there's a problem here. There are too many martial arts experts in this cave, so we need to rush faster." At this moment, a strong smell of blood came from afar. Far ahead, there was light emitting. The more we walked, the clearer the light became, and the smell of blood also emanated from there. The sword was stained red with blood. Someone pulled it from the body of the person they just killed, saying someone was coming. Here, there is no place without dead bodies. Blood stains the tile floor red, a man reminds. Okay, let's deal with the new arrivals and that's it. There probably won't be many people selling with us anymore. If we arrive late, we don't know if the school will have anything left for us. The murderers are all familiar faces, both righteous and evil, but they all come here because of greed and kill without shame. Kuk deputy smirked coldly, carrying a large sword on his shoulder, with murderous intent and said, "That's right, quickly handle everything and move forward quickly." In the dark cave, the night pearl shines impermanently. Chung Myong raised his hand high, pretending to be miserable and complaining, "That night pearl looks so expensive. But there's a certain greedy beggar here who reminded me of what happened before, so I had to let it go." Hong Dai Kwang tried to argue, "Hey, thanks to me, you're more careful now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong turned back fiercely and said in a low voice, "What the heck," making him paralyzed with fear. Bok Tian and Yoon Jong dejectedly went to pull Chung Myong away. "And you still try to threaten me, I won't forget your uncle's greed." They walked forward not long ago. A light appeared in front of me, this cave. It's over. Soon, they arrived at a new tunnel. Hong Dai Light was stunned. He couldn't help but be surprised, how could there be such a large space underground? Suddenly there was a noise behind me. The group of people curiously turned around to see that the entrance door was closed in the blink of an eye. Before that incident, they could not help but be surprised. One of them exclaimed, "The way here is over." Hong Dai Kwang secretly thought, "Not good." He used his sharp nose to take a whiff. Smell of blood. Looking into the distance, he stared with wide eyes. It turned out that not far away, a pile of corpses were lying haphazardly piled on top of each other. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the ground red. Stepped out from the pile of corpses, a man with muscular feet. There was still a scar on his face, with a huge sword on his shoulder. "That is Dai La sword, Kuk Fa." Not only that, behind him were many other people. Hong Dai Kwang looked around and silently assessed. It seemed like there were more than 20 bodies here, all were murdered. Those guys standing there are strong government. Shandong enjoys swords. In addition, There is also a scholarly sword. And the three devils. They all have ferocious faces, filled with murderous auras. The vast rivers and deserts are miles away from the mountains. Why is he even here? Unable to hold back, he raised his voice and questioned, Cheu Min's son, are you also participating in the robbery here? The person named Cheu Min's son heard that, looked disdainful and replied, ah, so it's that beggar, ah. Hong Dai Quang angrily asked, what have you done? I think you are at least someone who knows the morality of the world. I didn't think that because of the treasure here, you slaughtered so many innocent people. What kind of cruelty are you doing? He coldly replied, innocent, what are you talking about, beggar? Why do people say such moral things in the world? Whoever holds the treasure is the guilty one, and of course, when competing for the treasure, losing one's life is also natural. You came here for the same purpose. Cheu Min's son, you have changed a lot. I think you were a chivalrous person before. That's right, that's why you and I met each other. If in this sword race I can get the magic weapon I want, then in the future I will be able to do more virtuous deeds. Don't you think that's right? Hong Dai Quang responded loudly, don't worry, here it's different from the family out there. I have a chivalrous face right away. Bastard, you've lost all reason because the museum is here. Even if you have the ambition to get the treasure here, killing martial artists like that is truly a cruel group of people. The royal force laughed loudly. And where is this for you two to argue like that? That beggar bastard, you're already here. Why are you pretending to be saintly? You and we have the same goal, yet you're still sitting there arguing. Since you've come here, the two sides cannot avoid conflict. A person like you can only talk, so what the hell are you still doing there? Hong Dai Quang waved his hand and said, I am here because of the treasure. Like me, I act in moderation. At least I don't kill cruel martial artists like you. You must have waited for us here on purpose, right? Kuk deputy stood up and sarcastically said, the more that beggar spoke, the more ridiculous he became. As for what this is, once we get here, everyone is the same. He spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth into the blood and said, anyway, there was no need to argue anymore. You will also die here. Hong Dai Quang looked around. There are many doors here, but everything is closed. Suddenly, Kuk Duk spoke out, intending to find a way to escape. There is no other way to go, there is only this road behind us. You know, we're just following our predecessors' wishes and taking the sword without silver. All the paths you have taken are sealed. The end points of those roads all lead to here. Martial artists who enter here must pass through this place. The last path we can take is behind us. In simple words, it's our predecessor who snatched the sword without silver from us, must kill each other high and low to find the last survivor. Hearing this, Hong Dai Quang angrily clenched his fists and said, for the reason you all made up. But, you know how to harm all your fellow believers, don't you? He sneered, don't say that, gangsters are evil, death is a predetermined thing. Unable to bear it any longer, the leader of the gang shouted orders, everyone prepare and deal with these barbarians, even if they die, they cannot be left alone. Having finished speaking, Hong Dai Quang immediately rushed forward to attack. He looked at their silhouettes and silently exclaimed, who would have guessed that those bastards would join together? Those bastards all have real strength, even fighting against them is still difficult. With only these subordinates of the gang here, there's nothing they can do. If they keep fighting and risking their lives, there will only be death. If so. He stopped, looked at Yun Zhong's group and said, I know I've said a lot, but if we don't join forces, we'll all lose our lives here. Let's help each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Bok Tian replied, of course that's the case, we here cannot be said to be completely chivalrous people, but we cannot stand by and watch those evil people cause chaos. Kuk deputy laughed sarcastically, it's true that these young kids don't understand the life of Hoa Sun, they've only been involved in the streets for a little while, but they already have terrible mouths. Cheu Min's son reminded, there's no need to talk too much, let's deal with them all and then chase martial arts, it's not too late. Giant Force licked his lips, it seems these guys are really delicious food for me. Hong Dai Quang had a headache and gritted his teeth thinking, even if he teamed up with Hoa Sun, he didn't know if he could confront them. Current target. At all costs, defeat them and then quickly escape through the back road, that's the only way to be safe. Chung Myong also spoke at this time, you bastards are not done yet. All eyes turned to each other. As for you, calmly go forward. The deputy asked loudly, who are you? You don't need to know, a brat whose mouth still stinks of milk. Chung Myong's hand touched the hilt of the sword, you said the wanderer was heartless and cruel. Now I'll show you what it means to be unintentional, He pulled out his sword and pointed it at them with a cold expression. Look at his cold, murderous eyes. Cheyu-Min Sun's hand suddenly trembled. He surprised himself. Are your hands shaking? Looked up at Chung Myung again. What is that feeling I'm feeling from up there? I've never felt like this before. Ever since that kid stood up with a sword, I felt scared. This feeling seems to make my body tense, as if to say be careful. This kid can kill me at any moment. Such a strong premonition, he immediately reminded us, we must not underestimate that brat. Kuk deputy turned around and laughed. Why, what are you talking about? Even though there were so many of them, it seemed like there was nothing to be afraid of. I was too worried. I have never seen such fear on your face. Could it be that when you saw those mountain flowers, you cringed all over? Having said that, he went up alone, getting closer and closer to Chung Myung. When he was only a few meters away, the arrogant man asked, you said you would tell us what is unintentional. Suddenly, Kuk Fa threw the bloody sword high, accurately held the handle of the knife. He glanced at him challengingly, so please help. Try this trick. After finishing speaking, he held the knife and slashed down. A shrill sound rang out. The collision of swords shoots electric sparks. A large light flashed brightly throughout the entire area. As the light fades, he widened his eyes in surprise. Chung Myung was not harmed by that attack. He tilted his head and was able to avoid it. Holding a sword in his hand, just one hand was able to block the large blade. His eyes were still cold like that. Immediately afterwards, Chung Myung used force to knock away his opponent's sword. Refusing to stop there, the song continued a second time. He rushed forward like a hungry tiger and pounced on Chung Myung. However, just like before, he was stopped. When the two swords touched each other, light was emitted from the friction. He was thrown out again. After that, Kuk Fu turned around, then continued to swing the knife at him. Damn kid. As the blow neared, Chung Myung was unusually calm, eyes staring at the attack. That look, as if seeing through everything, was sharp and cold. After that, only bloodstains were seen flying in mid-air. The deputy's extremely confused eyes appeared on his face. In just a blink of an eye, his head was separated from his neck. Both arms were also cut off. Before those parts could fall to the ground, Chung Myung coldly signaled the next person. The space was as quiet as paper. Kuk's body had collapsed a long time ago. A few seconds later, his head fell to the ground. The dead man didn't even have time to close his eyes. Blood was splashing around. Even the blood on Chung Myung's sword was still dripping. Seeing this, the giant gasped, how could this be possible? That kid had already killed him. The law earns it in such a simple way. Cheyu-Min Sun affirmed, clearly, that bastard already has a lot of fighting experience. Maybe he had killed countless people, so when he beheaded the Great Law sword he was completely comfortable without any hesitation, and did it quite simply like that. He is truly a cold-blooded guy. After pondering for a while, that guy then signaled, we need to act together. What do you say? Let's go forward at the same time. Shan Dong Hao Kiem asked suspiciously, you said we all go together to kill that kid. Just because he just killed De La Kiem, you're so scared, you can't even be a murderer. Cheyu-Min Sun shouted, shut your mouth. In the rivers and lakes we don't need to pay attention to such small details, just do whatever you want as long as it achieves your goal. He's a pretty strong guy. Therefore, if we do not join forces to attack, we will all die, in 10 moves. In just 10 moves. He dodged and blocked all of the giant sword's moves, then gently defeated him simply without wasting any effort. He didn't even need to breathe quickly after doing it. Which means that for him, it's such a simple thing that there's nothing worth mentioning. Is it okay if they spread the word that we're working together as a kid so we won't have any face in the world anymore? Excessive talk. If you kill them all, there won't be anyone else who can say that. There is no need to pay attention to honor and integrity. Preserving life and achieving the goal is above all. On the other side, Chung Myung stood silently thinking, after returning to the customs with this identity, I have never experienced a real life or death battle. The previous matches were just considered a walk. Now this person is the first person I kill. This can be considered a real battlefield where life and death are the priority. This bastard wanted to kill me, then I will swing my sword and kill him. As for the other guys, they will have to meet the same fate because they already intend to join forces to kill me. Chung Myung calmly observed the situation. He silently thought, they. At first glance, it seems like that. There are 7 people in total. I will try to quickly kill these 7 people. The force of the government frowned. Damn, its aura is so terrible now. However, he still stepped forward to challenge. You should also be honored. This is the first time we have teamed up to deal with that person since we started wandering around. Hearing these words, Chung Myung thought to himself, oh yes, it's true that old-fashioned people always think that working together as one person is shameful, but when faced with opponents who are much stronger, if they still keep that self-respect and antiquity will definitely lead to loss of life. When faced with life and death, everything about dignity or whatever is just trash. Suddenly Bak Tian stepped forward and asked, in order to deal with me, do they have to join forces? Without waiting for him to answer, he stepped forward and questioned loudly. What a bunch of bastards, you don't have any face left to show your face here anymore. After losing face like this, after being rumored to go to the streets, you don't have any face left to live. Chung Myung frowned in confusion. What is this, uncle? Stay away, it's so annoying. Bak Tian raised his sword and replied, I intend to help you, please try to endure a little. I can't leave you alone to deal with them alone. My fellow student Hoa Sun is my junior brother whose life is being threatened by some devils. I have to stand up and fight with you. Chung Myung replied in bewilderment, here I feel more comfortable fighting alone. Yoon Jong went to advise, the uncle was right, the younger brother fought with all his might. As a senior brother, how could he stand by and watch? He explained in shock, hey, it's more comfortable for me to fight alone. Yoon Jong agreed, his uncle was right. The junior brother fought with all his life. As a senior brother, how could he stand by and watch? He frowned, there was another one of you. Jo Gul went out to continue, what the senior brother said was correct. Lu Latuit stepped forward with determination, let's deal with them together. Seeing this scene made Chung Myung extremely confused, what are you guys doing? But then, he suddenly thought of something. In the end, he just sighed and silently exclaimed, not knowing the strength of those demons. But are you all going to rush forward and risk your life against them? Bak Tian advises, everyone, dealing with those devils is not simple, you will lose your life, don't make things more complicated because of haste, I know they are very difficult to deal with. But I can't stand by and watch you fight them alone, since we're brothers and sisters, we have to live and die together. Maybe you think we will cause trouble, but we also have some strength, maybe we can help you a little. This is the battle of the entire Hoa Mountain sect, this is also the battle that gives us experience, even if we die, we will not be afraid, if not like that, how can you grow up? Hearing this, Chung Myung was suddenly surprised. He silently thought. Your uncle is truly chivalrous. What people say is right, if you want to grow up, you cannot avoid fighting, the more you experience danger, the more experience you will learn. In the future, Hoa Sun disciples need to personally experience the wonders of the world, from small to difficult tasks, only through experiencing difficulties and dangers can they develop and reveal all their talents, that's right. Now I understand. Even though I know that in order for everyone here to grow up, they will have to face hardships, but when I see people facing life and death, I don't miss it, I want to stand up and protect them, so they can be safe and live their days in peace. This mere thought makes me think of the old days, it is like the hearts of parents who always protect their children, just like the brothers in the past always worried about themselves. Thinking about it, he didn't stop anymore, just reminded everyone to be careful, this is a life and death battle. I can't control everything if I lose my life in the blink of an eye. As soon as he finished speaking, Jo Gul laughed loudly and replied, okay, we understand, since we are in the sword race, this cannot be avoided. Just take care of yourself, we can take care of ourselves. At this moment, Chung Myung turned to look at Jo Gul thoughtfully. He expressed, Jo Gul senior brother, you're brave now, let's talk outside later. Hearing these words, Jo Gul turned pale in fear and silently exclaimed, it's not good to die, I'm talking too loudly. And he smiled and sighed. What is this strange feeling? This is a feeling of a bit of excitement but a bit of restlessness. It's like everyone shares the danger, but we have a heavier responsibility to protect their safety. However, a familiar scene suddenly reappeared in my memory. Those evil sects. This time, let me show my strength. Let's go, brother, okay, senior brother Chung Myung. Go to the monk. Senior brother Chin smiled at him and said, let us know what the power of our Hoa Sun sect is. In an instant, that figure disappeared, returning to the appearance of Bak Tian. He turned back to look at him and smiled gently. He was quiet, silently touching the flower on his chest, it was really strange. An unprecedented feeling. Hoa Sun today is different from before. Even though I try, I can't change my previous fate, but now I have a new mission, I need to replace my brother to revive Hoa-sun. Slowly relax your hands. Chung Myung and everyone else looked determined and moved forward. Let's defeat them together. As soon as he finished speaking, Bak Tian continued, come on. Hearing the command, they immediately rushed to attack. Chung Myung was behind, then continued to rush forward. He silently thought to himself, senior brother. Please consult your teacher. Our painted flowers can start again. Hong Dai Kwang also ordered at this time, what are those stupid beggars still doing there? You Hoa-sun people have already gone up, are you going to stand there and watch? Let's show them the true power of our clan. We also have a generous heart that is not inferior to any other sect, understand? Having finished speaking, he also rushed forward full of spirit. Giant Luke suddenly rushed up and attacked Bak Tian, but he flexibly dodged. He couldn't help but be angry, this bastard. It doesn't move, it just dodges, what's wrong with it? He kept fighting and was dodged, he couldn't help but shout in anger, how long are you planning to keep dodging? Ko Luke Fu used the big axe in his hand to slash down, Bak Tian tilted his body to avoid it, causing him to miss and hit the ground hard, this bastard. He answered while receiving the invitation, for everyone with status and age like you, it is necessary for our juniors to respect us. But an evil person like you must be eliminated by us and cannot be tolerated. After that, a sword was swung out, cutting across his body. One side of the giant green palace was torn open, blood splattered along it, he roared angrily, you bastards. On the other side, there was a loud noise. Joe Ghoul's movements were flexible, he passed by the man with his sword and slashed him once, leaving him unable to react. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, that kid's movements were too fast. But I am a Shandong who likes to seek fame, not to joke. Joe Ghoul is sliding on the ground to stabilize his body. Taking advantage of this, the giant green palace suddenly rushed forward to attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of him, preparing to stab down a sword. If his speed was comparable, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot between the two of them. That move created a large mark on the ground. The sword-loving Shandong frowned, what other bastard wanted to fight for death? Yun Jong appeared in the middle, the attack just now was blocked by him to help Joe Ghoul. He reminded, little master, don't be so rash, be careful, yes senior brother, I understand. At this moment, both of us join forces and go up together. Joe Ghoul takes orders, yes. The two rushed forward together, Joe Ghoul's speed was a bit faster, he rushed forward and slashed a sword, Shandong quickly raised his sword to block. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Jong continued to attack from behind, he quickly threw away Joe Ghoul's sword to block this attack. He also quickly pushed his sword away, then backed away, but both of them still clung to him and wouldn't let go. 2 against 1, he was in a difficult situation, these stupid bastards. Looking at their ages, they haven't been practicing martial arts for long, but how can they cooperate with each other? It's as if they've practiced together like soulmates, this is so absurd it's unthinkable. They seem to be overpowering us, we can't let this situation happen. Yun Jong suddenly passed by the people of Shandong with a sword. He was a bit surprised at first. But then he discovered that he was swinging his sword at him, so he promptly turned around to avoid it. Silently wondering in my head, where are these bastards jumping out to help them like this? On the other side, the scholar's sword also fell into a difficult situation when dealing with consecutive sword slashes from Lula Tuat. This is not good. This endless search will never end, I can't just retreat forever, if you retreat, you will lose your position, and many loopholes will be exposed. I really wanted to counterattack but couldn't find a loophole in this graceful swordsmanship. Since when did Hoa-sun have so many young experts? Joe Ghoul and Yun Jong pounced on each other repeatedly. Look at the way he holds his sword. Yun Jong quickly realized. He is already gone. Sun Dong Teet Kiem suddenly noticed something. Yun Jong slashed horizontally, saying, this is our chance, but at that moment, he crouched low, quickly avoiding the move, guy. Laughing triumphantly, the two of them teaming up to attack would be great. But no matter how skillful you are, there are still loopholes. Now that I have found your weak point, prepare to die. Joe Ghoul was so panicked, senior brother, be careful. He shouted loudly and unleashed his attack, killing the bastard, but then suddenly a sword shot forward and crushed his attack. The two people were surprised and exclaimed at the same time, what? The sword's path, after blocking Shandong's attack, crashed hard into the wall. On the ground, a long crack was left, making him confused, something had flown past to block my sword, that sword mark. Chung Myung's voice screamed, I told you to be careful, that death is no joke, pay attention. Don't lose focus, if you don't have much combat experience, be careful, don't think that just a little bit of power can defeat those villains, let's just say this one more time, keep your ears open and listen. Do you understand? Turns out, the attack just now was his, a life-saving blow at the last minute. However, when he heard the curse, Yoon Jong didn't know how to respond, so he just silently endured the attack. Chung Myung suddenly rolled his eyes. The scholar's sword came out of nowhere and stabbed him with a spear, but he promptly bowed. Then, taking advantage of the opening at his feet, he slashed. The scholar's sword was suddenly attacked and fell backwards. He continued to roll his eyes and slashed his sword in another direction. This time it aimed between Bak Tien and Giant Green Palace, which also seemed to be a lifesaver. He shouted a warning, not focusing twice. Pay attention. If you're still negligent, you'll die, don't make me mad, understand, if you die here, no one will cry for you. Therefore, I told you to let me deal with them alone, but it really upset me. I'm tired and have to carry so many weights. When the three ghosts attacked, he was so angry that he bit his hand with his teeth, killing the bastard. His hand was bitten until it bled, and Yoon Jong in the back couldn't help but feel emotional. He fought while watching and protecting everyone, although he grumbled, he seemed very excited. The more he fought, the more enthusiastic he became. Surely it's not often that I get to use my full strength like this. Chung Myung really fought more and more enthusiastically, even taking on 2 or 3 guys by himself. His eyes had never been so full of murderous intent. Hong Dai Luong and the gangs also rushed forward together. He shouted loudly, our gang brothers, move forward, kill all these evil people. He jumped up and gave a strong blow to a scholar's sword, causing him to fall to the ground. He and his brothers stood in front of him and solemnly declared, Hoa Sun Tan Long Chung Myung, we are here to help you. Chung Myung frowned, what is this, more beggars who don't know whether to live or die. Hong Dai Kwang shouted loudly, rushing forward to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the gang disciples immediately rushed forward. The fighting situation was extremely chaotic. In the middle of a sea of fighting people, Cheu Min Sun still stood quietly observing Chung Myung. His face was calm and cautious. He also looked at him and assessed, this guy, he had a murderous aura and a calmness and carefulness that was different from other guys. I feel that he is a formidable opponent, the murderous aura he radiates is quite terrifying, he has completely different strength from those other villains. During the chaos with swords everywhere, he did not lose focus at all, his eyes only followed me, just like a hunter staring intently at his prey without moving his eyes. My feeling right now is so exciting, this could be my real opponent in this battle. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Chung Myung smiled. He thought to himself, he is a martial artist with real power. In this situation, we don't know what anyone else will do, but we can conclude that. Cheu Min Sun raised his sword and carefully called his name, Cheu Min Sun. He also followed suit and replied, Chung Myung Hoa Sun. He began to lower his center of gravity, so today. If you want to leave here, you must defeat this Chung Myung. His calves flexed their muscles. The feet are stopped from internal force, strongly clinging to the ground, causing it to sink deeply. Cheu Min Sun suddenly jumped and rushed towards Chung Myung. He still stood there silently. This bastard really couldn't underestimate his martial arts skills. As soon as the man approached, he suddenly glared. At the same time Cheu Min Sun's sword slashed down, Chung Myung also raised his sword to block. The two swords collided, creating a deafening sound. Friction between two metal bars creates electric sparks. Cheu Min Sun flexes his muscles and increases his strength. As expected, he quickly overwhelmed Chung Myung and forced him to retreat. He frowned. His feet slid on the ground, he had to use his hands to hold his body back. On the opposite side, he put his foot on the ground. Internal force covers the whole body. The sinewy lines on the arm holding the sword, Zhao Mingshan roared and declared. You bastard, die, I will kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at Chung Myung. Just like last time, the two clashed swords and were pushed away again. Chung Myung stepped back and silently observed and assessed, I was able to block that sword technique but its internal power still could not be fully dispersed. The remaining internal force of that sword technique made my mouth and hand feel like my chest was torn open and it hurt. Each of his attacks was unleashed with full force and internal force. All merged into one, his fighting spirit was pushed to the extreme. He used all his strength without the slightest desire to defend. Cheo Min's son madly rushed forward to attack. At this clash of swords, neither of them gave in to the other. The posture of rubbing the sword continued for a long time, the power even spread to the surroundings, causing the stone floor under his feet to crack and shoot up. Cheo Min's son's strength was stronger, his sword also fell. Chung Myong quickly pulled away to move back. Seeing that, Cheo Min's son followed. Shouted angrily, "The bastard stopped avoiding him, come back and confront me." He stabbed the sword at him. When he rushed forward, the hand holding the sword dodged his sword and shouted, "Your strength can completely fight me. Why do you have to hide, you bastard?" Cheo Min's son screamed wildly. The speed with which he slashed with his knife became faster, one knife after another, repeating over and over again, just like a hurricane carrying dark blue light. A little, then a little more, just keep going like that. Chung Myong suddenly jumped high to avoid the attack. Cheo Min's son's face was now covered in sweat, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not decrease. He kept dodging like that, making him even angrier, still the same. Surely you intend to wait for my strength to decrease, then counterattack with full force. Okay, I understand what you mean, let's see how long you can hide. The guy jumped up and rushed towards him. Chung Myong's face looked a bit panicked. I only saw Cheo Min's son pointing the sword precisely at him and shouting loudly, "Please block my full force here." It was like all his strength was put into the blow, it seemed to have pushed him down. Only saw Chung Myong's body falling. Everyone was shocked. Then a ray of light from above hit the ground hard, large rocks shot up. In the mist, Chung Myong's figure stood firmly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It seemed like if he kept avoiding it, it wouldn't be good. Okay, I know your strength. Million Min Mountain suddenly appeared in sight. The pain stick in your hand is still glowing. With this move, where can you hide? He turned his head and unleashed a spinning blade attack. Wind and blade. A storm of blade gas appeared, as if it wanted to sweep everything away. Chung Myong jumped back from the center of that storm. It seemed to have a location. When he changed direction, it immediately followed. Blade beams continuously shot towards him. Chung Myong used his hands to cross his sword, and in the storm, apricot petals appeared. The flower petals wrap around the blades. Chung Myong lowered his body. He finally used the technique, the 7 apricot flower sword technique. Flower petals poured out like a tornado, growing stronger and stronger towards the hurricane. They slowly devoured it, surrounding Cheo Min's son. He saw it and was surprised, until you turn around. Then the entire hurricane dissipated, and he himself was gripped by the flower tornado. The flower petals were thin and light, but sharp as a knife, cutting every piece of skin on his body. Cheo Min's son vomited fresh blood. The wind blows the flower petals, leaving behind a devastated body. The flower petal quietly landed on his forehead, and Zhao Mingshan's pupils immediately shrank. I only know that after that, a halo of light suddenly appeared before my eyes. The fierce apricot light from Chung Myong swept over him. Chung Myong passed by Cheo Min's son's body after the attack just now. He lowered his sword in the middle of a sky of flying apricot blossoms. That bright light still lingers. Cheo Min's son slowly turned around. He also glanced at him, his lips moved and said, "That was the end." He smiled. My body fell helplessly, I lost. As soon as the body touched the ground, fresh blood flowed out. Everyone's actions seemed to stop, the demon's body stiffened. He was sweating but his body was cold, his heart was filled with fear, he was too strong, it was impossible to defeat him. Things seemed to have gone beyond our control. To get here, it turned out that we had to do too many things, with the plan of connecting powerful members to be able to enter the sword race to compete for treasures with martial arts. When we came here, we tried to preserve our forces as best we could, but we didn't think it would be like this. Everything before that was exactly as I intended. Until these mountain flowers appeared, and hindered this plan. On the other hand, Kok Luk Palace and Bok Tien are still in battle. He shouted madly, swinging his axe down and shouting, "You bastard, you have strength too, but don't think that you can confront me." Bok Tien dodged the attack and also responded, "I'm very excited, let's see how strong you are, we will let you die without a place to bury in this sword." Besides, the remaining people are also fighting with all their might. Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong cooperate to deal with Shandong's favorite sword. Meanwhile, Lu Latuat also fought freely. The 3 demon ghosts looked confused, it wasn't right. Their aura is very different, it seems they have increased a lot. Everyone cooperated, and trusted each other, without any hesitation or fear. Is this the spirit of the Hoa Sun sect? Just like that, everyone else was suppressed and pushed back. This is the situation here. Maybe we won't be able to win against them. The best way to preserve our lives is to hide. Thinking about it, he tiptoed and tried to run away. With confidence, in the sword race, now calculated there are 3 different teams, the martial artists who are chasing the martial artists, and the group of people here. As long as I escape from this place, I will be able to enter, join the group of people chasing the martial arts sect, then you will have a chance to win the treasure. We need to act quickly, however, no matter how we plan, we will be discovered by Chung Myong. He glared coldly at him. The ghost's spine chilled, he quickly curled up and ran away. When confronting a strong enemy, life is important, there is no need to save face. There is a path in front of me, I need to hurry up, my light skill can be said to have reached an advanced level, I will get there soon. I hope that the group of people chasing Marshall has not gone far yet, so we can quickly join that group, then, these Hoa Sun people will no longer have anything to worry about. We need to get there quickly, when the squad's strength increases, we may have a chance to turn the situation around. Suddenly, Chung Myong's face suddenly magnified right in front of him. This bastard, seeing that his teammates were weak, was planning on running away or something. Having finished speaking, he somersaulted and gave him a shot that flew far away. The 3 ghosts are full of surprise. How can you chase them away? I'm that fast. He flew far away, hitting straight into the wall, causing a cloud of dust to rise. After a while of fighting, everything ended, but the martial arts expert was defeated one after another and passed out on the floor. Yoon Jong breathed a sigh of relief. The battle seems to have ended. During the fight, I was completely unaware of the danger, but when it ended, I realized that my own strength was not enough. If I continue to be reckless like this, I will die one day, and my hands are still intact, trembling non-stop. Yesterday, this life and death battle was completely different from the usual martial arts battles of the past. If we made just one wrong move, we would lose our lives immediately. With such pressure, I did not act as I wanted. The main thing is experience. I still lack quite a bit. Yes, I did not think the battle of life and death would be as terrible as this. Jo Gul was so tired that he sat down on the ground to breathe. Yoon Jong gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. We were lucky, are you okay now? He smiled and replied, thank you senior brother, it was truly a life and death battle, luckily we were able to do it. As my master said before, no matter how much I practice, if I don't have the experience of wandering around the world, it's useless. Now through this battle, I have understood many things. Yes, I thought my strength was better than many people, but through this battle, I realized I was still too weak. Hearing these words, Yoon Jong suddenly silently thought about it. So, the 2 of us have worked together to defeat the bastard honored one. This bastard's strength is not simple, he is called the Sword of Shandong. His experience in fighting rivers and lakes, no one can underestimate. In this battle, it can be said that we have done exceptionally well, but you still consider yourself inferior. But it can be said that, thanks to Chung Myong being here, the strength and determination of the other brothers have increased quite a lot. If it weren't for him to control the situation, perhaps in this battle, our side would have to sacrifice some people as well. Thinking about it, it would be too dangerous, we really need to increase our strength. Thinking about it, he opened his words of encouragement. There are still many difficulties ahead, we can do this now, which is also great. You don't need to be so disappointed in yourself. Suddenly, Bok Tian didn't know when he stood in front of the 2 of them, uncle. He said, real combat of life and death is different from practicing at Hoa Sun, so many times we cannot develop our full strength. If we practice, we use all 10 points of our attack power, then we can still fight in real combat. If we don't achieve that, we always want ourselves to be perfect and strong, but everything takes time to gain experience, so there's no need to be disappointed. Today, the 2 of you have realized that your strength is still poor and that you don't have much experience, which is quite good. Later, thanks to this battle, the 2 of you can develop better, from there you can reach limits that you have never thought of. Yoon Jong mumbled, further progress. Thank you, uncle, we understand a lot now. Bok Tian nodded and smiled. But a familiar laugh rang out again. Chung Myong pouted and said, well said, seeing how you guys showed off your strength today is not bad, but to meet the standards is still far behind, so learn quickly to move forward quickly, try your best, like me, have you heard? Master Uncle's performance today opened my eyes, I didn't think that my master's strength was that strong. He looked at him with a dark face and replied, stop it, I don't need your praise. After that, Everyone worked together to move the group of unconscious martial artists into a pile. Bak Tian looked at them and thought, of the guys here, there were only 2 guys who fought with Chung Myung and both lost their lives. Those who fight with me always want me to die, but I am completely unable to kill them. It's true that I still have mercy, or more accurately, my spirit is still weak, so how can I keep up with Chung Myung? Wandering around is full of dangers. Thinking back, the moment Chung Myung directly swung his sword to kill people. Fresh blood splashed red before my eyes. At that time, I did not stand up. Then perhaps, Chung Myung killed them all. Killing your enemy, the one who wants to put you in the path of death, is the basic thing to survive in this world. Chung Myung then also looked at his back. Do you also realize that at that time, my uncle stood before my eyes to prevent me from slaughtering them all? We also understand that, if we keep living in our past, how can we move forward? Maybe we haven't changed since the time of the Great Demon War. Perhaps Hoa Sun has changed now. Everyone has real strength, united against the enemy. If everyone wants to shoulder a part of Hoa Sun like that, then I also feel relieved. He chuckled, then asked if everyone was resting okay. We still have many things to do ahead, martial arts are not waiting for us. The ground was covered with cuts from swords, thick as spider webs. Not only that, but the whole wall also had those marks. In addition, there were also corpses full of zombies blocking the path. The martial artists had also finished fighting this battle. The old man asked, "No, done. The situation here is too dangerous, everything is too chaotic." "Is everyone okay?" he suddenly replied. "Yes, it's okay, elder." He suddenly glanced in one direction. Chan said his injured arm was shaking but he didn't speak. He then went over there and said, "Give me you so I can see." He was surprised, he grabbed his arm and lifted his shirt. "It's okay, just leave it alone, don't move." The illusory leg was in pain and groaned softly. Hu Tan too frowned. The name of his wrist, 3 deep scratches. Even the blood flowing out is black. He thought to himself, the blood was slightly dark in color, did not dissolve, it seemed like he had been poisoned. This situation could not be cured in time, this arm was considered to be abandoned. If the condition persists and cannot be treated, the poison will spread throughout the body, then it will turn into a poisonous corpse. Thinking about it, he suddenly squeezed the wound. Chan Huan shouted in horror, "Elder!" He shouted, "Shut up!" Then, using internal energy, it was transmitted into his body to heal, and the space lit up with a light blue color. The wound on my hand slowly healed, my heart couldn't help but be filled with gratitude, the true energy of martial arts was entering my body. It seems that he has realized that I have been poisoned by corpse poison. To cure this corpse poison, it requires a lot of internal energy to be injected, and it will also take a long time to cure. In a dangerous situation like this, we can't let him waste his internal energy like that. The road ahead still has many pitfalls, not to mention having to confront martial arts masters. A situation like this is not good. If we keep delaying here, sooner or later we will drag everyone down with us, must die. At this moment, Elder Vu squeezed his hand hard, causing poisonous blood to shoot out. He also finished the treatment process. "It's okay for now." He was full of guilt and asked, "Elder, how can you do it for me?" He explained, "No matter what you say, in this type of sword, whether you can find treasure or not is not yet mentioned, but your arm is truly in more danger. I spent a lot of internal effort to repel the poison from your body, so please be careful in the near future. You don't need to worry, I know how to figure it out myself." Chan Wian silently looked at him. Suddenly he asked, "Elder, what about the disciples behind? Should we leave them alone?" He said, unable to stop anymore. "Those who are left behind can only fend for themselves. Now that we're back, there are still too many dangers waiting for us, not to mention the many open roads in here. We're not sure if we can find them. Time is running out now, we have to just need to go to the search center quickly." "Hurry up!" Hearing that, all the disciples shouted at the same time. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back. "It seems like there is something moving here, the aura is fluctuating, it seems far away but it seems to be a master, with such terrible murderous aura, if it can catch up with me, it will not good at all, especially fighting in this narrow tunnel. Therefore, we need to hurry up, but the person left behind can't help it." It was just as he thought. The voice of the Void Man suddenly shouted and quickly retreated. "Hurry up! Quickly retreat back and join forces with the people in front. The crowd of wanderers is too large, the few martial artists are unable to fight." Seeing the scattered people ahead, the Void warned, "Senior brother, there are too many of them, it's difficult for us to resist, we can't hold out anymore. He frowned, it's not okay. In the narrow tunnel, another fierce battle broke out. The whole group of gangsters complained, those martial arts bastards are there, are you planning to eat the piece of treasure here, do you think you can escape us, hurry up, kill us, them, run quickly. Kill all the warriors there. One guy suddenly swung his spear and slashed down with a strong blow. Some martial arts disciples were unable to react in time. However, in that moment of danger, the void true human promptly responded, you alone rushed forward to block that move, elder. He shouted loudly to remind them, run away, no need to stop them anymore, quickly retreat as quickly as possible. I will stay and stop them for you, yes. The more the gangsters fought, the more fervent they became. Especially when he was the only one left to defend. On the other side, Elder Van led a group of disciples to run forward at full speed. The situation was too bad. This place is dark, there are many traps, if you keep moving fast, if you can't think ahead like this, you'll all die. Before, when we faced the poison corpses, it seemed like it was luck in their misery, ta. No matter how talented the elixir is, creating that poisonous place is not simple. Therefore, perhaps those zombies were the final checkpoint that he left here to guard. Therefore, we may have almost reached the final point of this crypt. Unexpectedly suddenly shouted, the elder, looked ahead. There is light. When he heard that, he squinted his eyebrows and looked, indeed, there was something at the end, a starlight. Is it the end of the tunnel or what? He immediately gave an order, all martial arts disciples are fighting hard, we are almost at the end of the tunnel. Yes. The rapid footsteps finally slowly stopped. Everyone was tired and panting. Hu Tan too looked up in surprise, this is it. At the end of the tunnel where they stopped is a large area of land. And in front is a towering cliff, light also shines down from above. Everyone was a little confused, what a huge high cliff. Where is the mixed yuan pill, the last point of the tomb is here, or do you need to climb up there? Elder Hu seemed to see something. In the middle of that cliff, there is an indentation, which is a crevice. That slot, you can get in there. That's right there. This is definitely the place for the mixed yuan pill. At the same time, a breath suddenly came from behind that made people shiver. He carefully looked behind him, some martial arts disciples also ran over at this time, here we come. The aura I felt before has arrived. Deep behind the tunnel, dark shadows were rushing towards. The speed of movement here was too fast, and the aura transmitted there was none other than Chung Myong's group. The group of martial arts disciples were quickly climbing up the cliff under Elder Van's orders, hurry up and climb up. Try to get up there, otherwise you won't make it in time. Even if you have a cow, try your best to climb up this cliff, quickly. They simultaneously shouted yes. Below, a group of gangsters had arrived. Someone shouted, the martial artists are climbing up the cliff. Follow me quickly. They also competed to climb up and stay close, not letting this sword-like treasure belong to them. Shu Tanzi gritted his teeth in discomfort. On the other hand, Chung Myong and his uncles were chasing after him. He kept screaming and urging us to hurry up, otherwise we won't make it in time. Joe Ghoul was tired but didn't dare to stop, just thinking, how much longer do I have to move? I'm exhausted, I just finished fighting. Chung Myong added a few more words, hey, hurry up, you've only been able to run a little but you're already breathing heavily, you usually don't practice, but now you're suffering so much, if you go back this time, you'll die with me. Hurry up, otherwise there won't be anything to find, Joe Ghoul angrily whispered, it's hard for this guy, he doesn't know what fatigue is, what a monster. It's true, he wanted to curse out loud, at this exact sentence, he suddenly shouted. At that moment, Chung Myong suddenly glanced over. Joe Ghoul suddenly looked dumbfounded. The next second, his junior brother threatened him with a sword, hey, don't hurry up, I already said so, do you want me to use this sword to stab you to death right here? He begged in panic, oh sorry, I didn't mean to scold you. I'm running, please let me go, after all, I tried my best, and I just finished a life and death fight so I'm a bit tired, talk too much, just run away. Bok Tian ran first, not daring to say anything, but in his heart he had to admit one thing, he was indeed a monster. Chung Myong squinted his eyebrows and felt that the atmosphere ahead was chaotic, but he didn't move any further, it seemed like they had already reached their destination, that place was probably quite crowded now. That is where the mixed yuan pill in the sword seat is kept. His eyes burned with fire and he screamed, those martial arts bastards are there, wait, don't try to get my mixed element pill. Even if I die, I have to get it. Everyone move quickly. Behind, Hong Dai Kwang panted and ran after. Oh my Hoa Sun brothers, wait for us. You've earned all our money, why are you planning on leaving us here now? Chung Myong shouted loudly, those stupid beggars, hurry up, if this time you don't get anything from the sword seed, then you will die with me. He lamented that it was truly the fate of beggars. One subordinate expressed, we have all tried our best and now we can't run. If we want to catch up with them, it will be too difficult. If we run there, we won't have the strength to fight for the mixed element pills. Hong Dai Kwang immediately kicked him on the back and scolded him, talking nonsense. The other gang member immediately kicked him back and asked, why did you beat us? Master Fan Dao's face was full of questions and thoughts. What the hell, that guy attacked the Hoa Sun brothers but no one resisted. I did something and they already wanted to rebel. Bok Tian ran while breathing. Suddenly looking up ahead, he discovered something and exclaimed. Is light. That's the exit. Joe Ghoul shouted happily, finally we are. There's light at the end of the tunnel, hurry up. After a while of struggling, we all reached that light. They stopped and looked up. Joe Ghoul was surprised. A stellar cliff. Chung Myong reminded, up there. There's a depression there, halfway up that cliff. He said while breathing, so he had to climb up like them. Climb up there, that's right. Seconds later, all three of them laughed. Joe Ghoul confidently said loudly, I can do this, you guys go first, but don't think you can get there before me. Climb up there quickly, brothers, this challenge is simpler for us than eating porridge. After finishing speaking, all four of us jumped up together. Joe Ghoul was happy to cling to the cliff, it seemed like the mixed yuan pill belonged to Hoa Sun. Yoon Jong also said with relief, it's true that our practice wasn't in vain. Bok Tian climbs and suffers, every day in Hoa Sun we have to practice climbing cliffs like this. Now there is a place to use martial arts. It is true that, thanks to our attention and urging us to practice, we can now reap the sweet fruits. Chung Myong below looked at it but was confused, but at this time they were cheering each other in unison, hurry up. Like a gust of wind, they climbed like they ran, soon overtaking the crowd of people. What the hell, how fast are they? They climb like walking on flat land. The other guys were not willing to start playing tricks, we couldn't let them go up there. Throw hidden weapons to stop them quickly. They are climbing and it is difficult to avoid the hidden gas. The weapons were launched high, Joe Ghoul discovered, but had no hands to stop them. At that moment, Chung Myong appeared, swinging his sword to block everything. He urged everyone to keep climbing, let me stop them here. However, a spear suddenly rushed forward, leaving him unable to stop it. It grazed and shot straight forward. Fortunately, Joe Ghoul was able to dodge his head to the side, the spear only stuck to the cliff. He shouted loudly and said, how can you stop them all? Hurry up and follow us. Below, the crowd of soldiers are chasing and rushing towards you guys. Chung Myong gritted his teeth, it was true that there were so many people blocking it that he couldn't stop them all. Suddenly a scream rang out, these bastards. Deep in the tunnel, a dark shadow suddenly ran towards you, don't touch it. Our Hoa Sun brothers. The person who came at this time was none other than the leader of the Hong Dai Mountain and his subordinates. As soon as they arrived, they jumped up, grabbed those soldiers and hugged them tightly, quickly, pull them down, don't let them crawl up there, take away all their weapons. He was hugging a person, but still trying to scream, Hoa Sun Chung Myong, down here, let the gang take care of it. Go up there and look for the treasure, then share a little with us. He smiled and replied, okay, thank you very much, I didn't think there would be times when you guys would be so helpful. After speaking, he immediately turned around and told the other four that it was okay. Let's go up quickly. Just like that, they moved quickly. Seeing that, Shu Tanzi snorted coldly. He had to use internal energy to increase his climbing speed first, which was not good. At this moment, there was a vortex of air under his feet. It's a cloud-bursting move where the air flows into a tornado, helping him shoot forward quickly. Chung Myong was angry when he saw that. What about martial arts? That bastard used light attack to get up there faster. I overcame so many traps to get here, how could I let you go up there and steal the mixed element pill? You speed up and rush forward, you guys here will go next, I'll go there first. Joe Ghoul reminded Chung Myong to be careful. But you used light gong to rush up like an arrow, straining until the blue veins appeared on your forehead. Don't think you're the only one with light gong, you martial arts bastards. Hu Tan too looked at him like that and was surprised. Why? He ran like flying over this cliff. Soon, Chung Myong caught up with him, even better than him. are you going to get there before me? How can you surpass me? He didn't even respond. You bastard, Hoa mountain life, stay there for me, don't try to escape me. The two pushed each other little by little, no one gave way, it was me. You will definitely get the mixed element pill. Finally, when they were close to the depression, they both used all their strength to shoot up. Finally, they all jumped to the mouth of that depression at the same time. As soon as they set foot in that place, they both looked up. In front, there was a field filled with various swords, and in the center, there seemed to be a protruding mound. There was a wooden chest placed on it, both of them implicitly assumed, there it is. That's where the mixed yuan pill is kept. Elder Huanzi asked, your kid is Hoa Sun Tan Long, right? You used the treasure map after taking it from the hands of the Unshakable, and then brought it to the gang to spread the news that we were coming to check on you, right? He frowned in confusion. Old man, what are you talking about? He continued, it's true that what you did was completely beyond my expectations, as expected of Hoa Sun Tan Long, even at such a young age you're so smart. But now it's come to this, when you clash with me here, all your tricks will no longer be effective, go away and I will spare your life. A third-generation disciple like you is absolutely not enough to deal with me, I will leave everything to you, what do you think? And if you deliberately don't listen to what I say, if you move one step closer to the chaos pill, then I will definitely kill you right here. Chung Myung looked at him silently. It can be seen that his whole body is filled with murderous aura. But he wasn't scared at all, instead he smirked and said, it's so scary. His mouth said he would forgive me, but the murderous aura radiating from him showed the opposite. It seems like you want to defeat me right here, am I right? Now, if I don't retreat, what can you do to me? Hu Tan-tu thought to himself, he said I was trying to kill him, he felt the murderous aura I radiated. That was impossible, how could he feel so keenly? It seems like I already despise that kid a bit, I simply think he has some good martial arts tricks, but all of that doesn't reflect his true strength at all. Now we have to look at him again. That's a pretty dangerous kid. It may have interfered in the fight with me here, perhaps what he sensed was the murderous aura from my heart, which I did not actively express. After a while, he reminded me, kid, I really admire you, but that's all, today, here, I've already given in to you a lot, but what, there are limits too. If you are still stubborn, I will have to take action. If you know what to do, leave. This time, it was Chung Myung's turn to reflect. Of course, I know his intentions, if there is chaos here, in this place with so many demons, even if anyone loses their life, there will be no way to pursue anything. Even if there is a bit of animosity or suspicion, no one can say anything about martial arts, and everything will just sink back in. Here today, he might have his most intense duel since his regression. It's impossible for him to give up the mixed yuan pill. Therefore, either of them can leave their lives here. This is also the choice that neither side wants, but there is no other way. However, through his words, he still wanted to give me a way out. So it seemed that he had not completely lost his humanity. Perhaps for a cultivator like him, deep down he's still not entirely for the benefit, but can happen regardless of anything. This is also something that the political faction has not yet been able to overcome. But he took a few steps forward, smiled loudly and declared, no matter what you say, I won't be able to retreat anymore. Immediately, the murderous intent emerged from his eyes, his body surrounded by internal light said, well, I have said everything I wanted. If you are still stubborn like that, then today now you will die here. Chung Myung also responded in a similar state, of course, if I said so, then I would have already prepared, I can't say anything about who will die. They both held their legs at the same time. The ground sinks due to pressure. The two sides used flying weapons to attack each other to start the battle. Hu Van-tu swung his sword and stabbed up. Chung Myung also couldn't stop him. The two blades collided. The sound of friction rang out and stirred the space, the air flow created seemed to sweep everything away. Both of them sometimes advance and retreat, no one gives way to the other, one fights and the other dodges, moving throughout the space. The blades continuously collided. Along with that, a strong source of energy flowed. After a friction, the two separated in two directions. Each person now has their name on a sword hilt stuck in the ground. Chung Myung held his legs to gain momentum and rushed forward to actively attack. But unexpectedly, this time, Van Tan-tu did not rush forward, but suddenly turned his sword and swung a move. As soon as he got close, he turned his hand and swung a moon-shaped slash. Fortunately he promptly leaned back and bowed deeply. But this position made him a bit difficult. The martial arts elder's sword was extraordinary, It was a long slash across space. Chung Myung was slashed through his shirt, and he had to secretly exclaim in admiration. Martial arts swordsmanship is so powerful. Completely different from him with the sword as rumored. It seems he has decided to live with me here. The sword's path was not just a straight line, it seemed to have the vitality to transform into a long, curved silk line continuously towards Chung Myung. He immediately turned around as steady as possible. His foot stepped on his sword energy and shouted, "Block this sword move." Elder, whose eyes flashed with surprise, "No way, could that brat be able to step on my sword energy out of thin air? Even the best masters in the world have not been able to do that, and I have never dared to try it." Chung Myung moved on the sword, turning his head towards him, intending to attack. He gritted his teeth. The internal force transmitted by the sword immediately increased, and a bright light flashed. He immediately realized that his aura had changed. The pressure has increased, the sword moves are much more numerous and powerful. After increasing the level of his sword energy, he aimed at him and swung his sword down. Chung Myung leaned back, he brought the sword to his chest, blocking a sword slashing down on him at this moment. "This is..." He screamed, "Die!" A powerful blow fell, seemingly shattering the entire space. The land and swords were shot up high by its impact. Chung Myung resisted but couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This trick is finally over. He was in a position to block the sword, one leg kneeling on the ground, the other firmly standing. It seemed like he had successfully solved it. Hu Tan too was extremely surprised. How could this be possible? Can he block my swordplay? He couldn't help but praise. "It's true that I didn't believe it before when you defeated Wushu, but today, when I faced you, I believed it. You're still so young, I can't predict your current state." He glanced at him and said, "If you're already dead, you're still talking too much. Use your strength to block my sword moves. Today, there will only be one person here who will reach the mixed yuan pill." Having finished speaking, he leaned back with one hand, then raised his foot to kick his sword out. As for me, I jumped back, a few meters away from where he stood. Hu Tan too looked at him carefully. He couldn't help but admit, "Kid, I really admire you. If I say this, you will probably be quite surprised. For a kid with your strength to die here, it would be a pity. If you agree, I can spare his death, then accept you as a disciple of martial arts. In the future you can develop even more in Hoa Sun. You are truly a talented kid. I have never met anyone as talented as you. Therefore, if you are taught in the right place, you can be said to be famous throughout the martial arts world. Come back and become a disciple, in Wudong, under my protection. You can rest assured that there will be no shortage of cultivation resources for you. Moreover, I will let you become a first-generation disciple in Wudong. And this. In the future, if you have enough strength, I will help you reach the position of martial arts master." But he replied scornfully, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think saying that will shake my spirit? You are wrong." He tried to persuade again, "I see that you have done everything for Hoa Sun like that. It is enough to know that your feelings for Hoa Sun will never change. But whatever you say, everyone is for themselves. When the opportunity comes, you should not refuse such a good opportunity. Just a small third-generation disciple in Hoa Sun, compared to being the head of a martial arts sect." The more Chung Myung listened, the more annoyed he became inside. He angrily interrupted, "Stop talking, that can't happen. Think carefully, what Hoa Sun gives you to do. How can it be even a small fraction of my martial arts? Which side benefits and which harms? You have your own ideas. When you come to my martial arts, you will have many opportunities to develop, more developed. After all, we are currently the leading sect in the Great Sect." He grumbled, "You talk too much. Our mountains will eventually rise again, so whatever you say is useless. For me. Then there is only Hoa Sun, all other things are not important to me." "You say it well, but can your strength here today be better than me?" Hu Tan too frowned. "What?" Chung Myung uses the power of his whole body. He bounced his legs as much as he could to gain strength and jumped up, using flying swords as stepping stones. Then turned around and kicked hard at a sword. The sword was aimed straight and grazed the broken head, leaving him unable to react. When I looked back, that sword was pinned straight to the ground. Not stopping there, he continuously kicked the other swords floating above his head down to him and continued, adding that currently martial arts are a threat in the world. But me. Certain. Will make painted flowers. Rise again, to become the #1 sect in the world. In another development, the remaining 4 people were still trying hard to climb. Bak Tien was in the lead. He kept urging them, "Hurry up, crawl faster. If it's this slow, martial arts will get there before us. Joe Ghoul replied in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm too tired. Before, I tried so hard to get here, now I don't have much strength left to climb up there quickly anymore. I blame you. Why are you so discouraged? Now Chung Myong is facing the enemy alone, martial arts are deployed up there, are you planning on letting him fight them alone?" However, he was so tired that he couldn't open his mouth. Bak Tian looked down and saw that, but could not bear it. He rushed forward alone and said, "I will have to go up first to support Chung Myong, uncle, be careful." Yoon Jong encouraged, "Okay, let's hurry, we can't let the two of them up there fight martial arts, it's not good, I'm out of breath." "Nonsense, try your best." Above, the battle was still fierce. Chung Myong continued to throw his swords towards the dead. Even if you hide behind those swords, it's useless, no matter how rare metals those swords are forged from, at that time. Now, after several hundred years, it has become just a pile of scrap. No matter what you do, you can't change that fact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword grazed his hand. Fresh blood splashed out, surprising him. What? He looked at the sword that had just hit him and assessed, it seemed like this sword was different from the swords from before, why was it so strange? A certain pattern caught my eye, it was apricot blossom and sword star. While he was still unable to react, Chung Myong suddenly appeared and kicked the elder straight in the face. The corpse was thrown back several meters. "Even fly out of this indentation." He stabilized his body in the air. Angrily asked, "You bastard, you're so cunning, what are you planning to send now?" Having said that, Shu Tan too let out a scream and rushed straight inside again. "Put your feet on the ground." He walked slowly. Countless sword fragments under his feet made him suddenly think, after all, what we want is just these rusty broken swords. Is this what the elixir he left behind for us to fight over? To be able to get here, we had to let so many of our disciples die, along with so many dangers when facing this man's deadly and poisonous traps. Your location is revealed, now only to see this pile of scrap swords. Elixir, are you making fun of us? Thinking of this, Van Tan too couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's true, everything passed down from generation to generation cannot be believed to be true. But it's okay, we have another purpose here, which is the mixed element pill. It seems like it's over there, we need to get there quickly. Suddenly, Chung Myong's footsteps echoed. He looked at him and said, "Kid, our goals seem to be quite similar." He walked over to his sword, pulled it out and smiled. "It seems like that, but looking at these blunt swords, who would want them? If you want to bring them back to your martial arts as a treasure, just pick them up and bring them back." Hearing that, he became angry and warned, "Brat, I don't want to have fun with you either." Chung Myong pointed the sword at him confidently and replied, "I was also very serious." Having finished speaking, he jumped up and rushed towards him again. From Chung Myong, flower petals flew out again. When Shu Tan too saw it, he was shocked. "Apricot blossom. Is it the apricot swordsmanship? It seems like Yuhoa's son has someone who has fully developed the true strength of the apricot swordsmanship," he said with some appreciation. "That's a good idea, old man. In the past Hoa's son we are always at a disadvantage because no one has been able to fully develop the essence of the apricot swordsmanship." Having said that, he used 2 fingers to gently stroke the blade, seeing the sword flower, a stream of pink light radiating, the flower petals pouring out like a whirlwind covering the space. Plum Blossom Night Dance was cast to attack the elder Van Tan too. Chung Myong repeatedly stabbed his sword, so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. Flower petals spread everywhere, the dark place brightened in an instant. But suddenly, he realized something. As he thrust his sword towards that martial arts elder, he did not move at all but raised one hand high, as if chanting a spell to prepare for some great move. He said, "In the origin, that is the beginning of everything. All things come and go, there are extremes and there are declines, when the extreme reaches the limit, decline occurs, and vice versa." At this time, Chung Myong quickly landed, he bounced his feet and jumped away. On the other side, a stream of true energy swirled around the dead body like a protective barrier. He continuously preached that from the beginning of the world, the origin was the only cause that created this world. At that time, this world was divided into 2, called yin and yang, gentle, and preserves all things. The initial point from which everything starts is called positive, after it ends it is called negative. Yang Tai Chi. Tai Chi Wisdom Sword. At this point, the move was completely condensed by the true Qi, the flower petals seemed to be swirled into the flow of yin and yang energy. Chung Myong looked at it and slightly frowned. It was the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword, this is the strongest sword technique of martial arts. It has made martial arts famous in the world, standing in the ranks of the 9 great sects. It's true that this old man's sword move is so powerful, it's completely different from the previous unshakable one, strong but gentle. It seemed that his strength had reached the realm of Taoism, his sword moves were graceful, and yin and yang were in harmony without any gaps. While he stood silently evaluating his moves, the puppet also looked at him and realized, it couldn't be possible. Although this kid is a divine dragon, he is only at that age, and he has already made his swordsmanship bloom. If this kid is allowed to develop further, then in the future he is a threat to martial arts. If we cannot convince him that he is a man of martial arts, then the only way is to eliminate this threat here, in this ancient tomb. No matter what actions we take, no one will know. This is the consequence that you wanted to confront me, brat. Chung Myung took a deep breath. He used his strength to firmly support himself and take half a step forward, sword firmly in hand facing the opponent, eyes full of seriousness. Now then. I don't have many merciful subordinates anymore, I can fully utilize my inherent strength to defeat you. All things are mutually compatible. Huashan in the past was always in a position below the martial arts school. It was not simply because of the Manhwa sword techniques, which were less elite than the martial arts of Tai Chi martial arts, but rather the softness and flexibility of the martial arts sword techniques, including all things Taiji is the enemy of the soft and strong Huashan swordsmanship. When the Huashan swordsmanship performs moves, the strength and agility, always with weaknesses revealed. At that time, the following martial arts methods can be said to be developed quickly, using softness to overcome hardness, and have hit the weak point of Huashan swordsmanship. But now it's my time. You have a lot of experience practicing the apricot swordsmanship to the end. So this mutual interaction is just that. Water can put out fire, but that doesn't mean fire can evaporate water. All interactions are only relative. When fighting, it also depends on the strength of the person using the sword. In Tai Chi there is always a path, so in apricot blossoms there are also its own paths. Everything contains Tao, everything conforms to Tao. Apricot blossoms in the morning breeze also have things that others cannot predict, their soft and flexible movements. The flow of air gathers, flying around a ball in the dantian. Chung Myung's whole body lit up. If martial arts swordsmanship was as graceful as silk, then his apricot petals were now moving as softly and flexibly. He confidently affirmed that now, Huashan's sword technique is no longer just apricot swordsmanship like before. But under my hands, it is a swordsmanship that has been refined, and promoted to a new level of perfection and without any loopholes. Both of them shouted at the same time, "Come here." Martial arts. Chung Myung rotated his wrist to hold the sword, moving the sword flexibly and quickly. This was not a 7-bladed sword. But it's even more than that. The swordsman Zongnan once tried to steal. But the true meaning in it cannot be stolen. 24 forms of apricot blossom swordsmanship. He rushed towards the void that was using the Tai Chi wisdom sword. The space was filled with flower petals. They seemed to turn into his clones, simultaneously stabbing forward. Tai Chi wisdom sword is as sturdy as a martial arts shield. The brain is gradually damaged, the skin is gradually cracking. Hu Tan too was extremely surprised. He tried to increase his internal strength, but alone compared to dozens of Chung Myung clones from flower petals, he could not resist. With every slash of the sword, a part of the yin and yang Tai Chi breaks off, until Chung Myung performed the split flower apricot. The space glowed pink, the clone dissolved into flower petals, and that was when his move was completely destroyed. Elder Hu gasped, looking at each sword passing through the barrier. He could not believe the scene. The wisdom sword has been broken. How is that possible? Taking the opportunity to be distracted, Chung Myung suddenly appeared in front of him. Just before he could react, he shouted loudly, using all his strength to stab the sword down in front of the yin-yang Tai Chi sword's barrier. It quickly appeared a crack and then slowly spread out. Van Tan too suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? No way." The cracks became more and more, and finally, Chung Myung's sword penetrated. Until Chung Myung performed the split flower, the space glowed pink, the clone dissolved into flower petals, and that was when his move was completely destroyed. Elder Hu gasped, looking at each sword passing through the barrier. He could not believe the scene. The wisdom sword has been broken. How is that possible? Taking the opportunity to be distracted, Chung Myung suddenly appeared in front of him. Taking the opportunity to be distracted, Chung Myung suddenly appeared in front of him. Just before he could react, he shouted loudly, using all his strength to stab the sword down in front of the yin-yang Tai Chi sword's barrier. It quickly appeared a crack and then slowly spread out. Van Tan too suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? No way." The cracks became more and more, and finally, Chung Myong's sword penetrated. A loud cry rang out. The space seemed to vibrate. True energy collided between the two sword moves, as if wanting to destroy everything. The dazzling light transcends space. Even those who were still climbing could witness this scene. Everyone gasped. The dust gradually dissipated and the light then gradually weakened. Shu Tan-tu lay on the ground and sank down, slightly vomiting a mouthful of blood. He held his injured shoulder but still half believed, he could pierce my sword. He tried to sit up and look in the opposite direction. How was he? On that side, Chung Myong was also lying on the ground. He also seemed to have internal injuries. When he sat up, he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and said, "You're old but you're strong." Hu Tan-tu was stunned and reconciled. "Me and that kid, are we even? We're not the first-generation disciple, nor the second-generation disciple, but that brat. No, thinking about it, the loser is still me. Regards. My feeling right now is not anger, nor fear, but respect. Unrepressible respect is breaking out in us." Chung Myong stood up and stared at him. Hu Tan-tu clasped his hands and held the sword. He pointed his sword at you and declared war. "Let's end this." He laughed and responded, "Okay," as he wished. Suddenly, a person using flying techniques rushed like a tornado into this place. That person shouted, "Senior brother. That outfit is the color of a martial artist's shirt." By this time, both of them had forgotten one thing. This place is not a martial arts arena, there are only two people, nor was it a fierce battle between just the two of them. Void landed on the ground, although his appearance was injured in many places but not too serious. He expressed, "I'm late, senior brother." Hu Tan-tu immediately shouted orders, "Junior brother, mock ham. Quickly get that wooden jaw. Hurry up, listen to the command." He immediately used his strength to fly towards the protruding mound. Chung Myong was startled and stumbled and almost fell. He shouted desperately, "No, no way." He intended to move forward to block him, but forgot that he was still standing next to him. He swung down his sword to block his path. Chung Myong gritted his teeth in anger. He stepped forward and used his body to block the way. "Kid, it's over." He didn't want to scream, "No, wait, not yet, not finished yet." But the void at this time was only one step away from the mound where the wooden jaw was placed. He looked at it suspiciously. This was it. "This is the star mixed element pill." Void Tan-tu quickly approached and urged, "Void brought me." He immediately threw the wood jaw to his brother and changed places with him. Alone, he pointed his sword at Chung Myong to stop him. Chung Myong couldn't help but swear. Shu Tan-tu held the wood jaw. His heart was full of expectations. Mixed yuan pill, or how to refine it. Anything is fine. He cautiously raised his hand to open it, after many days of hard work. Then we finally. At this moment, Chung Myong let out a curse. "Damn, that old man is really stupid." Hu Tan-tu opened the wooden box with trembling hands. Seconds later, his face turned pale and his pupils shrank. Why? When I heard your tone was a bit unstable, I turned around and asked, "Senior brother. What's up?" He shouted, "Why is there nothing like this, why?" It seemed like he couldn't believe his eyes. He kept shaking his jaw to see if anything would fall out. It couldn't be, there must be some secret in there. Where is that secret? After a while, everything remained the same. The box was still empty. He was almost mad, a perfect joke. Besides that word, there is no other word to describe this situation. He threw the wooden jaw in his hand hard on the ground, causing it to shatter, screaming in anger. "Damn name. I had to work so hard to get here. The empty wooden jaw and the pile of rusted divine weapons, what is the purpose of the so-called sword race? After all, what's the point?" He clenched his hands until his tendons appeared. Chung Myong suddenly scoffed, "You bunch of old horse-nosed but stupid as cows, you've had to go through so much to get here, and yet you touch that thing. Is it because your mind is stupid, or is it because your eyes are there to show off for fun, or it's both? You all do these things because of blindness and ambition, and now you're standing here yelling about it, am I right?" What Chung Myong felt during the process of entering the sword race, from the moment he entered here until now, is the same. These are basically traps used to kill countless people, from causing the cave ceiling to collapse and kill people, to the arrangement of blood-sucking animals that suck human blood. There are even zombies. Why did the medicinal elixir take the trouble to create this place? He suddenly thought of many ways to test. There was no such thing. testing only made sense when using humans who failed but still survived. There was no such thing as a test like this. Unlike the name Elixir, this place could not find even the slightest bit of his goodwill, the entire place was filled with his malice. So there is no trap in that wooden jaw, There is no such thing. Do you know what will happen if you touch that jaw? Oh, those horse noses. He continuously patted his chest in anger and complained, "Oh my God, I'm so angry." At this time, the Hoa Sun brothers and others began to climb to the place. But as soon as he arrived, Bak Tian heard Chung Myong scolding echo, "If you have a head, use it to think for yourself. If there is nothing in that wooden jaw, then what will be in the near future?" Seeing him like that, he whispered in surprise, "Chung Myong is scolding the martial arts elders." The real person of the void heard what he said and began to ponder, if not wooden jaw, then Star Rock. As he finished speaking, the place where the wooden jaw was placed suddenly vibrated. He panicked, maybe. The ground there suddenly appeared a long crack, even continuing to spread beyond the edge of the cliff. The few martial arts disciples who were climbing to the destination were exhausted, their threatening words were interrupted. "Those mountain flowers, it's over, it's over." Bak Tian intended to refute this persistent group. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. The crack had spread to where they stood, dividing the cliff into two halves. It's not just on the surface, but even split from the inside, spreading from above to the bottom of the cliff. The whole group widened their eyes and looked down. In just a few short seconds, countless cracks appeared in this cave. Yet they were all still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. The cave flashed. Bak Tian turned pale and stammered, "What's going on? Why did the cave crack?" Chung Myong ran over, still angrily scolding the most ignorant horse-nosed group in the world. He went to Bak Tian Bao, "Uncle, don't worry, I'm Chung Myong. Even if the sky falls, there will still be a hole." He looked up but then suddenly fell silent. Then turned to him again, forced a smile on his face and said, "Uncle, there is no hole at all." As he finished speaking, the entire cave shook strongly. The tremors grew louder and louder, making everyone's faces turn pale. Bak Tian panicked and shouted, "Oh, damn." The cliff finally collapsed, each rock continued to fall, the space was confused. He quickly urged, "Chung Myong, do something quickly." He helplessly replied, "I'm not a demon, what can I do?" "Even so, I'll try to do something. Is there really no way?" Chung Myong expressed very calmly, "Uncle, people living in this world will all have to die. So don't be king." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Gul, Yun Zhong and Bak Tian screamed and scolded this crazy dog. Hu Tan Tu then spoke up and gave the order to cut them down. "Disciples of martial arts, use all your strength to smash those things." Hearing the order, all the disciples followed simultaneously. They jumped up, unleashed all their sword moves to destroy the falling rocks, and opened the sky. Doubtful. 4 images. Bagua. Tai Chi sword. Chung Myong glanced over and frowned, what about the Tai Chi sword formation? However, even if I tried my best, it still wasn't enough, and more rocks fell. Let's brainstorm. Seeing the sky collapsing and then flying up to the sky, it was truly a stupid action. This place is the sword, everything in this place is operated according to the will of the elixir. Does the elixir really want to kill everyone who enters this place? No, there will be a way, that's for sure. Think about it, an unexpected place, an unusual place. He closed his eyes and recalled, after walking through the entrance, he fell into the deep basement. Then we have to go through increasingly narrow roads, and go through countless hardships, all of which lead to this place. And here, crawling up and down, he finally saw a bright light. But the elixir shattered some of his hope. If it's an elixir then. He suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly remembering something. Look down below at the foot of the cliff. He muttered, "Below." Bak Tian looked at him suspiciously. Chung Myong shouted, "Now, everyone jump down." The collapse became more and more serious, there wasn't much time left, he urged everyone to jump down quickly. Everyone followed his words. Decided to risk his life and jump. Hu Tan Tu widened his eyes in surprise, how could those Hoa Sun group trust that kid? When he says jump, he jumps right away. He shouted, "Do you want to die?" The boy countered, "Here you will die faster." The martial arts disciples are bewildered. Everyone looked at him confused. Chung Myong gritted his teeth in frustration, couldn't help but raised his foot and kicked each of them down. what a bunch of idiots. Don't you understand? They jumped and said they didn't understand. They were suddenly attacked. By the time they protested, their bodies were already in free fall. Oh, what's wrong? He then followed and jumped down, jumping on the swing and saying that he had to listen. With his light attack, he seemed to run over a cliff. When you see someone climbing, then conveniently grab that person and throw him down, he won't listen. There's no doubt about death up there. Dishonored and unbelieving. But he couldn't help but let out a cold sigh and jumped after him. Recalling the scene of Chung Myung performing the sword technique of Manhwa Fan Fi. He only had to accept one thing. It was true that he did things that we didn't even think of, but if we wanted to live we had to do it, there was nothing else we could do. He ordered the martial arts disciples who were jumping down quickly, if they stayed up here it would be dangerous. Use internal force, quickly jump down to avoid landing. Hearing the elder's words, the remaining disciples quickly jumped down. From above, rocks continuously fell like rain, even hitting some people's arms and legs. Chung Myung gritted his teeth and used his strength to speed up. There wasn't much time left. He quickly landed hard on the ground. The force of reflection was great, creating a strong wind that caused several people near where he landed to be blown away. Joe Gul shouted the announcement. Chung Myung, the roads we entered before were all sealed. Hearing that, he couldn't help but swear, damn elixir. Some martial artists are stupid and even say to cut falling rocks. Doing that is no different than looking for death. I don't understand what this elixir wants to do. There must be a way to live here. I must find that path. While looking around, he suddenly looked down at his feet. Seems like I found something. Chung Myung quickly urged, soil, everyone dig up the soil. There may be a way out down there. Hurry up. Dig away. As he spoke, he stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Everyone had no time to doubt anymore and immediately followed suit. Everyone tried their best to dig. Look at this place, this side also, this place also. Everyone gritted their teeth and dug into the ground. Everyone was attentive and did not stop. As if discovering something, kicking, someone stopped moving and said there was something here, followed by other people screaming. Bok Tien discovered something. This is metal. A large metal plate buried underground. Chung Myung is still talking. Is that so? Suddenly a scream rang out, get away. From above your head, Van Tan Tu jumped up and swung his sword, letting me cut it down. He immediately panicked and stopped him. Don't do that. Without hesitation, Chung Myung raised his foot and kicked him, making his body fly away, crashing into the cliff. He shouted, this is what can save our lives. If we cut it, how can we live? Who was beaten until he sat there motionless. Bok Tien suddenly called, Chung Myung. He quickly turned around and flew over, because the falling rocks were stuck above. He had a little time, but now there wasn't much left. If he didn't find a way out quickly, he would surely die. He went to his two monks. That's it. Old man, what time is this and are you still lying there? Come over here quickly. Below the ground, the sword door appeared. Found it. Hurry and break it. Immediately, Van Tan Tu jumped up, using his internal strength to prepare to attack. Let's get out of the way. Just one swing of the sword shattered the gate into many pieces. He was suddenly surprised. The door, after being broken, revealed a cellar below. While everyone was still bewildered, Chung Myung grabbed their necks and pulled them in, not looking at them anymore. He conveniently grabbed Bok Tien's collar. He also urged everyone to jump. Don't kick over now. At that time, everyone rushed in. As soon as a few rocks fell to the ground, those who were quick to jump in were able to jump in. Chung Myung looked around. It seemed like they were all down. However, when he glanced back, I saw Hong Dai Kwang still guiding me. He still kindly asked if he could still go. He screamed madly, what is that? What are you beggars doing? He explained, many people were injured. We split up to help them, because they couldn't walk. Chung Myung was speechless. He was so angry that he was going to die. He jumped towards them. Then grabbed the collar. I single-handedly pushed them all into the basement, shouting as they did so, you guys, get down. You're so stupid, you're still so slow when you die, I don't understand how you guys can live up to this point. At this time, more and more rocks fell. Chung Myung was almost crushed by rocks. Fortunately, he moved flexibly and skillfully to the mouth of the tunnel. Oh, it collapsed. Hu Tan Tu urged, hurry up, he wondered, that old man, still not going fast. It's all gone, do you want to die here? He did not answer but just stood there, as if ready to sacrifice. But Chung Myong ran back, hugged his whole body and escaped the crushing rock in an instant. He grumbled, "It's true that these martial artists are stupid." Rocks fell closer and closer to the two people. Chung Myong jumped up. "Turn around and use your foot to step on the rock as a stepping stone." They were very close to the cellar. However, the backflip created this momentum. But the path was a bit off track. Chung Myong's face was facing the ground right next to the cellar. He had a nosebleed and screamed, "The ground!" In the last moment of danger, Hu quickly grabbed his shirt. Pulled both of them back into the tunnel. The moment the two people fell to the bottom, large rocks also covered the mouth of the tunnel. The space was as dark as ink. After a while, a strong thud sounded. Chung Myong used the night pearl to illuminate. It seemed like he had reached the bottom. "Let's see." He stood up. "Use light to observe the surroundings. This place. It seems like the elixir was created to let people escape, the elixir." Having created the space down here, it seemed like he had already predicted a situation like this. But I wonder if he could have guessed what the situation would be like down here. Because he didn't think that many people had escaped down here. With so many falling rocks, he had never calculated whether this place could withstand that weight. The only way is to hope the rock doesn't collapse and then crush your head. A loud thud rang out, as if rocks continued to fall. The ground under this cave also shook, dust began to fall, everyone looked up in confusion, the ceiling of the cave was collapsing. Chung Myong also watched anxiously. His pupils suddenly shrunk. The cave entrance was crushed by rocks and finally couldn't stand it anymore and collapsed. He quickly waved his hand, signaling everyone to move away quickly. The rock collapsed. The situation became more and more serious, the tremors became more and more intense. The sound waves created by vibrations make many people unable to stand it, causing their ears to bleed. Even vomiting blood. Bak Tian and the others tried to cover their ears. He shouted, "Chung Myong, do something." He helplessly screamed, "You bastard, why do you old man do such bastardy things like this?" Finally, Chung Myong applied internal energy, putting all his strength into his hands. Raised up to block the giant rock that was pressing against him, he called out, "You stupid wanderers, come out here quickly, use your internal strength and help me block this rock." Immediately, everyone quickly followed suit. Even Bak Tian, he tried his best. Even so, Chung Myong was still extremely angry to the point that he was disfigured, screaming and cursing, "You bastard, thinking like this will make me die. I won't die because of that, damn name." In this situation, everyone tried their best to block the rock, some even vomited blood, but still did not give up. Chung Myong's night pearl fell to the ground, but he ignored it, determined not to let go. Lying on the ground, it was still glowing, and he didn't know how things would turn out in this situation. Outside, the sky is blue with white clouds, the sunlight is bright, the forest is still green. The three people, including Wei Lishan, his son Wei Xiaoxiang and DM Bin, seemed to be looking for them. Looking at the broken tree trunks, he couldn't help but worry, what had happened here? What is there in Nam Duong that makes so many martial artists come? The disciples of Hoa Sun ran to this place. Are all those people looking for some treasure? DM Bin saw something and spoke up. "Master, look at that." At the place where the sword was entered, the entrance was blocked, the group of people still did not leave, waiting patiently, still saying harshly, "I don't understand that these bastards are already in there, and even blocking the way to not let anyone in or out. Moreover, if we catch these guys, we will kill them without mercy." Wei Lap Sun came closer and asked if the road inside was blocked by rocks. "Do you have any plans to get in there?" When you see him, someone wonders, "Who are you?" He respectfully introduced, "Sorry, I am the master of the Flower Shadow Gate in Nam Duong." Suddenly, a tremor occurred. Everyone was confused. The soil at the edge of the hole began to fall. The crowd began to chaos, the ground was collapsing. "Run quickly so you don't get dragged down there right away." The whole group of people hurriedly tried to climb up. Wei Tuhan suddenly lost his footing and fell down. Fortunately, DM Bin promptly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. The ground collapsed more and more. Not long after, when the tremor passed, the crater sank deep. Wei Tuhan turned pale and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Those lucky enough to escape breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God. That was the path down to the sword, now the path down there has collapsed. The divine soldiers down there are considered lost." "What soldiers? Don't you think about the people down there?" All the martial artists, including Hoa's son and martial arts sects, have been crushed by the soil and rocks, so it will be difficult to get through. Hearing this, Wei Lap's son immediately slid from the top to the bottom of the sinkhole alone. He called his father. His face was full of disbelief. It couldn't be like that, the benefactors of the Flower Mountain sect, them. How could those people die like this? All the sins are mine, I didn't stop them from coming here. When he reached the bottom, he tried his best to dig up the soil, his heart trembled in waves, and only then did the mountain flowers reappear. Chief Chung Myong. You said you would see the Flower Mountain reappear, and the flower image gate once again become famous in the world. How can someone like you go like this? I really can't stand it. Chung Myong's face full of confidence then appeared in my mind. Wei Xiaoheng didn't know when he jumped down, he also tried to dig, not forgetting to comfort his father. The ground here collapsed, but maybe they have a place to hide, we still have hope. We just need to try, father, maybe we can do something. He looked at his son. His eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. Finally, he closed his eyes and tried to utter the words. Stop it, baby. I know you have the same hope as me, but in this situation it is too difficult, we can only pray to God to bless them now. Wei Tuhan stopped and couldn't help but shed tears. Up there, the crowd started laughing and mocking. It was good that they were all dead. We didn't get anything when we came later, now everything has been buried, all of us are gone. Thinking about it like that, I'm a little satisfied. What a greedy bastard, I'll die too, correct. When he heard them, he couldn't help but stand up and protest. Those bastards, Cam Lap's son advised, leave them alone, son. Parents. Whatever you say, gangsters are inherently cold-blooded like that. Wanderer, inherently cold-blooded and merciless. One person's misfortune may be another person's joy. All of them came here for the magic sword weapon, now seeing that no one can take it, of course they must be happy. That's natural, there's no reason for them to be happy when someone has the magic weapon they want. Even so, the little guy still angrily shouted and questioned, how could you guys act like that? How many martial artists have died here, and yet you guys still laugh and talk happily like that? The bearded guy looked at him contemptuously and sarcastically, that brat is so brave, you bloody brat, keep your mouth shut, all of your elders are here. You were about to continue, what did you say? But his father suddenly came up and stood in front of him. Confront them directly, I am the master of Hoa on Moan's fake mountain sect, there is a reputation for ridicule, Hoa on Moan, what the hell is that place, is there such a sect? He was not angry, just reminded, now that it's like this, if you can't help, then go back. The civilians in Indonesia are quite panicked when they see so many martial artists present here. That bearded guy still has an arrogant tone, what right do you have to kick us out of this place? The master of Hoa on sect, I haven't even heard of this sect, what right do I have to say this and that, my ears are itching. At this moment, Wei Lishan couldn't help but grit his teeth and scream, you bastards, get out of here, if you don't go away, don't blame me for being cruel. Even so, that group of people still looked very disdainful, had no intention of leaving, and even arrogantly mocked, this guy is a liar, what kind of strength does he have to take action against us? I guess you have relatives down there, but don't get too excited and talk vaguely, we're the size of people who want to die, we're quite upset because we don't have magical weapons, so stop causing trouble. He remained silent and did not speak anymore, instead, his hand held the hilt of the sword and pulled it out, now. What I can do is make those bastards stop laughing at the people who lost their lives in this sword race. This is what I can do to repay Hoa's son, even if I die I don't care. Wei Xiaoheng also awkwardly drew his sword. But there was a noise that caught his attention and turned back. He quickly called, Father, he said, stop talking, I can't stand those bastards anymore. I mean, look behind you, Dad. He heard that and turned his head curiously, behind him, a hand reached up from the ground. He asked, is that an arm? Wei Lap Mountain looked at it as if he couldn't believe it, it couldn't be possible. However, the next second, that arm suddenly turned around and clutched the ground. Use it as a fulcrum to try to wake people up. He was surprised and didn't know what to say, when he saw people getting up. Chung Myong's head escaped from the soil and immediately screamed, you old bastard, don't you dare send me to death. Father and son were initially bewildered. But then, Wei Lihan smiled happily. It's Chung Myong. He was still angrily shooting a series of curses, you old bastard, you just wait there, I will not forgive you, senior brother is in heaven, find him to avenge me, you two listened to what he said, but see something wrong. A moment later, The people under the sword escaped one by one. The puppet mountain hugged Chung Myong happily. It was really lucky, he was okay. Everyone had already escaped, so they were very lucky to be able to escape like that. Hu Tan-tu breathed heavily. He looked at the blue sky and exclaimed, I really thought I would die down there. When the martial artists saw them going out, they immediately pointed their weapons down. He looked, the crowd was like ants at the edge of a pit. Everyone is full of killing intent. Try dispersing for one long breath. Chung Myong pushed the puppet master away. He used cold eyes to look at them threateningly. Those bastards. You guys probably want to die, I need a place to vent my anger. As is common sense, anyone who escapes from the sword seed can be considered the person holding the treasures therein. The bearded man pointed his spear at them and interrogated them. If you guys can escape from there, you will surely be able to bring out some of the treasure in there. Those outside only want to kill and rob. Chung Myong stared at them. That guy continued to say, it's good that you're lucky to get out of there alive. You say that you are a real person of vanity, and vanity also asks the opposite, but who are you? Hong Dai Kwong quickly spoke up, for Desolate Lightning Trade Group, I heard that you often operate in the Zhejiang area, but why did you appear in the southern world today? That guy was exposed and couldn't help but get angry. That bastard, how did he know my identity? I'm tired now. Elder who knew and pretended to be surprised, so he was a great hero. He questioned, did you escape from there without any treasure? Where are the magical weapons and immortal pills? He replied, look at how lucky we were to escape death. Can't you guess anything? You mean you were lucky to escape death, so you couldn't bring any treasure out of there? There's nothing under any kind of sword. There are only deadly traps. Many martial artists have died. They're all ready. We were lucky that we didn't die there. We didn't have time to think about finding magic potions or immortal pills. The lightning guy doesn't seem to believe it, intentionally trying to make things difficult. I know that your words have weight, but unfortunately this matter is important, so I can not only trust you guys, unconditionally. Van Tan-tu frowned, so what do you want? The bossy guy set out the conditions. Of course it was simple, just let us search you. If you really didn't bring out any magical treasures, then don't be afraid of that. Void was angry and wanted to speak, but he stopped her. Search. That bastard is trying to do things that go against the morality of the Jianghu. He wants to search our martial arts. If we don't agree, we will attack all the martial artists here. If we let him search, what's the point? We are entrusting our lives to him. Thinking about it, he asked, what you said is good, but what if we don't agree to that request? He laughed and said, Director, like you said, you don't have any magical weapons, so there's no need to be afraid. But the current situation will not be as you wish. After leaving the sword field, your strength will no longer exist. Do you think you can confront the martial artists standing here? Of course, if you want to die, just resist. If you want to live, then give us everything you brought from there. Having finished speaking, Chung Myong's figure disappeared below, and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of him. Lightning was surprised, but quickly reacted and stabbed the spear towards him. But with just one punch, Chung Myong broke his weapon. He even threw a kick. His face was distorted. Kicked him up right in front of the martial artist nearby. Not stopping, when he fell, he continued to move forward. Grabbed his collar, got close to the guy's face and threatened him. If you want to get a magic weapon or a fairy pill, go down there and get it yourself. There's a lot down there, so go down there and find it yourself. Having finished speaking, he single-handedly threw the man's whole body to the bottom. A precise throw brought the overbearing lightning guy into the sword. The crowd jumped into the hole below. Chung Myong gently landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, Chung Myong angrily shouted, is there any bastard left who wants to find the magic weapon? The people below also pulled out their weapons and prepared to fight. From below those people also pulled out weapons. Hu Tan-tu expressed, I swear on martial honor that we did not bring anything from the sword seat out there. There are no magical weapons down there, only deadly traps. There are absolutely no things like you want. There are only rusty bars, or monsters, just disgusting and wanting to take other people's lives. Of course people may not believe it. Those who want to go in there to seek luck, can go through that hole to find it, but be careful, going there will not end as happily as we did. Where are we? The group of people suddenly looked at each other silently. Someone asked again, can we believe the leader's words? He immediately opened his hands. As everyone looked, there was nothing on him. After listening, they looked at each other. Finally, everyone put down their weapons. Seeing that, the others also simultaneously lowered their weapons. Chung Myong snapped his wrist and said, okay, I'm tired of talking, whoever wants magic weapons, come here, I'll throw them all into that hole at once. A representative said, we believe them, retreat. Finally, those people gave up. Hand in hand and leave, that's it. Chung Myung sighed. He slid from top to bottom while still complaining, these gangsters are really talkative. When he got there, he angrily poured out a bunch of complaining words to his uncles. Shu Tan too suddenly walked towards them. The young Taoist thanked them. He clasped his hands and bowed down to express, luckily the little Taoist saved us, if it weren't for the little Taoist, our martial arts would have lost our lives. Yoon Jong and the others widened their eyes. As for the person in question, he waved his hand and said, okay, saving you guys is also saving me, it's nothing. Having finished speaking, he went out to the crater and looked down one last time, still feeling a little warm and resentful. It was truly humiliating. Going in there almost cost him his life, but coming out he couldn't bring anything with him. Chung Myung sighed deeply. Hu Tan too said goodbye, so let's say goodbye, let's retire to Marshall Mountain, he nodded. Suddenly, he added, it's true that everything comes from human greed. You don't know how to appreciate the things that appear in front of you, always wishing for things that cannot be achieved, only to be disappointed. Chung Myung is depressed, it's true that he's spouting nonsense again. He reminded again, but the young leader remembers my proposal down there, he smiled and refused, okay, I don't agree. The corrupted man stared at him. Because he is a disciple of Hoa Sun. He silently turned his head, with some regret in his heart, but still could not change his mind. Knowing that he could not be persuaded, Tu Van Tu expressed his sympathy, yes, we also know that, maybe in the future the young Taoist will be able to do something great for Hoa Sun, as well as martial arts fellow Dao. Today, thanks to the mountain flower, we are alive, we will remember this kindness. Hopefully in the future, we will no longer have to confront each other. He nodded as a response. Having finished speaking, he ordered his disciples to say goodbye. The rest also looked at each other. Then left together. Hong Dai Kwang then sat down on the ground and lamented, he was really tired. Chung Myung, we're too tired now, we can't go back to the camel dung, so now we'll just stay here in Nam Duong. You hate it, it's useless, he shouted, I'm really tired, not as good as your Hoa Sun people. Wei Lap Mountain is like an inviting spring breeze, you guys just think about staying at our Hoa on Moan Gate, we will often have the heroes of the clan come there as guests, today we will treat you all to a delicious meal to wish you good luck, congratulating everyone on their safe escape. The gang heard that and excitedly agreed, that's it. Many thanks to the master. Only then did Bok Tian speak up, it was truly a waste of money, in the end we got nothing. Chung Myung was also dissatisfied, we went in there to become entertainment for that damn elixir old man, he was really angry, you're purple. Tan pouted his lips and glanced at them. Sect Master Wei quickly urged, let's go everyone, go back to Hoa on Moan to rest, we will treat you well, okay, let's get drunk today, okay. The flow of time suddenly changed, returning to Hoa Sun one day, a painful signature to Chung Myung, again. Your senior brother, when he was young, angrily scolded you, I told you not to be aggressive with your senior brother. The disciples saw him being beaten and tried not to laugh, but he quickly explained that it wasn't him, it was those guys who started the attack first. As he finished speaking, he had another painful headache, those brothers weren't crazy enough to attack me, in this Hoa Sun, who would dare to do that to me? Not only the monks, but the monks also have to be careful when they see you, don't you know? Chung Myung expressed his resentment, it's true, I don't bully anyone, when someone needs me, you guys are all enthusiastic in helping, you're truly a bunch of heartless and meaningless people. Chung Myung was hit on the head, a lump appeared. The interrogation ended, the senior brother asked him to walk away, he called, follow me, I have something to tell you. When he heard, he quickly obeyed and followed, yes. The two of them went together to the high cliff in Hoa Sun, here, they could clearly see all the other mountains peeking out in the thick mist. Seeing him standing next to him, the interviewer suddenly asked, Chung Myung, what do you think our Hoa Sun is? He wondered, why did you suddenly ask such a strange and difficult question? He said, let me ask again more simply, what do you think our Hoa Sun sect is? Chung Myung scratched his face and hesitantly expressed, sect, oh well. Chung Myung thought a little. There are many people who cannot live happily in the human world, cannot get along with people, then they want to leave that hustle and bustle life and find peace in their hearts through religion, safe places with few people to live. Such people gathered together in a peaceful and comfortable place, then gradually formed a sect, and Hoa Sun was basically created like that. The questioning brother couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this answer. He turned suspiciously. Is that right? He said helplessly. What you said is partly right. Chung Myung was satisfied, so I answered correctly. Senior brother Chin Ching cleared his throat and continued, but that's not all. Chung Myung, yes. I want to say that humans will not be able to live forever. Hearing that, he suddenly became silent, which was obvious. But he suddenly looked at him and smiled and said, you are a talented martial artist, even if you look everywhere in the mountains and rivers, you won't be able to find anyone like you. But how strong? So being strong is just like that, one person can't change everything. Of course in this life you can do some things, but you can't do all the things you want to do, but it can't be done. Like you said, if everyone goes into hiding and doesn't gather together like this to establish a Hoa Sun sect, then when I'm gone, no one will remember us, the wishes we have not yet fulfilled. Can we continue? Tan, confused, glanced at his senior brother. At that time, Chung Myung scratched his head in confusion. What he said was so difficult to understand, but I still understood what he meant. But everyone has their own ideals, no one is the same, you can't live your life the way I do, you just need to live your life well, don't care too much about this world or what to do. The question smiled and replied, of course it could be as you said, but that's because in this life you still have nothing to pay attention to, need to care about, pay attention to care about. At some point in this life, you will automatically realize your desires and concerns. It can be said that if you cannot fulfill those wishes, in the future, your brothers and sisters will or future disciples, will continue to realize that dream one after another. A sect exists like that, not only does life agree with each other, but also has many ideals and aspirations that they want to realize. The will, pursuits, and dreams will continue in the future. He pouted when he heard it. You're right, I know your personality so I can only give you a few words of advice, I haven't thought about those things yet, but in the future at some point I will, I understand. No one can stop you from living as you wish, but of course in a group like this, that's not necessarily right, so you should also pay a little attention to other monks. All the monk brothers live with one heart and soul in Hoa Sun, because they may be young, there are still many things that they do not do right, and so do I. From your perspective, I may not be right, is a brother that I hope to be able to follow, but that's okay, when I grow up, those brothers will probably become an indispensable part of my life. Chung Myung innocently waved his hand to refute, you're exaggerating, that's not certain, maybe other brothers don't pay attention, but you've done your job very well, you're the one who I respect that. The question looked at him full of doubt in life. Chung Myung smiled happily. He could only sigh. Okay, so do you know, the scariest thing in this world, Chung Myung, is death. He was silent for a second before giving the answer, which was regret. You may not treat other brothers well, they may avoid you and dislike you because of that, now you won't feel anything, but one day, you will regret what you did, what I did to them. That regret will never come back again. Chung Myung suddenly opened his eyes. The scene of Hoa Sun bleeding, and him standing alone among the bodies of his brothers, this is a scary thing that I do not want to encounter. Turns out it was his dream all along. Chung Myung opened his eyes, held his head and sat up. Was it a dream? Dreaming about things he said in the past. Please remember what I said, it may help you a lot in the future, it's been a long time since we last met and heard those promises. But why now? Senior brother, what message do you want to tell me? I also miss you very much. The next morning, everyone gathered at Hoa on Moon's training ground. Chung Myung's piercing scream still rang out, oh my god. I'm so upset, damn it, the mixed element pill is gone. Maybe it's because I wasn't lucky, or maybe it's because I didn't treat my brothers well, so this time when I entered the sword race, my brothers couldn't help Hoa Sun get mixed up. Jo Gul looked at him boredly and said, Chung Myung, who is he angry with again? Bok Tien reminded, stop it, anyway, we escaped the sword safely, keeping our lives is the most important thing, now the work in Nam Duong is over, let's return to Hoa Sun. Everyone prepare to go, he was bored but had to obey, yes. Hong Dai Quang scratched his chest with his hand. Then he extended his hand towards him and expressed, Chung Myung, you have worked hard. Chung Myung looked at him and said, why are you still here? The state still hasn't returned to the camel dung, he stammered, that. Because when we entered the sword race, we worked too hard and couldn't recover yet. He remembered yesterday, when they got drunk and danced around and glared at each other, how did they recover? They really had foul mouths, but they still couldn't fix it. He whistled, avoiding his eyes. Afterwards, he clasped his hands and bowed his head gratefully and said, Hong Dai Quang, on behalf of the brothers in the Camel Duong area, as well as the other brothers, would like to thank you and Hoa-sun for helping us a lot during this time. Enter the sword race this time. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. According to politeness, Chung Myung also clasped his hands and replied, that's what Hoa-sun needs to do. Hong Dai-kwang suddenly seriously reminded Chung Myung that you should be more careful from now on. What? When entering this sword race, the movement is too loud, so your reputation has already spread throughout the world, whether good or bad. Be careful, your every move will be observed and noticed by others. Through the previous Hoa-sun Congress, his reputation had spread far and wide, but this time it was even more famous. The name Hoa-sun than long was known to no one. Of course everyone wants to be famous in the streets, but it entails many unsatisfactory events. The more famous you become, the more angry people want to push you down. He replied politely, okay, I understand. He felt more reassured when he heard that and said, then it's okay, I hope you will handle this well. In the future, Hoa-sun and the state will have many more opportunities to meet. Chung Myung asked in surprise, but our Hoa-sun has nothing beneficial to your gang. Hong Dai-kwang laughed reassuringly, you don't need to worry about that at all. The first thing is that we will be able to reopen the cluster near Hoa-sun. If there is an official decision from the guildmaster, I will inform you. So you guys want to establish the cluster near Hoa-sun for convenience, let's talk about it. If there's anything good, we'll help each other more. He immediately thought to himself, okay, after all, this is beneficial for Hoa-sun. A new Hoa-sun has just emerged, there is not much information yet. If there is news from the gang, Hoa-sun will quickly be able to respond to more situations. Hoa-sun also wants to return to one of the positions in the 9 factions in the future, so it would be good to become friends with the gang. Thinking so, he immediately expressed, okay, later when we establish a division there, let some smart people go there. We will only interact with people with brains, and in this part of Indonesia, people please leave a few names to help Hoa-on-mon. After all, they are a sect that depends on Hoa-sun. That will be convenient when you need to exchange information with me, okay. He breathed a sigh of relief, so this time he came to Nam Duong. He got quite a lot of things. If the sect master knows that he has done this well, he will be very happy. Oh, and the promise to me, don't forget. Hong Dai-kwang widened his eyes and asked, what is the promise? Chung Myung repeated, find the beggar I said, bring him to Hoa-sun. He was speechless. Oh that, I sent someone to find him. Wei Xiaoheng suddenly walked in front of him. Chung Myung Taoist. What's wrong? He smiled wryly and asked, the leader is about to return to Hoa-sun. That's right, but it's okay, we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Small action expressed, that. Can I become a disciple of Hoa-sun? Chung Myung looked at him. Then said, no. The flower shadow gate will be inherited by you in the future. He still felt a bit sad when he heard that, but he could also understand. He just smiled lightly and said, yes. Chung Myung added that when you have free time, you can go to Hoa-sun to practice with other brothers. Hoa-sun is always open to everyone, not to mention you are a lay disciple of Hoa-sun. Just like senior brother Jo Gul, one day he can return to the family to inherit the positions he deserves in the family. Is that so? When Jo Gul saw it mentioned, he quickly waved his hand and explained, that's it, we haven't thought about it yet. He advised, now you just help your father restore the flower shadow gate. Perhaps after this round, there will be more work that needs to be done. Yes. On the other side, Bak Tian and the pseudo-sect master said goodbye to each other. He said, it would be difficult for everyone to go home, there wasn't much of Hoa-on-mon, but he hoped the schools would accept it. Chung Myung immediately refused, no need. He looked surprised, then from inside his shirt, Chung Myung pulled out a night pearl and proudly said, we also have this. After finishing everything, he put on his coat and returned with everyone. Let's go. Everyone, take care on your journey, my lord. Jo Gul waved goodbye. The two of you just stood there watching them leave, so they really left, yes. Hoa-sun today has many changes. But I know that one day Hoa-sun will be famous throughout the world again. Waiting until the 5 people had gone far away from the camouflaged mountain, he turned around and went in. He said, we still have a lot of work to do, that's right, after this time, the brothers need to practice more. We can't let things like this can happen in the future, yes father. At this time, 5 people had come to the street, even though it was bright, but strangely, there was no one in sight. There was no one out here right now, probably due to chaos, and also due to the incident of the gangsters approaching, like that, so people don't dare to go out much, partly because this is also a small town. Yoon Jong sighed, even in the end, we didn't get anything. Bak Tian replied, why can't we get anything? we saved Hoa on Mon, helped martial arts, made friends with the degree, we have also shown the strength of Hoa's son in the sword race, from now on we will be famous, the mountain flowers will resonate even more, that's right. Okay, let's go back to Hoa's son quickly. However, there was one person who was still upset. Chung Myung was screaming and cursing as he walked. It's true that the name Elixir, that bastard tricked us. He watched helplessly to comfort him. Stop being sorry. Lu Latuit was quiet and suddenly asked, but why does the Elixir have a sword-winning name without silver? There is still no answer. As you said before, if you want to know that, you have to start learning about the silverless sword group. He replied grumpily, this matter is already in the sword category, but it's still quite vague. Before, it was because I guessed it outside that I said that. But her question caught the other three's attention. Joe Goul suddenly said, he took that nickname, probably to hide his true identity. Because he is an elixir, there are some things he cannot do. It's like saying that winning the sword of Voongan challenged the masters to defeat them and take their swords. If the person who did that was a medicinal elixir, how would the wanderers accept it? It seems to be true. Bak Tian said so, but for some reason, he felt frustrated and hard to say. Yun Zhong expressed again, it can also be said. If he wanted to use his identity as a bandless sword group and then take all the divine weapons of the sword type, leaving it for time to destroy them, if he wanted to do that, it probably wouldn't be for greed or fame. Okay, maybe we need to think a little harder about his intentions. Joe Goul nodded in agreement. This matter is quite complicated. The elixir does not want to have a divine weapon, nor does it want to be famous as the number one person. It's impossible to guess the purpose of what he did when he grabbed the sword and why he did it. Lu Latuit speculated that maybe he just did it if he liked it, or maybe he hated some people, so he did it. Bak Tian exclaimed, oh, that makes sense, but let me explain more clearly. She analyzed that the elixir was a doctor who saved people, he did his best to practice medicine to help others, so maybe he hated martial artists who used swords and swords to harm people, people who fought and killed all day long. His purpose of saving people could then be in complete conflict with them. He reasoned, so that means, he hated those martial artists, so he defeated them and took their swords, so what if he created a sword race? She pondered and then guessed, as if warning. A warning to the martial artists, in the name of seizing the sword, he defeated others to make them tremble, as well as warn them not to dare to act rashly. Only then did Yun Zhong realize a few strange things, so there was still mixed yuan pills in there, it seemed like he had disciples, why didn't the mixed yuan pills no longer be passed down? He probably did not pass on the Dan method to his disciples, because those disciples may not have had the qualifications to learn that Dan method, it's so weird. So all this was due to his feelings of making swords, huh? At this time, he glanced at Chung Myung and saw him continuously mumbling, mixed yuan pill, sect. Medicine elixir, mixed elemental pill, sect, medicine elixir, sword grabber, disciple. It all seems like, well, come on, tricks, experiments. Emotions, all repeated, continued, after life. The elixir, the sword, the disciple, the test. Emotions, all repeated, continued, after life. He kept walking forward aimlessly, making Yun Zhong confusingly call out, Chung Myung. He was about to call out more when Bak Tian signaled for silence. Just let him think. Chung Myung kept walking. It seemed like he wanted to connect those words together. Bak Tian smiled, brother. It seems like I've realized something. I don't know what he realized. Just mumbled many times, medicinal elixir, mixed yuan pill, continued to disciple. The mixed yuan elixir sect continued its disciples. The mixed yuan sect's disciples soon returned to the forest leading to the sword seed entrance. Chung Myung racked his brain, think about it, everyone wants it. Mixed yuan Dan and its Dan method. The entrance of the sword race. It's the tomb of the sword winner, maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Medicine elixir didn't want everyone to know that he was the one who grabbed the sword without silver, but wanted to let everyone know that the mixed element pill was in his ancient tomb. Maybe I guessed wrongly from the beginning. Duok Tian didn't want people to see him as stealing the sword without silver, because from the beginning he didn't want anyone to find out about it. Therefore, no one in the world knows that the sword seed is the tomb of the bandless sword group, so if he wants to hide his resting place, he absolutely cannot leave the mixed yuan pill in the sword seed. So where is his real grave where the mixed yuan pill is kept? Flying knife. The day before the sword race event took place, while lying on the roof with the red light, looking at the mountain in front, he asked about it. What do you think is special about that mountain? He said, "What is the mountain? You mean the mountain in front of you is not dead, is that paint?" "Well, it's quite special. Due to many fires and natural disasters, the road to get there is almost sealed. Now there is only one way left." "But why do you want to ask me? Do you want to know that information so you can learn to deceive me?" At that time he just laughed it off, and now, when walking near it, he remembered those words. There was only one way up the mountain, a road where many natural disasters still remained. This is the path to the sword seed. The road is not a road, the road can lead to the destination, but it can also lead to the wrong place. Only those who can perceive it correctly can get to their destination. 5 people were standing in front of the crater entering the sword field. Bak Tian walked over and asked, "Chung Myung, what did the stone know?" He suddenly asked, "Perhaps, but uncle, what will the people who came before this sword race do?" He was a bit confused when asked, but also honestly said his thoughts. "Come here. Of course you can go in there, but how?" "Well, if there is a door, we enter, that's natural." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Opening the door and entry, this word can be understood in many ways. It can be said to enter a door, the door here is the sword, but it can also be understood as introducing martial arts. Next, come to a narrow path with many traps. Joe Gul also came over and asked, "Introduction to practice, is that what he meant?" "That's it. Cultivation is about practicing difficulty as if passing through a narrow door. Everyone cultivates at the beginning the same, from a wide path, the difficulty will gradually narrow, only those who persevere will try, results can be achieved." Now it's been revealed, Bak Tian was surprised. In other words, swordsmanship can be understood as a path of practice from the beginning to hardships and difficulties. Chung Myung explained, but there are also many different paths, just like practicing exercises, not all follow the same path, each person has their own perception and understanding, go in different directions. Having said that, all martial arts eventually come together in the same direction. Even though they start out the same, the training process will go in different directions, but in the end they all come together with the same goal of successfully cultivating martial arts. Study, like here, no matter which way you go, you will eventually reach a large space at the end of the road. There are also many zombies in the cave, many dark spots without light. Yoon Jong speculated, so is the demon mind, like a person who is not aware of himself, maybe during the process of cultivation, he will fall into the demon mind. Joe Gul wondered, what about the last cliff to climb? After escaping from the demon's mind, we had to do that. Bak Tian's answer can be said to be the crowning of Dao Pol. Now I can fully understand the meaning of the sword seed. At the end of the road, where the bright light shines, it means that I have perfected my martial arts. Climbing up the cliff can be said to be crowned with Taoism, reaching the realm of sublime selflessness and escape from the world. So what about those rusty weapons on the cliff? After being promoted to Dao Pol, how come we see those things again? It can be said that there will be nothing left, so what? It can be said that even though people have reached the pinnacle of Taoism, at that time people still kill each other and compete for everything. In the end there will be nothing left. The path to practicing martial arts is just like that, practicing martial arts for yourself. What's the point of being good and in the end it's still just death? The sword can be said to not be the place where the elixir poses a challenge, so that everyone can obtain the mixed element pill, but it is the image, transform his own meaning or thoughts about learning martial arts. As he said, he always hated martial artists who killed people, no matter how much he tried to dissuade them, it was impossible. The fact that he cured people and saved people showed that he greatly valued life, but the more he valued it, the more he hated martial artists. That's why he secretly took the title of sword hunter without silver to steal all the weapons of the top experts, as if to say that if they learn martial arts and kill others, it's better not to learn. As well as taking away weapons, which symbolizes their martial arts. Bak Tian bowed his head slightly and muttered, no matter what he did, in the end he still couldn't change anything. Chung Myung said, of course martial artists consider martial arts as their life, how can they advise, can you convince them to give up? The meaning of that is, the elixir he wanted to convey was that martial arts are just tools to kill people, even if practiced to the end, the results would still be nothing. It can be said that no matter how nice words are used to cover up the reasons for harming people, they are just excuses. Joe Gul expressed, therefore in the sword race, in the end there is nothing. He nodded. Bak Tian wondered, so how did you end up here? What you want is to confirm whether those words are true or not. He replied, as I have analyzed, the sword is not the tomb of the elixir, which is just his thoughts on martial arts, is the tomb of the bandless sword group. The medicine elixir is a sword-winning person, but he is not like that, he can also be considered two different people, that identity was just created by him to tell martial artists that their martial arts training path ended up being nothing. Having said this, he looked up at the sky, and when he finally got here, he realized this. When people are disappointed because they cannot achieve their goals, they will look to the sky to search for something. What they are looking for is hope. As for those who have realized the truth, they will sigh and look at the ground, because the ground is reality. This is the life that each person needs to reconsider, not that far-fetched fantasy. On earth there are people with life. People who always try to survive in the face of all difficulties. But whether they realize the purpose or not, if they still have illusions, they will still move forward. Wrong goal or right, both have their own path. Whether regretting or realizing mistakes, no one wants to stop. We can only move forward and hope for a better life. As long as they are alive, they will continue to move forward. All the martial artists came here, but in the end they couldn't continue. Maybe they had other paths for themselves. Even if their perception is not correct, it is all because of greed, which has led them down the wrong path. Chung Myung continued to walk forward, through the empty land and into the forest. His 4 uncle brothers all followed him confidently. At this moment, he had the answer in his heart after all. There were many clues that were not understood in this place. There was not a blade of grass on the ground even in the middle of the forest. Everyone who came here was different. This leads to disorientation. They think this place is the treasure they are looking for. But the idea was shown on the ground. This place is just a dead land. People cannot exist here. The treasure is complete. It was because they were attracted by the sword, so they ignored the path behind. This is exactly what the elixir he meant. Keep moving forward, no matter what happens, try to move forward. Don't let misconceptions affect your original goals, even if it's hopeless or difficult, just keep moving forward. Maybe on that path, they will find solutions to their problems. Don't stop every time you encounter difficulties, but think about your original goal. All for life, for a set goal. This place. Everyone finally stopped. In front is a small stream. Chung Myung observed everything silently evaluating. A place with nothing special compared to the surrounding scenery. A place that is extremely integrated with nature. Maybe it is the place that needs to be. After looking at it, Bak Tian surmised that this might be the last place. Most people stopped at the sword seed, even though at this point they did not understand the meaning of the medicinal elixir, they just ignored it. He explained, I like it, because basically, this place is nothing special compared to other places. He moved forward, a gentle stream ran through the forest. The water flow is not strong. But this is a collection of other streams, all coming to the same source and heading out to the Great Sea, as well as the meaning that all roads lead to the same end point. This harmonious stream of water is the source of life, of every animal and creature in the forest. This can also be called the source of everything, just as people always have a good and kind heart hidden within them. It can be said that to reach this peaceful and quiet place, people must go through many hardships, as well as my own difficulties and fears. The sword is the difficulties and fears of the elixir in life that he encountered. It is the fear of martial arts, of the things he did as a sword winner. To get over it. He tried hard. When he overcomes it, it is his pride. Chung Myung waded into the stream. Walking back to the rock, he said, this place is quite in harmony with nature, and gives us a feeling of gentle relaxation. Maybe. But when he overcame that fear, he turned himself into life, the idea and desire that he always aimed for, always wanting to save many lives in this life, also because of this, that he never stopped. That is the thought and goal he set. All of that sounds simple, but not everyone can do it. Anyone who can come here already understands some of what he wants to convey. This is the origin of life, where all things grow. So we have come to the right place. This place is the grave of the medicinal elixir. It must be here. He suddenly reached into the stream. Penetrates deep into a crack in the rock where the water flows out. Reaching out to grope for a while, he denied that he also touched something. Chung Myung immediately felt something strange, but wait. He tried to lean deeper. Finally got it. Immediately after that, he withdrew his hand. The small wooden jaw was pulled out into the light. When he saw it himself, he was somewhat stunned. The space is quiet, only the sound of wind and flowing stream can be heard. The 4 white people looked intently at him. Hold it ashore, hold it ashore. Holding it on shore, Chung Myung took a deep breath and then exhaled. He slowly opened the box. His eyes widened in surprise. It was you stammering. The 4 people behind saw it and stuttered in horror. Original Dan. That's right, inside is a medicinal pill book, next to that, are carefully packaged medicinal pills. Chung Myong happily smiled widely, he raised his jaw and shouted loudly, I saw it already. It's the mixed yuan pill, it's the mixed yuan pill, okay. Elixir, I understand what you mean, I am very talented. The four people also shouted happily, I did it, I found it. Chung Myong gently opened the Dan Fuang book. Right on the first pages was a message from the elixir, sent to the successor of my robe and bowl. If one day you come to this place when you understand the intention of my arrangement, then you will be fully qualified to inherit my robe and bowl. The mixed element pill is a precious thing. This pill method, when you, if you have it, use it to help everyone. That is my wish. If you can find it here, you will completely understand what I am saying. Reading these words, he couldn't help but get excited. That's it. This is the mixed yuan pill. He took off his shirt. Then he immediately took off his shirt and stuffed his jaw into his chest. Then put on your shirt to protect your back and chest carefully. Even smiling non-stop, Bok Tian was speechless. What's wrong with Chung Myong? He must be so happy, we can completely understand this. I can't hold back my emotions, even my drool continues to drip down. Is this the mixed element pill in the legends of the rivers and lakes? Even though I came to this sword with the hope of finding it, got it, but I don't think it's come true now. Chung Myong took a deep breath and exclaimed. There's nothing more fun. I already got the mixed element pill, so I have to thank him. Said and done, he went to the pile of rocks stacked on top of each other. Where the wooden jaw is placed, respectfully kneel and kowtow to the ground. Enough 3 to kneel and 9 to bow. Everyone stood behind and watched carefully. After finishing, he still stood with his head bowed. Bok Tian approached and asked, What are you doing? This is not the grave of a medicinal elixir. He explained, No. This is the grave of that elixir. Maybe he really doesn't rest in this grave either. Because his life had so many changes, he no longer wanted anything, so he probably went everywhere in this world, doing what he wanted. It is also possible that on that arduous journey, he lost his life in the deep forests and mountains, a place no one knows about. But this is also the last place where his lifelong wish was left to posterity. It contained all his wishes in this world, therefore, we can consider this as his grave and pay our respects to him here. Because of what he left behind, I hope that posterity will understand that what needs to be done is already here. Wherever his body is not important. The important thing is that his will and aspirations still exist, just because. It was windy, Chung Myong said, Okay. Yoon Jong wondered, but we are not really his descendants, so is it okay to take the Dan Fuang now? That seems to me like it's not very good. Is it in accordance with the medicine's wishes? Isn't it a fairy? He reassured, It's okay. He left the Dan Fuang Wei and Win Dan here. He tested the descendants. Whoever came here to find the mixed yuan pill was the one he entrusted his wishes to. He had no other choice, so it was God's will that we came here. But you also understand that at that time he did not lack disciples. If he wanted to pass on his robes and bowls to them, he would have done so, not leaving the Dan Fuang Wei and Win Dan here for us to find. Therefore, we are the ones he chose. No need to think any more. Speaking of this, the brother's words in the dream appeared in his mind again, and at some point, he will also have dreams and things to do. At that time, my disciples and descendants will continue to fulfill that dream of mine. That is the meaning of a sect, not simply a place to gather people with the same interests and will to live together in harmony. Through the sect, the important thing is the will. The dreams we have not yet fulfilled will be continued by our descendants. Chung Myong wondered a bit in surprise. Dream at that time. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. That's why you came back to tell me the truth about everything, and to open the way for me to find this place. I didn't think you'd ever worried about me that much before. He pursed his lips, it seemed like he had shed tears. He gently raised his hand to rub it. Yoon Jong saw him standing in that corner and called, Chung Myong. He restrained his emotions and expressed, although currently, we may have many shortcomings and unfulfilled dreams, but our descendants will continue to inherit that. Therefore, we now also need to try our best to do what we want. The sect is where the will to dream will always be maintained and continued. He has many followers, but perhaps he doesn't trust them. He was a strange man, so his knowledge was too great, and the expectation that a disciple could continue his robes and bowls was too much, but it was that expectation that made him disappointed when looking at them. Being too good and having too high expectations for others is also a bad thing. At that time, he only judged and evaluated others based on his own thoughts. In his eyes, everyone in this world is not perfect and is not recognized by him as someone who can inherit his robes and bowls. It could also be said that he was too conceited in himself, and maybe he was the only one who could continue his unfinished dreams, but in the end, time disappointed him. I used to be so conceited before. But I have seen my mistake, and the elixir of your life will probably be the same at the end of your life. The me of the past was different from the me of the present. We used to always think we were right, so many things we did without thinking thoroughly. At that time, the senior brother saw my mistakes, and taught me that at some point, the junior brothers, whom I thought had too many shortcomings, would become an important part of the team. This life of mine, through this, I now understand what senior brother means. You are like a medicinal elixir. No matter how talented you are, your strength is limited, you cannot do everything alone. If I didn't have my uncle to rule over my disciples and my brothers to work and strive with me, I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything great. I don't know how long I thought about it. Chung Myung suddenly scratched his head and said shyly. Thank you everyone. Hearing these 4 words, all 4 people were startled and confused. Gathering together and whispering, he's thanking us, what's going on, what's wrong with him? He suddenly felt stupid, it was true. But even so, he still secretly smiled. Now, I no longer have to do everything alone. Hoa-sun has restarted, stronger than before. My will has merged with Hoa-sun. As long as Hoa-sun exists, my dream will be fulfilled. Realize, even if in this life we cannot fulfill that dream, our descendants will continue that dream of ours. With our will, we will try together with our brothers and sisters to help Hoa-sun become stronger and stronger. This is exactly what my brother wanted to tell me. I understand this now. Thank you very much, brother. Hoa-sun is our home, where we always want all our brothers to be happy. For that reason we always try our best to protect and nurture it. With my brothers and sisters, overcoming difficulties together, I feel very lucky to always have them by my side. The confessions ended, Chung Myung turned to look at the 4 people and said, Everyone, let's go home. Let's go back to Hoa-sun. At the Huashan sect. Sect Master Wei Tong was reading the letter sent back. He exclaimed worriedly, Swordsman, I didn't think those kids would come here, it's too dangerous there, I'm worried about their safety. Elder Wei Tianj reminded me, Brother, this time you must not let them go into the sword race, it is too dangerous, losing your life is like playing, so you need to scold them severely. We in Huashan are only now having a bit of a rebirth, but those are the elites we have now, that's all we have. If we want to rebuild the glory of the past, then the children we need to do our best to protect them. You also need to make them realize that their safety is more important than anything. The sect leader also agreed when he heard that. You are right, when they return, I will tell them so they understand. Van Kiem said again, but this time the children have done quite well in Nam Duong, we also need to reward them, the children have done it for Hoa-sun. Hearing this, the Xuan Tong's face immediately lit up like a flower. What you said is right, they have done very well, so of course they need to be rewarded. Elder Wei Tianj was speechless. The Grand Master happily looked at the letter and thought, what the children have accomplished has exceeded my expectations. They have become much more mature than before. Looking at his proud face, Wei Tianj also smiled slightly. Suddenly there was a noise that attracted attention. The 3 people in the room immediately stood up. Oh, this atmosphere. They have returned, I didn't think they would come back so quickly. The 3 immediately ran out, the sect master even pretended to warn them, you guys don't need to run so fast, I'm rushing out to welcome them. Van Kiem ran after him and could clearly see the expression, the sect master brother, he didn't think he would personally come out to pick up the children. Looking at his smiling face, you can see how much he is looking forward to the children's return. The day of their return has come. The day when we can be happy, welcome the seeds of hope, and be the future of the mountain flowers again. The 3 people walked to the mountain gate and stood seriously, waiting. They're back. Van Kiem moved his ears and listened, his footsteps moving hastily. But it seems too rushed, not good. Just as he finished thinking, the mountain gate was kicked open and broken by Chung Myung. Everyone widened their eyes and exclaimed, why did they kick down the gate like that? Chung Myung shouted, the sect master. Before the 3 of them could say anything, they were caught by the crowd. He ran all the way from the mountain gate to the sect master's room. So fast that it left behind white smoke. Before Zhou Gul and Lula Tuat entered, they both drew their swords to warn. No one is allowed to come here, coming here means getting beaten. The disciples couldn't help but curiously wonder, what's wrong, what is this? The sect master and his uncles were also dragged into it. I didn't think the return day would be this chaotic. A while later, from the sect master's study, screams rang out, what do you say, what? Look at the sparkling wooden jaw on the table. The 3 people opened their mouths wide and asked with wide eyes, is this a mixed element pill? Chung Myung said while breathing, that's right, on the way from Indonesia to here, You kept guard and didn't sleep, headmaster, huh? All the martial artists looked at us so strangely, they felt like they wanted to eat us alive. Fortunately, they didn't know that we had found the elixir's mixed yuan pill. Knowing the whole story, the head of the Xuanzong school praised you. You are truly talented. He silently swallowed his saliva. Then opened the wooden jaw. The light and fragrance emanated from inside, making everyone exclaim, "Oh my God! The scent makes me feel comfortable." At this time, the master of the pavilion suddenly opened the door and asked, "Where did he go when he just arrived? There's already food and water, so why should I come here and order him to eat?" Discovering someone, Bak Tian immediately jumped on the table to protect himself. Yun Zhong also took a defensive stance, preparing to draw his sword. The masters were speechless. Look at the half-open wooden jaw on the table. Looking at Chung Myang again, looking disheveled, her cheeks sunken. He took a breath. Then stroke your beard and calmly go in. His face revealed a smile like the color of spring and asked, "Hey kids, what did you find to bring back?" Another loud scream rang out, "What, is it a mixed element pill?" The head of the mysterious sect stared at the person in front of him and asked, "What is it, what is it?" The person in charge of Hoa Sun's medicine hall, Van Jock, put down the Dan Fuang book after reading it and affirmed that this is indeed the Dan Fuang of mixed origin Dan. After reading the Dan Fuang, the method of refining it is not difficult at all, star. Although there are many difficult to find remedies available today. The refining method is also difficult, but I can read and understand a bit about the refining method here. If you do more research later, you will be able to refine it better. The sect master nodded in relief. I understand, that's great, now we just need to collect the medicine. Van Jock added, but master, just saying that, it is not simple to refine it. The master of Hianling shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Before, you said it could be refined, but now you say it's impossible. What do you mean when you say it can and when you say it can't? He quickly explained, yes, dear sect leader, although it is true as I said, anyone can refine mixed element pills if they research carefully, as long as a qualified pharmacist can do it. But, the master's face turned red and he urged, so what is the problem here? Why don't you say it quickly? If you have the ability to do it, then why are you saying it's impossible? Van Jock replied, making him freeze, of course the ingredients of Dan Fuang here are quite rare, if you can buy them, they are quite expensive. He immediately hesitated, so it was money. That's it then. Pharmacist Van added, it's not just the ordinary expensive and rare things that are hard to find. If we were to refine the mixed element pills for the entire Hoa Mountain to use, it could be said that we could sell our entire fortune. It's always painted. Everything we have in terms of resources and land has been sold so that we can refine it a little. Pavilion Master Epiphany shouted, what the heck, why is this mixed element pill so expensive? He analyzed, then think about it, why is this a spirit pill that all martial artists want to have? Shaolin martial arts are like other sects, they cannot arbitrarily refine medicinal pills, like Tio Lam, Lam Dai Hon Dan, can only be counted on the fingers of one hand, right? This mixed element pill can be said to be more precious than other medicinal pills, so its ingredients are of course rare. At first glance it looks medicinal. First, he almost shortened the remedies to the end, so the new mixed element pills could be refined more easily. If another alchemist were to make this pill, it would be almost impossible for us to refine a medicinal pill in our next generation. With a face full of bewilderment, what do you mean to say that now that medicinal method has been completed, it cannot be reduced anymore? In general, refining is not difficult, but the difficulty is that you don't have enough money to buy the ingredients, right? So let's try to calculate how much silver it takes to be able to refine a furnace. Painting is no longer as poor as before. Hearing that, Van Jock also took out the abacus to try. I did the math and it turns out it's the cheapest ingredients we can buy. Add in some precious herbs, and also, add a little medicinal herb. And with a little extra help, the more he talked, the paler the master's face became. He immediately jumped up and asked, Sect leader, is this a fake pill recipe? There is no way he would write this strange pill recipe, he must be too old and docile, and is he at the end of his life? I have nothing to do, so I wrote down all the best ingredients and combined them into one. Even if we don't have this pill, we can't refine it if we have it. The Xuanzong sect master asked unwillingly, can't be refined. He let out a stream of saliva all over his brother's face. It's not difficult at all, but it's difficult because we're a bit poor. If we want to refine a furnace of medicinal pills, it's best to sell Hoa Sun and then each go their own. The members were divided among themselves, everyone went wherever they wanted. At that time, Hoa Sun hadn't had time to reappear, and there was no place for us to live anymore. In general, we were even more miserable than the beggars of that state. If you see this, is it okay? Even if you don't have this thing, it doesn't matter. If you drink a little of this medicinal pill, will it be possible to become a martial arts expert? If so, how many people can you become? If we succeed, Hoa Sun will probably be finished. As an elder of Hoa Sun, I can't do that. When the sect master heard that, he had to accept it, so that's it. But Chung Myong suddenly interrupted. The problem is the lack of silver energy, right? Then there is no need to worry too much. He suddenly took off his coat. Then he opened his shirt in front of his chest, and the night pearls flew directly out. The elders gasped, was it a pearl? These pearls. He smiled and said, now we have money. The problem of silver has been partially resolved, so Hoa Sun quickly began collecting herbs with the help of the merchant group, at Tai Feng Pavilion. After seeing the list of medicinal herbs, the battalion leader asked in confusion. Looking at this, I don't understand what the Hoa Sun people want to do. Master Hian Ling slowly drank tea and replied, we in Hoa Sun have some wealth now, so we want to refine some medicinal pills for the children to take, to give them a little more help. Come on, yes. Looking at these herbs, it's true, some herbs are hard to find, plus they're not cheap. He put his arm around him and said, it's okay. After all, it's for the children's sake, plus I have something to ask of you. The battalion leader looked at him in surprise, and asked the captain again, don't reveal that we are purchasing medicinal herbs like this. Yes, that's what you mean. Even though we want to rise up, we are still weak. Needless to say, the wanderers and husbands don't need to talk about it. If they know that we want to train more powerful disciples, they won't leave us alone. Hoa Sun is still small, I can't deal with all those troubles. The last time the martial arts conference with Tong Nam was too troublesome. Recently we had another quarrel with the martial arts team, and now we can't handle this problem anymore. Where? The battalion leader thought to himself, is there a problem with the martial arts team being dispatched? So you guys rushed into the sword field and encountered martial arts and martial artists there, right? The master's epiphany admitted, that's right. When he heard that, he realized, that's why he was so careful. Martial aggression is no joke. According to rumors, it seems that in the sword race, the Hoa Sun disciples saved quite a few people, and also destroyed many evil people inside that sword race, thanks to which the Hoa Sun disciples were able to survive. Outside, the most famous person in the sword race is of course Hoa Sun Chung Myong. After this martial arts conference, he is almost the most famous martial artist in the world. There are rumors that he fought with the old swordsman in an inconclusive battle, but that has not been confirmed. However, it can be said that the strength of Hoa Sun is much different than before. This time, if the rumor of Hoa Sun refining medicinal pills for its disciples spreads out, surely the sects that are looking at Hoa Sun will not be able to leave it alone. Of course, they absolutely do not want to reveal this important matter to other forces, so it is understandable that they want us to hide it. After thinking about it, he spoke up to assure you that you don't need to worry about that. Customer satisfaction and information security are the top beliefs of our merchants. If the union owner has such a profit, then we are completely assured here. Looking at this medicinal material to buy, it's a bit difficult to say, it's quite rare and hard to find. Sir, the pavilion master Hian Ling smiled and asked, do you mean the master of the group is silver? Then the mysterious god smiled and took out a small wooden chest. When he opened it, there was a box full of glowing pearls. Surprising the emperor, this, he said, is the pearl skin, which I used to pay part of the medicinal herbs. The battalion leader gasped, what, is this a rare night pearl like this? How could Hoa Sun have so many high-class night pearls like this? Isn't Hoa Sun famous for poverty? With this night pearl, if it were for living purposes, it would be enough for Hoa Sun not to need it, worrying about food and clothing. Each piece can be said to be worth a lot. The owners asked again, did you see if the deposit was enough? He immediately confirmed, it was enough, elder, although I cannot accurately assess the value of this night pearl, but the combs are completely enough to buy the ingredients. There may be more left over. Hian Ling smiled brightly, is there anything left over? It seemed like he was honest, he didn't want to swallow all the pearls. Then, please find rich mandarins or noble princes, then sell them this night pearl for me. The royal family was surprised, such an important matter, you completely entrusted to me, Star. He replied, there's nothing we can't do, the merchant group has helped us a lot in the past, if we don't trust you, who can we trust here? After all, we are martial arts practitioners. Translating like this, we are absolutely not fluent in anything. After saying it, we both burst out laughing. The battalion owner expressed, yes, then leave it to us, but the wages are fine. Again, the masters said, that's up to your heart, we don't dare say anything. It depends on your conscience. Huang Tong was speechless, it really put me in a difficult position. After finishing the money, he also asked permission to return. Okay, temporarily I will take this night pearl to be appraised, then find a buyer. If there is anything, I will send someone to inform the elder. Okay, thank you very much. The masters of the Epiphany sent the merchant group to the door. Be careful, say goodbye to the elder. When they were gone, he turned around and went inside. Just walked in the door. The lords could not help but burst out laughing like blooming flowers. Okay. So it's a success. In another place, the head of the mysterious sect also laughed loudly. Every day he took a wooden stick to clean. Even the elders of the mysterious sect. Van Lava. Then Chung Myong. All day I just sat and laughed happily. The atmosphere was very magical. Bok Tien was in his room calmly drinking tea, while Bok Tianj was next to him, constantly talking about what happened to Hoa Sun these days. I don't understand why the elders didn't urge the monks to practice, they just laughed and joked like they were in the clouds. I don't understand why, but after Chung Myong returned to Hoa Sun, this strange incident happened. But it's also quite strange, Chung Myong used to only try to catch mistakes and force everyone to practice until death, but now he also smiles and asks questions to his brothers, never thinking that one day he would be able to see that strange face of him. Chung Myong is like that, thinking about his gentle smiling face asking about me. Uncle, how are you doing? Is there any injury anywhere? Bok Tian also didn't say a word. It's really him, there has been some change. Bok Tianj also added, but apparently in the last sword race, there were rumors that Chung Myong defeated many evil masters, and was still inconclusive with the martial arts elders. Right, there are rumors, senior brother defeated the sword dragon, one of the martial arts masters there. I don't know if those stories are rumors or the truth, brother. He replied, of course, some things are true and others are just rumors, but you don't need to think too much about anything. Right now there are many things that the elders cannot tell you. Okay, this has a big impact on Hoa Sun, it needs to be kept a secret, but it's only for everyone's good. Looking at the current situation, I really have many things I'm curious about, but I'm not in a hurry, just focus on what needs to be done and when the time comes, you'll know. I understand. He understood but was still a bit reluctant to say it, but thinking back sadly, the brother and sister have been together for many years and have not trusted me at all. You now trust Chung Myong much more than us. I was never like that before. Bok Tian countered, that's okay. You don't need to be so dissatisfied. I will tell you something later, do you understand? Looking at my angry face, Bok Tianj was startled. Oh my god, I looked at you and immediately thought of that kid. Just like that, Hoa Sun gradually stabilized after the sword race incident. However, Yun Zhong suddenly came to the training ground and called, Chung Myong, the sect master, called me. Even Zhou Gul come along. The two didn't understand what was going on. When they went to the sect master's room, Yun Zhong reported, Master, I have brought Chung Myong and Zhou Gul. Come in. When the three entered, the elders along with Bok Tian and Lula Tuat were already waiting. Chung Myong looked on. He immediately exclaimed brightly, Ah, Union Master. Huang Van Duok smiled kindly and asked, Director, are you still well? He walked over and shook his face happily. It's been a long time since he saw the group leader. Are you still healthy? I'm still safe and healthy. It's all thanks to that leader. You keep saying that. What can I do to help the merchant group? Sect leader Wien Tong spoke up and said, Since Chung Myong has arrived, please listen to the group master talk about important matters. If you have anything, please tell Chung Myong. Lord Huang gently said, I came to Hoa Sun like this because of the work that Hoa Sun had previously entrusted to our merchant group. Is that something? I don't know what's so difficult about that. He suddenly stood up, respectfully bowed his head, and addressed the sect master. I sincerely apologize to you, but we, your grace, can't complete that task at the moment. Chung Myong was stunned. Why? No, he explained, this matter also needs to be said. Not only can our merchant group not be able to do it, but perhaps any merchant group in the world cannot complete it. Therefore, if you look for any business group to entrust this, it will all be a waste of effort. He was stunned, his face turned pale. What, then, what will happen to the mixed yuan pill? Chung Myong shouted angrily, we already have so much silver, why can't we buy the medicinal herbs we need in this world? Let's use all that pearl to find and buy them. The sect master Wien Tong was bored and ordered to keep that kid behind. Yun Zhong and Bok Tian immediately pressed him down on the table, but he still struggled. I didn't say anything wrong. Let me go now. The sect master calmly asked, there are some parts of that pill method that seem a bit difficult. I don't know if they are ice crystals or not. To find 10,000-year-old ice crystals you have to go to the North Sea. that place is dangerous and cold, so earning it is not simple. Lord Huang replied, the North Sea belongs to the North Sea area and the Ice Palace has no sympathy for Central Plains martial arts. Asking them for permission to enter the North Sea is already difficult. Although it is difficult, with the power and money, the merchant group's resources and acquaintances can temporarily solve the problem. Since the North Sea Ice Palace, they can also have a portion of the ice crystals stored. Therefore, the most difficult thing is not the ice crystal. Saying this, he took a book from his sleeve, then flipped it open to a page and put it on the table. But this ingredient is called purple herb. Sect leader Xuanzong was surprised. Purple grass. There are indeed too many types of herbs in the herbal medicine. I'm not familiar with medicine at all, so I just read it. It does mention the name purple herb, but I don't pay much attention to it, so the purple herb is so precious and difficult to find, etc. So it costs a lot of money to buy herbs. Lord Huang shook his head and explained, that's not the case, master. Purple herb is not really rare, but the difficulty here is that it only contributes to a few specific medicinal recipes. Most medicinal herbs do not use it, and it grows in a place that is difficult to find. But in the medicinal herbs of the mountain flower, it is an indispensable ingredient. The pharmacology of the purple herb is not too terrible, but it only grows wild in one locality, that's it. The sect master must have heard about the 5 palaces outside the 5 palaces, the 5 palaces outside the world, and the forces outside the martial arts in the Central Highlands. Next to the 5 palaces are 5 great powers. They can be called a great sect located outside the Central Highlands martial arts. Their strength is extremely strong. In terms of strength, the 9 sects are the best. We have to respect them partly, because those 5 forces are the most powerful, so the world calls them one after another. North Sea Ice Palace. Demon Blood Palace. Bo La Xuan Kung. South Sea Sun Divine Palace. Southern Savage Beast Palace. As mentioned, purple herb is hard to find. The problem is Southern Savage Beast Palace. Is it because of the male Savage Beast Palace? He explained that purple herb is a type of herb in the Yunnan region. No matter what you say, purple herb is rarely used in medicine, so there is quite a lot of it. In the past, merchants wanted it. We'll change the pharmacy to Yunnan and deal with local people. But the difficulty now is that the road to Yunnan has been completely blocked, unable to trade. The head of the Xuanzong sect speculated that the market was blocked. He said, it's all because of the southern barbarians and wild beasts. They have banned all outsiders from coming to Yunnan to trade. All martial artists in the Central Plains cannot come to Yunnan. You guys, merchants like us, were also helpless, unable to understand why the southern barbarian beast palace could block the road to Yunnan. No one would believe this story after hearing it. Having said that, the southern barbarians can also be understood as people with a different culture from the Central Plains. Their customs are also different. Yunnan is the place where they rule. To put it bluntly, they are the kings of the Central Highlands. In that land, no one has the right to interfere with what they do. The royal court is far away. The king's laws are inferior to village rules, so they always do so on their own without fear of any force interfering. The sect master was confused. Okay, so it can be temporarily understood like that, but the thing is, why did they block the road, stop all trade like that? Lord Huang was silent for a few seconds, then slowly told the story. In the past, after the bloody war between the demon sect and the Central Plains martial arts, the wild beasts and men no longer considered the Central Plains martial arts friends as friends anymore. That relationship became increasingly worse. The matter is simple to understand. Well, when the demonic sect begins to emerge, they will attack the small forces first, including the Nam Savage Beast Palace. At that time, the Nam Mong Savage Beast Palace hopes that the Martial Arts Alliance will help them fight the demonic religion, but the martial arts men did not help them at all. To put it simply, the Martial Arts Alliance at that time believed that the demon sect could not grow stronger. They only conquered small forces in the outside world, and the male savage beasts were just one. The small, simple force of the Martial Arts Alliance did not see any benefit in helping them, so they ignored it. Chung Myang was pinned on the table. Hearing that, I remembered that it was true that Vu Lam Min guessed wrongly, leading to a tragic outcome. After the demonic sect conquered all the small outside forces, they grew strong enough and marched towards the Central Plains, causing a tragedy of blood flowing into rivers. So, after the demonic sect was defeated, the southern barbarian beast palace still remembered the old enemy. So how could they tolerate interactions with the martial arts of Central Highlands anymore? That relationship became worse and worse day by day. Nowadays, whenever they see martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance coming, they will chase them away until they die. Therefore, merchant groups like us are also greatly affected. Without martial artists to escort us, we would not dare to go to that Yunnan region. There are more bandits than people there. Regarding losses, Yunnan tea can be considered a specialty for the king. they were purchased a lot in the Shanxi region and then brought back to the capital to sell a lot of money to the mandarins, who were very fond of them. But now what to do? You can buy it here, that trade route has closed. Even if we wanted to, we would be powerless. The loss for tea traders is extremely large. Bak Tian expressed that in this way, the southern barbarian beast palace is considered closed to trade with other regions, regardless of the profits they may receive from buying and selling agricultural products as well as local products. Lord Huang nodded, yes. That's why I said that purple herb is considered difficult to find. The sect leader hopes that you will sympathize with us. I can't help but feel helpless about this matter. Sect Master Xuanzong quickly waved his hand. Sir Huang, this is not your fault, so why don't you blame yourself? Then he turned to ask, the master of this hall's medicine, yes, the sect master. Without the purple herb, it is possible to complete the mixed element. Am I wrong with the mixed pill method? Van Jock replied, this is impossible. That pill has been researched over many generations by the medicinal elixir and the Hoa Sun Duang Duang. If there are not enough ingredients, the ingredients cannot be perfectly bonded together to form a perfect medicinal pill, according to the criteria. If one ingredient is missing, the medicinal pill will definitely lose its effectiveness. It's simply a waste of effort. In that case, it's better to just use those medicinal ingredients as medicine. Other medicinal pills are even better. So it can be concluded that without the purple herb, the mixed element or pill mixture is considered impossible to refine. Hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh. Chung Myung suddenly stood up and said, okay, to put it simply, it was all because of the wild beasts blocking the river and banning the market, right? Those bastards. Okay, let me command the martial arts in the Central Plains and continue to beat them all to death. The sect master panicked and ordered to keep that kid back. So once again, Bak Tian and Yun Zhong grabbed him and pressed him down. But this time, he went crazy and immediately broke free. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, don't try to stop me. Those bastards, if they don't get punched, they won't know how to be good. Just leave it alone and I'll give them a lesson they'll never forget, to see if they still dare to continue the journey of our Hoa Sun's rise. Master, you're startled, what's going on? He clasped his hands to express that it was difficult to have Chung Myung, so that the disciple would personally go to Yunnan to get the herb and bring it back here for everyone. Bak Tian panically reminded, hey, why are you so mad? The male savage beast palace is not simple. Don't think they will play like a martial arts elder and be mistaken. If you go there, even 10 lives won't be enough, he immediately argued. If your uncle is scared, just stay home, I'll come back safely when I get there. The wild men and beasts of the palace will have to fear this crazy dog in the mountains, he sighed sadly, he seems to have too much momentum. Suddenly, Zhou Gul, who had been silent until now, raised his hand to speak. Dear Group Master, if the male savage beast palace forbids martial artists from Central Highlands martial arts from entering there, then I can use another identity to go there. Is it okay, like people from the western region or Shanxi or something? That place is closer to them. Don't they only ban people from the Central Highlands, so people from nearby areas should be fine too? Lord Huang's golden pupils flashed, he looked at him appraisingly. It's true that this kid learned martial arts in vain. If he became a businessman, he would be very successful. On the other hand, Chung Myung is teasing him. I don't understand why, brother, who was possessed by someone today, but he's smart, isn't that unusual? He spoke up and said that of course someone had thought of that way, but in the end they failed miserably and then returned. All of those people in Yunnan agreed not to do business with the Central Plains people. Of course, the enemy was a common enemy, but in the past, their families and relatives had fallen when they were conquered by the demonic cult. How could they have that? I can't forget, but with blind money, there are people everywhere who do wrong and trade products with the Central Highlands people, but the quantity is extremely limited, and it's also dangerous. If someone is discovered, it will be dangerous. Of course, the only thing left to do is become prey for stray dogs there. More difficult is the purple herb that grows near the territory of the Nam Savage Beast Palace. It is said that it grows from the blood of nearby night beasts that drips onto the ground, then meets the seeds and grows into a mature tree, near Nam Savage. Of course, in the Night Beast Palace, they are of course even more strictly vigilant. People from other regions cannot come close to it. Chung Myung immediately said. Then I'm even more right, I will attack the southern barbarian beast palace and then capture the gametes and herbs for myself. This method is so simple that I don't need to think too much. Yun Zhong reminded, there it is again, they are not so easy to bully. You're crazy again, screaming and talking nonsense. How can we lose to those barbarians? It's impossible. The two argued again, and the sect leader sighed. You must have the purple herb, it's still too difficult to get the mixed yuan pill. The rebirth of the mountain flowers is also thanks to this herbal medicine. Shouldn't we sit back and wait for luck when someone in the Yunnan smuggles out the purple herb? Struggling for a while, he suddenly asked, Chung Myong, can you really do it? Yunnan is a desolate and dangerous area, but it seems like we need to go there once and can't wait for luck, so I asked you if you can do it. Can I go there once and bring the purple herb back to Hoa Sun? He immediately smiled. He clapped his hand firmly on his chest where the apricot flower mark was, affirming. Don't worry, sect leader, if I said I could do it, I would do it. Please don't think too much. Even if purple grass is in the hands of the leader of the male savage beast palace, I will still beat him to death, field, then force him to hand it over. He smiled proudly and said, okay, let's tell the children to prepare to leave. The pavilion master was surprised. Yes, really, sect master. He nodded firmly. We will take Chung Myong to Yunnan for a trip. Hearing that, he had no choice but to agree. Glancing back, I looked at Chung Myong. Then suddenly I stood up and called out, Headmaster, I have something to tell you. Outside, he eagerly asked, how could you let the children take such risks? The sect leader reassured, I understand what you mean, but Chung Myong is a talented child. I think about their safety, is also correct. I also understand that your work is urgent, there is no other way. But if we let the children go there, we also need to have some countermeasures to minimize the danger. We can't just let them simply go to the obscure Yunnan like that. Is the countermeasure safe? He stroked his beard thinking. Re-inclined the main suggestion, is that thing okay? What is that thing? He emphasized with a serious face, it was that thing. It's the mixed element pill. Inside, the head of the profound sect smiled brightly. The disciples stood in line anxiously. Chung Myong glanced down at the table. On it were 5 mixed pills, he said, there, you guys can eat them. Yun Zhong asked suspiciously, the sect master meant to let us eat. The master's epiphanies confirmed, that's right. He was even more confused, aren't these medicinal pills supposed to be used by the elders in Hoa Sun? If we eat them, he interrupted, what are you talking about? We are already old, we don't want anything anymore. If we eat it, it won't be of any help to Hoa Sun. We are already close to heaven. If you eat these medicinal pills, you will still be able to benefit in the future. The power to help Hoa Sun regenerate. These mixed yuan pills were brought back by you guys from the sword seed, so it's up to you to use them, right? Say whatever you want, this is what we want. We want you to go to Nam Man to find medicinal ingredients to make mixed yuan pills, just for you in the future. Bak Tian was bewildered. Yes, he urged, okay, whatever you say, you guys understand what I mean, now eat them. There are 5 medicinal pills here in the box that you got from the sword, and the few pills left to research with the pill method are enough, so you guys just eat them to increase your strength. Trip, this journey is not simple, so you need to have more strength. Sect Master Xuan Zong cleared his throat and said. The purple herb in the southern barbarian beast palace is the trouble encountered this time. It will be difficult. Without this medicinal pill, it will be impossible to help you successfully get the purple herb. Where is the discussion? Going back a few minutes ago, when he heard the epiphany the topics proposed, he was a bit hesitant. But will we be able to get the purple herb if we let the children use the medicinal pills? Brother, why do you say that? After all, it was the children who brought it back. They are Hoa Sun's future. Of course, if they succeed this time, Hoa Sun will have more medicinal pills, but if they fail, they won't. Why? The children will also be able to use mixed element pills to increase their strength. Besides, this trip is beyond dangerous. If the children are in danger, you know what to do. Right now, the two of them silently exchanged glances. How much impact would that have on Hoa Sun? Okay, I understand, I will do as you say. Chung Myong was the first to pick up the medicinal pill. You asked, so? Each of us has a pill of this mixture, right? The sect leader looked tense. Hearing you call, I was still sweating and struggling mentally. It's really hard to say. The children found the mixed element pill, it's only right that they eat it. But what if you can't get the purple herb? In this way, 5 mixed element pills will be consumed, and by the time they're all used up, they won't be there. Without waiting for him to answer, the owners suddenly urged, that's right, eat it. Okay, you guys eat it now, just leave a few research pills behind. Wien Tong's heart screamed, I'm usually stingy, but now I'm so generous. Bak Tian clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The disciples would not disappoint the sect leader and the Hoa Sun sect. Everyone then followed suit. We will not forget this favor. This time we will definitely get the purple herb and bring it back to Hoa Sun. The owners are satisfied. Okay, it's nothing, you guys can relax. He watched everyone pick up the medicine. Chung Myong is very revealing, it's really what I'm looking forward to. After taking the elixir, they sat cross-legged on the floor together. Two elders came closer to observe. Bak Tian held the pill tensely. Then immediately put it in your mouth. The three junior brothers and junior sister were also fed pills at the same time. Chung Myong is a bit more casual. The medicinal pill just swallowed. In the white body there seems to be a beam of light. The medicine slowly dissolves and absorbs into the body. Just like that, he immediately sank into the sea of consciousness. Like a stormy sea. Causing him to sweat and groan softly. The sea of consciousness swirled as if it was about to overflow. Bak Tian quickly clenched his teeth. The medicinal power was so strong, it was like a wave swept away everything. The internal energy had already moved throughout the meridians. If you open your mouth, this air will flow out immediately. The body seemed to be suppressed, all the medicinal energy was flowing in as if it wanted to make the meridians explode. This is the powerful medicinal power of the star mixed element pill. Right now I can't think too much, I need to concentrate on absorbing the medicinal power from this mixed element pill. This hot flow of air needs to be guided to go to 2 acupuncture points in the body. This aura will help you clear those 2 difficult acupuncture points. Every corner of the body seemed to have been flowed by the air, the body felt hot as if it was about to explode. This body can be considered as having regenerated bones. All impurities have been pushed out of the body through the pores. The fingertips feel numb. Wherever this wave of medicinal energy flows, the body feels comfortable and refreshed. The whole body's strength seems to be increased, and the strength can be said to be raised to a higher level. At this point, the 4 people open their eyes at the same time. But the medicinal power in this mixed element pill is too strong. Bak Tian can feel that with my current strength, I cannot completely absorb this medicinal power, but can only partially control it, but that can't be helped. Human strength has, for example, if you have not been cultivating internal energy for a long time, this source of internal energy must be allowed to gently circulate in your body, then gradually disappear over time. What we need to do now is to use this hot flow of true energy to clear the stagnant acupuncture points. When there is excess, we will try to gather it in the dantian, keeping it there for as long as possible. If we can absorb as much as we can, then we can do it, otherwise we can't try too hard. Greed will only lead to harm. Just like that, the medicinal power is gradually controlled and quiet in the dantian. After a while, he let out a breath. His white clothes were now blackened by impurities. Bak Tian curled his fists to try to feel his feelings. After absorbing a little, the body is full of strength. My ears and eyes are convinced, each sense is considered to be completely open. I can feel the ant's grass beak shaking. It can be said, I am in a state of awakening. Just for this moment, I understood many things. With this strength, with this awakening, in this short moment, it seems like we can do everything. This is the power that everyone wants to have. When everything was finished, he looked at the 2 elders and said, thanking the sect leader. But the 2 people were still wide-eyed and gaping, unable to hear. He curiously looked in their direction. Then I was immediately surprised. It was Chung Myong. His body was now floating in the air, seemingly still absorbing medicinal power. Bak Tian exclaimed, what is this? Chung Myong is flying into the air again. He moaned softly at this moment, his mouth tried to bite tightly, but he could still see the color of light. He was surprised, the energy coming out of his mouth was colored in 5 colors. Wien Tong's butt palm was so shocked that he was startled. That was the 5 chi tides, the 5 chi circulating in the human body corresponding to the 5 elements, wood, water, fire, and earth in the body, with a cycle of heaven and earth. The 5 colors of light became more and more clear. More and more energy swirled around Chung Myong's body. Bak Tian shouted in panic, oh, this is not good, the energy emitted is too strong, something is wrong here. Headmaster, I have a feeling something dangerous is going to happen. The room was then blinded by a beam of light, along with the sect leader's despair, oh no. On the highest cliff of Hoa Sun, Bak often sits at the edge of the rock full of sadness. It's true that the atmosphere in Hoa Sun is quite strange these days. I have a feeling that everything is okay, like everyone is concerned about something important that we don't know about. Since Chung Myong and his disciples returned from their trip to Indonesia, then this strange thing happened, and since then everything has been quite strange and strange. The elders, including the sect master, sometimes smiled foolishly. No one could understand, all seemed to have had a great joy. Before, Hoa Sun was still difficult, but there was something more cohesive. Now Hoa Sun has become much more prosperous. I don't understand why there are such noisy events. The quiet atmosphere is less common these days. that keeps us focused. The previous feeling of Hoa Sun, a noiseless quietness that makes me miss it, has now changed. After the brothers returned to Indonesia, they were always called by the sect leader to teach or advise something. I was also secretly curious to know where these changes came from. While thinking, he suddenly saw the sect master's room glowing again. What is that 5-colored halo emitting from the sect master's room? Before I could judge, the light became brighter and brighter, and there were cracking sounds. Bach often muttered, it seemed like the place was exploding. And as he finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded. Black smoke and dust rose. The compact room is now in ruins, everywhere is no longer intact. Bach Tien lay on the rubble and lamented, damn, this kid absorbed the mixed element pill and blew up the sect master's sand. The two elders stood helplessly in the middle of the chaos. The masters of Hianling grimaced, oh, I guess this place won't be able to be used in the future. The masters of the Wian sect cried, so I'm broke, I'm really tired. But the next sentence of the epiphany made him excited, later we will rebuild the lake, the money from Damin Chow is still there. He was happy again, being rebuilt was a consolation. But suddenly he remembered something, he shouted, but it seemed like he had forgotten something important, where was Chung Myong? At this moment, amidst a cloud of white smoke, Chung Myong was in a state of tattered clothes. But the body seems to have changed to become more solid. Standing tall under the shining sunlight. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and saw the ruins and ruins. Bach Tian and the other brothers lying on the ground were puzzled. What? What happened? Whoever destroyed the residence of the world sect leader, while I was using the mixed element pill, they dared to attack Hoa Sun, the elders and Bach Tian shouted, it was you who created this scene. Master Epiphany, after calming down, asked, brother. The 5 lights emanating from Chung Myong, could it be the 5 chi tides of the stars? The sect leader replied, it could be true. But as far as we know, the 5 lights emitted from Chung Myong are a little different. 5 Chi Cheu Wind Spear Masters will appear when they break through the stage of clearing the meridians, but Chung Myong is a bit different as it comes out from its mouth, rather than as different colored circles surrounding the body, can. But no matter what you say, it can also be one of the high realms that martial artists can achieve, although it is a little different. Chung Myong has completely cleared the meridians, and in the future, his martial arts will go further. Also, yes, that's really good for Hoa Sun. Anyway, there's no need to study it in detail. The mixed yuan pill is already effective for the children, they will have new breakthroughs in the future. Epiphany replied, yes, that's good. So what do you think, brother, when Chung Myong broke through to the new realm now, how strong was it? Only then did the sect master Xuanzong look back at him. How strong is Chung Myong? This then. On the other side, Chung Myong tried his luck, he clenched his fist and punched the air hard. He could feel it, after using the mixed element pill. The internal energy in the body has increased to a new level, all the medicinal powers in it are many times stronger than other medicinal pills we have known before. Not only are the medicinal potencies high, but it is still pure, with almost no impurities left in the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill prepared by Duoc Tian has reached the level of the ultimate true pill. With that purity, the body will simply absorb all the medicinal power, without many impurities remaining. This is something that no one has refined with current medicinal pills. Although the amount of internal energy in the medicinal pill is too much, Chung Myong can only absorb about 3 parts of that medicinal pill. The remaining medicinal power will be pushed out through the pores over time. But with just 3 components of mixed yuan pill, it can be said to be an extremely terrible amount of internal energy. Mixed yuan pill is the king of all medicinal pills. In the past, after returning, I tried to practice, but to say the least, I could not raise the vital energy in the body to the desired level. But now after using the mixed element pill, my body, it is true that there have been many great changes. The master of the hall came out to ask, Chung Myong, how do you feel? Have you successfully absorbed the medicinal power from the medicinal pill? He excitedly replied, yes elder, the medicinal pill has been absorbed, although not yet able to absorb it, fully absorbed. It was truly too happy. After speaking, he lightly licked his lips and looked towards the sect master, making him shiver. He wondered, Master, why are you still holding that wooden box? You are in peak condition, you can absorb a few more pills. He struggled and shouted, stop it, you're too greedy. You already can't absorb the medicinal power of 1 pill, so what's the point of asking for more? These pills are still for our medical hall to research. In the future, if we have enough medicinal herbs, we can refine them further. Also, when you need it urgently, there's something you can use. This medicine, don't even dream of touching it. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chung Myong deliberately raised his voice and said, "Okay, I understand, you mean to study and use in urgent cases." The custodian suddenly had a bad premonition. How did this kid understand things so quickly today? There was no way he was pretending. What if I accidentally steal the medicine later? He suddenly clasped his hands and bowed to express his gratitude to the sect master for letting us use that precious medicine. This trip to Yunnan is quite dangerous, but I will try my best not to disappoint everyone. Even if I have to die, I will not give up, so you can rest assured that I am here. Hoa's son will be revived in the future. Listening to him sing, the sect leader got goosebumps. Next, Chung Myong again lifted the head of the white sky on the ground to act out a tragic scene. I was already reassured. But there's still something I'm not sure about the senior uncles or brothers going to the Yunnan. The land is separate from the Central Plains, there's nothing that can be said in advance. If the senior brothers and uncles have any fate, then how can I live after this? Therefore, to make sure everyone has enough strength for this trip, I hope the sect leader will be tolerant of us. 1. No 5 more pills, 1 for each person to strengthen their strength and then go. Only then can I be assured of the strength of my brothers. Master, he acted with tears in his eyes as if it were real. He looked helplessly. What the hell? Now he wanted to ask again. Chung Myong looked at him with bright eyes. The sect master also understands our suffering. He does not want us to lose our lives on this trip to Van Nam, so please open your heart and be kind to us. This is my wish before going into danger because of that mountain flower. Just like that, he was successfully convinced. Sect leader Xuanzong looked at Woodham and found another 5 boxes of medicinal pills empty. I couldn't help but shed tears. Oh my God, the mixed element medicine that everyone wants to have. Chung Myong held a small bag containing medicinal herbs in his hand and said softly, "Thank you very much, Master, sir." He stomped his foot and calmly instructed, "Chung Myong is fine, remember that, but I couldn't find the purple herb, then don't come back to Hoa's son to see me again." Master Epiphany cleared his throat, "Okay brother, whatever you get." It was late in the afternoon when the 3 of them said goodbye to their disciples and left. The sect leader seriously reminded that this trip would be quite difficult for the children, hoping they could complete the task. Chung Myong swung the woven bag and replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, elder and sect master, we will try to complete the task so that Hoa's son can one day rekindle." He couldn't help but be speechless. "Okay, mister, hey kid, I don't feel sorry for you at all, try to be safe again." Chaotic for a while. The atmosphere suddenly darkened. Sect master Wei Tong sighed and called out, "Chung Myong." "Yes. The sect's difficult matters all fall on you. I blame myself for not being able to do anything to help you. This trip will be unimaginably dangerous. I hope you can return safely. If only the herbs if it's too hard to find. It's considered fate in our mountains." Chung Myong smiled. He also seriously replied, "I understand. You can rest assured, I will complete this task." When he heard that, he felt more at ease. Gently relaxed and filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Thoughts arose in his heart. Chung Myong does have many times that make me disagree with his actions, but that is his different personality unlike other brothers. Anyway, we can't hate it, it's part of the mountain. When we are in danger or when we have difficult tasks, we trust it completely. At that time, it behaved with unusual maturity and understanding. Looking at it, it seemed that this was not a child, but a person who had gone through many hardships and pain to gain peace, so calm and confident. "Chung Myong, Hoa's son will depend on you in the future. I have reached the age where I can no longer shoulder the responsibility. Confidence in me is the medicine that helps my brothers and uncles become more confident. I hope that this time I will also be able to develop that strength to help my super brothers." He further advised, "Repeating it again and again is not too much. Yunnan is inherently separate from the Central Plains, and the rejection of Central Plains people from them is too great, so you should be careful. Think about what you do. If you plan to discuss it with each other in advance, especially Chung Myong, you should not rely on force to do it, otherwise it will cause danger to your brothers and uncles." He nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand, we will discuss it on the way, you can rest assured." Then he lightly flicked the hilt of the sword with confidence, saying whatever he wanted. "If there is a problem, this sword will only represent your words, but you will be careful not to act rudely." The sect leader's heart is filled with helplessness. It's true that he has already done that. Knowing that when they get there they encounter many difficulties, how will they act? Bak Tian clasped his hands and bowed assuringly. "The sect master can rest assured, if you come with me, if there is anything I will intervene and give suggestions. Of course there will be many difficulties, they will not simply sit and listen to us. I can't convince you, but I'll find a way." He looked at him and was happy. "Okay." After Chung Myong, you are the hope of Hoa-sun, confidence and composure are always in your eyes. With such belief, I hope you can complete the task. You also move forward with Chung Myong. We've been together on many missions. This time it's the same even though it's more difficult. I still believe in you. Bak Tian expressed, first of all, harmony is noble, we respect them, we hope they will treat us sincerely, with our sincerity, we hope they will understand and, Chung Myong pouted and interrupted, if it's okay then talk a lot, if you can't say it then just complain and it's over. He was followed by him, it's true that hitting is also a good way to achieve the goal. Suddenly realizing that he said something wrong, he shouted, what the hell, I'm talking to the sect master, why do you keep jumping in to fight? If you keep fighting, you won't have the strength to do anything else. He shrugged, I also heard what uncle said, first you negotiate with them, of course, when we cannot negotiate, then we will only need to use force, if everyone agrees to talk wrongly, on the contrary, this wanderer is already so peaceful. So the two of them started arguing again, what the hell is peace? It's because of people like you who love to fight and kill, that everything has to be discussed with that fist, we need to talk about right and wrong, when that's the only way to find the best solution for both sides, if we can't talk, we need to use force. Who has the free time to sit and talk all day? The sect leader looked speechless. That's right, he said he would carefully discuss with his brothers, but now everything is back to normal. Okay, anyway the kids are going, hope they have a safe trip. While arguing, he suddenly called out, hey, White Heaven. He turned back and clasped his hands and asked, what do you have to advise me? Sect Master Wien Tong advised that on this trip, you are the oldest and have the highest status, so you will represent me. Meet with the people in the southern barbaric beast palace, tell them your wish to have the medicinal herbs, this is what Hoa-sun has always wanted, I know you will have the right behavior when meeting them. He was about to say, this story then. He said, I have complete confidence in that child. Bak Tian was surprised. Then nodded firmly, yes, I understand. A person who wants to grow up must have experience. A person who wants to grow strong must get out of his or her safe shell and try new things, no matter how dangerous or fearful they are. Once they have reached their full potential, by overcoming those things, people can open up a new horizon, where there are many things that have never been experienced before. Finished, the 5 people packed their bags and set off. Elder Wien Tianj worriedly asked, Senior brother, just let the children go with peace of mind, do we need it? Master Hian Ling interrupted, okay, you don't need to think about anything, this is just an experience for them, from now on Hoa-sun will be their responsibility, they can't take care of everything, but whatever we say, we are also elders. Our era has passed, now we just stand behind and support them. Before, when we were young, we could not restore Hoa-sun, now we are old, what else can we do? These words made the elder Wien Kang suddenly silent. The leaders continued to say that our job is to believe in them and hope that they can grow up quickly, we cannot get involved in everything, then we may not only not be able to help, but also hinder them too. I don't think I have changed my attitude now, trusting the children like that, that's it, everything changes over time, I don't believe it completely yet. But it can be said that, believe it or not, they will do better than you. The sect leader was silent, but in his heart he also agreed, they will eventually grow up, we can't cover them forever, we have to release them, let them roam free like that, to get experiences that help me better in this life. I hope the seniors above will bless and keep the children at peace. Standing there for a long time. Until he was alone. And the silhouettes of Chung Myong and the others disappeared, the new sect master sighed. Just as I was about to turn around, I suddenly heard a call. Elder. Please wait a moment, I rushed here from the camel dung state. Just want. Keeping his promise to Chung Myong while in Indonesia, the person who came there was none other than Fian de Master Hong Dai Quang. On the other hand, the 5 of you went to Huaim County. When you came here, you met Battalion Commander Huang Zhong. He introduced you so that you could go there quickly. Please, our merchant group also wants to help, helps you move faster. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Baek Shon asked in confusion, what is this? He replied that it was a horse-drawn carriage to help you move better, and a servant who was familiar with the route to Yunnan accompanied you. The person in the carriage immediately bowed and paid homage to the Chinese disciples. Son, Chung Myong's eyes sparkled and exclaimed, that's it, this carriage looks good, the battalion commander is really kind. Baek Shon cautiously expressed, the battalion commander is doing this a bit too much, we don't dare. Huang Zhong casually said, it's okay, it's all because we haven't been able to complete your mandate, therefore, whatever we can help, we will only help you. Chung Myong patted the horse's back again and said, but there's something the battalion commander doesn't know, this carriage is almost useless to us. It's faster if we use the aircraft to get there, 3 people without an appointment immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you talking about? Why don't you want to ride by car but want to run?" He explained that everyone didn't understand anything. That's the only way to practice extraordinary body techniques. If you just take a horse-drawn carriage there's no point in practicing. In the future, you'll meet many opponents with high martial arts skills. That's it. Regardless of what you say, the 3 of you are determined to protest. Say whatever you want. You can walk by yourself. We'll go by horse-drawn carriage. Lu Latuit listens to them arguing every day and gets bored, so he won't participate. Battalion leader Huang Zhong laughed and said, "Perhaps what Director Chung Myong said made sense. The rest of you can also practice like that, but to save energy and deal with the male savage beast palace, I think it's best for you to ride a horse carriage. The road to get there is quite far, so it takes many turns. When you get to Sichuan, there will be our people waiting at the merchant branch there. At that time, the horses will be exhausted. Please continue." Continuing to change horses to go to Yunnan quickly. Such continuous travel helps you reduce a lot of that time. Baek Shon and his 2 brothers quickly clasped their hands in. "Thanks, we would like to thank the battalion commander for his help." Having finished speaking, the 4 people, including Lu Latuit, got on the carriage together. "Okay, everyone hurry up and go." Chung Myong silently glared at them. In the end he just had to compromise. Really? He coldly walked into the car. "But okay, it's okay to ride." Seeing him agree so quickly, suddenly the 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. This guy seemed to have listened. Battalion leader Huang Zhong looked at him getting into the car and smiled and exclaimed, "It's truly like Hoa Sun brothers united in spirit. I hope they can succeed." Li Bao sat at the horse's seat and loudly announced, "Everyone prepare, we will depart soon." The carriage moved quickly. Before closing the car door, Chung Myong did not forget to say goodbye. "Thank you, battalion commander, here we go." He clasped his hands and nodded at him. After the car drove away, he quickly returned with a solemn look. So they left, even though they knew this time it would be quite dangerous, but with Director Chung Myong accompanying them, it would probably be successful. Everything depends on him. Of course, standing in front of the wild male force of the Beast Palace is incredibly dangerous, but if you don't get into the tiger's den, you won't be able to catch the tiger's cub. Taking risks is necessary. Li Bao drove a horse-drawn carriage for long distances. Go through the narrow road. When they reached a town, they stopped to rest and eat. Then continue on the road. Inside the car, the conversation is still going on. "Uncle, do you know much about the male savage beast force?" Baek Shon recounted, "I only heard rumors in the streets. By the way, when we pass through Sichuan, we can go to Fanh to Kai Bang, there to ask for more information. Of course after the sword fight incident, well, the gang and I are already very close, so they will probably help us this time." Yoon Jong expressed, "It's true that this time we had too little information about Van Nam. Luckily we were able to connect with the table, otherwise we would have been in more trouble. Previously we investigated ourselves. Yes, it will definitely take a lot of effort." Uncle Bok is still a bit confused, knowing that the table has great information power in the world, but they probably won't have much information about the male barbarian beast palace. As you know, the southern barbarian beast palace has severed contact with the central plains. As for martial arts, the southern savage beast palace uses external techniques, almost using their own wild body strength, to attack others and assist. Of course, the spirit beasts are raised and in harmony. This is also heard from the elders, but now I wonder if they have changed anything. Chung Myong lay cross-legged on one side and said, "Okay, let's leave it alone, don't worry about it, go wherever you want. Whether they use internal or external attacks, use spirit beasts or spells, it's all the same, mainly whether their strength is strong or not is what's important. This is what we need to care about." Zhou Gul said, "Of course, if we return to the 5 palaces, we will be on par with the 9 great sects in the Central Plains. Saying that, we can understand that their strength is not enough. It is possible to surpass Hoa Sun, but that is only in the realm of possibility. In the past, they haven't interacted with Trung Nguyen martial arts for a long time, so it's hard to predict." Baek Shon agrees, "It's true that many things we still don't know about them. It's because they're so mysterious. In the past when the demon religion hadn't attacked them yet, that could be true. But after that time, they may have suffered a lot of damage and it will be difficult to restore it to the way it was before. It seems that in addition to the Northern Sea Ice Palace because they are too far away, the remaining 4 forces have all suffered too much loss, after the demonic spear attack. In the past, when the demon sect wanted to attack the Central Highlands, they planned to attack the sects in the countryside, because they were not as united as the martial arts in the Central Highlands. Of course they could directly attack the martial arts, Central Plains, but they were afraid that the 9 great sects would unite and counterattack, so they had to attack outwards. The 5 forces in Thailand are all far away from each other, and it was almost difficult for them to unite to rescue each other. Since the Northern Sea Ice Palace was far away, it was difficult for the demon sect to ignore and thus not be affected. After that attack, it was almost difficult for the foreign powers to recover. In the end, they could conclude that their strength would never be the same again. So, this seems to be simpler, I hope so. Chung Myung blearily opened his eyes and woke up. He looked out and said, "Hey uncle, let's rest, we have walked a long way, rest to regain strength and then continue." Li Bao replied, "Yes. But if you just go through this road, you will come to a village, go there and rest before it's too late." "Director, it's okay, let's rest a little and then think about it." Baek Shon wondered, "Why don't we go to that village and rest?" He said, "There's something we need to do, so let's rest here first, everyone get off the bus." A whole bunch of people are confused. But in the end they still pulled each other out of the car. Yoon Jong asked, "Aren't you bringing your luggage down?" Jo Gul shrugged, "The carriage is still there, the road to Yunnan is still long." He reminded me, "So I thought I'd bring it down so I wouldn't have to think about it. This kid called us down, so I don't know what he's going to do. So we also need to be careful with this kid, that kid can do anything." After getting off the bus together, Baek Shon asked, "Why did you call everyone down here?" Chung Myung said, "Of course you have to come down here if you have something to do." "What's going on?" He suddenly said, "Uncle, why?" Uncle thought when he was at the sword camp, how did he help everyone there? He was speechless when he heard this question. "Help, what is it?" At that time, I couldn't help much. Thinking about it, he suddenly confided that I really don't have enough strength, so I hindered you too much. It's true that because Chung Myung has improved his strength so quickly, we can't keep up with the task and it becomes more and more difficult. That's why we are falling further and further behind it. This is what everyone realizes, but it has not been possible to fix it. He squeezed his hand. Meanwhile, Chung Myung also agreed, "That's right, speaking of it, the Yunnan forces there are more dangerous than the sword place. Looking at everyone's strength like this, what will they do when they go there? Maybe risk of losing one's life." Baek Shon expressed concern, "Of course we know that, but martial arts cannot become stronger in such a short time." He affirmed, "Yes. Master Uncle and his brothers have already taken the mixed element pill. Of course, when absorbing its medicinal power, everyone became much stronger." Baek Shon was surprised, "Much stronger." But, to be honest, to absorb medicinal power, it is also necessary to let its internal force slowly integrate into the body, then it can become stronger. To do that does not happen overnight. That's why, in a few days, our true strength will still be the same as before. Chung Myung smiled and shook his finger and said, "That's not really the case, it only takes a month." He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What a month?" "Of course, I confirm. Are you lying? Don't worry, tell the truth." He expressed, "Of course everyone wants to be stronger, but how to do that? Letting that internal energy harmonize with the body will surely help us in the process of moving energy." He replied, "Simpler, it's simpler, but how? So you know the way, tell us quickly." "Of course to get stronger, everyone wants it. You compromise, okay. In general, it's a simple application, the bow is over that acupuncture point." Baek Shon is still skeptical, "Of course we know this. By affecting the acupuncture points and clearing them, the martial artist will then activate his or her potential." As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 people suddenly seemed to discover something. Chung Myung threw down his coat and confirmed, "That's it, I will clear it so everyone can absorb the remaining medicinal ingredients of the mixed element pill. To do this, everyone has to be a little patient. You crack your wrist, with just a few simple punches, everyone will feel much better." In order to improve his martial arts skills, everyone should not blame him. His eyes flashed and a strange smile appeared. Meanwhile, at the martial arts platform, the sect master sipped his tea and said, "Is that so? If we had tried our best, we would have to endure it. If we knew there was nothing like that inside the sword seed, we wouldn't have needed to try so hard. This is absolutely not your fault. Yes, I'm sorry, there's no need to be like that. Things don't need to be forced, greed will lead to disaster. If it's not ours, then let it go." Fortunately, this time we escaped safely, but the fact that the disciples had to risk their lives in it also made us quite guilty. Hu Tan too listened but remained silent. The martial arts master put down his cup of tea and continued, not expecting the medicinal elixir to do such a thing. Since he wanted to deceive his juniors like that, there is nothing we can do. Nothingness becomes nothingness, everything is left with nothing. But there I heard something that made me think. Have you faced that brat Chung Myong inconclusively? I replied, yes. Then he is definitely a genius? Yes, that's true. He explained, now of course in a long-term fight, I will still win him, but in the future I'm really not sure anymore. That kid's strength has improved too quickly. This is exactly what I was thinking too, so much, I feel powerless to suppress him anymore. So, yes. After hearing this, Ho Dao frowned and thought, did he recognize that brat's strength? That means the two of them have balanced their strength. The difference between victory and defeat will probably be within a matter of seconds. He held the cup of tea again and said, it's true that when I heard that kid won without a fight, I thought he was lucky. But now it's troublesome. But let's forget it, it's a waste of doubt, I mean. He said, I also know, Hoa's son used to always go hand in hand with martial arts, one of the 9 great sects, but now it's different. Hoa's son has collapsed. Even if another genius appears, it will only come, that's it. Time is limited, the world is dangerous. Can that kid develop? Hoa's son can no longer help him anymore, but is only a burden for that kid, the burden that will drag that kid further and further down. Hu Tan too wondered again, but that kid is truly rare in hundreds of years. In addition to martial arts, he also has a quick mind. I appreciate that kid. Yes, I convinced that brat to leave Hoa's son Dao to join the martial arts team. Is that so? I also want to train him to be the next martial arts master if he joins the martial arts. Hearing this, the sect leader of the sect stopped and glanced at the sect in contemplation. It's true, I'm going too far with this, but he still said it, showing that he has quite high hopes for that kid. Surely by now, he already admires that kid's strength. The two kept chatting like that, without knowing that, somewhere, the brother Uncle Baek Shon was practicing hard, eating together and fighting with Chung Myong. He seemed very leisurely, said, I understand, but that cannot change anything. Just with his own strength, that is not enough. Wanting a sect to be stronger is too much for one person. For a sect to be strong, all the disciples in that sect must move forward together, only then can they create solid steps. Even though that kid is strong, I guess he can't do it. Huashan is too defeated now. But here it seems that we also need to pay attention to the actions of Hoa's son. Huo Tan too opened the door to leave. Before officially stepping out, he reminded him, but if that kid was also aware of what his senior brother had said. The fact that he will be alone, it is impossible to revive Hoa's son. The martial arts master is still confident, so what if he knows? If he knows he can do it, everyone has done it, this is actually not new. That kid alone can be strong, but if he wants all the white flower disciples to follow him, that's impossible. Hu Tan too did not continue to say more, he officially left. The door closes. Being alone in the room, the false path true person is always loyal to his thoughts. This is my answer, one person cannot do everything. The rise of a sect depends on many things. Another factor. No matter how smart you are, you still need time to develop, but in this bloody world, how many great talents are there? Everything needs experience accumulated over time, but that kid is still young. How can I gain that experience? When I get older and older, I have to gain experience, then I will be helpless because my strength will be exhausted. But, if that kid can do that miracle, maybe in the future, Hoa's son will surpass martial arts again. He laughed and muttered, but this was impossible. I was too worried. Sunset gradually fades. On the clear ground, 4 Hoa's son people were lying listlessly. Yoon Jong groaned softly and woke up. When I sat up, I wondered why I was lying on the ground like this. A few hours ago, Jo Gul was beaten unconscious. He quickly grabbed his junior brother and shouted, "Why did you beat us like this? Why didn't you think of giving us any face? It's so unconscionable." Chung Myong only waved his hand to comfort him. "Come on, you said it so softly that I couldn't hear anything. If I could absorb all that medicinal medicine, it wouldn't matter if I had to endure a little pain." Yoon Jong's lungs were exploding, shouted, "It really pissed me off." He ignored the scolding and continued to attack. "Okay, let's continue." Remembering this, he immediately felt a headache and muttered, "It seems I got beaten too much, so I fainted. Here it is, truly a devil, such a brother will not be spared." After saying that, he fell to the ground again, so tired that he stopped lying down to rest for a bit and stood up again, only to be beaten even more tired. Now just sit up, and when you get there, continue the chain of eating onions. Cultivation is very good for us in the future and we don't want to avoid it, but... While lying down, I heard sniffling next to me. Yoon Jong turned his head to the right and saw a silhouette sitting. He stood up in panic. "It's a masterpiece, are you okay?" Jo Gul turned around with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Brother, are you crying?" Yoon Jong ran over to ask, where are you injured? Joe Gul covered his face and replied, it's the internal force in your body. It had increased quite a bit. He was at a loss for words. This guy had been beaten so much, he was in a coma. He cried profusely and said, the good thing is that my internal strength has increased a lot, but with that the wound will recover much faster than before, so we have to be a punching bag for that evil guy to fight, only. Yoon Jong was stunned. Ah, that's it, I understand when you say it. He tried his inner strength to see how it was. But finally I have to admit, it is true that the body's internal strength has increased quite a bit. Joe Gul cried more pitifully when he heard it. It's true that with good luck there is bad luck. Even if we were beaten until we lay still and couldn't stand up, we would be left alone, but if we recover this quickly, we'll crash again. I'm so tired of that guy. Happy things turn out to be sad. It's true that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Baek Shon with a swollen head also came to chat. Is this the process that pushes us to absorb all the medicinal power of the mixed yuan pill? It's more correct to hit, but no matter what we say, thanks to being hit like that, we benefit. This has never happened in ancient times. It sounds absurd, but in practice it makes sense. Looking at him with his face swollen to the point of losing its original handsomeness, Yoon Jong was startled and exclaimed, looking at his uncle like that, there, I don't understand how badly he was beaten. His face was completely bruised and he hasn't recovered yet. Chung Myung suddenly came out and spoke up, startling everyone. It was fine to talk nonsense to each other. Baek Shon explained, we also need to rest, but I don't understand why after being beaten like that, our internal strength increased so much. The situation is really confusing. He repeated, this has happened, I've said it before, people don't pay attention at all. In order for everyone to absorb the medicinal power of mixed yuan pill, I already have to help everyone with all my hands and feet hurting. The two of you look at it and silently evaluate, what the heck are all your hands and feet hurting? I'm also wondering, no one knows that we have increased our internal strength, but that's why it's difficult for us to understand. As you said, acupuncture points are a process that helps clear acupuncture points of blockage in the body, right? However, this method is actually a bit different. He was surprised and pointed at his face and asked, what's the difference? What do you mean this isn't just too much, so why are we fighting like this? Chung Myung pouted, why fight? Why did my uncle say that? I just helped everyone clear the meridians and show a little affection to everyone. He was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword and challenge him. Evil devil, hey, can you say that? I risk my life with you. Yoon Jong quickly hugged his brother to stop him. In the end, he had to try to calm down and say, but it's true that since he's a devil, no one can understand what he does, but in the end, doing it helps us, so we just have to endure it, that's right. He walked over, pointed two fingers on his chest and asked, but even if my uncle noticed the change, maybe I wouldn't, huh? What I mean is that having strong corn like this, when did it form? Baek Shon looked at it and replied, have strong muscles. It's the result of my arduous training process and nothing else. He frowned, that's right, but why does training give me such muscles? He suddenly hesitated, well this. Not knowing what to say, he turned back to look at Yoon Jong. Chung Myung explained, simply put, when we train hard, the body gets injured more. Ha, what are you saying? I don't understand. When we are injured, the muscle fibers will be damaged and torn. Yoon Jong immediately asked, do you mean that at that time, our muscles will form new connections and become bigger and stronger, right? Of course, in general, any injured area will have almost the same effect. Everything will regenerate and form new connections to make that area larger. Even if the bones are broken, when they heal, it can also help to make things more sturdy. Of course not everything is like that, but in general, this method is true even for martial artists like us. So it can be said that getting injured is the best way to practice. Baek Shon doubts, is that right? He affirmed that it is true that it sounds quite absurd, but in fact, doctors who have researched it have found it to be like that. The sects that practice external skills have been applying this for a long time. Just like Shaolin Temple, they practice harshly, taking their bodies and being hit with sticks, but it's still okay. Look at their muscles, they're as strong as the table. As for the iron sand palms, they stick their hands in the hot sand to practice. Those hands are as hard as cold steel, aren't they? But those are martial artists cultivating external techniques, and we in Hoa-sun are not. Chung Myung raised his hand for the two to see and explain, we have both internal and external skills, of course a little different from them. But looking at our hands, we know that when we hold wooden swords and practice for many years, calluses form on our hands. These traces have helped make our palms stronger. Now, even if we practice wooden swords all day, our hands won't hurt. Baek Shon looked at his hand and suddenly realized that it was true. Hearing that, He was even more confident in affirming that my method of doing things was effective. Now everyone's internal strength has increased a lot. Of course, whatever you do, if you do too much, it will be harmful, so it is also necessary to know how to adjust accordingly, to make the body best able to absorb those external forces. As for the internal force in the body, when our vital energy is damaged due to internal injuries, after the body adjusts to recovery, the amount of restored vital energy will become stronger and stronger than before. Head. Baek Shon seemed to agree. As you said, I know that, but I really don't know anyone who has recovered from serious internal injuries, and is much stronger, he replied. Of course, recovering from internal injuries, it's still difficult, because it takes a lot of time to accumulate lost internal strength, and once formed, they can't be stronger yet. But the difference here for everyone is that their bodies are storing a large amount of mixed yuan medicinal power that hasn't been fully absorbed yet, so the damaged vital energy is immediately compensated from there, so you don't need to lose it. The recovery time is like normal people. When he heard that, he suddenly remembered that he had stored up medicinal power to be able to do that. As I said, when the body is injured, its vital energy will slowly have to form a new source of internal force, or find a source of internal force in the body that is left over to compensate for the deficiency, in order to restore internal injuries. Fortunately, we have plenty of internal energy after using mixed element pills. When there is such an excess supply of damaged vital energy, the body continuously recovers faster, and the internal force formed is also stronger than before. Both internal and external exercises can be applied to this practice, yes, but of course you need to pay attention to many different things depending on the situation. He asked again, so you caused us internal injuries, then the body automatically recovered, and created a new, stronger source of internal force when absorbing the excess medicinal power left in the mixed element pill, right? That's it. The two were stunned. Oh my God. Both of us were moved to praise each other. I really don't think how you can be so smart. Chung Myung, how did you get this profound knowledge? It turns out that in addition to being good at beating people, there are also other things that were done quite well. Chung Myung felt angry when he heard that, and he said bad things about me. Of course, to know knowledge like this, it is not simple. To have it, we have to be seriously injured countless times in our past lives, then recover over and over again to gain experience, such. To talk about the battlefield of life and death, I have gone through too much. Now I only apply the gentlest method of beating and love to you guys. You cannot face as many lives and deaths as me, so it's understandable that the first time you experience this difference in practice, you may have questions. He thought about it and said, okay, the goal is to help everyone increase the strength they have achieved. You don't have to fully understand this method. Why would you get tired of this method? Simply think, just keep taking my beatings too much, then you will become stronger. If you can think clearly like that, you won't feel pain anymore. Of course, no matter how much I fight, I know how to stop myself, so you won't die. If you die, you'll only die in a life and death duel, right? No one wrote down the practice, so everyone, prepare yourself to be loved by me. You started to crack your joints and warm up your shoulders. Yoon Jong and Baek Shon suddenly turned pale. Let this devil say one thing at a time. In the end, he still wants to beat us without being resentful by us. He sighed and accepted. I understand. So what you mean is that if we continue to fight while we still have the strength of the mixed element pill in our bodies, then we will be even stronger, right? He smiled and replied, that's right, so just practice like that. You need to make the most of the remaining medicinal power. Baek Shon held the sword hilt in his hand and pulled it out to remind him. Well said, but be careful not to overdo it. There is a limit to what I can endure. If you ever get too excited, I can give you a sword mark on your face, then you will look even more like a devil. Chung Myung, plus it seems like you also have excess internal power in your body. The body hasn't absorbed it yet, right? Chung Myung silently curled his lips in approval. Okay, very upright personality. No matter how much you are beaten, you will still do what is beneficial for Hoa-sun. This is the personality I like about you, Baek Shon. He challenged and jumped in. Having finished speaking, Baek Shon slashed his sword down. Let me help you absorb some of the excess medicinal power in your body, Chung Myung. He quickly stepped aside, curled his fist into a fist, and used some of his internal energy to respond. That thing. Then of course. I don't need anyone's help. A loud noise occurred. The result is obvious to everyone. After that day, the carriage continued to move. Every afternoon, everyone fights together. In the morning, we were on our way again. Many days passed, the action kept repeating. On a clear moonlit evening, Li Bao sat on a horse-drawn carriage, wrapped in a blanket, holding a cup of hot tea, watching everyone fight and silently exclaiming, "What a strange group of people. It's been almost a week, yet they practice fighting all day long, yet there's no loss of momentum, no major injuries at all. The more they fought, the more enthusiastic they became, which was strange. The young leader, who had previously been very strong, was beaten until he lost his human form. But now that little leader has suffered a lot. The battle is almost balanced on both sides. On the other side, Chung Myong dodged the attack and brushed Yun Zhong's leg. I just taught, come on, pay attention below, if you leave a loophole like that, the enemy will condemn you to heaven. Next, he kicked Zhou Gul hard in the stomach. Then hit Lu Latuit on the back. Next, one hand hit Baek Shon hard on the side of the face. Pay attention, you have to overcome your own weaknesses. Why do you keep saying that? Everyone is still being punished as usual, so you still scold them. If you don't pay attention, when you fight your enemy, who will remind you? At this moment, everyone in the group was beaten by him, each flying in one direction. Some people hit the trees, others rolled on the ground. The fight temporarily stopped. Chung Myong sighed. It's true that you guys have improved, but you're still very weak. I'll go out here for a bit, you guys adjust yourself, then meditate and recover. Baek Shon panted tiredly, tried to turn his head to look at him and asked, where are you going? I'm practicing, he replied, I'm going for personal reasons. Suddenly, his eyes opened as if he saw something. Zhou Gul angrily clenched his hands and challenged, okay, let's recover and wait for you to come back. Yun Zhong sat up and said, oh no, don't provoke him, we'll recover quickly or else we'll be tired of being beaten. Baek Shon sat up. Looking in the direction Chung Myong had just gone, he thought a little, that boy had something wrong with him just now. Something's a bit. Looking at him blankly, Zhou Gul immediately asked, Uncle. What happened? Baek Shon asked, children, have you seen Chung Myong sweating for something? I don't understand what Uncle said. He said, like I said, have you ever seen Chung Myong like that? Yun Zhong hugged his chest and sat up and replied, since he is human, sweating is not strange at all. But think again for a moment. He spoke again, but paying attention seemed like he had never seen it before. Zhou Gul recounted, when fighting like that in the sword field, I never saw Chung Myong sweat at all, but that was nothing for a monster like Chung Myong. Lu Latuit nodded, agree. But why do you ask like that, sir? Baek Shon frowned, this seems strange to me, so I just asked. He remembered a few minutes earlier, when you turned around and said you wanted to pee, I saw it. The hair on the back of Chung Myong's neck was drenched in sweat. A monster that can confront a martial arts elder is on equal footing. Can you sweat because you're tired when facing us? Is this because we've gotten stronger? But how can that be? We can't compare with the martial arts elders. Even if I used a mixed yuan pill, it would still be unreasonable, which means. As if he understood something, he immediately told the four people to stand up and go. Deep in the forest, Chung Myong lay straight on the ground and lamented, truly tired. I'm going to die, in order to train those people. I'm going to die of fatigue, senior brother. Saying it is like punching them so they can absorb the mixed element pill. It sounds simple, but at first glance, everyone can see that we are hitting randomly, but it's not like that. The gong is too far away and needs to be hit, exact points on the body. Only an expert can do this. When we transfer internal force to each punch line and then use that punch to hit them, it is quite a complicated process to control internal force. If I use too much internal force to fight them, they will be injured, too few, and it will be considered in vain. Of course, the person performing this boxing technique will have to be extremely careful, plus each person has a different internal energy in their acupuncture points, therefore, we also need to adjust the assessment for each person accordingly. I have excess internal energy right now because I ate a mixed element pill. If I didn't have that much internal energy, I wouldn't be able to help them with their acupuncture points. I would just fight back and forth. I was exhausted and almost died, but I couldn't help it. Because of Hoa-sun, I had to accept the suffering. Just as he finished speaking, a wind blew past. A falling leaf hit his mouth. Chung Myong exclaimed, oh my God, just like that, senior brother is already angry. He sat up and thought, although I am much stronger now, there are still many experts out there. I still need to try harder. This mixed element pill has helped me a lot. I need to absorb it. Once I have exhausted all its power, one day I will be able to help Hoa-sun grow again like before. So the difficulty here is that every day, when I am still trying every day, there are many experts who have almost reached the peak of Dong. So when I feel that I have enough strength, they will have reached the level of anyway. It's all about reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and achieving the strongest strength. But of course those who advance first will benefit more than those who advance later. The more time there is, the more different everyone's strength will be. Special, of course, then we will have to work harder to be able to do what we want, but if we want to get ahead and have an advantage over others, we have to work harder, which is not something everyone does, okay? Seeing my brothers become stronger and stronger, I am also more motivated to help them a lot, to help them realize things that they cannot yet perceive with their own strength. We will try our best to help them move forward and increase their strength faster than before. This is my determination to do what I can to help them. I did not understand this before. But now, after coming to the sword field, I realize that if I help my fellow monks as much as I can, then in the future they will be able to have strong strength and will be able to pass on those experiences to their disciples. In the next life, just like that, each generation of different disciples will become stronger and stronger, and Hoa-sun will also have hope because of that. This is exactly what I have realized, brother. The white flower moved slightly, as if responding to his words. Chung Myung suddenly sat cross-legged to test his strength. A burst of power erupted. After a while, he stopped and stood up to return. We have tried a lot these past few days, and we have also realized a few things about our brotherhood. They have become stronger and stronger than before. They are no longer a burden to us like they were in the sword race, but on this trip they will be able to help us with many things. To make those people stronger, I have tried a lot, but they don't know what I have done. It is because of Hoa-sun that I have to suffer. Oh. When he returned, Chung Myung was a bit stunned. Everyone looked at him, seemingly in great spirit. Even he had to exclaim, why was everyone standing up? Why didn't they sit down and rest for a bit? Baek Shon smiled and replied, take a break, we've just practiced a little, we're not done yet, how can we rest? Jo Gul shrugged and smiled, saying, of course, if you're tired, you can rest, Chung Myung. Yoon Jong also participated in the provocation, but he didn't think that a monster like me could be tired. Lu Latuet said, if you feel too tired, come over here and I'll use this fist to knead you. Baek Shon signaled, okay, everyone prepare to go. Hearing that, they simultaneously drew their swords and raised them. Baek Shon signaled, okay, everyone prepare to go. Hearing that, they simultaneously drew their swords and raised them. Chung Myung's veins got angry when he was provoked. Okay, it seems like I've underestimated everyone, so this time I'll be strong. Let's see if you guys can still say bad things about me like this. Everyone come up, I won't hold back. Having finished speaking, Baek Shon shouted an order, come up, everyone go up, give that kid a beating. He grinned excitedly, okay, look at how energetic they seem. Brother, now Hoa-sun has many good things and more hope. Finally, after all this traveling, the 5 people reached Sichuan. Entering the city, the horse driver stopped the horse on the side of the road. The car door opens. Ghosts. No, figures of people were haggard like zombies, and the cold winds of the night came out. Baek Shon whispered, the journey was quite tiring, but he had reached the first place he needed to go. Yoon Jong asked, but uncle, it seems like we haven't reached our destination yet, there's still a long way to go, right? I've only gone nearly halfway, the road to Van Nam is still far away. Chung Myung rubbed his neck and got out of the car and said, it's okay, getting here so quickly is something I didn't think of before, everyone here can take advantage of the practice. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people looked at them with haggard faces and gritted teeth. He wondered, it was all for everyone's sake, what was there to be afraid of? Li Bao stepped forward and asked, I will drive to our branch of the merchant group here to exchange horses, will you follow me there? Ladies and gentlemen, as said before, we have already let the people at this Sichuan branch learn about the routes to Yunnan. However, Baek Shon replied, I understand, anyway, everything if there are changes, the information available may not be complete. He still explained that although we are a large trading group, if we want to reach Yunnan, it is difficult for us to find the right path. In the past, when we traded with people in Yunnan, it was still done by middlemen, so we actually had a little understanding of Yunnan, and the information we collected was not complete enough. We're sorry we can't help much, but you'll have plenty of time here to find out more information about the next journey, your accommodation, and the trade union's branch. We'll take care of everything. However, everyone still bowed down sincerely to say, we thank the company for their help in the past. We will stop by your cabin to rest and learn more. After that, you're tired from the journey, so you can go home and rest first. Li Bao then drove away in a carriage. Baek Shon also urged, okay, let's go. Everyone, pay attention, we will go find out information about Yunnan in the future, but don't let it attract attention and something happens. This is the territory of the Tang sect and many other forces. In this big city, you can meet both Tan Tan and Gami sect Taoists, so there are many big sect forces here. We need to be careful not to cause any conflict with them. Chung Myong shrugged. Okay, you don't need to worry so much, he said harshly. That's what I'm talking about, Chung Myong. Now let's split up and find out some information. We prioritize finding out through the merchants first, because they are the main force trading with the Yunnan people. Of course, when we meet friends from the clan, we can rely on them more, okay? He said sarcastically. I don't understand whether it should be rice or porridge or not, Baek Shon grumbled. Just follow along, if you haven't done it yet, and discuss it. What else can you do? Let's go. So the 5 people split up and asked around the city. Baek Shon went to some fabric stores. Yoon Jong met a group of people on the road. Jo Gul inquired about the ceramic cellar. Lu Latuat hid in the corner and listened to the merchants talking. As for Chung Myong, he wandered around the market. Finally, they gathered at the restaurant. 3 people collapsed lying on the table. Baek Shon lamented. It was truly incomprehensible that he had run to so many places, but had no information about the route to Van Nam. Yoon Jong remembers when he asked the beggar what he was doing, he turned his nose up and said, "Find a safe way to Yunnan." How would we beggars know? It's true that there are almost no difficulties in Yunnan, resources, and rejects people in the Central Highlands, so there probably aren't many beggars there, so the state has almost no information. Jo Gul stood up and said, the same goes for the trade group. Well, they only trade through intermediaries, not directly to Yunnan, so they don't know much. Now it's like we don't have any information, believe anything. Not really. Hearing him say that, the 2 of them immediately raised their heads to look. Jo Gul analyzed, about the state, it was possible, but that merchant knew a little about it, but maybe for some reason they didn't, just say it. Of course the information that reaches Yunnan is quite valuable. How can they just tell us like that? Their business is important, they don't know who we are, telling us everything would be like beating them up themselves. Go have your own bowl of rice, but how is this possible? We will pay money to buy information. He pulled up his shirt and said, silver is not enough, maybe we need to get rid of these clothes and pretend to be people here too. It's true that here they discriminate against people from other places, so things are quite difficult for us. Sometimes they are also wary of many strangers. After all, they are closer to Yunnan than people in the center, original. Saying that is only a part, but mainly because of the people here. If we want to be peaceful here, we must be accepted by the sect. Of course, when outsiders come here, how can they like us? What's more, they don't like us even more, Hoa Sun people. Chung Myong asked while eating, why are you speaking now? Jo Gul glanced at him and replied, then went to explore, and thus came to a conclusion. He stood up, put his hands on his hips, and declared, okay, after all, this is a Flower Mountain outfit, I won't change it even if I die, so the last time I wore nightgown clothes to work, it doesn't matter, this time is different. Jo Gul was helpless and let him continue, okay, that's the root of everything. We need to compromise with the Tang sect, but if we can't then we need to pretend to be people here, hiding our Huashan identity to work. Yoon Jong was a bit curious, he just came here, but he already understood everything. By the way, it seems like you are also from Sichuan, right? I've heard it sounds like that, please tell me. You admit, yes, Baek Shon mumbled, no wonder I know so much. Chung Myong slurped his noodles but still quickly suggested, and it seems like Jo Gul is also the son of some merchant, right? So we just need to go to your family's house and we'll be fine. It's true that beggars are in trouble, and when they're in trouble, there's a senior brother here to help. Why would you let us run around the city looking for information? Do what you're best at, here to help everyone. Jo Gul glanced at him and asked, of course I understand that, but what you said was so hard to hear. He waved his chopsticks and concluded, okay, let's go like that, but it seems like there's something I didn't say. You were also chased away by the family, that's why you came to Hoa Sun Dao, right? You must be afraid to return now, there again. As for Uncle Bok, it seems that he is in the same situation as you two must be very sad, Baek Shon quickly protested, I didn't, I just went to the streets and lakes myself, then went to Hoa Sun to learn martial arts, stop. Okay, that's all, what needs to be done now is that we still have to go to senior brother Jo Gul's house to ask for some information. The person concerned could only sigh and accept, okay, I understand. After finishing the meal, the whole group walked to a ruined mountain gate. Baek Shon looked at it and exclaimed, how come the merchant group is a capital city? It looks like it's almost about to fall. It's true that your family has fallen into ruin, perhaps you're going away because you want to one day have the strength to restore the glory of your family. Okay, let's go there and ask about your parents and brothers. But Jo Gul turned to the side. He pointed at the red wall and said, this side, not that side, but that's where the wall is. However, when he looked closely in that direction, Chung Myung immediately widened his eyes. Not only him, but also his uncle and Yoon Jong gasped. In front is a large family gate. The sign seemed to be covered in glittering gold. He shouted, "What is this? Where is this place that looks so terrible? This is your house, right?" "Oh my God, brother." Chung Myung was filled with emotion, holding his face. His sparkling eyes looked at him and said, "Without saying anything, I know that your family's family background is probably the best in this capital. Even though we said it was a house, we still couldn't believe it, even doubted life. We couldn't think, how could your house be this big? To be honest, Joe Gul, I love you. Is this meeting your family's house, or is your family just a servant here? Nonsense, this is our house." Chung Myung looked at Joe Gul as if radiating a halo of light behind him and lamented, looking at that stupid face, "I didn't think he was the young master of such a rich family." "Whatever you say, every person's face shows on the outside, right? Looking at you like that, no one would say you're the son of a rich young man, really." Joe Gul finally couldn't help but grabbed him and scolded him, "I want to die, Chung Myung." Yoon Jong also agreed, "Before you said your company was just a small company, nothing outstanding, so now suddenly like this, no one can believe it," he argued, "so you still don't believe it after seeing it with your own eyes." He pouted, hinting, "Well, I was just asking, look at you, do you think I'm lying?" Chung Myung added again, "This can be basically explained as, you must have been treated poorly, so you left home, right?" This scene is very familiar. Baek Shon immediately appeared and grabbed your hair. He warned, "Hey, Chung Myung, stop teasing." Not at this moment. The door opened, a voice asked, "Who is causing trouble in front of my family's gate?" The large door was pushed with force by two servants. An old servant stepped out. His face was full of stern scolding, "You guys are too bold." But he suddenly widened his eyes, saw Joe Gul and cried out, "Young master, he's the second master, right?" The general manager was so excited that he hugged him and shot continuously, "It's been a long time since I've seen him. I didn't expect him to be so handsome and powerful." Joe Gul quickly said, "Hey general manager, calm down a bit." Away, Yoon Jong and Chung Myung whispered, "Oh, look at how close the two of them are. It seems like they haven't seen each other for a long time." It's true that he patted the young master's horse's butt so enthusiastically. He spoke again, thinking about it, "Did senior brother Yoon Jong hide his identity? You can tell me too, so that in the future you won't be surprised. I'm an orphan, that's right, look at my face, you can't be from a rich family like that." After the big hug, the general gave an order and quickly went in to inform the homeowner that the second young master had returned. "Hurry up." When the servant heard that, he quickly ran inside. Joe Gul pursed her lips and gently tightened her collar. The old man looked at him and said, "The master has been gone for a long time, the homeowner misses him very much, let's quickly go to the palace to meet the homeowner, okay?" Just a few steps in, a couple ran out screaming, exhausted. The woman hugged Joe Gul and cried, "Why don't you leave without writing to me, you heartless child, why don't you just go?" The man next to you couldn't help but wipe his tears. I also said apologetically, "I'm sorry you too." Chung Myung thought to himself, "This is truly a happy family, nothing like me." That night, a banquet table with all kinds of Sichuan specialties was laid out for reception. He looked at it and smiled sarcastically, "So that was it. The fragrant fish is drizzled with hot oil. Shiny plate of roasted chicken." That night, a banquet table with all kinds of Sichuan specialties was laid out for reception. He looked at it and smiled sarcastically, "That's it." Looking at that banquet table, he understood that eating and drinking in Hoa Sun was so miserable. If he could still endure it, "If I were like that, I would have returned home and lived happily. Why would I stay in Hoa Sun?" Joe Gul's hair was now neatly tied into a bun. He explained that since he was a brother in Hoa Sun, everyone had to live frugally the same. When he came out, he stayed at home, but at the master's school, no one counted. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately encountered disdainful looks from the people who left home. "Of course, we are angry." Chung Myung joked again, "Say whatever you want, it seems like every uncle has a family. Why don't you come back home? What are you doing in Hoa Sun ascetic?" "Well, it seems like you were kicked out of the house. I can't go back." Baek Shon angrily gritted his teeth and corrected, "I said I came to Hoa Sun to learn martial arts on my own. No one chased me, understand?" He turned to blame again, but strangely, "Joe Gul, why don't you use some silver to contribute to Hoa Sun, so that our brothers can suffer less? Why do we have to live so miserable?" He corrected, "This is the family's money, it's not mine, you can use it if you want. Where do you think it's going?" Even so, Yoon Jong and Lula Tuat are still stingy and deceitful. Baek Shon sighed and advised, "Okay, everyone calm down, don't talk to him like that anymore, it's all just a misunderstanding, that young brother absolutely didn't want that, now it's all clear to both of you, later we will live a little happier. Chung Myung pouted, okay, if my uncle said so, it would be better, but you two should not defend each other, for now we are temporarily separated, but who would dare to be close to two great masters like you two, man. Having said that, he carried a few plates of food, pretending to drag the other two people out. He shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Stay there, the important thing is that we haven't reached Yunnan yet. After a while, everyone sat peacefully at the table to enjoy. Chung Myung chewed his cheeks and asked, okay, what did your father say? Joe Gul bowed his head and replied, I haven't said anything yet, what's wrong? The thing is. He hesitated for a long time before twiddling his fingers and recounting, I promised that early last year I would return to the family to help my father, but now the deadline has passed, and I'm still wandering around with you guys, So why don't you come back when the time comes? Oh well. It was your appearance, Chung Myung. That was my inner thought, but on the outside he just told me that everything was like that. This time when I came back, my father probably thought I was coming back, but that wasn't the case, so I didn't dare say anything, with all parents. Chung Myung frankly proposed, okay, then let us tell you if there's anything. Joe Gul immediately refused, no, my father won't listen to anything you say, I still want to follow everyone there, Van Nam Company, but doesn't want to stay in the family yet. He heard that and muttered, wondering why a big guy like you was so interested in that. Yoon Jong also agreed and wondered, well, this is a bit difficult to understand. The two of them whispered in agreement, just looking at it, you know, brother Joe Gul's merchant group, no less than the benefactor of the merchant group, at a glance you can tell how wealthy his family is. A person like that should stay at home, enjoy your happiness. Looking back and forth, I see that he is quite similar to the captain of that merchant company, he is truly a wealthy man. So I still want to stay in your family. Everyone nodded, yes, I also think so. Joe Gul got angry but still had to hold back, okay, you say it again, I have decided to follow everyone already. The palanquin breathed heavily. Uncle, after eating soon, I will go talk to my parents about my desire to go to Yunnan. He nodded and said, okay, everything depends on me, our trip to Yunnan. What happens, how to get purple herbs, it all depends on you, surely your father will know a few things about these things. If there's anything difficult to talk about, just tell us, if there's anything we can do to help, we'll help you, he nodded firmly. Later, after finishing the meal, Joe Gul came to talk to his father. He was so surprised that he asked again, why, it's been many years since I returned to the family home, why do I want to ask for directions to Yunnan? Is that so? You understand what a place like Van Nam is, right? He replied, I know too, why do you ask? Before, you promised to come back here to help me, now a year has passed, you didn't stay, but why do you want to continue? So what do you mean? He silently accepted the scolding, sighing in his heart, things are hard to talk about like this, so I don't want to go home. Joe Gul was full of determination and expressed, Father, I must go to Yunnan with everyone. Father Chu tried to dissuade me, I need you to stay to help me, learning martial arts is enough. You protested, but there is already an elder helping your father, what are you talking about? Our family tradition is that all members must help, to maintain business, have you forgotten? But you promised the sect master that you would go to Yunnan with everyone, okay, that's good, so you're telling me it's nothing. He was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table, reproachfully, and stopped saying anything. Before that, you always wanted to be stronger, wanted to go to a place without the pressure of business and commerce to reflect, so I let you go to Hoa Sun, because I believe you will learn many things about life there, about hardships, then think again, now you have grown up, but still want to stay in Hoa Sun, leave and not return to the family. This is my home, where there are family members who raised me, but I don't care, I only care about my flowers, I've only been there for a few years, but I've already forgotten everyone in the family. Child, I understand you too, but you also have to understand me, how could I let you go there to live in such misery? After listening, Joe Gul still begged steadfastly, Father, please show me how to get to Yunnan. The sub-Chu gasped and couldn't say anything. He explained, I promised the sect master, so I will do my best to complete this task. If I cannot do this, then what else can I do in the future? Father, please understand me just this one more time. He was stunned, son. Then sighed again. He stood up and walked towards the door. After a while, the side move stopped, he did not turn away but said, I understand. But to be honest, I don't know how to get to Yunnan safely, so. Joe Gould lazily recounted, I noticed while walking on the road, Yunnan pu'er tea is being sold here. In our association we also trade that type of tea. Of course there must be a trade route from when Yunnan came here, that type of tea appeared here. No matter how much the southern barbarian beast palace blocks the Chamber of Commerce, there are still other trade routes. That's what the priest meant, right? The priest turned around in shock and said, I understand. Yes, I understand a little now. Of course for profit, everyone will do it, so there are many people from Yunnan who still come here to trade, so I hope Father will let me go with our trading group this time. I will be in charge of the household returning and being a porter is also fine. The model suddenly appeared, no good. What is your status? Why do you take such risks? What do you think your parents are like, letting you go to such a place? I don't allow it, please give up that idea. Joe Gould turned to look at her. He decided to stand up and walk towards his mother. He raised her hand with both hands to express, Mother. Someone said before that if you want to be successful, if you want to lead a business to success, you have to take risks. Therefore, how can I avoid all these challenges and stay in my parents' protective arms forever? I have already decided this. I hope my mother allows me. It seemed like he was convinced, but the mother still worriedly asked, I really don't understand why you have to go to such an extent. Father Chu said, so you mean you really have to go there? Yes. So what if I still object? He replied firmly, if so, I will still go with my Huashan brothers, heading to Yunnan in my own way. The room suddenly became quiet. Dad looked at me. I looked at Dad again. In the end, the sub-move sighed in compromise, my child. I have grown up. Okay, let's talk later. I need to meet your brothers to see if they are really people I can trust and entrust my son's life to them. He was confused and was about to say. Then he interrupted, this is my final concession to you, if you still don't agree, then leave. Joe Gould had no choice but to accept, but he still hesitantly asked softly, but can Father ignore one person? Why? A while later, in the reception room, everyone had gathered. Master Zhao said, that's the way it is, that's why I invited you here to meet. Everyone can talk comfortably like at home, okay. Baek Shon politely stood up, clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am the one in charge of leading the Hoa Sun group. Second generation disciple Baek Shon respectfully greets the group leader. We have come here unexpectedly, so is there anything? If you make the group leader happy, I hope you will forgive me. Chu's father looked at him in surprise and silently assessed. A person with a handsome appearance, strong temperament, complete rituals, knowing first and knowing later, this person's character is really very good. Hoa Sun truly has many talented people, even though their situation is not the same as before. He looked at the two of them again, then looked at Chung Myung who was sitting and smiling foolishly, his saliva flowing because he saw something. He asked, oh, is that your brother? Baek Shon smiled wryly and said, don't worry about what that kid is doing, he's ignorant and doesn't know anything. That's it. It turns out all this time, Chung Myung's eyes were staring at the bottles of wine on the table. Generous, looks delicious. Back to the main topic, he opened the question, you want to ask about our situation and our desire to go to Yunnan, right? The master of the group sighed and replied, that's right. He let out a sigh. My son had no letters, so I was very happy to suddenly return, but I didn't expect him to want to go to Yunnan, so as his father, I couldn't help but think and worry. Everyone knows that Yunnan is a very dangerous place, so the reason I invited you to this place, to be honest, is to see if you can trust me to entrust my children to you. Baek Shon glanced at Joe Gould who was bowing her head. Occasionally he would look up and say, you don't need to worry about that, okay? He expressed that if you say so, I also understand that no one wants their son to have to take risks. He stopped for a moment. Then make a decision yourself that leaves someone stunned. So I won't let Joe Gould go with me to Yunnan. Joe Gould quickly stood up and questioned his uncle. Why do you say that? I will go with you to Yunnan. You can't go there without me, even if I die, I have to go there. You can't leave me here, okay? Okay, sit down first. Uncle, please sit down. He stopped. Finally, I had to sit down, but still determined to say, I promised the master that I would complete the mission to go to Yunnan this time. Even if my uncle doesn't let me go, I still have to do it, follow that person. Baek Shon said, you're thinking too much, yes. Do you think if the sect master knew about this, he would let me go to Yunnan Bay? Whatever you say, no matter how important your master is, how can you forget your family's grave? How can you break the promise you made to your parents because of that? Joe Gould wanted to explain, that's it. Chung Myung suddenly spoke up and interjected, morality is just for show, morality is up to you, you do what you want, that is religion. Baek Shon frowned and reminded, Chung Myung, don't say that, it's okay. What do you mean? He analyzed. What do you think, uncle, if he hadn't come with us to Yunnan, wouldn't it have been much harder for us? Why would we stop him for that reason? He emphasized, say whatever you want, this is Joe Gul's family matter. He objected again, but now we also have to complete this arduous task for Hoa Sun's sake. No one can decide these two things for Joe Gul, the master or the family, it's up to him to choose, even if his uncle has a higher status than him. It can't be because of that, I can decide for Joe Gul, he will decide everything in his mind. The matter is clear, what is the senior brother going to do? When asked unexpectedly, Joe Gul wondered, did Chung Myung mean that I can decide for myself? That's right, but if you want to get to Yunnan, you also need my family's help. Chung Myung angrily grabbed the bottle of wine on the table. Then he brought it to his mouth and took a long sip. Having finished drinking, he placed the wine bottle firmly on the table. If you have something to say, just say it, think first and do something later that makes you so tired. At least when we get there, we will still be here. No matter how powerful and dangerous the wild beasts are in the palace, I will just fight them once, so you don't need to worry about being in danger when you go with everyone. Joe Gul looked at him. Then suddenly a smile appeared. It's true, like Chung Myung said, we have been with Chung Myung many times, with him we can rest assured. Silently thinking for a while, he made a decision, son. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. The general manager rushed in to report, homeowner. What's up? There's work. At this time outside the house, it seemed like someone was coming. On these people's hands, it seems like some skin color has turned black. The old manager announced that a guest has arrived. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce can be said to be the top merchant guild in the capital, so if you want to come here to bother the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, there are only two types of people. The first, of course, is the person who wants to come to do business. The three people standing in front of the house gate have now entered. Despite the servants' resistance, you cannot enter the Chamber of Commerce, please step back, let us go in and report to the guildmaster. The man walked up the stairs. Regardless of the warnings, you cannot go in there, stop, your subordinates will go and report to the merchant. The leader of the troop then quickly ran out to give orders and everyone retreated. Hearing that, the group obediently retreated. Patriarch Chu gasped and looked at the person in front of him, that person was Overflow Road. He stopped walking. Seeing him coming, he quickly bowed. The young knight came to our merchant guild that night, it was a strange thing, he also politely responded, paying his respects to the homeowner. Duong Tram is the fifth son of the Duong family. In the Duong sect, he is also one of the people with great power. However, I don't know why he came here at midnight. Of course, when it comes, nothing good will happen, the homeowner silently gulped. On the surface, he was still welcoming. Our high Chamber of Commerce was honored to welcome you, but the night you came here, I, as the homeowner, was a little surprised. What was the reception that was not as expected? Hope, sir, forgive us. Duong Tran laughed and nodded. We bothered the homeowner last night, there was indeed something wrong, this was also due to my aggressiveness. If there's anything wrong, I hope the homeowner doesn't blame me. Hugh wins, why do you say that? He suddenly pointed out the name, second young master. I heard that he had returned from a period of hard training outside, filled with fear. How could he be so quick? Did the Tang family already know the news? Even in the capital, it's only half a day, their information is so quick. It showed that someone in the family had secretly informed the Tang Mon. The Duong Tram still gently asked, is it true that he has returned? He quickly replied, yes, that's right, it's true that my son just returned this morning, truly fortunate. The second young master of the two High Chamber of Commerce is a talented person that our sect always wants to recruit as a disciple. Before, the homeowner let him join another sect. Our master was very sorry. The more he heard these words, the more uneasy the owner became. He mentioned the sect master, this is troublesome, this is not something that can be talked about for fun, what is their intention to come to us now? Duong Tran continued to say, before that, we knew that the second young master had joined the Hoa Sun sect, but I still didn't believe it. Now that he's back, I'm here to confirm it. I also want to see if he's okay. What did he learn at Hoa Sun? And wanted to see why he chose Hoa Sun instead of our Tang Mon. Now that we're here, we have to confirm what we're wondering about before we can leave with peace of mind. The owner of the Hoa family is full of fear. I didn't think it would happen so quickly, I predicted this would happen. Tang sect can be said to be the #1 sect in the city, All powerful sons of recent families who are attracted to the sect must join the sect as disciples, but joining does not mean learning all martial arts. From ancient times until now, only direct descendants of the family have been able to learn top-level martial arts. In addition, in order to keep those secrets from spreading, the females in the family cannot learn those techniques. Only men can learn hidden weapons and esoteric poison techniques. Even the direct female children were not allowed to learn, while the descendants of other families who joined the sect only learned some cat-scratching martial arts. By controlling the descendants of that family according to his will, forcing them to go there to learn martial arts, but in the end they ended up not learning anything at all. From the above things, those families become weaker and weaker, and it can be considered that those families will gradually become a small branch completely dependent on the clan. Of course, Joe Gould saw it and didn't want to join the clan. When he was young, the boy asked, "Why do I have to become a puppet for them to control like that?" He looked at his son at that time and thought, of course I already knew that, and let Joe Gould do as he wished. If I let my son join the sect, then in the future the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will gradually become a power dependent on the clan. To not depend on the clan, you just need to let your son go away from them and find another force to join. That force must be very far away from the gate. They cannot reach it, and Joe Gould chose Hoa-san as a place to study and practice for himself. That is the most suitable place for Joe Gould in his current situation. Returning to this time, he spoke up to explain. Tang Xiaoxia had misunderstood a bit. Hoa-san was a declining sect, so there was nothing comparable to Tang Mon, because his son wanted to go away to study tigers and also wanted to went there to experience. That's why I agreed to let him join Hoa-san. Duong Tran interrupted, that's not certain. Hoa-san's decline happened in the past. Homeowner, recently, I heard that they are planning to revive. You know this, homeowner? Could it be that you didn't know the information about Hoa-san when your son was training there? Recently, their reputation has spread throughout the world. Everyone knows them. The third-generation disciples include Joe Gould, and the second-generation disciples are represented by Baek Shon. Who doesn't know them? He couldn't help but panic when he heard that. Even though he knew that Joe Gould had returned, how could he know clearly that all the Hoa-san members who accompanied Joe Gould had returned? He spoke as if he had investigated very thoroughly. So according to what he said, Joe Gould is one of the disciples of Hoa-san famous in the world. Can my son do that? Duong Toan asked for more meals, especially Hoa-san Tan Long. I heard that this time when he came back, there was Hoa-san Tan Long accompanying him back to the house. Is that right, Patriarch? I don't dare to compare with Hoa-san Tan Long, but as a martial artist, how can I sit still and not come and ask about him? Chu was confused. Hoa-san Tan Long. Does that mean he also came here with his son? In his mind, the image of Baek Shon appeared. It was definitely that. So what do you mean by Teo Hayup Street, Hoa-san Tan Long, Baek Shon? He laughed mockingly. What is the homeowner saying? Are you serious? It seems like you are too focused on business, but there are many things in the Central Plains that you don't know about. Maybe the homeowner saw me coming here at night and wanted to make fun of me? Mr. Chung Myong, I wouldn't dare make fun of the young knight. He smiled faintly and said, but who it is, we will find out later. In general, right now, I represent the Tomb Path and want to meet with the Hoa-san disciples. Can you tell them that I am standing out here waiting for them? Patriarch Chu secretly looked inside, silently struggling inside. What should I do now? The Tang sect in this capital is a powerful and unstoppable force. But now, those Huashan disciples are also Joe Gould's senior brothers. How can we put them in danger? They are guests and benefactors of my son. I cannot do anything wrong to them. However, Duong Toom was already standing outside, baring his fangs and waiting for me, how to deal with this situation satisfactorily. Thinking for a while, he had to flexibly make an excuse. I understand what the young knight said, but now they are tired from the journey. It is night again, they are resting. If there is anything they will lack tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, Duong Tran chuckled and said, what do you mean they have gone to sleep? How could that be possible? Could it be that Huashan martial artists are so lazy? He stammered, they were tired from the journey. He smiled dangerously and emphasized, homeowner, I told you, I'm here to represent the sect to meet them. Why do you want to stop me? That would be confronting our clan. Why are you talking so much? I don't dare. The atmosphere quickly fell silent. The servants in the yard even secretly swallowed their saliva in fear. Patriarch Chu clenched his hands until they trembled. Duong Tran regained his gentle appearance and said, what I said was a bit hasty, I didn't mean to threaten you, that. But if I come here and don't meet the Hoa-san disciples, I won't go back anywhere. I know they're still there, and hide and don't want to come out here to see me. At this moment, the noise came. Behind the door there seemed to be an argument. The sound of Baek Shon rings out from time to time. Hold on Chung Myong, that's the Sichuan Street Gate, the tombmaster said if there's nothing going on, don't make trouble. Finally, the door was kicked open again. Patriarch Chu panicked and looked in the direction of the flying door. Seeing it pass by the crowd of people, luckily no one was hit. Duong Tran frowned as he looked at the door resting on the ground. And from inside, the culprit Chung Myong kicked the door out, raised his neck and took a long sip of wine. He went up first. Then he slowly turned his head to ask, "Sir?" Chung Myong asked in a drunken drawl and bossily, "Who are you? But coming here at night to bother us so much, you probably want to die." Duong Tran looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Was he crazy? Hoa Sun Sect. Chung Myong raised his beak and said goodbye. Have all the brats these days thrown all their decency to the dogs? Who do you think you are? Asking someone's name before identifying yourself is basic etiquette. Really, it really makes people angry. Yoon Jong quickly smiled and explained, "Unfortunately, the boy was too drunk. Sorry everyone." Baek Shon grabbed his hand and urged him, "Come on, come inside quickly." Chung Myong, that's right, hearing this name, he was stunned. Chung Myong. That guy is Hoa Sun Tan Long. Chung Myong, the assistant also doubts life. What, Hoa Sun Tan Long is that him? Chung Myong struggled and screamed, "Let me go, who is calling me?" The two quickly held him tight and said, No one called you, you heard wrong, go inside first, Chung Myong. I'm sure I just heard someone calling. He broke free and turned back to the door and said, I'm back, what's going on? Duong Tran bowed slightly in greeting, I was rude just now, I am Duong Tran of the Sichuan Duong family. He raised his voice and said sarcastically, Tang family, is that the Tang family in Sichuan? No, the Tang family we know is at least an educated group of people who know how to be polite. How can an educated group of people barge into someone's house in the middle of the night demanding to hand them over? Damn it, the Tang family that I know is probably all dead, replaced by other clans. Not letting him continue talking, Yoon Jong slapped him hard in the face and shouted, his mouth is so dirty, there. This mouth, Baek Shon apologized on behalf of us, we have already seen the ceremony. I am Baek Shon of Hoa Sun. He was surprised. Baek Shon. Are you a Hoa Chin sword? If so, then you are the one who defeated the sword dragon of the martial arts. He humbly replied, that's too much praise, but I am indeed called by that nickname. Duong Tran was secretly happy, finally someone could talk to him. He said, you must have heard everything from behind, so I won't repeat it too long. There are many things related to Mr. Zhao and the Tang sect, so I just want to confirm, what did you learn from Hoa Sun? Right here, right now. Call the master out here, that's all I want. Baek Shon couldn't help but frown and silently assess that even though they weren't royalty, the royal family in Sichuan wanted to act like kings. Rumor had it that the Sichuan Tang family ruled this city like kings. Sure enough, is the truth. If you dodge clumsily, it is likely that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and Zhou Gul will pay a heavy price. If so. At this time, Zhou Gul suddenly walked out, his uncle. His eyes looked up. He came out and suggested, I will show up. Baek Shon asked awkwardly, little masterpiece, this is the end. I found my voice a bit loud. He covered his mouth and approached him to ask quietly, what exactly is going on? I don't understand. Zhou Gul explained, this is the rule of people living in the capital, and it happened because of the reputation of flowers. The paint resonated far away. They don't want the powerful families in the capital to escape the control of the royal family. If they leave me alone, the sons of other families can also go to famous sects outside to study, and will escape the control of the royal family, so they want to humiliate us in this way, to eliminate the seed from the beginning. Even if you say that, you can hear it. This is the rule of Sichuan, also the rule of Tang sect. Things are a little different from other places. If Hoa Sun interferes in this matter, things will become even more complicated. Please leave this matter to me. Baek Shon frowned slightly, thinking about something. He suddenly stepped forward and said, okay, wait for me a moment. Yes, uncle. He went down, stood facing the other three Tang sect guys and said, I want to see, how do you intend to verify my master? Tang Tran smiled and replied, asking too much, isn't it too obvious? What other method is there for a martial artist to verify another martial artist? Of course we have to fight ourselves, Bak Tian asked, that is, you want to verify the strength of Chu Kiet, the second young master of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and also a disciple of Hoa Sun, and then declare it. He announced that result to the people in the capital, so he asked to meet the master. That's right. He replied, this is the Sichuan Tang family's affairs, we will not allow any interference. Of course, we in Huashan have no intention of interfering in the Sichuan Tang family's affairs. It's just, there's a little problem. What's the problem? He expressed that we have no intention of intervening, but aren't the people here saying they want to verify the trick, so what's the problem? The problem of that strength. What? You dare to test the third-generation disciples of Hoa Sun. I will test your strength first, isn't that fair? Come here, let me test your strength first, otherwise, don't you dare lay a finger on my junior brother. This is Huashan's matter, we will not allow any interference. Chiu Kiet called out in panic, his uncle. Chung Myong, who was being grabbed by the arm, burst out laughing. I was told not to cause trouble, but I ended up causing trouble. The sect is truly in chaos. Duong Tran gritted his teeth. Had the Hoa Sun people gone crazy? Huashan considers the Tang family a joke. Hoa Sun seems to be a formidable sect. In order to protect a disciple, you dare to block my sect's path. Do you think you can bear the consequences? Bak Tian shrugged and smiled and replied, Hoa Sun always protects his disciples without any calculation. That must be the top priority, so there is no need to think twice, because it is obvious that we must do. It seems that the family is not like that. And although it is unlikely to happen, even if this incident causes the Huashan sect to be destroyed because of this, there will not be a single disciple who will blame me, that is the Huashan sect. Behind, Yun Zhong and Lula Tuat muttered again, I'll blame you, uncle, really? Chung Myong smiled happily, he planned to do it all alone. Let me go, he was secretly annoyed, you damn masters, at this point you can't keep your mouth shut. Chung Myong suddenly asked, but why are uncles fighting? From now on, the senior uncle has been rushing forward, but this is the matter of recruiting the senior brother. I know you have ambitions in these things, but you're already cool enough, and very cool, but now you have to give your skillful senior brother a chance to show off. It's been a long time since he last saw his ancestors. Bak Tian frowned, that kid, what do you mean by a Tang family? The Tang family is famous for their poisons and hidden weapons, even experienced masters have difficulty confronting them, even a small mistake can be life-threatening. Their martial arts are so dangerous, but in order to recruit people with little experience in actual combat, they fight against famous people in the field. He asked worriedly, isn't that too dangerous? He reassured, it's okay, people say, fierce tigers even push their children into the abyss to educate them. That's why we say superior. Chung Myong was now released, he held the bottle of wine and stood still. I realized that in most sects in the world, protecting someone is not always good. If you want to protect someone, if the junior defenders do everything for them, it's the same as depriving them of experience and opportunities. Master, do you think you're that weak in recruiting senior brother? Brother, you absolutely won't lose. At least with these thugs. Looking at his confident and affirming smile. Bak Tian suddenly realized that what Chung Myong said showed his trust in Chiu Kiet, that's for sure. As expected, I probably had some vague doubts about Chiu Kiet's strength, already. Chung Myong drank and grumbled, if he lost, he wouldn't be able to do it. I had put in so much effort and fed him so many onions. He sighed, speechless, if it weren't for that last sentence, I would have been a little moved, that's it. You turned around and said to Chiu Kiet, right, senior brother. He looked at him, thoughts suddenly came to him, Chung Myong, if Chung Myong were to come forward, then maybe this matter could be resolved easily, but until when? When will it come? Only then can we escape Chung Myong's shadow. We can't always rely on Chung Myong to solve everything. I don't want to be a burden to Hoa Sun. I know that right now I can't compare to Chung Myong. If I had that thought in my mind, I probably wouldn't have followed you to Yunnan, but at least we want to be useful. That is the minimum condition for us to be able to walk alongside everyone. Don't lose, this is not such a problem. This is a matter between me and the Sichuan Tang family, so I have to resolve it myself, that's all. Seemingly having made up his mind, Chiu Kiet spoke up, his uncle. I understand what my uncle said, but this is something I have to deal with. Bak Tian looked straight at him and asked, can you do it? He smiled and replied, I am also a disciple of Hoa Sun. Hearing that, he smiled. The hand patted his shoulder firmly as if expressing trust. Go away. Chiu Kiet stepped forward. Duong Tran was surprised. What about you? He asked. Wasn't the person you wanted from the beginning. So isn't it ethical for me to fight you? He was successfully angered by you. From his sleeve, he took out a glove and put it on. When Patriarch Chu saw it, he couldn't help but be startled. That was it. Wearing the green leather punch flute is a sign that you will use poison. and is also a warning that you will not be lenient with your opponent in the match. No, we have to stop it, the child is in danger. He turned pale and stammered, young Master Tang, this. Chu Q emphasized loudly, father. He was shocked and exhausted. He explained that this was not only the business of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, but also the business of Hoa-san. Parents, please trust and wait for me. He looked at his son like that. Finally, unwillingly, I closed my eyes and accepted. Chu Q raised his hand to untie his original bun, tying it back into his previous style. He also changed his clothes neatly, opened his shirt to reveal his chest, and made up his mind, Sichuan Tang family. There was a time when the name Tang family was a symbol of fear and terror for me, like an insurmountable wall, like a curse. It has always hung over my head since I was born, the son of a merchant in the capital. But now it's different. You ask what I learned from Hoa-san. So much that it cannot be expressed in words. He drew his sword with vigor. I will show you through this sword. On the other side, Duong Tran has finished wearing the green envelope fist and flute. He raised his head, clasped his hands together and bowed his head in a ritual to greet his opponent. The martial arts competition between the two is about to begin. Duong Tran silently clasped his hands behind his shirt. Zhou Gul was full of concentration. In his opponent's eyes, his image was clearly reflected. The hand wearing the green envelope fist moved slightly. Suddenly, the junior brothers Duong Tran and Duong Hao spoke up and suggested, elder brother, why should you use a buffalo knife to kill a chicken? Let me go. If Hoa Chin Kiem hasn't taken action yet and you've already gone into battle, I'm afraid it's not good. He thought. Then I took off the envelope and moved it aside. I didn't forget to warn you before, absolutely don't hold back, of course. Zhou Gul's opponent changed, Tang Hao came out to fight. His hand was still tucked inside his sleeve, his movements were identical to the previous move. His hand was still tucked inside his sleeve, his movements were identical to the previous move. Zhou Gul observed carefully, strange posture, both hands hidden in his sleeves. Although he had never personally witnessed the Sichuan Tang family's martial artists, everyone had heard of this special hidden weapon. Appeared, there was no offensive appearance. At first glance it didn't seem very dangerous, but if you clearly know their characteristics, you absolutely cannot ignore these legal fees, because all of their hidden weapons were released from their sleeves. He bowed and introduced, at the lower Tang Hao, the Sichuan Tang family. He also politely replied, Hoa-san, Zhou Gul. He saw your attitude and felt a bit annoyed. You arrogant brat, your eyes really make me uncomfortable. Today I will amputate one of your arms. Thinking about it, he lowered his center of gravity. Rushed towards Zhou Gul. Zhou Gul still stood there proudly. Tang Hao's face smiled fiercely. With a wave of his hand, 3 jets of hidden energy seemed to shoot out from his sleeve. Zhou Gul was still standing there, his eyes observing with utmost concentration. Duong Hao chuckled smugly. Dozens of silver needles, as thin as buffalo hair, flew in front of people's eyes without anyone even noticing, ending in just one move. However, he was too happy too soon. Right after that, Zhou Gul suddenly moved. A perfect swing of his sword sent all the oxhair needles flying away. Tang Hao gasped. But it doesn't stop there. He continued to bounce his feet into the air. Moving at a fast speed, he skillfully swung his sword to cut off his hidden weapon. He got closer and closer, and just a few seconds later, the sword was firmly on Duong Hao's neck. This blow sent him tumbling backwards and hitting the supporting pillar. Duong Tran rolled his eyes. Father Chiu and the general manager both gasped. Baek Shon breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course, Duong Hao was beaten until he was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. A quiet atmosphere prevailed. Zhou Gul suddenly turned his head and looked straight ahead. He grinned provocatively. Then say next. A certain young knight is still frozen, just one move. After all, Duong Hao is the son of the head of the Duong family. Although he is not a top expert, he has mastered the dark weapon techniques of the Duong family, so how could he be defeated so easily? Yet, Duong Hao was defeated in just one move. Not a single superfluous movement, just a blink of an eye, to be exact, a split second, due to negligence. No, it's meaningless to say anything now. Grasping your opponent's loopholes is also a form of strength. On the other side, Zhou Gul moved his hand holding the sword in secret joy. The Sichuan Tang family, once a strong wall that I could not overcome, was also a burden that stuck with me all my life. But just now, broke that wall. A high-pitched voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. What's next? He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked over. Chung Myung joked again, looking for a cross to come. That sounds so scary. That's next, just pretending. Next, Joe Gould blushed and turned away. No more dealing with these people, don't turn back, absolutely don't turn back. He stabilized his mood, then turned to the sword and asked, are you planning to attack? I've given you enough time to think. The guy was so angry that he was about to show his face, but this kid dared. An arm suddenly reached up to block him. Brother, Duong Tran ordered to retreat, but that guy. He shot a cold look at Joe Gould thinking, the strength of Duong Hao and Duong Min was not much different. If Duong Hao's defeat was not due to luck, Duong Min would also have difficulty avoiding the same outcome. He said, you are not his opponent, quickly take Duong Hao down, understand? After giving instructions, Duong Tran himself went up to fight, apologizing for his brother's rudeness. However, I am different from them, you should be careful. Joe Gould silently looked at him and evaluated him, feeling his strength. Before he could think, his body instinctively tensed up. The 5 great families, unlike other sects, they only have a few elites. Among them, if they are masters such as the second great disciple of martial arts, or even more masters. Sword Dragon, to deal with him, I'm afraid we need the martial Sword Dragon to personally attack. In other words, I am currently facing the Sword Dragon that my uncle once fought. So nervous, no, I should say excited. How much stronger I have become, thinking about being able to verify it, I can't help but feel excited and tremble. Chung Myung suddenly shouted, hey, senior brother. It's already boring to talk about, why do you keep going back and forth and forgetting? How many times have I been told, on the battlefield, whoever provokes is the first to die, why don't you listen, or do you want to die that much? So why don't you put your head down in a basin of water and die, why do you like to die at the hands of others? The words were like a knife piercing Joe Gould's chest, but they were enough for him to focus. Am I crazy, so nervous and excited in front of the enemy, just because I want to test my own strength? Concentration, the essence of Hoa mountain swordsmanship, lies in the subtlety of the sword tip. That's right, Joe Gould took a deep breath and exhaled. He held the sword tightly facing forward, only by completely controlling the sword could he exert its full power. Only complete control of the sword. Keep a cool head. The heart must also be cold. Cold, colder. Joe Gould concentrated, closed his eyes to meditate for a long time, and finally turned back to serious mode. Chung Myung clicked his tongue, he had to say it before he could remember. Baek Shon glanced at him, he thought to himself. If he had done it himself, things would have been simpler, but instead of choosing that easy way, he chose to suppress his insecurity and patiently observe until the end. Young birds will never be able to mature if they continue to hide under the mother bird's wings. If you're afraid your children will stumble or fall into the water, you don't dare let them get close to the riverbank. Then the children will never know how to swim. Let go, even though you are worried and insecure, you still have to trust and let go. That is the correct way to train. At this point, he suddenly smiled, yes. I thought I was better at leading my disciples than he was, but I was still far behind. I trust my disciples, and trust the Huashan disciples. I trust him. Duong Chan had been observing Joe Gould's every move, and couldn't help but admire his ability to concentrate. No, perhaps it has gone beyond concentration and reached the realm of selflessness. Can I concentrate to that extent? Cannot, at least for now. But concentration is just a means to increase strength, it doesn't mean much, in the face of overwhelming strength. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand. The movement of waving the hidden weapon was exactly like Tang Hao, but the momentum and power seemed superior. Joe Gould quickly leaned forward to avoid it. He was surprised, it was so fast. The last attack was so fast that there was no time to react. The hidden weapon he had just dodged was just a lure. As soon as Joe Gould lost his balance, 2 more hidden weapons flew towards him. Only a few millimeters away from his eyes. The upper line grinned proudly. In a moment that seemed like it was over. But suddenly, Joe Gould reacted. He used his sword to stick into the ground as a leg, and his whole body fell straight back. Next, he put his hands on the ground, raised his arms to hold the sword, and sent the 2 blades flying away. But even so, he was still not safe now, because on the other side, the sword continued to release poisonous gas. Joe Gould couldn't help but exclaim. His movements were neat and his speed was amazingly fast. Although it was just a simple flying knife technique, using internal force, it had reached a terrifying level of perfection. Most importantly, he seemed to know in advance which direction I would dodge, and continuously attacked. Even if the flying knife was not poisoned, with that speed and accuracy. Just one hit and you'll lose your life. Joe Gul thought a bit. At this time, Duong Tran threw 5 knives at once. Joe Gul had to admit, strong, that guy was indeed a strong man. But he stabilized his body balance and quickly stomped his feet on the ground to create momentum. Then suddenly rushed straight towards the flying knife. In this moment, he suddenly remembered the time of practice in the past, when he used a stone to tie the sword, and had to use one hand to hold it firmly. Chung Myung once said, "Don't be afraid. The sword is your arm. Remember carefully." Martial arts from the Hoa Sun school put all its essence into the exquisiteness of the sword's tip. Just need to completely control the sword. It can make apricot blossoms bloom. Returning to the present, before his opponent had struck, Joe Gul did not hesitate to raise his sword back to prepare for the attack. Strong opponent. Dangerous. So what? The apricot blossoms of the Hoa Sun sect, even in storms or cold snow, still proudly bloom. Regardless of the situation, apricot flowers will bloom. My sweat. My efforts. Bloom. At this moment, a familiar bright pink light appeared, along with blooming apricot petals flying in the wind. Shu homeowner and Baek Shon were extremely surprised. Chung Myung smiled slightly. And Joe Gul, swinging his sword at the hidden weapon in front of him, secretly screamed and bloomed, 7 apricot sword my wallflower. A brilliant move that lights up the sky. Light flower petals flew across the blade's body, gently but enough to make them lose their strength. The swords fell one by one, the aura of the 7 swords also disappeared. Joe Gul was happy, it passed through. But when he raised his head to look at his opponent, Duong Tran was still focusing his internal strength on the only remaining sword. He was stunned, that was it. 11 flying knives. I've heard it before, the 11th flying knife. The Tang family's flying knife technique uses 11 flying knives. The 11th flying knife will steal the opponent's soul in the blink of an eye. Slowly. Very slowly, incredibly slow, as if it would never hit the ground. Joe Gul was in the air, he looked at the sword, but it's coming. It will definitely come. Joe Gul was sweating, his concentration peaked, staring at the tip of that knife. It's scary are the words echoing in Joe Gul's head right now. It was as if he was hypnotized by it. Suddenly his eyes widened. His eyes clearly showed the image of Joe Gul. Got it. Just waiting for that moment, he launched the 11th throwing knife with the power of a cannon straight towards Joe Gul. He quickly jumped up, swung his sword and slashed it. But the flying knife seemed to have a gravitational force. Not only did it not change direction, it continued to fly straight towards him. He tilted his head, but it still cut his neck. Fresh blood shot out, he also lost his balance and fell down. It seemed like it was over, but at the end, Joe Gul used her feet to balance and stand on the ground. He jumped towards the runway, the aura of the sword flower appeared again. Without letting him react, he raised his sword and stabbed straight down in front of the road. He widened his eyes at the scene before him. Why is the apricot flower? Joe Gul's sword pierced Tang Chan's hair, close to his jugular artery. Apricot flowers still fly in space. He stood motionless and watched. And he was breathing heavily because he was tired. But quickly calmed down and said, next. He pulled out his sword and held it to his neck, saying, you probably won't be able to continue fighting anymore. Anyway, we won. Apricot petals are flying in the sky. Duong Tran remained motionless, looking at the flying apricot blossoms. After a moment of failure, he finally reacted and lowered his eyes, defeated. A complete failure with absolutely no excuses. Shu still couldn't believe what he just saw. How was it possible? My son, masterpiece, has won. Talented, that's right, he has talent in swordsmanship, but we know better than anyone else, that talent is just a little better than ordinary people, nothing special. Yet my son. Defeated again. The name of that street. Joe Gul happily turned around to show off his victory. Uncle, I won. He suddenly felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The whole person tilted. Baek Shon and Yoon Jong were full of worry and quickly ran out. Before staggering down, Joe Gul was even confused. Why suddenly, my eyes? It's dark like this. He fell, but luckily Baek Shon was able to catch him. Now that he realized it, he asked, Uncle, why are you bleeding so much? I felt a bit dizzy. Suddenly, a beautiful hand touched the wound on his neck and said, stop talking. Lu Latuit used her internal energy to treat him. She pressed the injured area tightly to stop the bleeding, and kept muttering, "Blood, don't drink." Chung Myong slowly walked over and scoffed, "Oh my God." Even though he said so, he still raised his hand and placed his hand on 3 acupuncture points on his senior brother's neck. The blood then stopped flowing, and Lula too had also removed his hand. Chung Myong looked at the wound, constantly rubbing salt with words, "Wow, this move, if you only need to penetrate half an inch deeper, you will meet the king of hell." The 2 Baek Shon immediately shouted. The dog's mouth spat out ivory. "I told you it was a good word," he pouted, "I was just telling the truth." Suddenly, Chung Myong suddenly realized that Joe Ghoul was smiling again, so he asked, "What's up?" But he also quickly realized that when he defeated the martial arts disciples, even when he had the mixed element pill in his hand, "I had never seen you so happy." Maybe it's because the Tang family is too big a wall for him. Once he overcomes that wall, this kid will definitely go even further. From the beginning, in terms of swordsmanship alone, he didn't know anything about it, inferior to anyone in our country. But it's still too early. What needs to bloom is not just the sword, humans themselves must also bloom. Hopefully through this, he can truly blossom. Joe Ghoul was now awake and stood up. Chung Myong suddenly noticed Tang Tran. He was still standing still looking up at the sky. He slowly approached. Then raised the wine bottle in front of him and invited him, "Hey. When your heart is troubled, it's best to take a sip of wine and drink it down." Duong Tran frowned, "Are you mocking me?" He suddenly asked a question, "Do you think you will be undefeated your whole life?" He denied, "Nonsense, I have never been so arrogant. In my family alone, I have many brothers who are stronger than me." Chung Myong smiled and said, "I know, but brothers are different, huh? Haven't you ever lost to your younger brother? Of your age, you've never lost to anyone either. You think that as long as you continue to develop like this, one day becoming the best in the world is just a matter of sooner or later, right?" This time he didn't answer, just avoided his eyes. Looking at this attitude, Chung Myong immediately affirmed, "Why not? Any posthumous star when young has the same thought, just continue to grow, one day become the world's first person will no longer be an unrealistic dream. Like me before, of course, I've never really tasted failure. But most juniors cannot do that. There will be times when they experience failure and accept their own limitations." He asked again, "Can't people who have never failed become strong? When a wound heals, it will make the skin stronger. In other words, a body that has never been injured will not know how to become stronger. The choice is yours." He turned the wine bottle towards the person in front of him. "Or turn this pain of failure into motivation to rise stronger, or let the wound of self-esteem gnaw at you, forever living in cowardice." Duong Tran looked back at him. Chung Myong shrugged and smiled. Then, he stole the wine bottle. "Take a long drink." "Maybe because I was in a hurry, I choked a little, then gave it back to him." Chung Myong took it and drank the rest. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Good. No need to be too disappointed. It might be a little embarrassing right now, because people will realize that losing to Joe Ghoul was not a humiliating thing." Duong Tran affirmed, "That's definitely the case." He turned around and left. Luan Yen. Duong Tran said, "So." He suddenly expressed, "Can I ask a question? How strong are you?" He stopped and replied, "With your current power, I'm afraid it's difficult to reach you. But who knows? If your hidden weapons are not 11, but 12, then even I will have to be careful." Duong Tran was stunned. "What? How is that possible?" Chung Myong continued walking. He waved his hand, "Anyway, try your best. You may not be able to beat me, but at least you should aim for the position of number 1 in the royal family." He just stood there in surprise, watching him slowly leave. Stepping up the stairs, Chung Myong suddenly raised his voice to invite him objectively. That bright moonlit night, after everything was resolved, the people working in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce also quickly resolved the remaining problems, and the door that he had broken was also cleaned up. Yoon Jong stood and watched and exclaimed, "It was like a hurricane. Will the Duong family ignore this?" Baek Shon shook his head, "It's hard to say." A few minutes ago, Duong Tran gathered his hidden weapons and said, "We should go back." He approached and asked, "What is this?" He replied, "I don't know anymore. I've said it before, this is an internal family matter. I just need to go back and report to the head of the family that, Joe Ghoul, I have lost to him. The family will decide everything after that." And now, Baek Shon stands and talks back to Yoon Jong. "People say that even if the Tang family has just a small bit of hatred, they will remember it in their hearts. Although he doesn't seem to be a petty person, his meaning is his will cannot represent the entire family. No matter what he thinks, the Tang family will definitely find a way to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, in his own room, Chung Myung silently poured wine into a cup, but strangely it was not one, but 2 cups. He brought a cup forward. And I used the other cup to clink into that glass, but as if there was someone drinking with me, you said, it's really similar. The image of the overflow road reminded him of a memory from a long time ago, a long time ago. A familiar voice echoed in my memory, senior brother. Hey senior brother, wait for me, I also want to try it, who can stab the back of those demonic bastards better than me? I've lived until I'm old, this is the first time I've seen a loner like you, communicating with swords instead of words, how can there be such a person? Chung Myung remembered and smiled. He just held the teacup tightly. His vision suddenly became blurry, the scene suddenly changed. Those bloody hands clenched tightly, while dying, still trying to leave a message, senior brother, senior brother. Please help me, take care of my family. Suddenly regaining his vision, Chung Myung placed the cup firmly on the table. The room is large, highlighting the lonely back of the teenager. Sorry, those last words, asking me to protect the family, in the end I still couldn't do it. But at least, your ultimate skills are still inherited, 12 hidden weapons, 12 flying knives. Although there are only 11 now, I believe that one day the 12 flying heron knife will once again roam the world, under the hands of your descendants. Of course, for me, painted flowers are still the top priority. But rest assured, if the Tang family causes trouble, I will at least give you face and take action once. It seems like it's out of respect for you. Chung Myung finished 2 glasses of wine, but imagining that there was someone sitting next to him, he continued to pour wine into the glass. Then raised the glass towards that person and said, it's been a long time, let's drink together again, although the taste is no longer the same. 2 glasses clinked together. Tonight, it seems like it's going to be a long night. The next morning, the sun reached the top of the mountain. Yoon Jong entered the room and saw him lying messily on the table. He shook him and called out, Chung Myung, this kid's name. Wake up quickly, why are you drinking so much? Chung Myung threw his brother's hand away from him and grumbled, don't shake anymore, my head, it hurts. Yoon Jong grumbled, this bastard, after drinking this much alcohol, you're lucky to be alive, at least it's been 5 years. Wake up quickly, tell the boss to come down to have breakfast together. Lula Tuat also hates it, saying that when you come to someone's house, you still cause trouble. It's terrible. Chung Myung finally had to sit up, his hands were on fire, alcohol vapor flew out. Yoon Jong was cleaning up the table and chairs he had set up and had to ask incredulously, the fire from his hand, could it be true fire samadhi? Are you using it to cure hangovers? Chung Myung groaned, what a pity, my alcohol, if it were in the past, even if I died, I wouldn't even bother to do this hangover treatment, just when did you start drinking? Chung Myung yawned and wondered, what did you say to tell the master to call us, then let's go. Lula Tuat suddenly held his shoulder, what? She pointed to the table full of wine bottles and ordered, move away, oh yes. Later, everyone went to the main hall to have breakfast. Looking at Joe Ghoul's face trying not to laugh, Chung Myung immediately said, oh my, what are those eyes, if you want to fake it, just pretend to look like it, otherwise just laugh freely. When Joe Ghoul heard that, he couldn't hold back any longer, but grinned happily. He watched but helplessly laughed too. He tried to force himself to be serious, but the corner of his mouth kept twitching. Flies flying into his mouth now, how happy is that? But that's right, after all, defeating the Tang family right in Sichuan is also a great achievement for Joe Ghoul. Patriarch Chu then spoke up, probably because last night's incident was so noisy, I wanted to discuss more about coping strategies, so I invited everyone to have breakfast together. Master said you would still want to go to Yunnan, right? Baek Shon replied, yes. He expressed that at first I was really worried about him and didn't want him to go to Yunnan at all, but after witnessing yesterday's competition, I changed my mind. There are noble people like you accompanying me, what is Yunnan? Yoon Jong asked, you mean, yes. Actually, our Four Seas Merchant Association has quite a close relationship with Yunnan, so sending a small trading team there is not a big problem. Coincidentally, today, the trading team departs, everyone goes with us, them. Please allow me to take care of this masterpiece. Baek Shon immediately stood up and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, sir, he smiled and said, there is no need to be polite, we must. Thank you for raising such a talented child, it is expected to start this afternoon. Depart, you can prepare after eating. He happily turned around and asked, everyone heard what the guildmaster said. After finishing the meal, we will immediately depart. Zhou Gul excitedly said yes. Lu Latuat nodded, Yun Zhong also replied, yes, uncle. But a sound of silence made him freeze. No. Baek Shon rolled his eyes and muttered, it seemed like I had just heard something strange. All eyes turned to Chung Myung. What? He repeated with a wrinkled face like a monkey, I don't want to go, I won't go to Yunnan. In a palace several times more luxurious than the Four Seas merchant group. This is the Sichuan Tang family, a somewhat angry tone rang out, so. Was beaten up by the Hoa Sun people, then returned empty-handed, Duong Chan stammered, monk, senior brother. Duong Ba questioned, raising snakes gave birth to a brat from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, is he not Hoa Sun Tan Long or Baek Shon? Yes. Do you know what this means? Duong replied, I know. He asked again, do you know why your knees are still so stiff? You are the main line of the family, the son of the head of the family. Do you know what will happen when you are defeated by an unknown pawn named Zhou Gul, and then all the people of the capital know what will happen, they will laugh at us, and then there will be those who will begin to think that the Sichuan Tang family is not so terrible, then at that time, there will be people who will oppose the family's orders and even collude with powerful outside forces. Just this small thing can have such serious consequences, are you so stupid that you don't realize it? He bowed his head and said, of course I know, big brother. This is the place to discuss public matters. Yes, the response line. Uncle Duong was angry, how do you intend to take responsibility for all of this? Just because of your one mistake, the reputation of the Sichuan Tang family was ruined, even affecting the family's power, in Sichuan. This is not a simple matter that can be resolved with your death. Duong Tran calmly expressed that he would accept all punishments. What? He was about to say more, but the arm of Duong Quan Nok, the head of the Tu Shui and Duong family, was raised to stop him. He coldly looked at his son and asked if he would be punished. I mean, do you know how great a sin you have committed? Of course. So why is your expression so relaxed? He explained, because you got what you wanted. What does it mean to have? I have found the path I should take, realizing how vast this world is. You know that in this world there are countless experts stronger than you, and that motivates you to work harder, so what punishment do I have to fear? Duong Quan Nok frowned, who is stronger than you, do you mean that brat from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? He said, although I lost to him in that match, I believe that if I had the chance to fight again, the result would be different, but not the others, meaning Hoa Chin Sword and Hoa Sun Than Long, yes. Hoa Chin Sword is definitely stronger than Zhou Gul, just look at his attitude when facing Zhou Gul to know. But Hoa Sun Tan Long. I don't know why. Yes, I don't know what that guy is like anymore, I don't know if that kid is strong or weak. No, it's not that, but it is. I don't know, I can't see through him. The head of the Tang family was silent, he looked at his son thoughtfully, the Duong family was clearly the kid I knew, always a person who craved victory, even through the cruel training exercises of the Tang family that everyone had to face, shy, even before I was an adult, I had escaped 3 times. Yet it can grit its teeth and endure, all because of one strong word, among my sons, perhaps no one can overcome his will to fight. Yet now he is more confused when describing Hoa Sun Tan Long, rather than the fact that he himself lost the battle. Uncle Duong next to him expressed, Father doesn't need to listen anymore, punish him and let me go to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and I will solve everything myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a cold glare from him. He bowed his head in fear, I'm sorry. Duong Quan Nok said, listening to what you said, I don't see anything special about Hoa Sun Tan Long, I mean in terms of martial arts, Duong Tran said cautiously, as you see it, that's how it is. He added, but you are the one who cares about him the most, why is that? You are not someone who values fame or vanity. If it weren't for his reputation, then I would have sensed something special about him. Duong Tran hesitantly recounted that he knew the secret of the royal family. Having said that for your flying knife technique, you must add another flying knife. At this point, Duong Quan Nok couldn't keep calm, he stood up and exclaimed, what? He knows, 10 children flying knives. Impossible, this is unbelievable. If selling heavenly flowers or invisible poisons had already become famous in the world, it would still be possible, but this is a secret that even the royal family has long lost, and is still kept absolutely confidential. Did he know about its existence? Currently in the world, no one knows about the existence of the 12th flying knife. If he didn't listen to someone, then how could he know about the 12 flying knives? Lost for a while, he gave the order, returned, and told me the details of the battle. Don't miss any detail. Returning to the Too-High Chamber of Commerce, after hearing that Chung Myong did not want to go, Baek-shon angrily raised his voice at the top of his voice. Why don't you go? Why are you causing trouble here? He turned his head and sulked, steadfast in his opinion. If you don't go then it's fine. But when asked why, he held his head and looked up at the ceiling. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a scream to release his anger. Then stay here, let's go to Yunnan, we'll go to Yunnan, you stay here and continue living. Chung Myong was indifferent. Yeah, whatever, this attitude makes Baek-shon mad. Lu Latuit suddenly asked, but brother, will the Tang family ignore this? How can they ignore it, right? They will definitely come to us. He explained, that's why we have to quickly go to Yunnan, staying here will only cause more trouble. The next question made him pause. So, what about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? On the other side, when recounting everything, the homeowner couldn't help but be stunned. He's still lost with even a little bit of dark violence. Moreover, just by looking at a little bit of dark violence, he could realize the necessity of the 12th flying knife, star. It's impossible. If we can recognize it based on that alone, then that brat's martial arts level is far beyond mine. Monster, no, it should be called a demon. He quickly said, prepare to go, yes. Over here, Lu Latuit analyzed the incident again. Last night, the Tang family dared to come in here and cause trouble, proving that they were very serious about lowering Joe Gul's reputation, but they failed. I even made myself lose face. Baek-shon tensed and looked at the homeowner. Wait a minute. I mean, they deliberately let us leave. She continued, whether we go or not, they will come. And indeed, the military band issued an order at the same time as you said. I will go there myself. Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Both of them are talking about that place. Baek-shon's face turned pale for a moment. Now that we're going to Yunnan, we also need to think about the Chamber of Commerce. I forgot that Tang Sect will come here to cause trouble. So the reason why Chung Myong refused to leave, was this reason or something? He shouted, I've been making things difficult for everyone because of this. Guildmaster, maybe we need to postpone, we can't go to Yunnan anymore. We will stay here for the time being, not going anywhere, until everything with the Tang Sect is resolved, then let's figure it out. The homeowner is surprised, young master. He expressed that this trouble was caused by us, so we need to take responsibility for this. Chung Myong objected, this is strange, why did it happen to us? It was caused by uncle, I'm angry, please shut up. Father Chu stood up and reminded everyone, you all already know how dangerous their Tang Sect is, although Chun he really defeated Duong Chan, but when compared to the true strength of Tang Sect, Duong Chan I'm just a kid, now please leave here quickly. It's not okay to do that, you guys should go quickly, don't stay here anymore, otherwise your life will be in danger. Chung Myong interrupted, it's too late. They have arrived earlier than I thought, it seems they have already arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the general manager's voice came, homeowner. The old man opened the door and announced in a panic, the master of the Tu Shuyan Tang Sect. I found it all the way here. Patriarch Chu's face immediately turned pale and it was over. His face showed fear. Joe Gul was stunned. What? Yun Jong also suddenly asked, did the master of the hall come here? It was just a matter of a few brats fighting. Did the master of the Sichuan hall come all the way here? Chung Myong burst out laughing and exclaimed, oh my god, why would such a big person appear at this merchant guild? Father Chu collapsed and fell to the ground. Baek-shon called out in panic, homeowner. The old man sat there muttering, the master of the tomb personally came here, personally. Being helped up by Baek-shon, he regained his composure and asked where the master's tomb was now. The general replied, he is waiting for you at the main gate. Master Chu secretly hoped that the master of the tomb hall would personally come here. Perhaps I still have some hope. If he wanted to destroy the Chamber of Commerce, all he had to do was send someone to attack here. The sect master still waited until the merchant guild master came out to welcome him, which meant he still wanted to maintain the minimum courtesy towards the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Before going out, he seriously advised, dear child, yes, father. Promise me from now on, no matter what happens, you won't go out there, Joe Gul still vaguely replied. He repeated in a harsh voice, promise me. He then replied, yes, I know, everyone is the same, not allowed to go out. The leaders do not know the consequences of opposing the Tang sect in Sichuan. Absolutely not allowed to go out, absolutely. Please listen to my words. Having said that, he hurried out, still filled with worry. Actually, I want to tell everyone to run away, but after all, the sect master has already come to this place, so running escape is impossible. The master of the Sichuan sect, there is no way he would come here alone. Perhaps now, the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has been surrounded. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce can now say, it's like a fish on a cutting board. At this time, the master of the family had already arrived at the family gate. He stood still in front of it for a while. Behind this door there is a tiger waiting for us. No, it can be said that the sect master is someone more than a tiger, such a scary person, coming here to tear us to pieces. It was sunny and suddenly dark clouds appeared. Even though he was sweating profusely, he finally had to give the order, everyone, open the door. The door opened slowly, and he also crouched down. That person has arrived. There is a shadow lurking outside. The person we fear and never want to meet face to face properly, because we always have to bow our heads in fear, has already arrived. Single King. Duong Quan Nok entered. It was also when the dark clouds were thick. The master of the house quickly bowed. It was an honor for me to meet the master of Tu Shui and Duong Mon. The Duong homeowner looked straight at him with his cold eyes and said, it's been a long time since we last met. He still kept his head bowed and replied, yes, my lord, I should have come to find your master first. Please punish me for killing a noble person like you. Here, we have to find this place, he said, no need to be so polite. I came here because there is something that needs to be resolved. I understand, let's go inside first, okay. Patriarch Chu turned to walk away, but every time he took a step forward, his leg became heavier and heavier. I knew that when I had reached this point, I really couldn't do anything anymore. The important thing right now was not right, how to deal with it, and in the end, what was Tang Quan Nok thinking that he came here personally? For now, we can only wait for time to figure out what he means. The homeowner's face was full of sweat. While walking, suddenly the homeowner called out again, the merchant guild leader. He nervously turned his head, yes, sir. Are those children inside? What I mean is, those children. His tone was still the same, those children came from Hoa Sun. Master Chu was sweating and gritting his teeth. It could be said that when standing in front of this man, all lies were meaningless. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Yes, they were all inside, but what happened the day he met them? Duong Quan Nok said, well, I want to meet those children just once. So he didn't come here with any intention for the Merchant Guild. His purpose of coming here this time was to target the disciples of the Flower Mountain sect. Seeing that he remained silent and did not answer, Duong Quan Nok called again. The head of the Chamber of Commerce and the owner of the Chu family were startled and said yes. That's not difficult at all, he stammered, of course, just. There was no other way. Even if he tried to kidnap his thoughts, he didn't know what to say at this point. There was no reason to try to hide those children inside. Sect Master Tang, what happened yesterday? That's right. Congratulations, you are confused, sir. Duong Quan Nok curled his lips and smiled and said, I heard that the second young master of the Chamber of Commerce is more talented than others. Yesterday he humiliated Tran He quite a bit. Patriarch Chu was startled and quickly bowed down to explain, it was just luck, how could my dog be the fifth young master's opponent? Duong Quan Nok glanced at his son and asked, tell me what Duong Tran has, do you have any words to justify yesterday's failure? He replied, yes father, it can be said that Zhou Gul is very strong, okay. He interrupted to continue, but being too modest can make the other person feel uncomfortable. This is really very happy, so you should be happy. If the boy's talent can shine in the name of the path of the school is great, but finding a place where you can develop your talents is also a very rewarding thing. Father Chu stammered, thank you master. But people are very stupid, they look at things that only a few talented people can do, and then think they can do it themselves. Guildmaster, what do you think about this? Patriarch Chu did not dare to raise his head, only expressed his opinion. People are indeed very stupid, but they also understand themselves very well, and in this world there are not many people who have ambition in their hearts, to the extreme, to be surrounded. So what about the Merchant Guildmaster? Does the Guildmaster have a dream? At this point, those words were like an invisible pressure radiating out. The assistant's clasped hand trembled, trying to stay calm and replied, my dream is to meet the master. Duong Quan Nok calmed down the pressure and slowly praised, which was a very good answer. Okay. Let's bring those flower children here. Patriarch Chu hesitated, but master, children. He gritted his teeth and reminded, didn't you hear what I said? I asked you twice already, this time is the third time. Bring the Huashan disciples to me immediately, don't let me say anything more. Duong Quan Nok's eyes looked at the homeowner like looking at tiny prey looking for a way to die, and because of that, his whole body trembled. Chu Bin's legs trembled. It seemed he couldn't stand any longer. His whole body was exhausted and his mind was dizzy. But. The image of Joe Ghoul smiling appeared in his mind. Not knowing where he got the courage from, he suddenly raised his head to look at Tang Quan Nok and confirmed that the master of the Tang sect and Hoa Sun's disciples were guests of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and among them were also my dogs. As the owner of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, I cannot call out a guest without any reason. Not only that, as a father, I cannot even call out my own dog. Get out here. Patriarch Duong frowned and asked, would he still do that, even if the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was destroyed? He replied, in this world, no father would put his children in danger because of fear of that. If the sect master wants to punish you, please kill me. Everything that happens in this Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is my responsibility. I have always believed that the Tang sect is a family that never harms innocent people. Duong Quan Nok suddenly said, maybe I was wrong. If your second young master has developed such strength, I think it is truly a joyous matter. Master Chu Bin raised his head, Master. But the next second, the pressure on his body and the words that came out made him truly extremely scared, perhaps that caused his ability to judge to become much poorer and skewed. It seems like the merchant guild master is still immersed in his dream, to the point of forgetting how our sect works. The atmosphere seemed solemn. The assistant did not dare to raise his head because of the military force's aura. Then I have to show you how my sect works, and I guarantee that you will never forget it again. Having finished speaking, Duong Quan Nok put his hand into his sleeve. He took out his sword and prepared to throw it. Chu Bin's face turned pale. He quickly turned around, waved his hand and ordered him to run quickly. The general was panicked. The other servants also hurriedly ran away. He shouted loudly, ran away. The crowd shouted in panic, no, help, save me. At this moment, a source of aura from above blew like wind to the ground. Tang Quan Nok is preparing to take action. But immediately feeling the aura on top of his head, he glared up. On the roof of the mansion, a figure stood there. None other than Chung Myong. He kicked up one leg, crossed his arms over his chest and said imperiously, hey old man. It's such a strange feeling. Patriarch Duong put the hidden weapon back into his sleeve. Eyes raised and asked, you are Hoa Sun Tan Long. Maybe he doesn't even know who I am. Master Chu panicked and stammered, young Master Chung Myong, I told you not to interfere in this matter. He angrily said, oh my god, the boss, looking at the situation, you already knew it. He clearly came here to cause trouble, so that I could hear it. Right, this question is what you asked the guy who was falling on the roof while watching. Without waiting for him to answer, he used a balloon to jump down, landing right in front of the military music street. The appearance is bold and not afraid at all. He smirked, Hoa Sun Tan Long, far different from my imagination. Anyway, it's fine. As he finished speaking, he released a powerful aura. Even his two sons were influenced to retreat. Patriarch Chu couldn't help but be startled when he heard him continue, let me see what you can do. He still maintains that pressure. Slowly moving forward step by step, only a few steps away from him then stopping. What kind of person are you? The atmosphere of the military music hall is full of majesty. It could be clearly seen that under his feet, the brick floor had cracked. Eyes flashing coldly stared at him. At this moment, 4 Baek Shon people rushed out from inside the airport. Wait a minute. Chung Myong curiously turned his head to look. When they came running, they stood in front of him without an appointment, so wait a minute. Baek Shon clasped his hands together and bowed. I would like to meet the master of the Tang sect. I am honored to meet the master of the Tu Shuyan Tang sect. I am the second generation disciple of Hoa Sun, Baek Shon. Duong Quan Nok looked at him and asked again, are you Hoa Chin Sword? He replied, to be known by the Tang family master, it is truly an honor for me. Chung Myong behind him was speechless, while Baek Shon was cursing under his breath, this crazy guy, could it be that he couldn't distinguish who should be flattered and who shouldn't be touched, or had he never heard of the street's reputation, military music? It's impossible, how can there be anyone in this world who doesn't know the reputation of the poisonous king? Even the Hoa Sun sect master who is present here must respectfully greet the master. Crazy, I knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect it to be this crazy. But that's just this terrible, indescribable pressure. Just standing in front of him makes me feel suffocated. He was sweating profusely. Was this the pressure of a peerless master? Clearly, the military music path has reached a realm that we have never seen in our lives. Thinking for a while, he expressed, I would like to apologize on behalf of my junior brother, for being rude to the sect master. If you want to punish me, please punish me. He raised his voice and asked, what about you? Yes, these children are all led by me. Therefore, Chung Myung finally couldn't stand it anymore. He went up and pushed him aside and said, no, get out of the way, huh? He explained, this old man, from the beginning that uncle didn't pay any attention to his uncle, he came just to see me. Baek Shon was surprised, what did you say? He didn't continue, he just talked to himself, anyway, I can't stand by and watch. From the moment he walked in here, he was emitting murderous aura aimed at me. It was clear that he was aiming for me. Chung Myung suddenly reminded, look carefully. This old man is a real master, indeed, under the murderous gaze of the military band, it makes everyone who looks at him shudder and get goosebumps. Baek Shon looked at Chung Myung incredulously, this kid, how could he say such words? Maybe he was also worried. As if reading his mind, he said, what are you worried about? Since he personally came here to cause such trouble, surely he must have his own purpose, so worry and tremble. Duong Quan Nok asked skeptically, what is the purpose? He replied, yes, he has found someone, of course there must be a purpose. He looked straight at you, I asked you something. Do you think someone who acts so insolent in front of me is still alive? Hearing this, Baek Shon couldn't help but turn pale. The space is quiet. Chung Myung's voice broke the atmosphere, yes. He smirked and affirmed, there definitely is, it just hasn't appeared yet, or I will be the first. Duong Quan Nok suddenly fell silent, his eyes filled with surprise, who exactly was this kid? Up until now, I have been trying to suppress him with my murderous intent. If it was normal, he would have turned pale by now, and trembled like a leaf. Even my sons, if not, endure such powerful murderous aura, I'm afraid, yet this kid can calm down as if nothing happened. From the outside, it doesn't look like anything special, but you can't imagine it by looking at its face. This name is also vague and difficult to guess. Either it's nothing, or it's profound and unpredictable. Chung Myung smirked and asked, do you want to try it? Duong Quan Nok agreed, that's fine. But before that, I want to know your thoughts. You think I won't kill people, right? Do you believe in the apricot flower on your chest? Do you think that Hoa's son can back you up in front of the gate? Do you have no one else to rely on, but have to rely on Hoa's son to fight against this Tang family? Chung Myung listened and sighed in contempt, what support? I am the support of Hoa's son. He looked at him coldly. Old memories came back in the pavilion built in the middle of the green forest. At that time, he sat cross-legged drinking wine, while the person sitting next to him repeatedly threw his knife into the cliff and said, although I also have the same surname, I have no sympathy for this rotten family. Honestly, if it's profitable, they're willing to sell us out. I'm not joking, if I become an obstacle to the family, they will definitely eliminate me immediately. Chung Myung drank a glass of wine and asked, do they have that kind of bravery? The other person shrugged and laughed and said, ha, those trash, how can they touch me? I am the Dark Lord. Returning to the present, he confidently replied, the person I trust is not Hoa's son, but the Tang family. Duong Quan Nok was confused, Duong family, what do you mean? You explained, I heard that the Tuk Trung Duong family can do anything for profit. If that's true, then they won't kill me. Why? He pointed to the apricot flower pattern on his shirt. Then he said loudly, because I am the one who will become the first sect in the world, and also the one who will make Hoa's son the first sect in the world. Killing me now will be the same as eliminating a hidden enemy in the future, but if you make friends with me, you will be able to become the best friend in the world in the future. Isn't it obvious which side's benefit is greater? Without me, Tang Tum would not have been able to become the #1 sect in the world. He looked at you and couldn't help but exclaim, interestingly, you correctly guessed the purpose of my coming here. Even my children cannot understand why I came to this place on my own. Then let a quick-witted stranger grasp my plans. I didn't expect that a talented person like you would appear. He thought aloud, smart, too smart, he thought, of course. If you can truly become the best in the world, the Tang family will definitely be willing to associate with you. Friends are supposed to help each other. The royal family will not spare anything to support you. Chung Myung looked happy. Really, if you say so, what's better than that? Duong Quan Nok waved his hand, but still gave conditions. But, that is a matter for later, when you have proven that you are the best in the world. And if not, you will die here, because you dare to make fun of the royal family. At this time, the people hiding on the roof stood up. Baek Shon was immediately alert. In his eyes, countless figures appeared. Duong Quan Nok constantly threatens, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. No matter what means I have to use, I will kill all of you right here. Baek Shon quickly signaled, Chung Myong. Joe Gul worriedly asked, is this really okay? He smirked and said, what, does he want to kill me, what did you say? Chung Myong placed his hands on his hips, confidently instructing, from this moment on. Don't blink, look closely. Baek Shon secretly swallowed his saliva and thought, I believe in his strength, that is undeniable. However, is that strength enough to fight against the family's clan, against a peerless master who has been famous since before Chung Myong was born? No, this is not okay, no matter how you think about it, this is an unequal battle. This war. He made a decision and was about to speak when a hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Lula Tuat. She said, Chung Myong's biggest goal is to make Hoa Sun the #1 sect in the world. If he determines that he cannot win, he will definitely find a way to escape at all costs. Hearing these words, Baek Shon also calmed down, thinking back, it was true, that kid's biggest goal is not to become the #1 sect in the world, but to make Hoa Sun the #1 sect in the world. For that goal, he can endure any humiliation. In other words, if he has no chance of winning, he will throw away everything, including his honor, to run away. But now, he stepped up on his own. Could it be that he could trust him? Please, let my belief be true. If that kid is in danger, I will not hesitate anymore, even if the opponent is the head of the family. You firmly hold the sword and make up your mind. Chung Myong along the military road went up to a wide distance in front. While walking, he suddenly wondered, but why me? I didn't do anything big, the one who fought with your son was senior brother Joe Gul, why did he target me? He did not conceal any hidden meaning and replied, I heard that you know about the 12th hidden weapon, I am very interested in that. Interested in where you got the family's secret? He asked in confusion. Secret, what? A thought suddenly flashed through my mind, The relative in his memory called himself the Dark Venerable after drinking a glass of wine in a refreshing way. At this time, I was very drunk, constantly talking, brother, let me tell you a secret, what's going on, remember, only you know. He took out a knife from his sleeve and told everyone that I only used 11 hidden weapons, but in fact, I also hid a 12th hidden weapon. Chung Myong was also drunk at that time and smiled and asked again, is that the sound you used last time to attack me, resulting in me beating you to pieces? When you heard that, you grimaced and broke. Hey, why did you say that? I'm so embarrassed. At this moment, in the present, after remembering this, Chung Myong suddenly turned pale and speechless. This bastard, is it possible that the family secret in his eyes is just a joke? This old man, could it be that he wants to kill me, because he knows the family secret? This thing is getting more and more worrying, the situation seems tense. You have to find an excuse to explain, I just said it casually. Duong Quan Nok stopped and reminded him that that random talk was not important. After walking a few steps away from him, he turned around and looked straight at him. If you want to prove it, it's all simple. 10 moves. When Chung Myong was still bewildered, he repeated, you should block my 10 moves, if you can do it, I will acknowledge you as the best in the world in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Myong jumped up. 10 moves, this old man, do you want to kill someone? Such a young junior, how could he have the heart to make 10 moves? He was calmly challenging, the #1 in the world, at least must have such skill, right? If you can block 10 of my moves, you deserve to be called the best in the world in the future. Do you think a person who can do that is only worthy of being called a junior? Chung Myong on the other side gritted his teeth and silently decided, okay, then let's try. But don't forget your promise, I will clean out the family's treasure, not even a blade of grass will be spared. Duong Quan Nok put his hand into his sleeve and replied, if you can do it. I heard that you destroyed my son's hidden weapon, he corrected himself, that was brother Joe Gul. Patriarch Duong took out 2 flying knives from his sleeve, with a statement in each hand, just the same. I will use hidden weapons to face you. Consider it an honor to confront my hidden weapon. Because this is the passionate weapon of a senior, the person who possesses the most perfect hidden weapons technique in the history of the Tang family. Chung Myong looked at the hidden weapon in his grandfather's hand, he quickly realized its familiarity, chased the soul hammer, and finally returned to his family. He expressed, what an honor, he was surprised, what an honor. Then, without warning, he threw a knife at him. Chung Myong only tilted his head to avoid it, but the blade accidentally left a scratch on his face. Duong Quan Nok saw this and smiled proudly, I'm afraid not, because your death will not be glorious at all. Chung Myong suddenly said, in one move, he was stunned, what did you say? He raised his hand to wipe the blood flowing from his face and repeated, the old man had made his first move. Chung Myung then waved his hand, the blood flying to the ground. He looked at him and declared, now there were 9 more moves left. Patriarch Duong coldly snorted, then laughed again. Taking out 2 hidden weapons, he coldly challenged, 9 moves, enough to take your life. Chung Myung holds the sword hilt in his hand, no, he will regret it, regret wasting such a stupid move, such a stupid way. Let me show you why you were wrong. With this sword. Duong Quan Nok opened his eyes wide, his heart filled with excitement, it was so interesting. A feeling that had been forgotten for a long time, resurfaced when seeing this child's swordplay. What was this feeling? That's right, it's creepy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Could he be the only king of military music, and feel scared of a child younger than his son? Suddenly he burst out laughing. Ha, I won't hold back. No, from the beginning I didn't have that intention. If you die under my hidden weapon, it proves that that's all you have. Such a person would not be regretful even if he died. He channeled his internal energy into the flying knife. Then he waved his hand in an arc and launched it towards Chung Myung. The tip of the knife carries great energy and rushes in a straight line. The speed is as fast as the blink of an eye. This attack is called Dark Storm. In just a split second, the flying knife was right in front of Chung Myung, but he had already guessed and raised his sword. 2 metal bars collided until sparks were emitted. He flicked his sword hand, instantly causing the flying knife to change direction and fly back. He flipped it around and spun it around. Then it slammed into the house behind, creating a loud noise, followed by a flash of light. Its end is of course a pile of ruins. And columns of dust rose. Duong Quan Nok seemed very stunned. Debris fell all over the field, and the military music road at this time was unsurprising. How could it be blocked? If you were able to block the soul-hunting dagger, the hidden weapon containing my powerful internal force, if you had tried to block or neutralize it hastily, your sword would have broken in half, and you would have lost your life. Yet you can easily change the trajectory of the soul chaser, just by using the airflow surrounding the sword. Does anyone here understand how difficult this is? He applauded. It seems I have underestimated you. Chung Myung replied, I told you so, you will regret it. That's right, the homeowner said, but his hand continued to reach into his sleeve, taking out the next hidden weapons. He held hidden weapons in both hands and bent down to prepare to attack. Strong and decisive, Duong Quan Nok gave a strange smile and declared, from this moment on, I will go all out. He laughed heartily. His legs were bent down in a standing position. From his body, every force of pressure shot out, like a tornado wanting to sweep everything away. Chung Myung frowned slightly in caution, just using true energy to create such a strong vortex. If we are careless, we will really lose our lives. Cao narrowed his eyes to observe and evaluate. The weakness of the hidden weapon was that once it was used, it couldn't be undone. It didn't matter whether this old man's intention was to kill me or not. Even if he doesn't mean it, I just need to be a little negligent. This head will leave the neck immediately. 3 hidden weapons were released with momentum by Tang Quan Nok, at an even faster speed than before. Chung Myung's eyes widened, each hidden weapon flying in a different direction. But their speeds are not the same. Even though they fly in different directions, they will attack us at the same time. They were almost approaching him. Chung Myung gently moved the sword, light and apricot blossoms appeared and fluttered. He lowered his body and continuously slashed his sword to form a barrier, covering his position. The hidden weapons that collided with the slash were all knocked back. Duong Quan was surprised, the sword was so strong. He immediately waved his hand. As if something was controlling it, the hidden weapons that had fallen to the ground slowly rose up again. They backed up towards him. The Tang family owner waved his sleeve and grabbed them. This time he transferred the internal force from his hands into each bar. And add 2 more hidden weapons to launch moves, 5 consecutive lightning attacks. 5 flying knives rushed towards Chung Myung. He was still observing carefully. This time there were 5 sounds, very powerful. Having no other choice, he swung his sword to form a spade, trying to create a shield to block it. But unfortunately, a hidden weapon accidentally flew past and cut his wrist holding the sword. Chung Myung felt pain, he gritted his teeth. But we still have to continue to maintain defense. However, due to the wound, it seemed to reduce its power, so the hidden weapons quickly broke his layer of substance. Chung Myung's body lost balance and suddenly fell backwards. He cursed, damn it. In front of me, the 5th hidden weapon was still flying. However, When looking closely, another short blade loomed behind him. He rolled his eyes. What's the sixth bar? They were very close to him, and injury was probably inevitable. It's not done. Chung Myung tried to jump up, but unfortunately the height was not high enough. He was immediately hit in the leg by a hidden weapon. Blood spurted out, and because of that, he fell to his knees and fell to the ground. There was a deep gash on his leg from what had just happened. It bled quite a bit. However, this still did not stop him from slowly standing up. Duong Quan Nok suddenly burst out laughing. You could see his eyes were full of excitement. He didn't say anything about the 5 consecutive thunderbolts, but he even used the life-stealing lightning bolt, but still, it seems that your level has gone far beyond that of a junior. Really strong, this kid is really strong. Chung Myung suddenly called out, the master. He looked puzzled. Then it collided with his serious eyes. 6 more moves left. He was quiet for a moment. Then he raised his hand to collect the hidden weapons on the ground to himself, using 6 moves. Proving this is enough. If the purpose of this competition is to prove that you are the best in the world in the future, then you have done it. Perhaps soon, you will surpass the Hoa Sun Sect master and become the best swordsman in the world. But, there is still something that makes us unsatisfied. I want to confirm, where are your limits? After all, what else could this monster with bottomless power be hiding, even if the result is that I have to personally kill the world's #1 in the future? It didn't matter. With that thought, he continued to forcefully attack. This time there were 3 lines of hidden weapons with strong and fast force. Chung Myung, who had been observing his every move, also began to act. In the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly disappeared. Baek Shon gasped and exclaimed, "Oh!" He didn't go far, but jumped right in front of the 3 hidden weapons, raised his hand to hold the sword tightly and slashed down. Did he rush in? Infusing his true energy into the sword, Chung Myung proactively improvised to block the head. The sword slashed down and collided with the hidden weapon. However, his wrist also throbbed because of it. But he did not give up, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands and continuing to slash, constantly thinking to himself, if I'm not careful, my wrist will be crushed. But you have to try to endure it, at least until this competition is over. After that, you can do whatever you want. The last swing of the sword was also when Chung Myung shouted, 5 moves. He landed on the ground and continued to rush forward. Head straight to the military road. He smiled evilly, calmly preparing to launch the next move with hidden weapons, and sarcastically asked, not using swordsmanship, but using force to break that move, that's interesting. 7 dark bars continued to be released. The internal light source was even more intense than before. They seemed to be linked together and headed straight towards Chung Myung. Tang Quan Nok was proud. Do you think you can block this move? He was running to see this scene, and was stunned for a moment. 7 souls were snatched, there were too many to block. But if we step back, we will be caught in the endless transformation of the hidden weapon, and will eventually be stabbed. But this move is the street guard's ultimate technique. This trick. I was tired of looking at it, and of course, Chung Myung had no intention of backing down. He stabbed his sword straight through, alone through the 7 dark auras of light created there and declared loudly. 6 moves, even though there was some bleeding and injury, it was of no consequence. Duong Quan Nok was full of surprise and rushed forward. But very quickly after that, he stabilized again, his eyes narrowed slightly. The hidden weapons immediately returned to his hand. This time, the movement of holding the hidden weapon swept horizontally from inside to outside. Just like when Duong Chan attacked, Chung Myung quickly realized, it was that move again. Tang Quan Nok launched the hidden weapon with a trajectory completely different from the previous times. This time, it flew in a continuous circle, moving quickly forward. Where he was rushing, he quickly realized, its speed and power, the force is completely different and cannot be avoided. It was not done, and this time, Chung Myung was forced to use his internal force to transmit into the sword. A flower dance attack was performed, the sword shot out and stabbed straight forward, breaking Tang Jun Nok's move. The flying knives jingled on the ground. Having blocked 7 attacks, Chung Myung is now very injured. You vomited blood but tried to swallow it back inside my body. Because I had to endure a large amount of internal energy, my swordplay was slowed down. In the mist, the homeowner's cold, sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. A hidden weapon suddenly shot out while Chung Myung was approaching him. He quickly discovered and shouted, now moves like this. It won't work anymore. He swung his sword to slash it away, but suddenly, another hidden weapon flew right in front of him. Baek Shon panicked. Not just you, but Zhou Gul. Save Snow Pear. Or Yun Zhong. Neither had time to react, and then, that throwing knife passed by him, a stream of blood shot out. Zhou Gul's face turned pale, he screamed in panic and fear. He didn't stand still anymore, immediately drew his sword and rushed forward to fight. I will kill you. Baek Shon quickly hugged him and held him back. Calm down, Zhou Gul struggled. Let go, let me kill him. He tried his best to hold him back and reassure him. Calm down, Zhou Gul, what are you calming down about? That kid is going to attack Chung Myong. He said, that kid is not dead yet. He just stopped and bewildered. Ha! On the other side, Chung Myong landed on the ground. Zhou Gul was surprised when he saw it. The teenager's face flashed with light. Turns out, Chung Myong used his mouth to bite the hidden weapon. Of course, because the force of the projectile was very strong, when he used his mouth to block it, he inevitably got injured and spurted out blood. He spit out the hidden weapon, then raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and smiled faintly, almost killing himself. Duong Quan Nok was equally surprised, using his teeth to block my hidden weapon. It was clearly aimed at his opening perfectly. If he were a normal person, he would definitely have been stabbed through the face and died. But yet he was able to force the energy into his lower jaw and mouth, to bite down on the hidden energy. In that hair-thinning moment, how could one react so quickly? He couldn't help but exclaim, really good. Although it was just a simple act of improvisation, being able to do so while on the brink of death was truly amazing. At least, the boy didn't have to lose his life pointlessly. Deep inner work, flexible improvisation, add to that the strange composure, genius. No, those two words are not enough to describe it. Chung Myong suddenly spoke, 8 moves. Duong Quan Nok didn't laugh anymore, he acknowledged Chung Myong's talent. 2 more tricks left. He spread one hand out, the other hand slid over the shirt at his wrist. Immediately, a sword engraved with a snake appeared in his palm. He said, if you can block these 2 moves, you win. The flow of internal energy rose up, causing the knife to float between the space of both hands. With the naked eye, the movement of the airflow can also be seen, causing the dark air to rotate. Over time, the rotation force becomes stronger, like creating a tornado that gradually gets bigger. Chung Myong frowned. It was the hidden servant again. At such a close distance, it was too dangerous, so he quickly jumped back. Duong Quan Nok said, it will be different. It will be different from what you have seen before. The center of the created tornado flashed light. The hidden weapon was released, rushing like a tornado, following Chung Myong. He clenched his teeth nervously. He couldn't block it. Even if he dodged, he would still be caught in the vortex. But even so, he continued to back away. Back up a safe distance. Tell yourself, stop thinking, this is a situation that can't be solved just by thinking. Believe me, this sword contains all the essence of the mountain flower. My sword is the mountain flower, and the mountain flower is my sword. He closed his eyes, using all his senses except sight to feel. The only thing I can trust is my sword. Trust, in my sword. Chung Myong opened his eyes, began to swing his sword, sword lines formed, apricot blossoms fluttered in the wind. They seemed to have vitality, turning into tree branches stretching towards the direction of the incoming dark air. No matter how many storms the apricot branch goes through, it never breaks. And will eventually bloom. And at this moment, he did not retreat anymore, but stopped, changed from one hand to holding the sword hilt with both hands, put all his strength into it, once again swung the sword to make the decisive move, surpassing 100 years, once, also, apricot blossoms, blooming on the tip of my sword. 24 hands of apricot blossoms swordsmanship, apricot blossoms swordsmanship. The long flower branches are tied together like a net to hold the hidden air, the flowers bloom in space, together with the tree branches create a brilliant flower shield. But because he had spent too much internal energy on the previous 8 moves, the stability of the move was not solid this time. Or because the power of the Poison King is undeniable. The dark weapon penetrated the barrier of flowers and tree branches and continued to rise. Chung Myong lifted his foot and jumped back quickly. But of course he didn't give up. Chung Myong frowned and observed. Because, if it can't be stopped with just one swing of the sword, then I'll swing it 10 times. If 10 times is not enough, then I will swing 100 times, the apricot flower of the mountain flower will never stop blooming. From his eyes, you can clearly see his determination. Therefore, the jade flowers continue to be brandished. Even if the hidden weapon continues to destroy it again, even if day ends and night comes, Chung Myung jumped to avoid it. Even if autumn turns to winter. Even though the years have passed, time has passed, it only needs to fade for a moment, then it will shine again. No power can resist the eternal cyclical law. Let's bloom forever, let's continue forever. This time, the apricot blossoms and spokes continue to be used. And the hidden weapon still stabbed into it. But unlike previous times, this time it was blocked and could no longer penetrate. Chung Myung also realized that. He was happy, the power of the hidden weapon was weakening and had been blocked. Suddenly, Tang Quan Nok suddenly released a final hidden weapon. It was the same as before, flying like a whirlwind towards the bar. The plum blossom and spade can only temporarily block a bar. And the hidden weapon was flying at a rapid speed. He spoke slowly, "I told you so." Chung Myung's face became uneasy. The power this time, it won't be like last time. Especially when, the throwing knife behind collided with the hilt of the sword that was temporarily blocked. After that impact, the power seemed to double. The destructive force even spread around. The vortex of the hidden weapon is stronger, shooting strongly forward. Chung Myung was stunned, came again, stronger than before. It rushed forward, launched as fast as a rocket, its destructive power even caused the yard floor to crack. Each brick fragment shot up. Chung Myung stomped his foot firmly on the ground. He leaned forward, raised his sword, 9 moves. Yoon Jong and Jo Gul gasped in fear, wanting to fight back, impossible, dangerous. Lu Latuit also turned pale, couldn't avoid it in time. Chung Myung. Baek Shon stood still and watched. He seemed to understand your intention, so that's it. That is the star's choice. Then I also trust you. Show me. What is Hoa Sun's sword cannon like? On the other side, Chung Myung leaned over and swung his sword from back to front. The same movement as when swinging a bat to hit a ball in baseball, he shouted, "The final move." He squinted his eyes, choosing the moment when the hidden weapon flew to the appropriate distance. And then unleashed the 7 flowers and swords and the fierce flowers. A collision between 2 metal bars, along with that, plum blossoms shot into the sky. Just like that, maintained for a while, the hidden weapon was like a drill constantly pressing forward, and cracks gradually appeared on Chung Myung's blade. He shouted loudly. Concentrate your internal strength to swing the sword to change the direction of the hidden weapon. He finally did it, the flying knife deflected and crashed straight into the wall behind, then flew high, the force was so strong that it shattered. He silently exclaimed, blocking it. However, after that, Chung Myung couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. It seems this time the injury was quite serious. But that's not why he fell down. He wiped the blood and panted, thinking, I've reached my limit, but I'm not done yet. The 10 attacks are not over yet. At that moment, the hidden weapon that had just flown out suddenly turned around and attacked. Chung Myung seemed to know this. He was not surprised but even provoked himself to come here. Complete return. He quickly ran forward, from the dark weapon to the full weapon. Countless experts have died under this technique, attacking when the opponent is vulnerable, but we are so familiar with it, because we have seen it countless times. Come here. After running for a while, he suddenly turned around. The hidden weapon stabbed at him, and that was when Chung Myung raised his sword to block. Even though his skin was peeling off due to its power, he still did not let go, his body strained to the limit, and did not give up, moving forward, despite the danger, move forward. Because victory is always ahead. Duong Quan Nok couldn't help but be surprised. Because of you, right now in front of him. In his hand, is the sword containing the soul of Hoa Sun. Under the reflected sunlight. It flashed with light. Duong Tran gasped. Even Sugar. Or even he, was stunned. Chung Myung was about to swing his sword down, he affirmed, it was over. Suddenly, a dark weapon suddenly shot out. Red blood shot up high. I don't know when the sky will clear again. But below, the army band was motionless, his face was covered in blood, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Chung Myung's sword crashed down on his left shoulder. He was breathing heavily, his voice was full of broken words. Hey, you, scammer, bastard. Cape, to say the last word, is also when Chung Myung fell. The sword is still stuck on the military road's shoulder. He looked down at him with a gloomy face. His eyes focused on the hidden weapon pinned to his back. His face immediately became angry, gritted his teeth and turned back to look at the culprit who had caused this. He repeated 3 letters. This rotten brat, someone with no sense of honor like you, dares to ruin my match. Ba Duong turned pale and stammered, Master, I just want to help you. Duong Quan Nok immediately released his internal force to knock him back and shouted, shutting his mouth. His face became more fierce than ever. On the other side, everyone hurriedly ran towards Chung Myong. Zhou Gul called, Chung Myong, dangerous. But when he approached, he was still motionless, the yard still covered in blood. Everyone is scared, Chung Myong. He ran quickly to help him up and tried to call out to him, Chung Myong, wake up, Chung Myong. Rotten boy, Chung Myong, but he still didn't react. The road military music just stood still. After a while, he gave a signal, and immediately a figure appeared kneeling on the ground, with his subordinates. His hand reached up and pulled out the sword stuck in his shoulder and threw it to the ground, ignoring the blood-flowing orders, bring Hoa Sun Tan Long to the medical hall. Must save his life at all costs. If Hoa Sun Tan Long dies, the hall master as well as all the leaders of the medicine hall will have to be beheaded. He glanced over at the man who was beaten motionless in the corner of the wall. And added, the same goes for the small sect master. I bowed my head and replied, I understand, I will quickly convey the word. Having finished speaking, he stood up and walked to where everyone was surrounding Chung Myong. Baek Shon was alert and immediately turned around, drew his sword and threatened, not to come closer. Sect Master Duong reassured, Hoat Chin Kiem, please calm down, he asked in a harsh voice, are you calm? I haven't inserted this sword into the sect master's neck yet and I'm already calm. He explained that Duong Mon's medical skills were the best in the world. In Sichuan, the place that could best treat Hoa Sun Tan Long was Duong Mon. He objected, but the place he couldn't trust the most right now was the gate. He was silent for a moment, then released the hand holding the injured shoulder. Sincerely expressed, I have lost. I lost this war, moreover, I lost miserably. So, please give me a chance to restore my honor and prove that Tang Mon is not such a vile place. Having finished speaking, he even bowed his head. I beg you, young master. Baek Shon looked at his attitude. Then slowly let go of the sword and lowered his hand. He suddenly asked, could that boy survive? Duong Quan Nok promised that we will save him. Even if I have to use all the secrets of the Tang sect. Hearing that, he remained silent, then turned and sat down. After hugging Chung Myong who was unconscious from Zhou Gul's arms, Zhou Gul stood up. Baek Shon let out a warning, it's best. The master should keep his promise. In his subconscious, Chung Myong suddenly wondered, what am I doing, the sound of water dripping, or rather the sound of blood flowing down? All his senses became very sharp, the scent of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. Along with a strong murderous aura that was so hot that it burned the skin. That scent mixed a little with the scent of fresh blood. How strange. The space suddenly changed, he was now suddenly standing in a valley, he could see behind him were all human corpses, blood flowing red dyeing the ground, above the cliffs, were pagans with cloaks, black. They suddenly jumped down from above, their whole bodies seemed to radiate demonic energy and suddenly attacked him. Chung Myong was still bewildered, he just stood there looking like that. Suddenly, hidden weapons suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, all those evil cults were destroyed. Along with that, a voice shouted, Senior brother. Chung Myong was stunned, looking at the group of dead people bleeding and falling down. His body just stood there like that. The person who just saved him asked, what are you doing? We are fighting. Today is so strange, not like usual at all. He turned back to look at the person who spoke, it was Tang Bao. As if nothing happened, he put his sword back and replied, I don't know, maybe I'm a little tired. Duong Bao has no doubts, that's right, we've been fighting for 3 days already. Well, seeing your cold attitude, he couldn't help but be surprised, it seems like you're really tired, talk less than usual. Do you want me to give you a magic pill? Chung Myong turned his head away and refused, no need, I can't trust anything you give me, oh my god, you're like that again, how many people, longing for the esoteric spiritual pill of the Tang sect but couldn't get it. Do you not believe in Tang Mon? Chung Myong replied frankly, I believe in Tang Mon, but you don't. Duong Bao expressed his heartache, it's like that again, you always say things that make others sad, I already explained that last time I made a little mistake, so I gave you the wrong poison pill, he immediately retorted, you only have your mouth. The two of them then continued on their way, walking and talking, their dark team was completely destroyed, that meant the battle was in our favor, right, we have suffered so much. Later, Chung Myong also let Tang Bao apply a layer of medicine on the wound. He was blowing and grumbling. If he got injured and didn't treat it right away, he would be very tired later. I told him countless times. He sighed indifferently, just leave it alone, and it will come naturally, it's okay. Well, it's true that if you leave it alone, it will heal on its own, but if you apply medicine, it will heal faster. Please stand still for a moment, the precious medicine is all stuck to your shirt, it feels too entangled. Tang told him to completely tear off the piece of clothing. When the wound opened, Chung Myong frowned in reproach. Hey, what's wrong with my shirt? He said, you don't have money to buy luxury medicinal herbs, you should be grateful to me. He scolded you. Every time you open your mouth, you curse the Tang sect, and you often take advantage of the Tang sect's things, don't you think? What happened? The two of them went to a cliff, looked at the vast sky. Tang Bao expressed, before I didn't know why this sect was so tough, but now I understand. If you don't have power, then you don't have anything. If the Tang sect were a little stronger, people wouldn't have to flee Sichuan like that, and so many members of the clan sect wouldn't have to die. Brother Taoist, recently, I've been thinking, if I didn't ignore every word of the people in the sect, but believed and supported them, then perhaps our sect would be stronger. That way, at least a few more people will survive. Chung Myong interrupted, stop talking nonsense. If you blindly believe in your strength, you will be massacred, you're right. He looked up at the sky. He said comfortably with his hands on his hips, so, when the war ends, I will help that little tomb master, who is known as the Supreme Elder, but I have never helped them properly. He said, people call it disobedience, disobeying religion, that's the correct word to use for you. Chung Myong looked annoyed, glanced at him. Duong Bao quickly turned in the other direction and said, oh my, the weather today is so gloomy. He didn't accept anything from him, just sighed, thinking in his heart, disobeying the way, it's not wrong. Up to now, the only thing I have been able to help my master with is probably the famous apricot swordsman. Because we continue to live an arbitrary lifestyle, we have not been able to teach our disciples, nor have we been able to help our future generations. If this war ends, then I will probably be different. Duong Bao suddenly asked for help, brother, please promise me something. If in case I die, please ask the Taoist brother to take care of the boys in the hall for me. He frowned, what nonsense are you talking about? He explained, even if he is an underground monk, it is possible, my ability to survive is still lower than yours, so please listen to my wishes and take care of the children. Don't talk nonsense anymore, get out of the way, otherwise I'll punch you right now. Then, brother, don't be like that, I'll give you another heavenly poison pill. He angrily pulled out his sword and threatened, I'll cut you to death. He was startled and quickly advised, don't, oh my god, it's not that difficult, why are you overdoing it? Chung Myong said, if you want to take care of the Tang Mon, then take care of it yourself, and you must live at all costs. Once a person is dead, don't think about the future, because death is the end. Oh, how can that be? Maybe because you are a Taoist, you don't care about worldly things. But even if we die, others will still be alive. That's it, that's been stuck in my head for the past few days. Chung Myong turned around and left. Before that, he left a sentence, don't push things to others, do it yourself. After a short while, he stopped. Say more, instead. I will end the war for you, I will cut off that Shon demon's head. So remember to live long enough, so you can still witness that moment. Duong Bao smiled, quickly ran after him and replied, I know. Promise me, you're talking nonsense again, I believe you can do it. A month later, no, less than a month later, Tang Bao died in battle. Chung Myong he opened his eyes slightly. At this time, his wound was bandaged, and he was placed on the bed. He scratched his head and sat up, only then did he notice the bandage marks on his body. Looks like I'm not dead yet. That's right, that's all there is, how can I die? He remembered the time he fought with Tang Junyue, including when the hidden weapon stabbed him in the back, and then sighed again. During the war, my hip was almost split into 2 pieces, but I still survived. But this place is. Chung Myong observed the room, he suddenly noticed something. Turns out, next to his bed, 4 people, Baek Shon, Lu Latuit, Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong were falling asleep. Chung Myong laughed, these brats. Even lying on the ground sleeps really well. The door suddenly opened, Tang Quan Nok came in and said, they have been awake for 3 days and nights, they refused to leave, saying they had to wait for you to wake up. How do you feel? Chung Myong was surprised, 3 days. He recounted, I intended to let him rest more, but he pulled out his sword to resist, perhaps because he was too nervous. I was afraid he would take a risk, so I gave him a sleeping acupuncture point. He wondered, then why don't we take them to a more comfortable place? The sect master replied, I was planning to do the same, but every time I tried to move him, he groaned and tried to wake up. I know what to do, how come? The love between brother and sister is so deep, if only the kids from the family were like that, then I would have less to worry about, so enviable. He frowned in confusion, what was he jealous about? Just take turns watching, there's no need for 4 people. What idiots, really stupid. But, what is this strange feeling, this feeling that is difficult to describe in words? Duong Quan Nok suddenly called his name, Hoa Sun Tan Long. When he turned to look, he suddenly bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, ha. This is my fault, I didn't expect my uncle would cause such a thing. I know that no matter what I say, I can't justify his actions, but I will try my best to make up for it. I hope you will be less angry. First of all, I admit that I have lost in this contest. As promised, the Tuk Trung Tang family will recognize Chung Myong of Hoa Sun as a friend and an eternal guest of the Tang family. Oh. And if you want, I'm ready to surrender my way. I have not taught my children strictly. If I can atone for my mistakes in this way, I am willing to do it, if I can regain the family's lost honor. After talking for a while, he thought to himself, since it's come to this, I'm sure you're satisfied. But Chung Myong tilted his head and pouted his lips and asked a surprising question, was that all? Tang Quan Nok's face was dumbfounded. He repeated, is that all, then. He let out a sigh and then started grumbling, oh my God. Stab someone with a knife, then say what, with what effect, oh my God, it's so easy, isn't it? Moreover, when children make mistakes, parents must take responsibility, so why do they secretly blame all the responsibility on their children? Being told that makes him freeze. Chung Myong suddenly ran out and opened the window screaming, everyone, this is the family, this is the family. When it was finished, he leaned back on the bed and exclaimed, now, blame all the mistakes on his children, then wash his hands of it. Has he become a famous family? Oh my God, this place is also considered a famous family. The subjects and famous subjects that we know are all dead. No, I have to run immediately to the capital and inform the world how the Tang family handles everything fairly. Just tell the gangsters, 3 days later the whole world will know. The more you listen, the more Tang Quan Nok sweats. Quickly advise, calm down. He pretended not to hear and said louder, oh, no, if I do that, I will be beheaded, in the middle of a competition. If you still dare to use a hidden weapon, hold and behead someone, what's the point? He suddenly shouted, if he wanted to kill, he would have killed him a long time ago. Chung Myong turned his head and looked at him questioningly. The sect master quickly covered his mouth and avoided, oh no, I accidentally said something. So, what do you want? He frowned, why even ask, there must be compensation. Stab someone with a knife, then just apologize and that's it. Then why do you still need a dentist? Why do you need a war? He stammered, he had to compensate. But, what is the compensation? Chung Myong now smiled devilishly, his face turned red with excitement. He wiped his saliva with his hand and said, let me think about it, how can I reach an agreement that benefits both sides? His eyes suddenly lit up and suggested, first of all, take a good look at this extremely valuable pill. Tian poison pill. Tang Jun Nok's face turned pale. Tian poison pill. It was a treasure that even the Tang family only had a few pills left, that's why I wanted to try it out. Having said that, he turned away and chuckled, Duong Bao, don't worry. I will take good care of the family. If you feel wronged, then come back to life. Returning to his study, Duong Quan Nok angrily slammed his hand on the table and cursed, robber. Such a precious Tian Doc Dan pill. Duong Tran looked at him, the homeowner, worriedly. He tried to suppress his anger and ordered. You will be removed from your position as young householder, ha. If it were you, would you want to cooperate with a family whose young master dares to plot against you? But, the master. Hoa Sun Tan Long's talent is undeniable, but even if he is the best in the world, Hoa Sun's current situation is still very dangerous, isn't it? Duong Quan Nok explained, if he belonged to a powerful and wealthy sect, would he need to associate with us? It is because Hoa Sun is weakening that he must seek help from us, ta. We use him, he relies on us, this is a mutually beneficial relationship. The position of young homeowner is currently vacant. You will have to compete with your brothers. Tang Tran nodded slightly, I will try my best. He further advised, I give you a task. There must be someone in the Tang family who is close to Hoa Sun Tan Long. In my opinion, Hoa Sun Tan Long is a very loyal person. If you can become his person, the Tang family will not only have a contract, but can also gain even more benefits. Hearing that, he nodded again, but still said honestly, Patriarch, I am not interested in the position of Patriarch, but if it is something that benefits the family, I'm ready. The homeowner smiled happily. Very good. Duong silently determined that this attempt must be successful. I will do as the homeowner says and win the trust of Hoa Sun Tan Long, and become his friend. At this moment, seeing him suddenly bewildered, Chung Myong called out, Hey, what are you thinking? My hands and feet kept playing. Duong Tran was startled out of his memories and apologized. He lay on the sofa, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, pouring it into his mouth and saying, Even Quan can be so beautiful, the Tang family is really good at everything. He was surprised for a few seconds, then frowned speechless. This was a small matter, not a friend. Chung Myong gnawed a piece of chicken thigh, happily exclaiming, It was so chewy. Chung Myong's voice rang out from the opposite side. The kid had been stabbed once, but he was still so healthy. But wait, is this okay? He immediately complained. Every time he sat down the wound hurt so much, he probably had to wait until it was completely healed. Yoon Jong leaned into Baek Shon's ear and whispered, Maybe we should attack him while he's injured. He said dejectedly, Leave him alone, he'll wake up one day. Chung Myong now carried a whole plate of meat up the slope into his mouth, then gasped again. The broth was really delicious. Then he choked and screamed, It was too spicy. Baek Shon doubted life and sighed, I really expected too much. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the people opposite him and said, Don't you know, in the hall, eating well, dressing well, and resting comfortably is polite, so you brothers, feel free to relax, let's eat and drink. Suddenly, military music suddenly appeared. Do you see anything lacking here? Chung Myong happily said, Oh homeowner, thanks to you we can live happily like this. By the way, the food in Tuk Trung is really delicious, although a bit spicy and numbing, but how can I say it, he continued, if you get used to it, it will be delicious, yes, so we plan to eat it until we get used to it. Having said that, he shoved the whole plate of food into his mouth, chewy and chewy. Spicy. Great, the homeowner looked at it and couldn't help but be surprised. Having just enjoyed the cuisine at the Tang family, and having eaten so deliciously, most of the guests are afraid of the Tang family's wine and food, because we use poison. It seems that Hoa Sun Tan Long also trusts the Tang family very much. How lucky. Yoon Jong and Baek Shon saw him smiling and whispered, Is the homeowner laughing or angry? Probably both. Chung Myong was busy eating when he suddenly remembered to ask, What's going on? Do you want to dine with us? The homeowner hesitated, No. Sir, 1 hour. He silently bowed his head, thinking about something. Then I decided not to say anything, just said, Oh, it's nothing, I just stopped by to see how you guys are doing, are you living well? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slammed on the door. He was sweating and turned his head to look at the figure gradually emerging. Jo Gul saw something protruding and wondered, what was that? Human head. Duong Quan Nok turned his head to look. Why you? He angrily tried to block his vision. Chung Myong was confused. What's wrong, that old man? He stammered and stammered, I want to introduce you to someone. If young people can connect with each other, then there's nothing better, that's right. He suddenly felt a heaviness in his shoulders. Try to keep a cool face and turn your head to signal. Come in. From the door, a figure walked in. Jo Gul looked confused. The orange outfit and blue silk dress stand out. Baek Shon and Yoon Jong also looked curiously. On that person's head, a golden brooch dotted with rubies. The person who came in was a girl. Even Chung Myong, who was eating, suddenly had to stop and look up. Come in, the homeowner said. Wait until she comes in. The Duong family owner confusedly introduced, This is my daughter. Say hello, child. He curiously stopped eating and looked. The girl showed a bright smile and introduced herself, Sweet little girl. Please meet the Hoa Sun heroes. And after that day, Chung Myong's life was like hell. After returning to the room, he collapsed haggardly on the bed and cried, Leech. Who told that old man to introduce himself like that? She just clung to me like a snake, never taking a step away. When I eat, I want to serve, when I drink, I want to pour, and I probably want to follow him to the bathroom later. Baek Shon looked at him like that and said, Then it's okay for you to run back to your room. Why did you come into my room? He whined, Uncle, I'm scared to death. That Duong Quan Nok, I heard that he is a poisonous king, but he uses poison on me like this. What is a poisonous king? this is truly a poisonous woman. Thinking that it was reasonable, he smiled faintly and agreed, it was not wrong. He shouted again, and again, what the hell to become a person, to become a person. I'm a Taoist monk, why do I care about love, I'm crazy to marry the daughter of the head of the family, Baek Shon expressed, but after all, that side has good intentions towards us, even our daughter, the wine was also brought out, it seems he was very pleased with you. Chung Myung complained, oh well, tell him to stop, what is he like, he always uses poison on me. As far as I can see, that old man. Very tall. Outside the yard, Duong Tu Tu was still waiting alone, she bit her shirt and mumbled in annoyance, why doesn't he come out yet? Tu Tu bit her sleeve tightly. It's about time. Duong Tran came out to advise, sister, don't overdo it, she scolded you, shut up, don't interfere. It's strange, he can't avoid me like that, why? Duong Tu Tu is full of confidence, because she is beautiful, he was speechless when he heard it. She continued to wonder, is it because you don't have eyes to see because of the Taoist priest, or because you've lived in the mountains for a long time, so you don't know what a beauty is, why did he avoid me? Tang Chan speculated, maybe he's not interested in women. She immediately objected, in this world, are there still men who are not interested in women? He suddenly thought, it's strange, my sister has always been against love, but now she's taking the initiative. Could it be that you already like Hoa Sun Tan Long? Duong Tu Tu immediately denied, saying nonsense, I just met him yesterday, I don't know what to like or dislike, I'm not an angel, I know other people's thoughts, but why do you think so, such enthusiasm? She explained, because if we miss this opportunity, we know where we will be married off to. Father loves me very much, but he is the head of the family, between his own interests and the interests of the family, he will always put the interests of the family first. So, when the time comes, he will marry me to a certain family, and I will have to live in some noble, wealthy family in the middle of the country, I will suffocate in such places. Think about it, from eating, drinking, walking, to every action, you have to follow the rules, can you endure it? Duong Tran silently replied, it's difficult. Think about it, from eating, drinking, walking, to every action, you have to follow the rules, can you endure it? Duong Tran silently replied, it's difficult. But a few days ago, when I secretly looked at Chung Myung who was injured and unconscious on the bed, Tang Tu probed, that brat is the number one in the future that father has recognized. A few days ago, when secretly looking at Chung Myung injured and unconscious on the bed, Tang Tu probed, is that kid the number one in the future that father has recognized? Looking up at the sky, she expressed. If he were the best in the world, he would definitely be busy practicing martial arts and wouldn't have time to go home, and I would be lonely and wither like a withered flower. Why choose such a tragic marriage? What better marriage could there be than this? He froze, good. Compared to a life of house arrest and restraint, it is 100 times better. You don't have to care about others, you can live your own life, this opportunity won't come twice. Absolutely not, even if I die, I still have to catch that Hoa Sun Tan Long guy, although my father opposes, he can't live for me, right? She said with a tone full of fiery determination. Kang Jen's lips twitched, thinking, did you already have a plan? But Hoa Sun Tam Long is not someone who is easily subdued, things will definitely not go as she wishes, Duong Tu Tu retorted, are you deluding yourself? How can I control him? He is a person that my father has recognized, I must respect and yield to him, so what about feelings? What is love? Just live together and feelings will naturally arise. He widened his eyes as he looked at his sister and exclaimed, so realistic. She continued, after all, this is the best marriage for me, looking closely, he is quite handsome. Even though he treats me like a roadside stone, it makes me a bit uncomfortable, but time will change everything. Duong's heart was full of admiration, she was so determined, if she knew the future that a daughter of the Duong family would have to endure, surely no one would blame her for her determination. I watched my sister leave. Not recognized as a member of the clan, not allowed to learn the secret arts and martial arts of the clan, just because she is the daughter of the clan leader, she is imprisoned in the clan for the rest of her life, not allowed to go out. Live a life like a flower in a pot, and then when you come of age, you'll be married off like a commodity. There was silence for a while, then Tang Tu Tu suddenly said seriously, Tuan, yes, sister. We will definitely have happiness. And the key to that happiness is him. She pointed to the room behind her, I will use every means to become friends with that Taoist, you must help me. If so, I will support you. The world's first brother-in-law, Duong Tran listened and laughed. He grabbed her hand and replied, yes. I trust you, sister. As if gaining strength, Duong Tu searched every day and night for Chung Myung in every corner, young hero. Chung Myung lack of action. How strange. I already checked the room, where did he go? The person in question is currently hiding on the roof, trying not to make a sound. After seeing her go away, he looked back down, filled with doubts. No way, I can't win against her. He touched the wound on his stomach and groaned softly. The wound was still quite painful. It was just a competition with the hall master, but he was seriously injured. I really am so weak. Even though my son was plotting against me, that was not a legitimate reason. On the battlefield, cowardly tricks are common, and plotting is also a skill. If I am strong enough, even if I am haunted, I won't get hurt either. Even so. From inside, Chung Myung took out the medicinal pill, held it up high to open it and thought, even so, this medicinal pill. Is it possible? Although it is very dangerous, if everything goes as we wish, we will solve the problem of internal strength. Although it will not be possible to return to the way it was before, at least it will no longer be depleted of internal energy and unable to exert its full strength. First of all, you have to wait until your body completely recovers. While she was putting the pill away, Tang Tu discovered her hiding place. She shouted loudly, young master. Chung Myung young Haep, looking at her running towards him like crazy, he was startled and quickly used his flying skills to run away. She kept chasing me. I wanted to talk to you a little bit, but you kept running away. I'll buy you gourd candy. Stop, what the hell is gourd candy? At this time, the high road was already dead, so he had to land on the ground and continue running. Duong Tu still did not give up and chased vigorously. Hey, you stopped there. You put in all your effort, there. Over there, that is the homeowner's mansion. Chung Myung rushed in at full speed. He quickly closed the door. When Duong Tu ran over, his figure had disappeared. She was helpless. Why did she run to that place? He breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, she didn't dare to rush in here. After calming down, he continued walking up the long hallway inside. It wasn't until they reached a door that the speed stopped. Chung Myung reached out and opened the door. Inside, the military band was already waiting. He looked at him and asked, "You're here. Are you ready yet?" The two sat at the table, the homeowner holding a pot of tea and filling a cup. Then pushed it towards him. "Drink it, it's cold tea." Chung Myung frowned and looked at him. And he also looked back. A moment later, he picked up the cup of tea and drank it. After putting down the teacup, he angrily asked why he wanted to marry his daughter to a Taoist. Although the blood connection is important, isn't this too obvious? Duong Quan Nok makes me angry when I hear it. Is it obvious? I'm not mature enough to marry my daughter to you. Didn't the owner of the house tell me to? No way, then why did she do that? He remembered what his daughter once asked. Do you want me to be single until I'm old? I just need to close my eyes and introduce you. Just introduce. However, he couldn't say this reason. Just reply, I don't know how. Marry your daughter to someone like you who only cares about money. Don't dream anymore, I'll just follow its request. Chung Myung frowned in confusion. That sounds really strange. What about me? He put down the teacup and said, you are an outstanding martial artist. But you're not a good person, right? He thought to himself, why is he so observant? As a father, I want to marry my daughter to a good person, not a good martial artist. It's just that because of my status as the head of the family, I can't object directly. The two of them clinked teacups and talked. It seemed like he was in a very awkward situation, very awkward. After drinking the glass together, then put the glasses down together at the same time. Chung Myung looked at him appraisingly. He was an interesting person. Both pragmatic and stubborn towards honor, cold to the point of sacrificing loved ones, but with humanity, completely different from the old guard. That's right. Patriarch Duong shouldered a heavy responsibility. How could he be as free as Duong Bao? Thanks to Duong Bao's superior martial arts talent, he was able to sit in the position of Supreme Elder, otherwise he was expelled from the clan a long time ago. The Duong family owner expressed, that's why I believe that you and Hoa's son will be the way out for the Duong family. Back to the main issue, are you prepared yet? He replied, of course. Then tell me, what do you want from the Tang family? Chung Myung smirked. He asked, let me say first, the Tang family wants to ally with Hoa's son, right? He frankly replied, exactly, I want you, not Hoa's son, me. But me and Hoa's son are one, I know, I just want you to understand what I mean. I need you, I am ready to ally with Hoa Sun, and supporting Hoa Sun is not a problem. Remember that the Tang family values you very much, he laughed, so just because of me alone, the famous Tang family is willing to support Hoa Sun. He immediately said, it's a bit much, but you deserve it. Chung Myung laughed and exclaimed. You're a good liar, what do you mean? He leaned back in his chair and waved his hand to explain, don't be so serious, I don't mean to say you have bad intentions. It's just his superior attitude that makes me a little uncomfortable. He frowned and observed him. Duong Quan Nok turned on serious warning mode, you are still too young and cannot see the situation clearly. Of course, his martial arts are very strong, but that is just the potential, the cub may not become a fierce tiger. If considered in that aspect, Hoa Sun is not qualified to negotiate on an equal footing with the Tang family. Even if you truly become the best in the world, just because you are strong, doesn't mean the whole mountain is strong. Yet you want me to equate Hoa Sun with the Tang family just because of your potential, for what reason? He nodded and replied, it was obvious. But negotiation is not a matter between equals, but between people who have needs together. Hoa Sun does not need the Tang family, but the Tang family needs Hoa Sun. Having finished speaking, he looked somewhere, and the homeowner was surprised in his heart, what do you know to say that? Seconds later, Chung Myung suddenly stood up. He went to the corner of the room, where the map was placed. His hand decisively pulled down the map. Then bring it back to the table and spread it out. He pointed to a place and began to analyze, this is Tuk Trung, where the Tang family is located, that's right. Below is Ngami, above is Tan Tan. On the right is martial arts, above is Tong Nam. Well, there are still injuries below, but I don't count them, even if there are injuries, it won't change anything. The homeowner's expression became more and more gloomy. Chung Myung smiled and said, you have finally revealed your true thoughts. Perhaps this person's nature is as liberal as sugar, but anyway, the house owner's house is not a position that a random person can sit in. His purpose is very clear, pure profit, only when he sees clear benefits will he act. Yet, such a person accepted to take the risk to proactively approach me. Finally, after a period of silence, Tang Quan Nok also spoke up, what do you want to say? He tilted his head and asked, what a coincidence, what coincidence? The Tang family is surrounded on all sides by righteous sects that are equally powerful, even stronger than the Tang family. Add to that the mobs all over the middle, it's really stuffy. He frowned and reminded, people seem to be misunderstanding, the relationship between the Tang sect and the righteous sects is not bad, it can even be said to be allies, comrades in arms. Chung Myung did not refute, yes, that's right. Until the spear is destroyed. Whether it's the 5 great families or the 9 great sects, when they have a common enemy, they will unite. But when the enemy disappears, they will split over interests, and be forced to seek new enemies, even those who once stood side by side. He hesitated, you are. He interrupted and continued, other families are not a big problem, Nam Kung, Feng family, Mo Dung, powerful families are all in the east, only Tang family is located in the west. And the way to connect with other families is blocked by the main sects, in other words, whether it is the 5 great families or whatever, in the end the family is still isolated. Isolated and surrounded by righteous sects, this is certainly not the situation the Tang family wants. In this situation, the Tang family needs a friend strong enough to restrain the righteous sects, and support the Tang family from behind. And coincidentally, right behind martial arts and Tong Nam, in an extremely favorable position to restrain these 2 sects. It is the painted flower. Having finished speaking, he confidently smiled and looked at the homeowner. Pure interest, clear benefit motivated him to act. Chung Myung gives another example, if we consider Trung Nguyen as a go board, to escape the siege, we need to place the pieces outside, not inside. Once surrounded, no matter how many troops are placed inside, the situation cannot be changed. Duong Quan Nok forced a smile and asked, do you think Hoa Sun has such value? Hoa Sun is no longer a righteous sect. It is precisely because we are no longer a righteous sect that it has value. If we were still a righteous sect, would the Tang family want to ally with us? We would definitely join the factions of the sects, it's different. You can't deny this, right? What you say is an alliance, but in reality it's just a social relationship. He couldn't help but tacitly admit, yes, normally no one would say it out loud, but it was the truth. Chung Myung continued to expose, ignoring those polite words, his real purpose is to take advantage of Hoa Sun to restrain the righteous sects that are besieging the Tang family, When rumors of Hoa-sun allying with as the Tang family spreads, the righteous sects will certainly be cautious and restrain Hoa-sun, thus the pressure on the Tang family will be reduced. Only then did the Duong homeowner realize one thing: this kid, he saw through everything. I underestimated him. He is not a stupid person who only knows how to use force. Perhaps the person being held in his hands is not him. It's me. He sighed and admitted, I saw you wrong. Who do you think I am, an arrogant brat who only knows martial arts? You were angry when you heard that, he said again. I will correct him as an arrogant brat with high martial arts skills. He silently cursed, saying, You bastard, why did you let your junior be so talented? While thinking, he spoke again. I admitted, that was what I wanted. So what is Hoa-sun's opinion? He pulled up his chair and sat down and replied, No different from you. I just find it unfair, when the Tang family benefits from this alliance, while Hoa-sun has to suffer scrutiny, views of other sects. I want a worthy return, not a favor, but a worthy return. That is a true negotiation. How to repay? Okay, then me. Chung Myung interrupted again. Well, first I want to make one thing clear. This alliance is not a debt of gratitude to Hoa-sun, but of Hua-sun helping the Tang family. So, before talking about reciprocation, let's get rid of that arrogant attitude. Because right now, I am representing Hoa-sun. The space suddenly became quiet. Then suddenly, Tang Quan Nok stood up. It seems we were wrong. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to express. Duong Quan Nok, the head of the Tuk Trung Duong family, would like to apologize to Chung Myung, the leader of Hoa-sun. Seeing that, he also stood up and made a similar gesture. I accept the apology. After finishing this issue, the two sat down to continue negotiating. The Duong family owner caressed his teacup and asked, So what should the Duong family do to get Hoa-sun to agree to cooperate? Chung Myung raised 3 fingers. 3 things. 3 things. Every time he comes up with something, he comes up with the corresponding number of fingers. First, weapon. He wondered, what kind of weapon? The Tang family's poisons and hidden weapons are absolutely not allowed to be passed out. If you want the Tang family's hidden weapons, then this negotiation is considered abandoned. It's not hidden weapons. Hoa-sun doesn't know what to use hidden weapons for. Then he picked up his sword. Then pull out. Put the sword that was broken due to the competition on the table and asked him what he thought. He looked at it and replied, Well, the quality is really poor, although it was my fault. This was not a good sword in the first place. Chung Myung explained, It can't be helped. Hua-shan didn't have money. Now he has money, but finding a good forge that can produce large quantities of high-quality swords is not an easy task. Well, such smithies have definitely been monopolized by other sects. Yes, but here there are some of the best forging masters in the Central Plains. Forging swords is just a small matter to them, but a famous writer is not afraid of a bad one. Haven't you heard that saying? You scoff, it's nonsense. Go to the houses of those famous writers and take a look. They probably have hundreds of pens. He laughed. It was true. Chung Myung put the sword in its sheath and continued, A bad sword can still exert its strength. That doesn't mean there is no difference between a good sword and a bad sword. I heard that the Tang family's forging technique is the best in the world. If the Tang family can forge apricot swords for Hoa-sun, that would be great. I agree, this is not difficult. What is the second thing? He immediately said, Let's teach Hoa-sun a martial art. The head of the Tang family frowned. Martial arts. Someone who clearly understands things, yet makes such an unreasonable request. The royal family's secret can only be passed on to members of the clan. He stood up and denied that it was not a secret. Suddenly, Chung Myung took off his shirt. He pointed to the wound on his side. Now only a faint scar remained. His recovery ability was amazing, thanks to excellent medical techniques. What I want is the Tang family's medical skills. Medical skills. What I want is the Tang family's medical skills. Medical skills. In my dream I was taught the importance of medicine. If I had known the Tang family's medical skills at that time, perhaps I could have saved a few more lives. I only know how to transmit internal energy, a trivial technique. Thinking back to the past, at that time he only knew what to do to save the road, but in the end, at that time, he failed. Duong Bao held his hand tightly, trying to smile and say, Brother, Duong family, please take care of my junior brothers. I beg you, those techniques cannot save the life of a dying person with a fatal wound. The feeling of helplessness and pain when having to watch loved ones pass away right before your eyes is truly too much to bear. Please pass on the Tang family's medical skills to Hoa-sun. This way, people from both sides will come back and forth frequently, and their feelings will also become closer. After listening, Patriarch Duong was thoughtful. He could only reply, "This is not easy, I have to convince the elders. But we will try our best. To get Hoa-sun, we are ready to trade. No, we must definitely trade to get Hoa-sun. We can meet these two things, but when we hear this, we are afraid to hear the third condition." Certainly the most important condition. Chung Myong nodded, "Yes, the most important." He gulped, then, "What was it?" He stared at him and said, "Consider Hoa-sun as a friend." He was surprised. "It's obvious, we are allies." Chung Myong emphasized, "Not allies, but friends. Not allies who can betray at any time, but friends who can help each other when in trouble. That's what I want." The Tang family owner was tormented in his heart. "This matter cannot be promised and is not certain to be possible. Why do you say such meaningless words?" "I don't understand. The previous two conditions both have good reasons, but I don't see any reason for this condition." "Is there something we missed?" "No, then why do you say that?" I closed my eyes. The image of Tang Bao's smiling face appeared in his mind, a smile that made him just want to scream, "Don't make that face, you hateful brat." In the end, Chung Myong couldn't say it. As for the reason, I don't know anymore. "Consider it my temporary wish." Duong Quan Nok laughed and said, "What's the point?" "Do you know, what do you know? Most countless people want to cooperate with the Tang family, but no one has ever wanted to become a friend of the Tang family. It's interesting. But we don't know how to treat friends, so I hope Hoa-sun can teach us what friends are like. It's very simple." His hands touched the teacup on the table. His mouth could not help but smile. "Friend, what a friend." It's so cheesy, however, these childish words made me shake. Especially when it comes out of the mouth of someone whose thoughts we cannot guess. Look at Chung Myong's smiling face. The Tang family declared, "I agree to all three conditions," so the alliance between Hoa-sun and the Tang family has been established. The problem now is whether Hoa-sun will accept it or not. Chung Myong reassured, "You don't need to worry about that. I will write a letter, you just need to stamp it and send it to Hoa-sun. It will definitely be fine." "Is your reputation in Hoa-sun that great?" "No, but it is." Everyone is frustrated because they are estranged and despised, so when they receive the letter, they will definitely be moved to tears. "I understand." He stood up and expressed, "It seems we have a lot of work to do. If we want to quickly fulfill these conditions, we must start doing it now." He wondered, Where are you going?" "You're negotiating?" Negotiating? Didn't we just finish negotiating?" He laughed, "That was negotiating with Hoa-sun. And this wound? You haven't negotiated with me about this yet." Patriarch Duong asked confusedly, "Didn't I already give you the heavenly poison pill? Oh my god, you really want to bring disaster on yourself. The day you plan to use a pill to make up for almost killing me." No matter how precious spiritual thoughts are, they are created by humans, not humans born from spiritual pills, sir, understand? Luckily I'm still alive, but if it were someone else I would have definitely died a long time ago. But you just intended to give me a pill and then brush it off. No. Chung Myong slammed a book on the table and suggested, "I have prepared everything for your convenience, just do it like that, there's no need to praise me for my thoughtfulness. Just read slowly and carefully." "That's a bit much." He looked at his face, and suddenly felt cold. Later, Chung Myong returned to report this story to everyone. Baek Shon exclaimed, "What an ally." Yoon Jong questioned, "Wait, we can decide this ourselves, why not? There is a master here." I. He repeated the words of the sect leader, "From now on you will represent me in the south, your words are my words, your will is the will of Hoa-sun." "You said so, have you forgotten?" he shouted. "No, this brat, what is that? He doesn't know what will happen in Nam Baro, so he said that. You arbitrarily decide on such an alliance, the sect master will." He interrupted, "So happy." He was also tired and said a long, "Happy yes," suddenly remembered, he shouted again, "Hey, this brat." Baek Shon scratched his head and sighed, "Just went out to eat for a while, but he already voluntarily formed an alliance with someone. I knew that the landlord valued Chung Myong, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Calm down. If we have to form an alliance and look at the results, it's not bad. No, not only is it not bad, but it is a huge benefit. If it has the support of one of the 5 great families like the Tang family, Hoa-sun will be like a tiger growing wings. Thinking for a moment, he hesitated to speak again. "First of all, well done. Although I don't know what agreement you had with the Lord, it is very good to be able to achieve such a result. Anyway, you've worked hard." Chung Myong frowned and wondered, "Uncle, What's wrong with you, suddenly saying those words? It's terrible. Baek Shon was so bored that he didn't bother to talk, but in the end he had to express his concerns. But I was still worried about one thing. What about the 9 great sects? Huashan has always had an alliance with the 9 great sects, and has never cooperated with the 5 great families. You also know the complicated relationship between the 9 great sects and the 5 great families. Although the alliance with the Tang family is beneficial for Huashan at this time, if Huashan wants to return to the 9 great sects in the future, there will be trouble. That's what I'm worried about. Have you thought carefully before deciding? Pausing for a moment, Chung Myong suddenly asked, what are the benefits of returning to the 9 great sects? Benefits. Well, the reputation of the 9 great sects. He was somewhat sarcastic about the reputation of the 9 great sects. Do you want to go back to the southern era? Uncle, do you think the reputation of joining the 9 great sects is more valuable than an alliance with the royal family? Master, do you have no self-esteem? Who kicked us out of the 9 great sects? It was those bastards, those 9 great sects. But now, just because Huashan is a little stronger, he wants to flatter them, to ask for a place in the 9 great sects, forget all the past, and start over. Uncle is really stupid. Chung Myong sternly reminded, stop dreaming. If those 9 great sects really valued friendship and were willing to help each other when facing difficulties, Hoa Sun would not have fallen into this situation. Baek Shon inquired, I mean, the Tang family is not like the previous 9 great sects, they will help Hoa Sun when in trouble. He replied, we have to make them do so. No relationship comes naturally, it all has to be nurtured by us. The Tang family are the people who can help Hoa Sun. No matter what worries we have, this alliance will not disadvantage us. He heard that and was silent for a moment. Then when it was clear and agreed, I understand, let's proceed. Yoon Jong hesitated, Uncle. Baek Shon said, first of all, I will use the authority that the sect master has given me to promote this, and no matter what the outcome is, I will be responsible. Yoon Jong, please quickly draft the alliance content and send it to Huashan, Master. Chung Myong, are you sure? You were chewing a piece of cake. When you heard the question, you looked up. Baek Shon thought, surely the elders will agree. Moreover, if any problem occurs, the Epiphany Master will solve it. This is Chung Myong's decision, the person everyone trusts. Don't worry anymore. After comforting himself, he expressed, so the family's affairs are over. Chung Myong picked up the last cake on the plate and replied, well, now we have to go to Yunnan. Brother, surely the preparations for the Yunnan trip have been completed. Jo Gul was startled and faltered. The thing is. They said they didn't. There is no trade group going to Yunnan. He is confused. What are you talking about? Last time it was clear. My father and I said there was a small group of traders going there, and if we set out, we would go with them. He looked down, awkwardly explaining, the story was, my father wanted to get us out of the capital as soon as possible, so he lied. He planned to gather the merchants, take them out of the capital, and then explain everything. In the end, Chung Myong immediately rushed to the master's room. As soon as he opened the door, he quickly shouted, I have one more condition. No, one more request. No, it's not a condition, it's a favor, we're friends. He walked over, slapped his hand hard on the table of the homeowner asking for help. Please help me find a group of traders to go to Yunnan. I want to go with them to Yunnan, deep into Yunnan, to the place where there are wild beasts. Time is running out, can we rely on you? He listened with doubt and exclaimed, it seems that the word for help in the West is different from in the Central Plains. The meeting with the elders took place. After hearing the homeowner talk about the alliance, some people began to discuss, what is the homeowner planning? Why is he allying with Hoa Sun? It's not martial arts, it's not the male clan, but it's Hoa Sun. Homeowner, have you thought about it carefully? Behind the screen, the military band was silent and thoughtful. The council of elders and the old people only knew how to rely on their age and family name to cling to power, refusing to cede their positions to the young, at any time, also interferes with everything. It's so annoying. I don't know when, they have such great power in their hands that they can overwhelm the homeowner. Every decision must consider their opinions. It's really disgusting. Seeing that he remained silent, an elder shouted and urged, homeowner, please explain. A seemingly high-ranking person suddenly spoke up and reminded, calm down, everyone. First, calm down and listen to what the homeowner has to say. But, Senator. The old man glared, didn't you hear me? The man turned pale and bowed his head, apologizing. The elder urged, Patriarch, please speak. What is he planning? The person who just gave the order was the elder of the Danger Hall, the head of the elder house of the Thu Trong Tang family. Patriarch Duong explained that Hoa's son was a sect worthy of an alliance. The old man coldly snorted and said, "It's strange, is the homeowner so old that his mind is confused? Why did he make such a judgment? Maybe I don't know. Hoa's son has restored its reputation, old days. Or, the Tang family is now so weak that they have to rely on Hoa's son." The homeowner's street is quiet. As for him, he still deliberately started talking. Hoa's son did not say anything. A few days ago, there was something even more shocking than that. "You have removed Tang Ba from the position of young homeowner. First, tell us the reason why you have removed Tang Ba." He affirmed, "Because it's not worth it, isn't it worth it?" "Yes, I realize that he is not capable of taking on the responsibility of the head of the family in the future, so it is better to depose him as soon as possible, so that he has the opportunity to practice himself, which is also a good thing for the family." Duong Dang immediately asked, "So who do you intend to choose as the young homeowner?" He replied, "One of my other sons." According to the tradition of the Tang family, hearing this answer, the old man suddenly frowned. "Are you mocking me for stealing your position as young patriarch?" He wondered. Duong Ba's martial arts skills were very strong. Could it be that he was still not qualified? Duong Quan Nok honestly confided, "If it was before, I would never have kicked Tang Ba. The position of young homeowner is only for reasons of ability. But after witnessing with my own eyes a person who makes me unable to be satisfied with my boss, I will not compromise." Duong Dang deeply asked, "Hoa Sun Tan Long, you just said, you will prioritize ability when choosing a young master, is that right?" "That's right. So that means, the young homeowner is not necessarily the homeowner's son. In other words, if there is a child in the Tang family who can overcome the Hoa Sun Tan Long, he will be willing to make that child the young master of the family." The Duong family leader firmly said that anyone with the Duong family name and ability could become the young homeowner. Hearing this, Duong Dang smiled cunningly and expressed, "I really admire the homeowner's generosity. Then there is no better measure than him. What do you guys think? Let Hoa Sun Tan Long compete with Duong Hao. Whoever wins will be the young homeowner." Duong Quan Nok suddenly burst into laughter. "It seems like the old man is misunderstanding. Right now, no one in the family can defeat Hoa Sun Tan Long," the old man in danger retorted. "Don't think that the family master only knows that. The children of the Tang family are not weak. Could it be that the master of the Tang family does not trust the eyes of his family?" Crane Road, "Let Tang Hawk compete with that brat Chung Myong," he questioned. "It seems like you really want Tang Crane to be the young master of the family. You said you wouldn't favor your grandson." The old man grinned and replied, "I only value ability. The Tang family owner has no choice but to compromise. Okay, but still. Red or black must have stakes, challenges must have rewards. Let's add one more condition." "How? What condition?" "If Tang Hawk defeats Hoa Sun Tan Long, the right to appoint the young master will belong to the Council of Elders. And if Hoa Sun Tan Long wins, the Council of Elders will not interfere in any of my decisions, until I resign as head of the household. So, do you dare to accept this challenge?" The space suddenly became silent. Only later did someone whisper, "How could you decide such an important matter so casually, Senator? This is too dangerous." "It's dangerous for both sides, you must not agree." Elders, everyone tried their best to dissuade him. But no old man in danger would miss this good opportunity. The old man immediately agreed, no matter what the others said. Even though the two were behind a screen, it was as if there was nothing separating them. Their eyes seemed to look at each other. That afternoon, Tan Min was still caught up in a chase with Tang Tiu Tiu. "I told you to stop. Stop there, you little brat." He was finally chased into a dead end. She panted and leaned against the wall, saying, "Don't run anymore, come here, let's talk properly today." Tan Min clung to the wall in fear, silently exclaiming, "No, how could she run so fast, with that appearance?" Duong Tiu Tiu said while breathing, "In Chengdu, there is a very good tea shop, we can drink tea and watch the sunset." She had tears in her eyes and was still breathing heavily. "Why did you reject me? Am I really ugly?" Tan Min covered his face and helplessly replied, "No, it's not like that." "Then, do I look so unpleasant?" "No, that's not it either." "So why do you keep avoiding me? Marriage like this is not easy to find." "I'm beautiful. Good temperament. Glorious family background," he thought speechlessly. It was too illustrious, but that wasn't the problem. He finally spoke up, "Hey, I really don't want to get married, understand? I have no feelings for the lady." Tang Xiao Xiao frowned. "Isn't that so?" He cleared his face and looked puzzled. She deliberately drew an image of Lula Tuat to question, "You like that idiot, right? That's why you rejected me, that must be it. I'm so beautiful, how can you refuse me?" Tan Min jumped up and shouted, "Hey, what are you talking about, lady?" He helplessly held his head and lowered his voice to say, "Stop talking. Anyway, I don't want to get married, so don't follow me anymore, find someone else," Tang Tiu Tiu said with fiery eyes full of determination. "Do you think I will give up? I'm also trying very hard, I will make you acknowledge my charm." He pouted and sighed, "In my previous life I was an 80-year-old man, kid, no matter what you did, I only saw you as a granddaughter, no attraction." Baby, 4 words made her jump up and remind her, "I'm older than you." Suddenly, the sound of the road rang out, "Sister." When she came back, he said, "The homeowner wanted to meet young knight Tan Min, why now?" "The homeowner is sitting in the room waiting for his daughter." He emphasized the reminder, he said, "The matter is very important, it needs to be resolved immediately." Before leading people away, Tang Tiu Tiu pointed his finger and advised, "Take Tan Min Teo Hayap to meet my father, remember to guard carefully, don't let him escape, then lead him back to my place. Do you understand clearly? There is no other way but to agree, yes." Even when leaving, there was still her scream behind, "Don't bother going anywhere else, you have to go to that right place." Tang Chan asked, "It seems you are tired, right?" Tan Min dejectedly expressed that no one in the Tang family really was sane. When they had gone a while, she was still standing there watching. At this moment, a shadow came up behind her. The voice said, "This can't be done." Duong Tiu Tiu was immediately alert. Without missing a beat, she pulled out the golden hairpin from her head, then turned around and was about to stab the man in the neck. But when she looked closely, she suddenly stopped in surprise. The person who appeared was Lula Tuat, which made Duong Tiu Tiu confused. Is something going on? On the other hand, Tan Min had now arrived at the family study room. He pulled out a chair and sat down. "And he looked at you judgmentally, you look busy," he mocked. "It was only thanks to someone else's favor. I will never apologize to you." Tan Min frowned, speechless. "In the end, I had to ignore this matter and ask, 'Okay, what exactly do you want to see me for?'" Duong Quan Nok recounted, "I have already taken care of the trade deal that you asked for this morning. The Peaceful Trade Group in Chengdu is preparing to ship goods to Yunnan. I have arranged for you to go with them. It seems they will depart the day after tomorrow." Tan Min exclaimed, "Oh, faster than I thought, thank you." He hesitantly said, "There is one more thing that I called you here for. I need to ask you something." He narrated everything. A true friend is someone who can understand the other person's shortcomings without any fear. If you want to become a friend of the Tang family, you should also know this: the Tang family is currently having an underground conflict between the head of the family and the elders. However, can you accept being dragged into the middle of that struggle? That's what happened. After listening, Tan Min sat and pondered for a while. Then he asked, "So, that is, the elders are hindering the homeowner, right?" He suddenly remembered what was in his memories. Why was it hindering him? Duong Bao once said that recently, "I often think, brother, instead of always refuting the words of the people in my family, if only I believed and supported them, then maybe the family is a little stronger now." Therefore, after the war ended, this time I intended to help the homeowner a little, even though I only had the name of being an elder, I had never really taken care of them properly. Thinking of this, he suddenly grinned, "This is similar to what you were worried about. Of course you didn't call me here to take care of family matters, right? A dead person is a dead person, there will no longer has any intention. But the living will of the person in our memories, we cannot ignore." He finally got rid of his past memories and asked, "You asked me a favor, right?" Seconds later, with a straight face, I refused. On the other hand, at the lake. When Duong Tiu Tiu knew everything, he couldn't help but throw the stone into the lake and scream, "It didn't matter. There is a beautiful woman like you, but you don't care at all, does that sound reasonable?" Lula Tuat replied, "I only care about whether my martial arts improve or not." She listened and said in despair, "God, to the point where she only cares about martial arts. Marriage seems impossible." Lula Tuat wondered why she was so stubborn about an emotionless marriage. "That's enough, it doesn't have to be bound by marriage," Tang Tiu shook her head to explain, "it's just a facade. But if you know what kind of place the Tang family is, your thinking will change. The rules of the Tang family are extremely strict. As a woman born here, I only have one path to choose, that means getting married according to the wishes of the family. What I'm doing now is like a minimal resistance to that, if I have to be forced into marriage anyway, I at least want to choose who I marry. A place where the clan would also be satisfied. Is there any other way? She shook her head. There is no other way. This is a Tang family in Sichuan. Women in the Tang family cannot learn martial arts, nor can they live like martial artists of the Tang family. They are just half-hearted people. Especially if she is the homeowner's daughter. But now that I'm still enjoying my status as the homeowner's daughter, the thought of living someone else's life makes my heart feel even more relieved, but, just. Lu Latuit looked intently at Tu Tu. She suddenly said, there is still a way. Huh. The path is always there, we just haven't thought about taking it. Hang Xiao Xiao frowned. Angrily said, can you stop talking like you know everything? I don't need temporary comforts right now. The atmosphere became quiet. Lu Latuit glanced. On that rock, the frog struggled to climb up. She spoke up, breaking that atmosphere with the affirmation, I will open it. I will open that path. Duong Tu Tu looked at her in surprise. She asked, why do you want to help me? She replied, because I also used to be like that. Then one day, our path suddenly appeared before us. Our own path. Lu Latuit closed her eyes and remembered the image of her father extending his hand towards her. And now, she does the same thing with the urinary tract, at least now, we don't have to search everywhere anymore. There is no difference at all. But at least, you can make another choice. The urinary tract is silent. Looking at Lu Latuit's hands, calloused from holding a sword, he thought, what other choice? The person you never thought of, my own different path. She slowly released her hand that was holding her pillow. Reflect on yourself. Then he lifted it up and put it in Lu Latuit's hands, wondering if it was true. Returning to the homeowner's room, Tan Min was still determined to refuse the request. Duong Quan Nok was surprised at first, but then accepted, I understand, this is something that cannot be forced. But before he could finish speaking, he interrupted instead. I will give you a gift, a star gift. He thought to himself, that's not a gift I gave, I'm just the one delivering it. This will last a long time, a gift from the Dark Venerable, the royal elder of the Tang family, to Tang Jinyue. Tan Min then advised that the martial arts competition should take place as planned tomorrow, and no matter what I do that day, please do not interfere. Patriarch Duong was confused, what are you planning to do? He stood up to reassure him, it's simple. That's what I do best. The sky today is extremely blue. In the dining room, Chung Myung was sitting sweeping the dining table. I don't know how many dishes I ate, but the dishes on the table quickly ran out and the dishes piled up. Baek Shon looked at him suspiciously and asked, hey, I just woke up and have to eat all this. He replied, yes, then I have to eat it, right? Is there a fairy possessed in you? Now kid, you still have to fight this afternoon. I don't know why, you intend to make your body this heavy, but still be able to fight. You still put it in your mouth, chewing it and calming it down. It's okay, it's okay. The door suddenly opened, the man brought in another tray of food and announced that the next dish would be served immediately. Chung Myung exclaimed, it's finally here, the palace is here, is it coming again? You need a refreshing glass of wine, so first you should moisten it with some wine. Too cool. When the wine's flavor begins to rise. At that time, Chung Myung picked up a piece of the new dish and put it in his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. My cheeks chewed the food until they puffed up in exclamation, how could there be such a divine combination? It was truly perfect. Baek Shon looked at his delicious food and was skeptical. It's so delicious. He also picked up his chopsticks and said to himself, let me try a bite. Just as he was about to poke the plate, Chung Myung suddenly pushed it away. He glared, Uncle touched my food, how rude. This is a dish prepared by the Tang family just for me, Uncle, please try another dish. Baek Shon angrily gritted his teeth, is this person really crazy? This sect is really operating in such chaos, it's really going against the order, eat from your uncle, as I said, you've already eaten it all. While they argued, the man who brought the food quietly bowed his head and retreated. He closed the door carefully. After leaving the room without a sound, he carefully observed his surroundings one last time. Walk away from there for a while. Arriving at the bridge, from his pocket, the man took out 2 small vases tied together. And then, throw it into the lake. When I saw them sink deep into the water, he left completely. That afternoon, it was sunny. The martial arts arena had attracted a large crowd of spectators, everyone was talking to each other. Duong Hak and Hoa Sun Tan Long, were Duong Hak of that caliber. What are you talking about, mister? Duong Hak is the strongest martial artist among the children of the Duong family, but recently there have been rumors that the family's master was defeated by Hoa Sun Tan Long. That's because the homeowner was lenient. Could it be that you used a killer move on a little Taoist from Hoa Mountain? On one side, Tang Crane, the person they mentioned, heard everything. He took a deep breath and then let out a sigh. Hands clasped tightly. Seems quite stressful. The old man in danger spoke up to reassure him. There was no need to worry. Patriarch. The old man reminded, if this is successful, you will sit in the small master's seat, and then the head of the household will naturally be yours. Are you confident? He was silent for a few seconds, then replied. Little Venerable has never neglected training, but his opponent is Hoa Sun Tan Long, hailed as the strongest late-stage person in the world. Honestly, Little Venerable is unlikely to be able to win. The old man snorted coldly. Coward, are you afraid of a child 10 years younger than you? No need to worry. Am I going to let my own grandchild die? Hoa Shan Tan Long will be like a chicken that has drunk medicine, so weak that if he only needs to wait for a while, he will be the one who can defeat him. How do you know that? But, the school was about to say something. Tang Danger emphasized that he could not be allowed to survive. Don't let him have any way out. Duong Hak smiled dangerously and nodded. I understood what my father meant. Don't worry, I will make him unable to open his mouth forever. The old man curled his lips in a satisfied smile. The sky was sweet, the sky was poisonous. This type of poison is originally divided into two parts, poison and liquid. If only one is used, it will have no effect, but when these two ingredients combine in the stomach, they will become poisonous. The poisoned person will be dazed and unable to perform meritorious deeds. No matter how powerful it is, in this condition, Hoa Sun Tan Long will not be able to compete with Tang Crane. And more. Even though I am on Hoa Sun's side, the homeowner sitting in Hoa Sun's row is unacceptable. The Tang family cannot entrust the future to this type of person. Elder Tang reminded, we can't let them have the upper hand. Go ahead. Yes, father. He listened and slowly stepped onto the martial arts ring. As you walk, reassure yourself, don't be afraid. The young master's chair is yours. When we got there, Duong Hak shouted loudly and declared war. Hoa Sun Tan Long, come out. Today, I will prove that the martial arts school of Duong Trong stands on Hoa Sun. The crowd around cheered. What a gentleman, truly outstanding. Chung Myung sitting on the chair suddenly waved his hand and called, everyone, come here quickly. So 5 people gathered together to discuss. Joe Gould was surprised. Really, could it be like that? He said, okay. Baek Shon was worried, but I don't know what else he said to them later. All 5 people nodded in agreement. Someone stepped onto the field. A bunch of curious onlookers tried to lean their heads to see. Hoa Sun Tan Long was advancing. That person is Hoa Sun Tan Long, truly an extraordinary aura. But Hoa Sun Tan Long. It wasn't until they reached the top that the Crane line frowned in confusion. He questioned, what is this game? I have clearly said that I will fight Hoa Sun Tan Long. Who are you to dare step into the ring? Lu Latuat looked straight at him and introduced himself. I am Lu Latuat of Hoa Sun. The space suddenly became strangely quiet. After a while, Duong Hak spoke, breaking the atmosphere and asking, don't you understand what I said? I asked where Hoa Sun Tan Long is. Below the courtyard. Chung Myung raised his hand and said, he is right here. When he saw that, he shouted, Hoa Sun Tan Long, according to the regulations, you must fight me. Well, here's the thing, let's simplify things a bit. He shouted, something simple. He sat back, patting his bulging belly and explaining, I ate too much this morning, and now I'm bloated. Duong Jia's food is so delicious, I eat too much and my stomach is full. After digesting these 4 words, he couldn't help but angrily ask, Huashan, don't you feel ashamed? Shame, what are you saying? Who is the shameless one, what do you say? Chung Myung stood up and arrogantly asked, are you planning to fight me, based on what qualifications? I am Hoa Sun Tan Long. Duong Crane turned pale. Then he stomped his feet and shouted loudly, you just showed off your reputation, are you a martial artist without shame? He objected, what nonsense are you talking about, shameless? Surely you guys are happy to be considered equal to a small family, that's it. Do you think I got this title just because of some back alley gambling? I had to sweat to the bone to forge my sword to win it, and you, the ring. An unknown person dares to challenge me, Stop it, stop making fun of me. You are not qualified. Don't have false dreams. To challenge, you need to have enough qualifications. An unknown person who has never heard of me dares to challenge me. But don't worry, I'm quite generous. If you win against my uncle, I will fight you. Ah, but actually I'm lazy. If you win, just consider that I lost, so what? Dwang Hak was mentioned and trembled with anger. You told me to fight a woman, a prince like me. Those who do not know shame, their snowy eyes become sharp. In that moment, she suddenly disappeared like the wind. Then suddenly passed by him and cut a line. The sleeve of Dwang Hak's shirt was then torn apart, her voice was cold. If she finished talking, then let's fight. Let's fight. At that moment, he was surprised. Lula Tuat repeated in a low voice, saying too much. Dwang Hak was stunned, he never thought that the woman would become his opponent. You despise me. However, after the last time, he quickly jumped back. Stay away from where she is standing. He shouted loudly, homeowner. Do you really accept this? Dwang Quan Nok looked clear. Thinking about it, he must have thought, after all, he is not someone who will fight a losing battle. He made the decision, no problem. Dwang Hak was startled and surprised. I even have to ask again, if she loses, will you really give me the position of small family head? That's right. He couldn't help but be stunned, then awkwardly turned back to look at the dangerous road. The old man gritted his teeth and cursed silently, you idiot, in front of so many people, if you look down on me like this, everyone will know I'm behind you. The crane road stared at him. Of course, not everyone can guess, but there is a big difference between guessing and having confirmation. Anyway, it's indigestion caused by eating too much. Hoa Sun Tan Long, for you, how can it be that you have difficulty digesting just because you eat too much? Could it be that he realized the existence of heaven and sun? No, it couldn't be, probably just feels like there's something unusual about my body. That's why he let her fight instead. If he couldn't win, then he would choose a defeat with a clear reason. If she lost, Hoa Sun could still maintain his honor. Even if we fail to kill him here, there are still other ways. Once the homeowner has agreed, now just bow and reap the benefits. Thinking about it, he glanced at the crane. And nodded slightly, moving forward. Received consent from him. He turned around and looked at Lula Tuat fiercely. He raised his hands in warning, be careful. In this match, I will use poison. Therefore you don't think you will leave the ring alive. At this time, his hands were in his sleeve pockets. On the stage, the battle atmosphere began to become tense. Below, the crowd cheered and cheered, young man. In the crowd, Dwang Tu Tu worriedly looked at Lula Tuat on the ring. What are you going to do? No, this match must stop. Dwang Tran grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Sister, please calm down. If I rush out now, it would be ridiculous, she quickly said, but you know the strength of Big Brother Hawk, if you fail, you could lose your life. He replied, it's not that I don't know, what? Of course she knew but still went up, because she is a fighter. So, don't insult her. Dwang Tu Tu froze and slowly looked back at the arena. Dwang Tran explained, from the moment he stepped on the floor, there was no longer a man or a woman, it was simply a fight between two boxers. Don't interfere. Kang Tu Tu's eyes were glued to Lula Tuat, so that's what you mean. Above, Dwang Hak suddenly pulled his hand into his sleeve to retrieve the hidden weapon. Then, as fast as lightning, he released a dart that flew towards Lula Tuat. The sword in her hand also began to move. The hidden weapon flashed with black light, it could be seen that it had been poisoned. She observed it carefully. And then a clang rang out, the soft sword in her hand touched the tip of the dart. Knock out all incoming darts. Or rather, knock it back to the crane line. He lowered his center of gravity like a standing posture. Then use your hands to directly catch those hidden weapons. After it was in his hand, the crane raised his head and said, yes, there is still a chance. Your reactions and judgments are both quick, even though you don't want to admit it, you are stronger than I thought. Maybe you could defeat me, if you weren't a woman. Blame yourself for not being born male. Lula Tuat curled her mouth mockingly at him, that's not important, that's irrelevant. The important thing here is. She raised her hand and raised her sword. You are too weak, she raised her sword and pointed it straight at him. As he finished speaking, a dart fell to the ground. Dwang Hak suddenly disappeared on the spot, he was now rushing towards her. When he was only a meter away from her, he suddenly changed direction, stomped his foot on the ground and jumped to the side. Then released something. Someone squinted their eyes trying to see and asked, "What is that?" There was clearly a sharp noise, but I couldn't see anything. The crane continued to move around the snow pair. Suddenly, she saw something like a sharp needle shooting towards her. Immediately, she swung her sword, creating a sword shield that blocked her entire body. Because of that impact, those needles shot into the observation stand. They fell to the ground. Someone quickly discovered, that is needle acupuncture. Duong Tu worriedly looked down. Wait, this needle. Below, Lu Latuit continuously swung his sword and slashed with those tiny hidden weapons, sparks from impact continuously appearing on the sword. Duong Hak despised Bao, arrogant. She couldn't stop, she had to constantly swing her sword to stop them from stabbing her. Taking that opportunity, the crane jumped away. He raised his hand and aimed in the direction she was standing. From that hand, a ray of light flashed. Then there was a whooshing sound. The sound was different from before, it flew straight and fast, but Lu Latuit couldn't free her hands to deal with it. The needle stuck straight into her left shoulder. Duong Tran frowned. Tan Min's eyebrows did not relax at all. Urinary tract anxiety. It's so dangerous, it's in this needle. Lu Latuit staggered, the needle no longer shot forward, she stopped and pulled down the stabbing thing on her shoulder. The tip of the needle was black, she immediately frowned, poisoned. Duong Hak grinned evilly and said, "When the poison spreads, your left arm will not be able to move." Among the countless hidden weapons flying, if only one was left, the match would be over. So, you should have understood how scary the Tang family was when I was still kind enough to talk to you. Lu Latuit threw that poisonous needle on the ground. While he was still bragging and boasting, the true power of the Tang family only revealed when poison and hidden weapons combined together. The one who is more disadvantaged over time is you. Admit defeat and go down. If you ask me for forgiveness right now, I will spare your life. Lu Latuit's arms trembled and she spoke with an expressionless face. Are you poisoned? That's right, you're not at the point where you're not aware of your body's condition. You're the stupid one, what? Do you think you can stand firm until the poison spreads? Really? Having finished speaking, at that moment, she rushed straight towards the crane path. He smirked and said, "Yes, you must attack frontally, that will be the only way for you to win." But do you think I didn't take that into account? Having said that, he waved his hand really hard, a cloud of mist sprayed out from his sleeve. Duong Tu shouted, "Soulless. That's a ploy to use poisonous sand to block your vision and prolong the time. The longer it lasts, the poison will spread throughout your body." Lu Latuit was surrounded by toxic smoke and sand, she raised her sleeve to cover her nose. "You can't use your eyes to see, so you'll close your eyes and feel, I won't back down." In her mind, the image of her father brandishing a sword appeared. And then, the apricot blossoms bloomed, her own apricot blossoms bloomed. Tens of thousands of flower petals swept the sand away from her. Duong Hak couldn't help but look in shock at the poisonous dust coming towards him. My vision. Retreating, he quickly jumped up high. Duong Crane waved his arm to brush away the dust and looked down. But on the field, everything was completely covered up. He tried to look everywhere. Where is this? Where is she? In that short moment, where did she go? Suddenly, a familiar pink light shone. In the center of that cloud of toxic sand, a figure appeared, along with flower petals flying among the dust cloud. His eyes widened as if they were about to crack. Since when has she been below me? How could she be in the middle of a single soul killer? In the center of the dust, Lu Latuit stood there, holding a sword with apricot blossom petals flying. She unleashed a move, losing her sword. The sword. Crashing straight into the place where the crane was standing, he was squeezed by the flower petals and pulled down. As for her, she held the sword and jumped up. The moment they were close, a powerful sword swung out decisively. He didn't have time to react. The blade is right in front of your eyes. Clearly reflects the crane's absent-minded eyes. Lu Latuit slashed at him, his figure gently passed by, and he slowly fell. Duong Dang gasped and couldn't believe his eyes. The homeowner's path is calm. Uncle Bok and his junior brothers were happy. Chung Myong also smiled. Apricot blossom petals bloom in the sky, a colorful and beautiful scene. Duong Tu blankly looked at the falling petals, it was apricot blossom. The crane then fell hard to the ground. The sand and dust gradually dissipated. He lay there, unable to help but cough out a mouthful of blood. His face was bruised, and the snowy figure slowly walked forward. She coldly sneered, I told you, you are too weak. Duong Hak looked at her, one side of the stone surface turned black, the poison had spread throughout her body. With a body like that, what was she planning to do? He couldn't help but exclaim, crazy, you're crazy, it's not normal. A fattened lamb, she said. You've never fought, so you have no right to discuss strength or weakness or anything. He angrily sat up and cursed, arrogant woman, you are human. Before she finished speaking, her sharp sword was pointed at his head. She raised her sword and repeatedly hit the crane's head. The sound was so loud that even Jogul had to get up. Yoon Jong had to close his eyes and turn away, unable to bear to look. Baek Shon turned pale and suddenly touched his head and muttered, head. Lu Latuit never stopped. It seemed like it was hitting harder and harder. It wasn't until she left a few big lumps on the sidewalk, and he passed out, that she turned around and left. Before that, he didn't forget to sneer, braggart. Han himself laughed. He turned to the homeowner and said, give me the antidote. He gave him one pill and said, this should be enough. After receiving it, he jumped onto the ring to call. Come here, foolish uncle. Lu Latuit looked at him and thought, different, you are also a braggart, but. He threw the antidote to her and asked her why she fought so stupidly. She took the pill and put it in her mouth and said, I don't want to breathe the same air as you. He didn't hear clearly but let out a sound. So I just nodded and advised, the sooner I treat the poison, the better. If I don't treat it carefully, the medicine will cause trouble, so let's treat it completely now. Brother Jogul, please come along to protect me, animal. Having said that, he turned to Baek Shon, his uncle, and lent him his sword. He was surprised, but gave it to him before asking, what are you going to do with it? Chung Myung glanced in one direction. That place is where the puppet senator is standing, he said, now we have to measure and give gifts. No, more accurately, I have to deliver this gift. He loosened the belt of his shirt, then put his hand to his chest. Pull out the shirt that was covering your belly to make it bigger. After throwing it away, Chung Myung proudly stepped onto the ring platform. He tightened his shirt belt firmly, silently reminding him to prepare himself. Patriarch's whip is a bit painful. Duong Hak lost consciousness and was pulled down from the martial arts arena by two people. His face was bruised and his shape was unclear. Duong peeped in the crowd, his face unable to hide his surprise. My hands were clenched so tightly that I trembled as I thought and resolved it. The crane line of the line gate, the winner. Not Hoa Sun Tan Long, but his fellow student. Is a girl. She followed Lu Latuit's back down. Suddenly, Chung Myung suddenly entered the ring again, surprising her. The match has already been won or lost, so why does that person continue to advance? You go on the field. Stopped right in the middle of the ring. Look back. There were whispers all around. The whispers no one understood. Chung Myung took a deep breath and then spoke. Honestly, I don't know what the hell he's doing. Because it's the famous Four Heavens Gate, I expected more. So disappointed. As soon as the words ended, the space suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at him blankly. The owner tensed up and looked up at the ring. But then a second later, the atmosphere seemed to burst. Someone shouted angrily, what are you saying? Are you looking down on us? Don't act arrogant just because you won a match. He raised his hand to signal, calm down, don't get angry like that. If you were in my position, you would think the same as me. Look, Chung Myung pointed to the unconscious Tang Hak and said, before challenging, knowing your strength and that of your opponent is the most basic thing, I did not expect that Tang Sect would not comply with that basic principle. He did not lose to me, he lost to my fellow students. But the nickname Hoa Sun Tan Long does not belong to a fellow sect, but belongs to me, which means that the possibility of him defeating me does not exist. However, the fact that he had challenged this match was like preparing to humiliate himself. Looking down on your opponent means being too confident in yourself. This is something the leader of a sect should never allow. So we want to know. The person who came up with this absurd idea. Who is it? All eyes were now focused on the former elder in danger. The old man's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. The situation was getting worse. I knew all along that my nephew could not be Hoa Sun Tan Long's opponent. That's why I planned to poison him. But I didn't expect that he would lose to the opponent's fellow students. In front of everyone too. That bastard, he's trying to force me to explain this matter. He knows we can't do that. If I can't confess, he means that I will be defeated by everyone's eyes. The fact that I don't know my nephew's strength and dare to challenge Hoa Sun Tan Long to a fight, doesn't that make me a fool? Chung Myong smiled faintly. He looked at him disdainfully and asked meaningfully, was that person an elder? Before Duong Dang could say anything, he expressed more, but strangely, I heard that the elders of the Duong sect only play the role of advisor to the homeowner. Yet the homeowner, who knows the strength of both sides, bet on our side and sat there. So, in the end, who is giving advice? Seeing him laugh at him, he shouted in anger, this guy is really bold. Chung Myong shrugged, hearing the name of the elders is very majestic, because with their age and experience they act as wise advisors that the homeowner cannot see, while the leader of the homeowner's family will rely a lot onto the wise elders. It seems that this elder is not like that, on the contrary, it seems that you only create more trouble. The old man was so embarrassed that he became angry and shouted a warning, be careful of your mouth, your arrogance, Hoa-son, you should know my limits. He listened and pointed his hand towards him more provocatively. See, I told you have no eyes, they don't even know who is being arrogant. Do you know why this happened? Because you are too weak. So weak that you can't even recognize how strong your opponent is, yet you still dare to advise the homeowner. If it weren't for you, elders, forcing this matter, the family wouldn't have had to suffer the humiliation they have now, and the homeowner would have been able to quickly get what he wanted. This is the consequence. The price of listening to old people, sitting in the back like the elders. Duong Danger's face turned red and he was about to yell, you. Patriarch Duong interrupted and reminded, Hoa-son Tan Long, be careful what you say, this is the elder of Duong sect. Chung Myong smiled and exclaimed, our landlord is a kind man, he still respects these old people even though they are just heavy burdens and covered in dirt. The old elder couldn't bear it anymore and asked, when will you stop your mouth, how long do you think I will put up with you? He glanced sarcastically, see, he has no vision at all. You don't even know that I'm telling them to stop suffering, that kind of person, elder. Let's prove it. Prove that he is worthy to call himself an elder. His eyes filled with blood and his voice growled, I must prove. But he suddenly pursed his lips and thought, no, this guy, is he plotting to drag me into this matter? Chung Myong said, how to prove it, it's very simple, you've been saying all along that you're holding back, but that's something only the strong say to the weak. Prove your bravery. If you fight me and win, it means you saw right. But if I win, then your eyes are useless, right? Duong Dang's eyes widened, not only that, even Baek Shon was shocked. In a quiet space, suddenly the old man burst into laughter. What, are you saying you want to fight me? People have lost their reason because of a little fame. You want to challenge me, my lord, the elder of the Tang sect, he replied, I know that hearing gets worse with age, but having to repeat this over and over again is a bit tiring, isn't it? Duong Dang narrowed his eyes and smiled smugly and asked, so what are you going to do? Okay, that's good. Anyway, the situation is the worst it can be, if I defeat this arrogant guy in front of the disciples of the hall, I can at least control this situation, the rest, we can slowly handle, later. Then he asked loudly, what are you planning to do, master, if I write this child, can you understand? Duong Quan Nok was silent for a few seconds as if thinking about something. Then he suddenly stood up. Hoa-son Tan Long is a friend of Tang Mon. So, we can't stop our friend from doing what he wants, right? Chung Myong smiled slightly and nodded. Duong Dang smiled maliciously, his eyes glinted with venom. He used a balloon to jump from below to the ring. Landed a powerful kick. He said, you have gone too far, you should have been satisfied and retreated to a reasonable extent. Chung Myong laughed and signaled, be careful, don't talk nonsense in front of everyone. You are becoming more and more a laughing stock. The road is dark, okay, I don't need to say anything more, now I will use poison, soak you pitch black, then use a knife to slit your stomach open. As he got into position, he suddenly raised his hand and said, oh, wait, just in case. Are you really planning to use poison? If so, I want to add a condition. What condition? It's more accurate to call it a bet. Chung Myong looked meaningfully at the homeowner. He grinned crookedly. Then calmly said, if you win, I will give you everything you want. Baek Shon and Yoon Jong exclaimed in shock, what? Duong Tu also opened his mouth in surprise, what? He continued to say, after Hoa-son left Tang Mon, he would never return here again, and that idiot was made the young master by the homeowner, just as he wished. Tang Danger frowned, you are crazy, he shrugged, don't worry, I'm completely awake, but I also have conditions. If we win. Suddenly, Tang Bao's smiling face appeared, making him hate it, don't keep appearing in front of me, I will give you exactly what you want. Dispelling his shadow, Chung Myong seriously stated his request, dissolved the Council of Elders and retreated. The Tang sect doesn't need advisors like you. Baek Shon worriedly jumped up and asked, the owner of the street gate, had this unreasonable provocation been discussed with Chung Myong? He looked at him, smiled stiffly and replied. Everything I hear, is the first time. Hearing this answer, Baek Shon couldn't help but freeze. Sweat flows like a stream, his eyes dulled for a moment.